After crossing over, you became a music variety show critic. You found that a popular star's performance of a song about the Monkey King was simply relying on lip-syncing, without actually singing as Sun Wukong. When the star challenged you with if you can do it, then go ahead. You ended up on stage, in the most direct and unbelievable way. You responded to Wang Lingkai, "I can do it for real." Your answer surprised everyone. The director's eyes lit up, and the show's effect was achieved. The audience immediately cheered for you, while the assistant director felt like dying. You were the person he approached. And now that the show has gone off track, the director will definitely criticize him harshly, and he might even be demoted. On the stage, you suddenly changed the topic. But today my role as a music critic, my duty is to critique the songs, not to perform on stage. The other 5 singers sitting in the backstage lounge nodded in agreement. They also pay attention to the situation on stage. Your professional ethics make them agree. As for Wang Lingkai, aside from music, he is also a very unique person. The assistant director felt relieved at this moment. Okay, try to minimize conflicts. Salvage what can be salvaged. His mood was like riding a roller coaster, experiencing ups and downs in a short period of time. But unexpectedly Wang Lingkai picked a fight again, causing his blood pressure to soar. Wang Lingkai sneered at you. "Are you scared? Sun Wukong never gets scared. Do you really understand Sun Wukong? If you don't understand, what qualifications do you have to critique me?" You were speechless. Are you a fish with no memory? It was you who eagerly asked for my evaluation. At this moment, the host said. Wang Lingkai said, "Lu Qing, are you scared? Are you scared?" As a host, you should follow the process. Quickly vote and rate Wang Lingkai's song. Instead of inciting trouble here, things have reached a point where we can't go back. Are you scared? How is that possible? Your dream in your past life was to become a true singer, dreaming every day of the big stage. And being a natural singer is the biggest stage in the country, where all the top singers gather. This is the opportunity you have always dreamed of. And who are you? You have the entire Earth's music library. Perhaps due to crossing over? Your memory is very powerful. All the songs on Earth are clearly engraved in your mind. Just didn't expect your first song to start like this. Well, let's give Blue Star a little shock first. With the right timing, location, and people in my hands, being timid is not an option. Okay, give me some time. I will go and communicate with the band teacher. The host immediately said, "Lu Qing, are you planning to go on stage and sing a song? Is this your response to Wang Lingkai?" The host has not forgotten to stir up the excitement until now. Yes, you responded lightly. So, Lu Qing, what song are you prepared to sing? An original song by Wukong. The recording scene immediately became chaotic, starting a lively discussion. Wow, saying you don't understand Sun Wukong, yet you're going to sing about Wukong. And even compared to Wang Lingkai. But I like it. I want to see how you will sing in the end. You criticize Wang Lingkai so much. Don't end up singing something that's not up to par. Those who enjoy watching the excitement always don't mind the big deal. After borrowing a laptop from the band teacher, you first registered the copyright of the song, then started discussing the accompaniment with the band teacher. The accompanist teacher for natural singers is among the top performers in the industry. After writing down the score and clearly expressing the arrangement of Wukong from memory to the band teacher, after a short rehearsal, the performance has reached a level where it can be performed, and the standard is not low. This made you couldn't help but exclaim, "Natural singers truly deserve to be the best music variety show in the country." As for the flute, in Wukong's accompaniment, the flute is a very important part. Today, the accompaniment of the 6 singers did not use the flute, so the flute teacher did not come. One of them awkwardly said, "Without the flute, it won't work." After a moment of thought, you quickly came up with a solution. You borrowed a flute from the band teacher and played it to the shocked eyes of the other band teachers. You recorded the accompaniment into the arranging software, then discussed the timing, rhythm, and flute insertion with the band teachers, who immediately understood. After finalizing all the accompaniment matters, less than an hour had passed. The band teacher was amazed. At first, he thought maybe you would do a guitar performance, but even a deity couldn't arrange it in an hour. He didn't expect you to actually do it. And at a high level. If it had been an hour ago, the band teacher's 20 years of experience would have told him it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. But now the band teacher had to believe in your ability. From a professional perspective, Wukong's arranging skills are excellent, and he was already looking forward to your performance. What kind of effect can Wukong present? If the band teacher hadn't witnessed your conflict with Wang Lingkai from start to finish, he would have thought you had planned the arrangement in advance. But the fact that he recorded it all the way showed that you couldn't have known in advance that today's theme would be Sun Wukong for creating a song. The band teacher had to admire once again. Lu Qing is truly extraordinary. Stage. The host was in control of the recording progress, and with a total of 200 viewers at the venue, Wang Lingjia's performance of the great sage ended up receiving only 96 viewer votes. Lu Qing's critique had a very negative effect, so angry that Wang Lingjia dropped the microphone on the spot. Backstage at the Singers, several singers comforted Wang Lingjia. Everyone interprets music differently, as long as the music expresses what you want to express yourself. Yeah, I think it's a good song. The great sage. Wang Lingjia sat on the sofa holding his bladder and panting, not saying a word. A singer tried to come over to comfort Wang Lingjia, and he pushed away the singer's hand. He said to himself, "I'd like to see how much stronger Lu Qing's Wukong can be than my great sage." The singer smiled slightly and continued to watch the screen as if nothing had happened. There was a lot of chatter in the audience. "I just feel awkward watching the tearing on TV. How can it be so great to see it live? Say, who's this guy? Never heard of him before. I don't know. Just now I heard the discussion over at the program group. It seems like he's a current college student who came here for an internship." Then the program group was short of people and temporarily pulled him in as a music critic. "There's one thing to say. I feel that what Lu Qing said is quite reasonable. Indeed, this Lu Qing is something. Maybe he can really sing a good song in a while." Say well and sing well are two different things. You really think he is a novel protagonist? Turn the tide against the wind. How? The network said the novel read too much brain broken. Stop talking. Look, Lu Qing is coming out. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll find out soon enough. In the guide room, the music director sked. "I didn't expect this kid Lu Qing to actually go up. This is a hard ride." "That's not necessarily true. Just in case what he says about Goku is really good," the director said cheerfully. The music director said, "It's highly unlikely." "Why? The image of the Monkey King has been expressed countless times, and it's hard to create something refreshing. What if? Think about it. Whether it's anime, novels, movies, music or games, works about the Monkey King can only have that one amazing work every few years. And that's the work of the bigwigs in each industry. And I don't think much of Lu Qing. The last one to come out of the ring was Goku versus the Triskelion Fleet, and it's been a couple of years. So it's about time for something good to come out of it, according to the rules you mentioned." The music director shook his head. "How many people want it? And how many can really sing Goku well? Ultimately it depends on the work." The moment Lu Qing stepped to the center of the stage when he was ready, the host quickly adjusted the order of the scene and asked Lu Qing, "Are you ready?" Lu Qing nodded. The host continued to press. "Then do you have the confidence to defeat Wang Lingjia?" Lu Qing replied, "What I want to do is not to defeat Wang Lingjia, but to sing about the Goku in my heart." Seeing that the arching fire had failed, the host had no choice but to say to the camera, "Okay, viewers, next up is Wukong brought to you by Lu Qing. Please enjoy." The assistant director was sitting on the stage at this point, his face pale, and he thought he must be crazy. Why has this farce gotten to this point? What went wrong? Why did you pick Lu Qing? Am I waterlogged this year? No, not right. The assistant director's years of experience in the field have taught him that it's not scary to have a conflict in a variety program. What's scary is that the conflict is not dramatic. At first the director put too much pressure on me, and all of a sudden it messed me up. When I thought about it, if Lu Qing sings a song that performs well, better than the great sage, then this episode will be very topical. Not only will he not be punished, but he will be considered a meritocracy. So, Lu Qing, please sing better. I'll call you father if you sing better. The assistant director placed all his hopes on Lu Qing, his eyes burning into the stage. "Please." Lu Qing on the stage nodded to the band teacher, signaling that he was ready. The band teacher had already tuned the sound equipment, and he also wanted to see how the song Goku, which had been prepared in such a short period of time, was doing. Soothing piano tones sounded slowly and surrounded the studio hall. The intro to Goku isn't long, but 20 seconds or so is enough to pull you into the mood of the song. The tempo slowed down, the sound of the zither weakened, and Lu Qing opened his mouth. The moon splashes against the stars, and the road is long. The wind and smoke are gone, and a solitary shadow is left behind. With the accompaniment, the audience quickly immersed themselves in Lu Qing singing, as if they were in a moonlit and starry night, walking through the open wilderness. It was quiet all around. A straight avenue leads to an unseen distance, and with the moonlight, a lonely figure is slowly moving forward. Lu Qing was also stunned by his voice. He knew that his voice was better than in his previous life, but he didn't expect it to be this much better. It has reached the point of opening his mouth and kneeling. At this moment, the audience was filled with the sounds of crap and crap. It's so intentional. Crap, it's so good. If you hadn't said it, I would have thought some heavenly king sang it. Open your mouth and kneel. The intense loneliness sung by Lu Qing won a round of applause, but most people listened quietly to Lu Qing sing. They didn't speak. They were afraid that one more word might spoil the solitude. There are times when loneliness is fascinating because everyone has been lonely. And loneliness creates a very strong sense of empathy. Whoever told me to be a good fighter? Whoever made me love to hate? In later years, the liver. The road to fetch scriptures is long and boring, and often windy. Even though Wukong has all the skills, there is no one who can understand him. Although Goku appears to be free and capricious, he cannot actually love or hate with abandon. All of Goku's freedom was burdened with a heavy yoke, and in the end it was just a liver. Backstage lounge. The singers sat up straight, and no one paid any more attention to Wang Lingjia. Wow! A singer marveled at Lu Qing's singing ability. Some of the singers sat up straight and stared at the large display screen without a word, clearly captivated by the song. Who asked me to be extraordinary? Who asked me to love and hate? Some singers repeat the lyrics and murmur softly. 2 words that took that loneliness to another level. They looked at Lu Qing with a bit of terror in their eyes. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. These top singers in the country are insiders among insiders. And at this point, they all have the same opinion. Where did this Lu Qing come from? At such a young age, he had such profound musical attainments. Lu Qing on the stage closed her eyes, completely immersed in the song. The phantom world is in the air, and grudges are repaired, shedding enlightenment and leaving ecstasy. The 6 dusts remain unchanged, and angry and sad and mad, a man or a ghost or a demon. But yes, the heart has a demonic debt. In the world of make-believe, why should ennui matter too much? Even if the 6 roots are dusty, they do not change their arrogance. One of the most remarkable things about Wukong is that even though he is very powerful, he still has a human side. It is a sharp contrast to the multitude of Buddhist gods and goddesses who are full of tranquility but each have their own selfishness. Let's just rush to anger. Let's be sad. Let's be sad. Let's be mad too. What difference does it make if it's a man or a ghost or a demon? It's all just an obsession that you can't see through. In the guide room, the music director had involuntarily stood up and stared wide-eyed at the monitor. He had realized the gravity of the situation. His understanding of music completely exceeds that of the rest of the director's team, or he wouldn't have been able to achieve the position of music director. He had previously been in the mindset of watching the fun and seeing how the young man would diffuse the conflict. He did not expect that Lu Cheng would respond to Wang Lingjia in the strongest way possible. Speak with your work. He just thought it was funny. Young people are so unaware of the sky. Music is not that simple. He spoke to the director and said that it would be very difficult to make a great work about Goku and dismissed Lu Qing preemptively. Now he mentally retracted that statement. The main song portion of Goku carries over to a level that, in his case, is a perfect score. Even half of Goku is enough to hang on to the great sage. The next step will be to see if that quality carries over. Is the song that good? Seeing the music director's uncharacteristic seriousness, the director immediately pursued the question. The director could also hear that it was a good song. But how good it was indistinguishable. So he asked. The music director didn't answer the director's words, his eyes still fixed on the screen. On the screen, Lu Qing was still singing obliviously. Call out to the Buddha and turn back. Kneeling to a man as a teacher has nothing to do with life or death. Good and evil floats in the realm of truth and falsehood, and earthly destinies are scattered and undistinguished. It is hard to break. Since he has converted to Buddhism, there is no turning back. He worshipped the Tang monk as his teacher. And no matter if he lived or died, he had to protect him to fetch scriptures in the West. Whether this world is true or false is good or evil. And karmic gatherings and dispersals are not up to anyone. Grudges and feuds are too messy and complicated to be broken up in a few words. It seemed to be talking about Goku, and then it seemed to be talking about himself. What appears to be a dance in the free world is in fact wearing heavy shackles. The assistant director was off stage at this point, and he had completely forgotten his concerns, forgotten his situation, and was completely immersed in the song. His body movements were no longer dictated by himself, swaying gently to the mood of the song. When he heard of this troubled world, he was confused along with it. Hearing Goku's rage and madness, he followed along, briefly letting go of the obsession in his mind. If only for a song. Hearing that life and death have nothing to do with it. I also remembered that the initial enthusiasm I had when I got into this industry has now vanished. How long has it been since you've gotten into a song like that? Usually, I am exposed to music every day. From the initial love to the change of mindset that music is just work. What did he go through in between? Maybe this song Goku will give you the answer today. Or maybe it will just allow you to be Goku for a few minutes for a short time. To be Goku for a few minutes. To experience drenching love and hate. Maybe after a few minutes, one is oneself again. The careful assistant director in the workplace. Whatever. At least during Lu Qing's singing. The Monkey King. There were not a few in the audience who had the same idea as the assistant director. Who wouldn't want to find out what it's like to be Goku in a song when the locks of life and work don't win out? Every ordinary person was once a teenager, and every teenager has dreamed of being a hero, fantasizing about one day becoming the Monkey King. But it's this love and inability that makes Goku become so close and so far away from himself. Many viewers were touched. What happened? Obviously singing about Goku. Why do I want to cry? It turns out that even Goku has a lot of helplessness, choosing a path he doesn't like, and gritting his teeth to finish it. A lot of people have had that one struggle, or a few, and those are youth. The reason why so many people love Goku is because without realizing it, you realize that there are so many similarities between yourself and Goku. Is it not the same as Wukong escorting the longevity monk to fetch the scriptures when he determines to walk on a certain path? No matter how many trials and tribulations you go through, you have to be determined to go on. Having traveled this distance, I find that the filaments of this world have also become variously connected to myself. So, is the song really just about Goku? The audience was captured by such a song, and they looked at Lu Qing in the center of the stage, their hearts shaken. The band teacher's playing continues. At this moment, each of them looked incredibly focused. In the past, if you wanted to get a live backing track for a song on stage, you would need at least half a day of ensemble rehearsal to achieve the best performance. But now, in less than an hour of familiarization plus practice, it's very rare to see almost no mistakes. At this moment, the part of the main song of the song is finished. The band teacher was completely overwhelmed by Lu Qing. They had all been listening to Lu Qing singing, and the quality of the songs needed no further explanation. Being able to pull off a God-sized live has a strong appeal to every band teacher. In particular, the whole affair was highly dramatic. The main thing, of course, is that Lu Qing's song is just too good. The compositions are good, the lyrics are good, and the arrangements are great. The only thing they can do now is to make sure that the chorus until the end is played through without error. They had vaguely realized that a godly song would be born under them. The main song ends with a slight lull in the high-pitched backing vocals. Lu Qing's song seemed to penetrate everyone's mind. I'll take it. What's the use of this iron rod? I have. And what about this change? Still restless. Still melancholy. The golden hoop is in the head. And you want to talk about it. When the freest soul is put in a golden hoop, he suffers 1,000 times more than others. If a person is born without knowing what freedom is, maybe they won't live so painfully. How free Goku is. How tormented is the soul under the golden hoop. The audience felt the pain and helplessness conveyed in the song. At this point the chorus enters an interlude section with a rousing accompaniment that seems to set free the soul. Lu Qing's emotions peaked at this point. I'll take it. This iron rod drunken dancing demon. I have. And this change messes with the confusion. Treading on the spirit sky and being unbridled and arrogant. The world is evil and dangerous. But it is hard to escape. What I want is to use this skill to roam the world with abandon. Go and step on the spirit sky. Break through the shackles. Break through all the bonds. Release the free soul and swim between heaven and earth without restraint. Crush the gold band around your head and be the unruly monkey. The world is a treacherous place, and you can't escape the bonds and illusions of it no matter what. In that case, with this rod, I'll tell you to go up in smoke. All the causes and effects, all the things of the world, all the entangled, all the unintelligible, all the hard to leave, and the invisible chains that handcuff the body. A stick goes down and the smoke clears. The world cleared. There is no confusion, no fear, no hopelessness in the world. There is no resentment of injustice, and the filth of the world is gone. There are no gods and goddesses, no Buddha, no rules. I'm still the same unruly monkey I was 500 years ago. Freedom, abandon, rebellion, resistance, optimism, perseverance. Lu Qing sings as if he has the power of 1,000 armies, but the ending opera cadence is put on lightly. The audience was fully immersed in the song. This Goku, the audience has never seen. Lu Qing takes everyone through a reintroduction to Goku. Some people have little access to Goku after graduation, and their entertainment has become more varied and rich. It's no longer the days of material scarcity, when families waited in front of the TV to watch Journey to the West. The pace of life has gotten faster, and very few people hold onto a thick copy of the original Journey to the West anymore. They might stop and watch some clips of Journey to the West on video software to reminisce about their childhood days of watching Journey to the West, but then forget about it when they cross over to the next video. People's impression of the Monkey King has become less and less, and once in a while they may think about it and say, oh, the Monkey King is happy, the Monkey King is rebellious, and the Monkey King is persistent. Before Lu Qing, almost no one could tell in over 3 minutes that Goku was eager to be free and at the same time Goku was helpless. Even if a person has great skill, there will be a side of him that is helpless. Many audience members were not ready to be moved by Lu Qing's Wukong in such a sparse manner. Listening to Wang Lingjia's The Great Sage, the audience lamented this. Life has wasted another 3 minutes of time. It's 3 minutes I wouldn't have wasted here. I'd have wasted it somewhere else. But Lu Qing's Wukong told the audience, it turns out that 3 minutes can be enough to recognize Wukong once again, and can move people to tears. The audience was able to experience a fantastic trip through their heads in just 3 minutes. As if traveling through time and space, he gave Goku a high five and talked to him about many things on his mind. The sound of the zither and flute faded, and the song Goku ended. The audience is still savoring the afterglow of the song. The scene was quiet for a full minute or so, and many in the audience were still in an emotional state and hadn't pulled out. Snap, snap, snap. I don't know who led the applause, but the audience stood up and clapped, obliviously. The louder you cry, the harder you applaud. The applause was thunderous and erupted violently. The audience off stage seemed tireless. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. For a long time. The moment. Lu Qing on the stage slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He was able to move all the audience in the room. And why wouldn't he have been moved himself? Singing this time, substituting himself into Goku's first point of view. If Lu Qing's singing before made others feel like they saw themselves in Goku as well, then now they were fully Goku themselves. Everyone relishes the Monkey King's golden rod. And who hasn't fantasized about owning one in their childhood? No one can resist the romance of a golden hoop. Of course 72 changes can't be missing. And did anyone fantasize in their childhood that they too were patted on the head 3 times by Bodhi Laozu? At least Lu Qing fantasized about it. Aside from Goku's skills, he sings this time and sees more of Goku's loneliness and helplessness, resistance and defeat. He was in a bit of a trance for a while, enjoying the applause from the audience on stage. Lu Qing had a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. This song, Wukong, had achieved a different kind of extraordinary success in its previous life, so this time around, Lu Qing wouldn't be surprised no matter what kind of praise it received. The audience was a mess by now. The applause, the cheers, the discussions seemed to lift the roof off the room. Holy shit, he sang me goosebumps. Me too. That one Buddha sang me all over the place. It's bringing tears to my eyes. Can someone tell me what's so touching about this song? This theater accent is amazing. Lu Qing is too detrimental. Letting you engage in music reviews. You're smashing people's rice bowls, aren't you? This time I'm embarrassed for Wang Lingjia. If I were him, I'd find a crack in the ground to drill into. Doesn't anyone say anything about the lyrics? The lyrics are too great. It's almost like Wang Lingjia's The Great Sage has been thrown off by 10 streets. Not only are the lyrics great, the tune is great and the singing is even better. The band teacher was drained of all his strength. It's done. It's really done. But doesn't anyone talk about the arrangements? A classic arrangement. The addition of the flute in particular is just right and simply divine. And 1 hour. Songs made up in less than an hour. I've never heard of such a person in the music industry before. Lu Qing's musical talent is definitely not only in songwriting and singing, but also arranging. The band teacher had just been worried about Lu Qing, afraid that he would make a fool of himself on stage. The band teacher smiled to himself. Totally unnecessary. The clown was not Lu Qing, but Wang Lingjia. Guideposts. The music director locked eyes with the director again. The director said excitedly, "This Goku, it's up to the standard you said, right?" The music director nodded solemnly. The music level of this song is extremely high. Whether it's from the lyrics and compositions, or the arrangement and singing, it's all first class. The director was even more excited when he saw the music director admit it. Born Singer has recorded its 11th installment now, and it's finally going to have a phenomenal song. The Western theme has always been an enduring one, a theme that naturally comes with its own heat. Indeed, this song is the highest level of the program's recording so far. It has the potential to become a phenomenal song. The music director agreed with the director. I really underestimated Lu Qing. I thought that Lu Qing was a college student, and his music level couldn't be any higher. It's true that heroes come out of the woodwork. I didn't realize that Lu Qing was not very old, but he portrayed Goku very well, and his musical attainments were by no means below mine. The music director nodded darkly. The assistant director's eyes were moist, and the waves of applause brought him back to reality. He tilted his head back and opened his mouth slightly, exhaling heavily. It was as if he was letting go of years of pent-up frustration in his heart. He began to evaluate the song Goku. Pure. Very pure. The emotions in the song are complex, but Goku is pure. He didn't expect Lu Qing's song to let go of the baggage in his heart and resonate with him. What a great song. Now, my position is saved. I can't imagine what it would become if things got screwed up, and I shudder to think of the director's foul temper. The assistant director was relieved. A sense of relief he hadn't felt in a long time wrapped around him, making him nearly unsteady on his feet. At the moment, things got simpler, but his eyes got complicated. He didn't forget the wish he made before Lu Qing sang on stage. If Lu Qing sang well, he would call his father. Now that Lu Qing does sing well, Goku could very well turn into a phenomenal song. Lu Qing saved himself. I didn't realize I was pointing out such a great song at the drop of a hat. However, if I rush up to Qing now and call him father, I'm afraid I'll be arrested as a psychopath. I'm a handful of years old, so I'd rather not play that nonsense. No one else knows anyway. The assistant director chose to forget the memory, shaking his head in an attempt to get it out of his head, preferably never to be remembered again. He then stopped these unreliable thoughts and began to think about business. Qing had been interning on the program for a while, and he hadn't even known that there was such a talent under his hand. Singer backstage lounge area. The singers felt the lyrics of Wukong carefully, recalling the layers of emotions brought by Qing singing. A singer is first and foremost a listener before he or she is a singer. Everyone interprets music differently, and when a song has been written and sung, it doesn't belong to that artist anymore. To paraphrase, there were 1,000 Gokus in the eyes of 1,000 people, and the Goku that Qing understood was only one of them. But without exception, everyone who commented on the song was positively positive. One of the singers said, "It's been a long time since the scene has produced something this good and original. Look at my tears. I'm really touched. Strange. Why is this singing obviously full grade? Why do you work as a music critic? He's perfectly capable of being a songwriter." When the singer finished, all the singers agreed. Songwriters are so rare. Most singers have never published a song they wrote, but all singers must have written their own songs. Why hasn't it been published? The quality is not high, period. It can be said that songwriting and singing are two completely separate professions, separated by a mountain. To break it down further, lyrics, compositions, and arrangements are also three different fields, and there are even fewer talents who can balance quality and quantity at the same time. These singers are overflowing with praise, but one of the singers also had some different views, and the entertainment industry has seen too many singers who have had one hit song, but have been followed by a lack of success. They burst onto the scene and then never put out another high-level piece of work and then died out. Maybe it's just a flash in the pan. 2. Of course these are just thoughts in the singer's mind and not spoken. The backstage lounge is filled with camera positions that faithfully record the expressions of each singer. He smiled as he echoed the other singers and continued to watch the screen. Unless Qing can consistently produce high-level work. But can Qing? Main stage. The host began a brief interview with Qing. It even followed the process of having the members of the music critic group comment on Qing's song. Qing was not a singer participating in the competition, but enjoyed the treatment of a singer. The music critics in the music critics group are all well-known figures in the circle, and they got in the way of their relationships, or for the sake of their rice bowls. They commented on Wang Lingjia's The Great Sage and said something against their will. When Goku came out, to say that Qing was inferior to Wang Lingjia again would be talking nonsense with open eyes. Anyone with basic aesthetics can hear that Goku blows away Shang. So this time, all the music critics made a unanimous decision, tell the truth. So they were going to praise Qing so hard that they were going to praise Qing straight out of his hair. They all knew that Qing wasn't a music critic, but a vegetarian who had been temporarily pulled in to cover for him. The song starts off with a full sense of atmosphere, so that the whole person is invested in the mood of the song. It's like taking a journey with Qing, and it's an amazing feeling. Qing utilized very mature singing techniques. He didn't show off, and all his techniques were utilized in just the right way. I can't imagine that you're just a junior in college. The younger generation is fearful. You're not the first to incorporate opera singing into pop music, but you're the first in my mind. This time it really opened my eyes to a whole new image of Goku, and I really felt that this new form of interpretation of Goku brought nothing but shock. The music critic bites the word really very hard, and at this point, he doesn't forget to connote Wang Lingjia. It's really tempting to peel Qing's head open to see what's in his head to be able to write such excellent songs in such a short period of time. There were also jokes from music critics. In short, before the audience voted, the music critics raised Qing's audience popularity to another level. The next step is the voting process, regardless of whether the evaluation of the music review group objective or not. In the end, Wang Lingjia and Qing, this is not a competition of the competition, or to see the audience vote to decide the winners and losers. And now the enthusiasm of the live audience to vote is completely more than any previous installment of the show. Since the recording of Born Singer, the singer with the highest number of votes was in the third installment, an ultra-popular female first-tier singer, Deng Ziki. She performed an original song on the show at the time and received 192 audience votes. Deng Ziki used the heat of the show to hit the song, and the single went on to top the song's bestseller chart. Today's recording is the 11th installment of Born Singer, not counting Qing. The highest vote-getter among the 6 singers on stage was Liu Shijuan with 185 votes. Not surprisingly, Liu Shijuan is tonight's winner. The format of the Natural Born Singer is 6 singers are invited to participate in each episode, and the winner of the episode is determined by votes. There will be 12 episodes of The Natural Born Singer to be recorded, and the 12 champion singers will meet on the finale stage. The venue for the finals is the Bird's Nest Stadium and it will be broadcast live. With the popularity of The Natural Born Singer, live tickets will be hard to come by. The number of people watching live online is threatening to exceed 1 million. The heat just exploded. Every singer who participates in every episode of Born Singer aspires to be the winner of the current episode as a way to ride the finale's feverish express. As of now, the overall winner of the first 10 installments has been decided. The moment. The 11th recording session of The Natural Born Singer. The host loudly announced, the number of votes Lu Qing has received is. The moderator paused for a few seconds. Lu Shijuan clenched his fists in the singer's lounge and held his breath, his shoulders shaking imperceptibly. She'd never imagined that a few seconds could be so hard, that it felt like a century. It was like time stood still, all waiting for the moderator to read out the final vote count. 195 votes. The moderator announced the votes in an emotional manner. The scene exploded at once. Lu Qing directly set a new record for the highest number of votes for the program, just 5 votes shy of a perfect vote. This is a very good achievement. It was important to realize that Lu Qing was standing on stage as a pure vegetarian. Being able to get such a high number of votes also proved how hard the quality of Lu Qing's song Wukong was. In the lounge backstage at the show, Lu Shijuan withdrew her gaze with a disappointed expression, her body leaning softly against the back of the sofa. Although Goku deserved it, it's a single-period winner of Born Singer. And who here doesn't want that? A single winner of The Natural Born Singer. The exposure a singer gets is just unmatched by any variety show. Lu Shijuan's mind was now filled with the thought, which way did this Lu Qing come out? Judging from Lu Qing's face with its student-like demeanor, the temperament is nothing like that of a music critic. Lu Shijuan's disappointment was evident to all the other singers, although they didn't get the winner of this installment. As far as this match was concerned, Lu Shijuan overwhelmed them both in terms of song selection and live play, so they hadn't had much hope for the championship. Without hope, there is naturally no disappointment, but at the moment they looked at each other. They had stopped discussing the song Goku, and discussed it further for fear of bringing harm to two people at the same time. They don't know who to comfort now. Wang Lingjia and Lu Shijuan sat on the sofa together. Unlike Lu Shijuan's disappointment, Wang Lingjia kept his face cold and did not speak. Wang Ling armor in the entertainment industry to take the traffic route. Usually excessive marketing persona, relying on money, ability and operation and based on the entertainment industry. He didn't review the song Goku from a professional perspective because he wasn't professional enough. He heard Goku as a good song. There is such magic in a good song that even if you don't understand the full meaning of the song the first time, you will be simply blown away. Wang Lingjia was just blown away, which is why his assessment of Wukong is that it's just shy of rivaling his own creation, the great sage. But hearing the singer's comments, the more Wang Lingjia heard, the more angry he became. Until he saw that Lu Qing ended up with 195 votes, he was even more furious. Straight away, he slammed down his microphone and left the lounge in a huff. Not even the final program wrap-up was recorded. When a group of singers returned to the stage to announce the final results, the audience realized that Wang Lingjia had withdrawn from the competition. Withdrawing from the race at this time, the bigwigs of the music critics group give their assessment. Little significance, little pattern. As the show went on, Wang Lingjia's withdrawal didn't make any waves and the host had the good sense to pass it off as a one-liner. Those who were waiting to see Lu Qing and Wang Lingjia continue to tear each other apart had a change of heart after the performance of Wukong. What the hell is a Wang spirit armor? It's also worthy of lifting Lu Qing's shoes. You're comparing the great sage to Goku? If you don't have questionable taste, then I suspect you're a reverse black. Everyone don't blame Wang Lingjia, put yourself in his shoes. If you were Wang Lingjia, would you have the cheek to be on the same stage with Lu Qing again? Anyway, I don't have the face to see Lu Qing, just now how arrogant Wang Lingjia was, now how humiliated he is. The Goku is awesome. Lu Qing is awesome. Hosts and singers gather on stage. The audience erupted in enthusiastic shouts, more enthusiastic than any previous installment, and the host was secretly staggered. Had Lu Qing formed a support team on the spot? When the cries subsided, the host spoke. Viewers, this is the 11th taping of Born Singer. Thank you to all the singers for singing their hearts out, to the music critics and band teachers, and to the audience in the audience and in front of the TV. Next, I'm going to announce the winner of this installment of Born Singer Dash. The presenter followed his own rhythm. And there was another pause of a few seconds. Right in the middle of all the attention, the host announced it. The winner of this installment is Lu Shijuan. Lu Shijuan revealed an extremely surprised expression and pointed back at himself with his hand. Ah, me? Are you sure you're right? The cameras on the scene also accurately captured Lu Shijuan's expression. Only then did Lu Shijuan react that he was concerned. Although Lu Qing was a vegetarian, he was on stage as a music critic, and even if he got 195 votes, according to the competition system, it was impossible for the program to give the title to Lu Qing. But from a musical point of view, the program group awarded the title to Lu Qing, and Lu Shijuan felt that he wouldn't have a problem with it. In the audience, I don't know who shouted at the top of his voice, "Lu Qing champion!" There were a couple of other audience members yelling along, "Lu Qing champion! Lu Qing champion!" It drew a laugh, and everyone knew it was a joke. This is an endorsement of Lu Qing and the Goku. But today, everyone's initial perception of Lu Qing is a music critic who can sing. As for the winner, it goes to the singer with the highest number of votes. These words immediately made Lu Shijuan feel embarrassed, as if she had stolen Lu Qing's title. The host did not expect such a scene to happen and for a moment did not think of how to save the day. Lu Qing stood on the stage at this time and smiled along with him. Having an audience that recognizes you is something to be happy about no matter what. There's no argument about the title going to Lu Shijuan. Lu Qing interned here and has a general understanding of the program. Each episode of Born Singer will feature 6 singers. The singers are responsible for the program and the program has to ensure the singer's rights. There are clauses about this in the contract that each singer signs with the program. The winner can only come from a pool of 6 singers. Lu Qing was unable to win the title because of his status, not because he wasn't good enough to win the title. Lu Qing tried to keep the atmosphere from getting awkward because of him. He picked up the microphone and coughed lightly twice, and everyone's attention was drawn to Lu Qing. The host was still organizing his words. He couldn't let the scene get so cold, and he was relieved to see Lu Qing about to speak. Lu Shijuan also turned his head to look at Lu Qing. What was he going to say? "Hello everyone, I'm Lu Qing." Lu Qing spoke. "It's all known. Until you get on stage, we'll think of you as the music critic who clashes with the stars. Now, we know you. You're Lu Qing who sang Goku." Lu Qing continued. "First of all, I would like to thank my friends for their support and love. As I said before, on this day, my identity is a music critic. My duty today is to review music, not to participate in the competition." Then, Lu Qing steered the topic away. "I hope everyone will forget the unpleasant things." The audience on stage had stopped paying attention to Wang Lingjia, and when Lu Qing said so, he pulled Wang Lingjia out and whipped him again. The other person, Lu Qing, had been sitting in the music critics group from the beginning, didn't say a word, much less take the initiative to ask to sing on stage. He went on stage and was completely forced by Wang Lingjia. "Wang Lingjia is not a proper son. Please focus on the music itself. It's my honor to be loved by you all." But the winner of this installment, without a doubt, belongs to Lu Shijuan. Let's give her a round of applause. After saying that, Lu Qing led the applause. The audience agreed with Lu Qing's words and sent their own applause. Lu Shijuan looked at Lu Qing with more admiration and appreciation in his eyes. The other singers and teachers of the band also sent their own applause, which also contained appreciation for Lu Qing's personality. Lu Qing's words won the favor of everyone at the scene. Finally, with the host's closing remarks, the recording of the 11th installment of Born Singer was completed. After editing, it's ready to air. When the program broke up, Lu Qing unexpectedly accepted an invitation from the director's team to talk to Lu Qing. Lu Qing agreed after a brief thought that the program was trying to talk about song rights. Before Lu Qing sang, he did not sign a contract with the program like other singers did, and the rights to Wukong were now in Lu Qing's hands. As long as Lu Qing didn't agree, the program couldn't show footage of Lu Qing singing Wukong. Of course, Lu Qing wouldn't disagree unless he was stupid, but after staying in this business for a long time, it is only normal to have disputes settled in advance, and Lu Qing expressed his understanding. "Hello, Mr. Lu Qing. I don't dare to be a teacher. Just call me Lu Qing." He Nian, the director of the Natural Born Singer, was polite when he met Lu Qing and referred to him as a teacher. He Nian's attitude to the outside world is known as tough, but that is divided with whom. No matter to whom is a steel general hard temper. That is not hard, is stupid. Director He Nian didn't bullshit. "It's getting late. Let's get right to the point. We actually want to get the license for Wukong." Lu Qing was not surprised and nodded, not refusing. There are many kinds of copyrights for songs: performance rights, distribution rights, adaptation rights, rental rights, etc. Director He Nian wants to obtain authorization from Lu Qing for just a few of these rights to ensure that the show will be aired properly. As for the subsequent profitability of the Wukong song, it has nothing to do with the program and is entirely up to Lu Qing. He Nian continued. The Born Singer crew will pay $200,000 in hopes of obtaining the license for Goku. Here is the proposed contract. Take a look. Lu Qing quickly scanned the contract, found no loopholes, and signed his name. The whole process was quick, and Ernan was not one to dilly-dally. Also, there's one more thing that I hope you'll consider. Mr. Lu Qing, Lu Qing was a bit surprised. What else was going on? Among tonight's events, Horn gets the show results as director and a phenomenal song. Lu Qing was on the biggest music variety show in China, and the heat was able to take off in waves. Both sides get real benefits, belonging to a win-win situation. Who do not say who took advantage of the two unspoken? He Nian slightly deliberated on his lines. Now on behalf of the Born Singer program team, I'd like to formally extend an invitation to you, and sincerely hope that you'll take part in the recording of the 12th installment of Born Singer in the capacity of a singer. After saying that, He Nian took out another contract in duplicate and placed it on the desktop in front of Lu Qing. Lu Qing was sure of himself in an instant, and he didn't have any reason to refuse. Starting your own journey as a singer from this program is a very good starting point. If they are able to win the next episode, they will even be able to go straight to the heat-exploding finale. Without hesitation, Lu Qing signed the contract. He Nian was quietly relieved to see that the dust had settled. I'm done with my official business, and now I have a personal matter I'd like to ask Mr. Lu Qing for a favor. Lu Qing was once again surprised, and solemnized his expression. Oh, what is it? Director, he please speak. He saw He Nian open the office bookcase behind him and rummage through it, pulling out a poster from it. The posters are very fine and quite well preserved, but a bit old and look a bit old. Lu Qing fixed his eyes on it. It's the Monkey King, isn't it? He Nian smiled innocently. I want to ask Mr. Lu Qing to help me sign an autograph. Lu Qing cried and laughed, but also thought it was something. Tonight signed many names. It is not bad. Then he felt funny again. There are some people who are ostensibly a big, high-flying director, but behind the scenes they're a Goku fan. There were also some people who didn't say thank you to Lu Qing face to face, but in their hearts, they thanked Lu Qing's 18 generations of ancestors. Lu Qing, you are my lucky star. The assistant director was in a very good mood, and despite the fact that it was late at night when the recording of the program was completed, he found the staff member in charge of audio on the show and made a copy of Goku. Go home and listen. Music apps go online with Goku. You need to wait until the show airs, and that's all in a few days. It's a small privilege to be near the water. With the small USB flash drive in his hand, the assistant director began to recall the beginning and end of meeting Lu Qing today. When did Lu Qing come to the program as an intern? A month or 2 months ago? All along, Lu Qing hadn't given too much of an impression. Not excellent, but not making mistakes either. I knew he was a student at the Conservatory of Music, but I usually did odd jobs and didn't realize he had such outstanding musical talent. Lu Qing is too low-key, and being in the nation's best music variety show group, the opportunity to draw attention to himself is definitely there, but you need to fight for it and grab it yourself. No one is going to voluntarily give you the opportunity. Alas, Lu Qing is ultimately a student accustomed to using student thinking to measure this society. Face too thin, easy to suffer. If I hadn't pushed Lu Qing today, there's a good chance that he wouldn't have had a chance to show his face until the end of his internship. The assistant director has subbed himself into the role of Burrows at this point. Lu Qing is a good horse, a horse of 1,000 miles, but he also needs me, the bull, to give him a chance to create. Having figured out this joint, the assistant director laughed out loud. I see how charming Lu Qing is, and I expect that Lu Qing should be like that when she sees me. What are you laughing at? A hard voice came. The assistant director's hand shivered, and the USB flash drive containing the sound source of the Goku song in his hand slipped to the floor. The smile on his face came to an abrupt end. He guyed. At this moment he saw that director he had a smiling face, less of the usual knife-carved coldness. This made him feel a bit uncomfortable, because usually when Mr. He talked to him, he would say fuck in 3 sentences. What good thing made director he so happy? Yo, what fell on the ground? He Nian asked. The assistant director was slightly unnatural. It's the soundtrack to Goku. I quite liked what I heard, so I made a copy. While there are hard and fast rules for programs where this kind of maneuvering is not allowed, it doesn't really hurt to be in your position as an assistant director. Director, he won't criticize me for this, will he? But Genuine is usually scared of being scolded, and the assistant director is careful. Oh, give it to me, will you? He Nian raised an eyebrow at that, and although he wanted to hear it himself, it was too late in the day to make a copy like the assistant director did. He Nian loved Lu Qing's rendition of Wukong, and the more he listened to it, the more flavorful it became. The assistant director immediately fell into a brainstorming session when he heard He Nian's words. Is Mr. He consulting with me? This tone of voice is something that director he has never had before. Is director he really angry because I made a private copy of the audio source? Or is it because of the music critic thing? What did I just do wrong? Details. Which details? Could it be that director he doesn't like Lu Qing? He thought of a million possibilities. He just didn't realize that He Nian was also a Goku fan. Thinking about it, the assistant director suddenly realized that director he was still waiting for him to reply, and his brain buzzed. Stuttering, he said, fuck, give me the flash drive. He Nian cursed with a laugh. The sweat on the assistant director's forehead was coming down, and he let out a long sigh of relief when he heard director He's scolding. Get comfortable. This time it's right. I can go home tonight and get a good night's sleep. A day before the 11th episode of The Natural Born Singer aired, its official Weibo account released a lot of singing clips and highlights from the show to warm up. The results are remarkable, as the conflict in this installment is very watchable. Plus the variety comes with its own heat. The heat exploded the day the show aired. Born Singer 11. Vegetarians dislike traffic stars. Who are you rooting for? The Great Sage versus Goku? How amazing is Goku? The King's spirit armor is too small. Qing's microblog. The most powerful Goku in history. After the show aired, there were 7 hot topics related to the Natural Born Singer in one breath. The comments under the Born Singer's official Twitter account blew up as well. Good for you thick-browed programmers to fix up a big job without saying a word. It's a good job. You can do more next time. The quality of this issue is very high. Please keep it up. I declare Goku the best song I've heard in 3 years. Mustn't admit, there's something real about this guy singing Goku. I didn't realize that he could combine a trick accent and pop so well without being abrupt at all. This is the best Western I've heard in recent years. The whole song incorporates just the right amount of Chinese elements and is well worth learning. Haven't you guys noticed that this person's vocals are actually quite impressive? Not inferior to first-tier singers. Have you heard? Qing is not a music critic, but actually a vegetarian, temporarily pulled by the program to work. Ha, Wang Lingjia was hung up and hammered by a vegetarian. I've long looked at these traffic stars with displeasure. All the vegetarians are so fierce nowadays, laughing me to death. Qing is also too detrimental, putting aside the music, saying that Wang Lingjia people have a lot of personality, a music program putting aside the music ha. What's the defense of the Great Sage? Subway Senior Cellphone.jpg. Qing did a great job. I'm powdered. Someone show me the way. Which Qing microblog is it? Speaking as someone who has been in the music business for over a decade, Qing's musicianship is really high. Point taken. Upstairs. This at Qing is a bit of a line. It's Qing himself. Wang Ling Armor is also concerned about the microblogging. See the one-sided comment when direction knows are angry crooked. As early as the day the recording ended, Wang Lingjia contacted the program through his uncle, hoping to discuss the art of editing with the program, but it was righteously rejected by director Hernandez. There's no need for the malicious editing thing. Born Singer, a music competition variety show. The core selling point is not celebrity guests tearing each other apart. Why bother to make a name for yourself? When he was first approached to get Wang Lingjia into the show, He Nian already regretted it. The guests invited in the past editions of Born Singer are all powerhouses and none of them are traffic stars. This program is the winning work of Hernandez, and the heat and word of mouth are unprecedentedly good. He doesn't want to leave a stain or a regret on his work. Luckily Qing showed up, and by some misadventure, the final presentation was great. Otherwise, the decision to let Wang Lingjia into the group would probably have to be regretted for the rest of his life. So He Nian resolutely did not allow the backdoor act of ruining the show to happen again. There's one last installment before the finals, and we can't afford to make a mistake at this point. After seeing that communication was fruitless, Wang Lingjia immediately set out to buy water armies and control comments in an attempt to control public opinion when the show aired. For the past few years, this move has been unbeatable, but this time 1,000 calculations did not count on the heat of this event blowing up. The prepared sailors are like throwing a stone in the ocean. Any waves? There is, but only a little. Insignificant. Immediately afterward, public opinion was like a wild horse out of control, heading in an uncontrollable direction, galloping away. Blame it on Qing's performance of Goku touching too many people. Silence is the majority in the internet. They are usually busy with their lives and don't like to vent their emotions in the internet. So much so that it gives people the illusion that the environment in the internet is equal to the real social environment. Actually, no. You can refer to an instance of an incident on Earth for specifics. A certain over-the-top singer is not even in the data list, but when he opens a concert, it's hard to get a ticket. After being mocked by the fans of a pop star, the fans of the outdated singer started a huge Sunset group building activity. Encourage each other to do tutorials and learn to hit the charts for data. Finally, under the efforts of a group of middle-aged fans, the perennial high data list of traffic stars pulled down the horse, topped the data list first. We're old, not dead. This is a phrase used by fans to tease themselves during the Sunset reunion. It's very appropriate to use at this point. The number of sleeping netizens awakened by Wukong this time is too many, and Qing has infected one batch of netizens who do not like to make a sound with her songs. They drowned out the water army with the most passionate emotions, and there were even a lot of Wang Lingjia's fans who abandoned the darkness and switched to Qing. Lu Qing's latest microblog was a promotional video sent out in conjunction with the program, and the microblog quickly amassed thousands of comments underneath. From Armor, is there still a place for me? Armor was hung by Lu Qing. I'll quietly take down Armor and then quietly follow Lu Qing. No one will notice me, right? Decided to follow a wave first. Follow now. I'll be an old fan later. Crying. The front can still hold back. Treading the spirit sky. Unbridled and insolent came out, and I directly couldn't hold it back. Ooh-hoo. Lu Qing, you have to be responsible for me. You pay for my tears. Don't all make a lot of noise. I've found a treasure boy. Let me cover up for a while. I didn't realize you were a college student. That's too good. Why did you let me get to know you? It would make me feel like I'm here on Earth to make up the numbers. Lu Qing, are you blind? It hit me in the heart. Wait a minute. I didn't tell you guys I caught a 10-pound chub this afternoon either. Who asked you? Lu Qing, a little line can be too screwed up. Lu Qing, you are not only a little line. You can be two line. Big line. No one is better than you. The forest is big. What kind of netizens are there? There are saying earthy love words. There are fishing guys come over to scurry around to rub the heat. There are also netizens who flirt with Lu Qing's microblogging nickname. With the popularity of Born Singer, Lu Qing's fanbase is rising at a rate that can be seen with the naked eye. After a while, Lu Qing picked up her phone and browsed up the messages, and in a flash, she was surprised by the skyrocketing number of followers. The song Goku rose 300,000 fans, inside a university dormitory. Exempt. Today's episode of Born Singer Hot Search is so fierce. The phrases have been on the Hot 100 all day since the Natural Born Singer aired. The dormitory boss was immediately interested. Come, let's watch Born Singer together today. I love watching celebrities tear each other apart. Coincidence? It's not. I also like to see tearing. Let me see which heroes and heroines tore this one up. I've long looked at that undead or whatever. What the hell? He's a traffic star. Watch out for his fans to cyberstorm you. Don't any of you care how the songs are? That shall not be until after we have heard it. Who do you guys think is number one on today's episode of The Natural Born Singer? The dormitory boss said without hesitation. I think Lu Shijuan is the winner. There are 6 singers in total, removing a traffic star. There are still 4 powerhouses left. Lu Shijuan is both a singer and popular, so I'm sure I can't go wrong. The second dormitory elder disagreed. You don't understand the way here. Who is the champion doesn't necessarily depend on the strength. I think Wang Lingjia is likely to be the champion. You guys don't understand the capital operation. He had a frowny look on his face. You didn't look at the hot search, did you? It says that Wang Lingjia was hanged by a music critic named Lu Qing. How can Wang Lingjia be the champion? The dormitory penis was embarrassed, and an analysis was as fierce as a tiger, and the result was that Wang Lingjia pulled across. In order to regain some face, he forced himself to salvage his respect. That's because the capital behind Wang Lingjia isn't hard enough. The oldest 3 in the dormitory said, is there such a possibility that it's not that Wang Ling armor isn't hard enough? It's that this one called Lu Qing is too fierce? Don't even guess. Lu Qing is fierce or not? We won't know after watching. The 4 members of the dormitory gathered at a table and pressed play. The first singer to take the stage was Lu Shijuan. When she finished her song, the audience on stage erupted in applause. The dormitory boss was satisfied. How is it? 185 votes. I told you Lu Shijuan is good. Today's champion is not her. Only the boss was a fan of Lu Shijuan in the dormitory. The others weren't crazy about her. They just want to watch the ripping. All the way to the end of the show. When Wang Lingjia came on stage, the entire dormitory immediately hit the ground running. Today I can stand on stage and play. Can you, Lu Qing? You know the Monkey King so well. Why don't you sing one? Come on. The microphone is for you. If you're good, you're on. When Wang Lingjia said this, the good show began. Coming. Combined with the sound effects, the sense of conflict comes out immediately. And as the conflict intensified, the entire dormitory spoke out. Wang Lingjia is so aggressive based on being a star? The quality is too bad. You guys look at Wang Lingjia. When Lu Qing agreed to the critique, the corner of his mouth moved. He must have been pleased in his heart. Sucks. The entire dormitory couldn't help but take a stand and start cheering for Lu Qing. It was easy for them to substitute Lu Qing's role because Lu Qing was the weaker party. Ordinary people naturally sympathized with the underdogs, and their mentality changed, moving from the eating crowd to Lu Qing's camp. Their hearts were in their throats, and even though they knew it wasn't a live broadcast, they were still worried for Lu Qing. I'm really good. Lu Qing began to fight back. Soon the program proceeded to the part where Lu Qing sang. They didn't know the result yet, and at this moment, they were still sweating for Lu Qing. In case they didn't sing well, it would be a great shame. The moon splashes the stars, the long road is long, the wind and smoke are gone. and the solitary shadow is appalling. Lu Qing's vocals came out and directly filled the sense of atmosphere. The entire dormitory was dumbfounded. Forgetting that Lu Qing and Wang Lingjia were tearing each other apart. Forgetting that Lu Qing was still singing as a music critic, he directly immersed himself in the song Wukong. A rebellious, helpless, lonely, and free Monkey King seemed to stand before their eyes. This song? YYDS. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Crap. 195 votes. Haha, this Wang Lingjia is the real clown. Directly beating him out of the match. Lu Qing is too good. Lu Qing has 195 votes. Wang Lingjia has 96 votes. Lu Qing has exactly 99 more votes than him, so I'll give Lu Qing 99 points. One more point, I'm afraid Lu Qing will be proud. The bull is over. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people in the dormitory all became Lu Blow. The dormitory boss had been swiping his cell phone all day, and hadn't stopped since last night. All the bits and pieces about Lu Qing, not missing a beat, have been searched with high intensity. Lu Qing is on fire. He's everywhere now, the dormitory boss shouted excitedly. Out of a sense of identification with Lu Qing, it made the dormitory boss look at Lu Qing like he was his own son. The second was even more excited than the oldest. Don't be a music critic. Be a singer. Debut. Debut immediately. Lao San incarnated as Lu Blow number 3. Lu Qing must have GAGA messed up and killed when he arrived in the entertainment industry. The oldest 4 is Lu Blow number 4. Look at Lu Qing's microblogging below. I'm not the only one who begged him to make a debut. This person has a vision. The heroes see the same thing. I'll give him a nod of approval. On the Huaxia Music New Songs chart, it's only been a day, and Wukong has already killed its way to number 8, and the top spot is bound to be taken. With the heat of Born Singer, Wukong also made a strong appearance on China Music's July New Songs chart. Unlike Earth's major music software's dyadic situation, Huaxia Music is a dominant situation. Any singer who wants to make music can't get around. Huaxia Music, China Music, has almost monopolized the distribution channels of digital records, but it has not relied on its position in the industry to act in an overbearing manner, relying on the industry's wide recognition and reputation with consumers. Huaxia Music has very strong credibility and authority. The 2 most informative lists of Chinese music are the New Songs list and the bestseller list. Goku started to soar after it hit the July New Releases chart. 50th, 22nd, 14th, 8th, 3rd. Finally, 3 days after the program aired, Goku topped the New Songs chart. A lot of people who never watch variety shows but like to listen to songs have gathered on Huaxia Music. The amount of traffic a new song chart can generate is horrific. At this point, the number of comments under the song Goku has already surpassed 10,000+. The first time I heard the theater accent, it was really amazing, and the song is just wonderfully arranged. This new singer sings about the spirituality of Goku. Great sage, what do you want to do with this trip? To step on the southern sky and shatter the spirit sky. If I never go back, I will never go back. Not a single line is written about Goku, but every line is written about Goku. The bat struck me directly in the heart. It was so shocking. Lyricist Lu Qing, composer Lu Qing, arranger Lu Qing, singer Lu Qing, tie pants hot. Jack is an American native who was introduced to the Chinese language by chance and was immediately attracted to the profound Chinese culture. In order to be able to learn Chinese better, he started working as a video blogger in a Chinese internet community for 2.5 years now. Jack opened the back end of the video platform to check for private messages, as he always did. But Jack immediately realized something was wrong. What's with the number of private messages today? Also, the private messages all seem to be about the same. A fan has even already posted a link to the video. Jack opened the private messages one by one and figured it out. His fans want him to do an installment of one song's reaction video. Wukong? Jack read into the caption of the video sent to him by a fan. He then turned the camera on to record his reaction at the request of a fan. The video that the fan sent over to Jack was a purely enjoyable version of Wukong, with no Wang Lingjia or the ins and outs of the show, just footage of Lu Qing singing for a little over 3 minutes. Jack adjusted his sitting position and spoke to the camera. Okay, I'm spoiling you guys for a Goku video. Is Goku alone? To find out, let me know in the comments section and I'll start. The stage was well lit and the scene slowly pushed in closer as Lu Qing could be seen brewing emotions. Wow, this man is handsome. Jack stuck a thumbs up at the camera. Moon splash. Oh, I love that vocal line. Jack speaks a voice with a bit of glee, which is a fancy word. You guys aren't fooling me. This guy sings awesome. Oh hiya, anal, I'm familiar with it. I just learned the word. It means very sad. Sad. Phantasmagoria in the sky. Jack could listen to the lyrics up to this point in a general way, but from here on out it was unintelligible. Out of the maze? The six dusts? Madness? Devil's debt? What's all this? The small bit of smugness that had just gone up in smoke. Whenever I feel that my Chinese skills have increased, Chinese teaches me to be a new person. Since the lyrics were unintelligible, Jack began to feel the melody of the song carefully. Good songs convey emotions that can cross language barriers. Jack felt it with his heart, and he heard a bit of loneliness, freedom, but as if something bound it. Without realizing it, he stopped talking to the camera. He was so engrossed in the song he didn't even realize it himself. Calling a Buddha. What do I need this iron rod for? This stick. Call you ashes. The whole song played out, but he still didn't say anything. He was still reminiscing on the emotions the song had brought him. He was having mixed feelings right now, but couldn't accurately express his feelings in Chinese. Jack still did his best to describe what he thought of the whole song. F.O.Z. Wow. That's some awesome singing. Can someone tell me what kind of singing it is? I really like this song. It's a song that I feel very powerful and a little bit sad. I don't know if that's right. Please let me know in the comments section. Didn't get a lot of it. I'll add it to the song list and keep listening. Finally, a one-button trifecta. Jack uploaded the video to the platform and immediately single-looped Goku and started learning the words to the lyrics. Learning a language through music is a way to make learning less painful and more enjoyable. He loved Goku and he decided to study the song thoroughly. 2.5 hours later, Jack painfully grabbed his already disheveled hair, rendering, lanchan, meaning declining, withering, to be exhausted, from Tang by Judy's Rendezvous. What's the decline? What's withering? What's going to end? Since Tang? White residence? Easy? Chanting? And Goku. What Goku? Where is there a Goku? There is not a single Goku in the entire lyrics. Jack, in an attempt to ease the agonizing torment, was ready to open the comments of the review to see what was going on. By now a few comments had accumulated under the video. Haha, I'm relieved to see that you don't understand. A brief background of the song. The protagonist of the song is Sun Wukong. In European and American terms, one of China's most famous superheroes. Superman, Man of Steel, and Captain America have been upholding justice for you for 70 to 80 years, and the Monkey King, for us, has been cutting down demons for 500 years. You have many heroes, we have only him. The first half of the song sings of the Monkey King's bondage and resentment, while the song is about breaking free and regaining freedom. Jack can be, and listens very carefully. I have a feeling that although Jack didn't understand the lyrics, he understood the meaning of the song. Love to see bloggers being tortured by Chinese. It's cool, ha 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 ha. It's normal to not understand it, and the more times you listen to it you'll realize that the more you listen to it, the less you understand it. Next time for sure. Jack was in a much better mood when he saw the comments section. He saw a lot of familiar faces and a lot of white whoring monsters. The comments section is full of valuable comments that can help him understand the song. By now he knows that Goku is a national hero. Justice, demons, 500 years, superheroes. Words like that made Jack feel cool. This sense of mystery and novelty had intrigued Jack about the figure of Goku. This made his desire to explore even stronger, and he desperately wanted to know more about what the word Goku stood for. Every time he does this, he marvels at the depth of China's thousands of years of cultural heritage, which is why he is so fascinated by it. Qing would never have imagined that a song he sang would have such a strange effect on a stranger across the ocean in such a way. That's the beauty of Goku. Day 2. Jack was dumbfounded when he opened the video site again. In a day's time, his reaction video surpassed 1 million views, and it made it onto the hit list. For the first time. This is the first time Jack has achieved such high airplay. Updating videos on Chinese platforms relies mainly on Jack's interest and is a means for him to learn Chinese. As a result, he updates as he goes along and has a very small body of followers. Usually it's around 10,000 plays, but this update directly doubled it 100 times. The follower count, which hasn't grown in a long time, has also grown significantly because of this video. Jack somewhat understands why his fans want him to do the reaction video for Goku. That's a lot of heat. It also made Jack realize anew what a special place the character of the Monkey King had in the Chinese nation. He turned on the song video again and went to take a look at something he'd never paid attention to before. Wukong, composed by Qing, sung by Qing. He followed the overwhelming hot searches and quickly found Qing's Weibo. Decisive attention. The heat of Wukong is still fermenting, and there are clips about Qing everywhere on Weibo, video platforms, and music software. Born Singer is also hotter than any previous installment. People pay more attention and the details get magnified. In one corner of the Hot 100, a topic is quietly climbing in popularity. Eventually, the phrase made it into the top 10 on the Hot 100 list. Natural Born Singer. Qing clicked in to take a look and cried and laughed, but it was actually a fight for himself. The title is, Why Lu Qing is Not Destined to be a Champion. The content of the article said that Lu Qing clearly obtained 195 votes while Lu Shijuan only had 185 votes and the winner was not Lu Qing. People may think that in the end, Lu Shijuan won the championship because the capital behind her was operating. It's not Lu Shijuan but just picked up the slack. The truth is actually that the capital behind Wang Lingjia stepped in. Anti-bar tip. At this point, you might say, no, that's not right. People Lu Qing finally said himself, that champion is Lu Shijuan. Oh, Lu Qing, did he really say what he wanted to say? The student who ate the duck neck also said later that he ate a duck neck. Do you believe it? Lu Qing was threatened. Don't believe what Lu Qing says. When Lu Qing saw this, he just wanted to spit, but he didn't expect that this netizen who wrote the incitement posting predicted his prediction. And directly an anti-bar tip. The point is, as anyone with eyes can see, I'm just a music critic. Go on stage to sing a Wukong. To give Wang Lingjia a vivid image of the music class, we look at a fun on the line, how also conspiracy theories up. Lu Qing continued to browse the content of the posting, and the more he read, the more outrageous it became. Here's a tidbit for you. I have a friend who was at the taping and he saw it with his own eyes. Did you guys find out that when the program was recorded at the end of the show, there was not a single shot of Wang Lingjia? In fact, at that time he had already withdrawn from the show, and the program group did not cut it in when they edited the show. In the time it took him to exit the stage, he actually contacted his bodyguard to go. During a break in the program, Wang Lingjia's bodyguard threatens Lu Qing, saying that if Lu Qing really dares to take the title of this episode, he will make Lu Qing suffer. Lu Qing was just a college student with no background, and at that time, she was so scared and confused that she had to agree to that bodyguard. Really, my friend was in the toilet cubicle and heard it loud and clear. Alas, the capitalists are angry and can cut off a young man's great career with a move of the tongue. If it wasn't for Lu Qing coming out of nowhere, the winner of this issue would actually have been internally determined to be Wang Lingjia. You say it's impossible? Then you don't know how hard the capital behind Wang Lingjia is. You go ahead and scroll back. Which of the singers born singer invited is not a powerhouse vocalist? And Wang Lingjia, a traffic star, must have been the one who was hardwired into the show. You may not know that He Nian, the general director of Born Singer, has always been a very stubborn person, and what he decides is not good enough even if the King of Heaven comes, but that's how it is. It's also been gotten through by the capital behind Wang Lingjia, so just tell me if it's hard or not. I'm just sorry that a talent like Lu Qing has been buried. After offending Wang Lingjia, Lu Qing was afraid that his future path would not be easy. The article ends here. Lu Qing, I was threatened? And then I personally don't know? Lu Qing thought for half a day and couldn't figure out what motivated this person to post such a flawed article. Lu Qing was thinking about how to respond when the program side sent a message to Lu Qing, to the effect that the article has been seen. The program team dealt with it immediately and told Lu Qing not to worry about it. The article spread quickly and is now at the top of the Hot 100 list. Now there are already a large number of netizens who have gone to the bottom of Wang Lingjia's microblogging to blast. Wang Lingjia, you little brat, bullying our family Lu Qing, right? Just circle the wagons in your own acreage and fool your few fans. Don't come out and disgust others. I hear you're pretty tough behind the scenes. I suggest a strict investigation. The last one that was as hard as you are. The sewing machine is smoking from the treadmill by now. Shouldn't you send a lawyer's letter next? Wang Lingjia is sitting at home, but the pot comes from heaven. With Goku out of the ring, the heat is so great that Wang Lingjia's water army tactics lose their effectiveness. Plus, it was not justified in the first place, so he was going to deal with it coldly, not responding, and waiting for the furor of the matter to pass. Originally Wang Ling Armor has been in the state of vacation. Received a call from the agent immediately on the microblogging to understand the situation. The more you look at it, the more shocked you are and the less you understand it. I've got a lot of money behind me? I'm the one who's going to win the championship? Wang Lingjia was so angry that he spat out blood. If I was tough enough, could I let Lu Qing bully me like this? If I was able to determine the champion, I would have done it a long time ago. Wang Lingjia had thought that he was quite tough, but the power of the people directly made him wimp out. Lu Qing, you're a bully. I recognize you. The official side of the natural born singer. With the phenomenal song Goku, the show's reputation has risen to another level. The program has received rave reviews since it aired. But immediately after this little rumor-mongering essay appeared, a few highly liked comments shot to the top. Program organizers, please return the championship to Lu Qing. If Lu Qing isn't the champion, I can't think of anyone else who could be. I didn't expect. I always thought that Born Singer is the biggest and hottest music variety show in China is going to keep the competition fair. You're really out of my expectation. If you don't give a statement today, I'll live under your microblog. Shady/eater. Goku is sung to you people. All I want is fairness and to sit back and wait for the results. It didn't take long for the official blog of the Natural Born Singer to send out a tweet setting the record straight. The program staff took out the contracts of Lu Shijuan and other singers from the 11th period and showed several of the clauses to prove that it was true. Then show the date of the singer's signature and contact the singer himself to forward a clarification. Finally, the rumor monger was contacted to delete the post and apologize to set the record straight. The program's operations handled the situation properly and prevented the incident from expanding in a timely manner. By the way, I'm taking advantage of the heat of the matter to announce it to the public. Lu Qing will soon join the recording of the 12th episode of Born Singer as a singer. Misunderstood. It's all a misunderstanding. The netizens who had just been raging suddenly lost their temper to rise up. It was natural not to bring the matter up again. Turning his head, he began to spread the heat for Lu Qing's participation in the recording of Born Singer. Thanks to the show's clever defenses, bad things have turned into good things. Lu Qing's participation in the 12th installment of Born Singer hit the hotspot. Everyone began to look forward to what other surprise works Lu Qing, who had created Goku, could bring them. They have a hunch that a superstar is rising. Some people have a sharp edge that they can't hide. In the blink of an eye, the 12th installment of Born Singer officially began recording. The program airs not only the parts where the singers sing, but also some of the process of the singers' draws to prepare their songs, as well as the difficulties encountered in songwriting for the current issue, and their journey, etc. Variety's usual tactics now. On this day, Xiao Lu and the photographer from the program team came to the Linchang Conservatory of Music. Xiao Lu was a temporary assistant sent to Lu Qing by the program team, responsible for some simple interviews and receptions, answering some of the singers' questions and so on. The program distributes such a temporary assistant to each singer. Xiao Lu was also excited when he received the assignment, Lu Qing's Goku, which he loved. Moreover, interviewing singers inside the campus has never been such an experience for Xiao Lu. The participants in the recording of Born Singer are all long-established singer stars. All of them are powerhouses and most of them are not young. The program has reached its 12th installment, and it is still the first time that a current college student like Lu Qing has been on the program. After obtaining permission from the school to film, Lu enters the campus, which has a really youthful atmosphere. Mr. Lu Qing competed with 5 other powerful singers as a student, and was very much out of his league. Xiao Lu sweated for Lu Qing when he already knew the list of other singers. Here, Lu Qing waved to Xiao Lu when he saw him. The videography has already started. Oh, Xiao Lu reminded Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded his head to indicate that he knew. Hello, Mr. Lu Qing. Just call Lu Qing. I wouldn't dare to be a teacher. After a brief introductory speech, Xiao Lu got to the point. Mr. Lu Qing, I'd like to introduce you to the 12th installment of Born Singer. The repertoire sung by the 6 singers in this installment is united by the director's group, and the singers are free to choose original or cover songs according to the theme of this installment. In fact, there are basically no original songs in this kind of music competition variety show. For one thing, the recording cycle of the program is short, and the effect of the songs created is not much better. Secondly, it takes a lot of time to arrange the songs, rehearse the ensemble, etc. So singers take the form of a cover plus an adaptation to interpret the song. But Lu Qing was different. All his songs were original in this world. As he sings one song after another, he is sure to bring wave after wave of shock to the world. I can't help it. My hand is full of kings and I don't even have a 2. The theme of the song that the singer needs to perform in this installment is time. At this time, Xiao Lu took out a lottery box from somewhere. There was a lottery opening on the top so that you could put your hand in it, and there were a few cards in the box. The advantage of a uniform proposition is that it narrows down the criteria for judging and distinguishes the singers at a glance. But the downside is just as obvious. The show will be slightly less watchable. After all the singers are thinking against the clock, and there will inevitably be times when their thoughts collide. The showrunners added 2 more keywords for each person under the theme of time in order to avoid this kind of thing and also to enhance the viewing experience. Let's ask Lu Qing to draw his keyword now. Lu Qing also found it very novel, and he put his hand into the draw box with interest and drew out his keyword. Time, passage, affection. Lu Qing drew the keywords passing and affection, and almost immediately, a song came to Lu Qing's mind. Nothing fits this theme better than this song. Released in 2011, the song became an overnight sensation after appearing on the CCTV Spring Festival Gala in 2014. The song is everywhere, on the streets, on TV and the internet, and in the family's conversation at the Spring Festival reunion. At the time, the influence of the Spring Festival was unrivaled, and it was clear that the song was out of the loop, and the word fire was not enough to describe it. Several singers and stars have covered the song on various occasions. The lyrics of this song were written by Chen Shi after he celebrated his mother's 60th birthday and saw her half a lifetime of firewood, rice, oil and salt, but in the blink of an eye there are only wrinkles left on her face. This kind of feeling about the unconscious passing of time. And he wrote the lyrics of this song in a single breath. The song was composed by Dong Dong Dong, which completed the song's composition. Where has the time gone? Seeing Lu Qing's thoughtful expression, Xiao Lu inquired. It looks like student Lu Qing already has a thought? A lot of songwriters are the same. Inspiration may come and they can write a really awesome song in 10 minutes. Lu Qing nodded. Ideas can't be talked about. It's already a song. Xiao Lu laughed out loud. I didn't expect Lu Qing to be so humorous. To say that a song was created in 10 minutes, Xiao Lu is believed, but that is also very rare, unattainable. No more powerful creator could have had more moments like this in his creative life. Lyrics, compositions, arrangements and harmonies. There are too many aspects of a song that need to be completed. And Lu Qing said that the song is ready to be written. Xiao Lu just thought that Lu Qing had made a joke, and also thought that Lu Qing was a very interesting person. Lu Qing only got the theme less than a minute ago. How can it become a song? Who believes who is a fool? Lu Qing didn't feel that he was humorous. On the contrary, he sincerely couldn't be more sincere. What he said was the truth. It had become a song. The song Where Has the Time Gone? Fits perfectly with the keywords of the 12th installment of his theme. For the single period winner of Born Singer, Lu Qing had to fight for it. The heat of the finals is not something to sneeze at. He wants to use the heat to get the classic songs out there. Without hot publicity, good songs can really get buried. Even if he's a diva, there will still be leftovers from the albums he releases. Now that the program has stipulated a theme, so the singers are competing under the theme of time. Winning the 12th installment with Where Has All the Time Gone shouldn't be too much of a problem. Can I see the keywords on the other cards? Lu Qing said with some curiosity. Seeing that Lu Qing had already identified his keywords, Xiao Lu readily agreed with Lu Qing. Time, present moment, Rakuten. When Lu Qing saw this set of keywords, he immediately associated them with spontaneity, enjoyment of the moment, and a kind of lightheartedness towards time. Time, life, crossing. This set of keywords would be chosen by another singer, and the thoughts that came to Lu Qing's mind were of an exuberant, life-upward mood. All great themes, and it seems like the show has put a lot of thought and effort into avoiding homogenization of song choices and improving the spectacle aspect. There were many songs in this world that fit the theme of time, but in Lu Qing's opinion, they were probably all less emotionally compelling than Where Has All the Time Gone? Lu Qing was already looking forward to it. He was going to take this song and sing it to the people of this world. As Lu's interview came to a close, she asked one last question. Mr. Lu Qing, do you know who the other singers on the same stage as you are? Lu Qing is also interested in knowing the enemy. It wasn't until he heard the list of singers and instantly became serious that he realized it wasn't that simple. Quan Quan, Zhou Pen Pen, Yang Zhongwei, Huang Zero, Lin Yojia, and Lu Qing will participate in the recording of the 12th installment of Born Singer, an audio-visual feast, so stay tuned. While groups of temporary assistants and teams of photographers were filming interviews, the official Twitter account of Born Singer revealed the list of singers to build momentum. A full season of The Natural Born Singer has made a name for itself among viewers, the 12th and final installment of the Born Singer routine. So the response to this preview was overwhelming when it went out. Before the previews of previous shows were sent out, netizens would recommend their favorite singers to the showrunners in the hope that they would be invited by the showrunners. Although most of them were not accepted, the netizens were happy to do so. Some netizens were naturally a little disappointed to see that their favorite singers were not on the list. But those netizens who got what they wanted couldn't care less and ran to the Born Singer's official blog to leave comments below. I can't believe Fountain is here. The show has never let me down. Fancy Springs is the most capable male duo on the mainland, having been on the scene for more than 20 years, with countless classics, and sales of their first album in the record era topping 1 million. Some fans have started to show off the achievements of their favorite singers. Other fans have followed suit and marketed their favorite singers in the comments section. After all, even the most famous singer stars have their own blind spots of fame. Zhou Pen Pen talent show singer origin. Singing skills have nothing to say. Recently, the official organization of a large party, a large number of singers fake singing, then the smooth full open mic solid show us singing. All get out of the way. Yang Zhongwei is here. All cry. Since Young specializes in bitter songs, his fans flirted with the idea themselves. The tranny singer is here. How can I describe it exactly? 00 style is strange. Not sweet and spicy style, not soft girl style, not janky style, not European or American style. It's something I'd go crazy if I watched it. The pack is very low key, so just be quiet and listen to the songs. Lu Qing is too pitiful. No one said a word for Lu Qing. Although Lu Qing achieved huge attention with his song Wukong, he is still far from the years of accumulation of these long-established singers. The only way to stand out is to come up with a classic. I have to say one thing, the show is going to hire people. You can dislike these singers, but you can't say these singers are vegetables. Ooh, Lu Qing is going to be hard. Lu Qing, stand up. Sister supports you. If you really can't beat it, come into your sister's arms. Your sister will support you. You're thinking about fart eating. The Natural Born Singer Program, General Director's Office. The music director took a big gulp of water and sat on his but in General Director He Nian's boss chair as he grumbled. Phew, I've been so busy these past few days that I'm smoking. There's no way around it. It's what you do, He Nian said in a casual tone as he casually found a seat. The music director has to be involved in the singer's song rewriting, and not all singers have the ability to change songs on their own. He is responsible for rearranging the songs to the point where they fit the singer's own characteristics, and in some cases it is no less important to change them than to rewrite them. It had been a few days of exhaustion for him, but the results were good, and each singer polished the songs to a more satisfactory level. He's tired as a music director, but it's an accomplishment. He wanted to take the final installment of Born Singer to the next level. There was only one person who filled the music director's heart. That's Lu Qing. What time is it already? And Lu Qing hasn't come to the rehearsal yet. If he doesn't come today, we'll be over. Tomorrow is the final day to finalize the songs, and the day after tomorrow is Sunday, when the show starts recording. Why isn't this Lu Qing in a hurry? The music director expressed his strong dissatisfaction that any singer, whether famous or not, who has appeared on Born Singer cherishes the opportunity. Some even put off all their announcements and came to the show a few days in advance to practice rehearsals, taking it very seriously. Only Lu Qing, with the other singers in full swing, communicating with their band teachers, talking to themselves about how to change their songs for the better, and constantly experimenting with more possibilities and striving to do their best. Only Lu Qing had never rehearsed, and even the songs were only reported up with a title. It's really a song where Goku puts his ass in the air. He Nian slapped his forehead. Oops, I forgot to tell you. Lu Qing told me that their school is organizing the final exams these days, so they don't have time to come to the group to rehearse. But he's already thought of the songs, and he'll come to the program group to rehearse early tomorrow morning. Saturday. The music director's face cleared up a little. Humph. Only one day to practice. The other singer teachers were famous earlier than him, had lower shelves than him, and had more serious attitudes than him. Did Lu Qing really not consider all of this? He Nian didn't care. Lu Qing has talent. One day is enough. Besides, he has said that the song has already been written. The music director gave a beat. He could tell from the title that Where Did the Time Go was an original song. What he was angry about was Lu Qing's complete lack of regard for him as the music director. Modestly speaking, I am a music director who is still a little bit famous in the circle, and I still have a little bit of my own shallow opinion about music. Not to be modest, more than 90% of the singers in the circle rush to work with themselves, but Lu Qing seemed to have absolutely no intention of discussing with himself. The music director had seen negative talent and arrogance, but would also symbolically be polite and courteous to himself. Only Lu Qing. Not a word. Well, I'd like to see how good a song you wrote yourself can be. Lu Qing. I'll admit that Wukong writes well, but there are too many examples in the circle of a song becoming famous and then falling quickly. There's so much serendipity in a song, but you can't say that what people do with Lu Qing is wrong. Since this is the case, the music director's heart rises a comparative intention. You Lu Qing is not capable of great. Then take this opportunity to compare comparison. You wrote a song called Where Has the Time Gone? I adapted 5 songs. Let's see whose song gets the 12th installment. Lu Qing suddenly sneezed, not having the slightest idea that he had been missed. Whereas All the Time Gone was a very well done song and there was no need for a remix, so he didn't contact the music director to trouble people. Lu Qing finally finished the last subject today. With Lu Qing's professional ability, it was more than enough to cope with the final exam of the conservatory, so he spent the last few days soaking in the school's practice room practicing the piano, in addition to his exams. Although he didn't go to the program venue to rehearse, Lu Qing wasn't lazy and proud. He had practiced seriously. He made sure to get himself in tip-top shape to pull out the song Where Did the Time Go? Make sure you get the emotion right when you sing live. Early Saturday morning, Lu Qing went straight to the program rehearsal site. The other 5 singers didn't show up. And in order to ensure the fairness of the music competition, the singers didn't know each other's repertoire, and the rehearsal practices were staggered by the program. Lu Qing made an appointment for the earliest period of time. The teacher of the band was very kind to Lu Qing, and they had very little communication with each other. But since the last program, they have built up a friendship through music. The band's teacher is also keen to work with Lu Qing again. Although they believed in Lu Qing's strength, the way it was recorded tomorrow and practiced only today still didn't make them feel too comfortable. Lu Qing, you can come. The other singers can be almost ready. You are really sitting tight. Lu Qing smiled and responded, "Exams? There's no way." The band teacher didn't know what to say back. Anyway, if he was given the choice, he would try to seize this opportunity, even if he didn't go for the final exam, waiting for a makeup exam, and practicing with all his might in these few days. The band teacher was quite kind to Lu Qing, and suddenly whispered to Lu Qing, "Lu Qing, you have to be careful." This time the song of the two teachers of the fancy spring. In mid-sentence, the band teacher cut the words off, then gave a stern thumbs up with his hand and said no more. Lu Qing understood. It seemed like Mr. Fanspring's songs were of high quality this time, but Lu Qing wasn't afraid. He sent the sheet music and lyrics of "Where Has the Time Gone" to the band teacher and then opened his voice on the side to prepare. The band teacher had wanted to tell Lu Qing a few words, "Never take it lightly," but after seeing the song sheet, he was immediately drawn to it. The band teacher had some sight reading ability and his eyes moistened as he sang the song through in its entirety. The song. Out of professionalism, he tilted his head and stood up to walk around again, finally calming himself. At this moment, the band teacher's eyes changed when he looked at Lu Qing. He sighed darkly. "Mr. Fountain, it's dangerous. The backing instruments for Where Has the Time Gone are not complicated, and the arrangement, Lu Qing, was made clear to the band teacher." This time Lu Qing was prepared to play the piano himself, singing as he played. In less than an hour, the band's teachers had practiced together until they were ready to play. Less than an hour again. He was initially prepared to give Lu Qing a little more time. After all, in the first few days Lu Qing had not practiced once. Lu Qing, however, said that there was no need, as the recording would start tomorrow, and all the other singers must be thinking of practicing again today. The band teacher was in tears. This character, that confidence, everything is ready. Lu Qing touched the keys and started to play, and the band teacher immediately sensed that Lu Qing's playing skills were very good, and it looked like he hadn't practiced much in his spare time. Lu Qing started practicing for the first time and encountered a little problem along the way, which was corrected during the second time and the singing was perfect. Lu Qing then stopped practicing. The song requires little or no skill, and the most important thing is the emotional investment. Listening to a song in large numbers or in a single loop for a short period of time can cause aesthetic fatigue, so he wasn't going to sing much to drain himself of emotion, lest he turn into a singing machine that was all technique and no emotion when he sang tomorrow. After discussing some details of the band's performance with the band teacher, Lu Qing was ready to leave. At this time the singer Zhou Pen, who was booked to rehearse after Lu Qing, arrived at the scene and met with Lu Qing. Out of politeness, the two exchanged pleasantries. Finally Zhou Pen proposed to exchange WeChat with each other. Lu Qing did not refuse. After adding friends Lu Qing left. Zhou Pen had all the songs she was going to perform ready to go. She just didn't have much confidence in winning the title. She is committed to her music, as can be found in her improving vocals over the years. Last night, Zhou Pen suddenly had a new idea for the song she was singing, and she spent the night perfecting her thoughts and contacting the music director to validate her idea. If it had been successful, the level of the song and the staging she ultimately presented would have been elevated a notch, and in that case, the fight for the title would have been expected. It's just that as the recording nears, all the singers treasure the final rehearsal time and there is no extra time for her. In the end, it was Lu Qing who completed the rehearsal ahead of time, leaving her with 2 hours, which were very valuable. Therefore, she is very grateful to Lu Qing inside. Add to Lu Qing's friends want to find a chance to friendship Lu Qing ate a counter, to show gratitude, but the priority now was to feel validated about the new idea, and the music director was on his way to communicate her thoughts to the band teacher first. Before she could say anything, she saw each of the band teachers red-eyed and lost in some sort of emotion. This is? She guessed at some possibilities, but wasn't sure. The live environment is noisy and not as immersive as watching it on TV. And in such an environment Lu Qing sang and cried for the band teacher? Zhou Pen was a bit disbelieving. Out of professionalism, she did not ask more questions and communicated with the band teacher about the accompaniment. The music director also came over on the way to the communication and immediately joined the discussion. Ideas are validated little by little, and Zhou Pen's thoughts become clear. Adapting the song once again. It's so close that all the ideas run through. Time. Me. Zhou Pen has never been able to find that point of balance. How about singing about vastness and smallness at the same time? With so little time left for rehearsal, one had to finalize it right away. But the delay in catching that inspiration in her head was driving her a little crazy. Her mind was growing restless and becoming irritable. It still doesn't feel right. She was worried about losing her temper with the person next to her, but she couldn't help the annoyance. Just this last bit of inspiration. Almost. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. The interruption of her thoughts made her nearly curse. A quick glance at the caller ID showed that it was her mom, and she forced down her anger and answered the phone. Hey mom, daughter ha ha, today your father and I turned out the photos of your childhood. Really cute I didn't expect a lapse of time to pass so quickly Usually you are busy. I always want to call you. Your father stopped and said it would delay your work. I really can't help it today. Where are you now Jo Pen was incomparably anxious. Her own rehearsal time was about to run out, and she wasn't in the mood to listen to her mother's nagging right now, and she was angry at the moment that a phone call had spoiled the inspiration she had managed to catch. But mom seemed to have an endless appetite for talking today. Jo Pen became even more annoyed as she directly interrupted her mom. I don't have time right now. She hung up. There was no more time to think about what was going on at home, and now she needed that inspiration back right away. Eventually, heaven forbid, she still found that point of balance. With the help of her musical director, she put her own spin on the songs, giving them a deep and advanced texture. The music director was also a little excited that another great song came from him. Then he remembered something and asked the band teacher about Lu Qing. The band teacher said, Lu Qing has finished rehearsing. The effect is very good. This is his song. Director, do you want to see help him change it? He handed the music director the sheet music and lyrics to Where Has the Time Gone? No, don't show me. If I find a problem, I can't help but change it, so I might as well not read it. The music director was still fighting with Lu Qing right now, wanting to compete with the song. Let's see how tomorrow's recording goes and whether Lu Qing can surprise him or not. The music director shook his head. In his opinion, the championship song is almost certain. Either Resume or Pen Pen Chow. It just depends on who plays better. The next day, backstage Studio 4, the natural born singer. Where the fuck is the host? Director Hernan growled angrily. The host has gone to the bathroom. Get in position. Get in position. Amidst much anticipation, the 12th installment of Born Singer has officially begun recording. What are you laughing at? The music director spoke up. He Nian's smile didn't diminish. You're not happy that this show is about to seal the deal? The 12th installment hasn't even been recorded yet. So how can you be sure that this installment's numbers are any better than the last one? It's the last installment of the regular phase of the Natural Born Singer, and the last installment maintains the level of the previous installment, and a phenomenal variety show is immediately born. As for the finals, they are a special program, and the numbers must be even more explosive to not be counted. He Nian said, I believe Lu Qing is still able to create a song that is not weaker than Goku. You trust Lu Qing that much? Hernan said, a hunch. That's not necessarily true. I'm actually more optimistic about Fountain of Fancy and Jo Pen this issue. Apart from Lu Qing, the other 5 singers had their songs followed by the music director himself, who had a rough idea of the level of each song. He Nian turned his head to the music director. Oh, what's the word? The argument is that, musically, you don't understand. That's why you believe Lu Qing. He Nian was not happy. You know? Then let's just see if Lu Qing can win the championship in the end. Exactly. The host's opening remarks have been read, and at this point it's officially time to move on to the singing process. The first singer on stage was Lin Yojia. Lin Yojia. The singer's voice has the oral texture of a melancholic young man, with overtones suggestive of cooler tones in the overtone range. Its timbre is uniquely recognizable. There is a high degree of uniformity with little degree of variation in timbre between the different registers, but the abdominal presence is too low. The good thing is that the songs he chose based on the theme this time were very much in line with his own characteristics, and the live performance was superb. A good song choice is half the battle won. Lin Yojia he couldn't help but applaud himself when he finished singing by himself. If he had to rate himself, this live performance could rank in the top 3 live performances of his singing career. It was so steady that I was a little surprised at myself. It's like what the music critics say about him. Lin Yojia, your play today amazed me. The song selection, the rearranging, and the live singing all far exceeded my expectations. If I could score, I could give you a perfect score. You performed perfectly in this one. You were very clever. You avoided all your faults in this singing and played to your alto strengths. A very good performance. I also agree with the first 2. It would have been nice to slightly enhance the nasal-dominated crying tones, but flawed. In the end, Lin Yojia received a whopping 190 votes. In the 11th installment, not counting Lu Qing, Lu Shijuan won the current issue with just 185 votes, and the all-time high, the 3rd installment of Deng Ziki only received 192 votes. Open door. In the 12th installment of The Natural Born Singer, the first singer on the show had 190 votes. It puts a lot of pressure on other singers. Lin Yojia returned to the singer's lounge backstage with a big smile on his face. The rest of the people have been saying goodbye. Ariga played really well. How do you expect us behind you to play? I should have known better than to let you play last. Now the pressure's on. Lin Yoja responded humbly one by one. At this point the second singer, Yang Zhongwei, took the stage. The theme he drew was, time, life, crossing, which I have to say is pretty dramatic. Yang Zhongwei, the singer's singing ability is there, but his famous songs are mainly bitter love songs. The song type is relatively single, resulting in his fans are also a small group. His popularity has languished over the years, but this time he needed to sing a song in the theme of time, with life up as the main style. Very uncharacteristic of his usual accustomed choral singing style. Solely taking advantage of the heat from this show, he made a bold attempt to ditch his past singing style and step out of his comfort zone. The songs were also chosen with the help of the music director, seemingly abandoning the most familiar vocals. But in fact, the music director and Yang Zhongwei are not just relying on the word mang. The duo did a little experimentation first to determine the range of difficulty of the song based on the condition of Yang's vocal cords, determining what basic techniques he could utilize in addition to his best vocals. The songs were then further narrowed down based on tonal characteristics. There weren't really many songs to choose from up to that point, and it was a big rewrite after taking it over, plus constant experimentation. It was only then that the version now being sung was finalized. Yang looks like he's giving up the advantage, but he's actually making steady progress. He didn't use too much technique. He just sang the whole song in that simple and unassuming way. An inspirational song about the cycle of time and transcendent life is surprisingly well performed by Yang. Tonight is really a series of surprises. One Lin Yoja is not enough. Yang Zhongwei, you brought me no less surprises than Lin Yoja. I really like your attempt to break through. I give you full marks for this attempt. Congratulations on finding another new path. Before you started singing I was wondering what way you would present this time theme. After thinking about it for half a day I couldn't come up with anything. I was in trouble for you. I didn't expect to do so well. In the end, Yang received 191 audience votes. 2 singers in a row exceeded 190 votes. This has never been seen in previous installments. Looks like this installment is going to blow up. Guideposts. Yin had an old face that was smiling, and he didn't know what kind of day it was. Good things were happening all the time. Just the over-the-top performance of the first 2 singers was enough to fire up the heat, and that's without Qing making an appearance. Out of breath, the music director couldn't help but spit at the sight of Yin. I remixed both of these songs, am I proud? There are 3 more songs behind them that are better than these 2. If you don't say that director he doesn't know music. Otherwise you wouldn't trust Qing. Director he didn't care about the music director's teasing. Good. So it'll be more convincing if Qing wins the championship. Music director? Shouldn't you be praising me for my song? What the hell are you doing praising Qing? The music director couldn't help but remind. Ahem. These 2 songs are just appetizers. The 3 songs I made up later will only get more votes than these 2. Yin nodded in agreement. That's even better. Qing exploded a bunch of famous singers and asked for the title. This kind of title is more attractive. The music director spat out 3 liters of blood. Director Yin, did you take a bribe from Qing? Third up was Fancy Springs, a men's duo. The group has been evergreen in the music industry for 2 decades, and their works and strengths need no introduction, and their popularity has been maintained at the first-tier level. In some recent years, they have been showing up on variety shows mostly as mentors. It was a very refreshing feeling to be on the same stage as a player with a group of juniors this time. The long-lost tension hit the group, making the duo of fountains take out 100% of their focus to tackle the episode. When they get serious, the Fancied Springs are scary, and their 2-decade-long immersion in the musical path is on display. Coincidentally, the first song on their debut album, Sunshine on the Road, fits today's theme, time, present moment, Rakuten, perfectly. Sunshine on the Road is an old classic song about a young person's mindset of living in the moment and being brave with themselves. Don't be distracted or defined by what's out there. This song tells those who are older, in a young person's voice, not to let age be a constraint and to go on a road trip. The remix boasts that Quan put a lot of effort into rearranging the song. The backing track is simple and bouncy, and the whole song gives it a particularly suave feel. The final presentation of the stage is so good it explodes. After listening to the song I feel like I'm going to be young. After 20 years again to hear the 2 teachers of the popular spring Sunshine on the Road. Feel like I'm back to that afternoon 20 years ago. The heart of an impulse to enroll in the music profession has been to today. Today's young people have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. This song is a great stress reliever. I didn't realize that a song from 20 years ago can still inspire young people nowadays. The duo of Fountain of Fame is really amazing. Several of the teachers on the panel are fans of the group, and now even the judges are on Quan's side. So what's the point of playing? The song has very much a sentimental plus, in addition to being well produced, well played live, and a great stage presence. And the audience is very cognizant of that sentimentality score. The multiple additions made it possible for the Fancy Springs duo to end up with 197 votes. Broken record. That's 5 votes more than Duncan's 192. That's 2 votes more than Lu Qing's 195. The highest number of votes since the recording of The Natural Born Singer was born in the last installment. Only 3 votes less than a full vote. Fancy Springs combo. The music director was in the backstage guide room, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but open. He glanced gently at Hien and realized that Hien was also excited. Phew! Finally the old boy Hien has seen what it means to be a music director. He couldn't help but grin a little wider at the corners of his mouth. Who knows that Dao Hien suddenly popped out a sentence. It's a pity to praise the 2 teachers of Quan. This is to be in the past program. Certainly can take the title. The music director's smile disappeared. What kind of drop did Lu Qing give you? The 4th singer, Yellow Zero, is up next. Debuted early, became famous early, and except for one hit song during their debut, their popularity has been lukewarm since then, although they have always stayed above par. Until she had a whim one day to join a video platform, giving a glimpse of her real side other than her stage persona. A lot of young fans have been attracted to her cute and crazy personality, and she has quickly gained some popularity among the young people by completing the transformation from a tranny singer to a bathroom singer. Of course Yellow Zero's vocals are very solid, otherwise they couldn't be that appealing. The audience also erupted in applause after she sang the song she had prepared for the day. If Lin Yaojia's singing is playing to his strengths, then Huang Zero is playing to his strengths. She sings extremely difficult songs that are pulled off with skill while not giving the impression of showmanship and serves the feelings in the songs well. It ended up with 194 votes. Although not as good as the Fountain Group, she was very satisfied with her performance and returned backstage to the singers to touch palms with the other singers one by one. The music director finally couldn't contain himself in the background and let out a hearty laugh like a New Year's greeting. 4 singers, for 190 votes or more. Zhou Pen, who came out next, must be able to get more than 190 votes with her singing skills. As for the last 190 or so votes, it depends on how the scene plays out. The bottom line is that all 5 songs are from him. The music director's ego exploded. Lu Qing, what are you fighting me with? The 5th singer, Pen Zhou, took the stage amidst cheers. The keywords she drew were, time, stars, me. Each qualifier is not difficult, and there are tons of theme songs about each word to choose from. But combine the 3 keywords together and you have almost no choice. So the dilemma faced this time was so great that it was the equivalent of rewriting a song. For the past few days she had eaten, slept, and gone to the bathroom with her mind full of the song. The pressure of having to create it in just a few days left her with hormonal imbalances and insomnia every day. She's about to pull her hair out for this. Good thing the song came out. The Milky Way doesn't exist. A song about time, the stars in me. Inspired by a concept that macro time is not real. The music director heard her idea, praised it, and helped her finish the song. The mood of the whole song is very deep, showing the magnitude of the macrocosmos and the insignificance of mankind in the most cosmic context, and finally introducing the notion that time doesn't exist in a way that strikes right at the heart. There is no subjective description of me in the song, but everyone who listens to the song has the feeling that I am very small in the scale of time and the universe. She finally found the point of balance in the song. It's refreshing to be able to incorporate sci-fi into a song. And it's refreshing to have this feeling of the vastness of the universe to be able to experience it in one song. And I wouldn't hesitate to recommend this song to my close friends. I'm so proud of the Chinese music scene for coming up with songs like this. All of it was good. We were able to see your ideas in the songs and I'll go back and go over them when I get back. Her songs didn't just impress the critics, but the auditorium as well. 197 votes. Same number of votes as Fountain of Fancy. The result immediately caused the scene to riot for a moment. A top vote tie has never been encountered before. Backstage in the guide room, the music director is in trouble. This situation is on record, but the program has projected that the probability of it happening is very small. So the second song a singer prepares is often not as adequate as the first, and the stage performance is certainly not as good as the first. Alas, it looks like it's going to be an extra round to try and judge the final winner. The music director instructed, have the band teacher refamiliarize herself with the tracks of the extra rounds between Fanspring and Zhou Pen. Hien, there's no need for an extra match. Lu Qing will be making his debut soon. Music director? Director, what's wrong with you? Do you expect Lu Qing to exceed 197 votes? Center stage. A piano stood silently. The light around the room is dim, creating a sense of quiet ambience. Influenced by the main stage lights, the audience was now quiet in the auditorium, quietly waiting for Lu Qing's appearance. The light converged, softly, on that piano. There was no colorful stage light show or manic fervor to open the show. Lu Qing sat down on the piano seat, plain and simple. His fingers brushed over the keys, like a spring breeze caressing the heart. The hearts of the audience are calmed. The old tree in front of the door grows new shoots, and the dead wood in the yard blossoms again. A half-survival of so many words, hidden into a head full of gray hair. Lu Qing's song rang out, not a rousing melody. His voice was like a stream of water, flowing slowly through the hearts of all, slowly telling the story. Without realizing it, time passes, and when you do, a silent sense of age hits your heartstrings. The first 4 lines of the lyrics express this sense of time passing. It is very romantic to depict the mood in such a subtle way as old trees sprouting and dead wood blossoming. It is in line with the subtle and introverted feelings of the Chinese people. Many parents are not good with words, but that doesn't mean they don't have feelings. Every human being has raging emotions inside. It's just that the gray hairs at the temples grew quietly before so many words could be said. Many in the audience have realized what kind of song this is. The lyrics are both simple and vivid, without being obscure, making it easy to understand what the song is trying to say. Lu Qing was completely in his element from the start, and he closed his eyes as he played the piano and opened his mouth. Memories of little feet and fleshy mouths, a lifetime of giving love to him, just for that mom and dad. Lu Qing continues to tell the story of the song with his vocals. Light and shadow are misplaced, and time flips. One night 20 years ago, a couple teases their newborn daughter, his first time as a dad and her first time as a mom. The most hopeful thing in this world is new life, and that sense of continuity of life and natural closeness makes this couple's parents warm and happy. The sense of devotion in the blood of the nation seemed to be innate. No one had taught them so, but they had made up their minds to give their daughters the best of everything. The parents watched the little creature with eager eyes, single eyelid, chubby little face, yawning with forceful opening of the little mouth. Adorable. Yada yada yada. Bad. She burped, spitting out milk down her little pink neck and wetting her front flap. The parents had their hands full patting their daughter until she continued to sleep, and the parents smiled at each other. The parents remember their daughter's little moments very well, and after 20 years of time travel, the parents still remember them very well, because on that night, they just poured all their love into their daughter. From babbling to calling out for mom and dad, to now having my daughter leave her side without complaint. It is only when I sometimes feel lonely and look through old photos from the past and see photos of my daughter when she was little that I sigh at the passage of time, not realizing that 20 years have passed. Sometimes I can't stop myself from thinking about my daughter who has been away from home for a long time. Zhou Pen stared at the screen in a daze. She heard it. A thin mist of water floated in front of my eyes. How long has it been? How long has it been since I've been home myself? It's been 6 months at the very least. Work socializing pressure, people cannot breathe. Long hours and the high-intensity work to make their temper become grumpy. Perhaps they do not even realize. Especially after receiving the offer for Born Singer. Every day a string is tightly crunched to present the most perfect song to the audience. As a result, the more I thought about it, the less I could catch it. And I let the inspiration for the song torture me to the point of insanity during rehearsals. A call from her mother interrupts her inspiration and gives her an instant emotional breakdown. Mom, talking to himself, only heard the general, as if to say that my mother remembered my childhood. I think my refusal was pretty stiff at the time, wasn't it? Many images of my parents came rushing back from the depths of my mind. The last time I was home, my mom was complaining to my dad about having gray hair. Dad, on the other hand, said indifferently, "Isn't it normal to have gray hair when you get older?" Mom slapped Dad hard, and perhaps people are fearful of the fact that they are getting older when they are old enough to avoid discussing it. Mom's got gray hair. Never noticed it myself. Maybe I should have been a little gentler when I rejected my mom that day. Suddenly her cell phone buzzed and vibrated, and Zhou Pen pulled it out to take a look. It's a text message from my mom. Not a phone call, not a voice, but a text. "Daughter, did I interrupt your work that day? Your father criticized me at that time. It didn't delay you, did it? It's Mom's fault." Zhou Pen immediately floated back to her mother's careful expression when she typed out this text at home, and I don't know why, but the white threads at her temples in her mind were so clear at this moment. Since when do parents need to be careful when they talk to me? At this moment, Lu Qing's voice spread throughout the room through the stereo. "Where does the time go? I'm getting old before I can feel young. Have children for life. All I can think about is children crying and laughing. Where does the time go? I haven't even gotten a good look at you yet and your eyes are bleary. Faggots. Half a lifetime." Turning the corner is just a face full of wrinkles. Zhou Pen could no longer control it, and tears came out of her eyes. The aggravation I encountered at work, the hard tone I took with my mom, and the inexplicable sadness I felt when I thought of the wrinkles at the corners of my mom's eyes. Her emotions completely exploded at this moment. At this time her mind was very complicated. Unable to use words to accurately describe her feelings, tears snapped and fell down like no money. Tears dripped onto the screen of his cell phone, on which was his mom texting himself. No phone calls for fear of interrupting his work again. There's no voice, for fear of boring myself with a long string. With words, after a day of thinking, stumbling over words to apologize to myself. Guilt filled every corner of her heart in this moment. She wanted to end the taping of the show right away. She wanted to call her mom right away. And she wanted to take the nearest flight back home right now. When I got home, I heard my mom complaining to herself about what was taking so long. Then at dinner, Dad complained about not having his favorite dish, all made for Pen. She wanted to go home now so badly. Her vision blurred as she stared at the screen. Lu Qing playing the piano. She had never realized that her tear ducts were so developed before she met Lu Qing. The chorus is sung and goes into the interlude. Lu Qing closed his eyes the entire time, his body swaying to the melody, and now there was only a piano and the melody of the song in his world. The audience was impressed by Lu Qing singing. The song has a simple melody and some people even hummed along with the interlude. Others offered their applause. Some were silent. Others were sobbing softly. Oh hoo! This song is so good for crying. Lu Qing, you pay for my tears. Where has the time gone? Mom and Dad, I miss you guys. The camera moves and momentarily catches a mother and daughter in the audience. They embraced each other. A few tears visible in the corners of their eyes. Now they are there to express how they feel when they hear the songs in the most simple way possible. Her daughter hugged even harder, as if she would slip away if she didn't hold on tightly. She was really touched by Lu Qing's song, and she had been struck by it. The mother is also infected by her daughter's movements, returning her daughter's outward expression of emotion. At the same time the mother, through the songs, thinks of how far she has come over the years, and how time has passed without her noticing. This song, it's so good. Backstage guide room. The image of a mother and daughter embracing each other in tears was shown on the large screen in the very center, and the people in the director's room could not help but be infected. As they raised their heads and fanned with their hands the watery mist that was rapidly accumulating in the corners of their eyes. The music director grew more and more silent as he listened, not uttering a word for a long time. When he hears a song he is used to go to judge it with a professional eye, to scrutinize it. At the moment he forgets all that. He stops comparing. Just simply feeling the music itself moved him. He Nian stopped deliberately teasing the music director. He believed Lu Qing was a talented young man. Lu Qing once again brought him a surprise. Only this time the surprise was a bit costly tears. He Nian is now at an age where he has parents and children, and resonates strongly with every word and phrase in the song. He's not only substituting the perspective of the children, he's substituting the perspective of the parents as well. For a while, complex and difficult to understand emotions accumulated in his chest and could not be dispersed. The camera on the large central screen switched back to the main camera, pointing at Lu Qing in the center of the stage. Lu Qing passed an interlude and continued to open his mouth to sing. Memories of little feet, meaty little mouth, a lifetime of giving love to him, just for that mom and dad. The song proceeds to the title track again and the emotions are still stacking up. Lu Qing had also been touched by such emotions, and it could be said that this was a point of emotional resonance that belonged to the entire Chinese nation. There has always been such a legacy in Chinese culture, unbroken for thousands of years. Everyone who has grown up in Chinese culture is easily moved by such emotions. Something to keep in mind. The song is a subjective description of how a parent feels from the perspective of a son or daughter, substituting into the role of the parent. Instead of taking a parent's perspective, moralizing about their children, and sacrificing all such emotional outputs for the sake of their children. It's not. It's just that the moment a child notices his or her parents aging, he or she is struck by heartache and a sense of disorientation that says, "Where did the time go?" Lu Qing pays extra attention to this when he sings his songs. The whole song proceeds to the final chorus. Where does the time go? I'm getting old before I can feel young. Have children for life. All I can think about is children crying and laughing. Where does the time go? I haven't even gotten a good look at you yet and your eyes are bleary. Faggots. Half a lifetime. All that's left in the twinkling of an eye is a face full of wrinkles. The song is over. Lu Qing touches the soft parts of the audience's heart with simple melodies and lyrics. Time passes by in a flash. And how many people grow old without realizing it? Never seem to have done anything spectacular in his life. To live lock, stock and barrel on the run. And then one unconscious morning, facing the mirror and being shocked at how old I've gotten. Where has the time gone? Xin Yong in the audience knew that he knew where his time had gone. He spent 10 years doing just one thing. He looked firmly at his son who was beside him. 10 years ago, there was a time when Xin Yong was a young rocker with a batch of long hair who fronted a band. Until one day, bad news came from nowhere. When his 4-year-old son was diagnosed with a strange disease, the child's brain and body cannot develop in harmony and even walking is very difficult. And the doctor also pointed out that his son had an IQ of 0, and that as he got older, his intelligence level would remain at the infant stage forever. How do you choose between a sick son and a career you love? Qin Yong cut off his trademark long hair and became a full-time baby daddy. He taught his son to express his needs, to eat, to drink, to go to the bathroom, and what other children learned in seconds. His son took days. He also taught his son math and English. It was the norm to teach a simple number for most of the day, and a word he would teach over and over and over again. He taught his son how to walk, learn to dress, learn to keep his body balanced, and every move was incredibly difficult. He also taught his son to ride a bicycle. When he fell, did it hurt? It hurts. Stand up. Fell down again. Does it hurt? It hurts. Stand up. Fall down. Get up. What Qin Yong didn't tell his son was that he was in more pain than his son. Until the day his son was able to ride his bike forward a little ways, Qin Yong was in tears. A year and a half passed and his son finally mastered the art of riding a bicycle. 10 years on, he has taught his son a few more simple things: optimism, courage, love and perseverance. This is the decade of Qin Yong. Now that his son's condition has stabilized, he has a long-lost smile on his face, but at this time his face is covered with vicissitudes of life, and has long since ceased to be the young man who loved music and rock and roll. By chance he brought his son to today's taping. Lu Qing sings straight from the heart. He was teary-eyed, and he had no regrets for the past 10 years. He knew beyond a shadow of a doubt what he was doing this decade. My son seemed to like Lu Qing, and he was desperately clapping for him. He was convinced that his son was no worse than anyone else, that his son had never been a normal kid, and that he could hear the emotion embedded in the song. My son seems to like music. Was it Lu Qing's song that touched him? It's true that we are father and son and will be moved by the same songs and have the same musical aesthetic. Qin Yong's heart, which had been sealed inside for 10 long years, the heart of the rock and roll kid, seemed to have gently jumped a little. He looked at his son with great affection, and at this moment, a father's love like a mountain was hidden in his smile and between his wrinkles. I grew up with you. 10 years, soon, and the next. Backstage singers lounge. In a rare move, several of the singers did not discuss the songs. Huang Zero, on the other hand, comforted Zhou Pen Pen. Zhou Pen Pen broke down during Lu Qing's singing. The other singers guessed why and just didn't bother. Zhou Pen Pen's repression that had been building up inside her for a long time was released, so all of her emotions were in her tears. The other singers were touched by nothing less than Zhou Pen Pen. They are digesting their emotions. The song is not complicated at all. It's simple, but the simpler it is rather the more it hits home. The other singers shook their heads. Dazzling Spring, the song is simple but the person is not. I'm optimistic about Lu Qing. There's no need to be modest, Mr. Fancy Spring. If we just look at the number of votes, Lu Qing won't necessarily be able to compare to you in Pen Pen. Lin Yojia said to the two teachers of Fancy Springs that he has no more chance for the championship. He had been the first to go out and was still happy with himself with 190 votes. But he didn't realize that Yang Zhongwei, who was the second to go out, had broken his vote count. It wasn't until the third out of the gate, Bose Dezumi, got 197 votes that Lin Yojia's mind was completely put at ease. Fountain of Fancy, no modesty. I have a feeling this song by Lu Qing will surpass 197 votes. Yang Zhongwei also nodded his head in agreement with the words of the boastful Quan. The song Where Did the Time Go was not complicated. He sang it silently in his mind and realized that he was very suitable for singing it, and he had a certain good feeling towards Lu Qing. He thought that he could communicate with Lu Qing when he had the chance. After all, Lu Qing was a songwriter and could write songs, and the quality of both songs that are out in the open today is very high. Zhou Pen Pen also slowed down at this point and joined the conversation with Huang Zero. I really like Lu Qing's song, and I'll definitely cover the song Where Did the Time Go when I get the chance. Zhou Pen Pen has made no secret of her love for the song. The singers were not surprised, as anyone with eyes could see. Huang Zero, on the other hand, directly complimented a wave of Lu Qing. Student Lu Qing's singing skills are fantastic. It's hard to imagine mastering so many mature skills at such a young age. It's terrifying. Lin Yojia, well, now we'll see how Lu Qing's vote counts. The audience at the venue today is not simple. They know that each singer has their own theme and they really won't vote if they don't sing to their satisfaction. Nah, all the singers were superb today, and the level of viewing exceeded that of any previous program. Backstage guide room. He Nian and the music director locked eyes, and He Nian raised his chin toward the music director. Say something. The music director can't get his mind around it. He was basically sure of the title after the completion of Fountain's performance, and then at the end he killed Zhou Pen Pen, who also played very well. 197 votes has really been solid, and he's also proud of the fact that he's cranked out 5 super 190 vote songs in this installment. Of course, it also cleaned up Lu Qing, the little mongrel who had no one in his sight. In the meantime, until Lu Qing sang Where Did the Time Go, the music director could dislike Lu Qing, but not desecrate the music. Lu Qing's song could really be reversed to win the title. He can still see many of the audience still immersed in the song through the big screen in the studio. But he'd been taunting horny all night. He couldn't wimp out at this point. What's there to say? I'm still of the same opinion. It's either the fountain of bragging rights or the penny of the week. He Nyen glanced at the music director. All soft, just the hardest mouth. Main studio. The applause from the audience hasn't stopped. The host takes the stage to control the scene. When I heard this song, my heart felt like it was tugged, reminding me of my own parents, and remembering the gray hair on my temples. We are so busy that we inadvertently overlook the dearest mom and dad with gray hair. If you happen to be right next to them, give them a hug. In the audience, several people could be seen hugging each other tightly after hearing the host's words. That mother and daughter, and father and son Shin Yong. The audience applauded again and gave it to them. Here's a review from the band. Lu Qing's voice sings very well without too many embellishments. The lyrics of this song deeply touched me. Where has the time gone? Before I can properly feel young. I'm getting old. I think this is the life experience of many people. Living by themselves and not realizing where the time has gone. Where they've gone. That's why it resonates so much. Lu Qing's rhythm is very good. Very sophisticated. Like an old guy with 20 years of singing and singing experience. Very admirable. I didn't expect Lu Qing to come up with Where Has All the Time Gone after Wukong. And the level is still very high. I have a hunch that Lu Qing will bring more surprises to the Chinese music scene. And another big nod to Lu Qing's ability to combine lyrics and music. It's really too out of line for my liking. The moderator organizes a panel of music critics to comment and then immediately announces the voting process. Between votes, the host also repeated the votes of the other singers. Lin Yojia, 190 votes. Yang Zhongwei, 191 votes. Fancy Springs, 197 votes. Yellow Zero, 194 votes. Pen Pen Chow, 197 votes. Who is the winner of the 12th installment of Born Singer? Will all singers please return to center stage? Good. Lu Qing's results are out. Allow me to sell it first. The final winner, will it be one of the two people? Fancy Quan and Zhou Penchang, or Lu Qing? Next I announced that the winner of this installment is Dash. The moderator took a beat. Lu Qing was on the stage at the moment and couldn't help but hold his breath. Whether or not we make it straight to the finals depends on this vote. Fancy Quan and Zhou Penpan also revealed nervous looks. After all, they had recently invested all their time and energy into this place. So naturally, they hoped for a good result. Everyone in the audience showed a look of anticipation. Finally, with everyone in the audience looking on, the host called out, "Congratulations Lu Qing, 200 votes. Break another record. The only full vote singer on Born Singer. Congratulations Lu Qing." With all the singers overperforming, Lu Qing got the title, took a valuable ticket to the finals in the hands of a group of powerhouse singers. The record that had just been broken, was broken again, by an overwhelming margin, 200 votes, the highest number of votes for the natural born singer since it was recorded. The audience at the scene offered their votes without hesitation. Each vote was cast with sincerity. They were conquered by Lu Qing's singing voice. When the host burst out Lu Qing's votes on the spot, all sent their applause heartily. Lu Qing deserved it. There were a few in the audience who were there during the recording of the last program and today saw Lu Qing win the title with their own eyes, revealing an old fatherly smile. The host also made a teaser at the right time. Born Singer's Peak Night Finale, July 20th, Bird's Nest Stadium. Stay tuned. The program ended its recording with a round of applause. The other singers sent sincere congratulations to Lu Qing. They didn't complain a bit about Lu Qing getting the title. They even felt that it should be so. Dame Quan, Lu Qing, I'm optimistic about you. In the future your achievements will definitely not be lower than mine. Lin Yojia, congratulations. Huang Zero, brother Lu Qing, come to Huahai to find your sister when you're free. Let's play music together. Yang Zhongwei, I hope there is a chance that I can have a song date with you. Mr. Lu Qing, Zhou Pen Pen, classmate Lu Qing, you're in a big mess. I'm your fan now. You must give me an autograph later. After the recording of the program, Lu Qing added friends with 5 singers, including Fanspring, Huang Zero, and Zhou Pen Pen, respectively. And Zhou Pen Pen also made a small request to get the song license for Lu Qing's Where Has the Time Gone? She loved the song so much that she couldn't wait to sing it. Zhou Pen Pen had inquired with the program and found out that the 2 songs Lu Qing was currently singing were his originals, and that he was still a college student who hadn't signed to any entertainment company. In other words, the rights to his songs are all in his hands. Lu Qing didn't refuse. In his previous life, he was a small, unknown singer who dreamed of being on the big stage, of being famous. But now he has another dream in addition to that one. That's the hope that Earth's songs will be more widely distributed in this world, rather than going after profit. Zhou Pen Pen will undoubtedly increase the spread of her songs if she covers her songs. Lu Qing readily agreed. Zhou Penpen spoke a lot with Lu Qing because she liked his songs, and Huang Zero got closer to Lu Qing because of his jumpy personality. In the end, it caused Mr. Fanspring to jest. Lu Qing is really popular with the girls. Since we saw him, the two girls haven't spoken to us. He also pulled in Lin Yojia and Yang Zongwei. Several people hugged together to express dissatisfaction. Lu Qing immediately said, wrongfully accused. The episode ended on a happy note. When Lu Qing first started out, he came up with 2 King Bomb songs and made a few friends in the entertainment industry. Next, it's time to prepare for the finals. Lu Qing revealed a look of anticipation. The stage of the finals was where the real gods fought. Backstage guide room. The director waved his arms in excitement, and the rest of the director's team couldn't hide their excitement. 6 singers, all over 190 votes. In the 11th installment of the show, 180 plus votes would have won the title, and 190 votes would have been almost a nail in the coffin. But in today's installment, 190 votes became the lowest number of votes. The winner, Lu Qing, actually broke the highest record, 200 votes. Needless to say, the 12th installment of The Natural Born Singer is sure to be a data-exploding installment when it airs. It will be better than the 11th data. The final installment of The Born Singers ended in such a way that every one of them had something to be proud of. Needless to say, Lu Qing's song Wukong gave birth to the first phenomenal song of the program. Today's episode of Where Did the Time Go takes the show straight to the next level. Born Singer has had a lot of good news since Lu Qing joined the show. The music director is also excited, but because of the previous firm Anti-Land, it is difficult to follow the colleagues to celebrate, but also have to tense face. Director He Nian couldn't care less. Lu Qing is finished when he is bullish. He was now too excited about the numbers after the show aired. A few days later, the 12th installment of The Natural Born Singer arrived as promised. Variety fans are hungry for more. Kai is an office worker. She is a die-hard fan of Born Singer. Period. After watching the show but also like comment forwarding, very much like an official blog interaction. It was her day off and she was at her computer early, waiting for the latest installment. Coming. The image shows Fountain practicing a song in a music room, with the show's temporary assistant tasked with a brief interview. Kai watched with great interest. Even if it is a music competition type of variety show cannot sing from the beginning to the end. That is easy to aesthetic fatigue. Fans are also interested in the process of creating the singer's songs and the state of their lives. At least Kai enjoys watching this type of process. Ha, Lin Yojia, this chicken nest head. This is just waking up right. The program team killed over. At least give people some time to wash their face off. Zhou Penpen is so diligent. Starting work so early. So good and still working so hard. 00 is so funny. I didn't realize you were like that. Kai spit out a few words as he watched, enjoying himself. Why is this Lu Qing here again? Wasn't it enough to let you make a splash in the last installment? Nasty. Kai was a bit displeased. She didn't shy away from her prejudice in the slightest. A netizen didn't know what kind of luck she got to be on Born Singer. Kai had categorized Lu Qing into the Netflix category. She had never heard of Lu Qing before. The chain of contempt in the entertainment industry doesn't just come from the top down. Even the fans bring in their identities at times. She puts celebrities and Netflix in 2 gears. Born Singer is a competition of stars on the same stage. Lu Qing is not famous at all. And Kai doesn't like to see netizens and vegetarians perform. She's not interested at all. She dragged the progress bar and skipped the part of Lu Qing's interview and went straight to the singing session. Lin Yojia played well. A dark horse. 190 votes should be secure. Yang Zongwei 191 votes. Lin Yojia is also too miserable, playing so well to be compared. Oh my god. The popular Quan sang is Sunshine on the Road. This is not going to give other people a chance to live. Just say that you want to win the championship. But also extra competitions for what? This transcription of Yellow Zero. It's absolutely brilliant. Wow. Zhou Penpen's song is so advanced. Right. You've studied the stars too? Wow. Both Fountain and Pen are 197 votes. That's too dramatic. Is this the pace for an extra round? Yeah. Hey, it's Lu Qing's turn. Skip. Kai saw Lu Qing come up before realizing that the other 5-star singers had already finished singing and decisively skipped. All she wanted to do right now was watch the extra match between Fancy Quan and Zhou Penpen. She dragged her mouse to try and pull the progress bar and realized that things were a bit uncomplicated. This progress bar doesn't seem like enough time for 2 songs, does it? She dragged the progress bar with conviction. Congratulations to Lu Qing for winning this installment. The host's high-pitched voice came from the computer. Ha. The little Kai man was outright dumbfounded. What's the situation? Fans of Quan and Zhou Penpen sang like this and lost? That's 197 votes. The highest number of votes in the history of The Natural Born Singer. She didn't want to look at Lu Qing, but not knowing the process she was itching to do so. Having no choice, she turned the progress bar back to where it was a moment ago. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. The way Lu Qing plays the piano at the beginning is so handsome that Kai looks into it. 3 minutes later, Lu Qing finished his song. Kai fell, unable to control her tears. At this point, the host announced that Lu Qing had finally received 200 votes. Lu Qing won with a record-breaking time. She had completely forgotten that she didn't like this Lu Qing thing. Who doesn't like Lu Qing? Who could not like Lu Qing? What's wrong with not being a star? Sooner or later he had to be a star. Or a diva kind of star. She hurriedly opened the Born Singer's Twitter feed. If you don't comment you won't be able to grab the front row. Where has the time gone YYDS? Lu Qing. An hour into the 12th installment of The Natural Born Singer. The buzz exploded. Hot search after hot search. Where did the time go? Unsurprisingly made it to the top. The official blog of the program is below. Fancy Mr. Springs fouled up. I blow out sunshine on the road. I don't know how many nights this song has given me strength. This song really inspires me so much and has helped me through so much. Lu Qing is the one who was foul. Where has all the time gone to the people around me? There's not a single person who doesn't get sung to tears. Pen Pen also sang very good right. As a senior fan of Pen Pen, all of her performances I not down. This one should be her career's most extreme live. Haven't heard the sisters must listen to There's no boasting about 00? It's cold. Only the world where Lin Yuka was injured was reached. Why do I feel that Lu Qing has made everyone hurt? It was even if he bullied Wang Lingjia in the last installment. But this installment has cleaned up all the new and old ones. This installment is a godsend. Netizens have responded very enthusiastically to the latest installment of the show, and Hernandez is all smiles. At this time the latest installment of the data report was also sent over, and Hingyan looked at the data with a bigger smile. The 12th issue surpassed the 11th across the board. Word of mouth for The Natural Born Singer has gone up another notch. In the 2 issues after Lu Qing joined, the numbers directly exploded. The heat discussion has doubled. Tighten up. Tighten up. Your big mouth is grinning behind your ears. The music director didn't forget to speak up. After 12 episodes, the regular phase came to an end and the two went out for a little get-together to discuss the finale. This is just the right time to play the data out of the results. The two then watched. The music director had a headache, and Hingyan was about to praise Lu Qing again. Sure enough, Hingyan said after putting down the report, Lu Qing is really a talent. I'd been optimistic about him since he entered our program. The music director's head was full of black lines. Lu Qing entered the group as an intern 2 months ago. Are you sure you've known him since the beginning? Hingyan snorted. Anyway, I wasn't wrong about Lu Qing, and I wasn't wrong when I said there was no need for extra matches in the 12th period. The music director did not want to discuss Lu Qing, did not take care of Hingyan. Open the microblogging brush news. The results of the first 3 hot searches are all related to Lu Qing. Where'd the time go? 200 votes breaks record. Lu Qing is so handsome on the piano. Open up the short video bar. Half of the 10 videos hated are set to Where Did the Time Go BGM. Open the news software bar. The entertainment section are also all over the sky to follow the trend of reporting Lu Qing. One other piece of news is particularly outrageous. The abusive love triangle between Lu Qing, the music director and the director. Why is Lu Qing everywhere? Lu Qing is really hot right now. To be precise, Lu Qing's songs are especially hot right now. Somewhere in a small store, the husband was exhausted from a busy day, slumped in his seat and resting. He and his wife run a small store and do a decent business, but the couple can't stop for a moment if they want to survive in the big city. We are busy from morning till night every day, 365 days a year without rest. The couple hadn't been home for Chinese New Year for 3 years. It's been 3 years since I've seen my parents at home, and I miss them like crazy. They also want to go home for the Spring Festival. They also want to eat dumplings and watch the Spring Festival gala with their parents. But the pressures of life are just too great to stop them from running like a machine. Taking a break. The husband saved up a bit of strength and he took out his cell phone to browse through the messages. It's one of the few free moments he has each day. Where has all the time gone? What's that song? How come I've never heard it before? The husband clicked in with confusion. Having children for life. Getting old before you can feel old. All that's left in the blink of an eye is, well, a face full of wrinkles. When he looked up again, he was in tears. The wife looked at her husband in amazement at what had happened. The husband didn't say anything as he motioned for his wife to put down the spoon in her hand and come over to listen to the song together. They took a moment to savor the lyrics. After the song, the husband and wife looked at each other's tearful eyes, and both read each other's thoughts at this moment. Make sure you go home this spring. On Weibo, the right side of the topic, Where Has the Time Gone? Showed a bright red explosive character. After listening to the songs, many people came over and wrote their own stories. Grandma, I'm leaving Sun Ah. Where are you going? I'm going to work. Ah, go to work. Aren't you still in school? Instantly, I choked up and couldn't say a word. I was dumbfounded when I got home from school, and I asked my mom, "What is this?" My mom didn't answer me for a long time, but I realized that my dad wasn't home, and I realized that my dad was gone, and I tore my heart out and cried for 2 whole hours, and I want to cry even now when I think about it. Tears streaming down my face as I listen to this song. More of my 56-day-old daughter in my arms. I touch her cute little feet. In fact, can grow up slower? I really want to travel back in a time machine to when they were young, see them in their youth, feel what life was like in their time, befriend them, and then tell them that your future children are happy. My grandmother is 90 years old, and when she was 60 she wanted to play the violin but thought she would just forget about it at her age. Instead, she told me today that if she started when she was 60, then by now, she's been playing the violin for 30 years. Many people followed the path and touched the bottom of Lu Qing's microblog. This time Lu Qing stirred up a hornet's nest. Where did the time go? Blew too many people out of the water. Within a day, the number of likes under Lu Qing's microblog had exceeded 3 million, and the number of comments and retweets had exceeded 500,000. Chai rice, oil and salt, half a life. In the blink of an eye is just a face full of wrinkles. I am now full of thoughts about my mom and have no desire to go to work. Ooh-hoo, Lu Qing, you're only 22 years old. What on earth did you eat to write such a song? You don't learn at a young age. You have to make people cry before you're satisfied, don't you? Go Lu Qing. Your music touches the heart. How time flies. The last time I had dinner with my father turned out to be 10 years ago. There was literally a tree in front of my house when I was a kid. I have an overwhelming sense of the image, but now that the old part of town has been torn down and more than a decade has passed, I wonder where that tree ended up. This song is the only song I like to listen to, but I'm afraid to listen to more. And the older I get, the more I realize the meaning of the song. The trees want to be quiet. The children want to be raised. Lu Qing, I'm looking for you to buy water. All the water in my body has turned into tears and I've already cried them dry. There is no such thing as a lasting heat in the internet. Where did the time go? Has been hanging on the hot seat for 2 whole days now. Just today, as the song's lyrics were about to slip out of the Hot 100, a set of photos pushed the song back to the number 2 spot on the Hot 100. And the number 1 hot search is that of a 30-year photo of Big Mo's son with his father. A group of netizens looked at the strange hot search and clicked on it with a curious mind. Here's the thing. The song Where Has the Time Gone is just so hot. Omoko heard the song and was deeply moved by it. So she had an idea. In the old days of material scarcity and underdeveloped technology, many people never took a single photo in their lives. Blessedly, her mom and dad have taken photos every year since she was born to capture the moments of her growth. She took advantage of her vacation time to run back home and start digging through the albums, the pictures on her computer. From the age of 1 to 30, she picked out 1 photo from each year. She took a picture with her father and made a picture compilation and posted it on Twitter. And she labeled each photo with the location where it was taken, and also included a small paragraph of text for it. 1-year-old photo, in front of the house. My dad called me Little Bean at the time because my eyes were so small. 3-year-old photo, Ubuchi tea, dad was so handsome then. Earthy smelling riverbank with tall barren grasses now gone. Photo of 4-year-old, Institute of Foreign Languages, running can startle a large flock of wild birds in the playground. So mom and dad are always teasing me about running. Photo of 8-year-old, Foreign Language Institute, in school uniform with his dad. Photo of 10 years old, Institute of Foreign Languages, greedy and fell into a stinky ditch. Grew a head of mange. Shaved his head and treated it at home for more than 2 months. 13-year-old photo, North Day, a dozen poopers embraces girl big munchkins when no boys like me except dad. 16-year-old photo, outside the house, 16-year-old flower season. Easy homework, more friends, more snacks. Fat without explanation. 18-year-old photo, outside the house, Bitterby senior party. Big munchkin and munchkin dad. Happy duo can't get enough of the fun. 19-year-old photo, at home, spent my senior year of high school with strong support from my dad and got my first choice acceptance letter on my 19th birthday. Photo of 20 years old, at the gate of the neighborhood, I wore lipstick for the first time in my life. A gift from my aunt. Mom and dad were shocked, it was so colorful. 21-year-old photo, outside the house, dad started getting called boss man on the street. I really didn't want to take it. 22-year-old photo, in front of the house, busy cramming for my senior year thesis, got an honor under dad's guidance. 23 years old photo, Tamabuchi T, graduated. Successful in job search. First blind date. First date. Thought it was fun. Lipstick still looks like the one my aunt gave me freshman year. Sweat. When did dad start getting fat? 25 years old photo, grandma's little yard, a year of too many regrets. Grandpa passed away as suddenly as grandma did. It's important to be in touch with your loved ones when they're alive or you're bound to regret it. 29-year-old photo, in the neighborhood courtyard, a year of losing weight like crazy for the wedding photo bit. Weight back to middle school. And mom and dad are heartbroken. 30 years old photo, family wedding reception. Each of the photos is of a father and daughter together, and each is taken by a budding mom. From the 1-year-old photo where the daughter is just above her father's knee, all the way to the 30-year-old photo of the moment at her daughter's wedding where the father is dressed in formal attire and the daughter is holding her father's arm. Photos from black and white to color, from fuzzy to clear. My daughter grew up a little and got married and started a family. My father went from being a young man to what others would call an old man. Every little thing in life becomes precious as the years go by. Finally, there's Omoko's blob. Too many blessings and joys in the past to continue in the future. In the blink of an eye, it's been 30 years since my dad held my hand. Hopefully, in another 60 years, we'll still be able to take pictures together like this. It might be your granddaughter/grandson holding you up then. The great-grandson held up his mom for a picture. I think. Ha ha ha, there will be a day for sure. Love you and mommy's big munchkin. It is such a set of pictures that immediately attracted countless onlookers and touched countless netizens after being posted online. Some people envy Omoko's family, and some people look back on their own moments of happiness from it. Watching the story of Omoko, netizens seem to have grown up with Omoko like a father, experiencing the 30 years of her life with her. And that, in just a few minutes. After watching 30 years and 3 minutes, it seemed like time came by in a flash. Where did the time go? How fitting. I don't have a picture with my dad every single year, but I will have a picture with mine every single year from now on. It's not too late. Demingzi. I cried after listening to Lu Qing's song. Then I cried again when I saw your picture. I went back to listening to Lu Qing's song and I cried again. Oh, my tears are worthless. My baby is due in a few days and I'm going to take a group picture every year too. The netizens' enthusiasm for discussion is very high, and there are many netizens who have taken photos of themselves with their parents. And there are even netizens who, like Demo Z, take a photo of themselves with their parents every year. And just like that, the song's popularity soared again, back to the top of the Hot 100. Many people cried and cried again and again, and once again ran to Lu Qing's microblog to leave a message below. Time is like a white horse. Parents and family members of the face of the naked eye visible aging. The heart is very reluctant to give up. I hope I work hard and hold up a piece of heaven to repay properly. Success must be faster than the aging of your parents. Time is really an eternal topic. Many people have created songs about the theme of time, but you're the first one to sing and cry to millions of netizens like you. Lu Qing, that's amazing. Listen once, cry once. Lu Qing, I've already taken you off. I hope the system won't push you for me anymore. I can't stand it. Lu Qing, I've been under too much pressure lately, and I really don't want my mom and dad to see me looking dejected, but I miss them so much, but I don't dare to call them, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop myself from bawling when they make a sound. What should I do? It's so good that I had the honor to meet you, Lu Qing, and also had the honor to read the story of Demengzi. Thanks to all the encounters in the world, let me know that there is still such a beautiful side of the world. Where did the time go? Is spent another day on the Hot 100 because of the hordes of netizens taking group photos. By late afternoon, the heat had died down a little and was about to slip off the hot list. Just then, CCTV retweeted. CCTV.com's Weibo retweeted Lu Qing's song with a photo of Demiko. Other official media have turned to follow up and retweet. The song Where Did the Time Go is incredibly on the Hot 100 again, moving upwards. Together with the scaling up, there was also Lu Qing's number of fans. Somewhere inside a humble rental house, a young man lives here. There wasn't even a bed in the room. A few pieces of tattered luggage were laid directly on the floor, and this is where the young man slept every day. The room was cheap, so cheap that you could hear the slightest movement coming from next door. Right now the inferior stereo next door is blaring out an internet hit and it's very loud. The young man held a newspaper in his hand, his daily source of information. He doesn't have a cell phone. He's afraid to use it, because he's a fugitive. 3 years ago, the young man was encouraged by a friend to rob the money. After the crime, the young man absconded out of town for fear and lived a life of fear. During the 3 years he was on the run, he went into hiding and cut off all contact with his family. In order to avoid being pursued by the police, he dared not engage in any work that required an identity card. He could only do the dirtiest and most tiring work at the construction site for the least amount of pay. He lived in a shabby workhouse, or the cheapest rented house, nibbling on cold buns and pickles. At the slightest breeze, he would roll up his tattered luggage and immediately move to the next location for fear of exposing his identity. He lived like this for 3 whole years. How he wanted to call his family, but he didn't dare. How he wanted to be comforted by his family every time he woke up in the night with fear, but he couldn't. At this point, the newspaper captivated him with the headline, 30 years of father-daughter photos. The inferior speakers next door finished one song and switched to the next hot song. The voice came through the thin walls. The old tree in front of the door opens new buds. and the dead wood in the yard blossoms again. Semi survived a lot of words, hidden into that full head of gray hair. A group photo was turned over to him. He burst into sobs. He strongly missed his growing old parents at home. How are they doing? Are they doing okay? This is the moment when the sound coming out of the inferior stereo is no longer noisy. He listened to the whole song calmly. Stand up, push the door open, to turn in, to welcome a new student, to see mom and dad. Lu Qing would never have imagined that such a song would affect the life of someone thousands of miles away. Where's the time going has sparked a great deal of discussion in the community. And now the meaning of what the song title represents is no longer limited to the emotion expressed in the song itself. Where has the time gone? With a broader understanding, CCTV dropped another bombshell today after reposting Lu Qing's song yesterday. CCTV's News from the World planned a special program in which they interviewed members of the community under the title of Where Has the Time Gone? A certain 65-year-old retired grandfather said, "When I was young, in the workplace, in those days it was all about going to work and thinking about nothing but work. Just worked for 50 years. Time spent working." A certain railroad worker said, "I have had a busy life, repairing railroads in my youth, in my middle age, and in my old age. The highest average altitude railroad in the world. I took part in the Forest Railroad in the Northeast. I took part in the Chwank Railroad in the South. The Chank Railroad, I also took part in." An aunt in an orphanage said, "I work 2 hours a day, and I spend all my time taking care of the children. The children here are my sons and daughters, and I have so many sons and daughters. I can tell if they are happy or not, comfortable or not, by their every little movement and every subtle expression. I spend all my time being a mom." An Olympic gold medalist said, "I've been totally devoted to training for the past 4 years, and the time has passed, and now I've got the gold medal. 4 years ago I felt so far away and now 4 years have come and gone. I have to spend the next 4 years training for another gold medal." The CCTV program aired and caused the same discussion. All walks of life share their career stories. Where did all the time go has completely ignited a social discussion. A portion of this interview was intercepted for the evening's newsfeed as part of the evening's news. Crucially, there was a mention of young singer Lu Qing during the broadcast, by a song that has been widely discussed by the community and has made it to the newscasts. That's a big deal. The official media, except for some special programs, or large parties, the general entertainment stars of the matter is very difficult to get on the platform of news broadcasts like this. After all, entertainment is only a part of people's livelihood, which is a parallel line in the news broadcasts, and hardly ever intersects. But it was broadcast on a nationally televised newscast today. What's this? That's an official endorsement. It's hard not to make some connections. Even in Lu Qing's microblog, there were already fans who had intercepted the news video and posted the link in their comments. Started speculating whether Lu Qing was working with CCTV right away. It is not impossible. CCTV has a lot of projects that need some singer stars to be involved in the production. To receive such a collaboration is more than just performing a song for the singer. Those who get it get it. The entertainment industry is also full of well-informed people. Lu Qing was still packing up his things in the school's dormitory. It was already summer vacation and Lu Qing could leave the school at any time. At that moment, Lu Qing's cell phone started to ring. Joe Pen, congratulations unlock on the CCTV achievement. Real name Envy. I have not been on it a few times. Lu Shijuan, congratulations. Lu Qing. Fancy Springs, older brother can. Huang Zero, Lu Qing is on CCTV. Congratulations. If you have a chance, you should take your sister to CCTV and fly. Lu Qing was confused. On CCTV? Joe Pen, today's news broadcast. There's a scene for you. Lu Qing immediately logged on to Weibo to check. And soon he found the link posted up by a fan. It was really on CCTV. Lu Qing was a bit surprised. After all, the song he sang was in a variety show, not the Spring Festival Gala. But when he thought about it he was relieved that there was nothing to make a fuss about. Where has the time gone to cause almost all the internet users to discuss? The masses are concerned about the matter is a big deal. It's no surprise that it caught the attention of CCTV. But he didn't know about what the fans said about working with CCTV. He would like to put out some songs with CCTV. He has very many suitable songs in his hands that fit the tone of CCTV. I don't know if there's any chance we can work on it in the future. Lu Qing then also replied to several singers he had not known for a long time one by one. Lu Qing, thank you Pen for the reminder to not miss such great news/snicker. Lu Qing, thank you. Sister June. Lu Qing, fancy Mr. Quan even more. Lu Qing, it should be Sister Zero taking me flying. Just then, another message came in. Hien, congratulations on CCTV. July 20th, Bird's Nest Finals. The hotel has been arranged. Lu Qing thought briefly, why don't we go directly to Kyoto tomorrow and prepare for the finals? Once he had made his decision, Lu Qing no longer hesitated. Finals, here I come. Kyoto, a large hotel. Lu Qing has already checked in. He had killed his way here alone, with only a few changes of clothes, and a simple carry-on. The cell phone rang with a message tone, and Lu Qing pulled it out. Band teacher Lu Guopeng, Lu Cheng, I heard you were on CCTV. Congratulations, the finals are coming up soon. When are you going to Kyoto? Lu Guopeng is the boss of all the musicians in Born Singer. The industry has a reputation. In the field of instrumental music, the top level, or the program group would not have spent a lot of money to invite them to play. Lu Qing communicated with the band for backing vocals and basically spent most of the time with Lu Guopeng while singing Wukong and Where Has the Time Gone? At first it was added as a friend for work purposes, with Lu Qing's 2 songs exploding in popularity, and out of appreciation for Lu Qing's talent. Lu Guopeng and Lu Qing also talk about other things outside of work. The relationship is very close. Lu Qing replied, Mr. Lu, I'm already in Kyoto. I just arrived in the morning. Band teacher Lu Guopeng, so soon. I'll have to arrive at night. I might not be able to catch your draw. Lu Qing, drawing lots? Band teacher Lu Guopeng, you don't know? Afterwards, Lu Guopeng explained the Born Singers final system to Lu Qing. The finals are held at the Bird's Nest Arena, which seats 91,000 people, meaning that on the day of the competition, there will be 91,000 spectators to judge. The entire game was broadcast live. No need to guess. This will be the hottest live broadcast in the history of variety shows. The heat level went straight to the sky. The 12 episodes of The Natural Born Singer have decided the 12 champion singers. The finals are divided into 2 halves, with 6 singers eliminated in the first half and the winning 6 entering the second half to compete for the final title. For the first half, these 12 singers will be split into 2 groups of 6 singers. After the singers have sung, the live audience votes. The top 3 vote-getters in the group advance to the second half, and the draw, which is the grouping of the 12 singers. Band teacher Lu Guopeng, this afternoon, the director of Henian will organize you into groups by drawing lots. Lu Qing understood and thanked Lu Guopeng. Band teacher Lu Guopeng, go for it. I'm looking out for you. At this time, Henian sent the competition system to Lu Qing with the text, in the afternoon. All singers are requested to come to the hotel conference hall for the drawing of lots. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered Mr. Lu Guopeng. Then again, Mr. Lu Guopeng seemed to appreciate himself quite a bit. Lu Qing could feel it. After lunch, Lu Cheng went ahead and waited in the conference hall. He is a junior and it is not good to have a bunch of seniors waiting for him. After waiting a while, the first singer arrived. Zhang Xiaohan, 8th period winner. Her voice has been described as such, a voice kissed by angels. The tone is unbeatable. The kind that God chases after to feed you. Countless awards, classic songs, and historical honors. For those who may not know, she didn't start her career as a singer but starred in a TV series to officially enter the acting industry. It wasn't until 3 years later that a solo debut album was released. Then both acting and music careers took off. To add to the jealousy, she's also very good looking. At this time, she was wearing a plain white dress. Her hair was in a high bun, and the fine bangs in front of her forehead looked very nice. At this time, Lu Qing was the only singer in the hall. Zhang Xiaohan smiled and took the lead in greeting. Hello, Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked at Zhang Xiaohan with slight surprise, not expecting her to do her homework in advance and take the initiative to greet herself. Lu Qing stood up and responded with a smile. Hello, Ms. Zhang Xiaohan. I'll call old. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Han, Zhang Xiaohan joked, quickly closing the distance between the two. Lu Qing secretly marveled that Zhang Xiaohan was very cultivated and did not have any star stance, leaving Lu Qing with a very good impression. The two kept chatting without any chill at all. Not long after, another singer arrived. Lim Ji-hyun, 4th period winner. Showbiz is a place of exceptionally rapid renewal, but in the more than 30 years since his debut at the age of 25, Lin is still active and terrorizing the music scene as it is. He debuted as a group and sold millions of copies of his first album. His voice is clear and pure. The American voice combined with the popular singing style is unique. High pitch, thick mid-range, bass stable, proper strength singers. In the 4th installment of Born Singer, he won the title by a clear margin and went straight to the finals. He arrived at the conference hall and greeted Lu Qing and Zhang Xiaohan before sitting quietly. 3 more singers then arrived. The 11th winner, Lu Shijuan, is very good at singing love songs. Her voice is delicate with a bit of spontaneity. A singer who is very good at portraying emotions. She has a low, husky mid-bass and a treble that doesn't give a strong sense of pressure and is comfortable to listen to. To be able to win an installment inside the Natural Born Singer, the strength is naturally not weak. She and Lu Qing also knew each other. The two of them were close friends with each other. And when she came in, she saw the nearest Lu Qing and waved to him. then greeted Lin Zhang and the two of them. Next up are Gugugon and Frozen Power Train, the winners of the first 9th installment, respectively. Suddenly a line of singing came from outside the chamber. Call a Buddha and turn back. The voice was so penetrating that the singers were attracted to it, before they saw it, but the singers had already guessed who it was, because the voice was so recognizable, and the bite was unique to the Chinese music scene. The winner of the 3rd installment, Deng Ziqi. She sang Lu Qing's song and came in. She is not at all alienated among the many singers, and the ones she has seen and not seen give the impression of familiarity. The little body seems to have inexhaustible energy, always full of vigor, exuding confidence and an aura of 1 meter 8. She walked in front of Lu Qing and coolly extended her fist. Lu Qing instantly pulled his favor and touched fists with Deng Ziqi. Ha ha, she's still humming Goku. The next singer to arrive in the conference hall was Zhang Jia, 5th period winner. One of the new generation of singers. Very solid. He has a wide range of tones, strong high notes, magnetic bass, unique timbre, and a solid musical background. He has been on the road for almost 2 decades and has several out-of-the-ring musical hits. The list of awards can be a long one. Popularity has been high. Concert tickets are even harder to come by. One by one, the singers fall into place. In the blink of an eye, counting Lu Qing, a total of 11 singers had come. Zhang Xiaohan, Lin Zhixuan, Deng Ziqi, Gu Jukuan, Frozen Power Train, Wang Feng, Lu Shijuan, Zhang Jia, Sun Nan, Tan Weiwei, Lu Qing. Each of these singers is top-notch and has countless masterpieces. Some have even been famous for more than 30 years and are much older than even Lu Qing. Lu Qing, as a newcomer with only 2 compositions, sat in the middle of a crowd of singers, looking abrupt and comical. There were old acquaintances among the singers, and the chatting was hot. At this point a staff member of the program grabbed a cell phone camera and recorded this hot mess. If this photo was seen by Lu Qing's fans, what a mess! Even though they already knew the list of singers for the finals. What a shocking photo! They had to be shocked. Lu Qing is competing with this bunch of gods for the championship of the finals? The 12 singers are now 11, with 1 more to go. As the crowd waited, Hua Qinyu arrived late. On a hot summer day, Brilliant Rain wore a slightly heavy racing suit on top, paired with black leggings and leather boots underneath. Eyes in dark sunglasses. Face expressionless. Is that cool? But Lu Qing didn't think so, and couldn't even help but spit out. Wasn't it hot? Lu Qingren came early and picked a seat at random, right at the entrance of the conference hall. When Hua Qinyu passed by Lu Qing's seat, Lu Qing stood up out of politeness and greeted Hua Qinyu. Hua Qinyu hadn't intended to stay, but after hearing the voice, he turned his head without turning to look at Lu Qing. Perhaps the light was a bit dim. He pulled his sunglasses down a bit so that they rested in the middle of the bridge of his nose, and he revealed the whites of his lower eyes to stare at Lu Qing for a few seconds. Who are you? Lu Qing. Never heard of it. Since the beginning, Hua Qinyu was holding his bladder and turning his head to talk to Lu Qing. Lu Qing could see that Hua Qinyu was either simply being impolite or deliberately making himself look bad. I've heard about this guy's private morals. His past video interviews or throwback shows have been creating his persona as an innocent teenage boy in his 20s. Stating that he doesn't know what connection means, the sweet and silly persona has captivated her fans. Until one day the kid's mom came to the door. Brilliance Rain's persona is finished. This created a big stir at the time. By all rights, this kind of role should not be able to paste again, but hard to rely on the operation method. Continue to shine in the entertainment industry. Lu Qing didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. Lu Qing preferred to believe that Hua Qinyu was simply being rude. If it was Hua Qinyu's intention to humiliate himself, Lu Qing wanted to take his revenge right there and then. He didn't like to space out the pages. After Hua Qinyu finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lu Qing to respond and directly greeted the other singers. At this time, he changed his arrogant attitude towards Lu Qing and chatted with a group of big stars with a smile on his face. Lu Shijuan was sitting right next to Lu Qing. Her face didn't show displeasure or annoyance when she saw Lu Qing being rejected. She just smiled generously and sat down. Lu Shijuan instantly developed a good feeling that Lu Qing was really nice. She struck up a conversation with Lu Qing to prevent him from being embarrassed. Lu Qing didn't feel embarrassed. He was embarrassed for Hua Qinyu. This kind of trick was too clumsy. The key was that he couldn't figure out when he had offended Hua Qinyu. Hua Qinyu didn't know that Lu Qing had actually misunderstood him. Lu Qing hadn't offended him. It was just that he simply looked down on netizens. Belonging to the entertainment industry's chain of contempt, celebrities look down on Netflix. Lu Qing was at best a netizen in his eyes, not signed to an entertainment company, not released an album, relying on the programs to eat a wave of heat. What is not a netizen? He didn't even want to look at Lu Qing squarely, and he wouldn't have any interactions with Lu Qing in the future. It's best to eliminate Lu Qing in the first half of the finals to save looking at Lu Qing in the way. Originally the front was pretty good. The winner of each installment was very strong. But it was the last installment that allowed Lu Qing to get mixed in. Hua Qinyu sat next to Zhang Xiaohan. He did not avoid saying to Zhang Xiaohan, "How can the program group invite anyone? Isn't it lowering the program group's tone?" Zhang Xiaohan was embarrassed at this time. How to answer this question? She smiled without saying anything, and then sent a very subtle look towards Lu Qing, signaling her apologies. Lu Qing picked up the conversation. "Oh, what does that say?" The singers were shocked. "It's over. There's going to be a conflict. This young man looked quite good just now. His temper was mild. He was not arrogant. And he spoke decently, but he did not expect to be a good person." Hua Qinyu looked innocent. "Do words have to be clear? You, what's your name? Clear it. I said you're trash and don't deserve to sit here." Lu Qing was puzzled. "What did I do to you?" Then he pretended to be shocked. "Hua Qinyu, why did you call Mr. Dang Quan and Sister Zhou Pen Huang Zero trash?" Hua Qinyu was confused by Lu Qing's suddenness. "When did I scold Mr. Don Quan? And when did I scold Zhou Pen? Don't pick a fight." Lu Qing said. "The last installment was a fluke, but at least I got the championship. If I'm garbage, then where do you put Mr. Dang Quan, Zhou Pen and Sister Huang Zero?" Hua Qinyu was dumbfounded by Lu Qing's tripe. He certainly didn't mean what Lu Qing said. "I just don't know how to respond at this point." He turned red and thought for a good 10 seconds. The conference room was quiet, as if they were all waiting for Hua Qinyu's response. Hua Qinyu was in a hurry and said loudly, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." When Lu Qing heard this, she was happy. "Then you're questioning Director He Nian's bad eye? After all, I was also invited by Director He Nian." Hua Qinyu's eyes glared at Lu Qing. He certainly did not mean that. Even though he had a bit of background, he didn't dare to offend everyone in the entire entertainment industry. "This Lu Qing is bad. I obviously didn't mean that. Lu Qing even made me lose face in front of so many singer stars. Damn it. But now, how do I respond?" Hua Qinyu was anxious. The singers gathered their eyes on Hua Qinyu again. Hua Qinyu stammered for another half a day without uttering a word. At this point, Ernan arrived in the conference hall with a box. "Yo, why don't you say anything?" He Nian was a bit surprised. The conference room, which had just been quiet, suddenly rang out and greeted He Nian, and the conference room was suddenly happy, as if nothing had happened just now. Hua Qinyu was relieved to see that the other singers were no longer paying attention to him. At the same time he held a grudge against Lu Qing. Damn it! Who the hell is this Lu Qing? Dare to talk to me like this? Hua Qinyu had heard a little about the songs Wukong and Where Did the Time Go and had heard others in the studio talk about them, but hadn't listened to them in their entirety himself and wasn't interested. I didn't know that the two songs were by the same person, let alone that the singer was Lu Qing. He doesn't care much about it, as he's been working on his new single. Brilliant Rain is very proud of his music. He is happy with every song he writes and considers each of his musical creations to be a work of art. But the truth is, none of his musical output has made it out of the ring. It's all been blown wildly out of the fanbase. It's not like there aren't any hard-to-name circles. Cancer is pretty famous. Never mind the name. It's quite famous. Brilliance Rain treats all the negative comments of others as malicious comments, and can't listen to others say anything bad. Never really consider whether these comments are correct or not. And Lu Qing is even more hateful than those black fans, to the point of making me lose face on the spot. You Lu Qing can talk, can't you? Good. The most important thing for a singer is to sing, not to be a verbal hero. The singers will be divided into two groups in a while, and you, Lu Qing, had better be in a group with me. I'm going to knock you out in the first half and go home. Take strength. He Nian and the group of singers briefly exchanged pleasantries. First, we'll shoot a draw footage and put it online to preview. Is the camera crew ready to fucking grind? You, come here and check that there are no problems with the draw prop. Stop moving around over there and start filming. A lot of staff came to the conference hall this moment to do some preparations. When everything is ready, the director started by giving everyone a little card of the tournament, and even though each contestant knew the rules, he repeated them. For the first half of the finals, singers were divided into two groups, depending on the theme of their songs. The top three in the group advance to the second half, and the bottom three in the group are eliminated outright. In the second half of the finals, the winning 6 singers, singing songs with no theme, the singer with the highest number of vote ballots is the overall winner of Born Singer. The next order of business is the drawing of lots. The theme of the song, childhood, love. The group of singers instantly began whispering after Ernan announced the theme of the song. He Nian looked at the singers with a smile and did not take the next step, giving the singers time to think. Lu Qing also began to analyze the song's theme after seeing it. 6 singers sing songs related to childhood. 6 singers sing songs related to love, childhood, theme. A theme that was well researched by the program. Well, if I'm put in the childhood group, childhood and Inajiku are both pop kills. Lu Cheng nodded his head while pondering. Songs with love themes are relatively broad, and there's a much wider range to choose from. Family, friendship, love, they are all love. You can't go wrong with any choice. Sunny Day, Cultivating Love, The Most Romantic Thing, Friends, Dawn of the Dead, Too Many, All King Bombs. Lu Qing rubbed his head. Hey, let's not have a headache about this for now. Let's wait until we're divided into groups in a while. Lu Qing has plenty of songs anyway, but other singers are different. There are singers who sing one type of songline and can't sing anything else that is particularly amazing. Lu Shijuan, who sat next to Lu Qing, shattered. Drew, love. There are a number of childhood themed songs as well, but again, it has to fit the nature of the game, and it's being sung in a big stadium, and it's being broadcast live. Juggling all the aspects leaves very few options, and to be on the same stage with so many great singers, it would have been better if I had drawn love. All singers sing this theme, and basically all singers' classics have this theme. No one will sing an original song at a big competition like this. It's too risky. Except for Lu Qing. Basically all singers want to pick the love theme, so they can play it. He Nian took the large box out at this point and placed it on the conference table. There are 12 cards in this one. 6 say childhood, and 6 say love. So let's group them in this way and good luck to you all. With some humility, Lim drew the first lot. Among the group of singers, some were nervous and some were excited. At this moment, Lin Jixuan flashed the card in his hand, love. Nice sign. Lin Jixuan nodded in satisfaction. Next up, Freeze Force Train drew, love. Guju Kuan drew, love. 3 cards in a row are, love. Some singers started to worry. 3 in a row were, love. The probability of drawing, love, next became smaller. In a slightly tense atmosphere, Zhang Jia was the 4th to go up and draw lots. Zhang Jia drew well. This time it should be a, childhood. Some singers thought to themselves. Zhang Jia opened his card as the crowd watched. It's still, love. Exempt. There are now 8 cards left in the box. Only 2, love. The remaining 6 are, childhood. The probability of the singer drawing, love, next becomes smaller again. Lu Shijuan was the 5th to draw lots. She was a bit bitter in her heart. From the time the theme was announced by He Nian, she didn't have the slightest idea about the theme of childhood. Although the 4 singers who drew love were all very powerful, the remaining singers were equally powerful, and they could still put up a fight by drawing love themselves. She shook her head and smoked first. What was thought was useless. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shijuan reached into the draw box and took out a card, fixing his eyes on it. Done. It's childhood. Lu Shijuan returned to his seat slightly disappointed. The 6th one is Brilliant Rain. The theme he drew was childhood, but he wasn't afraid. Whatever he drew was the same to him. He just had that confidence to advance to the second half. Right now, his only hope was that Lu Qing also drew the childhood theme so that he could eliminate Lu Qing himself. He kept an eye on Lu Qing's draw. Now the draw is in. Emotion, Lin Jixuan. Freezing Powertrain, Gu Ju Kuan. Zhang Jia, Deng Ziki. Childhood, Lu Shijuan. Hua Qinyu, Zhang Xiaohan. Wang Feng, Tan Weiwei. 5 people from each group. At this point, it was Lu Qing's turn to go up and draw lots. Lu Qing's sign will determine the grouping of the final group. Hua Qinyu saw Lu Qing get up, saw Lu Qing reach into the box, and saw Lu Qing take out the card. He shouted in his heart, childhood, 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 draw, childhood, and send you home. Lin Jixuan was in the group of emotion, and he hoped that Lu Qing drew emotion, because there was still one person who hadn't drawn a lot, and that was Sun Nan. If Sun Nan was assigned to the group of love, he would have another strong opponent. Each singer in this group was not to be underestimated, and he didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to advance to the second half. If Lu Qing drew the word love, then the pressure of competition in this group would be much less. Wang Feng was in the childhood group, and he hoped that Lu Qing would draw childhood with the same idea as Lin Jixuan. Split Lu Qing into his own group and let Sun Nan go to the other group. Lu Qing was the weakest, as if a silent consensus had been reached, and Sun Nan didn't care who he was competing with, but he hoped that he drew the word love, for no other reason. The word love was good to play. Lu Qing didn't know what the others were thinking, and at the moment, he turned over the card in his hand. It didn't really matter what group he chose to go to. Ga-Messi kills were done. He Nian watched with interest. Hua Qinyu, Lin Jixuan, Wang Feng, and Sun Nan also stared at the card in Lu Qing's hand. Lu Qing didn't play around. He revealed the answer for everyone. Emotion. Lu Qing drew love. At this point the groupings were formalized. Emotion, Lin Jixuan. Freezing Powertrain, Gu Ju Kuan. Zhang Jie, Deng Ziki. Lu Qing. Childhood, Lu Shijuan. Hua Qinyu. Zhang Xiaohan. Wang Feng. Tan Weiwei. Sun Nan. Lin Jixian breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Not bad. Sun Nan goes to the childhood group. Lu Qing comes to our group. The pressure of competition has become smaller. Wang Feng sighed darkly. Sun Nan still came to the childhood group. Lu Qing, you will not draw a sign. Hua Qinyu, on the other hand, revealed a disappointed expression, and one could tell that he was really disappointed. He himself was in the childhood group and Lu Qing was in the love group, and it was still too unfortunate that he couldn't personally eliminate Lu Qing. Lu Shijuan, on the other hand, is a little envious of Lu Qing. Drew the word love? If you can change it would be good. Hey, change? Lu Shijuan's eyes rolled. Maybe there was something in it. Switching groups? Lu Qing looked at Lu Shijuan with some surprise. Lu Qing was assigned to the love group, and he was already thinking about which song to use. Lu Shijuan suddenly asked him to change groups, but Lu Qing didn't refuse. I don't have a problem with that, if everyone else agrees. He Nian, on the other hand, showed a thoughtful expression. If you think about it from a fairness standpoint, you can't switch. But he didn't turn it down the first time. He still has selfishness. A variety director must consider far more than just fairness. There's also the level of conversation, competitive viewing, live ratings, and the overall level the show ends up presenting. It even includes the heat of the conversation after the draw highlights are put online. Almost as soon as the two groups' lists were finalized, He Nian came up with the optimal script for who would advance and who would be eliminated based on the singer members of each group. Which 6 guys advance to the second half of the finals will be the most interesting. He can't go rigging the vote, so that fairness is something he has to ensure. However, if the two contestants are switched groups to enhance the competitive spectacle with the consent of all singers, He Nian thinks it is not a big problem. Emotion, the 6 contestants in this group, Lin Jixuan, Freeze Force Train, Gu Ju Kuan, Zhang Jie, Deng Ziki, and Lu Cheng. In He Nian's opinion, the love group was stronger than the childhood group. The 3 people he had in mind to advance to the next level had now become 4. If Lu Qing switched to the childhood group, it was just right. This could potentially play out in the direction of the optimal script in his mind. But of course the fairness of the competition. He would absolutely guarantee it. And if it didn't end up going in that direction, that would be perfectly normal. And the other singers had no problem with that. The bottom line was that it was the consensus that Lu Qing was the weakest. And it was also the consensus that Lu Shijuan was the second weakest. There is also some basis for Lu Shijuan's second weakest. One is their subjective judgment of Lu Shijuan's level of musicianship in comparison to their own as not being a threat. The second is the judgment of the audience. There were 12 installments of Born Singer, and in each installment, the champion singer ended up with around 190 votes. Even Hua Qinyu had 188 votes, while Lu Shijuan only had 185 votes. Of course votes don't equate to singing level, but the final is also won or lost based on votes. To put it bluntly, the change of the two groups did not touch the interests of a group of singers. They already viewed the two as eliminated anyway. Wang Feng did not have a different opinion, and no amount of switching would change the situation of Sun Nan and him competing in the same group. It didn't matter if Lin Jixuan was Lu Qing or Lu Shijuan. It was all the same from a competitive standpoint. The happiest person was Hua Qinyu. Lu Qing was switched to the childhood group. That's good. Blade Lu Qing handily. Here's your chance. Lu Shijuan expressed his gratitude to Lu Qing and expressed his thanks to the singers. Change the subject and maybe you have a chance to impact the second half. This is the finale of The Natural Born Singer. What a valuable opportunity. She was glad she could fight to change groups. Thus, the group list of The Natural Born Singer Peak Night Finale is officially out. Emotion, Lin Jixuan. Freezing Powertrain, Gu Ju Kuan, Zhang Jie, Deng Ziki, Lu Shijuan. Childhood, Lu Qing, Hua Qinyu, Zhang Xiaohan, Wang Feng, Tan Weiwei, Sun Nan. He Nian looked at this draw and smiled with satisfaction. Which of these two groups do you see making it to the second half of the finals? Everyone has their own optimal script, and Hernan has his own optimal candidate. The draw came to an end. The singers had dinner and went back to their hotel rooms. On the same floor as Lu Qing were Zhang Xiaohan and Hua Qinyu. They took the same elevator to the 12th floor of the hotel and prepared to go back to their rooms to rest. On the elevator, Hua Qinyu had been talking to Zhang Xiaohan without words. Ms. Zhang Xiaohan, I've actually always wanted to work with you once. I grew up listening to your songs and like you very much. Zhang Xiaohan rolled his eyes politely. But there's no chance this time. We can only act as opponents this time. It's good that the two of us can advance to the second half together. There were 3 people in the elevator. all from the childhood group. Zhang Xiaohan heard that Hua Chenyu hadn't brought Lu Qing with her when she advanced, so she smiled politely. I've been bogged down working on my new single for a while now, but the instrumental piece hasn't been very satisfying. Having worked with Lu Guopang once during the 7th installment of Born Singer, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask him to back me up on my new single. Zhang Xiaohan nodded his head this time. It goes without saying that Mr. Lu Guopang's business level is the top presence in the country. The industry has an excellent reputation and is the most respected of the bunch. A character like him can't be hired with money alone. He's a top player in a national symphony orchestra. To be able to come to Born Singer is the program group's high reach. That is, Mr. Lu Guopang has a wide range of interests and does not exclude pop music, coupled with the program group's sincere attitude. In order to invite Mr. Lu Guopang to the group, you watch and you want to ask Mr. Lu Guopang for guidance. You have to look at the face of other teachers. Ding dong. The elevator reaches the 12th floor. In order to prevent Hua Chenyu from picking on Lu Qing again and having something embarrassing happen, Zhang Xiaohan did her best to deal with Hua Chenyu all through the elevator. In fact, Zhang Xiaohan was over-worried. Hua Chenyu would not argue with Lu Qing in the open anymore. Can't argue with that. Hey, Mr. Lu Guopang. The trio suddenly noticed a middle-aged man pulling a trolley case in the hallway, opening the door to a hotel room. The three of them quickly stepped forward and walked towards Lu Guopang. Hua Chenyu slightly raised his stride, tracelessly leading Lu Qing and Zhang Xiaohan by half a body length. He wanted to greet Lu Guopang in advance, leaving a good impression so that he could mention his new single. He also believed that Lu Guopang would recognize his creativity in music. Hello, Mr. Lu Guopang. Hua Chenyu extended his right hand with extreme negative enthusiasm, wanting to shake hands with Lu Guopang first. Lu Guopang had just arrived in Kyoto and checked into a hotel under the program's arrangement. He heard someone call out to him and looked around. Oh, it's that traffic star named what's his name Rain. Who are the other two? It's Zhang Xiaohan the girl doll, the singer with the very good tone. Where's the other one? Hi, it's Sage Lu Qing. Lu Guopang satisfied his bad taste in his heart. My brother Lu Qing ha. Then he put down the trolley case in his hand and walked towards the three. Hua Chenyu kept his arms in a forward stance and looked at Lu Guopang with a smile on his face. Who knew that Lu Guopang had directly crossed over to him? And then he saw Lu Guopang put his arm around Lu Qing's shoulders, looking like he was on good terms. Nodding a greeting with Zhang Xiaohan, Lu Guopang said to Lu Qing, I was thinking of contacting you once I got into the room, but I didn't think I'd run into you. Hua Chenyu's hot face was stuck on his cold ass. He had wanted to shake hands, but now his arm was hanging there. It was not a good idea to collect it, nor was it a good idea to continue to put it there. Perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Guopang turned his head to Hua Chenyu and said, It's you. He couldn't remember what the traffic star's name was after all. Normally, he didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, unless some good works got into his ears to get to know the singer. Seeing that Lu Guopang had no intention of shaking his hand, Hua Chenyu took advantage of the conversation and withdrew his arm. It's me. It's like this. My latest single wants to collaborate with Mr. Lu Guopang. There's a chance. Lu Guopang politely declined. He has never had much love for traffic stars. Moreover, he had observed Hua Chenyu and his musical attainments were mediocre, so he did not want to work with Hua Chenyu. Saying that, he no longer cared about Hua Chenyu and pulled Lu Qing away. Hua Chenyu heard Lu Guopang's refusal and his face was unhappy. At that moment, the sound of the two of them, Lu Qing and Lu Guopang, talking faintly came over. Mr. Lu, what is it? It's about your two songs. When will the studio version come out? I'll back you up for free, and in the future out of the song. You are looking for me. My recording studio is very good. The whole country counts. Hua Chenyu was so angry that her face turned a shade of red and white. I fucking approached you and you refused. And then you rushed up to accompany Lu Qing? Good. Lu Qing, you wait to be eliminated. Lu Guopang was tired from his journey, and after some greetings, Lu Qing returned to his room without further interruption. As for the songs Wukong and Where Has the Time Gone, Lu Qing had no intention of re-recording them. The program's final released version no longer has too many flaws, mainly because Lu Qing's live play on these two songs is so good that it's almost comparable to the studio version. Moreover, Lu Qing was the co-producer of the uploaded Wasia Music sound source, and the subsequent copyright proceeds were all Lu Qing's. He was too lazy to toss it. After washing up, Lu Qing began to think, time to finalize the entry track. Each singer must prepare two songs, starting with the first half. The theme of Lu Qing's singing was childhood, and he thought of a few songs in which picking would suffice. Childhood, rice, tiny, those flowers. Childhood needs no introduction. It's a straight-up blast to kill in this selection. On the banyan tree by the pond, Lu Qing casually started, and on earth. Anyone who saw these words would have their own melody in their head. The song Inari creates a highly imaginative zen-like realm with very simple words. The song as a whole gives off a warm, fresh flavor. The inclusion of the sound of crickets in the intro is something that Lu Qing really enjoys on first listen. And the song encourages people to move forward with determination in addition to depicting childhood, adding another layer of intention. The song Tiny is about a childhood friend, which is a different idea from the other two and fits the theme well. This song is also a song written by Zhou Dong, and he himself liked it so much that he was prepared to put it on his album at first. Later, when YH Entertainment asked him for a song, he couldn't turn it down, but he couldn't bear to part with it after giving it away. The point is that a certain cook rejected the song in the first place, and it ended up being instantly recognized by Joey Young. Those flowers is another emotion that can be interpreted differently, but it holds up under the theme of childhood. The sad and warm style of the song leaves a faint feeling of frustration when you listen to it. Which song to pick? Anyway, Lu Qing frowned as he fell into the trouble of having too many songs to pick from. The singers he's grouped with aren't so lucky. The songs under the childhood theme are basically taken out and used without much alteration, but there weren't many of the more famous songs in this world that fit the theme of childhood, and they were completely incomparable to the one Lu Qing had chosen. I wonder if other singers can understand Lu Qing's troubles. Lu Qing stood up and walked around, then made a decision. It's confirmed. It's childhood. The playing field is a noisy environment and emotionally delicate songs are not suitable for this situation. Childhood is upbeat and more suitable for a large stadium. The songs present the kind of relaxed, happy, carefree childhood that I'm sure will infect everyone in the audience. This song has stood the test of time and is a classic among classics. I'm stripping out the score now. Saying yes, Lu Qing turned on his computer and wrote the tune. The crew put the highlights of the draw online. It immediately drew a crowd of netizens. The hottest topic in the entertainment industry right now is the finale of The Natural Born Singer. There are a lot of self-publishers and netizens squatting on the official blog of The Natural Born Singer. As soon as the news was released, everyone rushed over like little fish in a river seeing bait. It didn't take long for the footage to hit the Hot 100. Oh, the draw mode is quite simple and easy to understand. Not fancy at all. Quite good. This is a real God's fight. All the singers are at the top of their game. And song selection is very important at times like this. So I wonder if there will be a surprise song in the finale. My goodness. The first four signs all drew the word, love. The probability is too small. Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie. Aha. Hua Chunyu even draws a sign so handsome. I'm lining up L in place sisters. Ha ha ha. Did you guys sense that Zhang Xiaohan didn't want to take care of Hua Chunyu? Am I mistaken? Tell me I'm not alone. Haha Deng Ziki is so cute Finally drew another, love, word. Lin Jishuan. Frozen Powertrain. Guju Kuan, Zhang Jie, Deng Ziki, my ass. The strength of this group is also too strong. I don't know who the last one is divided into this group. Why do I get the feeling that Hua Qingyu and Lu Qing have a grudge? The two of them shouldn't have known each other before. Upstairs. Of course I don't know. I've checked. Lu Qing is a student. Has nothing to do with the entertainment industry. And now have not even debuted yet. Look at Lin Jishuan's relaxed expression after Lu Qing drew the lots. He didn't put Lu Qing in his eyes at all. Too funny. Hug our Lu Qing. No one even supports it. You can still change your signature? Can. My Both groups aren't easy. Anyone but Lu Shijuan and Lu Qing could have advanced. The comments section said everything, mostly discussing the grouping, and having so many top singers competing on the same stage at the same time. With such a tough format, everyone thought it was both good to watch and exciting, worthy of the finals. The show's official blog posted another set of polls in order to continue to add to the conversation. Who do you think will advance to the second half? The vote was sentiment. Groups are sorted from highest to lowest approval ratings. Section 95%. Deng Ziki 92%. Lin Jishuan 92%. Freeze Force Train 88%. Kuku Quan 78%. Lu Shijuan 65%. The childhood group support ratings are sorted from highest to lowest. Hua Qingyu 96%. Zhang Xiaohan 91%, Vivian Tam 88%, Sun Nan 88%, Wang Feng 75%, Lu Qing 54%. Kai is a diehard fan of The Natural Born Singer. Ever since he was enamored by Lu Qing's song Where Has All the Time Gone, he had been waiting for the show's highlights. He wanted to see how Lu Qing would get along with a bunch of singers and stars as a vegetarian. I was watching the draw video fine, but when it came out I was so pissed off by the voting results that I turned my nose up. Even though Lu Qing has fewer fans, don't you guys look at the vocals at all? What an awesome song by Lu Qing. No, I have to gather my fans to vote for Lu Qing. She first went under Lu Qing's microblog to call out people, and then she saw that Lu Qing had fans who had also posted votes here in her own house. Will Lu Qing make it to the next level? Kai clicked in to take a look. Energy, 18%. Cannot, 82%. Only 18% in favor of Lu Qing advancing? Kai's anger shakes cold and she forgets to go to the official blog to vote. And she angrily posts a comment. You guys are still Lu Qing's fans, so you don't trust Lu Qing that much? The finals are entirely based on strength. Why can't Lu Qing advance? She quickly caught the attention of other fans with this comment. You're right, sister. It depends entirely on strength. But look, are others weak? Lu Qing is a champion. And so are the others. Sister, wake up and see who Lu Qing's opponents are. Sun Nan, Wang Feng, Zhang Xiaohan, Tan Weiwei. People which have more masterpieces than Lu Qing. I also support Lu Qing, but we also have to look at the problem rationally. Seems to make some sense, Kai thought to himself. But 18% is a bit too low. How about 30%? It still won't advance, but 30% looks better. July 20th, 8 p.m. Bird's Nest Stadium. As a symbolic hallowed stage, all singers aspire to perform on this stage, but very few have done concerts at the Bird's Nest. A full house of 91,000 people is not a challenge for anyone. If you're not careful, you could lose your bottom dollar by organizing a concert here. There was once a musician who didn't believe in evil and had ironed a concert at the Bird's Nest, only to end up losing tens of millions of dollars. This musician is not hot enough, but the finale of The Natural Born Singer is exploding with heat. The site was packed with 91,000 seats. As far as the eye can see, all the people in great numbers. Without having personally been to the scene, it is difficult to appreciate this shocking visual effect. The crowd just didn't stop cheering and applauding. Outside the arena there was a large group of spectators who hadn't bought tickets, and they surrounded the place. Their hearts itching with envy as they heard the earth-shattering shouts from the arena. A music industry extravaganza like this will not come again if you miss it. Many of those who couldn't make it to the venue chose to watch the live stream. The finale of The Natural Born Singer was broadcast live, and the overwhelming publicity during the show's previews is now having an effect. In the guide room, He Yin and the music director stood side by side, their eyes on the screen in front of them. What's the number of people watching the live stream online? Director, wait a moment. The technician beside him immediately switched the surveillance data on the computer. The technician was numb. He knew the number of people watching the live broadcast would be large, but he didn't expect it to be this large. 1,030,000 people. The official match hadn't even started yet, and the number of people watching online directly broke 1 million. And that number continues to grow. 1,035,000, 1,048,000, 1,060,000 now. The technician exclaims that the number of people refreshes as soon as he speaks and he can't keep up. He Yin was also unable to hide his excitement at this time. This heat is a little too scary. Before the program started, the director's team made predictions. The live stream broke 1 million people online, and they expected it. What wasn't anticipated was that this node came before it even opened. The heat will continue to build and it's anyone's guess as to where it will end up. Have all the backup lines been checked? Make sure it's foolproof. Checked it several times. I'll go over it again. With so much at stake, the pressure on the techs came up when they saw the number of people on the air. Hernandez is no less stressful. He frowned and looked serious, doing his best to mull over the details. He's poured too much into this program to ever allow himself to fall on low-level issues. Everything is ready for the singer to play. If he can also come out with a phenomenal song first in the finale, it will directly establish his position in the world of variety directors. He's seen all the singers' rehearsals. The one who gave him the biggest surprise was Lu Qing. Lu Qing was the only singer who performed an original song that touched He Yin. Lu Qing, it's up to you. The director prayed silently in his heart. Unlike the tense atmosphere backstage at the show, the live broadcast was full of joy. Pop-ups floated by and covered the screen directly. Aha, I'm so looking forward to this. 10 minutes to go to start. Who will be the first singer? Did anyone else watch it live in a movie theater like I did? It was so outrageous. Would have loved to see the movie, haha. I can't believe there are movie tickets for the live broadcast of Born Singer for sale. How many links did the program group hit this? It's so hot. Melon Matza is ready for Deng Ziki. Shangjia champion. Zhang Jia champion. Weak support for Lu Qing. The emphasis is on participation. Here we go. Here we go. The host is on stage. It's about to start. At this very moment, Bird's Nest Stadium. There was a brilliant light show and the host appeared at the center of the main stage. His hands trembled slightly. He was in a state of extreme excitement. There was no presenter who didn't crave such a stage. Good evening, dear viewers and those sitting in front of the TV and watching the webcast. This is the Born Singer finale, live from the summit night. Welcome, the spectators at the venue resounded with enthusiastic chants. The scene was magnificent. After 3 months of brutal competition, 12 singers came out on top. Tonight, however, they're going to go through the most brutal competition of all, with only one singer out of 12 getting the final title. The decision of who is the final champion is in your hands. The voting mechanism for the finals is equally simple, with 91,000 spectators on hand, each entitled to one vote. The person with the highest number of votes advances. Lowers, eliminated. Born Singer was made with the simple intention of delivering the purest enjoyment to every music-loving friend. I didn't expect that it would gain the love of so many viewers and friends, and at the same time set off a storm in the Chinese music scene. Every singer will give their all and live up to the love. Born Singers Night at the top. Now open. Please welcome the first singer. Childhood, group. Zhang Xiaohan. Zhang Xiaohan took center stage in a gorgeous evening gown, facing a full 90,000 people in all directions. She took a deep breath to calm down. Music up. She spoke slowly. The theme of childhood had bothered her for a long time. The song she ultimately chose is about a child's genuine bond with his grandfather during his childhood. As he grows older and goes through the gray moments of his life, those childhood moments always give him the warmth and strength to move forward. Her voice is penetrating, ethereal and pure. It's very uplifting right out of the gate, and the stories in the songs speak for themselves. As the mood progressed, Zhang Xiaohan's voice with the song, the kind of exuberant vitality displayed more than infected the audience, and the fans on the air. It gives me goosebumps to hear it. Mama. Zhang Xiaohan put pressure on the others as soon as he came up and performed so well. The songs are still middling, but the singing can be too much of a plus. This voice is truly unique in the Chinese music industry, worthy of being hailed as a voice kissed by angels. As expected of an inspirational diva, she can handle any kind of song. Now I've changed my mind. The childhood group is going to be harder to play than the love group. Do you think Lu Qing still has a chance? At this moment on the stage, after a song, Zhang Xiaohan collected the microphone. The audience didn't mince their applause. Host, thank you. Thank you Zhang Xiaohan for singing wonderfully. If you like her singing, please don't be stingy and vote for her. The audience voted enthusiastically and Zhang Xiaohan won their favor. Her final tally came to 86,543 votes. Backstage, each singer has their own separate lounge. In Lounge 7, Lu Qing applauded Zhang Xiaohan from the bottom of his heart. He understands the songs of Zhang Xiaohan, with the relatively narrow and difficult subject matter of childhood. She put a lot of effort into making the song match her own vocals and tone. From song selection to song adaptation, the final presentation is very good. Lu Qing judged it from a professional point of view as a live play with a very high degree of completion. With this reference, Lu Qing probably had a number in mind. 86,543 votes is a relatively high number of votes. After Zhang Xiaohan, the second, third and fourth singers to appear were all singers from the love group. They are Gugu Jukuan, Frozen Power Train, and Lu Shijuan. The fifth, sixth, and seventh singers who came out were all from the childhood group. 5 and 6 are Vivian Tan and Brilliant Rain. Lu Qing was scheduled to come out in the 7th position. Stage, Kuku Quan is in the zone. Love songs are not difficult for him. The promo was almost indistinguishable from the rehearsal, and finished his song on schedule. Frozen Power Train followed Gugu Koan by adapting an old love song from 40 years ago and reinterpreting it in a modern arrangement. A very bold attempt that unfortunately didn't work out. The two ended up with 82, 335 and 78, 635 votes respectively. Compared to Zhang Xiaohan, Gu Jukuan's singing did not give a sense of amazement. Frozen Power Train was kind of the first artist to flop, picking songs that didn't match the brainwaves of the live audience, and it showed in the vote count. The next singer to take the stage was Lu Shijuan. She has a certain confidence when it comes to the love song circuit. The play of Kujukan and Frozen Power Train likewise gave her some confidence. His adaptations of the songs are not as conservative as Gugu Koan's or as radical as Freeze Force Train's. The song is about a girl with a soft exterior who shows a positive outlook on love after a breakup. With her straightforward lyrics and smooth melody, she draws an image of a strong and stubborn girl, an image that resonates with many listeners. The loss of love is a little sad, but it doesn't stop the turnaround from being dashing. The songs are melodically not flashy, but straight to the heart. She had a great outfit tonight, a white feathered dress and deep, determined eyes. She did her singing extremely well with the stage lighting. The final tally was 84,965 votes. Lu Shijuan returned backstage with an easy step. The change of group was the right bet this time. The best love songs were sung and the results were delightful. Thank you Lu Qing. The next one out was Watching You, then Tan Weiwei, then Lu Qing. Go Lu Qing! Lu Shijuan cried out secretly. At this point in the live broadcast, the discussion was noticeably louder, and pop-ups floated by one after another. Lu Shijuan played too well right. This time Goku and Freeze Force Train are really difficult. Frozen Power Train is adapting boldly. It's the finals. If they were a little more conservative, they wouldn't have so few votes with what they've got. Gugu Gon is too conservative and sounds completely uninspired. Song selection is really important. Lu Shijuan just chose this song well. Cheer up. Lu Shijuan is expected to advance. Next up was Vivian Tan, the second singer in the childhood group. She has added the singing style of local opera genres to her songs, and her voice is just straight and high-pitched, majestic and heroic. She uses her voice to take the audience into the Northwest 50 years ago and how people spent their childhoods then. Songs can resonate very strongly with a specific group of people, but there are some people who are not a fan. In the end Vivian Tam got 83,666 votes. At this point the number of online viewers of the live broadcast has exceeded 1.6 million. When Hua Chenyu took the stage, it surprisingly exploded by another 100,000 in just 1 minute. With the number of people online exceeding 1.7 million, the pop-ups drifted more aggressively, and it is bifurcated. Wah 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 wah. Kill me. It's so cool. A street of Chinese music. Inquire who is the father. Once a son, always a son. Words music forever a god. I am not sorry to be on Mars in this life, but I will be a Martian in the next. Mars hits the Earth. Chenyu, you're the best. The other side is, what a SB thing to pull down the natural-born singer. Wah wah, check it out this time. And don't leak any more electricity from the microphone. I won't mute it as long as you don't sing high notes. Ah, my eyes. Going to the restroom. Hopefully when I come back, Brilliant Rain will have finished singing. At this moment, Hua Chenyu stood on the stage, his face expressionless. When the accompaniment cuts in, he lets out a low hissing sound that grows from weak to strong. It was a full minute before he began to sing at the top of his lungs. The main theme is a tragic childhood. Not everyone's childhood is a happy one, and Brilliant Rain captures this in an artful sublimation. Perhaps it was sublimated a bit too much. Band teacher Lu Guoping, Subway Elderly Cellphone.jpg. Out of professionalism, Lu Guoping meticulously completed the accompaniment exactly along the lines of Hua Chenyu. Early in the rehearsal, Lu Guoping had made a suggestion that Hua Chenyu should not abuse the high notes, and Brilliant Rain's soprano is very thin and lacks the supportive cavity resonance, which doesn't sound good. Brilliant Rain is musically conceited. You're good at instrumental stuff, but singing, I know more than you. The moment Brilliant Rain finished the closing soprano part on stage, he thought the soprano at the end completely brought the theme of black childhood to a climax. Lu Guoping breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved that he had finally finished singing. High art is only as good as the audience, and this is a competition. Hurry up and have Lu Qing come up and clean my ears. As expected, in the end, Brilliant Rain only got 83,466 votes. That's 200 votes below Vivian Tam. After Zhang Xiaohan and Tan Weiwei, she was temporarily ranked third in the childhood group. 83,466 votes? This lousy audience voted blindly. They really don't understand art. Hua Chenyu shouted angrily in the number 6 lounge, but he was alone in this room, and no one was there to hear him vent. Zhang Xiaohan was first, Tan Weiwei was second, and I was third. It's okay, there's still a chance. And Guggenheim only got 82,000 votes, and Frozen Power Train even got less than 80,000 votes. There are 3 other people in the childhood group. Sun Nan, Wang Feng, and Lu Cheng. Sun Nan, old man, you'd better pick a corny song, preferably with no more than 80,000 votes. Wang Feng, you're unstable singing live. I know, the final votes will definitely not be as high as mine. Lu Cheng, even if I play wrong, you don't stand a chance. I told you, I'm going to weed you out and bring you home myself. Brilliant Rain quickly adjusted his mindset, believing that he still had a good chance of advancing. At this time, Lu Qing had already arrived on the stage. He hadn't seen Hua Chenyu's votes yet, but he didn't care, because next, he wants this world's audience to hear it. What a real childhood. Lu Qing was the 7th singer to appear, meaning, after every singer's performance, starting with Lu Qing, one singer faced elimination. The singers in each break got serious. Lounge 10. After Zhang Jia had seen the 3 singers of the Love group sing, his heart had been set at ease. Gujukuan and Frozen Power Train don't have a high number of votes, so as long as they play normally, they have a high probability of advancing. Zhang Jia watched the screen intently. Now he could relax his mind and listen to what kind of level the singers in the childhood group were at. In Lounge 2, Frozen Power Train is with Gugu Gon. Frozen Power Train said with panache, I'm hopeless anyway, and you've got another shot at advancing. Gujukuan smiled to himself. It's highly unlikely, and I'm not holding my breath. Now we can enjoy the music. Also, drop the baggage and enjoy the music. Who's out next? It's Lu Qing, who has sung 2 original songs before, both of which were of very high quality. If he can maintain his level of creativity this time, I believe he will have a place in the Chinese music scene in the future. Good. Then let's see what level Lu Qing is really at. The two looked up at the screen. Lounge 1. If you want to say who is the most relaxed right now, it's none other than Zhang Xiaohan. Out of the singers who have appeared so far, she has the highest number of votes, and singing all over the place. All she can do now is listen to other singers. She had racked her brain for the theme of childhood to get to the point where she was today, and she herself is very happy with today's performance. She now wanted to see what other angles of entry there were on the subject of childhood. Who was better or worse than their own childhood theme songs? As she watched the announcement on the screen, she mouthed softly, "Is the name of the song Childhood? That's pretty lazy." Main stage center. Lu Qing is all set. Lu Guoping could not hide his excitement as he received Lu Qing's gesture from the side. He knew how much weight the song Childhood really carried. Smiling secretly, Lu Guoping communicated with the musicians. 3, 2, 1, go! Get ready to enjoy a childhood reminiscence for the 90,000 spectators at the venue, as well as the 2 million netizens watching the live stream. Piano, guitar and bass are combined in an instrumental that builds a relaxing and cozy atmosphere from the first second, with a light rhythmic feel that can easily immerse you in the world of childhood memories. The intro was only 15 seconds long, but it was those 15 seconds that instantly let the 90,000 people in the audience know that this was childhood. Netizens who watched the live stream were uptight. This, a kind of yet simple and advanced feeling. Can't say. So joyful. The intro alone is better than all the childhood theme songs today. A picture of it all at once in my head. Lu Qing's body swayed gently to the beat of the music. A song that would bring back memories of childhood no matter how often one listened to it. Every time I hear it, I can relax my mind and body and briefly go back to my childhood days. Now, he is going to lead the 90,000 viewers in the audience, and the 2 million netizens in the live stream, back to their childhood days. On the banyan tree by the pond, mockingbirds are vocalizing summer. On the swings by the playground, only butterflies rest on it. The teachers chalk on the blackboard, still desperately gibbering and writing, waiting for class to end, waiting for school to end. A childhood of waiting games. Lu Qing's body followed the rhythm and bounced. He grinned, he waved his arms, and he conveyed joy to the 90,000 people in attendance. This verse is sung. The audience was sincerely infected by Lu Qing, conquered by the joy in the song, and taken back to their childhood by the lyrics and rhythm. They imagined it. Ponds, banyan trees, robins, summer, playgrounds, swings, butterflies, blackboard, teacher, chalk, after class, after school, games. A series of words stacked on top of each other make a vivid three-dimensional picture. That's the summer of childhood for you. That's the kind of thing you only get in childhood. The audience couldn't help but get up from their seats, either swaying to the beat or closing their eyes to enjoy the images before them. More and more people started interacting with Lu Qing. Lu Qing continued to sing. The welfare club has everything in it. Just don't have half a dime in your pocket. Zhuge Shiro and the Devil's Party. Who the hell grabbed that sword? The girl in the next class. Why haven't you passed my window yet? Mouthful of snacks, handful of comics. The childhood of the heart's first love. Singing this, Lu Qing could not help but think of his own childhood days. Childhood pockets are always in dire straits. He remembers never having more than 50 cents for his allowance as a child. When he has 50 cents in his pocket, he can go to the kiosk 5 times because they have long chili fries there for 10 cents apiece. The little kids in the family didn't have much pocket money, but it's a joy to think about those times. Jim leaning back position. One live audience member giggled. He also had an average family environment when he was a child, only that his parents gave him slightly more pocket money. He runs the kiosk a little more. Now he remembers clearly the prices at that time. Ice packs are 10 cents. Beef slabs are 50 cents. Rectangular clear packages of diced beef are $2. The little raccoon was 50 cents. But that didn't matter. Except that 108 would have never collected it himself at that point. You can buy a 50-cent lollipop with your classmates. Half each for 25 cents each. And unlabeled sodas in glass bottles. Lounge 2. Gu Jukuan would smile. His childhood home was so distressed that several families lived together, sharing a living room and a bathroom. No snacks or toys. But when he was a kid, he never felt the days were hard. It's even a pleasure every day. He went back to his childhood days and reminisced about what it was like to be a child. He forgets about placing in the tournament and doesn't think about the slightest possibility of advancing. None of it matters. Now, he wants to rediscover his childhood with Lu Qing. Lounge 8. Deng Ziki remembered an embarrassing incident of his own. She came to Shangjiang with her family when she was 4 years old. Forget when. There's a very handsome senior at school. Handsome as hell. Plays basketball very well. He had big eyes. Like a boy out of a comic book. All the female students around him are very addicted to him. And I also follow the trend to chase him. Write songs for him. Ask him to watch the game with you. She thought doing this was a confession. But it seems that the senior doesn't know about it. In the end the matter came to nothing. It seems like a lot of things in childhood don't work out. But it doesn't take away from the beauty of childhood. Dunseki thought dully. In the live broadcast room, the number of people had soared to 2.2 million as Lu Qing started singing. Topics that resonate will generate more discussion. The pop-ups on the live feed grew exponentially. With a poorly configured computer or cell phone, this would have jammed the screen. It seems that everyone has a strong desire to express themselves regarding their childhood. When I was a kid, I bought instant noodles. First crushed them, then sprinkled the flavor packets into them. Shook them vigorously. Then ate them. Ate the last bit left all poured into my hand. Then poured it around with my left and right hands, shaking off the excess flavor powder. Feeling almost ready to snap my mouth. Then licked my paws clean. What's even more interesting is to drink the water in the bag after taking some water out of the bag. Who has ever eaten instant noodles like this? I guess you laughed. Yet, there is something heartbreaking to the aging US. At the end of the meal, the instant fabric is all underneath. It's too salty. Pour it into your hand and flick it back and forth. And then finally take a bite. Clap your hands, and rub your pants. It's simple to be happy in childhood, and simple to be happy when you grow up. A kindergarten boy gives a little girl a licked lollipop. The little girl picked up the lollipop and asked, "What if I eat it and get pregnant?" The little boy said in a bossy voice, "Give birth and the three of us will go to kindergarten together." That's the most responsible thing I've ever heard. Got a license with my elementary school classmate, and I still haven't let go of that girl I had a childhood crush on. I'm 00. Why do I sound so sensational? Lu Qing's voice, as if it had a kind of magic. He could interpret all kinds of stories. The ability to immerse the audience in the story, in the world he's building. He deliberately avoided too much vocal technique. Create an atmosphere with the simplest melody, the simplest lyrics, and the most sincere emotions. Let everyone start their childhood journey. Always wait until bedtime. Just realized the homework was only a little bit done. It's always after the exams. Just realized that I didn't read all the books I should have. An inch of time is an inch of gold. Teacher said an inch of gold can't buy you an inch of time. Day after day. Year after year. A confused childhood. Everyone has something to say about their childhood reading time. Everyone has regrets in one way or another at this stage. In the live audience, some people cry and laugh. Lu Qing wrote these lyrics. Seems to have hit them all. Some long-dusted memories were turned up from the ruins of the mind. School's out. Home for dinner. Seeing that his partners were about to play, he hurriedly rattled the dishes into a bowl and then scurried out of the house with the dishes in his hand to go play with his partners. I was afraid that if I went late, there would be no place for me. Hide and seek, ragtag, checker jumping, horseback riding and fighting. It wasn't until mom and dad came to beat themselves up with brooms that they realized it was getting dark and it was time to go home to bed. Lying down on the bed itself, his eyes snapped open. The homework wasn't done. The book bag in the corner says it's aggravated. When one arrives at school with trepidation and realizes that there are also so many 2 or 3 students who have not done their homework, one's heart is instantly grounded. Took the desk's homework and started copying it. At the time, I thought I was a masterful copyist, and that the teacher wouldn't notice if I intentionally misspelled a few numbers. Unbeknownst to the class, more than 20 students, all wrong to a wrong answer. The teacher has long been insightful. The pop-ups on the live feed were instantly taught. How I wish that one day I would suddenly wake up and realize that I fell asleep in one of my first-year classes and that everything I'm experiencing right now is a dream. Full of your saliva, you tell your desk that you had a long dream, and your desk calls you an idiot and tells you to listen to the class. You look out the window at the field. Everything is so familiar. Everything is still hopeful. You never know until you graduate that you're even that sad to part with this class. All those years when our teachers warned us that we would grow up regretting today's desertions, today's pranks, and today's woes. Today I thought about it and it turned out to be true. Originally I didn't even remember what it was like to be a child. And when Lu Qing sang, I remembered it all. Lu Qing was already in top form. He whistled on stage as part of the accompaniment to childhood. A long whistle. Lu Guoping suggested that Lu Qing pre-record this whistling and lip-sync it on the spot. Lu Qing refused. He believes that when singing live, the air sound makes the overall atmosphere of the song more immersive. Sure enough, as Lu Qing was whistling this, there were already many live audience members humming along. The melody of childhood is simple. The live audience will know it after a few listens. The whistling directly lifted the vibe of the scene up a few levels. All the viewers were utterly and completely caught up in Lu Qing's rhythm. No one knows why. The sun always goes down on the other side of the mountain. No one can tell me. Are there fairies living inside the mountain? How many days? Always staring at the sky alone. Just curious. Just fantasize. Such a lonely childhood. As a child you will always retain a desire to explore the world. Will be curious about every single thing. Lu Qing couldn't remember when he learned that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west because of the Earth's rotation. Later, Lu Qing realized that answers are important, but staying curious is even more important. If the day comes when one is no longer curious for no reason, then it is childhood that has slipped away, without realizing it. During childhood, strange ideas always pop into your head. These ideas are obviously serious and earnest, but they are not understood by adults. Later, Lu Qing realized that it was because of these ridiculously childish ideas that we could call it our childhood. Lounge 10. Zhang Jie suddenly thought of an interesting incident that happened some time ago. One day he had a whim to go back to the old house and check it out. Like so many families, he was not well off as a child. His parents being laid-off workers, the family lived in a tiled hutong. Every day when his mother told him to go to bed, he disobeyed but could not sleep. What's going on? Digging holes. Lying on the bed, he picked his fingers through the siding of the walls, and when the siding came off he picked at the sand and gravel inside. Day after day, he digs a hole in the wall raw. Back at the old house, he saw the hole in the wall and it was like being a kid again. And he found this line on his bed: "This is my bed. If anyone dares to violate it, I will." It was carved into his bed when he was a child. I'll just, what? There is no follow-up on the content. What was the thinking at the time? After thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't remember. Childhood is always full of weird and middle-aged fantasies. Zhang Jie hummed the lyrics, reminiscing about his childhood. Lounge 8. Wang Feng stared blankly at the screen. Such a lonely childhood. The lyrics poked him. In his memory, his own childhood seemed to be about one thing: practice, practice, and practice. Keep practicing the piano for 4 hours a day. No playtime, and no partner. One's own childhood seems to be different from others. Other people's childhood memories of robins and swings are not their own. Those childhood drudgery made me who I am now. But as a child, who wasn't curious and who didn't fantasize? Whenever I fret, I think of the kids outside playing with abandon. But I'm stuck in my room practicing the piano. In my own case, childhood was lonely. When Lu Qing had just started singing, Wang Feng judged that it was a good song that could resonate with most people. Until he sang it, he too was touched hard. He watched Lu Qing with particular seriousness. This guy is a genius. The eyes of the audience at the scene changed when they looked at Lu Qing. Not all of those in attendance today were fans of the natural-born singer. At least half of them don't recognize who Lu Qing is. In fact, there were many of those who had watched the first 2 episodes who couldn't remember Lu Qing's name. It's not the work that matters to many people. It's the fame. Only those who truly appreciated Lu Qing's work would pay attention to him. Today is completely different. Lu Qing completely overwhelmed the audience with his song Childhood. Let them see how talented this young man called Lu Qing was. Stage. Lu Qing pulled a harmonica out of his pocket. There are several versions of the arrangement of Childhood. Except for the original whistling, there is also a version where the whistling is replaced with harmonica playing. The harmonica has a soft and delicate tone, very much like Childhood. Lu Qing discussed with Lu Guopeng when arranging the piece and put the harmonica part here, only to see Lu Qing close his eyes. Qing wrapped the palms of his hands around the back of his mouth and blew. The big screen at the scene projected Lu Qing's serious blowing expression. Very charming. The harmonica sound came out. The pop-ups on the live feed were instantly and neatly organized. Inject the soul. Inject the soul. Inject the soul. Note. Enter. Spirit. Spirit. Handsome, 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 handsome. This harmonica solo added another wave of impression points for Lu Qing. Who can say no to a serious harmonica playing? Good-looking guy? After a section of harmonica playing, Lu Qing then sang the last section. Dragonflies fly over in the sunshine. A green rice field. Watercolor crayons and kaleidoscopes. Can't paint that one rainbow in the sky. When will you look like an upperclassman? There's a face of maturity and growing up. Looking forward to the vacation. Looking forward to tomorrow. Looking forward to a grown-up childhood. Day after day. Year after year. Looking forward to a grown-up childhood. The audience is a little further forward. There's a young man. When he heard Lu Qing's song Green Rice Fields, his own childhood immediately came to mind. His own childhood had nothing to do with rice paddies. Instead, it's a field of wheat, rolling around in the freshly sprouted wheat in the spring with my village mates, and then in a few months, touching the freshly grown ears of wheat in the green fields and wondering if I could eat them. In another month, the wheat is yellow. Although they were all very young, the little ones were each helping their families harvest wheat. Everyone comes through childhood this way, and no child feels abnormal. In the village, The straw from the finished wheat is piled up on the wheat field, piled up one by one like a small yurt. Myself and a few mischievous buddies would hollow out the inside of the stack of wheat stalks and just play hide and seek in the wheat field. In the summer and fall would go drilling into cornfields and steal corn, break off a few ripe cobs from people and roast them. In the winter again, in the wheat field, sprinkle the previously harvested corn and wheat for catching small sparrows. It was pretty carefree back then. Now a bunch of brats are each fighting for their own aspirations. If they hear this song, they'll remember our childhood together too, right? And with 90,000 people in the audience, there were few who felt the same way as this young man. They were all little friends he played with in the wheat fields. Their childhood was a wheat field as well as a rice field. It's the mountain behind the village and the stream that runs in front of the house. It's snow and it's a meadow. It's a little hide-and-seek buddy and a childhood friend who lives next door. Day by day. When one grows up day by day, childhood becomes childhood. A song. The applause of the 90,000 people in the audience was as passionate and enthusiastic as a volcanic eruption. Many people even stood up to applaud. Lu Qing's song is worth it. Seeing the constant standing ovations around them, many people were no longer reserved. They followed the example of others and began to stand up and applaud. Snap, snap. More and more people are affected. It eventually took shape, with the entire 90,000 strong crowd rising to their feet and a 3-minute-long applause at the bird's nest site. And for those who didn't grab a ticket outside the bird's nest, they turned on the live stream and watched while listening to the songs coming out of the arena. Until Lu Qing finished singing, they applauded along. The audience inside and outside the arena seemed to be linking their clapping together at this moment. Surrounding Lu Qing, Lu Qing stood in the center of the stage, his arms open and his head slightly tilted up. Enjoy it as if you were mesmerized. Enjoying the tidal wave of applause, Lu Qing seemed to be the center of attention of the whole world at this moment. The lights, the applause, the stares, the praises, everything gathered towards him. Lu Qing truly felt the happiness of being a singer. He enjoys moments like this. From such applause, he also sensed the love of the audience, who enjoyed listening to Childhood, a song that reminded them of fond memories, and he's going to continue to sing the song to the world. On the live feed, the pop-ups got even crazier. A lot of people don't know what a kaleidoscope is, do they? Dragonflies, rice paddies, in fact, are not only in the memories of childhood, it's there now too. It's just that we don't have that childlike mind to pay attention to it. We put too much attention on the world. No one pays attention to these beautiful things. My little nephew next to me is in elementary school now, and when I show him this song, he doesn't understand it at all. It's a song you only hear when you're older. It's true when you say it. Kids don't cherish time at all. He won't understand if you go and tell him something. Wasn't it like that when we were little? It's silly to look forward to growing up when you're a kid. Wow. This song is really warm and childlike and childish. I'm happy to hear it. Does this singer named Lu Qing have any other songs? Dogs Win is a viewer on the air. He's a Northeasterner, and he's called Dog Shang because he has the word Shang in his name. The name Dog Shang was also given to him by his childhood friend. He didn't see anything wrong with the moniker until Dogs Win went to college, because that's what everyone called it where he grew up, and that's what he nicknamed his other little friends. It wasn't until he went to college, where his roommates came from all over the world, that he learned more about the differences between North and South. A lot of things surprised him. I can't believe someone hasn't seen snow before. Eating hot pot without dipping sauce? Today, he heard the song Childhood by Lu Qing, which instantly brought him back to his childhood. A Northeastern kid's childhood. Back home in Doggone, there are 4 distinct seasons in the year, but winter lasts 6 months and spring and fall are very short. He remembers that once winter came, he and his buddies pulled a homemade plow and went sledding in the backcountry. Boys and girls are all the same, playing for a little while, their faces are red with frost, and they don't go home even when their hands are frozen. They would go to play in the old forest behind the village, where no one ever came, and in the dead of winter, the snow could be a meter thick. They went sparrow hunting with homemade slingshots made from tree branches and bicycled alcores. He remembers that he had no resistance to all straight sticks. He would pick up branches from the side of the road, discarded plastic tubes, and he didn't know why he was obsessed with them. Once in the hand with a straight weapon, the roadside grass and wildflowers will certainly suffer. Directly by the stick swept a large area. Fanning piaggi, popping yo-yos, wrestling mud, eating frozen pears. Too many childhood memories came tumbling out all at once. It was also very interesting to see the contrast between the two as Dog's son listened to his classmates from the South also recounting their childhoods. The dog winners in the live broadcast room can't wait to share the live broadcast room. The song Childhood made the live streamers' desire to share it uncontrollable. The number of online viewers on the live stream is soaring. Inside the Bird's Nest Stadium, the applause thinned out and the audience sat back in their seats. In retrospect, They feel a little crazy about what they did. They were driven by the vibe. The entire crowd of 90,000 surprisingly gave a 3-minute standing ovation. The scene was spectacular. At this very moment, through the screen, the world has 10 more lemon goblins and 1 more super lemon goblin. Tan Wei Wei is sour. Lu Shijuan is sour. And so are Gu Jukuan and Freeze Force Train. Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan, Lin Zhishuan, Zhang Jia, Wang Feng, and Sun Nan all soured. There wasn't a single singer who didn't envy Lu Qing. Bird's Nest. 90,000 people. Applause. Standing ovation. 3 minutes. A man in the center of the stage. Deng Ziki pouted slightly and drooled with envy. She's been to other people's Bird's Nest concerts as a guest, and the crowds have been enthusiastic. An audience like today's she hadn't felt before. There was nothing but acid and a hint of bitterness in the heart of the frozen power train. Too much differentiation. Why I don't have 80,000 votes. These viewers are giving me eye candy. Lu Shijuan clapped his hands hard. Although her applause couldn't reach Lu Qing's ears, there was blessing and admiration in that applause. Lu Qing was amazing. In just a few days, he was able to create such a phenomenal song. Advancement was surely assured. Lim has a serious face in the lounge. He gathered his contempt. At the beginning of the draw, there were only 2 people left, Lu Qing and Sun Nan, and he didn't think twice about treating Lu Qing as the weaker one. Now Lu Qing not had taught himself a lesson. Don't underestimate anyone. When you think about it, even the quality creators you know couldn't create a masterpiece like Childhood in a short period of time. And Lu Qing can't pick a single thing wrong with it, either in terms of composition or interpretation. Are all young people nowadays so stable? Lin Zhishuan muttered in his mind. Zhang Xiaohan, on the other hand, was filled with shock. She was surprised by Lu Qing's Childhood. She wasn't simply shocked by the song itself, but the whole idea of the song. She went to great lengths to present the theme of childhood, coming up with a dozen points of entry. It expresses the theme, fits your voice, fits the game, fits a large stadium game, etc., etc., etc. One of the songs that eventually simmered down was one that she was more than happy with herself. The songs are complex and incorporate many elements. There is also a great deal of difficulty in technical singing, but Lu Qing's Childhood throws away all the fuss. No tangents, no complicated melodies, neither, just singing about childhood. It's just pure childhood. Lu Qing used the simplest of ideas to get right at the theme of childhood. Zhang Xiaohan couldn't believe that Lu Qing hadn't thought about it. She was shocked by Lu Qing's thought process. It was like a martial arts master fighting. She used 18 martial arts, while Lu Qing only had 1 move to determine the winner. She wouldn't be surprised by what kind of votes Lu Qing got now. By this time, the host was already on stage, counting Lu Qing's votes. Lu Qing was the 4th singer from the Childhood group to take the stage. That means that from now on, for every singer who comes on to sing, 1 singer will be eliminated. Let's take a look at the rankings of the Childhood group, the host said from the stage. Well, on the big screen we can see it. First place, Zhang Xiaohan, 86,543 votes. Second place, Vivian Tam, 83,666 votes. Third place, Hua Chenyu, 83,466 votes. How many votes will Lu Qing's singing get after all? Will he be eliminated, or will he be eliminated? 3, 2, 1, please reveal. The crowd was cooperative, and there was no cacophony, even with 90,000 people in attendance. All that could be heard was the host's deliberate gasp over the microphone. Time stops in this moment. The big screen shows Lu Qing's final vote count, 87,935 votes. Congratulations to Lu Qing, advancing to the second half. The moderator fought the urge to shout. The crowd contributed to the cheers. The atmosphere was electric. Ha ha, here's one of my votes. Lu Qing, forward duck, childhood, deservedly so. Woohoo, take off, King Lu Qinga, King Lu Qingshek. At this time, the big screen also updated the rankings of the Childhood group in real time. First place, Lu Qing, 87,935 votes. Second place, Xiaohan Zhang, 86,543 votes. Third place, Vivian Tam, with 83,666 votes. Fourth place, Brilliant Rain, 83,466 votes. Eliminated. The show even gave the word elimination a kinetic effect. A gray and black font with a big cross. The results are remarkable. The show's crew put their hearts into it. Everyone saw it clearly. Through the screen, Hua Chenyu saw the elimination following his name and felt an incomparable glare. He leaned his body back, dodging the glow of the 2 words as if they stung his eyes. Super Lemon Light obviously can't accept this. If he doesn't abuse his soprano voice, develops his alto, plays to his strengths, and doesn't pursue the so-called art, he could have a place in the Chinese music scene. This is what a certain music critic said about Brilliant Rain. Hua Qinyu didn't listen as well, but Brilliant Rain has basic musical literacy, so he could hear that Childhood was a good song. It's a better song than his. This is the source of his pain. It was judging such a result that Hua Qinyu looked incomparably tortured, sending Lu Qing home with his own hands. Those were his own words. Now Lu Qing had defeated him squarely in the music he was so proud of. Instead, he let Lu Qing send him back home. How could he accept this? Who would have thought that an internet star would get lucky and write such a great song? But I can't admit to his face that he writes excellent songs. Right. Just do it. Just don't admit it. Hua Qinyu's face showed joy, nearly tripping over my own thoughts. Lu Qing's song is great, but I am. No. Admit it. Admit. Music is subjective. Lu Qing ended up with 87,935 votes, so there are still 3,000 viewers who didn't vote, and there are viewers on the floor who don't like Lu Qing. On the contrary, Lu Qing, did he really think he could write a second Childhood just because he wrote one? After figuring out the joints, Hua Qinyu's body relaxed. Go to the bathroom. He was in a good mood. Even the opening of the door was much lighter. On the way to the bathroom, he couldn't even resist humming softly. On the banyan tree by the pond, the robin is sounding. Spinning around, he realized something was wrong and hurriedly stopped. Restrooms. Lu Qing was washing his face here at the moment. Performing was also a physical endeavor. And after coming down from the stage, he went straight here. Lu Qing? Lu Qing twisted his head to see that it was Hua Qinyu. Hua Qinyu was suddenly a bit flustered the moment she saw Lu Qing, but on second thought, what am I afraid of? Didn't I think about it just now? Not admitting it, he then hugged his bladder and scrutinized Lu Qing, saying, don't think that you sing well. Childhood is nothing more than a very ordinary mouthful of a song in my opinion. The lyrics and melody are simple and not very artistic. It's more or less like you're fooling the ordinary audience with this song. It's really not enough to look at before a professional singer. Lu Qing was puzzled. Is Hua Qinyu's brain broken? Who asked you? Childhood had endured over 40 years on Earth, becoming a classic among classics, and the vast majority of people loved it. Good works would transcend the times, and Lu Qing would not let anyone's words shake his confidence in the song. Hua Qinyu's words didn't have the slightest bit of offensive power against Lu Qing, and they weren't even considered scratching an itch. Hua Qinyu continued, the song Childhood is at best an internet hit, so you'd better not be complacent. I kindly remind you not to harbor any illusions. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The song Childhood doesn't have a high ceiling. In the Chinese music scene, I'm considered your senior, and this is a piece of advice for you to be on your best behavior. After Hua Qinyu finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lu Qing to retort and immediately left from the washstand and headed towards the restroom. With a speech that sounded like an inspiration from the seniors of the music industry to the juniors, Hua Qinyu gave himself a nod of approval. Lu Chang watched Hua Qinyu's footsteps fly away, his mind filled with only 4 words, he's not very good in the head. Is he? That's when another singer came to the bathroom. Seeing Lu Qing pick up the conversation, Guju Kuan, Lu Qing, Childhood is very good. I think what is sung in it is my childhood. WF, I've heard so many songs about childhood, and this one resonates very much with me. My childhood was just boring and not sweet, and today your song made me very emotional. Zhang Xiaohan, Lu Qing, at each other's friends in a while. Is it okay? I want to ask you to teach me how to find this cutting idea. Lu Qing thanked the crowd for their compliments one after another, then returned to his own restroom. Hua Qinyu was in the restroom at this time with an embarrassed look on his face. A group of singers praised Lu Qing for her good singing, but she had just deliberately belittled Lu Qing. What should she say when she went out and met other people at this time? So he waited and waited and waited in the restroom for 10 minutes or so to make sure everyone was gone before he came out. The more I thought about it, the more I was stifled, and I was surprised to be blocked in the restroom. He exited the restroom and passed the sink, looking left and right, and indeed everyone was gone. Then he slunk back to the restroom in his dust. Sun Nan, the last singer in the Childhood group, has finished singing. Please take the voter in your hand and cast your vote of approval. The host's voice came from the TV screen. 86,852 votes. Congratulations to Sun Nan for advancing. In the big screen, the final ranking of the Childhood group was displayed. First place, Lu Qing, 87,935 votes. Second place, Sun Nan, 86,852 votes. Third place, Xiaohan Zhang, 86,543 votes. Fourth place, Wang Feng, 85,954 votes. Eliminated. Fifth place, Vivian Tam, 83,666 votes. Eliminated. Sixth place, Brilliant Rain, 83, 466 votes, eliminated. Hua Qingyu had just escaped from the restroom when he saw that not only had he been eliminated by Lu Qing, but he was also ranked last. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Hua Qingyu was attacked by 10,000 points. Wang Feng was also depressed that he had a concert at the bird's nest. The mind is not as nervous as others. Still, the singing bared a single note, which may not be a big deal in a concert, but in high-level competition, it becomes a key to performance. In the end, I was sorry to lose. The most unexpected was Lu Qing, a pure dark horse. Wang Feng did not expect that one of the 3 spots for advancement would be occupied by Lu Qing, but he was convinced, and when childhood came out, even if he was sitting in the audience, he was going to vote for it. On the other hand, the final result of the emotion groups match was shocking, yet it made sense. When Deng Ziki came on, she sang a song about bonding, and it was in Cantonese. I have to say she's pretty bold, considering the audience. Chinese listeners are definitely whiter than Cantonese. After all, it's in Kyoto's territory. There was a scare and she ended up with 86,359 votes with her great vocals and notable play. For his part, Lim once again conquered the ears of the audience with his silky reel and falsetto voice transitions and euphonious high notes, earning 87,023 votes. Zhang Jie's choice of songs is very clever. His love is patriotic love. This fast-paced, emotionally charged song is complemented by singing it at the Bird's Nest Stadium. In the end, Section Chang received 87,635 votes. The final rankings for the emotion group are as follows. First place, Section Chang, 87,635 votes. Second place, Lin Zhixuan, 87,023 votes. Third place, Deng Ziki, 86,359 votes. Fourth place, Lu Shijuan, 84,965 votes, eliminated. Fifth place, Ku Jukuan, 82,335 votes, eliminated. Sixth place, Frozen Powertrain, 78,635 votes, eliminated. So far, the 6 singers who have advanced to the second half of the Born Singer Finale's Summit Night are Lu Qing, Zhang Jie, Lin Zhixuan, Sun Nan, Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan. Who will win the final championship? As the first half of the competition came to an end, the crew was busy in an intense and measured manner, as they were doing the final tuning checks for the second half of the show. It also gives the audience a little break. The continuous onslaught of emotions can become exhausting. Several singers who sang after Lu Qing contributed their above-average playing. Each song carries a strong emotional ebb and flow. It's good to hear, and it's time to give the audience a break for a while. At this point the broadcast went to commercial with a 5-minute countdown to kick off the second half of the journey. Taking advantage of the lull, the netizens on the air were actively discussing it. I had so much fun watching the first half of the match. I didn't expect a match between power singers to be so good. The competitiveness was straight up pulled out of the bag. And the singing was really good. A little flaws are not allowed. I see Wang Feng sang well, slightly bared a little bit did not grasp. These people are really the top group of singers in the country. Too scary. Lim's soprano voice is still so pure. It's not easy to keep your voice in such good shape after so many years of debut. It's a pity for Lu Shijuan. I thought she could have advanced. I didn't expect Zhang Jie, Deng Ziki, and Lin Zhixuan to play better than one another in the end. The competition in this group is too brutal. The childhood group is the one that's really cruel. Tan Weiwei and Wang Feng were both eliminated. Lu Qing and Dark Horse, out of everyone's expectation. Not really. Lu Qing's singing is top-notch. No worse than other singers. And his songwriting is also top-notch. What's missing is just fame. Otherwise his childhood could have gotten more votes. Families, who gets it? I predicted advancement for exactly the same 6 people who were eliminated. Can I buy a lottery ticket to go? Wah don't cry. It's not that you're not good. It's that the crew is too trashy. They don't understand your musical talent. Wah is the best. Buying the set. Who's the winner in the second half? I don't even dare to guess. I feel like anyone could be the winner. If I have to guess, I'm still in favor of Zhang Jie. Deng Ziki, Sun Nan. No, it's still Lin Zhixuan. No, it's still Zhang Xiaohan champion. The pop-ups cascaded and piled on top of each other in the live stream, blurring the eyes as they watched. But by and large, you can see some trends. And now half are talking about the performance of the singers in the first half, and half are predicting the winner of the second half. In the pop-ups predicting the winner, supporters of Lin Zhixuan, Sun Nan, Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan, and Zhang Jie each accounted for a fifth. It's rare to see support for Lu Qing. Hey, Lu Qing was the singer with the most votes in the first half. Is it okay to respect the votes? Why doesn't anyone look favorably on Lu Qing? Yan was somewhat speechless as he looked at the pop-up data tallied by the live broadcast technician. Lu Qing has already composed 3 songs in a row. Wukong, Where Has All the Time Gone, and Childhood. Which one is not a phenomenal song? Isn't it worth it for you guys to press a hand on Lu Qing's stock? You know the rules for the second half of the finals, and that's that there aren't any rules. The music director saw through Yan's thoughts with a glance. He continued. In the first half of the competition, everyone was restricted to a theme and were not allowed to sing their own songs. It's still reasonable for Lu Qing to have won first place under such restrictions. Yan was not happy. What do you mean it's still reasonable? Lu Qing took first place with real skill. Lu Qing was also restricted to the theme. The music director squinted at Yan and said, so, all the singers in the second half will be able to sing their own songs. And there's no restriction on the theme. And, that's just the way it is. All the singers have chosen their own songs as the finalists' repertoire. In other words, Lu Qing doesn't have any advantage anymore. The music director thought he explained himself well enough. He follows the singers every day to help adapt their songs. So naturally he knows all the contestants' repertoire for the competition. The only exception was Lu Qing. Yes, Lu Qing's original songs don't use a music director. The music director originally felt that Lu Qing wasn't polite enough. But after Where Did the Time Go came out, he recognized Lu Qing's talent. It's still a little uncomfortable, but it won't be skeptical of Lu Qing's musical creations. Of course, he was believing in Lu Qing's level of music creation, not that Lu Qing would achieve the final championship. The remaining 5 singers in the second half of the final, all top-tier singers, chose their own classic songs for the final. The popularity of these songs was not comparable to your average hit song, not even Lu Qing's Wukong. Which of these songs didn't kill the music charts back in the day? Lu Qing's Wukong is a good song no doubt, but it's going to take a few more years of settling in before it reaches that level. Unless Lu Qing's next song could light up the room. Otherwise Lu Qing is difficult. This time it wasn't that he didn't have confidence in Lu Qing, but he had too much confidence in the other singers. Lin Zhixuan, Zhang Jie, Zhang Xiaohan, Sun Nan, and Deng Ziqi. Not talking about the songs, but just the names of these guys. They have most of the advantage over Lu Qing. If Childhood had been sung by any other person, it would have gotten at least 1,000 more votes than Lu Qing. That's a natural advantage. There is no fair or unfair. It is what it is. Instead, Yan said, you're right. Lu Qing doesn't have an advantage. But every time Lu Qing has gone against the odds, he's been at a disadvantage. The music director snapped, eyes wide. This, he hadn't thought of it in that light. Obviously Yan's words brought him too much shock. His brain slowed down for a moment. It wasn't until 2 minutes later that the music director changed his mind back a little. No, it's not. Almost bluffed by the old boy Yan. He believed in Lu Qing's songwriting ability, and he believed that the song Lu Qing created in the second half of the match would still be able to reach the level of Childhood. But Childhood had 87,935 votes. It wasn't much ahead of Lin Zhixuan and Zhang Jie. In the second half of the game, Lin Zhixuan and Zhang Jie will only get more votes, not less. He estimated that at least 2 people would get 89,000 votes. Deng Ziqi, who was behind in the first half because of his song choice, was just as unmissable when he returned to the same starting line in the second half. Sun Nam and Zhang Xiaohan's song, which he also played throughout, is even more suitable for a large stadium than Childhood. Unfortunately, the second song prepared by Wang Feng and Tan Weiwei, which was also expected to win, now doesn't even have a chance to sing. How can Lu Qing argue in this situation? His analysis this time is completely objective and reasonable. That point of personal grudge against Lu Qing has long disappeared. On the contrary, he appreciates Lu Qing very much. He believed that with Lu Qing's talent, he would definitely be able to shine in the future, and would be able to achieve countless awards and win countless competitions. But not tonight. The main character tonight was not destined to be Lu Qing. Yan and the music director couldn't be stubborn to anyone, so they simply changed the subject. What's the number of people online in the live room right now? 3.04 million. What? You're not mistaken? Yan asked in surprise. The technician was shocked by the director's sudden gulp and hurriedly checked the data in the live room again. After determining that there were no errors, the live broadcast technician said, that's right, 3.04 million people online. The 2 spare live lines have been connected to one, and the other continues to be a spare. No problem. Yan nodded, recognizing the technician's work. That's 3.04 million people. And that's a real number of people, not a heat value that's algorithmically displayed on the viewer's screen. Livestream viewers see 150 million heat values, 3.04 million, just for the online platform. And behind each screen, there can be more than one person watching. This time, the finals live. The program group also united the major cinema synchronization ticket sales live. The number of people is also considerable. All in all, the heat for tonight's Born Singer finale really exploded. The Twitter Hot 100 belongs to the natural Born Singer tonight. Childhood. Live streaming of the Born Singer finale peak night. List of those who advanced to the second half. Wang Feng was eliminated. Zhang Xiaohan's voice is amazing. How good is Brilliant Rain's singing? Brilliant Rain fan support. Commercial value of the grand final winner. Champion prediction. Kai is a diehard fan of Lu Qing. Now that there was an advertisement playing on the live feed, she clicked out of the feed, ready to brush up on her hot takes and come back when the second half of the final started. Lu Qing doesn't have a single hot search? Kai looked through the hot search list and was dumbfounded. Lu Qing got the most votes in the first half and broke into the second half as a dark horse. And it's amazing that such a big topic didn't make it onto the hot search. Kai flipped around and realized that all the singers were on the hot search. Just Lu Qing wasn't. It's not that there aren't any. Childhood is at the top of the Hot 100. But the key thing is that there is no Lu Qing's name. Hello. Times like these are the best times for the audience to get to know you. It really does matter if you hang up your name or not. It is important to promote the song and the name tied together while the song is in the red. Otherwise there is a strong possibility that the song will be a hit and the person will not be a hit. Many singers have suffered from this. Look at that. Even the eliminated singers have given themselves a whole hot streak. Some people even had the cheek to buy 2 hot searches. You Lu Qing none. You are no team. Oh, there's really no team. That's okay. Kai remembered that Lu Qing was still a student and didn't have a team to operate. But Lu Qing, you shouldn't go too far. At least you have to repost your own video. The official blog of the Natural Born Singer has posted videos of each singer singing, in separate clips. Other singers are in the first place, reposting the video to their own microblogs to drive traffic to them. Lu Qing was good. He didn't even retweet it. The latest tweet is still a video to go along with the show's promotional preview. Such a good opportunity to increase the number of fans is wasted away. This is the bad thing about not having a team. Other singers are busy with competitions, do not have time to forward. There are assistants, have a company to help. Lu Qing is alone who has no one. Kai had to leave Lu Qing's tweets in the highly liked comments underneath the childhood video, hoping to point some people in the right direction. At Lu Qing is a bit of a line. The original singer of childhood tweets, "Oh, it's him at Lu Qing" kinda line. That one's a high fashion imitation. This one is Lu Qing himself at Lu Qing is a bit good. Too tired. Lu Qing is too lazy. How is being a Lu Qing fan more tiring than chasing traffic stars? Kai fucked up. Obviously one of the most powerful. The heat gained was not as big as one of the eliminated singers. Lu Qing wanted to get the most heat and had to get the title to do so. Be the darkest of dark horses. To blow everyone's mind. To make everyone incredible. Take out a bunch of top-tier singers as a vegetarian. Traffic. It doesn't come. Things, it seems, are less complicated. As long as Lu Qing wins the championship. Kai had confidence in Lu Qing. More so than he did in himself. Predict the winner to go. She clicked on the champion prediction hotspot. Most prominently featured is the prediction poll posted by the official Born Singer blog. An old tactic of the shows. Only this is a voting option for the second half of the finals. There are only 6 singers in there who have advanced. And each person can only cast 1 vote. Zhang Jie, 28.67%. Deng Ziki, 23.42%. Lin Jishuan, 19.96%. Zhang Xiaohan, 15.35%. Sun Nan, 10.18%. Lu Qing, 2.42%. Kai first cast a vote for Lu Qing, but the support didn't budge. 520,000 people voted and only 2.42% voted for Lu Qing. This is outrageous. At least Lu Qing was the singer with the highest number of votes in the first half, right? But when he turned his eyes, Lu Qing only had 1.2 million followers. The other singers are basically both powerful and popular, with tens of millions of fans at every turn. Seems like this poll has a little bit of validity to it, and it's been less than a month since Lu Qing took the stage from the start of Goku to today's finale. Popularity buildup is still much less than other singers, but Born Singer is a music competition variety show, and popularity only plays a supporting role, and in the end, it's the quality of the songs that counts. So, Lu Qing still had a chance. Kai clicked on the hot search, commercial value of the finals champion, again. The conversation originated with an analysis report by an entertainment media outlet, which of course was trying to rub off on the finals. This report analyzes, line by line, how much commercial value each artist generates when they win the title. If Zhang Jie wins the finals of Born Singer, he will be able to obtain at least 3 $10 million endorsement contracts. Among the major brand parties that have recently shown interest in signing endorsements are Yasland, Meng Yang, Rice, and 100 Dead. Zhang Jie fits the tone of the above brand parties. It is heard that XXTV is preparing a variety show similar to the concert format and is looking for guests. This report ended up with a winner and a detailed commercial value assessment for each singer. Zhang Jie, Deng Ziqi, and Zhang Xiaohan are assessed at between $50 million and $100 million. Lim Jihyun and Sun Nam are in the $10 million to $30 million range. Lu Qing is not estimable for the time being, because nothing like this has ever happened in the entertainment industry. A vegetarian stomping on a bunch of top-tier singers. There is no reference, but some industry insiders have given their take. Lu Qing is not a bad topic, especially when he sang Childhood on the final stage. It was only a matter of time before the influence spread. If an entertainment company signs Lu Qing after the competition, with a wave of publicity, the earnings can reach at least 100 million gear. It's still scary to think that an undebuted vegetarian has so much commercial value behind her. Sure, everything is predicated on Lu Qing getting the title. Lounge 7. Ahem. Lu Qing covered her mouth and couldn't help but cough. It's bad. Worrying about something comes back to haunt you. Got a cold. Yesterday Lu Qing noticed that she was not feeling well and did not take it seriously. But she did not expect to find it today. After singing Childhood, Lu Qing felt vaguely hoarse, but it didn't affect the play of Childhood. But his second half of the song required soaring high notes, and his hoarse voice definitely had an effect on him. With a number of top-tier singers competing on the same stage, a problem with the state of your voice is most likely going to be mailed in. But Lu Qing's expression was playful. Not a big deal, it seems, because the name of the song he's about to perform is called Pursuing Dreams with a Bare Heart. In a previous life, this song has inspired countless people for its fervor and positivity. Seniors, examiners, movers and shakers, everyone on the road. It appeared as the end credits song in that year and that rabbit and harvested tears from every viewer. There have been numerous cover versions of this song, but it is the original version that is the most recognized, with his hard-hitting, hissing vocals full of emotion and tear-jerking. Other netizens teased that the song doesn't have an internal flavor unless it breaks. Lu Qing made this song the final song, still considering that it was the most suitable song to sing in a large stadium. The most important part of the song is still the inner part of the song. It's not judgmental or deep, only deadly and resistant. Singing songs about dreams can easily turn out to be phony, as if forcefully giving a lecture on chicken blood, not on chasing dreams. You can hear the echoes of that battle with destiny, and the indomitable spirit in this song. It can move people just like the title of the song, delivering the power of dreams with the same sincerity as a naked child. This song is a killer when you take it out. Lu Qing cleared his somewhat hoarse throat. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Lu Qing was curious. The second half was about to start in 1 minute. Who would knock on his door at this time? He opened the door to his room. Han. Lu Qing was surprised how she came. The order of appearance in the second half of the final was determined by the number of votes received in the first half. Lu Qing received the highest number of votes, so he was scheduled to appear last. In front of him on the stage, in order, were Deng Ziqi, Zhang Xiaohan, Sun Nan, Lin Zhishuan, and Zhang Jie. Now, Dunji, it's ready in the singer's lane. The second one to come out soon is Zhang Xiaohan. What is she doing here with me? Zhang Xiaohan was also taken aback when she heard Lu Qing open his mouth. She frowned and asked, Lu Qing, are you hoarse? Lu Qing nodded. I have a cold and a small problem with my voice. You wait, I'll go get you some lozenges. Zhang Xiaohan ran back to the restroom in a flash. A short while later, Zhang Xiaohan brought over a plate of Chinese herbal medicine tablets and said, Here, it'll relieve some of it. Thank you, Han. How could you lose your voice at this juncture? It's too much of a delay. There's nothing you can do if you run into it. You can only do your best to sing. Oh yeah, Sister Han, what did you want to see me about? As a professional singer, Zhang Xiaohan certainly knows that this state of voice extremely affects the singer's performance. She had vaguely heard Lu Qing's songs during rehearsals, and it seemed like there were a lot of high notes, and this state of her voice would definitely have to break when she sang high notes. Looks like Lu Qing is in trouble. Hearing Lu Qing ask himself, Zhang Xiaohan slapped his forehead and stopped thinking randomly. I'm going to catch a plane right after recording the program in a while, so I might not have a chance to communicate with you privately in a while, Zhang Xiaohan said while pulling out his cell phone. So now come over and add a friend. So that's what this is about. Good point. Lu Qing took out his cell phone and Zhang Xiaohan friend each other. That's it for now then. I'll be out in a minute. I'll head back first. We'll have to exchange music together sometime. Oh, okay. Han, go get ready. And cheers for singing later. Go you too. Although she knew that Lu Qing might not be able to win the championship, Zhang Xiaohan waved her arms and gave a sweet smile to cheer Lu Qing. Lu Qing must be very sad. Obviously he has the strength to compete for this title, but he ended up with a muffled voice. LOL. The presenter took the stage amidst enthusiastic applause from the audience. Viewers, You are now watching the Born Singers Peak Night, the second half of the finals competition. After the fierce competition in the first half, 6 singers have advanced. What kind of wonderful singing they will bring us in the second half will be revealed soon. According to the rules of the competition, the first singer to take the stage to sing is Deng Ziki. Applause. Deng Ziki slowly ascended the stage in a long white dress. The audience cheered and shouted for her. Go Ziggy! Love you forever. There were also audience members holding up purple support light signs for her. Time does not grow old, and its people will never be broken up. She took a deep breath and her eyes closed. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes and signaled the band teacher that she could begin. As Deng Ziki opened his mouth to sing, the scene began to play on the big screen. The setting tells the story of a pair of time travelers who fall in love during an interstellar journey. This short clip is taken from a movie. Deng Ziki composed a theme song for the movie. It's also the track for today's Dungee's final. The song is set against the backdrop of the movie story, and it is a very detailed portrayal of the lovers as they get acquainted and fall in love in the majestic universe. The theme expressed is that love, small in the scale of the universe, is bigger than the universe in the eyes of the lovers. Duncan's on the muster. The song was a huge hit when it was released that year. The following year it won several awards at the Golden Melody Awards. She has been praised as a Lungs diva and has performed 80 solo concerts before she was 24 years old. Resume, strength, and popularity all in one. The songs were well chosen and the live play was at its best. In the end, Duncan's got 89,753 votes. The second person to come out was Xiaohan Zhang. She came in 5th place in votes out of the 6 singers who advanced in the first half. The songs Zhang Xiaohan chose were also his own classics. The song is set against the backdrop of a pair of clueless teenage girls who are clearly not very old, but think they can separate their feelings. After they broke up, the girl still has love for the boy. The song is expressing an ambivalence about a girl's reluctance to let go of a boy after a breakup. Not surprisingly, Zhang Xiaohan perfectly portrayed the emotions embedded in the song. Not a single blemish. A voice worthy of being kissed by an angel. It's not for nothing that it's still hot after 20 years of fire. As the hosts counted the votes, the crowd's support barely stopped. The number of listeners who support Zhang Xiaohan is in no way less than Deng Ziki. The final number of votes received by Zhang Xiaohan, on the other hand, was very dramatic. 89,754 votes. Only one vote more than Deng Ziki. Everyone could see that these singers in the finals were gods. If you want to stand out, you have to come up with songs that make a difference. Otherwise it's a race to the bottom as to who wins the championship. The live broadcast, with such a dramatic vote count, directly caused the pop-ups to explode. 1 vote loss. Dang, it's so sad. A woman. I actually like Deng Ziki's song better. Although I support Zhang Xiaohan, I don't feel that Deng Ziki is weaker than her. At this point in time, we're all equally strong. So it's all about whose song has an audience. You guys, you won't let Lu Qing win the final championship, right? According to experience, his songs are all new. The one in front, you're out of your mind. It's the new songs that are at a disadvantage on this kind of occasion. Lu Qing singing Wukong is even better than singing a new song. You don't say. Goku fits. Wow. Sun Nam is on stage. Which song will he sing? The pop-ups on the livestream revealed a keen interest in each singer's song choice. After all, with all the same strength, whoever's song touches the live audience more will get more votes. Viewers were curious as to which song Sun Nam would actually choose. On the stage, Sun Nan is ready. The band teachers got the message and started playing. As soon as the song's backing track came out, there was an immediate wow. The audience is all too familiar with this song. Nostalgia Gold once took the country by storm before the internet was commonplace. The song was playing in the streets at the time. It is the memory of a generation. It's a love song. When men and women break up, the man is caught off guard and the woman walks away when she says she will. And the man is still intoxicated by the so-called forever and is hurt by the woman. Men do everything they can, but in the end there's nothing they can do to get anything back. The songs are perfect for showcasing Sun Nam's tonal characteristics and vocal skills. There were even a lot of older audience members humming along. It was so classic. After the song, the votes tallied were once again surprising. 88,137 votes. It's more than 500 votes less than both Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan. What's going on? Obviously Sun Nam played perfectly and sang it live with little difference from the studio. And it's such a classic song. Lu Qing was watching from the screen in the lounge at the moment. He was also puzzled as to why the number of votes was so much less when there was nothing wrong with Sun Nam's singing. Lu Qing covered his chin in thought. And in the end, he was really allowed to figure something out. It's the song selection that's wrong. Released over 20 years ago, this song expresses emotions that could be recognized by people at the time. Times are changing. The emotions expressed in the songs could not be shared by all. And the undertone of the times changed. And the man in the song has a new, despised name these days, Sun Nan lost on song selection. This shows the importance of the song. Lin Zhixuan, who came on after Sun Nam, also chose an old song and it was released in the same year as the song Sun Nam sang. But Lim's song, in the end, received 89,637 votes. It's not far from Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan's votes. For a song, a new era has a new interpretation. But the sentiments expressed in Lin's song for singles, which transcends generations, remain unchanged today. The loneliness and isolation in the song is interpreted by Lin Zhixuan with a sense of dashing and uninhibited. Many people use this song to flirt with their single status. After more than 20 years, the song still manages to hit the audience that came to the venue, and Lin had no problem picking the song, with 91,000 spectators on hand, trailing both Deng and Zhang by a tiny margin of more than 100 votes. One can only say that Lin was unlucky. Next up is Zhang Jia. He sings one of his own favorite songs out of all his masterpieces. The song uses the simplest of words to vividly construct the love of Hondo. The power of love is expressed in Zhang Jia's atmospheric, delicate and tender interpretation. The treble is high, clear and infectious. This song is so great to sing live. It directly ignited a wave of excitement in the scene. In the end, Zhang Jia received 89,802 votes, cheered by the audience. Provisional first place. Backstage guide room. The music director nodded unsurprisingly after seeing Zhang Jia's votes. The singers got votes pretty much as he expected. The only exception was Sun Nan, who didn't expect to fall so far behind. The impact is minor, though, and so far the second half of the finals has presented a better stage than the first. All the singers played consistently. The atmosphere of the scene was created well. After more than 3 hectic months, the natural-born singer is finally coming to a perfect close. He, the music director, was also secretly relieved. I didn't realize that in the end it was Zhang Jia who won the championship, and when he was first invited to participate in Born Singer, he also gave him a refusal. In the end, the program team made 3 attempts to impress Zhang Jia. I guess Zhang Jia did not expect that he is the final winner. Born Singer peak night of the overall champion of the gold cannot be small, can be said to be fame and fortune. The music director thought for a while, the program group celebration banquet, must be difficult. Zhang Festival, why refuse to participate in the first time? At this time, the technician in charge of the live broadcast said, "Director, the number of people online for the live broadcast has exceeded 4 million people." He Yan was surprised. 4 million people? Yes, 4 million people is right. We've directly tripled the Variety Live online record. He Yan immediately responded. 4 million people, the server's load is full. Isn't it time to activate the backup line? The technician hesitated slightly and said, it's not necessary. The growth in numbers has slowed down now. After Zhang Jia's singing is done, until the ending awards, I guess there's not much pop left. The number of people will only slowly drop. There's no need to activate the backup line. He Yan frowned. Lu Qing isn't on stage yet. The technician then said, from an economic point of view, there is no need to activate the backup line. Lu Qing sings to maintain his current popularity at best, and it's not necessary unless his songs explode. He Yan, if Lu Qing's song explodes, but the backup line doesn't activate, can you live with the consequences? Technician, so I start it? He Yan's tone was unquestionable. Initiate. Yes. The techs say yes, but mutter in their minds, waste of money. If Lu Qing wants to burn the house down, childhood is definitely not enough. Not that childhood is bad, but the type of song is not the type of song that burns. How can you ignite a live broadcast if you're not burning songs? Still, the technician dutifully did as he was told. He was just a hit man, so why be stubborn with the director? The director says start, so start. It's not like it's a waste of my money to start the alternate line anyway. I'm just making a reasonable suggestion. From a technical and experience point of view, it is definitely not worthwhile to open a line for Lu List. Wait until Lu Qing sings, and directly look at the data of the live broadcast. You'll know if I'm right or not when it comes to the director. Live stream. Oh wow, it's Lu Qing's turn. Sister stand up. Let everyone see that Lu Qing is also someone who has fans. It's over. It's over. Chang Festival champion. Words can't be spoken too soon. Never giving up and fighting back in the face of adversity is Lu Qing's specialty. The host is starting to announce the curtain. What song will Lu Qing sing? The host has finished his curtain call. Where's Lu Qing? Where's Lu Qing? What's the song? The crowd clamor at the venue grew progressively louder. Where's Lu Qing? How come I don't see Lu Qing's people? It's not dropping out, is it? Just as everyone was wondering, all the lights in the nest suddenly dimmed and the crowd gasped. The whirlwind was calm again, and the light was dim, but you could barely see what was around you. Just as the crowd's murmur grew louder, inside the stadium, the big screen, which could be viewed by everyone there, lit up with light. The surroundings were dark, the screen was bright, and all eyes were drawn to it. In the big screen, the picture suddenly appeared. A male athlete, who sped across rail after rail on the rubberized track, left everyone behind as he won the championship. A text surfaced. He, who was known as the Man of the Wind, he, who competed in 95 domestic and international competitions, finished in the top 385 times, including 60 championships. He, who broke the world record, broke the Olympic record. He, called Lu Xiang, the greatest athlete in Chinese track and field history. He created an era of his own. On the big screen, images of Lu Xiang's competitions were shown, showing him winning the championship over and over again. The 110-meter hurdles, which had been an event dominated by blacks until the emergence of Lu Xiang, broke such history. In 2004, Lu Xiang took the Olympic gold medal in the 110-meter hurdles at the Yachting Olympics. The 21-year-old Lu Xiang became famous in one battle. At the time, he didn't know what it meant. When he returns home he realizes that everything has changed. All the flashing lights were on him, and all the front pages of the major media were full of his news. Taking pictures, signing autographs, performing, participating in various social activities. Wherever Lu Xiang goes, he is the center of attention. At that time, it was no exaggeration to say that Lu Xiang was a household name. Countless businessmen looking for Lu Xiang to do advertising, do image endorsement. Lu Xiang every day to turn down dozens of. Even so, everywhere up and down the country are posters advertising Lu Xiang. The coach is worried that Lu Xiang will float, but Lu Xiang not only did not float, but also work harder. Daily practice. A practice is half a day. 365 days never rest. After 2004, Lu Xiang, as the only yellow man who can beat the blacks on a straight track, has an additional sense of mission on his shoulders. The following year, Lu Xiang continued his global domination, winning 12 titles in 1 year. In 2006, Lu Xiang was in even more heroic form, and in that year's IAAF championships, Lu Xiang, at the age of 22, refreshed a world record that had been sealed for 13 years, from 12 seconds 91 to 12 seconds 88. At this time, Lu Xiang already has the Olympic gold medal and the world record 2 honors. From the highest honor of the 110-meter hurdles Grand Slam is only one World Championships title. In 2007, Lu Xiang participated in the World Championships. Unfortunately, he had a fever before the game, and even played 3 days of 4. Even more unfortunately, it wasn't until the day of the final that he realized that he had been placed on the very unfavorable 9th track. In the history of the 110-meter hurdles, no one has ever won on track 9. Okay, 9 ways. Good. Lu Xiang was holding his heart. I'll let you split it. You split it. Come on. The gun went off. Starting. Scorched. Sprint. Championship. Lu Xiang took the title with a time of 12 hours 95 minutes. This great moment, known as the 9th miracle. Lu Xiang, 24, made history as the first Grand Slam winner in the history of the 110-meter hurdles. To this day, Lu Xiang remains the only Grand Slam winner in the 110-meter hurdles. Lu Xiang has created one myth after another, and he has once again been catapulted to the altar. In March 2008, Lu Xiang participated in the Indoor World Championships and took another gold medal, which was the 51st title of Lu Xiang's career. At the same time he unlocked the achievement of the 4 Grand Slams, World Athletics just for him. The eyes of the world are on him, waiting for him to accomplish the next miracle. Olympic gold medal in 2008. In order to prepare for the Olympics, Lu Xiang's training intensity is getting bigger and bigger. Finally the day has come, the much-anticipated Olympic 110-meter hurdles. But before the game, a reporter captured this shot. Lu Xiang kicked hard at the wall a few times. He suffered a very serious injury due to the long period of high-impact training. No one pays attention to details like that, though. After getting on the track, Lu Xiang's expression was painful and he kept pressing his heel. The gun went off, and then, Lu Xiang withdrew from the race. He took a few full sprints and realized that he could barely power one of his legs. After that, Lu Xiang left the field. It also means he fell from the altar. For a moment, everyone was unable to accept this fact. Attacks on the tirade of abuse as a tidal wave to Lu Xiang. Not drowning Lu Xiang will not stop. Lu Xiang is a god. How could he be injured? Even if he is injured, he must be fine. I stayed up until 2 a.m. and worked so hard just to see you drop out? Liar. Sinners. Shame on China. His pretentious acting is so embarrassing. Coward. It's so disappointing. Again, I guess I'm afraid of delaying making money. Why did you take up a spot in the competition when you knew you had an injury? This garbage might as well go straight to the Paralympics. If you can't make the top 3, you're faking it. Never forgive you. Such invectives surrounded the entire Bird's Nest Stadium. The big screen faded to black. All the viewers stared blankly at the screen. The person who was about to disappear as the screen went dark. That man they know. Lu Xiang. Things have been going on for many years. It was on this field back in the day. Bird's Nest Stadium. Everyone is poking Lu Xiang's backbone. The short film on the screen had been running for a few minutes without realizing it, and the audience didn't have the slightest idea that they were invested in it. Until, that is, the big screen went completely black and burst into blinding light again. Red letters on a white background. Pursuing dreams with a bare heart. People reacted to the fact that the song Lu Qing was going to sing was called Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart. A beam of light lit up slightly and hit the main stage. Second beam. Third beam. It was only when all the beams came together that people got a good look. Somehow, Lu Qing had already stood in the center of the main stage. Lu Qing stood there. Gives a very low mood. The entire arena was dark, with only a faint beam of light focused on Lu Qing. The beam of shimmering light gives a strong sense of oppression, like a road of accusations and abuse, all pressed on the year of Lu Xiang. Where did Lu Xiang go after that withdrawal? What choices did he make? Has he given up? Music up. Lu Qing slowly spoke. What follows is the song he will sing and the story he will tell today. The crowd stopped waving glowing glow sticks in their hands. No more noise. No more jokes. There was a breeze across the night sky and they heard voices. Everyone focused their eyes on that one spot that was the only shimmering light in the room. Lu Qing raised the microphone. His eyes blossomed with a brilliant light and a determined face. A moment to cast off the low spirits. On stage, it was like a different person. This gives the viewer an illusion. The negativity that I had just received from the clip, that attack tirade, that suffocating stress, was going to be washed away. Where in the world is the world full of flowers? If it does exist, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. Don't care if it's a cliffhanger. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Qing opened his mouth, the live audience did not have that feeling of being wrapped up in negativity. What they felt was a sense of conviction to move forward. Even if I'm blamed, even if I'm abused, I have to move forward with determination. The melody in this section doesn't rise and fall particularly, giving the impression of a man expressing his strongest sense of conviction in the calmest of tones. He's singing in a big white voice, the kind that favors shouting. It's not Lu Qing's usual singing voice. Viewers who know Lu Qing found out the end of the story. Lu Qing has mastered many singing styles and is skillful in all of them. So why is he singing like this today? Zhang Xiaohan is the one who knows the inside story. Zhang Xiaohan couldn't help but sigh when she heard Lu Qing's song. Lu Qing, he has a cold and his voice is a bit hoarse. He had to because there were a lot of trick vocals he couldn't use. Sure enough, Lu Qing was greatly affected. It's really hard for Lu Qing. Everyone didn't know that Lu Qing had deliberately chosen to sing like this. This song requires no skill. Lu Qing is all about shouting and singing, infecting every listener with the most sincere voice. Live hard, love hard, even if it's with your head on a platter. Don't expect anyone to be satisfied, just be true to yourself. About ideals I never chose to give up, even on a gray day. Obviously the lyrics aren't the flashy kind, but they manage to hit home. It's a song that sings about dreams. The point is, who talks about dreams these days? But there are some responsive viewers who have vaguely caught on to what's going on. They sensed Lu Qing's intention. Why Lu Qing wanted to show Lu Xiang's short movie. At first the audience was confused. It all makes sense now. What did Lu Xiang do after he retired from the Olympics? He endured the accusations and insults of the nation. Everyone is just venting their emotions and no one cares why Lu Xiang retired due to injury. The attack of the compatriots, like a knife, stabbed directly into the heart of Lu Xiang. Actually, no one is more remorseful and sad than Lu Xiang himself. Before the start of the Olympics, if you are still practicing with the same old routine, you will not be able to bring your performance up again. That's why Lu Xiang is pulling the intensity of his training right up to full strength. It also set him up for an injury outbreak. In fact, Lu Xiang's injuries have been foretold. In 2008, Lu Xiang, who has always been advocating the use of competition as a substitute for training, rarely ran only 3 races. His main rival, Roberts, ran 18 races. In a year's time, there are often news of Lu Xiang's injuries and illnesses. It wasn't until the press conference after the Olympic withdrawal that people knew. It's been 6 or 7 years since Lu Xiang's Achilles injury, and he's been sticking to it. It wasn't until just before the Olympics that the training became more intense and the issue of injuries erupted. At this point, it was too late to fight closure. Lu Xiang only to find a massage expert for him to do localized extreme stimulation to pain to stop the pain. It's unbearable for regular people. Later, the reporter captured Lu Xiang kicking the wall before the game. That is, Lu Xiang has been too painful to bear. It doesn't hurt when your feet are numb from kicking. Unfortunately, right at the most important juncture of the Olympics, Injuries could no longer be stopped. After retiring from the race, Lu Xiang went to the hospital for a checkup, and the situation was much more serious than expected. Why don't you do the surgery? Because Lu Xiang does not know if he will return to his original state after the surgery and will have to go through a long recovery process. There's a good chance he'll miss the Olympics. You don't get surgery until you have to. After withdrawing from the competition, he instantly fell off the pedestal, and countless people cursed him every day on the internet. Lu Xiang has tasted the cold and warmth of the world, and the world is cool. His friends are also asking him in a conspiratorial manner if he can still run. Retire if you can't run. In the big screen, people saw an image of Lu Xiang being interviewed. He said accusingly, "No one wants to say a few words for me after what happened." He felt like he was back in the days of being bullied when he was 13. Lonely, helpless, frustrated, confused. Hurdling is a sport that requires super explosive power, which makes it difficult for athletes to break through when they get older, especially after a serious injury, when it's almost impossible to get back to their old form. In fact, at this time Lu Xiang has reached all the achievements. Is the winner of life? Choose to retire, is the most correct road. But Lu Xiang didn't give up. He began a grueling and lengthy rehab, and he wanted to get back into the game. Despite the painful process of training, Lu Xiang works very hard and tries his best to do every move, and every day he makes significant progress. He ended up completing his planned 4-month rehab in just 3 months, and because Lu Xiang rehab moves practiced too hard, the injured leg even practiced more than the leg that is not injured. The scene was on the big screen. The footage of Lu Xiang's rehab training is only a short 10 seconds or so, but it's heartbreaking to watch the viewers. It's not the kind of pain that regular people can endure. And at that time, Lu Xiang is still in the whirlpool of public opinion. That kind of boundless vitriol still surrounds Lu Xiang's ears every day. Lu Xiang is suffering from mental torture while enduring the pain of rehab. Through the big screen, all the viewers learn that this is the way things were done. Most of them, to this day, still misunderstand Lu Xiang. And some people, it was the year to join the army of abusive Lu Xiang among the members. After a few years of cursing, Lu Xiang faded out of their vision, and the shadow of this incident, but shrouded Lu Xiang's entire career, and even his life. All of them understood completely Lu Xiang's life choices after his fall from grace. He didn't give up on himself. He chose to find the light in the darkness. He chose to persevere and dream, and chose the hardest path of all. That unyielding will, that spirit of not giving up. It was what Lu Qing stood for today. Lu Qing wants to express this spirit. Lu Qing's voice became more and more high-pitched. It's still the big white voice, and it's still the shout that melts into all the emotion. Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have the innocence of dreams. I'll go and prove it with my whole life. Maybe my hands are dumber than my feet, but I would like to keep exploring. Give all your youth without regret. I don't know why. Everyone in the moment. Hot tears. The hardest part is not seeing any hope. A full year of rehab and daily agonizing perseverance. The daily companion of loneliness. As an athlete, Lu Xiang did not appear on the field for a year. The long road to comeback. It's impossible to keep going without a mouthful of heart to hold on to. Where does this heartburn come from? In order to give an account to the nation. For self-redemption. For youth without regrets. Lu Xiang burned his life with the most abject heart. The hot flame in his chest cut a gash in the loneliness and darkness, ripping wider and wider, like a radiant sword. It broke through the darkened sky and shattered the mockery of fate. Run forward! Lu Qing's roar resounded throughout the bird's nest. In the dimly lit bird's nest, on the main stage, where Lu Qing was, the faint light suddenly turned bright. It was as if a bomb had been dropped on Lu Qing's location, and a blinding light erupted. It's a lead-in, and all the lights in the arena come on all at once. The whole nest is lit up like day, from darkness to light. The sudden visual transformation shook the hearts of the audience, and Lu Qing's song is even more shocking. Run forward, meet the cold eye and the scorn. How can the vastness of life be felt without suffering? Fate cannot bring us to our knees, even if blood is spilled all over the arms. Keep running, with abject pride. How can you see the sparkle of life if you don't hold on to it? Instead of lingering, let's burn with abandon. One day it will sprout again. At the moment, the big screen is showing the image of Lu Xiang crossing a hurdle and sprinting on the real playing field. September 20th, 2009 at the SH International Athletics Golden Grand Prix. Lu Xiang's first battle since his comeback. He finished second by a slim margin of 0.001 seconds. He declared to the world, "That windy man, it's back." Such a picture with Lu Qing's singing voice is lit. The whole scene was filled with a manic factor. Lu Qing was like lighting a fire on them, a fire that burned their blood. Throughout the bird's nest, the atmosphere was at its peak. Some of them jumped up and down to the song, tearing their clothes hard. Lu Qing's phrase "run forward" directly penetrated his body and engraved on his jeans. he couldn't contain the urge. His clothes were torn from him, and he wasn't over it, building his strength into his arms and then throwing them up in the air. He wanted to respond to Lu Qing in this way, to the restlessness in his blood. Others sit quietly in their seats and don't dance or make a scene, but his trembling arms indicated that he was not at peace at this time. There was also the hot glow that flared under his eyes that betrayed him. Instead of lingering, "We should burn." Such simple and straightforward lyrics echoed back and forth in his mind like the reverberations of a great bell. That stirring that hadn't been there for many years welled up again from the bottom of his heart. Lu Qing completely lit up the scene. This kind of ignition is not achieved through the rhythm of strong music. Rather, it comes from the inside out. The 91,000 people in attendance were lit up from the inside out. The first time I heard this song, it's hard to describe in concrete terms the feeling of having your life blown away. The emotion expressed in this song is simply its title, Chasing Dreams. There are no complications or twists. Every word is what it was meant to be. And Lu Qing's singing is even more profound. There's no skillful embellishment, just a focus on emotional catharsis and just shouting out the lyrics like that. It looks a little clumsy. It made the audience feel that they could do it too. Ordinary people have a lot of clumsy, awkward moments in their youth and even in their lives. Lu Qing's blatant and honorable hissing out loud of these clumsiness and awkwardness gives the audience more comfort and touching feelings, a resonance that perhaps they don't perceive right now. But Zhang Xiaohan was vaguely aware of it. Lu Qing was deliberately singing the song in a hissing manner, offhand. This singing style also fits the song well. Originally, Zhang Xiaohan was still worried about Lu Qing, whether a muffled voice would affect Lu Qing's performance. But it wasn't until that line, "Run forward," that hashtag C3 soprano. Lu Qing didn't use a falsetto. He sang directly on with his real voice, and then sang out of tune. Subconsciously, she thought Lu Qing was affected by a cold and flipped out singing live. But after continuing to listen, she immediately sensed a difference. Instead of detracting from the coherence of the mood, this break in the sound is more indicative of that high, upward sense of defiance. You know you can't sing it, but you go ahead and break your voice. Isn't that what the song is about? Fate can't bring us to our knees, even if blood is spilled on our arms. The break was just right. Lu Qing didn't approach the songs with the most rigorous empirical theories. He's not perfect on stage, either. The melody is shouted, not sung. This imperfect singing resonated with the audience. It's like everyone can do their best to do something well, even though it's possible to not do it well. And Lu Qing too. The cold affected his form, but he still had to do his best to sing well. Isn't that the same emotion conveyed in the song? In anything, it's not seeing hope that makes you persevere. It's persevering that makes you hope. Isn't that what Lu Qing was expressing when he sang and played the story of Lu Xiang on the stage of the finals? Zhang Xiaohan couldn't tell for a moment whether Lu Qing had broken his voice because it was hoarse, or whether he had deliberately chosen to break his voice at that moment. But none of that matters. The important thing is to break the sound there. Just right. The corners of Zhang Xiaohan's eyes were slightly moist. Chasing Dreams' red heart touched the audience, and she was not immune to exceptions. Lu Xiang went through unimaginable pain before he was able to get back on the track. Oftentimes, the audience only sees the surface. She was often told that she had a great voice and was chased and fed by God. But with only a good voice, nothing else needs to be done? Of course not. The hard work that goes behind the scenes to become a real singer is not something that can be taken lightly with the word talent. How many times have I wavered between holding on and giving up? Difficulty and suffering are not simply two words, but real-life knives that will dig into your flesh. Only by crossing a hurdle will we break through the darkness and usher in the light. Although Lu Qing is a student, he has all the singing skills and understanding of music interpretation, and has definitely put in sweat and hard work. Pursuing dreams with a bare heart. Zhang Xiaohan read softly. She looked at Lu Qing through the screen with admiration in her eyes. At this point, Lu Qing on the stage raised the microphone again. Chasing Dreams of the Red Heart. Only halfway through the song. Lu Xiang's story, too, is only half told. Reality is harsh. Nice comeback run. But over the next year, Lu Xiang's injuries went back and forth. Although there have been a few good results, more often than not, Lu Xiang has suffered from injuries, as well as failures. Lu Xiang used to think that no one can win against me. Now it's being surpassed by many unknown rivals. The competition failed again and again to break Lu Xiang's confidence. This mental frustration is 100 times more painful than the training. He has stood on the altar before and navigated a different landscape. Such a fall from grace can never be appreciated without experiencing it firsthand. Should we keep practicing? Is there any hope for practicing or not? Does it get worse with practice? Not at all. It's deadly. Lu Xiang said when he was young that I would like to stop practicing if someone surpassed me. Defeated over and over again, no one will ever be confident again. The blow of such a failure to Lu Xiang comes more drastically than ordinary people. Ones are not born with inner strength. The two words give up appear in Lu Xiang's mind almost every day. Train hard with hope. Then fail. Train hard again. Hope again. And fail again. Either that or give up. But does just give up? In the big screen, the light on the training ground was fading. Lu Xiang stood alone in the empty training ground. He knocked on the door of his heart. Just give up? All the spectators lifted their hearts and minds once again. Has Lu Xiang given up? At this point, Lu Qing's song directly shattered their unwarranted associations. The future is charmingly gorgeous, always calling to me. Go forward even if you have only pain for company. I want to sail on the bluest sea there is. Never care if you can return it. Lu Qing gave the answer. Give up? Maybe thought about it, but I won't really give up. Lu Qing was an unknown singer in his previous life. He had an ordinary voice talent but still dreamed of being a singer. He hasn't made the grade, hasn't been on the big stage, but he never gave up on his dream. He practiced his singing technique every day, studied the structure of his vocal cords, and did vocal exercises relentlessly. That's why he's able to have top-notch vocals. He listens to hundreds of songs every day to study the patterns in the songs, to figure out why the songs move people, and to realize the sincere emotions in the songs. Always believe that the opportunity will come before it does. He's going to the bluest of seas and on to the biggest of stages. Doing your best before the dawn breaks is the power of dreams. It won't make you shine any brighter when you're on merit, but it will keep you going when you're alone and lost. Lu Qing was now standing on the biggest stage. He would like to thank himself for ever sticking up for his dreams. If he hadn't persisted night and day, he wouldn't have been able to catch the opportunity when it came. It was painful to keep going day after day, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through. Now, he's going to sing about what it means to persevere in front of 91,000 viewers, with 4 million netizens watching on the air, and to the countless people who will hear the song in the future, depressed after failure. That's cowardly. Please clench your fists as long as you live. Before the day breaks, we need to be braver. Waiting for the brightest moment at sunrise. The more frustrated you are, the more courageous you will be. To gnash your teeth, to face loneliness, to cross over. Lu Xiang faced pain he once dared not imagine and chose to keep fighting. His legs were no longer able to support intense training, but he worked harder than he had before the injury. Lu Xiang wanted to break through, and he upgraded the 8-step hurdle technique he had practiced for 15 years to a 7-step hurdle. Over the course of 15 years, the 8 steps to the bar had become his muscle memory. It's something he's made a name for himself in the past, and how hard it would be to give it up now. But it has to be changed. It's not easy to tell. Lu Xiang repeatedly dipped between ice water and hot water in order to put his injured muscles through more training. This kind of extreme stimulation on an ordinary person might not last more than a few seconds, and Lu Xiang has to soak in many round trips after each training session. Day after day, Lu Xiang pushes himself to the brink each day and then recovers quickly so he can face the brink again the next day. Well, he reaped the rewards of his efforts. Lu Xiang's game is getting better and better. He is ready to represent the yellow race at the World 2011 World Championships. This is Lu Xiang's most important race since his comeback. He's in great shape at this point and has a good chance of beating his opponent. The race is about to begin. The gun went off. Getting started. Hurdle. Sprint. Until the last hurdle was crossed, Lu Xiang was narrowly ahead of the rest of the field by a bit of a length, and holding the sprint would have taken the title. But his old rival Roberts, who was on the track next to him, maliciously waved his arm at Lu Xiang to block him, causing him to lose the title. Robles was called for a foul after the game and disqualified from the award. Lu Xiang's this World Championships. Sorry to settle for second place. It was a silver medal, but such a result could not satisfy him. There are no ifs in athletics. Lu Xiang was holding his breath. May 19, 2012. IAAF Diamond League SH. In this one, Lu Xiang will take on 3 of the world's strongest 110-meter hurdlers. A game that represents the highest level of competition in this program is here. It was a windy day with heavy rain falling from the sky, but as Lu Xiang walked onto the track, the wind quieted and the rain stopped. It was as if the heavens were watching the game. The camera passes in front of each player. Their eyes each revealed a desire for a championship. But there is only one champion. Finally, the camera sweeps over Lu Xiang's face through the gap in the railing. Lu Xiang is in a start-step position, waiting for orders. When the referee raises his pistol, Lu Xiang tilted his face up and looked forward. God, what a determined look. In the big screen, Lu Xiang is poised to go. The audience at the scene held their breath as they were shocked by Lu Xiang's eyes. People gulped and stared at the big screen on the floor. The gun went off. Lu Xiang rushed out like an arrow. Run forward, meet the cold eye and the scorn. How can the vastness of life be felt without suffering? Fate cannot bring us to our knees, even if blood is spilled all over the arms. Lu Qing once again erupted into a roar of life. Broken voice again. The audience was once again blown away. Lu Qing's roar drilled into their medulla, occupy their consciousness. Their scalps went straight to numbness, and a deep shuddering feeling in their souls swept through their bodies. There was only one voice in the audience's head. It was as if there was only this one sound left between heaven and earth. Run forward, run forward, run forward like Lu Xiang. Game on. Lu Xiang's starting reaction is still faster. Quickly on the first column, Lu Xiang is in the lead. For the first 3 hurdles, everyone was constantly adjusting their form. De Chartson is in second place. Oliver is on his way again. Lu Xiang stays in shape. Final sprint, 12 seconds 99. Lu Xiang runs into 13 seconds again, setting a meet record. The wind is quiet. The rain has stopped. Lu Xiang is back. Lu Xiang, 27, after experiencing fame at a young age, and a low point in his life, returned as a king. Every day and night of struggle will not fail you now. The road to comeback, which lasted 4 years, was thorny and long. All you have to do is hold on until sunrise, then wait for the sunrise. After his retirement in 2008, a reporter asked Lu Xiang, "Do you think you can get back to 100%? Lu Xiang replied, "You should ask me, can you go beyond 100%? Then I say there is still hope." At the time, many people thought Lu Xiang was too crazy, and that no hurdler in history had ever been able to surpass his former peak after undergoing major surgery. However, in the Diamond League 13 days later, Lu Xiang ran 12 hours 87 minutes. Not only did he beat his strongest opponents, but he also broke his once best record. That wastrel Lu Xiang is not only back, he's gotten faster and stronger. His opponents also recalled once again the fear of being dominated by Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang became better than ever in his life. Everyone is expecting Lu Xiang to recapture the Olympic gold medal he lost 4 years ago. In order to be able to cope with the special form of the Olympic Games running 3 games in a row, Lu Xiang has increased the intensity of his training. He's going to make a clean sweep of the Olympics and prove that he's not a deserter at the Olympics. He wants to be in the 110-meter hurdles, once again blowing the wind of the Asian flyer. On August 8, 2012, Lu Xiang once again stood on the Olympic field and headed for the top podium. Before the start, he flashed a confident smile. He wants the title. He wants the Olympic title. He wants to get back what he lost. Not only to get back the gold medal, but also to get back the 4 years of life that seemed to be lost. Lu Xiang adjusts his starting position. Game on. Lu Xiang rushed out. Lu Xiang fell heavily to the ground. Lu Xiang's body rolled forward. The world, muted. Lu Xiang couldn't hear anything. After a moment's reprieve, he glanced at his Achilles tendon, and when he ran his hand over it, he realized that a section was missing from the center. Achilles tendon, broken. The super training before the Olympics was too much for Lu Xiang's Achilles tendon, which completely collapsed when he stomped the first hurdle and shrunk to his calf. I know it's broken. It's broken. It's broken. It can be put back together again. But the LDO Olympics only happen once. See, Lu Xiang once again retired. The overwhelming scolding and questioning, like a tidal wave, came. More intense than 4 years ago. More cruel. These people don't realize what has happened in these 4 years and have forgotten all of Lu Xiang's achievements and efforts. They say Lu Xiang retired as soon as he competed, but they don't see the 95 competitions Lu Xiang participated in, winning 60 championships and keeping the national flag flying high over the arena. 3 years after his comeback he kept breaking through, and 2 months before the Olympics he was back on top of the world, proving to the world that he was still the king of the hurdling world. They say that Lu Xiang pretends to be sick, but they don't see Lu Xiang in order to recover to put his body is a machine like grinding. Athletes' injuries are hard to heal and they can get hurt at any time, but he still insisted on fighting as hard as he could, and even his opponents admired him. They say that Lu Xiang disgraced China, but they did not see that Lu Xiang created a myth that shook the world and held up the highest honor of Chinese sprinting with his own strength. They said many things, but only did not let Lu Xiang also say a word for himself. The vicious criticism and abuse once again invaded Lu Xiang's life. A disgrace in the history of sports. Definitely a fake fall. It was arranged long ago. Lu Xiang owes all of China an apology. I didn't come to see him act. The world champion who wasn't afraid to run. It's too much of a coincidence that every time the big game bug comes around, is it fair to other athletes for Lu Xiang to waste 2 Olympic slots? Lu run. It is suggested that Lu Xiang be directly enrolled in a film school. Acting can be a professor. Lu Xiang doesn't deserve it. Get lost. The Oscars owe Lu Xiang a small gold medal. Lu Xiang, why don't you go to hell? 4 years? Lu Xiang in the darkness of the bitter persistence, just to reprove themselves in the Olympic Games. Yet as much hope as he held out, as much pain as he faced from the injuries he faced after dropping out of the race. 4 years for this. No one can say they are strong inside at a time like this. No one can easily say it's okay. All thoughts are lost. This was true of him at the time. It's time to give up. Getting older. There's a long recovery period after attaching the Achilles. The next Olympics are out of the question. Honor is also enough. There are a million reasons to give up. But hold on. No reason is needed. Keep running. Vibrating. Deaf. Hair. Deafening. Lu Qing used all his strength to sing this line. His cries pierced the heavens. Lu Qing was challenging the nerves of the 91,000 people in the audience. In challenging the tear ducts of the 4 million listeners on the air. In challenging the hearts of 11 top singers on the same stage. In the challenge of whether or not the live sound is loud enough. Keep running. With abject pride. How can you see the sparkle of life if you don't hold on to it? It is better to burn with indulgence than to languish. For the good of the heart. No compromise until old age. After the LD Olympic withdrawal, Lu Xiang still did not give up. A week later, the plane landed at the airport. Lu Xiang was pushed out in a wheelchair. And the reporters who had been waiting for a long time flocked to him. As it was years ago, when he became famous, all the flashing lights were on him. At that point, he would still be panicking. At this point, he was much more subdued, and he waved his hand. When he was asked if he still wanted to return to competition, Lu Xiang didn't hesitate. Of course I want to. Definitely. He was operated on again and persevered through 3 years of painful rehab. But this time he was injured so badly that he had to say goodbye to hurdling. In 2015, a year before the opening of the LY Olympics, Lu Xiang announced his retirement. The most glorious hurdling era belonging to the Asian flyers came to an end. Throughout Lu Xiang's career, even though he was in the dark, he never gave up looking for the light. Until the day he retired. He was the same teenager he was and never compromised. That dreaming heart is still as bare as a child's. The center of the bird's nest seems to be the center of the world at the moment. The lights are gathering here again. The audience, already shocked beyond belief, suddenly realized. The one who stands center stage and sings at the top of his lungs. Tears have long since flowed. The music's coda ends. The big screen goes out. And the audience, for a long time, couldn't pull themselves away from the shock. Some of them were inexplicably exuberant, waving their arms excitedly. Some yelled with excitement, releasing the bravado that was burning in their chests. Others, with tears in their eyes, were reminded by the songs of their own fervent struggles. Many of the spectators were unable to get a good look at Lu Qing's face, and when they looked down from the stands, Lu Qing was a tiny black dot. But this black dot seems to transmit infinite energy. When Lu Qing sang the line "Run Forward" almost hysterically, the audience was struck by it. The moment. A mountain of applause swept across the bird's nest. They clapped their hands red, more violently than any other applause. It seemed that the only way to cool down the boiling hot blood inside was by clapping. The atmosphere in the gym. To the top. Live stream. The audience, which followed the show throughout, was abuzz. The pop-ups went wild. The amount of pop-ups at the moment is 3 times more than at the peak of the night. Follow your dreams. Red. Instead of lingering, we should burn with vigor. It's too hot. I'm so excited I don't know what to say. It turns out that I have always misunderstood Lu Xiang. I even scolded him back then. And I forgot myself. If it wasn't for Lu Qing, I probably wouldn't have known for the rest of my life that I had also deeply hurt Lu Xiang in such a way. Lu Xiang, the only athlete to actually beat a black man on a straight track. 1 more year of fighting. Definitely go ashore. A lot of inspirational songs don't inspire me anymore. But this one is an exception. And I'm going to single it out. No one is born a champion. But I declare Lu Qing the winner of Born Singer tonight. I gave the song to my dog and he can't stop now. In 15 years, I'm going to be the best in AI. No compromise until you get old. Since we have chosen a faraway place, we will only travel in wind and rain. A man experiences more slander than praise in his life. Run forward against the cold eye and the scorn. Hot tears. I have a premonition that this song will become a classic in the Chinese music industry and inspire countless people. The pop-ups are still going crazy. Backstage studio, the technician looked at the brush growth of the amount of pop-ups. People are silly. He hadn't seen such a terrifying amount of pop-ups since he entered the field of live streaming technology. In just a few minutes, the swiped pop-ups were close to 1/5 of the full live pop-ups. Keep in mind that the entire broadcast has been going on for 3.5 hours. The willingness of the live audience to post pop-ups and interact is very strong at this moment. The technician has a hunch that he may never encounter this situation again in his future career. What's the number of people online on the live feed? I'll check now. Hernan calmed his hot-blooded emotions. He still had to take control of the situation. He had already heard Lu Qing sing during rehearsals, but Lu Qing simply didn't do his best, because during rehearsals, Lu Qing sang without breaking his voice at all. He didn't achieve such infectiousness as he did today. He Nian's music level can only be considered average. but he now dares to conclude that this song will definitely inject new vitality into the dead Chinese music scene. Lu Qing, the rising star who could revitalize the Chinese music scene. He Nian's eyes were filled with hope when he looked at Lu Qing. Lu Qing will surely kill the Chinese music industry in the future, and receive awards all the time. Tonight's championship is kind of his starting point. He Nian was not surprised that Lu Qing could win the championship. Of course he was not helping Lu Qing to cheat, but he had strong confidence in Lu Qing. How many established singers are hot under the collar to be able to get this kind of heat without even debuting? But the Chinese music scene has developed to the point where Lu Qing is the only one. There are 5.07 million people online in the livestream. The live tech was first shocked and then felt a mixture of fear and gratitude. He scrunched his neck and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thanks to listening to the director. If I had stuck to my technical, empirical theory and not had the backup line ready, the consequences would have been unimaginable. God knows how many things could have gone wrong if the techies had been so stubborn as to go against the director. It is good to know that one is always keeping in mind the code of the fighters. How does the director know that Lu Qing will be okay? It must be that the director knew ahead of time that Lu Qing was going to sing Chasing Dreams with Red Heart. That's not surprising. If I knew Lu Qing sang like that, I would have prepared a backup line in advance. The technician had to sigh. Lu Qing was too fierce. Fiercer than all those top-tier singers. He has also built live equipment for other singers, whose real live stats can't be compared to today's. And this last million people. Exactly how many came for Lu Qing was not clear in the math, but he was certain that the vast majority of it was due to Lu Qing. Lu Qing is going to be an overnight success. He Nian's voice turned shrill and he didn't hold himself. 5,070,000. He had expected that by the end of the live broadcast, adding another 500,000 people would top it off, but he didn't expect the number of people online to directly break through 5 million. This is a figure that puts the industry ceiling back up. Not to mention peers, it will be hard to break it yourself in the future. Invisible set another record. This season of Born Singer is at the top of its game, both in terms of preparation and filming, as well as in terms of funding and publicity, coupled with Lu Qing's heavenly descent in 4 phenomenal songs directly killing through the stage. The timing was right and the people were right to create such heat. It would be more than a little more difficult to film the next season. There are only so many powerful singers in the Chinese music scene, and with over 70 coming this season, how many more will be available to choose from by next season? There are good and bad things about the finals heat blowing up. I'm afraid more people will be coming in the back door for the next taping season. Being in this circle, one always has people one can't say no to. The quality of athletics cannot be guaranteed with the number of people being hardwired in this way, but the quality of the competition is what keeps the show's ratings ahoy. The next season of The Natural Born Singer is not low on the bottom line, but the top line, it's not going to be able to top today. He Nian didn't believe that there would be a second Lu Qing in next year's finals. If anyone talks about the history of music variety, this year's finale is bound to be a topic that can't be wrapped up. Lu Qing, on the other hand, is deeply tied to this topic. Record more footage, panoramic, of the audience, of Lu Qing. He Nian is going to record more images from today as a gift to Lu Qing. I hope that years from now when Lu Qing reigns supreme in the Chinese music scene, he will not forget this night when the dream began. It's been years since a new king of Chinese music was born. Who will be next? He Nian stroked his chin, affirming his thoughts. I think Lu Qing is quite suitable. Lu Qing, what's appropriate? The music director heard He Nian muttering there and asked. He Nian laughed. I'd say Lu Qing is very suitable to be the next generation of heavenly kings in the Chinese music scene. After all, the music scene nowadays is green and yellow, with fewer and fewer good works. And it's been a long time since there's been such a talented young man. The king of Chinese music? Lu Qing? If you look at the Chinese music industry, you will find that all of them are not highly decorated and have a long history of music production. Comparing Lu Qing to these heavenly kings, Lu Qing has only sung 4 songs so far, and directly wants to run towards the heavenly kings. Isn't that a bit overambitious? Besides, Lu Qing hadn't even made his debut yet, and there was a lot more to this circle than just talent. The music director opened his mouth and was just about to retort, realizing that it seemed like every time he and He Nian got into a tussle, as long as he denied Lu Qing, it was always he who was slapped in the face. Starting with Goku and ending with the last song of the day, Chasing Dreams. It's really evil. He was beyond certain of Lu Qing's musical talent. All 4 songs are classics, but that's not enough with just those 4 songs. Running out of steam is a nice way of putting it. The point is that every time he analyzes, he judges based on his years of accumulated experience. And experience has been a key weapon in keeping him grounded in the music business for so many years. How come it's not working on Lu Qing now? The music director had gone from doubting Lu Qing to starting to doubt himself. Is there really something wrong with me? The music director faltered. One wrong guess is a fluke. 2 wrong guesses are barely a fluke, but Lu Qing allowed himself to be wrong 4 times in a row. It made the music director question the empiricism he had practiced for 20 years. This is a big deal. He realized that once empiricism is not able to cope with something new, it is dangerous. It means one becomes an old man and will be left behind by the times. Unacceptable. When he was young, the music director hated old guys who couldn't keep up with the times, droning on in his own ear. Now I'm an old man? If you want to keep up with the times, you have to update your empiricism and add new theories to it. But when he thought about it, he didn't have any new ideas to add. And after doing 1 season of Born Singer, he realized he was still on the cutting edge of music. Making your own music can still be enjoyed by the masses. Prove that your own empiricism is not outdated. But why can't you explain Lu Qing? How come it doesn't work well once you meet Lu Qing? The music director felt like he was stuck with a bug. Should we plow Lu Qing out first? The music director was enlightened that his own empiricism wasn't outdated and that it was still good to use it on others. When you meet Lu Qing, then you don't have to. Then the music director came to a conclusion. According to his previous opinion, it was too difficult for Lu Qing to become a heavenly king. Now, through the counterfactual method, it was concluded that Lu Qing could become a heavenly king superstar. The music director nodded and said, "You're right. Lu Qing does have the potential to become the next generation of heavenly kings. Look. The mouth is still so stone. Hey." It was like He Nian guessed what the music director was going to say, but halfway through the sentence He Nian stopped. "Hey, how come he's not lifting a finger with me anymore? Doesn't he not think highly of Lu Qing?" He Nian instantly felt like half the fun was gone. After all, every time he used Lu Qing as a bet, he always won. So He Nian asked, "So, you also think that Lu Qing can grow into a heavenly king?" "Right." He Nian asked again. "You think highly of Lu Qing's future?" "Very favorable." He Nian was unwilling. "Which level do you think Lu Qing's musical talent belongs to?" "Ceiling level." He Nian, what obstacles will Lu Qing encounter in the Chinese music scene in the future? A flat trip. He Nian, predict what kind of achievement Lu Qing can attain, topping the Chinese music scene and then leading it to the world. Hernandez? Shit, this one's gone off the rails. In a flash, I'm the villain. Inside the singer's aisle, a group of singers converged. Lu Qing had finished his last song and they were waiting for Lu Qing's votes to be announced. Then at the end of the finale, they take the stage together for a curtain call. Now, a bunch of singers were talking about Lu Qing. Lu Qing's song Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart really scared them. Gu Jukuan said, "As soon as Lu Qing opened his mouth, I thought he had a problem with his voice, but I didn't realize that he was intentionally using this method to handle the song. I really didn't expect it." Zhang Xiaohan picked up the conversation. Lu Qing's voice did have problems. He had a cold. His voice is very hoarse. I thought at first that Lu Qing was no longer able to compete. Who would have thought that there would be a song like Pursuing Dreams and Red Heart? But Sun Nan, who hadn't chosen a song, thought deeply. This song is really good, and the lyrics and music arrangement are all by Lu Qing, so he should have considered when writing the song exactly what kind of method of interpretation would be most suitable. Lin Zhishuan had already determined that he was not going to win the championship, and his mind was more relaxed. The singing technique of the treble break. Lu Qing used it in a very advanced way. "I can't use this technique. Lu Qing has the real thing," Deng Ziki said. "I've seen it for a long time. As a fellow songwriter, from the time I heard Wukong, I knew Lu Qing wasn't to be messed with, and it turned out that today's finals gave everyone such a big surprise." Wang Feng, more than a surprise. "I didn't expect Lu Qing to have a hand in rock and roll. It's deep in my heart, and the level of this song, Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart, is too high." Frozen Powertrain is senior and said mockingly, "Lu Qing's 2 consecutive songs, Childhood and Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart. He's not trying to slap us on the beach. I think he's trying to whack us flat on the beach." The singers laughed, which was a compliment to Lu Qing. Although Lu Shijuan was sorry not to advance to the second half, she was satisfied with her play. Moreover, she was grateful to Lu Qing. If it wasn't for Lu Qing, he wouldn't have been able to enjoy music on a stage like the Bird's Nest. After all, by putting her in the Childhood group, she really didn't know what song to choose. Anyway, it turned out well now. Don't want to think about it that much. Lu Qing's votes would be announced soon, and she wanted Lu Qing to win the championship. The most apprehensive person is Zhang Jia. Only he can compete with Lu Qing for the title. Originally, he thought it was a sure thing with 89,802 votes, but after hearing Chasing Dreams and Red Heart he felt hung up again. At that moment, the host's voice came on. "Dear viewers, the last singer of the second half of the Born Singers Peak Night Finals, Lu Qing, has finished singing. Please take the voting machines in your hands and cast your vote if you think Chasing Dreams moves you enough." On the big screen, it was the ranking of the votes for each singer. First place, Section Chang, 89, 802 votes. Second place, Xiaohan Chang, 89, 754. Third place, Deng Ziki, 89, 753 votes. Fourth place, Lin Zhishuan, 89, 637 votes. Fifth place, Sun Nan, 88, 137 votes. After an atmospheric intense voting process, yes, the votes are in. What will Lu Qing's final vote count be? Live stream. The fervor of the pop-up discussion hasn't stopped yet. The second half was even better. It was fun to watch. What a shame about Purple Key. I was predicting Purple Key to win. Purple Key sang well. It looks like everyone was right. The final competition is all about song selection, and the top singers are pulling out all the stops. That's not true. Others are choosing songs. Lu Qing is creating songs. You don't say. Lu Qing really has two tricks up his sleeve. A song called Childhood in the first half, and a song called Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart in the second half. This is ready to go black to the end. Zhang Jie got 89, 802 votes, and there were only 91,000 spectators in the whole theater. Can Lu Qing still get 90,000 votes? That's too much. This song has to be sung to the heart to get over 90,000 votes. What about that pop-up just now? Do you think that Lu Qing's Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart sang your heart out? You dare to say a word of no? Lu Qing finally stood up. It's not easy. It's coming. The host is going to announce it. The host can't hide his excitement at the moment. He opened his mouth and said, the peak night of the finals of Born Singer lasted nearly 4 months, with 12 regular competitions to select 12 singers from among 72 singers for a peak showdown. The 12 singers went through 2 more rounds of intense fighting to finally determine the overall winner. Every singer, a powerhouse. Shall we ask all the singers to come on stage? The audience applauded. Then, a group of singers waiting in the singer's lane entered in a row. Lu Qing and Zhang Jie stood apart in the center of the stage. Since the other singers' votes were no longer in the running for the overall title, they focused their attention on the two of them, Lu Qing and Zhang Jie. Who will the winner really be? Next I announced that the overall winner of the Born Singer Finals Pinnacle Night is Lu Qing. Congratulations Lu Qing. 90,227 votes. Lu Qing won with 90,227 votes. Audiences vote with their feet. They don't care what style of singing you do or what advanced techniques you utilize. They don't get it and they don't need to get it. They are judged by one criterion, whether it impresses them or not. There's no doubt that Chasing Dreams did. There will be many who will remember the moving of the night. Fated cannot bring us to our knees, even if blood is spilled on our arms. Keep running with the pride of a naked child. How can you see the sparkle of life if you don't stay the course? For the good in your heart, don't compromise until you get old. Songs like this might give some people the strength to persevere some night in the future. Lu Qing had tears in her eyes at this time. He did what a singer should do. Get the song right and sing a great song. Tonight, he was applauded by a live audience of more than 90,000 people. 5 million netizens in the live stream reaped the rewards of being touched. They picked up their childishness with childhood. They listened to Follow Your Dreams to ignite the fireworks of their dreams. Sufficient. Lu Qing clenched his fists, reinforcing his thoughts. He's going to sing more great songs for the world. He will not forget this original intention for the sake of name and fame. And now he could enjoy what he was meant to get as he stood in the center of the stage with his arms wide open. Lu Qing embraced the applause coming from all sides. This applause goes out to the overall winner of Born to Sing. Lu Qing is worth it. The crowd of singers didn't begrudge their applause. This championship went to Lu Qing. They recognized it. Except for Brilliant Rain. Hua Chenyu stood in the group of singers and smiled against his will. He couldn't look at Lu Qing from the bottom of his heart. But in order not to look like an alien, he could only pinch his nose and applaud Lu Qing. As hard as it was going to be, no one cared about Hua Chenyu at this time. The other singers congratulated Lu Qing. Deng Ziki still looked for Lu Qing and coolly touched his fist. Lu Qing, we must collaborate on a song in the future. I say so. Lu Qing quickly agreed, no problem. The song you wrote must be first-class level. When the two of us teamed up Gaga mess kill, Deng Ziki said exaggeratedly. Good you Lu Qing. Not only did you win the championship, but you also want to whore me out by writing a song for nothing. Given that you are particularly dishonest, you not only have to write a song for us to sing together, you also have to write a song for me alone. Deng Ziki finished with her arms thrust in front of her chest, her small head twisted without looking at Lu Qing. The crowd was amused by Deng Ziki's intentionally angry appearance and said to Lu Qing, promise her. Lu Qing, you've won the championship. It's not too much to write another song for Ziqi. Purple it's now only coaxed with a song. A group of singers joked about Lu Qing. Lu Qing was also happy to joke around, but he could really write songs for Deng Ziki. He had quite a few suitable ones in his hands. It's just a song, it's a big deal. Lu Qing also followed Deng Ziqi's example. Humph. Just right. The group of singers were amused. However, some people were really looking forward to it. Lu Qing's song, I thought it wouldn't be bad. Uncontested tears flowed from the corners of his mouth at the thought. They also crave good songs. Zhang Xiaohan said, don't forget Sister Han when Lu Qing has a good song. Lu Shijuan raised his arms high. And me. Lu Qing was very happy today and waved his hand. Write them all. Gotta. 3 songs promised to go out in the blink of an eye. The other singers were on the verge of gluttonous tears, but in the way they didn't open their mouths in the end. Seeing all 3 female dolls gather around Lu Qing, freezing powertrain teased, Lu Qing really attracts girls. Lu Qing didn't even think about it that way. They should be craving my songs, not my body. Lu Guopan was paralyzed in his chair at this point. The finals lasted a full 4 hours. He and a group of musicians were not only slightly physically exhausted, but mentally drained as well. They were in a very excited state all night. Especially the last song, Chasing Dreams, was so combustible. They were very involved in the whole accompaniment process, and their emotions rose and fell with Lu Qing singing. It wasn't until after the dream was done and the excitement had passed that the exhaustion of the crowd came in like a tidal wave. But Lu Guopeng was very content at this point. Another godly scene. Bird's Nest. 91,000 people in a packed house, pursuing dreams with a bare heart, burning the house down. Long before Lu Qing sang, Lu Guopeng was very much looking forward to it. It is thought that Follow Your Dreams will be able to surpass Childhood in terms of votes. It's not comparing the 2 songs as good or bad. The moods of the 2 songs are different. There is no such thing as good or bad. He was thinking that Chasing Dreams would be a better way to ignite the atmosphere. Fruity. It really popped. A godly scene like this can't be beat. How else can you say godly scene? Some singers, they only have 1 or 2 famous scenes in their lives. But Lu Guopeng Lu Qing collaborated on a few songs that were godly live. This forced Lu Guopeng to sigh. This young man, simply a divine scene maker. The Born Singer finale culminated in a perfect night. Lu Qing and a group of singers left the Bird's Nest through a special channel. Due to the late hour, after He Nian thanked the group of singers, everyone went back to the hotel to rest. On the way back, Lu Qing exchanged friends with the crowd. Except for Brilliant Rain, Hua Chenyu left on the pretext that he had a problem with Lu Qing. Now that Lu Qing had won the championship, if Lu Qing taunted him twice, he wouldn't know how to return the favor, so it was better to avoid it. I don't know why, but ever since I met Lu Qing, I've been eating my words. The same did not go back to the hotel. Zhang Xiaohan, her assistant, carried her luggage from the Bird's Nest out of the direct together. It seems to be really something. However, Lu Qing had already friended her in advance, and there was a chance to write some suitable songs for her. Anyway, Lu Qing couldn't sing those songs himself, and it was good to have a chance to spread them out. Pinching yourself is a waste of resources. He would not forget his original intention, to sing the good songs of the earth to the people of this world. Lu Qing returned to the hotel, took a shower and then lay down on the bed. He opened Twitter. The heat from the finale of The Natural Born Singer isn't really blowing up. Even though it's late at night, searches on the topic of The Natural Born Singer are still very high. The Hot 100 accounted for 15 topics about the finals. 6 of the top 10 hot searches. Lu Xiang, Pursuing Dreams of a Red Heart. The winner of Born Singer is Lu Qing. Record-breaking live streaming data for the Born Singer finale. Zhang Jiesari, Childhood. Many of the netizens who watched the live broadcast of the finals went straight to the hot search list after exiting the live room. Discussed the finals under various topics. Born Singer is over and I don't have a variety show to watch. Can anyone recommend a variety show to watch? Dang, it kills me. Great singing. Tonight was a night of stars in bloom. All the singers were great. And it's Lu Qing's foul play that's to blame for the 2 original songs that killed the past straight away. I really let Lu Qing, the dark horse, go dark. So many first-tier big names have been taken out by Lu Qing. It's too fantastic. Maybe it's time to talk about the music itself. The songs Childhood and Follow Your Dreams are on a really high level. The song Childhood really hit me in the heart bar. That line about people not being able to have a childhood and feel about it at the same time is so true. Cope, Zhugashiro is a series of comics serialized in Comic King by Taiwanese cartoonist Yi Hongjia since 1958. A work that is a childhood memory of a generation of Taiwanese, like the post-80s and post-90s with Halua. The story of Zhugashiro and the Devil's Party comes from the first volume of the manga series, Battle of the Devil's Party, in which the Devil's Party, a gang of mountain thieves in the kingdom of Wei, kidnaps the princess of Wei, and Zhugashiro's mission is to defeat the Devil's Party and rescue the princess. Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart made my head spin. Singing with your soul is so much more advanced than just showing off your skills. I've listened to Follow Your Dreams many times, and it's really burning. Even though I'm a fan of Zhang Jie, it doesn't stop me from falling in love with Lu Qing. There are too many comments to read. The finals were very successfully organized and there were hardly any bad reviews, although fans of Brilliant Rain are still fighting for their brother. But no great waves were turned up at such a time. Lu Qing's 2 songs were just too hard. So hard that all the top-tier singers who participated in the competition were fine with it. And so hard that none of these singers' fans were unconvinced. Good music goes straight to the heart. Lu Qing had expected it, and the 2 songs Childhood and Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart, classics that have stood the test of time, didn't give Blackie any leeway at all. And what makes Lu Qing feel happy is that the Lu Xiang phrase firmly occupies the top position of the hot search list. Lu Xiang has been misunderstood for too long. So long that this misunderstanding has completely changed his life. To this day, there are still people who misunderstand Lu Xiang. Today, taking advantage of the heat of the finals, it would be great to clear up some of the misunderstandings about Lu Xiang. Lu Qing tapped into the words. Watching Lu Xiang's 13-second ride 19 years later still makes my scalp tingle. I didn't realize that 19 years have passed since Lu Xiang won the Olympic Games, and I was lucky enough to witness the history at the Bird's Nest site back then. Today, 19 years later, I'm at the Bird's Nest site to listen to Lu Qing sing Chasing Dreams with Red Heart and watch Lu Xiang's story, which is really marvelous. Even if you don't watch track and field, you know Lu Xiang. Even if you don't play basketball, you know Yao Ming, the 2 great gods of childhood. Flying Man of Asia, the miracle of the Ninth Path. WJ Encyclopedia, Lu Xiang, Chinese male track and field athlete, winner of 1 Olympic gold medal, 6 World Championships medals, and 3 Asian Games gold medals, held the world record in the 110-meter hurdles for 23 months and still holds the Olympic record for the event. It's hard to imagine being one of China's greatest athletes, or even one of the not-so-great ones, getting that kind of verbal abuse back in the day. Alas, I asked my youngest niece and she doesn't quite know who Lu Xiang is anymore. 12 hours 88 minutes. I'll never forget that number. When I was a child to pay homage to the new year, go to a relative's home to eat hot pot. That relative said Lu Xiang run 2 steps down that, but also pretend to be a grandson at I was very small. I do not know why to scold the world champion, but also did not stop. I also count half an accomplice. Lu Xiang, he's really fighting for his life. The original Black Lu Xiang's wave of people. I am one of them, I dare to admit. Now I apologize to Xiang. Sorry Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang has won many championships and all some people remember is that he retired twice. A hero doesn't get the respect he deserves. They are relentless in their creation of heroes, and they rejoice in their destruction. Ooh-hoo, everyone owes Lu Xiang an apology. Some netizens have turned over past videos of Lu Xiang, put it under the hot search phrase. Many people were Lu Xiang said the whole broken defense. Lu Xiang said, there has been nothing to feel the Achilles tendon, but I think I still have to run. Just think even if the Achilles tendon is broken also have to be broken on the field of play. With a smile on his face, he said, I want to stay 21 forever and do it all over again. The experience of growing up all over again. His eyes are incredibly sincere. Through time, you slowly realize that athletes are quite real and don't act with you on the field. Actually, I'm just an ordinary person. Except that before, I might have run a little faster. People may have said some hurtful things when they were younger, but people grow up and I think I understand it all. It's really nothing. As it turns out, back in the year Lu Xiang retired, he said, I don't need anyone to apologize. More and more people are discussing Lu Xiang. Many people fought for Lu Xiang, believing that heroes should not be treated that way. Others met Lu Xiang through tonight. Some people will say this, I was angry for Lu Xiang once suffered that kind of slander. But I was more convinced by Lu Xiang's purest sportsmanship. Chasing Dreams Red Heart and Lu Xiang is very match. Others are concerned about Lu Xiang's current situation. A netizen picked it up. Lu Xiang still wants to do what he can to help China move forward after his retirement. He organizes public service activities, volunteers in mountainous areas, develops young sports talents, donates running tracks and equipment to them, and gives them physical education classes. He may not be able to conquer the world on the track anymore, but he still quietly gives to the world with his strength. I hope there are still people who remember the figure of Lu Xiang who used to run on the field, remember the miracle he created, and thank him for the hot-blooded years he brought to the whole Asia. Hats off to Lu Xiang. Lu Qing's eyes were also slightly moist when she saw this. It was Lu Qing's idea to tell the story of Lu Xiang while singing Chasing Dreams and Red Heart at the finals. Now see Lu Xiang being known by more people. Lu Qing felt that he had done the right thing. Lu Qing then found the official Weibo account of the natural-born singer. Each singer's performance video has been edited individually below. Lu Qing found the videos for Childhood and Chasing Dreams and reposted them on his Weibo account. What Lu Qing did not expect was, the crew went so far as to edit 2 versions of Chasing Dreams. One is the full camera on Lu Qing version, Lu Qing watched it and was very satisfied with his performance, and he showed off the song to the best of his ability, ending up in tears due to being so involved in the scene. The infectiousness is still strong from the video. The other version was a short movie of Lu Xiang played on the big screen at that time, and the background music was Chasing Dreams and Red Heart. You can also think of this video as a music video for Chasing Dreams. This video was carefully prepared by Lu Qing before the race. In fact, Lu Qing's rehearsal singing didn't take much time, and all of his energy was put into making Lu Xiang's short story. In the end, the short film and the song complemented each other very well and were very combustible. Lu Qing wanted some more people to know about Lu Xiang's story, so he retweeted the latter version. Retweeted. Lu Qing suddenly stared at her Weibo page with wide eyes. Mom, yeah, how much? The fan count is off. He remembered that half a month ago, his song Goku rose 300,000 fans. And then it was as a singer in the 12th recording of Born Singer. Where did the time go? Also burst into flames. Before arriving at the finals themselves, Lu Qing purposely glanced at his Weibo followers. It's 1.2 million. 2 songs, half a month's time, up 1.2 million fans. Too much. The key is that Lu Qing is a vegetarian, without the help of any hype, not to mention the team operation. The natural born singer lives up to its reputation as the hottest music variety show. 4 hours ago, the finals went live. 4 hours later, the finals ended live. Lu Qing rose 1.5 million fans. At the moment his total number of followers came to 2.7 million. Lu Qing's appearance in the first half was in the middle, so to be precise, it should be 3 hours, 2 songs, and 1.5 million fans. In the past half a month, Lu Qing's rate of powder increase was exaggerated enough. I didn't realize that the few hours of the finals had brought even more exaggerated heat to Lu Qing. Lu Qing usually doesn't log on to Weibo much, and logging on to come up is to cooperate with the program team to retweet 2 promos, so this time he was really surprised. Lu Qing had never seen such a rate of increase in powder, not even for a traffic star. If we were to debut on this, it would be a very high starting point. However, Lu Qing immediately gave up on this idea. For one thing, he still had a year to go before he graduated, and he wanted to do it afterward. It wasn't that Lu Qing loved to learn. In fact, with Lu Qing's current level, it was more than enough for him to be a teacher in their music academy. But Lu Qing's previous life as a Chinese, the university graduation certificate has a kind of obsession. Feel that without this certificate, life is not complete. So Lu Qing intends to mix in the school for a year, until graduation. Secondly, Lu Qing will soon be promoted to the 4th year of college. Time is relatively abundant. The singer's career and studies do not have much conflict. One more thing, college life is good. Thinking about it, Lu Qing fell into a deep sleep. But at the moment, Lu Qing's fans couldn't sleep. The song Follow Your Dreams completely set them on fire. Seeing that Lu Qing had finally sent out a microblog, a bunch of people looked like they had found a base and quickly gathered over. It's 2 a.m. and the crowd is still very active. 2 in the morning, how do you sleep at your age? After listening to Chasing Dreams, you're still not going to do another set of papers? Lu Qing, Lu Qing, I'm completely ignited by you. My body is so hot and dry. Detailed description of parchedness, manual slip. Lu Qing, you kid, you can always give me some new tricks. Wukong, where has all the time gone? Childhood, Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart, for songs with such different styles, all perfectly mastered by you. Lu Qing, I want to give you a monkey, but my girlfriend won't let me. Dude, buying a movie? What's with all the cereal everywhere? As Lu Qing's hardcore fan, Xiao Kai frowned and directly reported a Dragon First service on. It's also important to maintain the atmosphere of the Lu Qing comments section. After all, Lu Qing was too lazy. He was definitely too lazy to care about this. Lu Qing is one of the few that she has found. A clear stream in the entertainment circle. Lu Qing's microblogging below the main a sense of authenticity. Unlike other traffic stars, a clear color of the water army control comment. Their comment area is not the slightest bit nutritious. Turn dozens of pages are embarrassing, blowing the content of their own brother. Is really to see the vomit. But it wasn't accurate to say that Lu Qing was from the entertainment industry. After all, Lu Qing hadn't even debuted yet. Lu Qing's current hotness, if placed on other stars, receiving 3 endorsements would be considered implicit. There are the kind of over-the-top stars who, when they have the heat, can't wait to go on 8 variety shows a day to brush up their presence. Lu Qing is different. Not only does he not brush, he doesn't even turn a single tweet. What kind of entertainer is that? Oh, Lu Qing is still a student. Alright, then. In short, Lu Qing is again a student. Low-key, doesn't rely on traffic, and sings with power. The key is good looking too. This gave Kai a nurturing thrill after she powdered Lu Qing. You see, I've been following Lu Qing since before he even debuted. when Lu Qing is a superstar in the future. That's all because I watched him grow up. Kai is very optimistic about Lu Qing's future. But, Lu Qing, can you mind your comments section ahoy? Why are you always targeted by cereals? Day 2. At 8 a.m., Section Shang posted a tweet. Hashtag Yun Li brand spokesperson Zhang Ji hashtag. Unlocking a new identity as a Yunli brand spokesperson. Thanks to a Yunli milk formula for guarding the trust of hundreds of millions of moms with its patented formula. At 9 a.m., Wang Feng posted a tweet. Hashtag Wang Feng moves to be the spokesperson for mobility hashtag. At motivation. I'm here for you. A million miles and no words. At 9:30 a.m., the official tweet of the Coleus was released. Hashtag Kakuito's 20-year-olds like to be more flavorful hashtag. Hashtag is it true that Chloe Chang Xiaohan is hashtag. Chloe's 20th birthday brings back Xiaohan Zhang to join forces again. This wave of memories kills. Fantasy link-up memories are like a tidal wave. At 10 a.m., the official White Sparks tweeted. Hashtag PepsiCo global brand spokesperson Deng Ziki hashtag. At Dunzi it's you boldly go after your dreams. We're here to be your back. 9 of the 12 singers who participated in yesterday's finale have released official endorsement brands this morning. One has to admire the efficiency of the brand. Said termination was without delay and said endorsement was clean. Of course, there are also those who have predetermined their brand endorsers and waited until the heat was spread after the Born Singer finale before announcing them. The 12-member list for the finals is not a secret, so it's certainly not uncommon for brands to contact singers ahead of time, and even to strike a deal a month before the finals. Each of the singers and celebrities who participated in the finals gained unprecedented popularity and received endorsement notices. Lu Qing was the only one who didn't move at all. It came across as him being a bit of an anomaly. So a bunch of netizens speculated. Lu Qing is just a student without a team. No one expected him to win the championship. And Lu Qing's support rate before the finals was only 2.42%. So it's estimated that the brand hasn't even made an endorsement program for Lu Qing. The commercial value of the grand final winner is really big. But Lu Qing's winner might not be so big. And the brand is not interested? Even if there is, it's probably some small miscellaneous brands that will look for Lu Qing to speak on their behalf. I don't know if Lu Qing will take this kind. Speak with the facts. The brand side are more than a fine. Lu Qing if really have commercial value. The major brands have long been scrambling to sign Lu Qing. There are definitely small brands that will approach Lu Qing. And the big brands are probably tough enough. My family has a relative who works as a manager in a big brand company. This time the Born Singer finale is getting a lot of attention. And all the families are staring at it. But my family's relative said that they have no intention of signing Lu Qing internally. And I guess it's the same with the other big brand companies. People always like to find some reasons to convince themselves to believe in something that has already happened. There had to be a reason why Lu Qing didn't have a new endorsement when all of the finalists did. The netizens' speculations are justified. There was speculation that the brand couldn't see Lu Qing as a vegetarian champion. In fact, Lu Qing is at this time in the hotel huffing and puffing. For the microblogging hot topic of endorsement did not know anything. Lu Qing didn't wake up until noon. It's so nice to sleep until you wake up. Lu Qing stretched, picked up the phone and looked at the time. So many missed calls. It's all missed calls from Director Hernandez. What did he want with me? Lu Qing mumbled to himself while calling Ying Yen. Seconds to pick up. Lu Qing, the world has gone crazy looking for you now. I thought you were sleeping, so I didn't knock on the door to disturb you. You're hungry, aren't you? I'll bring you a lunch over. Just in time to tell you about what happened. The world is looking for me? What is it? Before Lu Qing could understand what was going on, he heard his stomach growling. Hearing that there was food, Lu Qing didn't care to ask anything and said to Ying Yen, well, you know which room. Got it. See you in 10 minutes. The other side hung up. Lu Qing hurriedly got up and went to wash up. Ding dong. The year of congratulations came as promised. Here's your lunch. Listen to me while you eat. The aroma of roast duck wafted out, instantly opening Lu Qing's appetite. Lu Qing didn't have the courtesy to start straight away. The color is red. The meat is fat but not greasy. The outside is crispy and the inside is tender. Eating Lu Qing thief has a sense of happiness, a specialty of Kyoto, and Hernandez brought it fresh out of the oven. So I don't know where the 10 minutes came from. Looking at Lu Qing eat, Ying Yen said directly, I've gotten dozens of calls all morning. All for you. Lu Qing said vaguely while drying his rice. Oh, why don't you call me if you're looking for me? I didn't get any of them. After some time, the two are not as raw as they were in the beginning, and they are not as polite to each other. Ying Yen gave a blank stare. Where are they going to find you? Before the finals, you were still an unknown college student. At most, you were a college student who sang 2 fire songs. How could they have your phone number? But they called me. Who all? What do you want with me? Ying Yen rolled his eyes again. You're on fire, don't you know? Winner of the finals of Born Singer. Do you know what that stands for? On behalf of what? Hingyan took out his own cell phone and flipped through his call logs. Count them one by one. This is the manager of the outdoor brand, Beginner's Bird. This is a staff member from the marketing department of digital brand Huawei. Oh, this is also a digital brand, Rice. And this one, it's Old Lou from Waha. We've had dinner before. These are from the beauty brands, Blue Coom, Poplar Grove, Grandma Fragrance, and Dior. And then there's this, the old boss of the Black Myth game. This one is from the Goose Factory. Hingyan said a bunch of things like he was naming a dish. Lu Qing was confused by what he heard. What's going on? What are you talking about? Director what are these you're talking about? Hingyan took a deep breath after the report and said, endorsements. Get your endorsement. Lu Qing was even stranger. So many brands are looking for my endorsement? Hingyan depressedly said. Right. Looking for your endorsement. But all the calls came to me. And I didn't do anything all morning to answer the phone. I became your agent all too soon. Horn's connections are wider in the circle. After the success of this season of Born Singer, his reputation and status in the circle has been raised by another cut, and he is firmly sitting on the name of the first domestic music variety show director. Of course, this was also thanks to the blessing of Lu Qing's several out-of-circle songs, which caused the popularity of Born Singer to soar in the last period of time. Ernan is willing to do something for this rising superstar and make some good karma. Older brother, it seems like you didn't make the situation clear. Now that the finals of Born Singer just ended and you won the championship, all the major brands now want to find you for endorsement and eat up a set of heat. Hingyan had directly addressed him as old brother, which was what Lu Qing had asked for, and it was unaffordable for Lu Qing to let he guide, who was so much older than him, call him teacher. Now, you've got a choice to make, and the sooner the better. As you know, there will always be people who will be hot in the entertainment industry, but no one will always be hot. If another month or so goes by, there will be fewer and fewer people looking for your endorsement, and this can't be put off. Then Hingyan was afraid that Lu Xinren wouldn't understand, and said some more details and insider information. Let's put it this way, these endorsement deals are in the tens of millions. Finally he said to Lu Qing, there are so many brands, you can pick any one you want, as long as you nod your head. The endorsement is basically a done deal. Which one are you going to pick? Tens of millions? Take your pick? Lu Qing swallowed, though he has great ambitions to bring more great songs to the world. But that doesn't stop him from endorsing it. Brands need celebrities for endorsement, and celebrities need channel exposure from brands. A win-win situation. Most importantly, Lu Qing had never seen so much money. Lu Qing didn't have much fame in his previous life and didn't earn as much as a white-collar worker. This life is still short, less than a month old, making a couple $100,000 on the rights to a couple of songs. Of course, as time gets longer, Lu Qing's copyright income will definitely increase. But isn't that still in the bag? Now all of a sudden someone tells you that all you have to do is nod your head and tens of millions of dollars are in your pocket, and no one can keep their composure. Lu Qing was used to being poor and had no way to change his mind for a while. But my advice is that it's best if you only pick 3 brands in different fields for endorsement. It's not good to pick too many. It's not advisable to overconsume your fame. Hingyan suggested with a serious look on his face. Lu Qing had a happy feeling of vertigo when she heard it. Tens of millions, and it's 3. Am I worth that much? The shock of $30 million came too much at once. Lu Qing took 3 consecutive deep breaths to calm himself down. He began to think, endorsements actually consume one's credibility and make fans pay for their fame. Having only just gained a little popularity, rushing to endorsement advertisements is bound to bring down word of mouth. Nowadays, there are a lot of celebrities endorsing products that they won't use themselves. They don't care about the quality of the product, and a lot of big brands have quality problems from time to time. Since you are going to endorse, you should at least have a basic understanding of the quality of the product and not be irresponsible. $30 million is a lot, but one can't use that much money. Besides, a mere $30 million will come in no time with the song rights. At least not if you can when you're not on the road. After Lu Qing made up his mind, he said to Hingyan, troubled director I don't have any plans to do endorsements right now, at least not until I graduate. I won't take endorsement ads. Hingyan had thought that Lu Qing would have difficulty in making a choice, and was going to recommend the 2 companies, Huawei and Waha, but he didn't expect Lu Qing to reject them both. It's a great opportunity. It's rare when the heat of being the winner of the Born Singer finale passes. Lu Qing nodded her head to indicate that she knew. Well, I've already thought about it, so I'll trouble director to reply to them. Hingyan looked at Lu Qing with slight surprise. Being able to withstand the temptation of money and make a decision in such a short period of time, Lu Qing was even better than he thought. However, he also secretly regretted that although he believed in Lu Qing's talent, there was no guarantee that every one of your songs would explode. He said, "Don't be so quick to say no. If you're afraid you don't have a team of your own and you don't want to deal with these big brands, right? You can sign up with an entertainment company and they'll take care of that for you." Nian then picked up his cell phone again and flipped through the call logs. This is Hua Brothers, a very famous entertainment company in the industry, with many artists and resources. Well, this is Sister Zhao from Star Entertainment, old Zhang from Sky Harvest Entertainment. This morning, half of the calls Nian received were from people looking for Lu Qing to endorse them, and the other half were from entertainment companies looking for Lu Qing to sign a contract. The main owner, Lu Qing, was free, and he was almost a full-time operator for Lu Qing. Hernan read another long string into his cell phone screen. Lu Qing listened and thought at the same time. He didn't know much about endorsements, but he knew a little about entertainment companies. He knew very well that although he was hot right now, he was a newcomer himself when he entered the entertainment company. A newcomer has no voice, so why go in there yourself and make yourself uncomfortable? These entertainment companies don't keep idle hands. You have to create economic value for him to do so, but one just wants to be free to sing, and once one is signed to a company, one is pressured from all sides. The last thing he needs is a good song, and he doesn't need to sign to an entertainment company, which he has thought about for a long time, and with the proceeds from the song rights, he or she is bound not to run out of money. I still recommend you these 3 entertainment companies. Nian helped Lu Qing analyze the pros and cons and gave advice. Thank you, Director He. I have no intention of signing with an entertainment company, Lu Qing said. Nian frowned slightly. The entertainment company can not only solve the problem of your commercial endorsement, its promotion and distribution resources you should also take into consideration. Since you've thought it all through, I'll rebuff them. Lu Qing thanked him. Suddenly, Nian clapped his hands together and suddenly realized, Lu Qing, are you opening a studio? No wonder Lu Qing turned down all the entertainment companies, but doing a good job at the studio is not that easy. Lu Qing is new to the scene and does not have a wide range of contacts. To make a name for himself when resources were tight in all areas, the quality of Lu Qing's songs had to be hard. The very, very hard kind. In the end, it's a good song that can be broken. When Nian saw that Lu Qing insisted, he didn't say anything more. He then changed the topic. Lu Qing, what are your plans after the finals? Have a few days in Kyoto. Haven't been here yet. Going to visit the Imperial Palace. Nian said bashfully. In that case, this room you have been living in, the expenses don't need to be managed by you. When you've had enough fun, just go. Nor did he give Lu Qing a chance to refuse. Nian left straight away. There was still work to be wrapped up in the afternoon, and he had to go and get busy. Lu Qing had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he went directly toward the Forbidden City. He has long been fascinated by the Forbidden City, but he has studied it on the internet or in books, and has not really visited it on the ground. Lu Qing bought a student ticket costing 20 yuan. Then he entered through the lunch gate. Majestic, ancient, atmospheric and heavy. A flash of history. 600 years of rise and fall. Every brick and tile is history. Only when you really stand here can you slightly appreciate the vicissitudes of China over the past 1,000 years. Lu Qing traveled with great pleasure. While touring, while imagining the Forbidden City rose from the ground when the eventful scene. There is also the civilization and self-confidence of the Chinese nation that it has carried for 600 years. I don't realize that 2 hours have passed. Lu Qing traveled to a palace, and he was just about to lift his foot to step through. Stop! A shout drank in Lu Qing. Lu Qing turned his head. This place is off limits. What Lu Qing saw was a young man who walked with light feet and a weak waist, and was topped off with a pair of thick black circles under his eyes and disoriented eyes. He'd never seen such thick dark circles under his eyes. What had this man done last night? Seeing the young man walk over, Lu Qing pointed at the palace and said, I see someone inside. The young man half opened his eyes, as if he hadn't woken up, and said, this palace is not open to the public. We are from Kyoto TV, and we have applied in advance to shoot a documentary here. Hey, Lu Qing. The young man immediately came to his senses and opened his eyes round. You're Lu Qing. Lu Qing was startled, and the person in front of him looked like he had been given chicken blood and came to life in an instant. I'm Lu Qing. May I ask who you are? The young man noticed his outburst. Sorry, too excited. I'm a fan of yours. I watched the finals last night, and after listening to Chasing Dreams Red Heart, I was so excited that I didn't sleep all night. Lu Qing looked at this person's dark eyes and matched them. I'm the one to blame for this. The young man was a little hyper. Can I get a picture with you? Yes. I have to take responsibility for your black eye. Lee is an intern at Kyoto TV, a member of the station's Forbidden City documentary production team. I was watching the Born Singer finale live last night, and I was thinking of watching it and going to bed. After all, I had a busy day at work the next day, but Lu Qing's song Pursuing Dreams and Red Heart directly ignited Shaoli. Shaoli people are stupid. Family members who understand know that the next day to get up early, cannot stay up late. However, the spirit of exuberance, want to sleep cannot sleep, full of mind is running forward. He was in a worrying state of mind today, and his whole body was breathless, until he saw Lu Qing outside the palace where the production team was filming the documentary. As a reflex, run forward filled his mind again. Li resurrected in place, energized, and wanted to take a picture with Lu Qing. He was at the entrance of the palace. His body moved a little closer to Lu Qing and gestured scissor hands with one hand. Circle of friends copy is all figured out. 2 legs can't be controlled. Coupled with a photo with Lu Qing. You can't just say outright that you've bumped into a celebrity. You have to let others say it for you in the comments section. And the pretense has to be invisible. He took out his cell phone with his other hand and looked for a good selfie angle. Hey, how to black screen a cell phone? Out of power. This is awkward. Shaoli scratched his head and said with some regret. Or forget it. Take it on my cell phone. Lu Qing took out his own cell phone and took a selfie with Shaoli. Add the friend. You'll come through then and I'll send you the picture. Lu Qing asked Shaoli to enter his number. Shaoli was overjoyed. And not only did he successfully close the photo, but he also added Lu Qing's friend. Lu Qingren didn't have a frame at all. Little Li had another layer of knowledge about Lu Qing. At this time, a voice came from inside the palace. Shaoli, tripod brought hurry up. This last shot to make up the shooting is closed. When Li heard it, he yelled in response. Coming. He then apologetically said to Lu Qing. I'm sorry, I'm just a trainee in a TV station. I don't have the authority to let you enter and visit inside this temple. As much as Lu Qing wanted to go in and look around, rules were rules, and this was clearly a building in the Forbidden City that was not open to the public. Understood. Heard someone calling you. Go about your business. I'll go around somewhere else. After Lu Qing bid farewell to Shaoli, he turned around in the Forbidden City for a while. There are many places inside the Forbidden City that are not open to visitors, which makes him a little sorry. The more he was not allowed to enter, the more curious Lu Qing became. Wanted to get inside and find out what was going on. Day 2. Kyoto TV. Guardian Conference Hall. A dozen or so people were seated on either side of the long conference table. They are all core members of the production team of the documentary Forbidden City. And sitting in the first seat was the absolute centerpiece of the production team, director Chen Jida. Chen Jida said to the crowd, everyone has worked hard. After the unremitting efforts of the comrades, the last few shots of Forbidden City have been made up and completed. I express my heartfelt thanks to all of you. After saying that, Chen Jida stood up and bowed deeply towards the crowd. The hearts of the people were also flooded with emotion. Speaking of which, the Forbidden City, a documentary, has been a grueling production from its inception to where it is today. Every member of the production team put in a tremendous amount of effort. In 2.5 full years, a filming team of more than 150 people painstakingly polished the large-scale documentary series Forbidden City. Everyone treats it like a child and does their best. Now that the documentary is a film, the production team doesn't need as many people on the team, leaving only a few core members to finish the final touches. Chen Jida straightened up and thanked the crowd once again. Without you, the production of Forbidden City would not have been possible. I am very much aware of all of your hard work, and once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. The atmosphere wasn't as relaxed as one might expect, because everyone knew that there was still one big thing left to accomplish, and they were all waiting for Chen Jida to cut to the chase. Forbidden Planet is slated to air in mid-August, and the promo song for the documentary hasn't been finalized yet. Although the production of the promo song is not in their area of responsibility, they have considered Forbidden Planet as their own child and hope that it will be seen by as many people as possible when it airs. The subject of documentaries has a very small natural audience, and it's a classic wine and wine genre. Many well-produced documentaries that cost huge sums of money and manpower have received far less airplay than a shoddy dog and pony romantic drama. Promotional tracks, as the most direct means of boosting a documentary's airplay, were taken incredibly seriously by everyone on the Forbidden City production team. There are a lot of artists who have contacted the TV station and can sing a promotional song for Forbidden City for free. As long as we wait for us to finalize the promotional song, we can record the song right away. The crowd was silent. There's a reason the promo song hasn't been finalized until now. In order to show his concern for the production team, one of the station's leaders spent a lot of money to buy a song, which only had a melody, and asked the production team to find someone to fill in the lyrics. Of course, the production team's account. The leader told Chen Jida, "This piece of music was only begged for by me through my contacts. Ordinary people can't buy it even if they have money, so you must fill in the words well and not waste it." Later, Chen Jida checked the composer's information. It was a wild composer with no fame and no works. The key is that the composer also has the same surname as the leader. You say coincidence. The already strapped production team was further aggravated by the fact that the crew had to save money in order to finish all the footage. Now artists can save money on singing, but there's no money left for good songwriters. At first, many lyricists offered to write lyrics for the promotional song, but once they heard how common the tune was, they all declined. So far, only 5 songwriters have sent in recording samples. Listen to them all together. Lee, and play a couple of the promo songs. Chen Jita instructed Xiaoli, who was sitting at the end of the conference table. Lee is much more refreshed after a night's rest than he was yesterday. Yesterday he went back and didn't listen to Chasing Dreams again. It was too strong, so when he couldn't hold on to it, he'd take it out again. He played several of the promo songs as instructed. After playing it, Chen Jita said, "All of them say what they think." The crowd was silent. What's the opinion? Lyrics. Compositions with one limp don't work. Now songwriting has crippled the lyrics leg as well. One of them spoke up and said, "If I say so, just pick any song. Anyway, our Forbidden City itself is well produced, so we're not afraid that the audience won't buy it." How does that work? While I have faith in the content itself, I don't have faith in documentaries. The genre is too cool to work at all without a promo track. Yes, we must be devoted to the publicity song, or else we'll be sorry for everyone's hard work over the past 2.5 years, in order to make a good Forbidden City. How many nights have we picked the lamp to read at night to check the information, in order to film a few seconds of footage? A lot of them have to carry out a whole year of time-lapse filming, Lao Zhao sometimes for a handful of material, a squatting or eating and drinking without caring about it, and Sister Kai, at least 50 locations in these 2.5 years. A year cannot stay at home for a few days. These words immediately resonated with the crowd. The filming of Forbidden Planet was so grueling and brought together so many people that it was imperative to pick the right promo song. Chan, as a director, will only be more emotionally attached to Forbidden City than anyone else. He said, "The movie is going to be shown next month, and the promotional song has to come out before August 1st. Who would possibly be able to make lyrics that perfectly fit Forbidden City in such a short period of time? And besides, we don't have any more funds." There was another moment of silence from the crowd, and as much as they didn't want to admit it, reality was reality. And the leader has stipulated that the lyrics must be amazing enough to compose the music. So where can we find such a lyricist now? No more miracles. The crowd mourned in their hearts. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat staid. Lee hadn't encountered this kind of battle since he came to the TV station, and the low-pressure environment in the conference room made him very uncomfortable. Faced with the topic of discussion among his seniors, Lee thought of someone. Actually, there is such a person. Xiao Li's words immediately drew everyone's attention. As the crowd watched, Li suddenly became rushed. The brain is severely overloaded. What am I talking about? It's not like I know him well. I just took a picture and added a friend. How do I know he won't help? What makes me so sure he'll be able to solve the problem at hand? What am I doing? Crazy me. Chen Jita, however, did not treat Li lightly because he was young. Chen Jita asked, "Who can?" The director, assistant director, producer, cinematographer, and screenwriter. All of them looked at Xiaoli in unison. Xiaoli instantly read warm. A line of sight stabbed his body tightly tensed. He had to speak stiffly at the moment. Lu Qing. Li was off duty, but his mind was still in a daze. Inexplicably, he was given an additional task, contacting Lu Qing to write lyrics for a promotional song. He hadn't even eaten dinner and had been glued to his cell phone for 2 hours. To Lu Qing's chat box, word by word, typed and deleted and typed, and finally the chat box was still blank. Is it better to call Mr. Lu Qing? Or is it better to just call Brother Lu? Or Brother Qing? No, it's too greasy to call a teacher. It's a bit strange to call Luck, but Qing is still too close. The point is that Lu Qing isn't as old as me. How about calling Lu Qing directly? No way. Identity changed. During the day I'm a fan meeting a star, now I'm asking Lu Qing for help with something, and calling him by his first name seems disrespectful. What's that called? Hesitating, Xiaoli didn't send out a word for half a day. Li rubbed his cheeks vigorously. Hey, it's okay, what am I talking about? Is this something for a little intern like me to worry about? But what if it comes true? Isn't it true that I'll be able to make the switch? Li did a double take and regrouped. Even if you can't think of anything, you must word it well. Make sure Lu Qing does this favor. Come on, don't be afraid. Follow your dreams and redeem your heart. Put on. Where in the world is the world full of flowers? Give all your youth without regret. Run forward. Hot blood surged. Shit. Reckless. Xiaoli took out his cell phone. Directly Qing brother, 2 words sent over. Then without even looking at it, Li threw the phone directly onto the bed and ran to the bathroom to lock herself up, unable to give herself a chance to regret it. 1 minute and 58 seconds passed, and Li regretted it. I can't be that reckless. How embarrassing. Just one day of knowing each other and you're begging. How presumptuous. He rushed frantically to his cell phone on the bed, with only one thought in his mind. Retract, 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 retract. However, it was too late. Withdrawal has become a delete option. Lee was in tears. What should I say later? How embarrassing. Reaching out to people for songs gave him a sense of shame for asking for food. WeChat's characteristic message tone sounded. Lu Qing returned the message. Lee opened the chat box. Lu Qing, hello, what's up? Lee hesitated, whether to say anything or not. Give all your youth without regret. Run forward. Lu Qing's hiss came from the Bluetooth stereo. Lee did a double take. Shit. Reckless. It's like this. Qing. Xiaoli told Lu Qing about today's meeting. In order to gain Lu Qing's trust, he sent him proof of his identity and work, and some project documents. Finally, he expressed his hope. Can Qing fill in the lyrics for the promotional song? Lee sent the message with immense difficulty, and his face was on fire. It's too presumptuous. He tossed the phone away like a hot potato, as if he could shake off the embarrassment. Then he couldn't help but glance at the screen of his cell phone, and was afraid of missing the message that Lu Qing had replied to. Lu Qing, that's fine, but I have a request. Xiaoli, Qing, please tell me. Lu Qing, forget about lyrics for other tunes. I can write lyrics for the documentary. Xiaoli, okay brother Qing, I'll tell director Chen. Meng, there's still a chance. You don't take the first step. You'll never take the first step. Thank you to Chasing Dreams. And thank you to Lu Qing. The next day, Kyoto TV. Chen Jida looked grave. He had just returned from the leader. What's wrong director Chen? Xiaoli was just about to come up to take credit, but when he saw that Chen Jida's face was not right, he immediately braked. Chen Jida exhaled and said, Director Tong is pressing to ask if the songs for the promotional song are ready. Bad. Xiaoli gave a dark cry of bad luck and didn't know how to talk to director Chen. Good news, Lu Qing agreed. Bad news, Lu Qing is going to write the lyrics plus the music. Originally, this bad news should be considered good news. How many people can't get enough of it? But it turns out to be bad news for our own family. The crux of all the problems lies with Director Child, who was personally appointed to fill in the lyrics for the tune. Director Tong is the director of the whole TV channel. All the projects are subject to his hands. Chen Jida is the director under his hands, subject to others. Yesterday you recommended Lu Qing. I checked his profile and found out that he didn't just write Chasing Dreams with Red Heart, but also Childhood. Where has all the time gone? And Wukong, all great songs. If he agrees to write lyrics for us, the promo song should be a sure thing. That said, such a good songwriter. Why am I only hearing about it now? Xiaoli couldn't help but spit out. Director Chen, did your village just get internet access? Lu Qing is very hot right now. Okay. Director Chen usually has a lot of work to do on a day-to-day basis and doesn't pay much attention to showbiz matters. Chen Jida nodded in agreement. It's not much of a concern. He then said, I asked you to contact Lu Qing. What was the result? Hesitated Lee. It's a yes. Upon hearing this, Chen Jida's gloom that had just accumulated at Director Tong's place was swept away. Good. Good. Lu Qing, the man, can handle it. However, Xiaoli continued. Lu Qing has one condition. Chen Jidu collected his smile. Could it be that Lu Qing is asking for a creation fee? He gritted his teeth. The big deal was that he would apply for funding again at the risk of being scolded. And if he really couldn't apply anymore, the big deal was that he would pay out of his own pocket. But he would also let Lu Qing fill in the lyrics, and make sure that the promotional song was done right. Lu Qing doesn't want to fill in the lyrics for others. He wants to compose the lyrics and not charge anything. Regarding the cost, Lu Qing had clearly told Xiaoli that he could do without it. When Chen Jida heard this, his eyebrows furrowed into a chuan shape. Lu Qing was going to write the lyrics and compose the music, so the tune specified by Director Tong definitely couldn't be used. He'd rather apply for funding than touch Director Child's brow about the tune. It's a hard thing to do. This. Xiaoli's expression also sank. Director Tong's style was known to the entire production team. What Director Tong determines is basically irreversible, not to mention that it involves his interests. Lu Qing's request was indeed difficult. Director Chen, why don't we just pick one of those tunes from yesterday? Who says it can't be used? It's just a song. Screenwriter Qin Jishui advised. Lu Qing's request isn't wrong, but it's really hard for us to do it. What do you all say? The producer followed suit. What Director Child decided? Ugh. Silence. Chen Jida mused silently. No way. The promotional song has to go to Lu Qing. We have to try our best to do the best we can, just like what he sings in his song, the photographer said. Chen Jida was a little shaken up. 2.5 years. We paid for our youth and dedication. We can't let that old guy Tong Guishang waste our hard work by moving his lips. This one is a cynic. Chen Jida's eyes glowed. The Forbidden City must be set to a good tune and put Lu Qing on it. Chen Jida's heart has always been inclined to let Lu Qing to do, but Tong Guoxing's background in the station has always been very tough. I'm putting my word out here today. As soon as the promo song is really on a piece of crap, I'm quitting my job. This one is even more heavyweight. Chen Jida took a deep breath. Old Chen, why don't you dare to have a fight with Tong Guoxing? Chen Jida's emotions were lifted to the top by the words of a group of people. Li witnessed everything. Forbidden City, a documentary he has followed since his internship, and is no less emotional. At that moment he silently opened his cell phone. Select. Play. Give all your youth without regret. Run forward. Chen Jida put his heart on the line. Shit. Reckless. I'm going to go find Tong Guoxing to go against the line. Lu Qing, don't let me down. Office of the Director. The young girl sat in the boss's chair, which was the seat of Director Tong Guoxing. She was an intern who joined the station along with Li, but she's moved on. With one foot on the ground, she pushed to keep the swivel chair spinning in circles. Uncle, when the hell am I going to direct a documentary? Tong Guoxing said in a slightly reproachful tone as he placed the cup of water he had received on his desk. At the station, don't call me uncle, call me director. Okay, uncle. Tong Guoxing looked at the little girl helplessly. There was not much of a scolding flavor. Instead there was more coddling. Su, you've only just graduated for a short while and you want to direct a documentary. You can't take too big a step. Shaoli, who joined the station at the same time as you, hasn't even been regularized yet. The girl named Susu deflated her mouth and said, I studied in the directing department. Of course I want to become a director earlier. The station has documentary resources. Why can't I shoot for me? You help me think of a way. Uncle, Tong Guoxing educated in a serious tone. There are resources in the station, but not that many. They are all waiting for the opportunity. But the documentary track is really the fastest opportunity you can get started. Chen Jida is an old man in the station. He has been working hard on documentaries for many years, and the level is still there. For the next documentary you go to his group as an assistant director and exercise. So, on the other hand, quit. I want to be a director. Let Chen Jida be my assistant director, so that my resume will look good. Tong Guoxing couldn't help but say, you can't eat fat in one breath. You learn from your cousin. You have to be down to earth. He is studying composition, and did not clamor to write songs for the heavenly kings and superstars at once. I gave him the task of composing the Forbidden City's promotional song some time ago to practice, and your cousin has completed it as well. So the growth of such a resume won't be too slow. Your paths, uncle has thought of them all for you. There's no need to be in too much of a hurry. Sue retorted, documentaries are not hot in the first place, and I have to start as an assistant director. When will it end? I don't care, uncle. You surely have a way for me to be a director. Tong Guoxing pondered for a moment and said, difficult to do. Unless Chen Jida takes the initiative to make a mistake, it's hard to find an opportunity. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. So immediately stood up and left the office area. She picked up a stack of papers and stood dutifully next to the bookcase. Come in. Tong Guoxing returned. Chen Jidu pushed his way in. Su said at the right time. Then Director Tong. There's nothing else, I'll go back first. Tong Guoxing nodded. Go back. Sending his niece away, Tong Guoxing boarded up his face. What is it? Chen Jida said. It's the propaganda song. Didn't we just talk about it? What's there to be unsure about? You've been slacking off more and more with your work lately. A promo song takes so long to drag out. Tong Guoxing does not care what happens. Come up and criticize first. No matter who it is. No one can escape this hurdle. This is his management approach. By constantly denying a person, improve subordinate obedience. Chen Jida did enough psychological construction and said, Director Tong, the publicity song has been finalized. Tong Guoxing looked at Chen Jida, signaling him to continue. The production team has found a new songwriter who does all the lyrics and music. Tong Guoxing snapped slap on the table. Nonsense. What's this? This is a declaration of war. I, Tong Guoxing, personally appointed the tune. And you, Chen Jida, even said you'd change it. He stood up and pointed at Chen Jida's nose and scolded. Do you know that the production team was bought at great expense? Playing around with the station's funding? Director Tong, I think the quality of the promotional song that I paid for is not good. I want to replace it with a more suitable one. After all, we're all doing this for the sake of Forbidden City to have a better airing. What do you think? Outrageous. He went so far as to threaten me under the guise of Forbidden Planet airplay. I'm telling you, there's less than a month left before the documentary airs. There's no way the station is going to postpone the airing just for a promo song. And you've got a full week left before you have to get the preview promo song done. Speaking of this, Tong Guoxing narrowed his eyes slightly. Besides, I don't think there's anything wrong with the previous tunes. Are you thinking there's something wrong with my vision? Chen shook his head. That's not true. It's just that if there's a better song, why don't we change it? Oh, could it be that Chan has found a big-name creator? Their production team is clearly out of funding. How do you know that the person you got to create a better promo song is going to create a better promo song? And who did you get? Chen Jida said. Lu Qing. Who is Lu Qing? Forgive me for not having heard of it at all. Chen Jida Heart. Tongguosheng, your village just connected to the internet? Lu Qing is now very hot. Right. Director Tong usually has a day job and doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry. Tongguosheng nodded. It's not much of a concern. He then said, it's not easy for whoever wants to put together a complete song in a week. You're being naive. Chen Jida had come this far and couldn't back down no matter what. He said, a week may be short, but Lu Qing can definitely write a better work. I have confidence in him. Tongguosheng raised his eyebrows and suddenly had a plan. Perhaps Su Su's job as a director was in the bag. Chen Jida is an old man in the station, and it's impossible to take him out for no reason. And now is the chance. Tongguosheng said, since you have so much confidence in Lu Qing, do you dare to take responsibility for this matter? Chen Jida's heart skipped a beat, and he wasn't sure if Lu Qing could write a better song. Until now, he hadn't met with Lu Qing, whether or not Lu Qing really has creative talent. Now he was being racked here by Tongguosheng, making himself passive. He realized that he had been a bit hasty, but when it came down to it, there was no use regretting it, so he could only walk down one road and trust Lu Qing. He said, what does Director Child mean? Tongguosheng, in the second half of the year, the station also has a documentary to set up a project. If the song you choose to publicize the effect is not ideal, you also give young people more opportunities to exercise. At this point in the conversation, Chen Jida also knew what Tongguosheng meant. Gamble your position with Lu Qing's song. That's too big a price to pay. But that thought passed in a flash, and today he came here to play against Tongguosheng. It's to get better publicity for the Forbidden City documentary, and it's for the hard work of the entire production team over the past 2.5 years. He's betting on the hopes of the entire production team. Personally, he certainly wants to continue directing the next documentary, although documentaries have not been very hot, but he really loves shooting documentaries. Otherwise he wouldn't have come up against Tongguosheng for a promotional song. All in all, this wave is a big gamble. Now, fate is no longer in your hands. It's all up to Lu Qing. Chen Jida returned to the production team, and the core of the team gathered together. You and I talking. How's it going? Director Chen. What's the result? Look at your sad face. What's wrong? Is it that Tongguosheng doesn't agree to change the tune? It doesn't matter. We've done the best we can. Realizing that his preoccupation was affecting his colleagues, Chen Jida broke into a smile. Good news. Director Child has agreed to replace the promotional song. He didn't talk about his difficulties with his co-workers. That wouldn't make much sense. There was a hue and cry from the production team. I didn't expect this old guy Tongguosheng to be enlightened. It's not easy. Now it's up to Lu Qing to bring a good work. You guys really don't say. The 4 songs that Lu Qing has released, there isn't a single one at a lower level. As long as he can maintain his level of creativity, even if it's just one level lower, it's enough for us. Chen Jida was in a slightly better mood as he listened to the group's discussion. Time is of the essence. There is only 1 week before the release of the promotional song, and enough time has to be set aside to record the song. In other words, Lu Qing has not yet had a week to compose the lyrics, plus come up with an arrangement plan. There's no time to lose. So hurry up and contact Lu Qing now. Little Lee, dial Lu Qing's number. I'll personally invite him. Old Lu, you drive. Go to the hotel where Lu Qing is staying and pick him up at the Forbidden City. We'll meet there. Old Qing, you prepare the information. And when Lu Qing needs it, you follow the site and provide it. Chen Jida arranged it down in an organized manner. Xiaoli had dialed Lu Qing's phone at this time, and Chen Jida took it and said, hello, is this Mr. Lu Qing? Yes. I'm the director of the Forbidden City documentary, in the Forbidden City's temporary office. Okay, then let's meet and talk. Chen Jida hung up the phone and drove to the Forbidden City with Li. Somewhere in the Forbidden City, the temporary office of the Forbidden City production team, Lu Qing had just landed on his feet when director Chen Jida, screenwriter Qin Jishui, and intern Xiaoli surrounded him. A few brief pleasantries were exchanged. Chen Jida opened the door and said, Mr. Lu Qing, the basic situation Lao Lu told you on the road. And to be honest, the hope of our entire production team is all on you now. He paused for a moment and added, and with time running out and less than a week to go, Mr. Lu Qing has a heavy burden. Lu Qing shrugged. Although he hadn't seen the finished documentary yet, he already had a number in his mind from Xiao Li's simple description that day. Since I promised Director Chen and my colleagues in the production team, I will definitely give it my all. Then Lu Qing added in his heart, must go all out to take advantage of this opportunity to play the Forbidden City all over again. With a temporary work permit given by the program, he can enter and exit many buildings that are not open to the public. Chen Jida received Lu Qing's assurance, and his heart was a little more at ease. He said to Xiao Li, "Play the short introductory movie for Mr. Lu Qing." It's a short little clip that highly summarizes the Forbidden City documentary, about half an hour. When songwriters work on many theme songs, they really only know the synopsis of the story, and very few go through the original in its entirety, like the Forbidden City documentary, which takes a day just to watch. Chen Jida said to the scriptwriter Qing Jishue, "You explain to Mr. Lu Qing. Next Mr. Lu Qing will pick up in the Forbidden City. You will follow Mr. Lu Qing." After Chen Jida finished explaining everything, he heavily held Lu Qing's hand, stared at Lu Qing with affection, and said, "I'm counting on Ms. Lu Qing for everything." Lu Qing got goosebumps from Chen Jida's eyes and hurriedly withdrew his hands, saying, "Don't worry, Director Chen. I'll take it seriously." Take seriously the hard-earned opportunity to pick up a story at the Forbidden City. Next, the eyes of several people shifted to the short movie. As screenwriter Qin Jishue explained, Lu Qing gained a deeper understanding of the documentary Forbidden City. The Forbidden City is the largest and best-preserved ancient palace complex in the world. It has a deep historical and cultural heritage, and its grandeur shows the imperial style. Since 1406 AD, the Yanla Emperor's paper orders the beginning of 600 years. The Forbidden City witnessed the rise and fall of the Chinese feudal dynasties. 600 years of the Forbidden City, 5,000 years of China. All the past is the future. So many stirring stories have happened here. Ming Dynasty was first established. The northern border area is still the remnants of the Yuan Dynasty. Forces continue to harass the border. Zhu Di ascended the throne and moved to the capital to sit on the border. It is called the Son of Heaven to guard the country's gate. No peace, no indemnity, no cession of land, no tribute, is called backbone. I congratulate the Holy and Bright Lord on his unification of China and the barbarians. All over the world, the 8 directions, the 4 seas, the north, south, east and west. It is called the coming of 10,000 nations. Li Zicheng attacked the capital of the Ming Dynasty. Chongzhen Emperor said that any thieves to split my body, do not hurt the people a person, to the death of not retreating, hanged on Coal Hill. It is called the king died of the gods. From the middle of the 16th century to the middle of the 17th century, the silver that flowed into China reached 7,000 tons to 10,000 tons, accounting for about a quarter to a third of the world's silver production, and Huaxia became the center of the world's economy at that time, and the Forbidden City stood at the center of the world stage. On June 6, 1644, the Forbidden City received a new owner. All the boundaries of the ancestors do not dare to lose less size. This will and sentiment of firmly upholding national unity once also flew over the Forbidden City. The end of the 19th century in China in the thousands of years without change in the turbulent times. The Forbidden City inside and outside the storm clouds. This 1,000-year-old civilization in the national crisis. The Forbidden City and the City of People began to explore the truth of patriotic salvation. Today, the Forbidden City has a new name, the Forbidden City. It is now given a new life and meaning by the times. The Chinese nation, like a giant sun, is on the road to great revitalization, and they will eventually stand on top of the world's nations. The Forbidden City will continue to bear witness. It's not always the tragic stories that make the corners of your eyes moist, but it could also be the national pride that fills your heart at a certain moment. Lu Qing skimmed his head and realized that Xiao Li and the 3 of them all had tears in their eyes as well. This empathy in the blood of the nation is so connected. Lu Qing had an idea in his mind as early as halfway through the clip that there were 2 songs that fit the ethos of the documentary. Lu Qing chose one of the songs. Lu Qing didn't worry about the quality of this song. The spread of the song has also been proven as early as another time and place as well. But he couldn't get the song out right away or it would be too shocking. The only difficulty now was that Lu Qing had to pretend that there was a process for the song to be created. Therefore, Lu Qing is ready to travel the Forbidden City. After all, it's well known that composing a song like Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth involves a lot of picking. It was getting late. Chen Jida spoke. "Teacher Lu Qing, let's stop here for today. I'll have the driver send you back and send someone to pick you up tomorrow." He then pointed at Qin Jishue and said, "This is the scriptwriter of our production team. For 2.5 years, he has been consulting a large amount of information and literature almost every day. With his reserves, he can catch up with the experts. If you have any questions, you can just ask. He'll be following you around these days." Lu Qing answered. When he returned to the hotel, he recorded the score and lyrics of the song, and then dialed Lu Guopeng's number. "Hey, Ms. Lu, I have something I want to ask for your help." A voice on the other end of the line said, "Oh, do you have a new song?" Send it to me quickly so I can hear it. Teacher Lu's guess is really right. I wanted to ask Mr. Lu to help me get the accompaniment, because this time the schedule is rather tight, and I thought that only a professional team like Mr. Lu could accomplish it. Lu Qing started with a rainbow. Lu Guopeng was really flattered. Ha ha, I'll laugh at this when others say it, but I like to hear it when you say it. Say it. What time do you use for the accompaniment? Lu Qing did some math. He used 1 day to record the song, and it would take the production team 2 days to make the music video for the promotional song, because there are already a lot of images in the documentary that would be suitable for a music video, and it's the footage that doesn't get put in that makes up the majority of a finished documentary. That part of the footage can be used as well, and there are no new filming assignments, so 2 days is plenty of time. Discounting these 3 days, the time left for Mr. Lu Guopeng is 3 days. Lu Qing said, 3 days. Lu Guopeng said, no problem, it happens to be fine these days. Lu Qing, then I'll send you the score and lyrics, so you can read them first. Lu Guopeng, good. After you finish reading it in a while, give me a good chat about your thoughts on arranging the music. Lu Guopeng received the file from Lu Qing and couldn't wait to open it. The word. Although he didn't specialize in lyrics, after playing music for so many years, he had a higher level of appreciation for lyrics than the average person. The first half of the song narrates fragments using rhymes that are pronounced with an I, such as pen, li, ground, and shift. In the climactic sequence, the rhymes are changed to in and ing sounds, such as heart, hear, and understand. In terms of the strength of the pronunciation of the words, the pronunciation of in and ing is better than the pronunciation of I, and the progression of the rhymes from I to ing also represents an increase in the singer's vigor, spirit, and mood. The progression of rhymes from I to ing also signifies that the singer's vigor, spirit, and mood are also rising. Lu Guopeng began to briefly analyze the words as he read them. The lyrics start with the line I started with this mountain and this river and are followed by the line to the past. I'll finish with this. These 2 lines make the whole song full of pictures, giving the feeling of a heartfelt historical recorder. In the face of the Forbidden City's thick history and culture, heartfelt aria and feelings, and the climaxes, I can't bear to listen and I'm convinced, bring a sense of empathy and resonance to the listener. Lu Guopeng's sight sang to the score. He felt the small to large, weak to strong, atmospheric momentum of the song. He then simulated the accompaniment in his head to the arrangement ideas given by Lu Qing. It fits so well. Lu Qing is still the same Lu Qing. The creative talent remains undiminished. Lu Guopeng was so excited to come across a good song that he didn't care how late it was, and he shouted directly to the side of the group of musicians, "Don't sleep, all of you. Get up and get to work." Lu Qing got Lu Guopeng's promise and had a bottom line in his heart. In the past 2 days, Lu Qing and Lu Guopeng had been in contact significantly more often, all discussing the arrangements. As time passed, the accompaniment became closer and closer to what the original song looked like in Lu Qing's mind. In the past few days, Lu Qing led the screenwriter Qin Jishue to stroll from morning to night. There are thousands of rooms in the Forbidden City Palace, and in its heyday more than 10,000 people lived here. In 2 or 3 days, you can't wander around in any case. Lu Qingdao mainly picked the buildings that were usually closed to the public and explored them one by one. The screenwriter Qin Jishue dutifully explains to Lu Qing, hoping to inspire him to create. This is the Shinwu Gate, with a basal alabaster stone sumaru seat and a building with a heavy-hipped roof. Shinwu Gate was first named Xuanwu Gate, taking Xuanwu, one of the ancient 4 gods, to represent the north. It was later renamed Shenwoman to avoid the name of Kangxi Emperor Xianyi. The central axis, both the spatial and temporal orientation of ancient capital city camps and the concept of continuous extension, its planning and layout, which alludes to the heavenly and human senses, is a veritable emperor's axis. The 9 Dragons Wall is 29.4 meters long, 3.5 meters high and 0.45 meters thick, a one-sided glazed shadow wall built with its back against the palace wall. Counting to 99, the wall length is dark 9. It should be China's kingdom 10,000 years. Lu Qing has been playing in the Forbidden City for 3 days and is still interested. Bitter Qin Jishue a handful of old arms and legs, and young people cannot be compared to the past few days with Lu Qing to walk the legs have lost a circle of pain. But in order to provide the best creative inspiration for Lu Qing, he endured. Time was passing, and Qin Jishue felt more and more wrong. 3 days had passed, and Lu Qing had been frantically strolling around touring and playing during the daytime, and he hadn't seen Lu Qing do a single thing that was related to music. Well, maybe everyone creates differently, but Lu Qing, it's fine for you to wander around in the daytime looking for inspiration, but why do you sleep after eating when you get back to the hotel at night? He also moved to live in a hotel and didn't even return home, just so he could give Lu Qing first-hand information in time when he needed it. But it's been 3 days. You should at least use a guitar to get a feel for it. And the hotel provides it for no money. To summarize it in one sentence, Lu Qing played everything he could except music. As the time approached, Lu Qing's song froze without any movement at all. However, Lu Qing's words even made Qin Jishue's heart half cold. Where are we going to play? Pick up next. Lu Qing was so oblivious to his play that he forfeited his speech for a moment. Qin Jishue listened to every word. Heart of sorrow, you see. Accidentally said all the words in your heart. You are not even behind my back now. Lu Qing strolls around the Forbidden City looking for inspiration under the guise of creating a promotional song for a documentary. But in reality he just wants to play. Qin Jishue no longer holds any hope. That day after Lu Qing returned to the hotel, Qin Jishue then found Chen Jida. He said expressionlessly, "Director Chen, prepare the previous promotional song and make do." Chen Jida had a bad feeling. What do you mean? When Qin Jishue heard the director ask him, he couldn't hold his anger in his heart any longer and spoke angrily. "I don't think Lu Qing has any intention of writing a song for us." Crackle criticized Lu Qing. Chen Jida did not follow Qin Jishue's emotions. After all, this was a family affair. At this moment, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Sure enough, it's still too short a time. It's me who was hasty. Artistic creation is very much dependent on inspiration. And if there is none, there is none. No one can do it. And you can't blame Lu Qing for that. Still lost, but Chen Jida didn't have time to be sentimental. Only 3 days left. We need to get everyone together tomorrow and get someone to sing the garbage promo song. Chen Jida made a good decision and said to Qin Jishue, "Lu Qing is the one we invited here after all. You can't be a jerk to Lu Qing tomorrow. He's here to help. You hear me?" The other side. Lu Qing received a call when he returned to the hotel. "Hey, Mr. Lu. That's great. You send me the accompaniment file to WeChat just. That's fine. Thank you Mr. Lu. Well goodbye. Everything is ready." Lu Qing was in a good mood. "We can record the song tomorrow." Kyoto TV. Screenwriter Qin Jishue came to the station early. He thoroughly saw Lu Qing's true colors yesterday and would never spend time serving him again. He also did not discuss with director Chen, and came directly to the station to work. He made his attitude clear. If it was simply because accompanying Lu Qing around the Forbidden City led to physical exertion, he would have stuck around anyways. Filming the documentary was no easier, but it was pointless to serve Lu Qing like this. Lu Qing had no attitude of wanting to come up with a good song, which is all day long to pick up the wind, and then more inspiration you do not record it soon drifted away. But he never saw Lu Qing move the pen, take pictures. After verifying many aspects, Qin Jishue's impression of Lu Qing could be described as poor. Chen Jida also came to the station early. The publicity song must be arranged today. The station's publicity channels and resources are ready, and Chen Jida will not allow himself to make a mistake on this link. For the first time since he joined the workforce, he'd been so rushed for time. It can't be helped. Since it's a gamble, there's always a risk. Only this time, one lost the bet. He saw Qin Jishue. "What are you doing here at the station so early in the morning? Shouldn't you be accompanying Lu Qing to pick up wind?" Qin Jishue said. "On a normal day, at this point in time, Lu Qing would have already contacted me. But today he hasn't sent me a message, so I guess he's not going." Chen Jida knew what was on his mind and said directly, "I already told you yesterday, don't perfume Lu Qing." Although he didn't create a song in the end, but we can't lose our etiquette. It was at this moment that Chen Jida's phone rang. Chen Jida looked at the caller ID and was slightly surprised. "Hey, Mr. Lu Qing, what is it?" "Director Chen, we can record the song today. Does the station have a recording studio?" How did Lu Qing know we were recording today?" Chen Jida glanced at Qin Jishue. He spoke back into the phone. "There's a recording studio, and it's under our production team's use for the next 3 days. Okay, I'll go over there now, and if it goes well I can finish recording today." Hang up. Chen Jida was a bit confused. What Lu Qing means? Did he wants to sing our promo song? He didn't create it himself and felt sorry for it, so he's going to sing the promo song for us? Or did Lu Qing spend all night yesterday composing the song? Chen Jida looked at Qin Jishue again. Qin Jishue's face is clearly written with several big words. "My eyes won't deceive me. Lu Qing hasn't written any songs at all. Lu Qing's attitude is problematic. Such a person can't write any good songs." Chen Jida did not continue to speculate. He pressed down that small hope within him, lest he be disappointed again when the time came. He instructed old Lu to pick up Lu Qing from the hotel. He and Qin Jishue both went to the recording studio to wait for Lu Qing. But the two men had different minds. What Chen Jida was thinking was that he couldn't lose his etiquette and couldn't abandon Lu Qing just because he hadn't created a song. Qin Jishue, on the other hand, wanted to see what else Lu Qing could do. Recording studio. Lu Qing didn't waste any time. He turned his voice on while on the road. The equipment is all there. So let's get right to it. Chen Jida and Qin Jishua both looked at each other. What's the point of checking out the words and music first, or how can we sing it? Qin Jishua had another idea. We haven't ordered you to sing yet, but you are quite self-conscious. Chen Jida did not expect Lu Qing to be so unseemly, but also, whoever comes to sing is singing. Besides, Lu Qing is not low in heat now. Then the lyrics and song sheet. Mr. Lu Qing, you familiarize yourself with them first? Lu Qing hissed and forgot about it. Right. I'm sending a copy of the lyrics and score to Director Chen and Mr. Qin, and I'll send the accompaniment file directly to the teacher who tunes it. After saying that, Lu Qing took out his cell phone and quickly forwarded a few documents. Then bring up the monitor headphones directly and stand in front of the microphone. Chen Jida and Qin Jishua are reminded by the tuner that Lu Qing is about to sing and they can't interfere with him. They were asked to leave the recording booth and had to wait outside the shed. It was only then that the two of them picked up their cell phones and looked at the file that Lu Qing had sent over. The dragon scale of heaven and earth? The two men looked at each other. Things seemed to be unfolding differently than expected. Then they glanced at the opening part of the lyrics and were hooked. Inside the recording room at the moment, as the wind chimes cut in, the atmospheric backing track blares through the headphones. Lu Qing immediately threw himself into it. Started singing. Since Lu Qing was incredibly familiar with the song, it only took a total of 3 recordings to reach perfection. Lu Qing's dry voice was very pure. The song's backing track was also tuned to its best earlier. The mixer's adjustments for denoising, balancing, mixing, etc. are very quick. It took just under 2.5 hours for the tuner to complete the post-processing. He couldn't help but give Lu Qing a thumbs up. Lu Qing was the singer he worked with that saved him the most trouble. Such a pleasant day's work accomplished. Also, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is too good to be true. Outside the studio, Chen Jida and Qin Jishua sort of reacted. Lu Qing really created the song. Moreover, the two could feel the grandeur just by looking at the lyrics. This wordplay, it's top-notch. Chen Jida's gaze is slightly questioning. Didn't you say that Lu Qingwan played it, and didn't he take the song seriously at all? Qin Jishua was very puzzled. Yes, Lu Qing did play with light. I saw it with my own eyes. The two of us have been together for the past few days. Except for not sleeping under the same covers. Lu Qing couldn't have written the lyrics behind my back in front of me, but Qin Jishua's mind couldn't help but conjure up a classic image. When he was in school, there was this guy in his class. Look at this guy, he sleeps all the time in class. As a result, when it comes to exams, this person comes first. At that time all the students speculated that the pussy must have gone home to study secretly. He must have snuck into school at 2:30 a.m. every day when we were giggling and playing all day. Years later, Qin Jishua was skeptical. Lu Qing broke his perception. Is there really such a genius in this world? Lu Qing is such a genius? Touring for 3 days and then in one fell swoop. The song was created in one night. The facts are in front of his eyes, so he can't afford to disbelieve them. Lu Qing is the genius. Now, Chen Jida and Qin Jishua are still waiting anxiously. This anxiety is the immense anticipation for Lu Qing's song. Looking forward to what kind of tune Lu Qing will use with such words. Squeak. The door to the studio room was opened and the tuner looked at Chen Jida and said, Director Chen, the audio file was sent to you on WeChat so you can listen to it. Also congratulations in advance for the hit Forbidden City. Chen Jida reacted for a while. Was he saying that Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth would be a big hit and then bring a lot of heat to Forbidden City? Chen Jida and Qin Jishua couldn't wait to click on the song. Halfway through the song, the two men's eyes met, and they both saw a bright light shining in the other's eyes. Chen Jida said excitedly, Meeting, notify everyone of the meeting. You go and invite Tong Guosheng over. Listen to Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth together. Conference room. The core members of the production team had arrived and fell to sit on both sides of the conference room, with Chen Jida sitting in the first seat on the right-hand side. The seat at the top is reserved for Tong Guosheng. Lu Qing, on the other hand, asked to sit next to Shaoli by himself, trying to minimize his presence. After all, Lu Qing was just a singer, and he wasn't interested in what was going on in the TV station. Now the colleagues in the production team are still puzzled as to what they're doing with all the people they've suddenly assembled. However, some people had already noticed Lu Qing in the corner and guessed something with a twinkle in their eyes. Is the promo song already set? Soon. As the crowd waited, the door to the conference room was opened and Tong Guosheng arrived. Only he came not alone. Vice President. Hello Vice President. The crowd rose and greeted the Vice President. The Vice President waved his hand to signal the crowd to sit down, and he chose the first spot on the left side of the conference table to take his seat. It was made clear to the crowd that he was only here to observe and not to get involved in the specifics of the internal meetings of your TV channel. The members of the production team became restrained at once. Why is the Vice President here? Why would a small internal meeting like this alert the vice president? Although the documentary Forbidden City is the station's image work, the deputy director is not so much as to personally grasp such a small job as publicity song. Tong Guosheng took his seat at the first place and gave a little greeting to the vice president. He didn't have much of an expression on the surface, but he was actually happy in his heart. When Qin Jishue went over to ask him for a meeting, it happened that the deputy director was in his office. He had the bright idea of inviting the vice president of the station to hear how the quality of the final promo song was. His real intention is to use the publicity song, so that Chen Jida in the eyes of the deputy director of the impression of poor work. This gives the niece more room to maneuver herself by directing a new documentary. A promotional song is just a song. If it's good or not, it's just that. And I don't believe Chen Jida can find any good songwriters. As long as the songs aren't amazing, whether they sound good or not all depends on your own mouth. And if you say they don't sound good, then you can make an impression on the vice president. Tong Guosheng opened his mouth and said, Jida, you are an old man in the station. Forbidden City production team had 150 people at most, relying on you alone to control. But this time the publicity song straight to the near release of the first 2 days. You only determined down. The importance of the publicity song I will not repeat. The future work also pay more attention to the concept of time. The implication is that Chen Jida you have no sense of time. A team of 150 people let you manage is likely to go wrong. Tong Guosheng faced to Chen Jida, but actually said to the deputy director of the station. Chen Jida said, what the director said is true. The promo song is very important. The production team polished it day and night to make this promo song. The reason why it dragged on to the end was not because of my poor management skills, but because of the leanness of our team. Tong Guosheng nodded his head. Since you said so, Jida, I think the quality of the propaganda song must be extremely good. It just so happens that the vice station manager is here today. So let's all listen to it together. I'll put a high hat on you first and criticize you to death later. Chen Jidu looked at Xiaoli. Li understood and opened the audio file that Chen Jida had just sent him. Public release. The crowd also revealed their curiosity. They sensed that Director Chen was different today. He had become confident in front of the surname Tong. The deputy director also perked up his ears. Forbidden City is the station's image project. The publicity song is naturally very important. And today it is just the right opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to inspect the work of the production team. Li hit play as the crowd watched. As the wind chimes cut in, the atmospheric intro plays instantly. Lu Qing's song came through. Wow, heaven and earth dragon scale. Woo. I'll start the pen on this river and mountain. Tens of thousands more miles of national blood. For centuries and 600 years. The dragon's air through thick and thin. This capital city's center ground. As a gentleman's temperament is unshakable. 9 dragon wall tiles unglazed. History falls and rises from this. At the beginning of the song, when Lu Qing Wow came out, everyone realized that things were not simple. Everyone heard an atmospheric spectacle in the song. It was sung about 600 years, but the crowd heard 5,000 years in their minds. The song reaches its climax. This dragon scale but once. The clang lands as if it were broken ice. 1 scale. 1 inch. The story drifted, I couldn't bear to hear it. People keep their manners and their hearts quiet. The lilting Guqin plays the heart of a gentleman. I'm awake and waiting to hear back. Hover over the great Chinese civilization. The songs are as resonant as dragon scales, and the spirit is like a dragon traveling in the boundless sky. The core members of the production team look on in disbelief. The song. Is it really our promo song? Good match. So combustible. Listen well. The song continues. To the past I drop my pen. The vast yellow land of the east. Splashed and erased in the landscape. Just see the jagged Chinese backbone. Forbidden City Shinwu Gate. How many vicissitudes have forged the Chinese soul? I inherited a culture of deep plowing, breaking through the change to turn things around. Xiaoli turned his head to look at Lu Qing beside him, his heart filled with pride. It's like he made the song. Lu Qing was introduced to the director in the beginning, and now Lu Qing's song is of such high quality that he is sure to get out of it. Oh no! He is sure to be able to turn himself around. Xiaoli hurriedly covered his mouth. He was afraid that he would laugh too loudly and incur the wrath of the public. Everyone was now carried along by the emotions in the song, and a sense of grandeur rose in everyone's heart. Up and down 5,000 years of Chinese history, the world's only one. He saw that the vice president was so involved that he tapped his hand lightly on the tabletop and his head tapped to the rhythm of the song's drums. The vice president of the station went into the song. At this point, the song also reaches its final climax. This dragon scale but once. The clang lands as if it were broken ice. 1 scale. 1 inch. Make the small into the big, I firmly believe. Will the fate of the nation. Raise your head and revive again. Traveling heaven and earth in search of dragon scales. The dragon's bloodline azures into a forest woo. This dragon scale but once. The clang lands as if it were broken ice. 1 scale. 1 inch. The story drifted, I couldn't bear to hear it. Will the fate of the nation raise your head and revive again, traveling heaven and earth in search of dragon scales. The dragon's bloodline is a forest. The song is finished. There was a momentary silence in the air. The crowd was still reeling from the shock the song had given them. Dragon scale. Shattered ice. Nation. Destiny. Stories that flutter. Heads held high. Revival. An image made of imagery hit them. It was Lu Qing's angry voice that finally sent them to a collective climax. The crowd couldn't put into words what they were feeling at that moment. Their expressions were serious. Their bodies slowly sat up straight. And there was a great sense of power in the song. But to say the most shocked, it was not Tong Guosheng. His mouth was wide open at the moment with an unbelievable expression. How can it be? Play it again. The crowd searched for the source of the sound and their jaws dropped. It's the deputy station manager. The assistant station manager said to play it again. The crowd was amazed that the deputy director, who is usually high and mighty and not seen or heard, said play it again. The dimensional wall was broken, and the crowd felt extremely surreal. It doesn't fit the image of a mature and stable leader in their eyes. A deputy station manager should be unruffled, and in the eyes of the crowd, that was the impression the deputy station manager had. But today, for a song, no one questioned the deputy station manager's order, though, and Lee hastily hit the play button again. That said, the song is pretty catchy to listen to. The crowd was also happy to once again enjoy a cozy listening session at work. The conference speakers went off again. I'll start the pen on this river and mountain. The song is playing for the second time. After the initial shock of the production crew, their minds weren't all on the songs. Is this song really our promotional song? Also too dreamy. 3 days ago we are still worried about this. After 3 days the song came out. Pinch well. Think of before being a publicity song grinding the whole group of people eating and drinking. Moody. Really feel worthless for themselves. This is a word that can be made in 3 days? I've been in the Forbidden City for 2.5 years. And I couldn't come up with this word even if I had 2.5 more years. Lu Qing can really work miracles. Lee's mind was not on the song either. All he could think about now was the transfer. There were 14 people who came into the station with him, all of whom were contract employees. So far, there is only one employee who has been converted to the official establishment, a girl named Susu, whose family is rumored to have a bit of a background. With a contestant like this one, Lee didn't even consider her a competitor. While you're at the starting line waiting for the gun to go off, people are sitting at the finish line waiting for you. To compare yourself with such a person is purely to make yourself uncomfortable and aggravate the mental internal friction. But, of the other dozen or so, I'm afraid I'll be the first employee to convert. That feeling of standing out from the pack of competitors is super cool. Lee is not mimicking. As early as the first day Lu Qing entered the production team, Director Chen promised himself, if Lu Qing ends up writing a good song and the publicity effect is good, I will personally go to give you a transfer application. You are usually smart and capable in the group, and the leaders usually don't say anything, but they all see it in their eyes. This time, if there is a publicity song of extra points, the transfer is basically stable. Little Lee was now looking at Lu Qing with eyes full of little stars. The transfer was something that his own father couldn't arrange, but Lu Qing's song sped things up for him. It's not too shabby to call Qing. To say that the one with the most complicated feelings in the production team is Qing Jishue. The conference room was now playing Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale for the second time, and he was listening to it for the third time. Listening to it 3 times is 3 moods. Outside the studio in the morning, it's the lyrics that you see for yourself before you hear the song. Before he saw the lyrics, he was very displeased with Lu Qing's attitude. He was certain that Lu Qing was not running to write a song, and naturally he was certain that Lu Qing could not write a song. So the unbelievable feeling he had when he actually heard the song was much stronger than Chen Jida, and he was looking forward to it before the song was played in the conference room in front of so many people. He wanted to see everyone's shocked faces. When the song was played in the conference room, he was satisfied that these people had the same look on their faces that he had had after hearing it the first time. The song was now played again at the order of the deputy station manager. While Qing Jishue looked at Lu Qing in the corner, he was both guilty and grateful at the moment. Why would you suspect Mr. Lu Qing? If I can't do something, can't someone else do it? He himself was an ordinary person, but Lu Qing was a genius. The Shenwu Gate, the Central Axis, and the 9-Dragon Wall were all melted into the song by Lu Qing, and thanks to himself, he felt wronged before, thinking that Lu Qing had wasted his narration. But fortunately, Director Chen had instructed in time, so he didn't yin and yang Lu Qing. Otherwise how embarrassing now. Qing Jishue turned his head to look at Tong Guosheng. Look, how embarrassing. Qing Jishue grinned. Back when he went to ask Tong Guosheng for a meeting, he was already expecting this image. But what he didn't expect was that there was an unexpected surprise. Tong Guosheng had invited the vice president of the station along to listen to the song. Tong Guosheng doesn't have a good heart. But Tong Guosheng didn't know that the production team already had dragon scales of heaven and earth. It's like your own landlord handcuffing 2 kings and 4 twos. Only to have farmer Tong Guosheng backhand a super double. And so Qin Jishue's sense of anticipation was super doubled. When the deputy director said play it again, Qin Jishue saw that the face of the boy was so gloomy that it was dripping water. Qin Jishue was cool. It's the coolness that comes from super doubling. He did not understand. Forbidden City, because of the relationship between heaven and earth dragon scale, the heat has become high. Out of the results. That is not also under the hands of you, the director of the results. Why the surname of the child is always looking for the trouble of the production team. Looking for the trouble of Director Chen. But don't think about that now. Anyway, watching the child's surname suffer is more enjoyable than eating lobster yourself. He turned his head again to look at the inconspicuous Lu Qing in the corner. All the twists and turns were brought about by the appearance of this young man. At this point, the second play of the song comes to a close. Swim the heavens and the earth, and seek the dragon's scales. The dragon's bloodline is a forest. The conference room as a whole slowed down. Played it again. So soon. Still haven't heard enough. But this is clearly not the occasion for a single song cycle. The vice president said with some intent. Great song. Tong Guosheng just about to speak. By the deputy director of a good song almost suffocated internal injuries. Didn't you just come in and make it clear? Make it clear that you won't interfere with our internal meetings. Now no matter what, we can't say anything bad about the dragon scales of heaven and earth. The leader has said yes. How can you say no? What? The leader of the food you turn the table. The leader of the door you get on the car. The leader listens to the card you touch. The leader sings K you cut the song. Maintaining a no eyesight? Tong Guosheng spoke up and said, Jita did a good job this time. The song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale fits the spirituality of the Forbidden City documentary. The song is very atmospheric. You guys didn't put in a lot of effort for this promotional song. Everyone has been working hard for a while. Tell the brothers. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Tong Guosheng then turned his head back to the deputy station manager and said, Deputy station manager. Evening? The vice president smiled and refused. Then praised Chen Jita and the production team. And also rightly recognized the work of Director Tong. Other people don't know what Tong Guosheng is like, but Chen Jita definitely knows. Chen Jita is very disgusted with Tong Guosheng this set of practices. But in the workplace to mix these and inevitable. He could have led the conversation to the 2 men's bet in front of the deputy director today, making Tong Guosheng lose face in front of the deputy director. But it's not necessary. Today, in front of the deputy director, he had increased his good impression because of the dragon scales of heaven and earth. That's enough. Really wait until one day. Tong Guosheng cooled the bet. He could bring up the 2 of them again. There are times when the act of holding a sword is more intimidating than the act of swinging it. Thanks to Lu Qing, dragon scales of heaven and earth will not only get more traffic to Forbidden City, it also solves your own workplace crisis. The members of the production team were filled with contempt. The vice president is here today. And you're pretending to be generous. If you're really generous, you'd have done it a long time ago. You haven't even bought us a chicken leg in the last 2.5 years of shooting. All know Tong Guosheng's person. But in front of the deputy director of the station, Tong Guosheng showed the posture of a good leader, so that the colleagues of the production team for a time trough more than no mouth. But the crowd didn't go and expose Tong Guosheng's shortcomings in front of the deputy station manager. The matter of Tong Guosheng designating a promotional song disgusted the production team. But it wasn't that powerful. Certainly not enough to remove him as director. Co-workers on the production crew are hit-and-miss workers and won't be so reckless. Now at least the results are good. Everyone has finally found a suitable promo song for Forbidden Planet. The main objective had been achieved and all in front of the vice president. Today was definitely not a bad day. Tell you all a secret. In fact, the idea of filming the documentary Forbidden City was still put forward by the deputy director. And now that Forbidden City has landed without any danger, you all have to thank the deputy director more. Tong Guosheng led the applause. The crowd was also sloppy and applauded hard. But what's in the mind is another matter. Within Kyoto Television, voices of making a documentary such as Forbidden City have been emerging for more than a decade. It was not until 2.5 years ago that all the technical, equipment, human and financial resources were sufficient to meet the standards and the project was established. The vice president advocated for the creation of Forbidden Planet at that time, and the project moved forward. At that moment the deputy station manager raised his hand and pressed it vainly. The applause died down. In fact, back in the last century, when Kyoto TV was first established, the station has always had the idea of filming the Forbidden City documentary. Hindered by all kinds of timing or not ripe. Before delaying, This is not an idea I came up with. The deputy station manager laughed and pointed at Tong Guosheng and said, "You don't want to give me heights." Tong Guosheng's face froze in a split second. As awkward as it could be, the ass-kissing wasn't on point. The crowd gloated. But the deputy station manager turned his head to Chen Jida again, revealing a very interested look. "I'd rather know who sang the promotional song for the documentary." Chen Jida was once again surprised that the vice president had just asked someone to replay the song, and he just assumed that the vice president liked the song. "I didn't expect the vice president to ask about the singer," Chen Jida replied. "It's a young man named Lu Qing. Very creative." "Oh, it's him. No wonder." Chen Jida was surprised. "The vice director knows Lu Qing? My son runs forward at home every day. He cries like a ghost, and the upstairs and downstairs have very strong opinions, and they have come to my house several times." Lu Qing, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly sweated. "This can't be blamed on me." Chen Jida followed suit and joked. "The deputy director's son will take the college entrance exam next year, right? Listening to Chasing Dreams and Red Heart is just right. And after listening to it, you can do one more set of papers." Tong Guosheng saw the deputy director and Chen Jida chatting well. Half a day he could not interject. He did not understand the content of the two people chatting. What just runs forward and the vice president's son runs around the house every day? And then that causes the upstairs and downstairs to not be happy about it. Is the vice president nudging Chen to buy a treadmill and send it to his home? It's not a good idea to get Chen to hook up with the vice president. But Chen Jida's answer made Tong Guosheng sigh with relief. What the hell did Chen Jida say? Donkey lips. What a high school. What a dream to follow. What a test paper. And dare to joke casually with the leader. Too much guts. Tong Guosheng originally did not seize the opportunity to criticize Chen Jida. Did not expect Chen Jida himself to jump into the pit. Su as a director may still have room to maneuver. Which unexpectedly, the vice president of the station laughed out loud. Nowadays, young people say that after listening to Chasing Dreams, they can still get up and learn a little more. Lee nodded heavily, deeply impressed. He's too vocal. There's just a reckless energy that comes from listening to this song. He was able to turn himself around by following the dreams of the Red Heart. Chen Jida, I didn't expect the deputy station manager to be so young at heart and understand the terrain of the young. This statement mistakenly shoots to the point. The deputy director was very flattered. He exclaimed, "This year's New Year's Day New Year's Eve gala production team of the satellite TV, by me as the team leader. I am also in advance to understand this year's hot songs, understand the popular elements of this year, after all, but also to do an overall assessment and control of the entire evening program. Cannot now on the sedan chair now tie ears and eyes." Lu Qing is the overall champion of Born Singer. Childhood and Chasing Dreams with the Red Heart are both very suitable programs for the gala performance, and I even talked to the director of the gala yesterday, inviting Lu Qing to participate in the New Year's Eve gala of our TV station and sing Childhood or Chasing Dreams with the Red Heart. Tong Guosheng at first wondered. The deputy director and Chen Jida, two people said each, how to chat to a piece. It wasn't until now that he reacted to the fact that this Lu Qing had not only composed Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale for Chen Jida. It seemed that Chasing Dreams and Red Heart was also sung by him and was very hot. Although Tong Guosheng works in a TV station, he rarely pays attention to the entertainment industry, which does not affect his work. He was amazed that Chen Jida didn't know what kind of luck he had gotten, hitching a ride with such a talented and hot singer like Lu Qing. It's better to put the matter of So-So aside for a while. But, the deputy station manager said, I've changed my attention now. If we can invite Lu Qing to the New Year's Eve gala, why don't we let him sing Heaven and Earth's Dragon Scales, which is also very suitable to be sung at the gala, and it can also add more heat to the Forbidden City. Chen Jida was very agreeable. Moreover, this song will be introduced in a couple of days, and with the heat from Lu Qing's finals championship, the spread of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is bound to be not low. The deputy station director turned. Lu Qing did not leave contact information on any social media. Everyone looking for cannot find him. Also did not see him take any commercial activities. The director of the evening party looked for half a day and did not inquire. I and the director of the Born Singer He Nian is an old acquaintance. Originally intended to call him tonight to ask Lu Qing's number. I did not expect that you quietly are looking for Lu Qing to do a good song. The deputy station manager's brow soothed, and his face beamed with joy. There's no need to bother anyone else this time. It's all your own family. After you finish the meeting, call Lu Qing. On behalf of the production team of the Kyoto Gala, I will send out the most sincere invitation to Lu Qing. Remember, your tone must be sincere. I observe that Lu Qing, this young man, is not someone who is tired of wealth and fame. Chen Jida didn't expect the deputy director to give Lu Qing such high praise. It seems that Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is indeed deeply loved by the vice president. Apparently, the deputy station manager hadn't noticed that Lu Qing was right there at the meeting, and Lu Qing was in the corner without making a sound. Chen Zhida had to say, "Ahem, that, Mr. Lu Qing. You heard it, right?" Lu Qing stood up and really couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Chen Zhida introduced to everyone, "This is Lu Qing, the lyricist and vocalist of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. I believe everyone is no stranger to this. Give a round of applause to welcome him." The crowd applauded from the heart. Counting up, Lu Qing was a star in a big or small way. The members of the production team, although they work in television, the documentary track has basically no access to celebrities, especially in the case of the Forbidden City series, where there are no scenes that require celebrity appearances. Some people had already planned to find Lu Qing to sign and take a picture later. Furthermore, Lu Qing's song for the documentary was so amazing that the stone that had been weighing on the hearts of the production team landed heavily today. Everyone cleared their appreciation for Lu, and it also implied a lot of gratitude. The Forbidden City documentary is something I really love, and it's an honor to be able to do a promotional song for it. After saying that, Lu Qing looked over toward the front of the conference table on the left. Lu Qing and the deputy station manager sat on the same side of the conference table, one at the head and one at the tail. Now that Lu Qing was standing up, the two were just able to see each other. When the deputy station manager saw it, it was really Lu Qing. He also got up and walked towards Lu Qing. "It's true that you are a talented person. Lu Qing, how are you? I won't introduce myself too much. I believe that you have just heard it all. I am now sending you an invitation on behalf of the Kyoto TV New Year's Eve Gala production team. I hope that you can participate in this year's New Year's Eve Gala." Lu Qing hastily reached out and shook hands with the deputy station manager, which was the biggest official Lu Qing had seen in his 2 lifetimes. When Tong Guosheng saw this scene, he was very puzzled. Since when has a vice president been so polite to a star? It's the kind of diva that doesn't make the vice president so polite. In fact, it was very simple. In Chen Zhida's opinion, it was that the deputy director liked Lu Qing's songs. There were no other complicated factors. Lu Qing was also surprised at this time, as there were still 5 months to go before the New Year's Eve parties of the major TV networks. General New Year's Eve party are 1 to 2 months in advance to start preparations. Like this 5 months in advance to invite singers. Cannot say it is rare, should not have seen. This is nothing bad to understand. In Chen Zhida's opinion, didn't the deputy director say it? To be sincere. What a sincere invitation 5 months in advance. The vice president's personal invitation was more sincere. As for why the sincerity, Kyoto TV has been for 3 consecutive years at the bottom of the ratings ranking of the major TV New Year's Eve party. You don't have to make a decision in a hurry. There's still a long time before the New Year's Eve party. But if you plan to participate in the New Year's Eve party, I hope you'll prioritize our Kyoto TV. Kyoto TV will always open its doors for you. So come over and have fun if you have nothing else to do. The deputy station manager turned to Tong Guosheng again and said, "Director Tong, remember to get Lu Qing a free pass, so that in the future, Lu Qing can visit the TV station anytime, anywhere." Good lord, this time Lu Qing couldn't go to another TV station's New Year's Eve party even if she didn't agree to him. Lu Qing also did feel the deputy director's sincerity, thanks to the deputy director's favor. "If there are no accidents, I will participate." The deputy station manager chatted with Lu Qing for a while longer before leaving the stage early. The meeting was delayed for a while and is now coming to a close. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale will be released in 2 days, which means it will be released on August 1st. The production team will take advantage of these 2 days to make the song's music video. The song's promotional resources have long been prepared, and it should achieve a good result. Tong Guosheng made quick arrangements to end this meeting as early as possible. The whole meeting was going in an uncontrollable direction. Ever since Lu Qing appeared, all of his own people had become unlucky. He looked at Lu Qing with displeasure, but he couldn't do anything about it. Lu Qing wasn't an employee of the station, which left him powerless. Now that Lu Qing had become the vice president's guest of honor, his own tactics were even more unavailable. "It's suffocating, it's too suffocating." Tong Guosheng waved his hand and hurried away. The air became worse where there was Lu Qing. When Tong Guosheng walked away, the conference room erupted in loud celebrations. "That's a nice turnaround." The crowd surrounded Lu Qing and asked for autographs. A high-end business office building in Kyoto, Brilliant Rain Studio, is located here. At this point, 3 people got together. Sister Li, head of Brilliant Rain Studio, Hua Chenyu, signed with the entertainment company, Tianha Entertainment's manager Hong Yunji, as well as Brilliant Rain. Hong Yunji normally wouldn't come to Hua Chenyu's studio, but this time there was indeed something big, because Brilliant Rain is releasing a new song, and it's 2 songs, Wave the Magic Wand, The Cancer. Both songs were written and composed entirely by Brilliant Rain. Strictly speaking, it should be 2 compositions and 1 lyric. That's because the second track, Cancer, a spiritual sequel to his classic Cancer, is all song and no lyrics. I wouldn't say that there are no words, but rather that the words are different every time you sing. Cancer and Cancer are one and the same in terms of musical style, but the former is more exaggerated than the latter in its presentation. According to Watching You, Cancer is pain and despair, and he has visualized the dark and painful process of suffering from cancer to perfection. But it's not enough. The emotional buildup in Cancer is relatively monotonous and not shown in a three-dimensional enough way. And so, Cancer was born. This time, the songs become more complex, quiet, lonely, dark, depressing, struggling, eruption, division, fear, death, release, return to serenity, transcendence. But such a work is demanding in addition to being demanding in terms of one's singing voice. The demands on the accompaniment are equally high. In order to better express the mood in the song, he found Lu Guopang, one of the top instrumentalists in China, during the finals of Born Singer. I hope that we can reach a cooperation, so that Lu Guopang can help himself to complete this work. Cancer. Nah, Lu Guopang hadn't heard my musical ideas yet and turned me down. He'll regret it. He missed a great one. In the end, Brilliant Rain enlisted an orchestra, also one of the country's best, to complete the backing parts for Cancer. The finished product is perfect. The moment the work was completed, Watching You felt his soul sublimated. That kind of art brings him a sense of fulfillment that the average person can't experience. The second track, Wave the Magic Wand, constructs a world of light and wonder. It's about a teenage wizard who gets a magic wand. This magic wand simulates supernatural elements. However, this magic wand is a cursed magic wand that brings negative status to itself. After each use, it injures the enemy 800 times and damages itself 1,000 times. The magical boy had a chance to wave his magic wand in a viewing arena that held 10,000 people. Uncontrollable howling, convulsions, peaked hair, spirit drawn out, falling to his knees. The audience was stunned. Could this be the legendary mage doing magic? However, the spectators in the viewing arena had no idea that they had been planted with deep magical damage. As soon as they have watched the show, the image lingers in their minds, corrupting their mental world. It came to an abrupt end. Very stream of consciousness song halfway through the story. Brilliant Rain is very happy with both songs, both of which are high quality work. Wave of the Wand is scheduled for release at the beginning of the month, on August 1st. The Cancer is scheduled for release in the middle of the month. For the next August, I'll take these two songs and give the Chinese music world a big surprise. Just to double check, no top tier artists will be releasing new songs in August? Sister Lee, head of Brilliant Rain Studio, said. She usually focuses on the day-to-day work side of Brilliant Rain, maintaining social media accounts and running fans. Apart from her work, she herself is a fan of Brilliant Rain. Hong Yunstep impatiently said, "You have asked 800 times. The company has long inquired. August send new songs of singers or second line, third line. No big names, and the publicity and distribution resources with us Hua simply cannot compare." He is the head of channel promotion resources in Sky Harvest Entertainment. Brilliance has a huge rainflow and a relatively high degree of freedom to work. Sky Harvest Entertainment does not interfere with Brilliant Rain's music creation. They are mainly responsible for the distribution and promotion of Brilliant Rain's works and a part of Brilliant Rain's commercial performance and variety show resources. The music part of the composition was all done by Brilliant Rain in his own studio. Therefore, Hong Yunstep and Sister Lee usually butt heads a lot and know each other well. If you ask me, you should just take advantage of the heat of the Born Singer finale and release Wave the Magic Wand. Sister Lee instantly refused. How can that be? Those viewers of the finals were blind, causing our Hua to be eliminated in the first half. And all the heat was snatched away by that Lu Qing guy. Hong Yunji said with disinterest. And don't take Born Singer too seriously. After all, it's just a variety show. Hua even if she doesn't go to this finale, the heat is still the highest. Top stream is top stream. When is the hair different? He then spat. Originally Wave the Magic Wand was scheduled to be released the day after the finals. All the resources were ready, and you had to postpone it until August 1st. Do you know how difficult it is to coordinate resources? He glanced at Watching You and said, "This is Hua. If any other artist in the company dared to make this request with me, I could only LOL at him." Sister Lee comforted. "I know you're working hard. Aren't we all doing it for Hua's sake?" Now that it's confirmed that no singer is releasing a new song in August, Hua is sure to have an unimpeded access to the new song's hotness, pulling in all the stops. Hong Yunji nodded. "I don't doubt this point." Sister Lee added uneasily. "Those variety show broadcast times and hot searches are all arranged, right?" Hong Yunstep instantly glazed over. His blood pressure came up all of a sudden. And he even doubted my professionalism. If they hadn't known each other long enough to know that's how Lee was, he would have had to jump up and give her a knee jerk. He suppressed his fire. Hua released her first new song on August 1st, and until mid-August, A total of 5 big hit variety shows were scheduled, with scripts communicated and foolproof. 2 of those variety shows have been recorded. You didn't know? Sister Lee said. Of course I know. I know everything about Hua Hua. I'm asking if you won't make any mistakes in the variety arrangement behind you, right? How dare you question my professionalism again? Hong Yunji said angrily. You know how difficult it is to coordinate on a temporary basis. I squeezed out the original flying guests of other people's variety shows in order to arrange for Hua Hua, just to open the way for Hua Hua. Now you actually don't believe me? Hong Yunstep stretched out his arm in front of his chest and clenched his fists fiercely. You woman. I didn't say anything too harsh even after half a day. After all, Hua Qinyu was still beside him. Seeing this, Sister Lee calmed down a couple of times. I know. How could I not believe you? Let me say one last thing. Hua Hua's hot search must be topical. Hong Yunji was completely defeated. If it's a hot search, do you still need me to say it? Sister Lee was then reassured that Hong Yunstep did have a hand in arranging hot searches. All the information was docked and the atmosphere was instantly relaxed. Sister Lee stopped torturing Hong Yunji and turned her head to Hua Qinyu, who was fiddling with her cell phone, and said gently, Hua, what are you doing? Hua Qinyu took off the headphones in his left ear and tilted his head. Sister Lee, what did you say? Sister Lee smiled gently. What's up? Hua Qinyu flipped his cell phone over. Wasia Music app. Wasia Music is the only music software in this world. All the digital distribution channels for all the songs are all here. There is no doubt about its authority and fairness. Huaxia Music Company has an internal department that specializes in monitoring song data, and immediately intervenes to investigate if a song has data anomalies. Makes a lot of traffic manipulation impossible to apply here. In Wahoo Music, music is music and has nothing to do with traffic. This is where all the traffic stars have the most whiplash. But what goes up, comes down. Many traffic stars will spend a lot of money to attract traffic from other places to prove themselves. However, they soon realized that the cost-effectiveness of doing so was too low and slowly gave up. Run your followers where you can swipe data. As soon as Hong Yunstep saw the interface of Huaxia Music, he immediately felt that it was not good, and that this woman, Sister Lee, should be asking questions again. Old Hong, do you have any way to brush up Hua Hua's numbers on Huaxia Music? When Sister Lee saw Hua Qinyu put on his headphones again, she turned her head to inquire about Hong Yunji again. It's impossible on Wasia Music. Don't think about it. But don't worry. Although Wasia Music can't swipe the data, with Wasia's heat, it will definitely have a positive impact on the new song. Then Hong Yunji said with full indifference, the biggest difference between Hua Hua and other traffic. Do you know what it is? Sister Lee, what? Hong Yunji said. Hua Hua has a pursuit for music, and Hua Hua is both strength and traffic. So don't worry about Hua Hua's new song results. From my experience, this time, Hua Hua is bound to top the Huaxia Music new songs chart. And number 1 on the bestseller list isn't out of the question. Sister Lee felt slightly relieved. And at this moment, Hua Qinyu was staring at Huaxia Music's July new songs chart out of his mind. Number 1 Goku, Lu Qing. Number 2 Chasing Dreams with Red Heart, Lu Qing. Number 3 Where Did the Time Go, Lu Qing. Number 4 Childhood, Lu Qing. Hua Qinyu, who also wanted to release a new song in July, was silent as he looked at the new song list. Wasia Music's new songs chart, which only counts new songs released in the month, is ranked according to the sales index. The number 1 song on the July new songs chart, Goku, is a figure that has been on sale for over 20 days. Chasing Dreams has only been on sale for less than 10 days. But because of the huge buzz around the finale, it hard outpaced Where Has the Time Gone. Childhood only made it to number 4. But it's got a lot of momentum and a lot of buzz, and it's bound to end up with more sales figures than the other 3 songs as time goes on. However, come August 1st, all of these songs will be gone from the new songs list. In its place, there will be new songs released in August. Hua Qinyu, waiting for this moment. It's too much of a loss to release a song the day after the finals to compete for the top spot on the new songs chart with Goku, which has been selling for over 20 days. If Wield the Magic Staff was released on the same day as Goku, he was confident that he could beat Lu Qing. He's too confident in this song. Sister Lee said no artists release new songs in August, which favors the new song numbers. In Brilliant Rain's opinion, it's only good for all singers to release new songs in August. When Waving the Magic Staff appeared, no one would be a one-trick pony, and it wouldn't be good for Lu Qing to come. August 1st, as scheduled. Twitter Hot List. Brilliant Rain's new song. How humorous is Brilliant Rain's new variety show? What's the story of waving the magic wand? 3 phrases firmly occupy the top of the hot search list, and watching your new song, phrases rising momentum is very strong. It won't be long before the hot search list will rise to the first position. Wawa has released a new song. Sisters Charge. Sisters, the Wasia Music app can't do data, but it's not completely out of the question. Everyone can use their family's cell phone numbers to all register once and go to the Wasia music app to support Wasia. Listen to this sister up here. No support doesn't deserve to be a Wawa fan. Wawa's new song is so good. I was heartbroken when I heard the magical teenager convulsing and falling to his knees. Wawa is writing about himself, isn't he? Brilliant Rain Studio, Sisterly, Hong Yunji, and Hua Qingyu got together. Because of the first day of the new song's release, the trio is always in control of the direction of public opinion and must immediately make adjustments if something goes wrong. Everything seems to be under control at the moment. Han Yunjie was slightly relieved, and as expected, the heat of the new song was pulled right up to full capacity from the start. By the end of the night, the heat will be even higher, as Brilliance Rain's participation as a flying guest in a smash hit variety show airs tonight, where he also sings Wave the Magic Wand. Staff have been deleting posts and controlling comments, and the general atmosphere of public opinion on major social media accounts has been positive. A handful of self-promoting hacks have also posted and opened up, but it doesn't affect the big picture. Sisterly was in a good mood when she saw that the new song was in a good situation. She said to Hua Qingyu, Hua, take a look at Huaxia Music's August new songs chart. Many unknown artists have no promotional outlets and will release new songs at the beginning of the month at odd hours. Singers don't post at this time of year, and this is a good opportunity for exposure. That's why at the beginning of every month, there's a swarm of new songs on the charts, and with a bit of luck, when no well-known singer releases a new song for the whole month, they get to stay on the charts for a bit longer. But August is different. Brilliance Rain released a new song on the 1st. Unsurprisingly, Wave the Magic Wand cruised to the top of the new songs chart, and fans of Brilliant Rain took a screenshot of the image to all major social media platforms and started bombarding them. Oh, you mean the universe has doubled in age to 26.7 billion years old? But I think Hua deserves to top the new songs chart. The Chinese music scene was originally named Hua. Go listen to Wave Your Magic Wand. It's not Wawa if you don't. Hua's hard work is finally seeing results. This single was not easy to produce and I'm happy that everyone recognizes Hua's music. Time didn't last long. Brilliant Rain opens the new songs chart rankings once again. Originally, Wave the Magic Wand was leading the break, but without noticing, one song suddenly killed it at number 2 when the numbers gradually caught up. Hua Qingyu beamed with joy. Finally there was one that could fight. He clicked in to take a look. The spring equinox before it's divided, Huxia. Sisterly also saw the scene from the side. Her face suddenly changed. She immediately found Hong Yun's step, a little angry. Old Hong, what's going on? Didn't you say no one was releasing new songs in August? Why did Huxia release a song? Although Sisterly had confidence in Hua Qingyu, she didn't want to see accidents. Hong Yunjie was slightly surprised, but he spoke in a relaxed tone. This Huxia person is too low-key. His new song doesn't have any previews. No one knows that he's releasing a new song today, so how is it possible to know in advance about this situation? Sisterly was also clear that this was not really Hong Yunji's fault, and she said, apart from Huxia, there are no other singers, right? Hong Yunstep said, you can rest assured. Do not ask every day. A line of singers send songs absolutely cannot escape my eyes. Huxia is just an accident. August will not have a second power singer send songs. Hua Qingyu was full of unconcern. A momentary fluctuation in data was normal, but to say that Huxia's new song wanted to surpass himself was a bit of a joke. Huxia's tone is very clean and light, but he has a limitation in his soprano, whereas my Wave the Magic Wand is soprano throughout and crushes him too much on a technical level. Hua Qingyu yawned and didn't consider Huxia as his opponent. He stopped paying attention to the leaderboards and prepared to go catch up on his sleep. However, a little bit of time passed, and instead of widening, the gap between Waving Magic Wand and Spring Equinox Undivided became smaller and smaller. Sisterly once again approached Hong Yunji. What's going on? Explain what's going on. Hua's number 1 position is almost untenable. Hong Yunji wasn't as relaxed as he was just now, but he wasn't flustered either. He said, don't be in a hurry. I'm going to find a few music critics and have them comment on the shortcomings of Huxia's new song. Sisterly added, you send the water armies to the major social media platforms to post some vaguely bad reviews, and I'll go find a few more of Hua's fan group leaders and ask them to mobilize the forces around them again. Hong Yunji nodded and said, I'll do it even if you don't say so. After Hua's variety show airs in the evening, the numbers will definitely pull off a large chunk. The two men went about their business. These tactics have proven to be effective. The numbers that Equinox Undivided was on the verge of catching up with have slowed down a lot in terms of growth, and the gap between it and Wave of the Magic Wand is gradually widening. Under Huxia's tweet, his fans fought for him. Hua Qingyu, what song is that? Can't even understand it. How did it make it to the top of the new song list? Holy shit. Went to listen to it, and Magic Wand. Give the master a whole laugh. in and out of the song are doing the practice. Live up to the name of Mage. I think it. Don't talk about brilliant rain here in Huxia. Let's just listen to the song quietly. I like this song, Spring Equinox Undivided. It's sung very gently. It's Huxia's flavor. We do think it's not worth it. Why does that brilliant rain song get to be number 1? Spring Equinox Undivided isn't much better than that crappy magic wand. Huxia's gang of fans don't know anything about art, so they can just listen to those kind of middle-of-the-road songs, and their level of appreciation is just like that. Sister Lee and Hong Yunstep looked at each other. The data is now stabilizing. By the time Hua Qinyu's variety show aired in the evening, the heat would have risen by another large amount, and Huxia would have completely failed to pose a threat by then. Wave of the Magic Wand sat at number 1 on its first day of release. There were a few minor ups and downs in the middle, but nothing alarming. Sister Lee and Hong Yunstep were completely relieved. Kyoto TV's account with only 20,000 followers posted a tweet of a music video, Swim the Heavens and the Earth, and search for Dragon Scales, Ultimate National Style, Igniting the Soul of the Nation. The theme song of the large-scale documentary series Forbidden City, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, is online. At the same time, Lu Qing made a move to retweet the tweet. Travel with me to the Forbidden City. After the finals, other singers took endorsements, ran announcements, and recorded variety shows. Only Lu Qing didn't move much. When Lu Qing posted his microblog, his fans were abuzz. Lu Qing finally made a move, and it's still a big move. Lu Qing has a new song. Kyoto TV started to announce the theme song of Forbidden City, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth at 12 o'clock noon on all channels. But what can really be able to power the campaign is dominated by offline and traditional media on TV. In terms of publicity on the internet, it was not as strong as a personal account of Lu Qing. Lu Qing now comes to 3.08 million followers. The publicity effect is much better than the official microblogging effect of Kyoto TV. Lu Qing just went online and retweeted for 2 hours and accumulated 100,000 likes and 20,000 comments and 80,000 retweets. Lu Qing, you're open for business. I've never seen you so lazy. Families, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth sounds so good. Lu Qing, you've saved my life big time. I've been tortured crazy by my roommate. I've been forced to listen to Waving the Magic Staff all morning. Now I'm going to wash my ears with Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth. This song is so atmospheric. Lu Qing's fans weren't exactly small anymore, and he had a relatively sticky following, which he had earned with one quality song. But that's not enough. Kyoto TV's thinking on new media channels is still on the conservative side. They merely bought some retweets from Blue V accounts and a ranked hot search. There is no other means. The vast majority of the traffic from the 3 singers who released songs today was sucked up by Brilliant Rain. Short videos, long videos, music and other platforms are all covered with news of Brilliant Rain. The traditional media channels for Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth have made an effort, but the overlap between this demographic and the internet demographic is relatively low, resulting in the discussion of Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth not being as loud as it could have been. So in the early days, it's just a matter of relying on people's self-imposed recommendations. The works that end up catching fire on the strength of this recommendation must, without exception, be good. Since Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale was launched at noon, it only reached 7th on the Huaxia Music New Songs chart, with a sales index of 47,000. At this point Equinox Undivided is in second place, with a sales index of 134k. Wave the Magic Wand came in at number 1, with a sales index of 375k. The sales index is not just sales volume. This data is calculated by the official algorithm of Huaxia Music. There are a lot of reference indicators, but sales volume is undoubtedly the most important one. Sister Lee and Hong Yunstep also saw Lu Qing, who had suddenly appeared in the top 10 of the new song charts. But they didn't care. Brilliant Rain's new song numbers were 3 times Huxia's and 8 times Lu Qing's. There's no comparison at all. They follow a set rhythm of publicity, buying hot searches and appearing on variety shows. Time passed little by little, and by the third, the gap between Waving the Magic Staff and the second place was getting bigger and bigger. So Hong Yunstep stopped paying attention to the new song chart. By the 10th, the sales index for Wave of the Magic Wand had officially surpassed 1 million. Still high on the list. Only after being reminded by his subordinates did Hong Yunstep log into the Huaxia Music app again to take a look. 1.015 million already. Hong Yunstep smiled. Expected. What's the fuss? When he glanced at the second place figure in the afterglow, he thought he'd blinked. He rubbed his eyes, his gaze fixed. Number 2 Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth. With a sales index of 882k, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth quietly edged out Equinox Undivided to move up to second. What's even scarier is that the sales index is about to top 900,000. When Hong Yunstep last looked at the new song charts, He remembered that the sales index for waving magic staff was 550,000, and heaven and earth dragon scale was only 110,000 at that time. In just a few days, the latter caught up. This means the dragon scales of heaven and earth is increasing so much that sooner or later it will overtake wield the magic staff as number one. No way. Hong Yunji quickly arranged for it to go down, getting the Navy to spread news of Lu Qing's blackmail. But Lu Qing isn't even in the news. Where can we find black news? The subordinate found this difficult. Edit. Ask music critics to criticize Lu Qing's new song again. Then get Blue V to retweet it. After arranging the work on this side, Hong Yunji hurried to Hua Qinyu's studio. As soon as you enter the door, he saw the tired-faced Sister Li and asked, "Sister Li, where's Hua Hua?" Sister Li said breathlessly, "Hua Hua is sleeping. You've arranged too many and too tight notices for Hua Hua in the past few days. Hua Hua is so busy and tired these days that she doesn't even have time to play with her cell phone, except for work." Sister Li's workload, on the other hand, was directly proportional to Hua Qinyu's workload, and if Hua Qinyu was busy, she certainly couldn't be idle. Hong Yunji said with an anxious look on his face, "This is not the time to sleep. Quickly get Hua Hua up." Sister Li glared at Hong Yun's step. People are not machines. In order to publicize the new song, Hua Hua is exhausted. No one is allowed to disturb Hua Hua's sleep. What's going on? Hong Yunji gathered his expression and said, "The number one position of waving magic staff is going to be overtaken. So you'll see to it." Li quickly opened her cell phone. Number 1 wave the magic wand. With a sales index of 1.018 million. Number 2 dragon scales of heaven and earth. With a sales index of 919k. Without saying a word, Sister Li gripped the sleeping Hua Qinyu. Hong Yunji couldn't be bothered with pleasantries as he said, "Hua Hua, hurry up and open the live broadcast and increase the publicity." Hua Qinyu was unimpressed. Hong Yunji directly took out his cell phone and opened the new song list of Huaxia Music. After 2 days of not paying attention to the new song charts, the data for Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale continued to skyrocket, and now that the gap between the two songs was narrowing the more, Brilliant Rain was a bit panicked. How is he chasing so fast? Hong Yunji said, "Don't say anything, hurry up and start the live broadcast. You have a variety show airing tonight, so start the live broadcast to stabilize the number 1 spot during this period of time." Hua Qinyu didn't make another stubborn mistake and immediately opened the live broadcast. Sister Li then notified a few fan club leaders to spread the news. In no time, quite a few people gathered in Hua Qinyu's live broadcast room. It's been 10 days since Mine Wave the Magic Wand was released and it's been at number 1 on the new songs chart. So have you all listened to it? Live streaming pop-ups. Listen, 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 Hua Qinyu said. Now I need more support from everyone, so that others can see the unity of our Martians. Live streaming pop-ups. Don't worry Wawa, I'll take my third uncle's brother-in-law's daughter's cousin's cell phone and download Wave the Magic Wand again. Live and let live Martians. Wawa. Wawa. The sales index is 1, 030, 000, 1, 050, 000, 1.1 million. Hua Qinyu did his best to instigate the whole job, and he looked at the screen full of pop-ups with great satisfaction. Suddenly a pop-up caught his attention. Hua Qinyu, your asshole got popped. He's seen too many spammers like this, backhandedly banning messages straight away for 50 years. But more and more people are sending pop-ups, in a neat formation. Hua Qinyu, your asshole got popped. Hua Qinyu, your asshole got popped. Hua Qinyu, your asshole got popped. Can't seal it over, can't seal it at all. It was only at this point that he began to react to the fact that it wouldn't be. Hua Qinyu couldn't care less about being on the air, and directly took out his cell phone and hurriedly opened the Huaxia Music new songs list. Number 1 Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, with a sales index of 1.133 million. Number 2 Wave the Magic Wand has a sales index of 1.130 million. Hua Qinyu opened a live broadcast with the purpose of retaining the number 1 position, and ended up getting his ass blown off by Lu Qing during the broadcast. A group of lezzies instantly flooded over to the live feed. The pop-ups grew uncontrollable. The live feed was cut off decisively and the broadcast ended very abruptly. Hua Qinyu's face was ashen at the moment, but his eyes were unfocused. Being held down and rubbed on the ground by Lu Qing again. The frustration of being savaged in one's most favored area can sometimes destroy one's fighting spirit. Brilliance Rain live cartwheeling quickly ascended to the first position of the microblogging hot search. At this moment, the most gloating fans are not Lu Qing's fans, but Huxia's fans. Ha ha ha, Hua Qinyu sang correctly. When you do it, you hurt the enemy 800 times and lose 1,000 times. I listened to Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, and the first place is well deserved. More than that mage convinced me. It's not unfair for Spring Equinox Undivided to lose to Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth. Let's go. Go support a wave of dragon scales of heaven and earth to widen the gap a bit. Taking advantage of the Hwa-Chen Yu live streaming cartwheeling incident, Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale has ushered in a wave of heat, making up for the lack of innate promotional traffic. After a day of fermentation, on the 11th day of the release of Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, the words reached the #1 spot on the Weibo hot search list. The Dragon Scale of Heaven and Earth is out of the ring in a big way. Qing has once again entered the public eye. China Music New Songs Chart. #1 Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, with a sales index of 1.705 million. #2 Wave the Magic Wand, with 1,237,000 sales index. #3 Spring Equinox Undivided with a sales index of 837k. Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth and Wield the Magic Staff have completely pulled apart. The heat that Hwa-Chen Yu had brought to Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth hadn't faded yet, and the rise in the sales index hadn't slowed down in the slightest. Since he flipped, there has been no hope of flipping. What's even more marvelous is that a large number of Huxia's fans have gathered under the topic Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale on Weibo. They viewed Brilliant Rain's live-streaming cartwheeling incident with the attitude of the lazy people, and this attracted a lot of roadies to listen to Spring Equinox Undivided, which made the sales index of Huxia's new song go up by a large margin. If this trend grew, there was no chance that Huxia would be able to burst open Hwa-Chen Yu's asshole again. Of course, there was no shortage of Qing's fans pushing the envelope. They know how to return the favor and know how to return the favor. Qing's fans also helped with the exponential rise in sales of Spring Equinox Undivided. As a result, in the absence of any organization, both fans helped each other and reached a state of friendly cooperation and strategic cooperation. Fans on both sides have said that Brilliance Rain has a lot of merit. At this moment, under Qing Weibo, Huxia fans, come over to hang out and recognize the road. We'll all be our own family from now on. I forbid you guys to scold Hua anymore. The marriage line of both fans is held by Hua. Now that Huxia and Qing's fans have formed a strategic alliance, I think we all need to be thankful for Hwa-Chen Yu, the moon goddess. So let's all step up our efforts and send Hwa-Chen Yu's new song to the top 3. Are you serious about this top 3? People were supposed to be first, so just get right to it. Are you trying to send him to third? I'm here to listen to Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth. Wow, why is it so lively? I haven't been online for 2 days. Is there some melon I'm missing? Someone come and tell me about it. The day after Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth hit the Hot 100, Qing's Weibo followers rose to 3.48 million. Incidentally, Kyoto TV's official Twitter followers have also risen to 100,000 followers. From Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, come and check it out. This song turned out to be the promo song for the Forbidden City documentary. The song is good. The movie must not be bad either. Book a wave. When will it start? Kyoto TV has come out on top, finally hiring a good singer so that a good movie won't be buried. I can't wait to see Forbidden Planet after I hear the songs. This was a pleasant surprise for Kyoto TV's official blog operator. The official blogs of traditional media like TV stations operate with a very conservative mindset and serious content. Operators are bored with the daily routine of sending out dry teaser messages. This has kept the official number in a state of tortoise speed powder. But no one had expected that a song called Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale would make this official number gain so many fans. Several times more than the number of fans in the past 2 years. The operator excitedly opened the back end of his account on the B site. The Forbidden City documentary has been designated for broadcast on B site. At this point, the music video for Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale reached 8.08 million views. The number of B friends who booked the Forbidden Planet documentary is even higher at 3.01 million. The operator picked up his cell phone and dialed the number. Director Chen, I have good news for you. The number of appointments to watch the documentary on B Station has reached 3 million. How much? When Chen Jida heard this, his hand holding the phone trembled slightly, and the phone was nearly unsteady. He quickly estimated the amount of airplay based on the number of reservations. He believed that with the quality of the finished movie of Forbidden City, the audience's viewing stickiness would not be low. There are 12 episodes in the movie, and it is estimated that the total broadcast volume will at least exceed 50 million, well above the passing level, maybe even higher. That's how much traffic Qing's one song brought in. Chen Jida was secretly glad that inviting Qing to do the promotional song was the best decision he had ever made. In the future, if Qing had anything to help with, he would definitely not shirk. Chen Jida hung up the phone. The cell phone rang immediately. Who? Chen Jida picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Old Chow? We haven't been in touch for 5 or 6 years. What's he looking for me for? Wouldn't be looking for me to borrow money. Would he? Should I take it or not? Lao Zhou and Chen Jida were both directing students when they were in college, and the two were classmates. Later, Chen worked for Kyoto TV and made his favorite documentaries. His old classmate Lao Zhou, on the other hand, is on a short video platform. working as a short drama director. These shorts are relatively crude, focusing on an eye-catching, chasing hot current events. People whose short films are on fire on short video platforms can be much richer than themselves, so how could they ask me to borrow money? Connections. Good old Chen, taking so long to answer the phone. You don't think I'm looking for you to borrow money, do you? After a few years of no contact, the old week came up with some blame. However, it also made the atmosphere between the two not awkward at all, with none of the rustiness that comes with not being in touch for a few years. Chen Jida really thought so, so he said in a joking tone, "How do you know I think so? Go. It's only a few bucks to make a documentary. If you want to borrow it, you should borrow it from me." After a few pleasantries, old Joe's side said, "Let's get down to business. You know Lu Qing, right?" He was heartened, and I said how I hadn't been contacted in years, and all of a sudden he was calling me. "Of course I know. What happened to Lu Qing?" Old Joe said. "Lu Qing didn't do anything. It's me who wanted to find Lu Qing to sing a few random lines for my skit. Just sing, and sing a couple of random lines, then go find Lu Qing. I can't make a decision for Lu Qing either." Old Joe bit her face. "If I can find I would have found Lu Qing. This child is really, now the heat is so high. Looking for his business cooperation cannot be found. Looking for this is not looking for you. You put Lu Qing phone number to me. That won't do. I'll have to ask Lu Qing himself for his opinion." Old Joe said, "Just tell Lu Qing that what I'm looking for him to do is very simple. It's just to sing a couple lines of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale to the camera and then say a commercial jingle. The shooting location will be in Kyoto. I guarantee it will take less than 5 minutes to finish, and the pay will be $1 million. What? $1 million? Chen Jida was really shocked. 5 minutes. $1 million. When did money get so good? Shooting for 5 minutes and using it in a movie is at most a dozen seconds. And frankly, it's just showing up and letting someone else rub it in. Lu Qing is worth so much? You don't know anything about it, do you? From the finals until now, when Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale has caught fire again, Lu Qing has never had a public business performance. Old Zou's gaze was fiery. That's why Lu Qing's first time is especially valuable. A lot of people are staring at it. Chen Jida was more than happy to serve Lu Qing. Lu Qing had done himself and the entire production team a huge favor, and Chen Jida was grateful to Lu Qing. Now that he had heard that Lu Qing's business value was so high, he felt happy for Lu Qing, but he soon realized something was wrong, because the phone rings endlessly. "Hey Director Chen, help contact Lu Qing." "Yes, you just hold a line and build a bridge. We will talk to him about the rest." "Yes, I haven't seen you for quite a few years. I heard that you know Lu Qing. He sang Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale for your documentary. How hot ah. You give me Lu Qing's phone number. Brother-in-law. Lu Qing but helped you a lot. I see that MV on the B station is about to break 10 million. This way, you call Lu Qing home. I will make a big meal at night, and thank Lu Qing properly." Old Chen ah, do you remember when you were in the 2nd grade of elementary school? You owed me 30 cents and didn't pay. You don't worry, I am not letting you pay back the money. You just introduce Lu Qing to me to no. I look for him to have a little thing. Chen Jidu is exhausted. After old Joe called him, he wanted to call Lu Qing and relay the matter, but the phone rings endlessly, and just as I hang up another one comes. Without exception, they were all looking for Lu Qing. Chen Jida looked at the A4 paper in front of him and was somewhat impressed with himself. The sheet was blank before I took the call from Lao Zhou. It's now filled with lines of its own. Includes contact person, phone number, what they are looking for Lu Qing for, terms of pay and more. Hurry up and call Lu Qing or the call should come again. Say what you will. Before he could find Lu Qing's communication record, his own phone rang again. When Chen Jida saw the caller ID, he was puzzled as to why he had called as well. Chen Jidu sat up straight. Connections. "Hey, Mr. Little Sparrow." A voice came from over there. "You're the teacher. Director Chen. Just call me Xiao Sa. The whole country calls me Xiao Sa. I sound very kind." Chen Jida had been answering the phone all afternoon, and this call relaxed him as he said, then I respectfully disagree." Chen Jida and Xiao Sa, both working in Kyoto, met at a dinner party and left each other's phone numbers. It's just that the two don't usually cross paths at work. One on Kyoto TV and one on CCTV. Chen Jida reckoned that Xiao Sa was still here for Lu Qing's sake. Sure enough, it's like this. "Director Chen, can you help us introduce Lu Qing? The station has temporarily planned a program and feels that Lu Qing is very suitable, and the program is very rushed this time. So I'm troubling Director Chen to help us finalize it as soon as possible." Chen Jida took calls all afternoon, all kinds of requests he had seen, and then he asked for some details. Xiao Sa replied, "It's a public class on the theme of patriotic education. The time requirement is quite tight. It will be aired in 3 days. The program team hopes that Lu Qing will be able to sing Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales on stage. Chen Jida hung up the phone without further hesitation and directly called Lu Qing. Mr. Lu Qing, how was the Forbidden City stroll in the past 2 days? After Lu Qing finished recording Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth that day, he borrowed a work permit from the documentary production team and strolled around the Forbidden City for 2 days. He has then been traveling around Kyoto, the Great Wall, Gubei Watertown, Temple of Heaven. Anyway, Lu Qing had a pretty good time. It was pretty good. Had so much fun I didn't want to go home. Chen Jida laughed and cut to the chase. There are many business collaborations that have found you now, but they don't have your contact information, so they all found me. Old Week is making sketches. This one is from entertainment. Chen Jida gave Lu Qing a clear account of where all the calls were coming from. There's one last one. From Little Sam. Lu Qing was puzzled. Little Sa? Say chanting. Lu Qing was shocked. Mr. Xiao Sa. CCTV? To CCTV. Having said that, how to choose is completely up to you, but I still suggest you go to CCTV for this program. Although CCTV only gives some money symbolically, it's completely incomparable to old shows, but going to CCTV is different. You know what I mean. Lu Qing actually had an idea in mind. Of course, to go to CCTV. He pondered this question back when Where Did the Time Go was spun on CCTV. The opportunity to work with CCTV is not for just any singer, and one wouldn't do a promo song for Forbidden Planet if it was for money. The theme of their open class is patriotism education, and your task isn't difficult. It's to go on stage and sing Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. Lu Qing counted the time and questioned. Open class? It's the time when students are on vacation. To complicate matters, they had a problem with their in-house program schedule, so they had to shoot a temporary installment to top it off. Some of the content for this open house is old material. The venue set is live, and another patch of content will take shape, so it's also on a tight schedule, airing in 3 days. Lu Qing quickly agreed. I have no problem with that. Director Chen, send me Mr. Xiaosa's phone number. I'll contact him. Okay. After Chen Jida gave Lu Qing the phone number of Sa Chanting on WeChat, he couldn't help but spit it out. Aren't you going to sign with an entertainment company or start a studio? You need a professional to handle the business side of things or you'll miss out on a lot of good things. Of the calls that Chen Jida had answered for Lu Qing today, in his opinion, there were so many 2 or 3 that were very high-quality resources that Lu Qing was perfectly capable of trying. It's a bit of a shame to see such a good opportunity go to waste. Lu Qing sweated. Another big director had become his operator. This issue really needs to be addressed. The last time he analyzed it, he wasn't going to sign up for an entertainment company, so maybe it was really time to create a studio. After Lu Qing hung up the phone, he was ready to call Mr. Xiaosa back. There was an urgent need for confirmation over there. Before he could dial, his cell phone rang. Director Hernandez? Lu Qing was a bit surprised. What is he looking for me for? Connections. You stop talking and listen to me first. The Toilet Bowl station wants to have you on their evergreen variety show, and the request is for you to sing Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale and tell a little bit about the creative process. The Running Sisters invited you to be the only male guest on their show. Old Lou from Waha found me again, and he said that the endorsement fee for you can go up. Several entertainment companies have made appropriate concessions to their terms. So Lu Qing, I doubt you know anything about your own strength. For every song you sing now, you're going to fire a song. The point is, for every song you fire, my phone is going to be paralyzed once, and I've been answering the phone for you all afternoon. Can you put your creative talents back in your stomach for a second? CCTV. Mini Studio number 3. It was a busy, orderly scene. That's not very common on CCTV. Yu Shouwu, as the director of this patriotic education-themed public lecture, tried his best to make this temporary production team function properly, because this open class was to be broadcast in 3 days. Yu Xiaowu spoke to the leader about his thoughts when he first received this urgent assignment. I have only one request. Send Little Sam over to me as host. Don't look at Sasa's quirky love of driving, but his business skills are no match. Xiao Sa is recognized as a top host in the industry, and with him around, Yu Xiaowu's pressure can be reduced by at least half. At this point, Samantha was on stage directing the set. I think the students listening should be on either side of the stage, tilted over and in a figure of 8 towards the center of the stage. When I said the words, we have faced many difficulties and challenges, the teacher in the background cut the screen image. Actually, it would be better to switch the order of the 2 segments. The interview with the academician's guest and the showing of the short movie. This open class assignment was so rushed that everyone in the group was working multiple jobs. Sa Chanting not only took on the task of hosting, he also made suggestions and used his experience to direct the scene, taking the initiative to take on some of the director's duties. Yu Xiaowu saw this scene and he was old and happy. thanks to getting little Sam here. Otherwise he had to keep himself busy, and something might go wrong somewhere. It is better to seek stability for yourself and just finish this urgent open class. Don't make any mistakes, don't ask for much. At this point, Sakai familiarized himself with the entire flow of the show and came down from the stage to take a break. He sat his butt right next to director Yushowu and fished out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket. While knocking it up, he asked, "Director Yu, do you want it?" Yushowu glanced helplessly at Sasa. "Getting high during work hours? You're the only one in the whole CCTV who dares to do that." But Yushowu was not angry. Little Sam has such a charisma that he has become the group favorite of the entire CCTV. He directly ignored the melon seeds handed over by Xiao Sa and turned his head to business. "By the way, when will Lu Qing come over?" Seeing Yu's acceptance, Xiao Sa withdrew his hand, slightly regretting that there were people who didn't like to get high. He said, "Lu Qing also contacted me just now, and should be arriving soon." Yu Xiaowu said, "Can come on good. Contacted so many singers have no schedule. If not you recommend. These 2 days I really did not pay attention to out of the heaven and earth dragon scale such a song." Xiao Sa said, "This mission is so urgent that you probably won't get enough sleep. How can you have time to check your cell phone?" Yu Xiaowu rubbed his aching head and said, "Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is a good song, and it also matches the theme of our open class, but putting it at the end of the program to sing it is still a bit abrupt." Little Sam nodded. The song to be placed at the end would ideally be a mix of inspirational and patriotic sentiments, but off the shelf, several of the original artists don't have the time. Yu Xiaowu said, "That's why we had to find Lu Qing, which is a solution of sorts, but since it was decided that it would be Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, there will be no more changes, lest there be any other mistakes." Yu Xiaowu seeks stability as his main focus. When it comes down to business, Sardar is by no means shy, and he's big on a sense of proportion. Xiao Sa agrees with Yu Xiaowu's words that there is no more time for you to prepare for many projects, and there are times when completion is more important than perfection. At that moment, an inquiring voice came from the doorway. "Excuse me, is this Studio 3? Lu Qing has arrived." Yu Xiaowu patted his head, too negligent, and did not send a person to go downstairs to pick up Lu Qing, but also let the people Lu Qing find their own. Looks like it is all the way to ask for directions over. Xiao Sa put his melon away and greeted Lu Qing as he went. "Hi, Lu Qing student." Lu Qing searched for the sound and caught a glimpse of the fangirl arsonist walking towards him. This was CCTV, and Lu Qing didn't know why the idea popped into his head. It must be that the image was too deeply rooted. When Mr. Little Spar approached, Lu Qing realized that Mr. Little Spar didn't seem to be as short as the legend, until he looks at those slightly outrageous height-enhancing shoes. "Okay, forget I said that. Hello, Mr. Little Sam." Xiao Sa extended his right hand to initiate a handshake with Lu Qing and said, "I'm very sorry. The production team for the open class was formed on an ad hoc basis and the management was a bit chaotic." Lu Qing swept around left and right, a scene of feverish activity. There were set designers laying wires all over the stage, and crew members weaving in and out carrying props, occasionally tripping over the wires. There were also a bunch of little actors with red scarves tied around them gathered together, chattering and yelling. In the middle of the stage, there was another guest who was picking up rows and making a speech like nobody's business. Lu Qing could see that it was indeed a bit confusing. "Come on, I'll take you to the director." Lu Qing was brought next to Yu Xiaowu by Xiao Sa. Yu Xiaowu was still struggling to shout at this point. "Yes, this is the penultimate recital program, and then the program closing song, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth. Very well, after the four of you recite, we'll have one last rehearsal." When little Sam saw that Yu Xiaowu had basically made the arrangements, he said, "Director Yu, Lu Qing has arrived." Yu Xiaowu drew himself up and turned his head to Lu Qing and said, "Lu Qing, as you can see, this place is rather disorganized. If there is any place where the hospitality is not good enough, you bear with me more." Lu Qing said, "I understand. Director Yu, you directly arrange it. I can cooperate with it, must do my best to cooperate." Yu Xiaowu saw that Lu Qing wasn't being abrasive and didn't bother with pleasantries, saying, "Then I'll get right to the point. The theme of our open class is patriotic education, and the Heaven and Earth's Dragon Scale that you're singing is placed in the climax section at the end. You only need to take the stage to sing, and you can familiarize yourself with the environment when picking the rehearsal in a while. It's not too difficult." Lu Qing realized that Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth could indeed stir up the listener's national pride, and it was not out of place in this theme. And, Yu Xiaowu continued, "Just lip sync. This program doesn't require real singing." "Ha? Fake singing." Lu Qing thought about it carefully. Programs like this are not here to show singers how to sing. Their main purpose is to have an educational effect. Whether the singer sings for real or not is not very important for the whole open class. I just don't know if Director Yu understands my live singing level. Lu Qing decided to fight for it. After all, as a singer, he should not fake singing if he could. Director Yu, my live is solid. Real singing is fine. Xiao Sa nodded on the side. Apart from Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, all of Lu Qing's other songs were live versions, and his singing skills were naturally of top level. Only Yu Xiaowu shook his head. Fake singing is fine. Seek stability first. Don't get sideways. Lu Qing obliged and did not make any further requests. If it's a concert, fake singing is cheating the fans. But this is an open class on CCTV, so of course it's better to listen to someone else's director. Soon after, the program had its final rehearsal. Xiao Sa shared the only melon seeds left in his pocket with Lu Qing. Yu Xiaowu glanced at the stone duo, and in no time at all, the two of them, Xiao Sha and Lu Qing, had filled the small trash piper halfway. At least when it comes to getting high, Lu Qing can tie with CCTV boy. Yu Xiaowu hurriedly shook his head. What a mess. Concentrate on rehearsal. Xiao Sa had already stood in the hosting seat by now, and the calmness and confidence he exuded while hosting put Yu Xiaowu very much at ease. Class is in session. Hello class, I'm your Sa Qingning, Mr. Sa. Throughout the year, we have witnessed together so many earth-shattering changes and developments in our family of nations. For example, we have witnessed together the successful conclusion of the comprehensive well-being and the fulfillment of the first 100-year goal, which is a great victory and at the same time a starting point leading to the next even greater victory. Also in this year, 5G networks covered all prefecture-level cities, making people look forward to life in the 5 era. And also in this year, the Beidou 3 system was fully completed, and Beidou navigation covered the globe, truly making it China's Beidou, the world's Beidou. All these dreams we had are now becoming reality one after another. These are not shouted out and waited for. They are done. We believe in the simple truth that struggle accomplishes dreams. We have encountered a lot of difficulties and challenges, but we have also shown the world that the Chinese, who are true to their word, are true to their deeds. This saying is a creed that has been passed down by the Chinese nation for thousands of years. Sasha's hosting skills ran deep, and with a few opening lines, he captivated the small children sitting on the stage. Guide, cut. Yu Xiaowu shouted through the intercom device. The big screen on the stage immediately switched to the image of Confucius lecturing. Confucius is regarded as the supreme sage and a giant of Eastern philosophy, and his Confucianism has had a profound impact on the whole world. This culture, which has survived for thousands of years and is unique to the world, inspires a sense of national pride in children. When this segment of the story ended, little Sam once again took to the stage to skewer it. The second paragraph is about the greatness of the creations of our forefathers. The format taken was a guest speaker. The program team invited a veteran in his 90s to give his perspective on what happened in those times and how his forefathers blogged their way out of a difficult and desperate situation. This section of the speech was completed with a red song. More than 40 small children took to the stage, and they were responsible for a portion of the song's chorus. These little kids have been rehearsing in the studio for 3 days. Where are the singers for the red songs? How come there are only choir kids? No one answered. There was a mishap on the set, and what had been a smooth rehearsal got stuck here. The choir kids were overwhelmed on stage. What's the situation? Where's the singer? Where did the singer go? Yu Xiaowu asked again. Who was responsible for contacting this singer? At this time a staff member hurried out from the back of the studio and said, Director Yu, I'm the one responsible for contacting him. We just communicated yesterday and he said he would come today. Yu Xiaowu stared at him, meaning, where is that man? The staff member, in a cold sweat, hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the singer's number. 100 or so people in the studio went into a lull. The staff member was on the phone, and his face instantly hardened. Director Yu, this singer can't come today, Yu Xiaowu said with a cold face. Are you kidding me? So many people waiting for him alone. The recording will start tomorrow. Can't come? To put it lightly, that Director Yu, he can't come tomorrow either. Yu Xiaowu was furious and laughed. The show was originally picked up in a hurry, and he was so intent on stability that he had all the guests set dates for rehearsals and tapings. It turns out the singer didn't say hello ahead of time either and stood the show up for no reason. Starting today, the singer's name is thick and black on the CCTV blacklist. The staff was trembling, and he could not escape his responsibility. Although Yu Xiaowu was angry, he quickly thought of a strategy to deal with it. Now is not the time to lose your temper and work things out. If the singer can't come, let's change the song. There are many red songs, all of which serve an educational purpose. It's definitely too late to hire another singer, but it's a recording anyway, so when the time comes, we'll find some old material and just play the songs. Yu Xiaowu said to the staff when he had made his decision. Send these kids away. Can't use them. These choir boys came up with gusto and went down with a confused look on their faces. They were told they were going to be on TV and sing with the big stars, and all the kids rehearsed for over 10 hours a day for 3 days. It was a bit tiring, but all the kids were looking forward to being on TV. Now that they've been told they won't be able to go on stage, they're emotionally drained. But the process of rehearsing the show must continue. The next 2 segments. One on the era of 40 years of the opening of the motherland. The other is the youth of today and what to do to fit the definition of a new age youth. Rehearsals went relatively smoothly. Last up was Qing, singing Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. However, Qing realized a problem. According to the order of this program down, singing Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale at the end didn't match too well. Director Yu, for the last song, wouldn't it be better to change it to an inspirational song? Qing spoke what was on his mind. Yu Xiaowu gave Qing a somewhat surprised look. It was indeed true that both he and Xiao Sa were aware of this problem as well. I just didn't expect Qing to see it as well. But he didn't simply play an inspirational song like he did earlier. Since it was an open class, it would be better for the singer to be there. Otherwise he wouldn't have invited Qing. Yu Xiaowu nodded. You have a good eye. Qing saw that Director Yu was sure. He said with a change of heart, Director Yu, perhaps there's a song that would be more appropriate than Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale to close this open class. What song? Qing tossed out. Young China Speaks. Young China Speaks. Is that the one? Yu Xiaowu was a bit impressed. Qing explained. It's that one. But it's a new song. New song ah. Yu Xiaowu thought about the time. The recording was tomorrow. So stability was the main concern. It's still Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. It's not as flattering, but you can't go terribly wrong. Qing wanted to sing a few lines in a clear voice, and he was sure that Director Yu wouldn't refuse when he heard the song. At that moment a cry suddenly erupted from the backstage of the program. What's going on? The crowd rushed backstage to take a look. The dozens of children in the choir burst into tears, cried even harder when she learned that her program had been scrubbed. Little Sam didn't see any improvement even after half a day of coaxing. Yu Xiaowu heard the buzzing cry. Suddenly 2 heads one big. How can this be? There is not a single thing the program can do about it up and down the line. Qing had a bright idea on the side. It just so happens that my song needs children. Director Yu, I have an idea. A group of small children together can sometimes be so provincial that they can play on their own for hours without making a fuss. But if one child cries, the emotion can quickly spread to every small child. The result is a lot of crying. Children are sensitive to changes in emotions around them. Some little kids don't even know why they're crying, but they cry harder than anyone else. When a young boy in the choir learned that he would not be able to perform on stage, he was so upset that his tears fell to the ground like beads on a broken string. The other small children who also felt aggrieved could have held their tongue, but someone else started it and cried loudly as well. In the end, the entire choir of 40 or so small children cried together. One by one, their little faces were crying. Little Sam was at his wit's end. These kids wouldn't listen to him at all, and the only way was to wait until they had cried enough and were tired of crying. And aside from being upset and apprehensive, staff member Xiao Sun, who is in charge of the task of contacting the singers of the Red Song, is in charge of the task of contacting the singers of the Red Song. The singer couldn't come and the little children cried all over the place and he was responsible for that. He thought of many ways to get the little kid to stop, but when he opened his mouth nothing came out. Even Mr. Xiao Sa didn't have too much to say. Would he himself be any better than Mr. Xiao Sa? LOL. The job failure is definitely going to be criticized. But who's going to get these kids to stop now? Crying made him panic. Yu Xiaowu had been relieved that today's rehearsal had gone well and already had the look of a program. Even if things went wrong in the middle, solutions were thought of. Who would have thought that in the end it would be the little kids in the choir who would quit? Progress, always getting stuck in unexpected places. Wow. The kids show no signs of stopping. Yu Xiaowu rubbed his temples, and when he heard Qing say that he had a solution, he immediately asked after him, "What solution do you have?" "Look at me." Qing stood in front of the small children and clapped his hands 3 times. "Listen to me kids. You can go on stage again." Wow. With no effect at all, Qing felt Yu Xiaowu and the rest of the production team's gazes fall on him. Slightly embarrassed. Ahem. Qing crouched down to bring his height down. Being too tall would give small children a sense of oppression. "Kids, I'm your brother Qing. Now I have good news for you. Do you want to hear it?" Perhaps a questioning approach would work better. A few small children close to Qing still had teardrops hanging on their faces, but they reflexively said, "Yes, then let's stop crying for a while and listen to what my brother has to say, okay?" A few more kids joined in. "Yes, as long as you don't cry, my brother will lead you on stage to sing, and we'll be on TV together, okay?" "Yes." Gradually, the little children stopped crying, eyes filled with anticipation as the brother in front of them said he would take them on stage to sing. Staff member Xiao Sun looked at Qing gratefully. "Yu Xiaowu, on the other hand, looked at Lu Qing with some surprise, not realizing that he had a hand in coaxing children. But, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is not the place to include children's voices. Could it be the new song that Lu Qing just talked about? Young China Speaks? Sure enough. Director Yu, I need a children's chorus for my new song, and these little kids can help me. Yu Xiaowu was a little hesitant for a moment. Time is running out and new songs mean new risks. But one look at the small children in the choir made him shiver again. The 3D surrounded crying was worse than a nightmare, and he didn't want to experience it again. As if he had seen through Yu Xiaowu's thoughts, Xiao Sa said, "It's worth letting Lu Qing give it a try. All of Lu Qing's original songs are very good works. If we really can't, we can record Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale tomorrow for insurance purposes." Yu Xiaowu didn't nod immediately. He frowned. "There's no band teacher available at the station right now," Lu Qing said. "Don't worry about this. I'll figure it out myself." Yu Xiaowu finally loosened his mouth. "Yes, but these small children, I'll teach them to rehearse. It's very simple." Yu Xiaowu looked at the time. It was already noon. Lu Qing only had one afternoon. Lu Qing no longer delayed. He asked the staff for a pen and paper and began to write and draw on it. If the youth are wise, the nation is wise. The red sun rises, its path is bright. After writing the lyrics, Lu Qing began to write the score, and he was very fast. After Yu Xiaowu saw the lyrics at first, it was really this article by Mr. Liang Qichao, which he had thought of when he was arranging the open class, just that he didn't bring it to use for various reasons, but he didn't expect it to be written into a song by Lu Qing. But when Lu Qing started writing the score, Yu Xiaowu's expression changed. This new song is so damn new. Even the score is written on the spot. Little Sam also regretted it after seeing it. He thought it was one of those new songs that was already out of the studio, but not released, and just brought it in. Recording tomorrow. Can we still make it? Lu Qing wrote the score without any pause. He picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. "Hey Mr. Lu, this is all guessed by you. The name is The Young China Speaks. Yes, use it tomorrow." Fine. Then thank you, Mr. Lu." Over the phone, Lu Boy received the lyrics and composition sent by Lu Qing, as well as some ideas for the arrangement. He immediately sent a message to the group of musicians. "Brothers, come alive. Nobody sleeps tonight." There was a lot of cursing on the side of the group of musicians. "It's Lu Qing's little child disturbing my purification again." Now Yu Xiaowu's eyes were full of unreliability when he looked at Lu Qing. He had never seen a song done so quickly. He was now 98% certain that Lu Qing had been inspired to create something based on the program's theme after arriving at the open class production team. But the words went out like a stringed arrow, so they could only let Lu Qing toss them around. Lu Qing ignored the others. He led a chorus of small children who began to familiarize themselves with the lyrics. The kids were responsible for the simple lyrics part and had a great comprehension. It only took a while to get the hang of it. Basically, the next task is to sing in unison. This part was the hardest. The children in the choir all have basic musical literacy, but rehearsals still took a great deal of time. It lasted until after 8 p.m. During this period, the children didn't cry out in pain and didn't cry out in fatigue, and all of them were very cooperative. It made for a very smooth rehearsal process. The final result of the ensemble was barely up to the standard of singing on stage. Lu Qing hadn't expected anything to happen in one day that exceeded expectations. All is well though, just waiting for tomorrow's taping. After Lu Qing returned to the hotel, she realized that WeChat had many unread messages. "Deng Ziki, hey, the microblogging is all noisy. Don't you want to take a look? Yellow 0, buddy, you've been flushed. Zhang Xiaohan, you turn off the comment section." There are other people who have sent messages to themselves as well. Lu Qing is strange. In the end how? He logged right into Twitter. Nice guy. Got a comment alert like a bomb. He didn't look at the private messages or comments when his phone regained its composure. There's usually someone who organizes the eating timeline for the hot events, which is much easier than finding it yourself. Lu Qing began to eat his melon. At first, after Hua Qinyu's live broadcast flipped, hit the hot search, Hua Qinyu's fans were unconvinced. Prior to this, Sisterly of Hua Qinyu's studio had encouraged several fan groups' fan heads to mobilize their fans down below to support Hua Qinyu's new song. Every fan has gone out of their way to help spread the influence of their own brother. As a result, in the live broadcast, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth surpassed Wield the Magic Staff to top the #1 spot. Fans couldn't take it in. How could our brother be surpassed? It must be Lu Qing who bought the data. Shame on you. Competing squarely, Lu Qing was certainly no match for his brother. So fans organized themselves and rampaged through the internet. Only where it was related to Lu Qing or the topic of Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, fans would notify each other in private group chats and charge forward en masse. The one that got flushed the most was Lu Qing's Weibo. Lu Qing, what kind of thing are you that you're worthy of competing for the list with my hua hua? Heaven and earth dragon scale, what a piece of crap. I want to vomit when I hear it. If you can't make music, you can't make it. Don't come out with this kind of stuff to disgust people. My brother has over 80 million followers. You only have over 3 million. You don't even have a fraction of my brother's followers. Who gave you the courage to release a song in August? Lu Qing, you intentionally bought hot searches to blacken my brother. Wait for the lawyer's letter. And that what the Purple G Pavilion microblogging. You a broken restaurant, also follow the hilarity. Do your cooking properly. Do not mess with the wind, reproduced Lu Qing song. And is not a good thing. Lu Qing saw this and straight away called out good guy. Against all odds this is. Lu Qing can occasionally be seen speaking out against his fans. Despite the water content of Brilliant Rain's fans, his fan base is still considerably larger. Lu Qing's fans are the type of group that doesn't like to make noise on the internet and doesn't always pay attention to what's going on the internet. So it doesn't make a lot of volume. Brilliant Rain's fans are like locusts on the internet, and wherever they go, there is a plague. Seeing her own fans going crazy and striking out in all directions, Sister Lee of Brilliant Rain Studio was a bit scared. She reached out to various fan club fans. I didn't realize that there was a disagreement between the various powder heads. Some show cooperation and leave the fans below in peace to stop causing trouble. Some fan heads don't care about that one and are inciting the fans underneath them to cause trouble all over the place. It's times like these that fans can't take it in their hearts, and they want justice for their brother. The situation is completely out of control. Sister Lee watched the developments with horror. She could no longer intervene at all. When she saw the fans going to charge the Purple G Pavilion, she blacked out in both eyes and fainted. However, things are still going on the bad side. This day, some city, a few fans of Brilliant Rain got together offline and talked about building momentum for their brother, until a hungry few looked for a place to eat. One restaurant was found to have a plaque that read Northern Continental Halal Singers. Several fans were furious. That's bad luck. Support Lu Qing all the way here. Lu Qing is from Peking University? Is Peking University a big deal? And a real singer? Yuck. Gross. A couple of fans got together and purposely picked on the restaurant owner and a fight broke out. They trashed the front of the hotel without a word and then took off. These fans sent their great achievements to the fan group. Then a screenshot was taken by an undercover agent in the fan club and posted online. And it's all over the internet. The restaurant owner also saw this screenshot online. A confused boss can finally find out why. The boss then didn't know what to say. My plaque is a fucking Northern Continental Halal Hotel, Singers in Residence. The words restaurant and residence singer on the plaque have fallen off with age. I was going to change a plaque in the past 2 days, but I didn't expect to suffer such an unmitigated disaster. The owner of the restaurant immediately called the police and could not spoil the gang. He then uploaded the surveillance video of several fans smashing the store online, which immediately caused a buzz among netizens. Pooh haha, do you really have a singer in residence at your hotel? Boss, haha, it's just a little local singer. Comes in once a week. Regular customers know about it. Boss, I think you should ask Lu Qing for compensation. This matter is more or less related to Lu Qing. Boss, haha, that can't be. You can't blame Lu Qing for this. Please comment on the behavior of Brilliant Rain's fans. Boss, the incident of smashing the hotel quickly reached the top of the hot search list, thus rising to a social incident. The discussion is growing. What are the teenagers doing nowadays? Every day they don't study well. They just know how to chase after stars. Which is the future of the motherland? This is the moth of the motherland. The comments upstairs are a bit over the top, but the behavior of smashing restaurants is really bad, or more guidance is needed. Idol stars have the obligation to set an example for their fans. Ugh. Think of our time and look at teenagers today. The world is going downhill. This generation is considered to have crossed over. The education of young people nowadays needs to be properly scrutinized. Sooner or later it will be over if it goes on like this. Most of the rhetoric on the internet is filled with pessimism and is not optimistic about the growth of this generation. Lu Qing also had his own opinion. That is, one small group doesn't represent the entire youth population. You can't define a large group of people because of the bad behavior of a few. Finally, a few officials have tweeted as well. People's Daily, artists should be correct in their artistic virtues. Take it as their duty to create works that are pleasing to the people, and regulate their behavior to set a good example for young people. Xinhua, the recent behavior of fans smashing hotels has triggered a public discussion, and the Rice Circle is in a state of chaos, with some of the Rice Circle voices making people unimaginable. When morbid star chasing becomes prevalent and wraps many teenagers up in it, the Rice Circle becomes tainted and deteriorates. The harm of turning fan culture into a tool for big profit grabbing and misleading teenagers' values cannot be underestimated. Huaxia Youth Daily, you can't generalize. Look at the problem correctly and don't limit yourself. The Chinese nation has had heroes since ancient times. Crowds of netizens have praised it. And it's still official. Then they realized something. What about CCTV? What did CCTV say? Director Wu. Yu Xiaowu opened the door to the director's office room. What are you looking for me for? Director Wu gestured for Yu Xiaowu to sit down. How's the preparation for the open class? Yu Xiaowu said. We'll start recording this morning. During rehearsals yesterday, Yu Xiaowu immediately changed his mind after hearing Lu Qing sing Young China Speaks. Originally bent on stability, he simply played a big game. According to the original arrangement, the penultimate section of the open class was a recitation program that ended with Lu Qing singing. However, Lu Qing suggested that for the sake of emotional coherence, the original recitation piece could be replaced with the manuscript of Young China Speaks, and at the end stage of the recitation, Lu Qing would then take the stage to sing. For this reason, he spent the night at his alma mater, the Communication University of China, to find a male student in the broadcasting department who was familiar with this script. After a brief questioning and demonstration, Yu Xiaowu made a decision that Lu Qing's singing could achieve the best effect with this student's recitation. Tinkerbell. The phone on the desk rang, interrupting the conversation between the two. Director Wu glanced at it and immediately sat up straight. It's the leader of the photonics. This leader and Director Wu usually butt heads more. What's his business today? Director Wu. Leader, you say. How are you guys getting ready for that open class? Director Wu furrowed his brows. How could the leadership of photoelectricity be concerned about such a small matter? This is the internal work of the TV station. Even the leadership of photoelectricity does not have the right to ask questions. But he won't just tell the leader it's out of your hands. Director Wu glanced at Yu Xiaowu and saw that Yu Xiaowu gave an okay sign. So he replied, recording will start in a few minutes. The station is ready. Photonics leader, that's good. The content must be positive. Positive energy. Don't get sidetracked. Definitely. Please don't worry, leader. Director Wu promised on the mouth, but the heart is very surprised. The leader said all the bullshit. The group of people for whom the open class is intended is originally young people. And the station has always been very careful in controlling the general direction. And Yu Xiaowu was very experienced in this area. Otherwise he would not have assigned this temporary task to him. And the direction of the content he selected will definitely not be a problem. It's just that this time the task is so tight that the final result may not be satisfactory. Director Wu does not make demands on this. This open class was originally rushed to fill the blank slot. Even if Yu Xiaowu did not do well, he will not be harsh. Why? Director Wu, you still don't understand what's going on. To put it briefly, it's not that some fans of the artist have generated some excessive behavior, and the voice of online public opinion is too loud. It dawned on Director Wu that he somewhat understood what the photovoltaic leader meant. The youth group became the target of criticism, and the content of the public lecture, in addition to its educational significance, also conveys to the outside world a positive youth vibrancy. The leaders want to use this open house to show the community what a thriving youth looks like. Reduce such negative comments about youth groups. Rest assured, leader, there will be no mistakes. Director Wu didn't fill his mouth with words because he hadn't been paying attention to the specifics of the open class. But now, he would have to pay attention to it himself. Director Wu hung up the phone and said with Yu Xiaowu, go to the recording site together. Yu Xiaowu was listening from the sidelines and guessed the thrust of the two men's conversation. The incident of Brilliant Rain's fans smashing the store had caused the public to equate Rice Circle fans with the entire group of teenagers. The leader meant nothing more than to break this rigid impression after this public lecture was aired. If it was yesterday, Yu Xiaowu wouldn't have been able to guarantee it. But today, he was confident. He was even a little glad he hadn't ended up sticking to the rules. The song at the end of the show will definitely go viral. A voice for the youth community. Let's go. Director Wu. Studio 3. A group of teenagers with red scarves on their chests took their seats on either side of the stage. They were the students in this class. The bell rings and the program begins to record. Little Sam read the opening lines from center stage. The lively and confident hosting style made Director Wu on stage nod his head. Lu Qing was under the stage at the moment, making final preparations with the children of the choir. The program on stage quickly cut to the chase. As the only civilization that has continued among the four ancient civilizations, Huaxia's cultural inheritance has never been interrupted. The Chinese nation's sense of identification with Chinese culture is incomparable to that of any other country. Cutting through the cultural identity got this open class into a great rhythm right off the bat. The students listening to the program had their hearts in their mouths as the program went on. In the process of Chinese cultural inheritance, there are prosperity and decline. From the corrupt and backward dynasties to the modern pioneers who have gone on to create a new era. From penniless to a rich and powerful nation. How should the youth of today conduct themselves? More than 100 years ago, the image of a young China with a new atmosphere was put forward. At this point, the program proceeded to the readings. The students of Media University who were chosen by Yu Shouwu were in a very full mood. He who is fully established is also in the prime of life. He who fails to be fully established and progresses to full establishment is also a matter of youth. Whoever creates today's oldest China is the wrongdoing of China's old men. Whoever makes the future young China is the responsibility of the Chinese youth. Therefore, the responsibility for today lies not with others, but all with me, Junior. At the end of the recitation, Yu Xiaowu rejoiced on the stage that the recitation was not rehearsed, but the effect of today's recording was very good, and the strong enterprising spirit that a Chinese teenager should have was expressed very accurately. He turned his head to look over and noticed a twinkle in Director Wu's eyes. Director Wu's emotions were mobilized at this point. Right, that's what it feels like. Who says today's youth are not enterprising? Who says today's teenagers only know how to chase stars? Young people are the most creative group, and it was this group that broke up the old world and created a new one. Time marches on, and the new world will become the old world again, and then it will still be the youth who can break the rules. They are always energetic. At this point, the children of the choir took to the stage in unison and made their voices heard. If the young man is wise, the country is wise. If the young man is rich, the country is rich. If the young man is strong, the country is strong. If the young man is independent, the country is independent. If the young man is free, the country is free. If the young man is progressing, the country is progressing. If the young man is winning in Europe, the country is winning in Europe. If the young man is strong in the world, the country is strong in the world. Teenagers are the future of the country, not the generation that has crossed over. Any era is filled with such voices. Today, Lu Qing is going to sing to tell those people that the future belongs to us. The accompaniment plays. Lu Qing opened his mouth and sang. The red sun rises, and its path is bright. The river comes out of the volcano, a cascade of water. The submerged dragon soars into the abyss, scales and claws flying. The milk tiger whistles in the valley, and all the beasts tremble in fear. The moment Lu Qing's voice came out, it immediately drew everyone's attention. Yesterday Lu Qing only sang once in rehearsal and spent most of the time teaching the children in the choir. The production team was still worried that Lu Qing could really lead these crying kids in a good song. At this time, with the accompaniment Lu Qing gave them, both Lu Qing and the children in the choir performed amazingly well. Lu Qing on stage continued to sing. Teenagers have their own teenager. The body is like a mountain with a backbone. Dare to measure the sun and moon again. I'm the only teenager today. Dare to ask heaven and earth to test the waters. Cloak and dagger, who can stand in the way? The students listening on the sidelines, including the teenagers who were there, turned excited. Their faces reddened, their hearts raced, and their fists clenched. An aura of bravado radiates from the inside out. Dare to measure the sun and moon again. I'm the only teenager today. It's all about having that kind of guts and gusto. It's about being chipper, not favored. That we teenagers are only stargazers? That we teenagers can't suffer? The skepticism has always been there. But the world laughs at my self-improvement. Not living up to my youth. Lu Qing's song resounded throughout the studio. Everyone in the room couldn't help but think about the topic that's been trending on the internet lately. Young people are becoming more and more decadent, and the generation is getting worse. When they heard Lu Qing's song, they strongly suspected that the song was Lu Qing's response. It was important to realize that Lu Qing was still a college student and a youth now. Lu Qing was among those being vocalized. He spoke for this group of teenagers. We're not what you think we are. Others have another layer of understanding. Lu Qing, this song, more or less stained with personal grudges, right? Lu Qing's song surpassed Hua Chenyu to top the #1 spot. And Hua Chenyu's fans exploded on Lu Qing's microblogging. Even smashing the restaurant incident also triggered a social debate. But Lu Qing hadn't publicly replied with a single word since the beginning. There's no choking and ripping and no yin and yang, hoping it's holding back a big move. All the responses are in the song. Your brilliant Rain fans are biting all over the internet and causing a lot of dislike. Lu Qing, do not tear or make trouble, and honestly sing and teach the youth to learn well. You brilliant Rain's fan behavior has dragged all the teens into being misunderstood and vocalized. Lu Qing, am the voice of the youth group. We are energetic, and we dare to ask the world to test our skills. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. On stage, the children of the choir were reciting together again. A wise boy makes a wise nation. When the youth is rich, the nation is rich. A strong youth makes a strong nation. If the youth is free, the nation is free. The children in the choir may not fully understand the meaning of these words, but it's possible to get caught up in the emotions in those words. The kids put on an energetic and confident performance, neither twisted nor overexerted. In the future they will also grow up to be teenagers and young adults, and by then they will be better able to understand the meaning of it. Lu Qing passed through the center of the choir and walked to the front of the stage. Keep singing. The dryad has made his mane. The sky wears its pale, and the earth walks in its yellow. There are thousands of ages, and there are 8 wastelands. The future is like the sea, and there is a long way to go. Teenagers have their own teenager. The heart is like a proud sun with 10,000 lights. 1,000 obstacles I'll go through. I'm the only teenager today. The sky is high and the sea is long. Huaxia's youthful intentions. Fired up to be a pillar of strength. Live up to your years. Lu Qing sang high. He was impressed by the lyrics. It was as if he had inexhaustible strength in his body. His left hand gripped the microphone tightly. His right arm fought to open, and his 5 fingers opened hard and clenched quickly. Everyone focused their eyes on Lu Qing. Lu Qing's live performance is too strong. He was seen singing at the top of his lungs. Be angry and be a pillar of strength. Live up to your years. The students in the schoolhouse were hot to hear the song's melody, which was very catchy, but the teenage spirit of the lyrics struck them even more. It was as if they were holding a breath in their chests and had to do something to unblock that breath. Do something? Of course it's hair-raising. It turns out that this stock of gas in the chest is the bravado and backbone, ambition and courage of the Chinese teenagers. One must step over 1,000 obstacles to meet the sea and the sky. So, Fong is a teenager. Live up to your youth. Wow. The recording site erupted into unbelievable applause. Too strong. This is what a Chinese teenager should look like. I'm a middle-aged man listening to what's going on in the heat of the moment. Teenagers have their own teenagers. Why am I covered in goosebumps? There was no audience at the public lecture, except for the students who were listening to the lecture, and the staff of the production team. Applause came from all directions. Some could not restrain themselves from standing up, their excitement overflowing. At this point, those who did not have work at hand offered their applause. Who hasn't been a teenager? Who hasn't been a teenager? Lu Qing's song is exuberant but not overbearing, proud but not arrogant, atmospheric but not hollow. Sap sat down on the stage and applauded heartily. He admired Lu Qing as a young man, and this song of Lu Qing's went to his heart. Little Sam is a teenager with a great sense of humor, even in middle age. When he does some teenage behavior, everyone doesn't think he's greasy. A teenager has always lived in his heart, his former self. Everyone treats Peking University as okay as a frivolous joke, but few people know that the moment he received the acceptance letter, he burst into tears on the stairs, because this notice is his countless days and nights, hard work in exchange for. One did not live up to one's youth. Yu Xiuwu looked at Lu Qing on the stage and was shocked. The way Lu Qing stood on the stage at this moment was really spirited, like what the song depicted, what a Chinese teenager should look like. In his early 20s, he stood on the stage of CCTV and sang Young China Speaks. This image was deeply engraved in Yu Xiuwu's head. When he thought of doing days, Lu Qing had just arrived at the studio. Yu Xiuwu still treated Lu Qing as a normal collaborator singer without any special treatment. But in just one day's time, Lu Qing had made a big splash in just a small studio. Lu Qing can see through the program's choreography that a song like Young China Speaks is more appropriate to express the theme. And then a quality piece like Teenage China Speaks in a day with a fairly high level of completion. The song was finished, and Lu Qing and the children of the choir were exiting the stage. Yu Xiuwu looked at Lu Qing, his eyes holding a strong sense of appreciation. Terrific. Really terrific. There was a brief silence in Studio 3. All of them were still feeling the teenage spirit that the song had given them, and reminiscing about the afterglow of the song. They slowly calmed the agitation in their chests. At this point little Sam got up and headed for the center of the stage. He had one last closing statement to finish. The song Young China Speaks touched him a lot. Little Sam raised the microphone, his eyes revealing determination. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. From the song, we feel the bravery and commitment of Chinese teenagers, and it shows us the hope of the Chinese nation to flourish forward. Whether a person is a teenager or not depends on what he is doing in addition to his mentality. And there is this saying that young people should not think about being a great official, but think about doing great things. I hope you will study hard, be firm in your ideals and beliefs, and when the times call, go and shine the light that belongs to China's youth. The taping of the program is complete. Xiaosa's words likewise gave Lu Qing a great shock. There is no script for these words. They are all played out on the spot by Mr. Xiaosa. It's worthy of Mr. Xiaosa, worthy of CCTV. In just 2 days, Lu Qing participated in the open class in its entirety, and even though it was a hastily prepared program, the degree of completion was still very high. Lu Qing's heart was filled with admiration. However, Director Wu's shock was no less than Lu Qing's, and as he looked at the young man who was surrounded by the children of the choir, his heart was both appreciative and envious. He appreciated Lu Qing's talent. Lu Qing combines his own sense of juvenility with that of the song so well, allowing him to fully vicariously immerse himself in that state of mind in which a teenager flourishes and thrives. Young people are the hope of China. The sayings of Young China was born more than 100 years ago, when China was in turmoil. and contemporary China looks like a spiritually renewed teenager. Lu Qing perfectly illustrates the image of junior China with this song. Director Wu was under the illusion upon hearing this that he was actually still a teenager. And what made Director Wu envious was that Lu Qing was really a teenager who was doing what teenagers were supposed to do. Director Wu's eyes rolled. With Young China Speaks, the whole public class expresses a different essence. The leaders of photovoltaics will be satisfied with such an open class. Director Yu, the program is due to air tomorrow. Yu Xiuwu leaned his back full against the seat, both arms hanging openly over the back of the chair, his small arms hanging down naturally. He didn't have the strength to move a finger right now. Not to be insulted. It's finally done. Hearing Director Wu speak, Yu Xiaowu didn't sit up straight as he said, well, a lot of the footage is old, and it was synchronized and edited during the rehearsal, and Lu Qing's vocals are perfect. His dry voice doesn't need to be overhauled. There won't be any mistakes in tomorrow's broadcast. Day 2. The online discussion continues. Lu Qing has let Hua Qinyu fans attack his doorstep. Why hasn't he fought back yet? That's right. Lu Qing is too wimpy. August showbiz has no big melons until now. Surprisingly, one cheating and tearing up. No. It's not easy for Hua Qinyu to make some noise. Lu Qing still not picking up the slack. You go to the hot search list and look through it. And guess why Lu Qing didn't take the action? The netizen who left this message really went to the hot search list and soon a hot search caught his attention. Why didn't Lu Qing respond? Follow the words and click through. And the most highly recommented and liked video is the first one. The video gets right to the point. To put it bluntly, there was just one thing. Lu Qing couldn't afford to offend anyone. Let's think about it. Lu Qing has only been in the entertainment industry for a month, with shallow roots and no backstage. Until now, Lu Qing still hadn't signed with a single entertainment company. Who's got his back? Lu Qing's songs are great. From Wukong to Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, that's all great songs. But what can you do with a good song? Showbiz is not a fight. It's a human accident. You, Lu Qing, are in other people's way now. If I don't screw you, who will I screw? I don't need to tell you who's in the way. Do I? The fan storm, I reckon, is just the first step. There must be more tactics for brilliance reign in the back. At that time, Hua Qinyu's matter was so big, he did not collapse the room, which if placed in other traffic must have spoiled 800 times. I don't need to tell you how hard he is behind it. Do I? Now that Lu Qing was in the way of others. Lu Qing didn't dare to reply easily. My guess is that there is a good chance that Lu Qing has been threatened and intimidated in private, or even outrageously. By the time Lu Qing was signed into Brilliant Rain Studios, people shouldn't be too surprised. That kind of time would prove that Lu Qing had succumbed. The nice thing to say is, recognize reality. Of course, there is another possibility. The entertainment industry isn't run by the Brilliant Rain family either. There must still be entertainment companies happy to sign Lu Qing. Only, Lu Qing's bargaining chips had become less. That is, Lu Qing sacrificed his own interests in exchange for a platform to protect his development. Other than that, no one would back Lu Qing up. Half of the netizens on Weibo are now transformed into badger in the melon field, waiting for Lu Qing to respond to the melon. The other half is condemning the contemporary teenagers for not taking responsibility and chasing after celebrities every day without doing anything serious. Until CCTV released an open class, a slew of self-published media outlets began to republish it in a frenzy. Soon, this open class caused a debate among the netizens, because the netizens found out Lu Qing seems to have done two things in one. Lu Qing responded. Lu Qing sang a song. It seems to say nothing, but then it seems to say everything. Lu Qing, this song, how come the more I listen to it, the more it sounds like it's being sung to Hua Qinyu's fans? Get angry and be a pillar. Don't live up to your youth. It's urging Hua's fans not to just follow the stars. Teenagers should strive to work hard and use their energy in the right places. Lu Qing slapped Hua Qinyu's face. This response is very advanced. Teen China Speaks, a song written specifically for tearaway. And Lu Qing is a bit rowdy. You're not wrong about the name. You're really good. Lu Qing hit Hua Qinyu in the face with a song, quickly made it to the lyrics hot search. Netizens have always been extremely passionate about celebrity clashes. The netizen who had been squatting in the melon field finally revealed a satisfied smile. I told you that Lu Qing wasn't the one who ate boring losses. The last one to offend Lu Qing hadn't tweeted for a month. CCTV's open class as soon as it's released. Crowds of netizens have run to return the favor under the "Why Lu Qing Didn't Respond" entry. I said, why does this little essay of yours look a bit familiar? So this happened once on Lu Qing. Yeah. Last time Wang Lingjia also said he was pretty hard. It feels like it's been a while since I've heard his voice. Why didn't Lu Qing respond? When I first started reading it, I thought you had some sense. But I didn't think you were also a rubbing off on rumors. You say Lu Qing has no one to back him up. Is CCTV tough enough? The other side. I'm a netizen who's been following the youth social classification. They don't pay attention to the chicken shit and fly-on-the-wall behavior of showbiz stars when they hear teenage China speaks. I do think Lu Qing is speaking up for the youth, and now that there's so much criticism of them, it's a bit too much to kill all the youth in one fell swoop. I think. I never knew what to say, but Teen China Speaks said it for me. To use a song like Teenage China Speaks as a tool to tear down the world. You guys are looking down on Lu Qing too low. Lu Qing is by no means a fly on the wall. If Lu Qing had taken personal grudges as his starting point, he wouldn't have been able to produce such a work at all. Seriously, listen to what is sung in Teenage China Speaks. The sky is high and the sea is 10,000 miles long. The youth of Huaxia are full of vigor. We should proliferate this song. After all this noise, Lu Qing is the one who is truly willing to speak up for the youth. Retweet and go. Some people retweeted it with copy and the tag of Huaxia Junior Intentions. All red cicada. DJ Olympic Games on 5 jumps with 3 perfect scores to set a new record for the highest score in the history of the women's 10-meter dive to take the gold medal. 14-year-old Olympic champion Su Yiming, at the age of 17, became China's first snowboarding Winter Olympics champion by winning the silver medal in the men's slope obstacle course and the gold medal in the big jump at the Winter Olympics at his doorstep. Chao Yuan, a genius young man, has conquered a century-old problem at the age of 22, and refused a foreign green card in the hope of returning to China to work. He has a series of labels: God, graphene driver, nature paper thug. Who says this generation of teenagers is wasted? The Chinese teenagers' intentions are high. The cloak is unstoppable. A host of celebrities have also started retweeting it. Deng Ziki retweeted the microblogging, confessed that the young Chinese said, sang the heart of the new generation of Chinese teenagers. Huang Zero retweeted microblogging. 00 recommended Lu Fresh song, Junior China said, burning 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 burning. Zhang Xiaohan retweeted the microblogging. Lu Qing is a very creative singer. Junior China Speaks has a strong sense of juvenility, power and vitality. Lu Shijuan retweeted, Gu Gu Ju Kuan, Han Hong, Wang Feng. With the proliferation of Teen China Speaks, the online climate about teenagers is gradually improving. The whole thing is over for now. Many of the students were left in a state of confusion, having inexplicably endured a wave of criticism from the community when they had done nothing to deserve it. Who's the one who's messing with me? Fortunately, Lu Qing vindicated them, and many students began to pay attention to Lu Qing. Brilliant Rain Studio. Sisterly is trying her best to appease the fanbase. The aunts and grandmothers should take away the power of the gods. These fans are a double-edged sword. Normally you can point to them for money, but when they're mad, they can't be controlled at all. Lee is in a difficult situation every day. Since the appearance of Teenage China Speaks in CCTV's Open Class, most of the public's attention had been sucked away by Lu Qing, and Sister Lee's situation had instead been made a little more bearable. Fans know that arm twisting is not an option, and have caved in for the time being. Sister Lee had a chance to catch her breath and thought back to the whole incident. In the end, it was Lu Qing who helped them take care of this gang of demonic fans. Sister Lee didn't want to admit it because Lu Qing had no good intentions at all, and he had written the song to satirize the incident. But Shigu couldn't be bothered with that right now. There was a more important matter that needed to be dealt with. It's mid-month in August, and according to the plan, Cancer Change is due for chart release tomorrow. Now, is it still on? The two of them, Hong Yunji and Sister Lee, looked at each other. Hua Chenyu didn't say a word. He was currently staring at the Huaxia Music New Songs chart. Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is riding high with a sales index of 2.142 million. In second place, Spring Equinox Undivided has a sales index of 1.469 million. As Hu Xia's songs were already above par, and taking advantage of the heat from this incident, they grew steadily, and just yesterday, in one fell swoop, they blew up Brilliant Rain's Juju and came in second. Wave the Magic Wand came in third, with a sales index of 1.454 million. The sales index is growing slowly, and a group of die-hard fans were the first to come out in support of the song when it was released earlier in the month. Until a few days ago, Brilliance Rain live. Fans can contribute little, and Huaxia Music cannot brush the list. Data growth can only rely on natural users. And today, the numbers have largely stagnated. But it's not going to be possible for number 4 to rely on a sales index of 202,000 to overtake Wave of the Magic Wand. Until, that is, the release of Junior China Speaks. The song reached the top 10 of the new songs chart at a very fast pace. 9th, 7th, 6th, 4th. With each refresh, the sales index for Teen China Speaks goes up a whole lot. The sales index is now 346,000. The upward trend has not abated at all, because of the innate flow of Junior China Speaks is very sufficient. Really to say, Lu Qing also have to thank Brilliance Rain. Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth and Teen China Speaks both got their heat from Brilliant Rain. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale has topped the charts, and Teen China Speaks is still catching up. Hua Qinyu moved his butt and suddenly felt a little pain in his asshole. It was supposed to be a surprise for the Chinese music scene this August. Now the surprise is there. But not mine. It's Lu Qing's. Sisterly glanced at Hua Qinyu and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. She turned her head to Hong Yunji and said, "Aren't you good at playing with hot searches? Think of something. Are you crazy? What's the solution? Lu Qing and CCTV are now tied together. And I'm going to buy hot searches to hack CCTV? Have I lived long enough? Or do I want to die?" Sisterly also knew that what Hong Yunji said was true. She said, "So is Cancer Change still being released? All the publicity resources have been laid out. What's the point of posting? Use your brain, stupid woman. Now Hua is on the cusp of the storm. Every step of the way there are people paying attention. The song Cancer is not the right time to post it." Hong Yun's step was also exasperated by Sister Lee's mouth crooked. All at this time and still thinking about releasing a song. Sister Lee usually did most of her work to maintain her fans and hadn't experienced this kind of battle yet, but she still asked, "Wouldn't it be cheap for Lu Qing for nothing? Let's avoid him for now." Lu Qing is like coming out of nowhere, coming up with 6 songs in a month. Every song exploded. It's evil. Hua Qinyu made a point of checking out Lu Qing after he lost in the finals. Finding out that Lu Qing was from a proper conservatory class and not a pheasant netizen. He still didn't put Lu Qing in his eyes though, because he's so confident in his 2 new songs. The greater the hope, the more painful the fall from the clouds will be. Right now, Hua Qinyu was a bit scared by Lu Qing. He stared at the climbing numbers of Teen China Speaks. Suddenly he spoke. "No post. Cancer Change is not to be posted. I won't even post any new songs released by Lu Qing in the future." CCTV. Office of the Director. Xiao Sa moved slowly in front of the bookcase, browsing through Director Wu's collection of books, encountering books of interest and pulling them out, sweeping them up and then putting them aside. In a matter of minutes, there was already a stack of them next to each other. On the other side, Yu Xiuwu sat on the parlor chair, fiddled with the tea set on the coffee table, and poured a cup of tea for his own. Looking cozy. The open class was successfully recorded and broadcast with excellent results, which made Yu Xiuwu quite relaxed in Director Wu's office. As he sipped his tea, he looked in the direction of his desk, where Director Wu was currently on the phone. "Go ahead, leader." On the other end of the phone was the leader of the photoelectricity, Director Wu. "This installment of the open class was wonderful. You've given me a big surprise." Director Wu humbly said, "Leader, you are too kind. This is all what we should have done." No need to be modest. After this episode was aired, the effect was immediate. Public opinion has switched winds, and comments criticizing the youth group are almost non-existent. The internet is now full of positive energy and positive discussions, and this open class has guided it very well. Director Wu responded, "Thanks to the supervision and scrutiny of the leaders during the weekdays. Otherwise the work could not have been done so meticulously. Yes, the choreography of this open class is very meticulous, especially the last song, called Young China Speaks, complete with positive energy. Very good. Future programs should cooperate more with this young man called Lu Qing, and produce more songs of such high quality and positive energy." Director Wu said, "Definitely." Hanging up the phone, Director Wu smiled as he walked over to the parlor coffee table and sat down. Yu Xiuwu poured a cup of the steep tea for Director Wu. Director Wu took the teacup and said, "This open class mission was completed very beautifully. The leader of the photoelectricity specially called over and said that he must praise you properly. Time is so tight and the manpower is still insufficient. Even if the leader over there doesn't say anything, I still have to thank you. Thanks to Director Wu assigning Xiao Sa to me. I can't do it with myself." Yu Xiuwu would not take credit alone. Director Wu said, "You and Little Sam can't have one without the other. Little Sam, tell me, what kind of reward do you want?" "Hey, I've only done my share of the work. The one who stands out the most is Lu Qing. Without Lu Qing's Young China Speaks, this open class wouldn't have been a huge success." Director Wu and Yu Xiuwu nodded in agreement. This young man, Lu Qing, does have something. But, Little Sam was now clutching a stack of books he had picked out from the shelf. "If you want to reward me, lend me these books." Director Wu doesn't lend out his collection of books easily, but since the open class was completed satisfactorily, he graciously said, "No problem." Something went terribly wrong. He Nian's growl came from the other end of the phone, and Lu Qing hurriedly turned the phone away from her ear so as not to pierce her eardrums. "You must realize that you are already a singer star, whether you admit it to yourself or not." The person on the other end of the phone took 2 ragged breaths and continued, "You've got to have your own studio, or at least you've got to be paired with someone who answers the phone." He Nian was in tears. Every time Lu Qing released a new song, his phone was busted. It had become a law. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qing was slightly dazed. After the release of Junior China Speaks, He Nian and Chen Jida gave themselves uninterrupted phone calls, and some even found their way to CCTV's Yu Xiuwu. In addition to advertising endorsements and entertainment companies looking for a signing, there were other singers and producers of TV shows and movies who asked Lu Qing for a song. Lu Qing had to square up. Although he's not ready to officially enter the entertainment industry, he has to admit that he's been moved out of the gate. There's just something special about the way it came out. What rookie debuts on the same stage as a full-ranked big man and wins? Then Clunk releases 6 songs, each of which explodes with fire. Lu Qing glanced at his Weibo. The release of Teen China Speaks has seen another surge in the number of followers, which has come to 3.64 million. Huge fame had struck in just a month's time, causing Lu Qing to not shift his thinking for a while. Now that he was free, Lu Qing began to think, after I start school and go back to the Linchang Conservatory, I can seek Ms. Zhang's help and ask her about forming a studio. She's very knowledgeable in this area. After all, it's not a good idea to keep relying on referrals to get work this way. This time, Lu Qing refused all the announcements that He Nian and Chen Jida introduced to him. Because of Lu Qing's vacation, there was only half a month left. At the beginning of the summer vacation, Lu Qingren went to Kyoto and stayed over here for a month. In the last few days, the old couple urged Lu Qing to hurry home, almost a phone call a day. Ugh. Lu Qing sighed. After all, he had to face it. Staying out so long is actually subconsciously evasive. Lu Qing hadn't yet transformed from his emotions, not figuring out how to get along with the parents. Dragging it out won't solve the problem though. Some things have to be mang. Lu Qing rubbed his cheeks vigorously and took a deep breath. Go home. He then put his belongings in order and left from the hotel. Back when he entered the Forbidden City production team, Lu Qing cancelled the room that He Nian had prepared for him and checked into a new one. After checking out from the front desk, Lu Chang went straight to the train station. Lu Qing's home is not far from Jingdu, and the high-speed train takes less than 2 hours. Along the way, Lu Qing was apprehensive. The fear of being close to the countryside. It was good that Lu Qing was wrapped up rather tightly and no one else recognized him along the way. The moment, Lu Qing was already standing in front of the house, and he reached out and knocked on the door. Squeak! The door to the room was opened. A middle-aged man around 50 years old appeared in front of Lu Qing's eyes. The remembered father and the figure in front of me gradually overlapped. Lu Qing brewed his emotions and was just about to blurt out a dad. Old Lu, what are you doing? Opening a door and dawdling. Hurry up. You won't be able to make it later. Lu Dad rolled his eyes and jogged into the house leaving Lu Qing behind. Lu Qing blinked, her brewing emotions held in her chest. He had to take his shoes off himself. To the left of the door as soon as he entered was the kitchen, and he saw the meal on the table, and one look told him that the two had eaten. Kiyoshi heat up the leftovers yourself. Lu's mom came out of the bedroom and hurriedly greeted Lu's dad as he went out the door. Lu Qing was a bit confused. I even called every day to urge before I came back. As a result, when I first got home, it was the leftover treatment. I've heard that other students come home from vacation for 3 days of big fish and meat before they suffer dislike. Lu Qing watched as the two had already put on their shoes and were ready to go out. Suddenly, it seems to be different from the imaginary meeting. There was no hush-hush or warm embrace of those rituals, but this made Lu Qing relax all of a sudden. He spoke up and said, "What are you doing here?" "Square dancing," Lu's mom said dryly. Clunk. The door to the room was heaved shut. Vaguely, Lu Qing could still hear Lu's mom and father spit out. Yesterday, the next-door dance team changed the dance music. Seems to be called what the childhood DJ version. You look at a broken song for them to have a good time. Hiss. Lu Qing realized the seriousness of the problem. Is our house not connected to the internet? Childhood is what I sing The last bit of Lu Qing's apprehension disappeared. Didn't realize I was disliked. He would smile. All his fears were not realized. And when he met Lu's father and mother, he didn't have that feeling of rustiness, but rather a natural closeness. Lu Qing couldn't say what that feeling was, but he felt relaxed in this home. He breezed into his bedroom and casually tossed his book bag on the desk. Then he crossed his legs and heaved himself onto the bed. The feeling of being wrapped up in the bed was reassuring to him. Comfortable. I don't know if it's psychological, but the beds at home are much more comfortable than the hotel beds. He lay on the bed, recalling the details of what he had just seen, and it was not much different from what he remembered. Lu's father and mother have a sense of dislike for themselves, and rightly so. Originally, Lu's father and mother belonged to the late childbearing. It is reasonable to say that they should be more pampered to Lu Qing, the only son. On the contrary, they just hate the fact that their son's presence interferes with their happy life. The older two are now in semi-retirement and have a lot of free time in their day. It had been a long time since I had seen it, and I still thought a little bit about Lu Qing, but as soon as he saw it, he started to dislike it. They're not interested in what's going on the internet and go square dancing every day in order to find something to do. Pretty good. Lu Qing had thought that he would have to do some heart building to integrate into this family, but he didn't realize that he didn't have to do it at all, and everything just fell into place. But Lu Qing was a bit amused. They usually don't like to surf the internet, so it seems they don't know that I've recently saved up a small wave of fame. How should I explain it? Forget it, we'll talk about it when we get the right opportunity. It was not until 9 p.m. that Lu's father and mother returned home. How was the dance? Lu Qing noticed that Lu Ma's face was a bit off and asked. Lu's father, Lu Qiping, picked up the conversation. Why don't you mention it? It pissed your mom off enough. Tell me about it. Lu Qing came to be interested. Lu Qiping glanced at Lu's mother and said, the dance team that your mother is a part of signed up for the square dance competition organized by the city. Lu Qing nodded. This was something he knew. And then what? Lu Qiping continued. Then their dance team went all the way through 5 hurdles and finally made it to the finals, becoming one of the 30 teams in the finals. But right, the dance team next door has recently changed a new square dance song. Quite energetic. Heard their leader say, called Childhood DJ. Recently new song. Lu's mom, Gao Suling, interjected. What's so exciting? It's just a crap song. Lu Qiping mimicked. On the banyan tree by the pond, the movable robin is soundly calling summer. Movable. Lu Qiping said to himself, people say it's quite nice. I think it's quite nice too. But then again, how do I hear that sound a bit like Shaoqing? Lu Qing gave a nod to the perceptive old Lu and said, then is there a possibility that I sang this song? Gao Suling didn't pay attention to Lu Qing. She gave Lu Qiping a blank look. Shaoqing is just a student of painting. What does he know about music? That's not right. I remember that Kiyoshi studied acting. Lin Cheng Theater Academy, right? Lu Qiping turned his head and asked Lu Qing. Lu Qing slots much without a mouth. There's no drama school in Lincoln. I'm attending the Lincoln Conservatory of Music. Gao Suling was surprised. So, you really know something about music? Lu Qing. What's with the surprise? Never mind. You keep talking. Lu Qiping continued the conversation. Where was I? Childhood sounds good. Lu Qing reminded. Oh yes, childhood sounds good. You don't know until you study it. There are many doors here in square dance choreography. Lu Qiping paused for a moment, glanced at Gao Suling, and lowered his voice to Lu Qing. In my opinion, the dancing level of each team is just like that. They are all pretty much the same. Whoever wants to take first place in the final. It still depends on the dance music. Gao Suling slapped Lu Qiping's back with a loud pop. Who said that? Our Peace for Life team can dance much better than the Peace is Bliss team. If you follow me around every day, you won't be able to tell who's higher and who's lower. Lu Qiping, his back hurting, said, then surely the Peace for Life team is better than the Peace is Fortune team. He then said to Lu Qing, but the Peace is Bliss team's dance song is good. If the Peace is Blessing team wins first place in the final, it will definitely be the Childhood DJ's dance song that will take advantage of it. Gao Suling rarely objected. Lu Qiping continued, this Childhood DJ, it was the son of the leader of the Peace is Bliss girls who made it. Today your mom and their dance team got together to discuss whose kid would make this kind of tune. And none of them would. Ugh, how people's sons are so good. Lu Qing had listened with great interest. This kind of square storm clouds he had never heard of before. It is true that where there are people, there are grudges. But when he heard the last sentence, why did he always feel that there was something in the words? Gao Suling said, you didn't see the way their leader got his way. Lu Qiping went on to say, your mom's dance team Peace for Life is an old rival to the next door Peace's Fortune, and they've had a lot of trouble with each other in the past. This square dance competition organized by the city is taken very seriously by both dance teams, and both sides are competing. Lu Qing heard and understood. The city side organized a square dance competition and 30 square dance teams were selected as finalists. Dance music is a heavily weighted scoring item in the final scoring rules. In other teams the dance music is the same old, same old, same old, same old. The Peace is Bliss team came up with a new twist, pulling out a childhood DJ before the finals and wowing the crowd. As an old rival, Gao Shubing's team Safe for Life is in desperate need of talent. In the square today, the Peace is Blessing team stereo was playing the loudest sound, which made Gao Suling very upset. So come home all depressed. Lu Qing thought, I thought it was a big deal. Arrangements. When is this square dance final competition? Lu Qiping didn't notice the change in Lu Qing's tone and said, at the end of this month. If there's a new dance song, how long will it take you guys to rehearse it? Lu Qing turned his head to ask his old mom. Gao Subel looked at Lu Qing doubtfully, but still answered, 5 days is enough. Many of the movements are basic. Lu Qing got the answer he wanted. Today is the 15th. Competition at the end of the month, minus the 5 days of rehearsal. That means I have to make the song in 10 days. Lu Qing's eyes moved slightly. When it comes to square dancing, this song has to own the name. Composing and arranging music takes no time for me. Ask Mr. Lu Guoping for the accompaniment. There is only one thing that needs to be addressed now. That would be finding a female singer to sing with me. Who to call? I don't know many female singers. Lu Qing spent an evening writing down the lyrics of the song. The next day he dialed Lu Guopeng's number. Do. Lu Qing thought that Mr. Lu Guopeng was very busy and not convenient to answer the phone. It kept ringing for dozens of seconds, and just when Lu Qing was about to give up, the phone was picked up. Lu Guopeng came up and said, "Older brother, I'm a little afraid to take your call now." The task of teenage China Speaks was too rushed. The brothers stayed up all night until dawn, and a bunch of us old guys lost half of our lives. Lu Guopeng teased. If it wasn't for the fact that the song sounded so inspirational, it really wouldn't have been finished that night. Lu Qing hurriedly thanked him. "It's been hard on you teachers. When I go to Huacheng, I will definitely go and thank you in person." "You said it, so come over and play then." Lu Guopeng admired Lu Qing and was happy to serve him, especially since the quality of each of Lu Qing's songs was high. "Say, what's the song this time?" Lu Qing sent the file to Lu Guopeng. "The most dazzling national wind." Lu Guopeng scanned through the documents and asked, "This song is quite combustible, but it's not like your style. Mr. Lu is really great." He saw it at a glance. "I'm going to sing the chorus of this song. I mean, what is it about the song and lyrics that are so, grounding? Why? I won't hide it from Mr. Lu. My mom is preparing to participate in a square dance competition, and this is the dance song I prepared for her." Lu Qing said back, "I see. So who are you going to sing with?" "It's not confirmed yet. What does Mr. Lu suggest?" Lu Guopeng paused and thought for a few seconds and spoke. "I think that finalist Tan Weiwei from last time could work. Of course, it's just a suggestion. By the way, when are you going to use it this time?" Lu Qing shaved off the time to record the song. 1 week. Lu Guopeng breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, okay, it's enough." He turns his head and sends a message to the group of musicians. "Brothers, take over. Ignite." Lu Qing hung up the phone, thinking up chorus singers. There's no doubt that a female singer will definitely be found. Female vocals for the song "The Most Dazzling National Wind," preferably high-pitched, should be atmospheric and smoky. Tan Weiwei was a good choice. After all, Lu Qing didn't know many female singers, and even fewer could fit the bill. However, he and Vivian Tan didn't know each other very well, and although they participated in the finals together, they didn't communicate much and just friend each other. It's okay to ask first. Lu Qing does not dilly-dally. Directly to Tan Weiwei send WeChat, "Weiwei sister, I have a song wanna find you cooperation." Waited half a day with no reply. "It's time to go back when you see it. I'm going out for some air." Lu Qing had stayed at home after returning home. "Just after dinner today. Lu's dad and mom have already killed the square to go dancing." Lu Qing was bored at home by himself, so he simply put on his clothes and went out. He's going to find a studio and record his voice when everything is ready. Although he doesn't have many words himself, out of the neighborhood, he remembered that there was a recording studio not far away nearby. Lu Qing followed the direction of his memory. He hummed as he walked, "The banyan tree by the pond." Now Lu Qing has fully accepted his identity in life. What a wonderful life it is to go to school and continue your singing career at the same time. And don't worry about money. A few songs down the line, the sales share in the Wasia music app alone had exceeded $1 million. Lu Qing's bank card now had close to 2 million soft currency lying on it. However, Lu Qing's parents are dual income earners with stable incomes and savings, and the house is just 2 years new. For a while, he hadn't found a place where he could spend money for the second oldest. Lu Qing dispersed his thoughts and walked slowly down the street. "Are you, Lu Qing?" Lu Qing looked up to see a man around 30 years old, with long hair back behind his head, his beard slightly grown, and a face full of surprised looks. "This long hair looks like art. Run into a fan?" Lu Qing was more or less aware of his current situation, and walking down the aisle and bumping into fans wasn't too unusual. "I'm Lu Qing." Lu Qing smiled back. "It's really Lu Qing. I'm a fan of yours. I especially like your Chasing Dreams Red Heart and Childhood." "Oh yeah, I'm an independent musician." Longhair held out his hand and pointed in the direction of the store down the street. "Nah, this is my music studio." Lu Qing followed the direction of his finger and saw the plaque. "Zhuojia Music Studio." "Yes, my name is Zoga." "Hello Zoga." It's a fellow traveler and has a music studio, and he happens to be looking for a recording studio, so he might as well ask him. Lu Qing said, "Can you record sound in your studio?" Can. In our Lu city, my recording studio is the best." Zhuojia had a slight hint of pride. Then he looked at Lu Qing hopefully. "Are you going to record a song?" "Record it wherever you want. You can record it right here." Lu Qing nodded. "Well, there is this idea. Wonderful. I am so honored. Please come inside. Let's talk in detail. Zhuo Jia hurriedly guided Lu Qing into the studio. Lu Qing glanced at Zhuo Jia carrying a large speaker in his hand and holding a car key, looking like he had just come out of the studio and was ready to get off work. Seeing as you're going out, just halfway through his words, Zhuo Jia took over. It's okay, the speakers can be delivered later. Let's go into the studio first. Zhuo Jia was afraid that Lu Qing was going to backtrack, so he hurriedly put down the speakers in his hands and opened the door to the studio room. Let me tell you, my two favorite singers in the finals. One is you and the other is Deng Ziki. Both of you are songwriters, and as an indie musician, my dream is to be where you are now. Zhuo Jia looked for a topic to say, but the envy in his eyes at this time could not be hidden. It's good that indie musicians like us can make a living. I was on the verge of not being able to hold on, but after hearing your Chasing Dreams Red Heart I think I can hold on a little longer. Ha ha. The door to the room was opened. As soon as Lu Qing entered the door, he heard the sound of a song faintly drifting from the recording studio. On the banyan tree by the pond, the robin of the Moji is sounding out summer. Moji, forgot to turn it off. Zhuo Jia slapped his thigh and quickly rushed past Lu Qing into the house. After a few seconds, the singing stopped. Zhuo Jia walked slowly to Lu Qing, looking very embarrassed. Making a DJ out of Lu Qing's childhood and exposing it in front of the rightful owner. Zoga's toes hurt from all the buckling. Why? Lu Qing, don't get me wrong. Recently our city organized a square dance competition, and my mom is the leader of the Pieces Bliss dance team. She said she wanted a new dance song, and I especially liked your song, so I made my childhood into a dance song, and didn't use it for any commercial purposes. After saying that, Zhuo Jia looked at Lu Qing carefully, like he had done something wrong. Lu Qing cried and laughed as he thought of how old Lu had even used his childhood DJ as a lead-in to satirize himself yesterday. Who would have thought that someone else's kid would be a fan? I wonder how old Lu would feel if he knew that. Nothing. Lu Qing takes this matter very seriously, entertaining the people. It's okay if you make a DJ version of Where Did the Time Go as well. That's good. Zhuo Jia put his heart at ease after making sure Lu Qing didn't count. His mother Lu Yakin has no other hobbies, is fond of square dancing, especially as the Pieces Blessed dance team leader, but also the square dance as their own career. Since his mother likes square dancing and he still has this ability, Zhuo Jia made the song of his childhood into a DJ, but never expected to run into the right person. The world is too small. Lu Qing, why are you in LV Chang? Do you have business activities over here? Zhuo Jia asked. There's no event because I'm home here. Home for summer vacation. End of small talk. Zhuo Jia led Lu Qing around the recording studio and tried out the recording equipment. Nice. The studio's equipment is completely above par and recording the songs was no problem at all. When the accompaniment came out, Lu Qing could record his part. Is it okay to come over for a week to record a song? No problem. But at the risk of asking, Lu Qing, are you recording a new song? New song. Lu Qing thought for a moment and added, I also wrote the song for my mother, and she wants to use it as a square dance song. Ha? Lu Qing singing square dance songs? Zhuo Jia's head was a bit confused, and even after racking his brain, he couldn't connect Lu Qing with the square dance song. You still have things to do? Lu Qing asked. Oh, my mom danced halfway through the dance at 4 Harvest Square, and the speakers broke down, so I went to give her the speakers. You're making a square dance song. It's not for the square dance competition too, is it? Yes. Lu Qing is also too capricious. Is this the strength of a songwriter? For his mother to dance square dance and also write a square dance song, there's no comparison at all. Zhuo Jia felt the gap between people. I'm going to 4 Harvest Plaza too, so I'll give you a ride. Lu Qing suddenly got up the idea of going to the square. He wanted to find out more about his parents' lives. Yeah, Zhuo Jia readily agreed. 4 Harvest Plaza. It's a recreational plaza that the city just built a few years ago. In order to resolve the venue conflict, Siho Plaza covers a large area where square dance teams from the neighborhood gather to dance. Southeast corner of the plaza. Dance together. Dance together. We dance with joy. The huge speakers played music tirelessly. Wang Jinxia, the leader of Safe for Life, pressed the pause button. The dancing stopped. Wang Jinxia greeted all the team members to rest. They had been dancing for an hour straight. Lu Qiping saw Lu's mom's rest, took a thermos cup and walked to the line, handing Lu's mom the water. The leader, Wang Jinxia, looked on and said to Lu's mom, Belle, you are truly blessed. Look how much your family's old Lu loves you. Lu Ma vigorously patted Lu Qiping's back. Lu Qiping? He praised me. Why did you hit me? Lu's mom said. Old Lu is pretty good in all aspects, but his genes are not good. Other people's kids can make music, but my kid can't do anything. The surrounding members of the Safe for Life team, upon hearing this, became interested. Wang Jinxia said, "You can't say that. I went back and told our kids that I wanted to change a few new dance songs, but this is like a mountain apart. You have to be in the music business to be able to do it. Our kid is still a master's degree student. He can't do anything about it. It's normal that your kid can't do anything about it. Sister Wang is right. I also asked our kids. Our kids work in the city's TV station, which is considered to be engaged in literature and art, and as usual, there's nothing we can do about it. You guys are fine, but our kid is a businessman, and he's so busy every day that it's hard for me to talk to him, and he doesn't even know I'm a square dancer." Lu's mom? "I'm just going to go easy on you guys and poke fun at our Kiyoshi, trying to get the conversation going toward dance music and figuring out how to win first place in the square dance contest." How did the topic get off topic? The team next door, Peace's Blessing, has been practicing better and better since they changed their dance music. Our Safe for Life team is still picking and choosing from the same old dance music, and at this rate, we're not going to be able to compete with next door. Everyone should be trying to figure out how to get the dance music out of the way now, not to harp on all that nonsense. Lu's mom pulled the topic back. Our family Qing, right, is not completely ignorant. He is a student at the conservatory. I'll ask him later. If Qing really wants to have a good suggestion, then we all have to put our energy into one place, and practice well together, and strive to take the title. Students. Wang Jinxia hesitated slightly. Students might not be able to do it. Look at the son of the isolation leader. He seems to be some kind of independent musician. That's much more powerful than students. It's said that there's also a music studio. People specialize in that. Suzu, don't think too much. It's good that you have that heart. It doesn't matter if your family Qing can't think of a good solution. Don't ever put pressure on your family Qing. How much pressure young people are under nowadays. The crowd talked and discussed for a while longer. But in the end, we all basically agree with one point of view. The leader of the Peace's Blessed Lu Yakin gave birth to a good son, directly to her to make a new square dance song. I'm afraid that this time, Peace in your life won't be able to compete with Peace is a Blessing. Lu Yakin of Peace is Bliss waited anxiously in the square. Somehow today, the big speakers that play dance music went out. Called my own son to send a spare amp. Waited and waited, and the person still didn't show up. Lu Yakin, who had no choice, had to dismiss the team. Alright, everyone disperse? Wait for the speakers to be delivered in a while. It's late. We can't dance today. Everyone go back and get refreshed. We'll have a good ensemble tomorrow. Lu Yakin did not forget to give the players a pep talk. Since the change to the new dance music, the team has been more enthusiastic about the ensemble in the past 2 days. This time the city organized a square dance competition. Peace's Blessing is bound to win. This time, the Safe for Life team is no match. In the early years, before 4 Harvest Plaza was built, the two teams were often at odds over the venue. There hadn't been any trouble in the past 2 years, but it wasn't close. But it's true that this square dance competition treats each other as rivals. Mom, what took you so long? Everyone's gone. Lu Yakin complained. Zhuojia carried the speaker in one hand and apologized. There was a temporary delay. Oh yes, Mom, let me introduce you. This is Lu Qing. Who is Lu Qing? Lu Yakin wore a smile. Zhuojia's friend. Right. Hello, auntie. After Lu Qing and Zhuojia rushed to the square and helped him move the speakers in passing, they happened to meet up with Lu Yakin. What Mom, this is the star of the singing childhood. Lu Qing, Zhuojia reminded. Ha, you sang about childhood? As good as fake, Lu Qing affirmed. Lu Yakin was surprised as she took a closer look at Lu Qing. The DJ version of Childhood had been making the rounds of several square dance teams over the past 2 days, and it had been a great hit with her. I didn't realize that my son was so good that he even knew the stars who sang about his childhood. Lu Yakin glanced at the Peace for Life team next door and said, Xiao Jia, Xiao Qing, you two follow me. I'm going to say hello to someone. She led the two of them, Lu Qing, towards Wang Jinxia, Lu Ma and the others. My son has brought in the big stars, and today he's going to show them off in front of the Safe for Life team. Wait a minute. Lu Yakin suddenly stopped in her tracks. Lu Qing and Zhuojia followed behind and also braked sharply. What's wrong? Zogo wondered. Lu Yakin reached out and pointed to the right front. See those two people? A Just Be Happy team leader Liuju, and the one next to her is the past follows the wind team leader Zhang Lan. The one next to her is Zhang Lan, the leader of the past with the wind team. Oh, but what are you talking about? Lu Yakin looked at the time and said, it's almost time for today. The dancers have all dispersed. Li Yoju and Zhang Lan went to find the Peace for Life team to nag them, and we'll go over there when they're all together. Taking advantage of Lu Qing being here, Lu Yakin wanted to show off in place in one step. Zhuojia scratched his head. The nature of the mother, he still knows something, just do not know whether Lu Qing will be dissatisfied with this. Lu Qing wasn't disgruntled. He had already discovered Lu Ma's location, and it just so happened that Lu Yakin was going over there as well, so let's go over there together. Poof. Lu Yakin suddenly said, Xiao Jia, you don't know yet, right? The girl you were rejected on a blind date is Li Yaoju's daughter. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? And in front of Lu Qing, Zhuo Jia looked embarrassed, remembering the not-so-good blind date experience. It's normal for a blind date not to look good, but Li Yaoju's daughter is too demanding. To be precise, it was Li Yaoju who was too demanding. The girl is a master's degree graduate, a returnee to the sea, currently graduated 2 years without a job, full-time at home to take the test. Li Yaoju requires that the man be of good appearance and over 180 in height, 985 bachelor's degree or higher, have a car and a house, not older than 28 years old, have a stable job with an annual salary of over $500. 000. Zhuojia heard the request after the person directly numb off. Who could fit that bill? But look how close Li Yaoju and Zhang Lan are now. Li Yaoju is in love with someone else's Zhang Lan's son. What does Zhang Lan's son do? Zhuojia asked, wondering where he lost. I heard that it's some kind of netizen. It seems to have 100,000 followers. Zhang Lan said that his son earns quite a lot a year. Who knows if it's true or not? Lu Yakin said more and more indignant. 100,000 fans of the net read, what is the big deal? My son's friend is a big star. Who did I tell? Go, talk to them. Lu Yakin saw Li Yaoju and Zhang Lan had already walked to the Peace for Life place. She greeted Lu Qing and Zhuojia to follow. A spoonful for them to braise. How come I didn't hear Peace is a Blessing play that song today? They were the ones with the loudest speakers the other day. Li Yaoju sat down on her butt, then brushed the floating dust on the sitting platform with her hand and invited Zhang Lan to sit down. Lu Yakin's speakers are broken. To not be able to stop? Wang Jinxia naturally took over the conversation. Her son made her a song, which made her show off. People, Zhang Lan's son is a big internet star. He must have 300,000 followers, right? It doesn't say it's as high profile as her, Li Yaoju said. After hearing this, Zhang Lan tried her best to hide her look of pride. Don't listen to Li Yaoju's nonsense. There aren't that many. Just over 200,000 fans. The others heard it and marveled at it. Gu, Zhang Lan, don't be modest. Your son has really gotten ahead. Your son must make quite a bit a month. Your son doesn't have a date, does he? Speaking of the object, Zhang Lan and Li Yaoju looked at each other and smiled. They were preparing for the two young men to meet. Lu's mom had been quite jubilant to see Zhang Lan and Li Yaoju join her, just so she could talk about square dance music and broaden her mind. Who knew the conversation would come back to the kids? There's nothing to talk about. If it weren't for the fact that our Shaoqing doesn't have any good qualities, I could have talked to you guys. At this point, Lu Yakin arrived with Lu Qing and Zhuojia. The members of the Save for Life team and Li Yaoju and Zhang Lan all disliked Lu Yakin's showy spirit. But it's not good to kick people out when they come with a smile on their face. Lu Ma was the only one who looked at Lu Qing in surprise. Why are you here, Kiyoshi? Lu Qing was just about to agree. It's not Xiao Qing. It's Lu Qing. Lu Yakin corrected as she pressed her joy. The gang didn't like to go online. She was really afraid that people wouldn't recognize Lu Qing. If they didn't, it wouldn't be any use if a big star came. Although the name is wrong, it is obvious that Gao Suling of Peace for Life knows Lu Qing. That would be nice. It's indeed Lu Qing, the big star. It's been especially hot lately, Zhang Lan added from the side. Because her son is a netizen. Zhang Lan surfed the internet when she had nothing to do and had more contact with the internet. Moreover, in the recent month, Lu Qing's hotness remained high, and Zhang Lan could always brush up. How hot? Comparable to your son? Someone asked Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan immediately felt that this person had a grudge against him. My son is an internet celebrity with 200,000 followers. People have more than 3 million fans of Lu Qing. He's a big star. Wow. The crowd gasped. This young man is a big star? A group of middle-aged and elderly women all of a sudden surrounded Lu Qing, touching their heads and hands for a while. Lu Qing was overwhelmed by the sudden enthusiasm. Hey, where to touch? Lu Qing was a little out of breath. Zhang Lan directly took out her cell phone to record the video, pressed her face hard against Lu Qing's face, and said to the camera, Look, son, I bumped into the big star Lu Qing. At the Four Harvest Plaza, Lu Yakin was very pleased to see this scene. She said to the crowd, Shaoqing is my son's friend. The two are hair children, grew up together, and have known each other for more than 10 years. But my son is very low-key, never told outside. Childhood DJ. You know, is Shaoqing and Xiaojia together to create Shaoqing Sing Childhood. Xiaojia do DJ. I said do not need to be so troublesome. Is a square dance. There is no need to specialize in making a song, but the two juniors also do not listen to me. Must give me to do dance music. Alas! Lu Yakin's words immediately drew comments. So his son knows the star. All these years I didn't know. Zhuo Jia stared at the side. She knew that her mom was a bit of a bragger, but did not expect her to blow so big today. Obviously he and Lu Qing just met. To the mouth of the mother to become a small hair. He turned his head to look at the surrounded Lu Qing. Luckily, Lu Qing didn't notice his old mom talking right now, or we're going to die here today. Lu's mom stared blankly at the scene in front of her, unable to slow down for a moment. 21 years of mediocrity. And then all of a sudden, one day, you tell me that my son is a big star? Lu Yakin greeted Zhuo Jia and Lu Qing at this time. Come over here and say hello to all the ants. When Lu Qing heard Lu Yakin shouting, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly broke away from the crowd. This is the leader of Just Be Happy. Your Aunt Li. Hello Auntie Li. Hello Auntie Li. This is the leader of Peace for Life. Your Auntie Wang. Hello Auntie Wang. Hello Auntie Wang. Zhuo Jia and Lu Qing greeted each other. Lu Yakin's smile was even more prevalent. Today's face was considered to be earned. She even vaguely saw Li Yaju's expression of regret. Also, look at the dazed look on Gao Suling's face. Lu Yakin heart secretly happy. In the early years and your Peace for Life to grab the venue, you are the most noisy Gao Su Bell. Now that you see my son is friends with a big star, do you regret going against me? She led Zhuo Jia and Lu Qing and pointed at Lu Ma who had a dumbfounded expression. This is your Auntie Bell. Hello Auntie Bell. Mom. What? Auntie Suzu, Lu Qing's mom. Zoga's brain went down for 2 seconds. Oh yeah, Lu Qing told me before he came to the plaza that he made a new square dance song for his mother. And then Lu Qing came to the plaza with me. So her mother is on the 4 Harvest Square dance team. I should have thought of that earlier and stopped Mom from bragging. Now Mom is probably more embarrassed than I am. For a moment, Lu Yakin thought she had heard wrong. Just now, Gao Suling called out Xiao Chang and corrected her in a serious manner. Lu Yakin now hated to find a crack in the ground. Her entire body was now frozen in place. Not going to meet any of them at eye level. For a moment, I don't know what to do now. It's getting late. I'm going home with my mom. Bye-bye ants. Zhuo Jia pulled Lu Yakin, whose head was confused, and after saying goodbye to all the ants, he hurriedly left this square filled with an awkward atmosphere. Li Yoju stared at Lu Qing with both eyes glowing. Lu Qing is even better than Zhang Lan's son, so he can get to know my daughter, and he is the son of Gao Suling, both local, close to the water. Not impossible. She pulled away from Zhang Lan a little bit without any trace. Kiyoshi, she greeted. Lu Qing responded. Aunt Li and your mom have known each other for a long time. Usually a good relationship. You have time to go to Aunt Li's house to play Our daughter vainly grows a few years older than you. But not much. You young people have to communicate more exchanges. Come up to Auntie Zhao's house to play when you have time. Auntie Zhao's daughter is the same age as you, and she's still tall, so she's a good match for you. And Aunt Sun's house. Our little girl is younger than you and still in high school. Come over sometime and tutor her in her homework. Lu Qing was filled with black lines. What is this all about? Poof. Zhang Lan saw Li Yoju and Lu Qing getting close and turned her head away. Good for you Li Yoju. Don't you want to climb up to Lu Qing? Go ahead. But Lu Qing may not be able to look at your daughter. Then you Li Yoju want to go back to my son. The door is not even there. Please go back. Ants. I really don't have a date in mind. Among them are also minors. Lu Qing hurriedly nipped the ant's thoughts in the bud. It's not a question of whether it works or not. It's a question of whether it's criminal or not. As soon as Li Yoju saw Lu Qing's dry refusal, she immediately went to catch up with Zhang Lan who was walking away. It is indeed a bit whimsical for one's hothead to let his daughter fall in love with a big star. It's better to be practical with Zhang Lan's son. Far away. Zhang Lan shook off Li Yoju's arm. The affair between your daughter and my son is yellow. Lu Qing never thought that his own mom stirred up a marriage. At this point in the square, the people had dispersed for the most part. Wang Jinxia asked in a daze. Didn't you say your son was a student at the conservatory? How did he become a star in a flash? Lu Ma was even more puzzled than Wang Jinxia. How am I clear? As far as the fact that he's a student at the conservatory is concerned, I didn't know until yesterday. Before that I always thought that Kiyoshi was studying painting and drawing. Lu Qiping, who was on the side, was the first to react. My son sang this childhood song? Lu's mom was snapped out of it. Yeah, let's use the childhood DJ for dance music too. Lu Qiping was shocked. All this time, you still think about your dance music. Career-oriented too heavy. I said that is what you mean. Wang Jinxia surprisingly nodded. Well, even if we use that song, what can they peace is bliss? It's your son's song. Yeah, I'll have Qing do a childhood DJ song for us. I don't believe I can't beat them to peace is blessing. But back home, Say, what's going on? Lu's parents, Lu's mom, had saved up a bellyful of doubts and finally caught a chance. Lu Qing picked and chose the experiences of the past month and told the two of them, and then find some online videos to play, eliminating the doubts in the minds of the two old men. That is, if I use the childhood DJ for dance music at the square dance contest, there's no problem? Lu's mom asked. Don't you say that childhood is a broken song? Lu Qing said. Who said that? Childhood is a great song. Lu's mom slapped Lu Qing on the back. Lu Qing had guessed this would happen long ago. He spilled the beans about making a new song. Childhood DJ is nothing. I've got a song just for you that's sure to be better for square dancing than childhood DJ. Oh, what a look. It's not ready yet. It could be out in a week. Lu's mom calculated that there was just enough time to choreograph a new dance song, so she had thought of it for us early in the morning. No wonder Kiyoshi asked me about dance music the day she came back. Xiaoqing, this child is all advantages since childhood. And the person is low profile and speaks well. Lu Qing, that's not what you told the others in the square. It was already 2300 hours when Lu Qing washed up and lay on the bed. That's when his cell phone beeped. Lu Qing unlocked and tapped the dialog box. Vivian Tam, sorry for recording the excerpts until now. I didn't see the message until now. Lu Qing, Sister Weiwei, rest early. We'll talk about anything tomorrow. Vivian Tam, it's okay. You're looking for me to sing in chorus, but I probably won't be able to find the time within a week. I'm terribly sorry. Sister Vivian is too busy at work. I'll have to replace her. Lu Qing looked through his address book, searching for female singers he could work with. It's still a short time since I've been over here, and I've only met some female singers through my participation in Born Singer, and I'm going to choose from those. Lu Qing listed them one by one. Yellow 0? Lu Qing brainstormed the image of her singing the most dazzling national wind, Bend the River. As a result, the more he thought about Lu Qing, the more uncomfortable he became. If Huang 0 were to sing it, he should change the name of the song to the most ruffled ethnic style. Lu Shijuan? It doesn't fit either. She's fine singing gentle love songs, and the most dazzling national wind doesn't go well with her either. Zhou Pen Pen, Zhang Xiaohan. None of them worked. Lu Qing denied them one by one. Finally Lu Qing locked onto a figure, Dang Zietz. And then Lu Qing remembered that he had also agreed with her to write 2 songs for her, a chorus and a single, just in time. Then Lu Qing brainstormed the image of Dang Ziki singing the most dazzling ethnic wind. Surprisingly, Dang Ziki's voice is very powerful and wonder is very full. The rhythm of the most dazzling ethnic wind is fast and easy, and Dang Ziki sings it without any sense of incompatibility. The only question is, would Dang Ziki be okay with singing a song like this? After all, she had always sung predominantly love songs and had never sung songs in this genre. In his previous life, some people on Earth had said that the song was dirt, although Lu Qing had never felt that it was dirt. But everyone thinks differently. Lu Qing picked up his phone and directly flipped to Dang Ziki's chat box. Then Lu Qing stopped his hand, messaging someone at 11 o'clock in the middle of the night asking if they're asleep. One is afraid that one's brain is not seriously ill. We'll talk about it tomorrow. A high-end residential building in Huahai City. Dang Ziki's residence is a duplex apartment with an area of 400 square meters, and its interior decoration is very luxurious. The residence is not only equipped with modern home amenities, but also has a private garden and swimming pool, which makes her life very comfortable and cozy. This day, Dang Ziki, who has just finished recording the program, has taken a short break. Back to his luxurious residence, Dang Ziki wanted to take a nap, but unexpectedly his agent Lu Fong killed the door. Ziki, I know you're tired, but you can't sleep now. Dang Ziki looked sleepily at her agent. Lu Fong, I'm going to be sleepy, just let me sleep. Lu Fong look in the eyes is very heartbreaking. Ziqi since the participation in the Born Singer finals. Notice endorsements constantly. A day has not rested. It's so hard to get a break and have it mercilessly interrupted by yourself. But now is not the time to be soft. Ziki, there are still a few days left before the variety show I'm a Singer-Songwriter starts filming. You can't sleep now. As soon as Dang Ziki heard about work, she immediately pulled a pillow over her head and covered it with death. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. Lu Fong looked helplessly at Dang Ziki, who was splayed out on the bed, and continued. What I'm a Singer-Songwriter requires is that the original work you come up with in the first installment must be stunning enough, and it's very important to hit the first shot. Dang Ziki's hands covering her head got harder as she rolled from one side of the bed, wrapped in the covers, to the other side, trying to get away from Lu Fong's nagging. Lu Fong held her arms and looked down at Dang Ziki. You know, the program requires that it must be a new song, and now you haven't even written a single word. What will you sing when the program starts shooting? Aha! Dang Ziki interfered with her eardrums in such a way to block out what Lu Fong said. Ziki, you can't be like this. You'll be fine after this period of time. Good boy. Get up and write a song. Lu Fang was like a sorcerer who recited incantations, and her head was about to explode when what she said was heard in Deng Ziqi's ears. You think writing songs is easy? Writing songs is very inspirational. Songs are not cabbages, no matter who they are, and you can't just write them if you want to. Deng Ziqi just wanted to hurry up and escape Lu Fang's clutches. It was almost like the devil was whispering. Just as Lu Fang was still in pieces, Deng Ziqi's phone rang. Deng Ziqi picked up the phone in a hurry. Sure enough, Lu Fang stopped chattering and pricked up her ears to listen. Deng Ziqi half squinted at the display on the phone. Lu Qing? Hello, Sister Ziqi. I have a chorus song would you be interested in? There is. Deng Ziqi would do anything to get rid of Lu Fang. Ziqi-chan, you haven't heard me say what kind of song it is. I trust your ability to create. Say, what time? Mr. Lu Wopan's backing track should be out tomorrow, so we can start recording tomorrow. I can today. Rather, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Deng Ziqi hung up the phone with a snap. No, you're in a hurry. Lu Fang listened to the entire call. She anxiously said to Deng Ziqi, Ziqi, you can't do this. You haven't written a single word of your own song yet. How will you have time to sing with Lu Qing? Deng Ziqi's eyes rolled back in her head as Fang started again. Writing a song is like doing a math problem. If you can't figure it out, you can't figure it out. I need a little outside stimulation right now, not suffocating myself inside. Even if the chorus goes well, you'll have wasted at least a day. There's not much time left for you. If you don't know how to say no, Sister Fang called Lu Qing and had to tell him you were busy. Deng Ziqi was tired of hearing about it. Chorus recording, where two singers can record their dry voices in different places and at different times, and then combine them in post-production. But in order to get rid of Lu Fang, Deng Ziqi made a bold decision. She dialed Lu Qing's number. Hey Lu Qing, send me your address. I want to go over and record with you. Lu Fang looked at Deng Ziqi incredulously. Are you crazy? You haven't written a single word of your new song. If you go to Lu Qing, what about the new song? What about the program? Deng Ziqi fled the room. Too late to explain. I'm going to catch my next flight. Too capricious. Lu Fang is alone and messy. What to do with Ziqi's new song? Who can afford to not be able to get the song when the show is blamed? I blame this Lu Qing for talking about cooperation at this juncture. Achoo! Lu Qing sneezed. He had just sent his address to Deng Ziqi, not having the slightest idea that he was being missed. However, Ziqi's sister is too hasty. She hasn't seen if she likes the song. Moreover, there is no need for her to come in person, right? For temporary collaborations like this, it is common for singers to have staggered schedules with each other, and in most cases, separate recordings are taken. Ziqi's sister not only agreed to the chorus, in order to present the effect will be better, but also deliberately fly over to record together. Ziqi's sister is really dedicated. Looking at the time, Lu Qing prepared to pick up the airplane. Sister Ziqi was so sincere. She couldn't afford to be slow. Sunglasses, mask, sun hat. Lu Qing dressed himself up according to the standard. He wasn't afraid of being recognized. He was worried about Deng Ziqi being recognized. After all, Deng Ziqi's curiosity was much greater than Lu Qing's. In case the paparazzi caught it and exposed it, Lu Qing couldn't explain to the public that he was going to invite Deng Ziqi to sing a square dance song. Although that's what happened, it always felt weird somewhere. Luckily, Lu Qing saw Deng Ziqi dressed down when he received her. At first glance, it is experienced in traveling. On the way back, Deng Ziqi finally asked Lu Qing for the lyrics and score. Lu Qing sent the document to Deng Ziqi and watched Deng Ziqi's expression. Although Ziqi's sister has never sung this kind of song style, but she will not refuse it. Deng Ziqi as a hexagonal warrior. Love songs, Chinese style, rap, songwriting, singing, everything. Sight singing couldn't be easier for Deng Ziqi. She sang to Lu Qing's score, Bend the River from Heaven. Ha! Deng Ziqi sang a few lines and then eeped softly. The song is a pop song with a catchy melody and a lot of ethnic elements in between. She had never sung a song like this before, and as a songwriter who was constantly exploring her music, she revealed a strong interest. Lu Qing saw Deng Ziqi's appearance and lowered his heart. It seems one's worries were redundant. Soon, Deng Ziqi finished the whole song. She asked, I'm already familiar with the melody. What part of the lyrics am I responsible for? Lu Qing hesitated slightly. This stay is mine. Deng Ziqi quickly went back and skimmed through the lyrics, quickly finding the 3 words in a bracket. Pouring wine to make you stay, and then what? Dunwich asked again. This I know is mine too. Lu Qing pointed to the lyrics. I know you're the most beautiful cloud in my heart. Oh, Deng Ziqi nodded as she waited for Lu Qing to continue, but after waiting for half a day, he didn't see Lu Qing's following. Deng Ziqi turned her head to look at Lu Qing, And then, it's up to you to play. Lu Qing had a bit of a heart attack after he finished speaking. Deng Ziqi continued to stare at Lu Qing, meaning, the rest of the lyrics are mine. You call that a chorus? Hey, what do you mean by that look? I'm not here to touch the fish. I want to save face too. Look here. Lu Qing pointed to the lyrics on Deng Ziqi's cell phone screen. Deng Ziqi saw where Lu Qing's finger stopped. I wasn't idle when you sang the lyrics. I'll harmonize. Duncan Ziggy. Music singing form although various. But Deng Ziq's impression of male and female chorus is not like this. I don't listen to a lot of songs, you can't fool me. Lu Qing, I'm really not lying. I'll always give you harmonies. Why don't you sing a couple lines alone too? Deng Ziqi suggested. No. Lu Qing firmly refused. The song would have no internal flavor if he had to sing more than 2 lines. The more Deng Ziqi thought about it, the more he felt that Lu Qing was paddling. But it's only at the stage of preliminary discussions, and everything will have to be decided with the recording of the song tomorrow. After treating Deng Ziqi to a big meal, Lu Qing arranged for her to stay in a nearby hotel. Whether it was Lu Qing writing songs for Deng Ziqi to sing or Deng Ziqi coming to give Lu Qing a hand, Lu Qing are going to do their best as landlords. Zoga Music Studio. I say Zhuojia. It's already 10 a.m. Didn't you say Lu Qing came to your place to record a song? Why haven't you seen anyone yet? You're not bluffing, are you? Confess. Did you pee the photo of you and Lu Qing? In the recording studio were a few of Zoga's friends. They rushed to Zhuojia's studio early in the morning, fearing that they would miss the opportunity to meet Lu Qing. Lu Qing's fame was far from a household name among the people, but it's already well known in music-making circles. Recently there are many musicians like Zhuojia, analyzing Lu Qing's songs like crazy. It stands to reason that every music creator has his own style, and the songs he creates are largely regular. But the style of Lu Qing's songs is disorganized. A bunch of musicians with their heads up their asses didn't see much of a pattern. Zhuojia's musician friends are here to get a glimpse of Lu Qing's greatness. As far as I'm concerned, yes means yes, no means no. A group photo? Do I have to pee? Anyway, Lu Qing said he would come over, Zhuojia said with his mouth, but his heart was a little drummed. That day at Siho Plaza, Mom bragged without a draft and ended up playing a big sword in front of Guangdong. It's my fault. I should have stopped Mom. Knowing her temperament. It's been days since the incident, and Zhuojia is still blaming himself. I don't know if Lu Qing will come. Just as he was thinking, Zhuojia heard 2 voices coming from far and near. One of them was still a female voice. Lu Qing, you should have woken me up earlier. Sleeping until you wake up naturally today. How much it delays the progress of recording the song. Though but, Ziki-san, sleeping until you wake up naturally is fun. You don't have to laugh so loudly. Oh, am I acting that obvious? Little mouths are grinning to their heels. Ahem. That said, aren't you going to sing more? No. The door to the room was opened and the crowd saw 2 figures enter the recording studio. The crowd gasped when they got a good look at the appearance. Lu Qing, Deng Ziqi, it's really coming. The crowd's eyes changed as they looked at Zhuojia. My brother Zhuo really has connections. Lu Qing and Deng Ziqi both came, 2 of the top songwriters in the business. So many people. Hello everyone. Lu Qing and Deng Ziqi greeted the crowd. Zhuojia was grateful in his heart. It seems that he thought too much. Lu Qing is not that petty. After a brief greeting from the crowd, Deng Ziqi's cell phone rang. She pulled out her cell phone. Sister phone. Hyperventilating demon. I purposely changed cities in order to sleep naturally. And it's only been half a day since I've been in touch. And I'm being pushed about a new song. Duncan's head hurts. Ziqi, now is not the time to play around. Lu Qing that song casually recorded. Hurry back. You don't have much time. Don't be capricious. The program team just called me to ask about your progress in writing the song. I gave them a perfunctory pass. I know writing a song depends on inspiration. But right now, you have to write the song without inspiration. Do as you're told and come back tomorrow. There's no room for error this time. As soon as the phone was connected, Deng Ziqi was frantically output by Lu Feng. There is one main idea throughout. New songs. New song. New song. Got it. Deng Ziqi returned breathlessly. She came out this time, mostly to escape the pressure of making new songs. I don't know if it's because she's particularly tired, but she's been uninspired by new songs lately. Since Lu Qing and Deng Ziqi were both particularly close, Lu Feng spoke loudly. That's why Lu Qing heard 7 or 8 things. Ziqi-san is in a hurry? She was giving up her time doing new songs to record with me. Right about this time, Lu Qing's phone also rang. Mr. Lu Guopon? Hey, Mr. Lu. Lu Qing, I'm so sorry. The accompaniment for The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind was supposed to be sent to you this morning, but I had an accident on my side, and I don't expect it to be ready for another 4 hours. That's right. Lu Qing didn't expect the accompaniment to go wrong. Ziki's sister is leaving tomorrow and must finish recording the most dazzling national wind today. Ziki-san was already completely familiar with the songs, so it didn't take long to record them. Not much of a problem. Lu Qing replied. Tough luck, Mr. Lu. I can wait. After Lu Qing hung up the phone, he realized that everyone was looking at him. There's a problem with the song's accompaniment, so we have to wait 4 hours before we can start recording, Lu Qing explained. Zhuojia said. No problem. I'm fine with all I hear. When he finished, the crowd gathered to look at you and me. The atmosphere was a little awkward. We're recording in 4 hours. What do we do in between? Sit on your ass. I'll familiarize myself with the song again. Deng Ziki suddenly said. No need for that, Ziggy-san. Lu Qing and Deng Ziki had explored all the details in the song while they were on the road. With Lu Qing as a hanging wall, Deng Ziki took the shortest amount of time to grasp the essence of the song. I just heard that Ziki-san is worried about a new song, and I promised to write a song for Ziki-san during the finals. How about right now? Sister Ziki, I heard you're missing a new song? Right. What kind? My idea is to portray the kind of feeling of a beautiful and fragile love that breaks the heart at the moment it breaks, but I don't have a clue yet. Lu Qing organized the thoughts in his head, and there it was. I remember I still owe Ziki-san a song. How about today? Ha? Aren't you going to sing the most dazzling national wind? And there's not enough time today. There's only these 4 hours, Deng Ziki said. Enough. Zhuojia and his musician friends instantly boiled over when they heard Lu Qing's words. Lu Qing is going to write a song in front of them. It has a fatal attraction for them. The crowd was so excited. Today, not only can you hear Lu Qing and Deng Ziki's chorus song, but you can also watch Lu Qing write a song. Watching Lu Qing's creative process up close and personal is sure to teach you a lot. Give me a few sheets of pentatonic paper, Lu Qing said. Yes, yes. When Zoga heard this, he immediately rummaged through the shelves of the recording studio. Lu Qing really had to create a song from scratch in front of everyone. Zhuojia's hands were shaking with excitement. Zhuojia had followed Lu Qing since the first time he sang Wukong. As a musician, he had dreamed countless times that he could be like Lu Qing and stand on the stage with a bang. But not everyone can be as lucky as Lu Qing. Lucky? Many musicians say this about Lu Qing. Zoga, however, disagrees. Lu Qing was able to achieve what he has today. Opportunity, talent, and hard work are all missing. Zhuojia asked himself, if he was the one who was taunted by Wang Lingjia on the stage at that time, he would never be able to counterattack as beautifully as Lu Qing did. Compose a song on the spot. Such a performance made Zhuojia still unable to believe it. The only consolation he could find for himself was that Lu Qing was a genius, and this genius worked very hard and diligently to be able to lift heavy weights. The creative process is painful. Even Lu Qing doesn't have too much trouble creating a good song. This is something that Zoga believes no creator can avoid. And now, Zhuojia had the opportunity to observe Lu Qing, the process of this painful creation. It is well known that writers' manuscripts are very valuable. There are some famous artists who can sell hundreds of thousands of dollars for just one page of their manuscripts. One can speculate about the writer's state of mind at the time through details such as writing and scratching on the writer's manuscript, even through some content additions and deletions, to restore the writer's ideas at that time. Zhuojia tremblingly handed Lu Qing the 5-line score paper in his hand. These blank score paper will soon become that precious manuscript. The manuscript was precious, at least in Zoga's eyes. Of course, what is even more rare is that Zoga can witness the process with his own eyes, rather than speculate through the traces of the manuscript. After Lu Qing received the score paper, he began to write. Deng Ziki was sitting right next to Lu Qing, very close. Being short, it was a bit hard to see what was being written in her normal sitting position. She simply stood up, one leg resting on the stool, her arms propped up on the desktop, and turned sideways to look at Lu Qing. As a fellow creator, she was also very interested in Lu Qing's creative process. This new song was already killing her. Zhuojia was occupying favorable terrain at this point, as he took up a position on the other side of Lu Qing. But his friends weren't as lucky as he was. Some stood behind Lu Qing and could barely make out Lu Qing's handwriting. There is also an unlucky person who can tiptoe and can't see. And what he regrets most at this time is that he should have known that he would have paid out of his own pocket to change a larger table for Zhuojia. Lu Qing didn't have any hesitation at the moment. Brush up on your writing. When he had written 2 full lines of notes, the crowd did not notice the slightest abnormality. They can do it when the desire to create is strong. What they do now is to hum softly to the score. Well, the melody is slightly flat. The tone has some low notes, but otherwise I haven't seen anything yet. But when Lu Qing wrote the 5th line and there was not a single pause, the crowd furrowed their brows. Were the thoughts not stuck at all? You know, just now when Deng Ziki said her creative direction, the crowd also started to look for creative inspiration after hearing it. When they didn't even have a clue, Lu Qing had already started composing 5 lines in one breath. Well, Lu Qing is a genius. It's normal for him to be better than us. Maybe Lu Qing usually had accumulated this. Barely explains it. But as Lu Qing wrote on line after line, the eyebrows of the crowd wrinkled deeper and deeper. They realized the gravity of the situation. This, what the hell is this? I can't even copy as fast as he can compose. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Just about everyone was looking at each other in disbelief. Lu Qing wrote the score. He blew on the last line of undried ink. Well, the tune is done. It's time to write the words. Lu Qing nodded with satisfaction. This handwritten score, not a single scribble. OCD had to say yes even after reading it. The words are much simpler. Lu Qing filled in the lyrics underneath the melody. And this time he wrote a little slower. Of course, he wasn't weighing words. He was afraid that it would be hard for his OCD to read it. And since the score wasn't scribbled, the lyrics had better not be scribbled either. A few minutes later, Lu Qing took a long breath. It's too hard. There was this street challenge to write from 1 to 600 in one go without making a mistake. And it turned out that very few people were able to make it to 600. And often started making mistakes as soon as they got to 200 or 300. Lu Qing finds it more difficult to write songs and words without scribbling them than a digital challenge. The crowd immediately spat out 3 liters of blood. You call that too hard? What happened to saying that creation is painful? You didn't even stop in the middle. I thought the tune was outrageous enough in one take. I didn't realize that the lyrics were also instantly recognizable. And the lyrics and the tune fit as well as ever. Another great song. Is Lu Qing really composing songs? The creative process is so different from that of mere mortals like me. Finished? A man stammered and asked. It's finished. The words and music are complete. Lu Qing replied. I know it's complete. That's not what I asked. What I'm asking is how you made it out. The crowd waited with bated breath to learn something about creation with Lu Qing. Seeing where Lu Qing stopped, one could think along with Lu Qing's thoughts while he was taking a long test. But before the crowd was ready, Lu Qing ended it. There's not a single redaction in the book. Not a single reference. Zhuo Jia looked at Lu Qing dumbfounded, knowing that there was a gap. He didn't expect the gap to be so big. He felt that the gap between man and man was greater than the gap between man and dog. Deng Ziki was at this moment staring straight gutturally at the score paper that was filled with Lu Qing's writing, hummed out in disbelief. Na 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 na. Good to hear. This song is perfect for me, and very much in line with the creative mindset I was talking about. Lu Qing is such a genius. Deng Ziki's eyes towards Lu Qing were somewhat less innocent. Lu Qing was startled by Deng Ziki's scorching eyes and moved her but slightly, hurriedly pulling away. Sister Ziki, let me talk to you about arranging ideas. Lu Qing steered the conversation. Deng Ziki leaned her arm on the desktop and rested her head in her hand, her eyes flickering over Lu Qing. Fine. You say, I'll listen. The crowd immediately pricked up their ears. You can't learn how to compose, but you can learn how to arrange. Lu Qing shared some ideas for the arrangement. Time flew by. The crowd benefited. Oh yeah, what's the name of the song? Someone asked. Lu Qing took a pen and drew a circle on the score paper. The title of the song is this. It's in the lyrics. Deng Ziki nodded. As I thought, Lu Qing and I have a similar philosophy of making music. The more I look at Lu Qing, the more handsome he looks. Lu Qing felt the gaze from somewhere and felt a little fuzzy in her heart. Well, at that moment, Lu Qing's phone rang. Mr. Lu Guopeng called. Hey Lu Qing, long time waiting. The accompaniment is sent to you. Lu Qing clapped his hands together. Good. The most dazzling national style. Start recording the song. Lu Qing and Deng Ziki stayed in the recording studio. The others all moved to the control room. Zhuo Jia cast the lyrics of the most dazzling national wind onto the screen in the control room. And a few people gathered around. Hiss. Lu Qing wrote these words? Do you guys feel a bit earthy? It's not at all the same style as his previous few songs. Lu Qing's previous song style is also different. You do not understand. This is not called dirt. This is called ethnic flavor. Don't you see that the title of the song is called The Most Dazzling Ethnic Style? If you don't say you can't write a good song, it's not as good as Lu Qing's. Lu Qing's song hasn't flopped and blown over. The crowd discussed it with you and me. Through the soundproof windows of the control room, the crowd saw that the two men had already put on their headphones and were ready. To the side of Deng Ziki's side was the sheet music rack. The melody was already familiar to her. She was mostly reading the lyrics. And at the moment, Lu Qing's front was empty. The crowd looked at Lu Qing and then at the lyrics on the screen. Hey, Zhuo Jia, doesn't Lu Qing even need to read the lyrics? Isn't The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind a new song? Can Lu Qing memorize so many words? Someone asked. Before Zhuo Jia could answer, the other man snatched his words. Are you questioning Lu Qing's professionalism? The song was written by Lu Qing. Can he not remember the words? And rightly so. I don't know which part of the lyrics Lu Qing is responsible for. I didn't quite distinguish which part should be sung by a male voice and which part by a female voice when I read the whole song. Just listen and you'll know. Lu Qing never disappoints. Lu Qing at this time made an okay gesture towards Zhuojia and the others. Zhuojia rubbed his hands together excitedly. Only he knew that Lu Qing's song was a square dance song. The dance music Lu Qing had made specifically for his mother was definitely different from the style of his usual songs. Square dance music must have a very strong rhythm. At least now, judging by the lyrics, there's an internal flavor. I just don't know how the melody and backing vocals are. The song's accompaniment was unheard by anyone, and with anticipation, Zoga pressed play. Stomp, stomp stomp stomp, 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 stomp. A strong rhythm hits. The crowd couldn't help but shake their legs, shaking as they realized something was wrong. The song is so out of sync with Deng Ziqi too. What songs did Deng Ziqi sing in the past? Her overall musical style, including her singing, is more influenced by the West. Traditional love songs, R&B, lyrical rock, and these days rap has been dabbled in. But can ethnic pop work? After familiarizing herself with the melody once more, Deng Ziqi had a plan in her mind and she opened her mouth to sing. The pale ends of the earth are my love. The flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. What kind of rhythm is the most yada 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 swing? What kind of song is the most cheerful? Hey, you don't say. You don't say. Lu Qing turned his head to give Deng Ziqi a thumbs up at this point. While previously familiarizing myself with the song, Lu Qing then gave Deng Ziqi advice. Sing this song with the flavor of the grassland. He told Dunwich to increase her bite, lowering her voice at first. After a few exploratory attempts, in Lu Qing's mind, there have been 7 or 8 points of resemblance, coupled with Deng Ziqi's self can manage a wide open and closed style. Singing it out is not at all abrupt. The professionalism piece is absolutely top-notch. The crooked river comes from the sky. Flow to that sea of 10,000 purples. Fiery ballads are what we've come to expect. It's most comfortable to walk and sing along the way. The crowd has fully embraced the style. It's too brainwashing. But, Deng Ziqi has sung 2 verses in a row. It's Lu Qing's turn for the next one. Idiot. Can't you see Lu Qing harmonizing? That can't be harmonizing the whole song, can it? All I'm hearing is Duncan's voice. This is the chorus. Lu Qing must have his own words in the back. Just listen. The form of male/female duet can be played out in many ways. So what's the hurry? Lu Qing is not an ordinary person. He can certainly give us a new look before our eyes. At this point, Dunzi, it's still going on. We're going to sing like it hurts the most. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me keep you with my heart. Lu Qing saw the opportunity. It's been half a day, waiting for you. He threw himself into it with all his enthusiasm and shouted, stay. Deng Ziqi was not affected by Lu Qing. She's still in her groove. Yo-yo singing the most dazzling national style. Let love roll away all the dust. Lu Qing once again saw his chance. I know. You are the most beautiful cloud in my heart. Pour the wine to make you stay, stay. Forever singing the most dazzling national style. The most beautiful gesture in the whole sky. Yo la 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 la. Ila Shiva la hela choya. I hear the heavenly music that moves in your heart. Ascend to the stage of the clouds beyond the sky. Duncan, it's totally singing high. And the song not only sounds uptempo, but sings uptempo as well. The song goes into an interlude. Deng Ziqi danced to the beat. On the other hand, Lu Qing was dancing even higher than Deng Ziqi. Lu Qing hearing this song was equivalent to a bloodline awakening. In a previous life, there was no random person, big or small, caught on the street who didn't know this song. When the song comes on, anyone has to shake a couple of times along with it. The crowd in the control room shook with it. Don't shake, don't shake. The first verse is all sung and I don't see Lu Qing with lyrics. Lu Qingming clearly sang, it's you who didn't hear it. It can't be. I listened very carefully the whole time. I'd like to study the skills of male-female duets in this area. And I'd like to learn from Lu Qing. Which line did he sing? Here. Damn it. It's only 3 lines. Stay is sung twice. I told you I didn't hear Lu Qing sing. If this counts as a chorus, I'm on me. To the outside world. You can say this, Deng Ziqi and I have put together a new song. It never felt so easy to be a singer. The long dormant dream of music has been rekindled. And I'm available again. The moment. Lu Qing had absolutely no idea what the others were thinking. But to say that he completely touched the fish, Lu Qing definitely disagreed. He still has a few sentences. I hear the heavenly music that moves in your heart. It's just like a spring breeze striking full of peach blossoms. I couldn't resist picking, I couldn't resist picking. I wait for you with open arms. Order I, order I, order I. The song enters its final verse. Deng Ziqi remains solid and Lu Qing abides by his duties. You are the most beautiful cloud in my heart. pouring wine to make you stay, forever singing the most dazzling national style, the most beautiful gesture in the whole sky. It's great. The songs are nice and through. Popular doesn't equal cheesy. And these musicians were able to hear that the song was very well arranged. But Lu Qing, when you're writing a song, can't you add a few more words for yourself? Can you get tired of singing a few more lines? Thanks to the solid vocals of both Deng Ziqi and Lu Qing, the song was recorded smoothly. The songs are all done at 8 p.m. The crowd hung out with Lu Qing for a day with a learning mindset. In one day, Lu Qing not only recorded a song with Deng Ziqi, but also composed a song live. However, the crowd always felt strange, obviously feeling that they had learned a lot from Lu Qing, but when they thought about it carefully, they had learned nothing. The other side. Lu Qing sent Deng Ziqi to the airport. Deng Ziqi offered to return to Huahai after finishing the recording, or else Lu Fang's phone calls would come like a rush. She planned to go back, grab Lu Fang out of bed in the middle of the night, fling the song Lu Qing had written for her in Lu Fang's face, and then take a particularly arrogant nap tomorrow. This is the song that perfectly solves her big problem. Now the more she looked at Lu Qing, the better she looked. Lu Qing, thanks a lot yo. Deng Ziqi thanked Lu Qing. I'd also like to thank you, Sister Ziqi, for taking the time to come to my place to record a song. Deng Ziqi suddenly opened her arms and embraced Lu Qing. Lu Qing froze for a moment, then returned a polite hug. After a while, Lu Qing realized something was wrong. What's the deal with hugging tighter and tighter? That, Ziqi sister, time's up. You should check your ticket. Lu Qing broke away from Deng Ziqi. Boys have to protect themselves out there. Deng Ziqi dispersed Lu Qing lovingly. The boy in front of her had a musical talent that she admired. We can still go deeper. Lu Qing was equally appreciative of Deng Ziqi's ability to compose music, but he was about to start school and there was no suitable time to do so recently. He replied, later. He wouldn't mind communicating more if he had the chance. After sending Deng Ziqi off, Lu Qing returned home to rest. The post-production of the most dazzling national wind was done by Zhuojia. When the finished product came out, he was once again convinced of Lu Qing's creative talent. Isn't this song, being used only as a square dance song, a little too big for its britches? This time the city's square dance competition. Mom is afraid that there is no hope. The most dazzling national wind. In this acre of LV city, Lu Qing's mother's championship is already 9 out of 10. Stomp, stomp stomp stomp, 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 stomp. The pale ends of the earth are my love. Lu Qing played the most dazzling national wind to Lu's mom. Hear this super up-tempo dance music. Lu's mom couldn't stop smiling. She slapped Lu's dad hard in excitement. Lu's father hurriedly clapped his hands. This is good, this is good. This is better than childhood. A few days passed and Qiushan really gave it a pounding. But Qing I thought you sang this song. Where did you find a girl doll that sings strangely well? Lu Qing had to remind Lu's mom. I sang. It's a song that two people sing together. Stay. I yelled as loud as I could. Forget about the misunderstanding. It's unexplainable. Lu Qing gave up resisting. This girl doll you're talking about is Deng Ziqi. Do you recognize her? After Lu's mom learned of her son's identity, she surfed intensely for the past few days, clicking in to read any news about Lu Qing. The finals of course didn't fall by the wayside for Lu's mom. Oh, you mean this? Lu's mom took out her phone and found a picture of a group photo of the finalists. And Deng Ziqi was in it. Yes, it's her. Lu Qing said. Aren't you two rivals? Why is she still singing for you? Lu's mom asked. Rivals are not enemies. Now we are friends. Lu Qing said back. Oh, Lu's mom pulled a long sound. She then held the phone closer to her, flaring both fingers hard at Deng's position in the phone and watching it over and over again. Pretty looking. Just a little short. Lu Ma said. Lu Qiping also came over. Being short isn't a big problem. The key is that both of them are in the entertainment industry and have less time to meet. I don't know what kind of education it is, Lu Ma said to Lu Qiping. Education is not important. The key is that the three views have to match. Lu's dad voiced his opinion. I've heard that actresses all have bad personalities and can have big shelves. Lu Ma suddenly thought. That's a stereotype for you. Whether the character is good or not is divided into people. It has little to do with whether it's a star or not. I see that this girl doll is quite suitable for Xiaoqing, Lu dad said. And so on. Stop. What's this all about? Lu Qing heard something wrong and hurriedly stopped the conversation. Listening to the song was fine. How come the conversation got more and more off track? With this song, the most dazzling national wind. It's enough for you to take first place in the city square dance competition. As soon as Lu's mom heard about the competition, her attention was immediately drawn to it. She had been thinking about the winner of this competition. Now that there was a new dance song, Lu's mom was so enthusiastic that she slapped Lu Qiping on the back. Let's go Lao Lu. Square dance. For Harvest Plaza. As the leader of Peace's Blessing, Lu Yakin is the first to arrive at the square every day. Lu Yakin is keeping a low profile in the square these days. Since Lu Qing recognized his mother, Lu Yakin has been much more restrained, and she turns down the volume of the stereo every day. She asked her son if her childhood was Lu Qing's song and if it would be taken back. The dance team had been practicing together with this song for many days, and it was demoralizing to have the song changed so close to the game. Zhuo Jia told her, "Don't worry," Lu Qing said to use it casually. "He won't take it back." Why don't they, the Peace for Life team, use such a great song themselves? Until Zhuo Jia played the most dazzling national wind to her, Lu Yakin instantly felt that her childhood DJ did not smell good. No wonder Lu Qing, her mom, didn't come to grab the childhood DJ and worried herself for a few days about it. Hopefully, they have a big kill. The moment. Dance music was already playing in the square. The Past is the Wind by Zhang Lan has also recently changed to a new dance song. The dance team practiced hard. They feel their dance music is vaguely comparable to childhood DJs. You can compete with Peace's fortune in the square dance competition. The other side, Li Youju, who is just happy, is very unhappy. Since Lu Qing recognized her mother, she and Zhang Lan had a falling out, but she adjusted her mindset in a few days. Her daughter is so good. She doesn't have to worry about getting married. You Zhang Lan can't look down on my daughter. I can't look down on your son. It's just a small netizen. So she had the idea of competing with Zhang Lan in a square dance competition. There are 4 square dance teams in 4 Harvest Square. Peace is a Blessing has been an honor roll student since the childhood DJ. The Past is the Wind. Peace in your life. And it's good to be new or bad students. But who knew that Zhang Lan and his team suddenly changed their dance music and caught themselves off guard? It's like having an exam coming up and the person you skip class and play with every day suddenly tells you that he will study every day when he gets home and that he too can do well on the exam. Li Youju was difficult. But on second thought, it's okay, there's still the Safe for Life team to keep you company as an underclassman. She balanced her mind a little. At this point, stomp, 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 stomp. The whole Siho Square was blowing the most dazzling national wind. The Safe for Life team has turned into an honor roll. Li Youju, on the contrary, does not feel bad. The other 2 dance teams are back to keep themselves company. August 31st. It was the day that LVC held the City Square Dance Competition. There were 30 teams competing in the tournament, which is a lot, and the organizers arranged the tournament at a tight pace in order to make it a one-day event. There were many citizens of Lecheng who also came over to watch the fun, and the 1,000 or 800 seats in the stands were almost full. Lu Qing arrived at the competition venue early and sat in the stands in advance to watch the game. He didn't realize that so many people would be interested in square dancing. This includes the families of the contestants and many who are purely watching. That's when the first team took the field. Lu Qing watched the whole thing. In the end, this good as water got 520 points. Well, how can I put it? I can't say it's unimpressive. I can say it's rather average. The second through 5th teams scored 750, 630, 590, and 670. It wasn't until the 6th team that there was finally a team that Lu Qing was familiar with. Zhuo Jia's mother, Lu Yakin, is on the Peace's Blessing team, which competes to the song Childhood DJ. They ended up with 910 points and are in first place for the time being. After Lu Qing had read it, he had a rough idea of the judging criteria. Most teams are around 600. If the songs are well chosen, the score will be higher, because dance music is an important reference point for judging scores. When Lu's team Peace for Life came out, the most dazzling ethnic wind refreshed the audience. At the end of the day, they were way ahead with 1530 points. Unsurprisingly for Lu Qing, first place was secure. Of the 20 teams that have come out so far, none have scored more than 1,000 points. Lu Qing didn't proceed to watch the latter part of the match and went straight back home. He has to go back and get ready for school to start back tomorrow. Until the evening, when Lu's dad and mom came back, Lu Qing asked, "How was it? What was the final result?" Lu's dad sighed. "It would have been number 1. What is meant to have been first? Meaning it's not first now? What happened?" Lu Qing asked. "Has some kind of sacred song emerged? It's not right. A locally organized competition, offering a song the most dazzling national wind and still can't win? We misread the rules of the game," Papa Lu said. "The results of the competition are divided into 2 parts. One is scored on site and the other is voted online." Online voting? Lu Qing hadn't learned the exact rules of the competition. He just knew that Lu's mom needed square dance music, and he put all his heart into the music. Not that he ever cared about the content format of the game. And then the online voting was overtaken? Lu Qing asked. "Yes, we scored 530 points in the daytime competition. A solid first place out of 30 teams. Then when the tournament was over, we realized that after the offline tournament, We had to vote online, Lu's mom said. How do you vote online? Lu Qing asked. The tournament site uploaded the videos of the 30 teams' matches to the website, and then went to the website to vote. One person, one vote, 1 point, Lu Qing said. What a site, I'll check out. Lu Qing logged into the Leching Life website, then found the voting channel on a large section on the right side. He clicked in. The 30 videos are sorted according to score ranking. Lu Qing scrolled down and finally found the Save for Life team in 18th place. Score 1, 901, excluding the 530 points during the day. That means 371 people voted for the Save for Life team. He continued to scroll up and found that the second place team, Good as Water, now had 320 points. If I remember correctly, this upward bound was one of the worst jumping teams during the day, and it turned out to be second now. Yuranti Wang said that the leader of this upper goodness Ruwashui team, her son is the chairman of our local big group in Leching, and the chairman of the others instructed that every employee of the company should go up and vote for their team, and as a result, it's now the second one. So what happened to number 1? Lu Qing saw a familiar team, the Past with the Wind team, with a score of 12,031. I could have guessed that one, Lu's mom said. You've met Zhang Lan, the leader of their team. Her son is an internet sensation. He must have canvassed. What kind of operation is this for the organizers? They are still relying on voting to determine the winners and losers. At the end of the day, it's not about who has a good dance song or who dances well. Rather, it's who can pull more votes. Why, it's fine. It's all about participation. Anyway, I have a feeling that your mom and her team won, Lu Qing said. If it's only more than canvassing, then it becomes easier instead, Lu Qing said. He clicked on his Twitter feed. Good news, good news. Are you still struggling with square dance songs that aren't powerful enough? And are you still frustrated by the frequent failure to get stuck on the dance steps? You deserve this song, The Most Dazzling National Wind. Click the link below to cheer for the most dazzling national wind. He then attached a link to the poll. His Twitter feed has almost 3.8 million followers at the moment. It just so happens that this song, The Most Dazzling National Wind, hasn't been publicized yet, so you can take advantage of the wave of publicity. Releasing a new song on the last day of a month and picking the evening time, there was probably no one else besides Lu Qing. Since the monthly new songs list counted the new songs of the month, Lu Qing's The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind wouldn't be able to make it onto September's new songs list, even though it was only by a few hours. Soon a fan who lived on the internet line found Lu Qing's tweets. Releasing a new song on the last day of August. Lu Qing, you really don't take the new song chart seriously. Oh, the first and second place on the August new songs chart are both Lu Qing's. That's okay. You can indeed not take the new song chart seriously. Some netizens then followed the link Lu Qing had sent and clicked on it. Vote first and then listen to the song. Ha! What a square dance song. I thought Lu Qing was joking. What the hell is Peace for Life? Why is the video so sketchy? This netizen first showed a hint of resistance, then did some struggling. Okay, since it's Lu Qing's new song, I'll listen to it. The pale ends of the earth are my love. Then the webmaster couldn't get out. More and more people followed the link and voted. The Peace for Life team has rocketed up the rankings. 3,500 points, 8,900 points, 15,000 points. The rankings moved up to number 1, but it didn't stop there. 26,000 points, 73,000 points, 140,000 points, 310,000 points. Then it stopped rising, because the server crashed. LVCityLife.com is just a small website serving the lives of local residents and usually accesses very little traffic. When they organized the square dance contest and organized online voting, they didn't expect so many people to vote. Lu Qing saw Peace for Life with The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind soaring all the way to the top, and finally crashed the server, and then got comfortable, eating water without forgetting to dig a well. Lu Qing began to reply on Weibo, thanking his fans for their help. Wait, Lu Qing, don't talk about anything else first. Explain to me. You call this your new song? Lu Qing was lying on his bed at the moment, opening up a heated debate with a group of fans. Of course, the best of the best is my song. As soon as Lu Qing replied, it instantly ignited the passion of the fans. Fans ran for cover. Lu Qing replied. Lu Qing replied. Lu Qing interacted with his fans. Out of habit, Lu Qing usually seldom opens his microblog, unless he is eating melon or there is a program group that needs him to cooperate with publicity. He never replied to fan messages. This also led to Lu Qing replying online, making fans feel like it was New Year's Eve. Turn over my cards. Turn over my cards. Lu Qing read down the comments one by one, but the more he read, the more wrong he became. Lu Qing, how kind of you to say that. If I wasn't holding a magnifying glass, I really couldn't hear which line you were singing. Song 104, Stay. Lu Qing redeems himself. I'm more curious about how you and the diva split the money. Half each. Lu Qing liked to be fair the most. Lu Qing, you make this money too easy. Casually shout a few words. Small money arrived. Real name envy. More money or less money is not the most important thing. More work, less work. There is no need to make such a clear distinction. Lu Qing disagreed with this fan's point of view. That would have to be appropriate for someone else's diva to say, wouldn't it? Since when can a word lesser be so righteous? I didn't realize before that Lu Qing was so unshakable. Billion. Can't reply at all. Can't get over this hurdle. Lu Qing should have predicted that this day would come. I just don't want to face it. He had a mind to retort, but the will of the people is an ocean, and he alone cannot argue with it. Why does this song sound so corny to me? What's dirt got to do with me? How many words do I have? You're the ones who say I have few words, and you're the ones who think the song is corny, so don't let me live. I admit that the words are few and far between, but I can't be blamed for the dirtiness of the songs. Hey, why does the female voice in this song sound so familiar to me? I'm going, dang Ziki? It's really dang Ziki. OMG. The most dazzling national wind and dang Ziki? Lu Qing, what do you think? Lu Qing's old mind was relieved that someone had finally found out. I've said it all before. What does singing dirt have to do with me? If you want dirt, it's dang Z's dirt. So he replied, you can't call me dirt this time, can you? Lu Qing, you wake up. You're the one who wrote the lyrics and composed the music. You can't be blamed for the song too. Well, there's no getting around it, is there? It's my fault anyhow. When all the fans realized that the female singer who sang the most dazzling ethnic wind with Lu Qing was Deng Ziki, they instantly exploded. There's no way around it. The contrast is just too much. There is no way for people to accept this. It has always been deeply rooted in this background of Deng Ziki's Xiangjiang upbringing. The full flavor of the prairie that now came out of her mouth just stunned everyone's ears. Even Lu Qing's own fans found it unbelievable and ran to Deng Ziki's Weibo to leave messages. Deng Ziki, what kind of subjugation have you been given by Lu Qing to agree to sing this song with him? Say, how did you two meet? Don't you check the songs properly before you sing? Do you know that your image in my heart is completely ruined? I didn't expect you to be such a female singer, but I like it. Lu Qing is clueless. Are you still clueless? You're also a songwriter. Don't you notice that the temperament of this song doesn't match you? Deng Ziki's fans were confused by a whole bunch of comments that came out of nowhere. What Lu Qing? What happened to Lu Qing? Is the new song from Dunwich already out? No. It seems to be a new song with Lu Qing. And the songs are corny? Deng Ziki's last tweet was to promote I'm a Singer-Songwriter, a show that will air soon and is a hot music variety show. The program requires each singer to come up with an original new song for each episode. Her fans assumed that Dunji's new song for the show was revealed early, but when they understood what happened, they all joined the crusade against Lu Qing. Ziki, how come you can sing this kind of song? The most dazzling ethnic wind. I couldn't even connect you guys just by looking at the song title. I heard the song, it was well sung. Next time don't sing it. Ziki, you've been taken into the ditch by Lu Qing. Stay away from Lu Qing in the future. I can't trust the songs he wrote for you. All along Deng Ziki's songs have had a strong personal style, and the sudden change in style made it difficult for a handful of people to accept. Until Deng Ziki herself retweeted Lu Qing's tweet. The most dazzling national wind is my very favorite song. It's been a pleasure exploring music with Lu Qing, trying out all sorts of possibilities. Looking forward to our next collaboration at Lu Qing kind of row. White Coke retweeted Deng Ziki's tweet in the first place. You boldly go after your dreams. We're here to be your back. Deng Z, it's as a first-tier female singer. Its hotness is among the highest group in the current music circle. The news of her new song has sparked major media outlets to spin the story. With this kind of breaking news, whoever is the first to be able to retweet it eats the first wave of traffic. Soon after, 2.5 hours after Dunwich's retweet, the lyrics of The Most Dazzling National Wind made it to the #1 spot on Weibo's hot search. Because it's at the end of the month, there's no competition for new songs at this time of year. Plus Lu Qing's own hotness wasn't too bad. In the absence of any other publicity, the best of the best spread nonetheless. There's one thing to be said for the song. It's really not corny at all. This song is so up-tempo to listen to. I can't pronounce the words "the pale end of the earth is my love" anymore. It just comes with a melody in my head when I see it. It's toxic. Square dancing has added another divine song. I would call The Most Dazzling National Wind the king of square dancing. I have to forward this song to my mom in a hurry. Nothing wrong with it. Lu Qing saw many comments praising The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind under high-intensity self-search. He wasn't at all surprised that the song would be a favorite, and he believes it. Even if today did not hit the hot search list, with the fermentation of time, the song will sweep the major square, and then from the countryside to encircle the city. It ended up being a popular song. because this is music that the people enjoy. As for those who flirted with the fact that they had few words, Lu Qing released it as a result of the people's delight. Lu Chang wondered. Obviously he sang so many songs, why these fans have to hold on to this point of their own not to let go? Forget it, that's it, they won't listen to any more explanations. They'll just cover their ears and say you have few words. Mostly, you can't argue with them. Let them be. There's a lot of them. Brilliant Rain Studio. Lu Qing released a new song yesterday, The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind. Good. Lee has been having a headache lately. Cancer Change, which was supposed to be released in mid-August, had to be put on hold halfway through because of the fan incident that went viral. And, of course, there is the most important one. At the time, it coincided with the release of Lu Qing's Young China Speaks. Hua Qinyu is suspected to be suffering from Qing phobia. As long as Lu Qing sends out a song he won't send it out. If placed in the past, she would have been shocked if Hua Qinyu said that. How could the unstoppable Hua ever stoop to the level of a human being? But if that person was Lu Qing, it would seem reasonable. Sister Lee didn't feel wrong. Reality has taught them lesson after lesson, and it's not up to them to have a head of steam. With Lu Qing releasing a new song on the last day of August, it's clear that he has no intention of competing for the charts in September. Hua's Cancer Change finally has room to play. Sister Lee then gave Hong Yunstep a call. Old Hong, Hua's new song can be released, so hurry up and arrange publicity resources. What's the point of posting? What if Lu Qing also posts a new song? Hong Yunji said. He had recently been dealing with the aftermath of the incident regarding Brilliant Rain's fans, and after half a month of busy work, he had finally minimized its bad effects. There are no more voices criticizing Brilliant Rain on the internet now. Hong Yunji had a rare day off. Lu Qing released a new song yesterday. He won't be releasing a song at least until early September. We can fight for September's new song chart for Cancer Change. It's a good opportunity, Sister Lee said. Hong Yunji immediately sat up straight when he heard Sister Lee's voice on the phone. Yeah, it's the beginning of the school season. Lu Qing is supposed to be a student, and he definitely doesn't have time to release a new song during this recent period. So good opportunity. He decisively gave up the day off and set about arranging referral resources. Sister Lee immediately found Hua Qinyu after receiving Hong Yunstep's reply. Hua, we've already spoken to Hong Yunstep's side. We're releasing Cancer Change tomorrow. Are you sure Lu Qing won't release a new song? Hua Qinyu asked with a frown. 99.9%. Sister Lee said with assurance. But Deng Ziki is in the I'm a Singer-Songwriter variety show, and she'll be releasing a song tomorrow. Not to be feared. Although Deng Ziki is very musically creative, but my level of creativity is definitely not weaker than hers. This song Cancer Change was carefully crafted by me. As long as it's not Lu Qing, anyone else, I'll kill them indiscriminately. Hua Qinyu smiled confidently. Pro City Conservatory of Music. After Lu Qing arrived at the school at 2 in the afternoon, he first cleaned up in the dormitory, hit it off with a couple of the housemates. Not a lot of classes senior year, lots of free time. Lu Qing's singing career will not be affected. But before that, Lu Qing had to solve one thing first, and that was the studio issue. He Nian also called to complain. Please Lu Qing, hurry up and open a studio. I'll pay for it. Chen Jita is also still introducing himself to the job. His friend, Lao Zhou, offered $2 million for Lu List to sing The Most Dazzling National Wind solo once. Finally, he also conveyed the expectations of the station's vice president, hoping that Lu Qing could participate in Kyoto TV's New Year's Eve party then. Originally, Lu Qing had planned not to release songs until he had set up a studio. As a result, accidentally The Most Dazzling National Wind is on fire again. Lu Qing could guarantee that he didn't do it on purpose. However, things will soon be settled in the studio. Teacher Zhang. Lu Qing came to Teacher Zhang's office. Lu Qing, find yourself a place to sit while I finish the matter at hand. Lu Qing was not polite, and after pouring himself a glass of water, he took a seat in the parlor chair. Mr. Zhang was a teacher at the Lin Cheng Conservatory of Music and was of a very high rank. Many of the students who have come out of her hands have gone on to make a name for themselves in the music industry, including many first and second-tier singers. Many singers who have become famous still keep in touch with Mr. Zhang because he writes good lyrics. To this day there are many people who come and ask Mr. Young for a song. Although Ms. Zhang was of high status, she was completely unassuming and she was very kind to her students. Just like Lu Qing, he hoped that he could get some advice from Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang wasn't a pedantic and stereotypical person, and he had an understanding of many patterns in the entertainment industry. Lu Qing, you don't stop on a vacation. You made so many good songs again in one summer vacation. I've been brushing up on your news every now and then. Mr. Zhang said to Lu Qing after he finished what he was doing. It's all because Mr. Zhang taught me well. Ms. Zhang was non-committal. Lu Qing, a student in her impression, had always been ordinary, with ordinary academic performance and ordinary musical talent. Suddenly, Qing seemed to have an epiphany. On the stage of Born Singer, he came out of nowhere with the song Goku, and then it was like he was on a roll, creating songs that were classics in every sense of the word. In her 30 years of teaching, she had never met a student like Qing. It's so weird. That's the only way Mr. Young can describe it. However, it is always a pleasure when students become successful. Your songwriting techniques for each of your songs are skillful, and that's not something you can learn from me alone. Well, what is it you want to ask me? Mr. Zhang asked. Mr. Zhang, it's the studio, Qing said. Oh, I remember. Ms. Zhang nodded indistinctly. Qing had mentioned this matter to her before. Are you going to open an artist studio? There are 3 main types of artist studios. One type of studio is dependent on the company. This kind of studio artists do not release the contract with the agency. The company provides resources, and then share the proportion with the studio. The artist studio and the company belong to a cooperative relationship. Brilliant Rain Studio falls into this category. The second type is an artist studio that is attached to a company. The third type is an independent studio centered around an artist. Some artist studios are the equivalent of a small entertainment company, where you can sign other artists besides yourself. And the studio Qing wanted to set up was the third. What are your requirements? Mr. Zhang asked. Qing had already thought about this before he came. He can produce a steady stream of great songs without having to think about resources in terms of songs. Also, he doesn't have to think about resources in terms of business and promotion. As long as one doesn't stop singing, one will always be approached by collaborators who come with their own resources of exposure. So start your own studio. The only thing you need is a phone answering. In other words, when a lot of cooperation intentions came to his door, Qing needed a person who could just sift through the many cooperation information and find the right one for him. Qing told Mr. Zhang about the request. In that case, then things are simple. What you need is not an agent, but more like an assistant role. Teacher Zhang analyzed. Qing nodded. Indeed, I have just the right person to recommend. Hello, I'm the agent Mr. Zhang introduced me to. Qing followed the outstretched arm and raised his eyes. A slightly cold face appeared in front of Qing's eyes. A white silk shirt was worn over a slim black blazer and underneath was a pair of black pants. A professional outfit. Dressed so formally, Qing was slightly surprised in his heart. Still, he didn't delay, reaching out to give her a shallow handshake. Hello, have a seat. Qing invited the other party to take a seat. The location they were in now was a cafe near the school. Yesterday, Ms. Zhang introduced the agent she recommended to Qing, and the two of them arranged to meet here. My name is Wang Wei. I'm 27 years old. I'm also a graduate of the Lin Cheng Conservatory of Music. Only I don't have any musical talent, so I became an agent. Qing had basically learned about Wang Wei from Mr. Zhang. Wang Wei worked as a singer for 2 years after graduation, but because her talent was too ordinary and she really wasn't cut out to be a singer, she switched to being an agent. However, the brokerage profession is very resource and network eating, and newcomers to the profession are only paid less than $5,000. After 2 years of hard simmering in Wang Wei, relying on a little accumulation, the salary has exceeded 10,000, but she chose to resign at this time. She can't stand the fact that the flow singers she follows produce crap songs every day, while she herself is selling out and pulling resources to promote those songs. Sometimes she thought it was ridiculous that she had some musical aesthetics, but to quit her job for that reason was a little too naive. After resigning from the company, the little resources accumulated are equivalent to zero, and everything has to start from scratch again. Confused Wang Wei contacted Mr. Zhang, hoping to get a little advice. Mr. Zhang's advice: go work for Qing, so Wang Wei can be considered to be applying for the job. Hello Sister Wei, just call me Qing. Qing didn't count on too much in terms of address. From what Mr. Zhang said, you're thinking of opening a studio? Yes, assistant or agent. I need a person who will screen cooperation matters for me. Mr. Zhang recommended you to me. We can work with each other for a period of time first. Mr. Zhang told Qing that Wang Wei was a very good candidate for his current situation. Wang Wei has been in the industry for more than 4 years. Not to say how long, but definitely not short. For the industry's basic rules, operating logic have been familiar with, and Wang Wei herself studied music, which is a plus. Fully capable of fulfilling the requirements set forth by Qing. Is it settled so soon? Wang Wei hadn't reacted yet. When Ms. Zhang introduced Qing's situation, she was sure that this was the job she wanted. For one thing, Qing originally had a very high level of music, and if he continued to develop normally, he would surely achieve dazzling results. One could enjoy the music without having to endure the torture of promoting trashy songs, but also had bright career prospects. Secondly, their own resources and connections are not wide in the first place. so they can't find a sweet job anymore. While Lu Qing's studio doesn't have to worry about resources, Wang Wei couldn't think of anything better for herself. One shot. Lu Qing then talked to Wang Wei about many details, like where the studio was going to open. Since Lu Qing still had one more year of classes, the studio was registered in Lincheng, and the studio was best rented near the Lincheng Conservatory of Music. There is also the issue of Wang Wei's salary. The base salary is 10,000 yuan per month. Red packets and project commission do not count. Then there was the direction of the studio's development in the future, which was actually mainly determined by the wishes of Lu Qing, who was the core of this studio. Lu Qing instructed that in the next year's time, the studio would mainly take on some cooperation in terms of songs, rejecting all unscrupulous partners who wanted to rub Lu Qing's nose in the hotspot of cha-cha crappy money. Finally, the name of the studio. The two discussed, or choose to call it Lu Qing Studio. The name Lu Qing will carry more and more weight. Boss, in the next few days, I'll go look at the properties and then run the procedures for the studio. Wang Wei had already gotten into character. Good. When Lu Qing returned to school, he called Mr. Zheng to thank him. I didn't expect things to go surprisingly well in the studio. After all, I had no experience in this area. Wang Wei alone did it all, saving him a lot of work. This man is not to be found for nothing. When the studio was done and he had his own full-time operator, he wouldn't have to bother Director He and Director Chen. Brilliant Rain Studio. All the promotion and distribution resources are ready. Hua hua. You'll have to suffer for a while again next. In order to promote your new song, the announcements and variety shows run non-stop, Sister Lee said heartily. Humph. This time, I must take the #1 spot on the September new songs chart and give my fans an explanation. Hua Chunyu's tone was undeniable. Don't worry Wawa, no matter what anyone says, I will always have faith in you. Sister Lee looked at Hua Chunyu favorably. Moreover, the publicity materials prepared by Old Hong's side are very adequate, so there won't be a single mistake this time. Well, I have a feeling that Cancer Change is a milestone song in my music career, and I'm 99.9% sure about the #1 spot on the September chart, Hua Chunyu said. Sister Lee immediately showed starry eyes. Confident Hua Hua. Back. That's what makes Hua Hua so mesmerizing. Oh yeah, Sister Lee. Just to finalize, Lu Qing doesn't release new songs huh? Lu Qing won't release a new song. I asked him. Deng Ziki said in a daze. Why did you ask me about work as soon as I woke up from my nap? What time is it now? It's already noon, Lu Feng said without a trace of humor. Hey, why didn't you rush me out of bed? Deng Ziki said in surprise. The new songs are done. So what am I rushing you for? How about it? How sure are you about this September's new song list? Lu Feng said. 99.9%. I think. Deng Ziki said modestly. Words can't be too full. Although the songs written by Lu Qing are genuinely good. I thought you were going to say it was 100% okay, Lu Feng said. You're that optimistic about the song, too? Yeah. I don't think it's a problem to compete for the #1 spot on the September new songs chart. The new song chart was already updated yesterday, and no big-name singers released new songs. Lu Feng had a serious expression. Deng Ziki teased. I remember you could have said, Lu Qing's songs are just like that. Ahem. Lu Feng dryly coughed twice. That's not a gas. Who let you go out after not answering my phone? Seeing Deng Ziki squinting her eyes and skimming a mouth to stare at herself again, Lu Feng said, Alright, Lu Qing's song is indeed very good, and it also fits your style very well. Sing me a couple lines. I want to hear you sing. That's more like it. Deng Ziki doesn't pull his voice either and sings directly. It's all a bubble. Just a flash of fancy. This is another brand new exploration in my pursuit of art. The new song Cancer is released and we welcome you to enjoy it. This September. Hua Hua is with you. Hua Chinyu posted the edited tweet. He then yawned. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. I've been too tired to rest these past few days for the promotion of my new song. Go. Hard work Wawa. Sister Lee patted Hua Chinyu's waist. Then she opened her cell phone and contacted the heads of several fan clubs. Although the last fan incident had caused a lot of commotion, the fans were the root of Brilliant Rain, and even if it was difficult, Sister Lee had always gone to great lengths to maintain it. Now that Wawa is charging up the September new songs chart, it's the right time to use those fans. Wawa has released a new song, so everyone go up on all the major platforms to build momentum and, most importantly, contribute to the sales of the new song. Copy that. The heads of the major fan bases are starting to come into their own. Sister Lee sent another message to Hong Yunji. Old Hong. How's it going over there? Hong Yunstep has bought a good water army to control the comments. As soon as there is inappropriate remarks immediately deleted. The hot search has been on too. Well not to say, busy. Sister Lee opened her Twitter account. As Hong Yunji said, Two phrases have hit the hot seat. Brilliance Reigns' new song, Artistic Value of Cancer, and Hua Qinyu's new song Microblogging. Retweets, comments and likes in a very short period of time together exceeded 1 million. 10th year of loving Wawa, and the new songs are awesome as always. Wawa, thank you. This song is very good and healing to me. Waiting for a physical one. I'm going to buy it. Brother, I will always remember you and love you. That's my promise. I will listen carefully and attentively and then try to feel good about life. Super love it. Everything is under control. Sister Lee nodded in satisfaction. There was no fuss this time. Public opinion went well, and it was back to its old rhythm. She opened the Wasia music app. That's what Wawa cares about the most. It's what separates Wawa from the rest of the flow. Wawa has always labeled herself as a singer. Wawa truly loves music. Wawa is more interested in getting blow-up numbers here than any other numbers. Sister Lee took a breath. Come on. She opens the September new songs list. Since Brilliant Reigns' new song wasn't released on the first day of September, it's a third-tier artist song with a sales index of 102,000. That's in the top spot right now. Sister Lee stared at the numbers for the Cancer change. 21K, 59K, 103K. The new song topped the new songs chart at number 1 2 hours after it went live. But Lee didn't relax at all and continued to stare at the data changes. 198K, 276K, 357K, 401K. As of 12 o'clock midnight, the final sales index for Cancer came to 401K. On its first day of release, Cancer Survivor surpassed 400K. Looking at the entire history of the Chinese music new song chart, it was also quite a bombastic existence. This figure is better than Wave of the Magic Wand at the time. Lee clenched her fists in excitement and stabilized. Oh yes. She hurriedly Weibo searched for Lu Qing and clicked on Lu Qing's homepage. Luckily, Lu Qing's last tweet was still promoting the most dazzling national wind. Although Lu Qing rarely tweets, every time he has a new song, he will routinely come up to publicize it. Sister Lee grasped Lu Qing's pattern. It seems like Lu Qing really has no intention of releasing a song. Then she remembered something else. Twitter search for Deng Ziqi. She did release a new song. The Bubble? Sister Lee said to herself. She cut her cell phone page back to Wasia Music's new song chart. At this point, the song Bubbles was seen to have come to the second position in the charts, with a sales index of 206,000. When did the song Bubbles get to the second position? How come I didn't notice it? I must have been too focused and put all my attention on Cancer. She glanced again at the release time for Bubbles, which, like Cancer, was 8 a.m. For the same amount of sales time, Cancer has twice the sales index of Bubbles. No wonder Wawa didn't take Deng Ziqi seriously, because it really doesn't have to be in the eye of the beholder. Lee has no intention of putting listening to Bubbles. All she wanted to do now was sleep. Having not closed her eyes for almost 2 days, after working so hard for so long, it was finally time to get a good night's sleep, and Lee's eyelids couldn't beckon her to fall into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was the afternoon of the next day. She was awakened by a startled cry. Ah! Another roar came. It's Hua Hua. Sister Lee instantly sobered up. She had stayed at the studio last night and hurriedly opened the door to the makeshift lounge room and made her way to the workroom. Wah, what's wrong? Sister Lee saw Hua Qinyu's face pained and hideous. She panicked at once. What's going on? Wah, talk to sis. After saying that, she put her hand on Hua Qinyu's forehead. Is this child having a fever? Who expected Hua Qinyu to wave her arm away? Didn't you say that Lu Qing 99.9% doesn't release new songs? Hua Qinyu asked in a cold voice. It wasn't sent. I even checked it last night before I went to bed. See for yourself. Hua Qinyu slammed his cell phone heavily on the table. The door closed with a thud. Sister Lee hurriedly picked up her cell phone and opened the new song list. Number 1 The Bubble, with 548K sales index. Number 2 Cancer with a sales index of 533K. Ha! The Bubble has become number 1? What's going on? This song is of such high quality? She pressed play and the song began to play. And so on. Lu Qing releases a new song? What does The Bubble have to do with Lu Qing? It can't be? She glanced at the production information for Bubbles. Lyrics by Lu Qing. Composed by Lu Qing. All that effort down the drain. It was as if Sister Lee had been drained of her body, and all of a sudden she lost the support of her essence. She then felt aggrieved as to why Hua Hua was so angry with me. Hua has never been that angry with me before. Tears welled up in a flash. I didn't say anything to death. I said 99.9%. She cried louder again. She stared at the direction Hua Qinyu had left, where there was only the door of the room he had slammed so heavily, which was now tightly closed. So aggravating. At that moment a song drifted from the cell phone. Should have known that Bubbles, at the touch of a button, burst. The bubble is on fire. Words about bubbles have been hanging out at number 1 on the Hot 100 all day. Now, as a fan of Deng Ziqi's songs, I officially apologize to Lu Qing. I was wrong about you, and for songs like Bubbles, please pull out another dozen. I just realized that Lu Qing is a treasure singer. I thought you were rubbing off on Deng Ziqi's hotness, but I didn't expect that in addition to the most dazzling ethnic wind. You have so many songs. Childhood, Heaven and Earth, Dragon Scale. I love them all. Lu Qing, I misunderstood you. I'll punish me for listening to Cancer Change 10 times. If I'm still alive, can you forgive me? A bunch of netizens ran over and apologized to Lu Qing. As compensation, they paid attention to Lu Qing. At this time, Lu Qing did not know in the slightest that the song Bubble had made him increase his fans by 200,000, and the number of fans had broken through the 4 million mark. He's on his way to his new studio. Half an hour before, Wang Wei suddenly called. Boss, took a big job. Lu Qing went there by taxi. On the way to the car, Lu Qing couldn't help but think about what kind of job would be considered big. Put the studio's contact info on Twitter yourself. He Nian made a special call to express his gratitude, finally not having to endure the torture of having his phone blown up, and sent a red envelope to congratulate. Older brother, so many good resources, you finally don't have to waste them. This job for Wang Wei should come from here. The location of the newly established studio is 2 kilometers from the Lincoln School of Music. It's on the 8th floor of a commercial office building. Not a bad location, but at the same time it's private enough that you don't have to worry about being followed or anything. Soon, Lu Qing arrived at the studio. The studio was originally a music studio and the previous owner couldn't make it in the music lane and opted out. The entire studio is about 70 square feet. Wang Wei took over, and the hard furnishings of the studio basically didn't need to be touched. She spent a few days making changes to the soft furnishings of the studio to give it a new look. The studio is divided into an office area and a recording area, plus a restroom and temporary lounge. At the same time, the office area takes into account the function of meeting guests. Lu Qing sat on the sofa used for meeting guests and turned his head to look at the recording area on the right. Boss, the recording studio hasn't been renovated yet. Following your instructions to use the best soundproofing materials, the decoration team is preparing the materials today, and it is expected that the decoration can be completed in about 3 days. Meanwhile, the audio, controllers and other equipment have been procured. The installation team is on standby. If all goes well, the recording studio will be ready for use in a week. Wang Wei did the debriefing. Lu Qing listened in awe. He hadn't touched the decoration side of things, but listening to what Wang Wei said, he only felt professional. This is a treasure to pick up. In just a few days, the address of the studio was chosen. The studio procedures were run. The studio decoration was done, as well as the studio professionalism is very strong knowledge of her all. Oh yeah, she was supposed to be studying music. Lu Qing reacted. However, in addition to the above, she also took on a big job. Not sure what kind of big job though, but Lu Qing had to sigh. Omnipotent. The work ethic is excellent. Oh yeah, boss, a total of 1.3 million was spent in the past few days. These are the bills, Wang Wei said. 1.3 million. The wallet is rapidly drying up. Lu Qing suddenly felt that Wang Wei's workability had become mediocre. Pa! Lu Qing slapped himself and despised himself in his heart. The pattern needs to be bigger. All this money should be spent. Lu Qing briefly sampled some of the bills and there was nothing unreasonable about them. The studio was drafted and all these were done by Wang Wei alone, and it was done quite well. Very good. Lu Qing affirmed Wang Wei's work, then said, Sister Wei, you said you took a big job. What is it? You have to make money on your own. You can't just point to the rights to a few songs and lie down for the rest of your life. Boss, you might think I'm exaggerating, but from my experience, whether it's from the perspective of an agent or a singer, it's a big job. It's just too difficult to accomplish. Wang Wei stared at Lu Qing after she finished speaking. Oh, Lu Qing became interested. How big? This time it's Cat Factory that's here to seek cooperation, Wang Wei said excitedly. In the past, with her connections and resume, she would never have access to such resources, but just a few days after arriving at Lu Qing's studio, cooperation offers came floating over like snowflakes. After 1,000 choices, she chose the Cat Factory. Even the collaborations she turned down were ones she had previously dreamed of but couldn't afford. Cat Factory? Lu Qing was puzzled. What kind of company is this? Never heard of it. One of the top 3 game companies in the country. Wang Wei took a look at Lu Qing to see that he was the one who didn't play the game, so she gave him a detailed explanation. Cat Factory, Goose Factory, and Pig Factory are the 3 largest game companies in China. Goose Factory has thousands of games under its belt. With an annual revenue of $200 billion, they have a huge user base in their hands due to their social chat software, and they mainly play a path of whoever is on fire copying whoever is on fire. And whoever is on fire copying whoever is dead, dabbling in every aspect of the gaming field. Pig Factory has a portion of games that are competing games for Goose Factory, but also has the agency rights to a considerable number of fine foreign games. The annual revenue exceeds $70 billion, with hundreds of games under its belt. Cat Factory is different. They only have one game under their company. Just this one game has brought their annual revenue to over $100 billion, separating them from the other two. Maybe you haven't heard of Cat Factory because they're very low-key, but this only game under their banner, you've definitely heard of it. What game? Lu Qing asked. Large-scale role-playing 3D martial arts online game Jianghu, Wang Wei said proudly. The Jianghu, Lu Qing repeated. He could probably understand where that proud little expression on Wang Wei's face came from. Lu Qing guessed that Wang Wei must be a player of Jianghu. There's just something about introducing your favorite game to others that makes you feel connected to it. And the game journeyman is very much out of the loop. Even if Lu Qing didn't play games, he had heard of the great name of Jianghu. This game has an extremely scary number of players. Jianghu is a martial arts game with a high degree of freedom and a wide variety of gameplay. The hundreds of schools and schools of thought argue endlessly. The forces of sex infiltrate the courtroom. The gentry and clans sit and watch the world's strife. The temple and the rivers and lakes. The children and the love. The more Wang Wei spoke, the more excited she became. There's no clear upgrade route in this game. Players can explore freely, and there are hidden mind techniques and strange encounters. I play the internal flow. Like the others, there are dark weapon flow, open store flow, life flow. There are more than 260 schools, big and small. And that's one of the reasons why the game Jianghu is still exploding 10 years after its release. Noticing that she had gotten off track, Wang Wei immediately curbed her desire to share. She suppressed her excitement and pulled back to the topic. In the 10 years since the release of the Jianghu game, a total of 4 profile cards have been updated. Oh, the profile cards are the background of the game, and each update is an upgrade to the game. She was afraid that Lu Qing wouldn't understand and explained. Every time Jianghu updates its profile cards, Cat Factory will find a heavenly king or diva-level singer to compose a theme song. For the first profile card 10 years ago, they looked for Zhou Huajian, when a song called A Laughing Wanderer was amazing. It opened up fame for the game. Second profile card, Mao Min Rouge. The third profile card, Ren Idle Cheese, hard to remember the end of the world. The fourth profile card, Luano's The Longest Love Affair. Each one of them is a classic. So every time when Jianghu updates its profile cards, it's not only a carnival for the gaming community, but also a feast for the music community. Wang Wei said seriously at this moment, without any accidents. The update of the fifth profile card will still burst into flames out of the circle. And this time, the one that the Jianghu has found is you, the boss. Sounds good. The singers who contributed the theme songs for the first 4 profile cards are all big names in the entertainment industry. So you can see that Cat Factory is leaning more towards the divas, and they have the power to choose divas to work with. Moreover, all 4 singers can sing with the flavor of the jungle, although they have different styles. I've never had a jangly song myself. Why did Journeyman choose himself this time? At this point, Wang Wei's phone rang. She wanted to hang up, but glanced at the caller ID, apologized to Lu Qing, and then pressed the answer button. Manager Zhao? Yes, our boss is in the studio. Oh, you're already downstairs. Okay, I'll go down to pick you up. After Wang Wei hung up the phone, she said to Lu Qing, it's Manager Zhao Yao from the Cat Factory, the same person who was in charge of docking with me on the side of Jianghu this time. I didn't expect him to come so soon. Boss, I'll go down and pick him up. Good, you go, Lu Qing said. The Cat Factory is coming now. Lu Qing was a bit surprised. One has not yet given an opinion, and has not even expressed the most preliminary intention to cooperate. I don't know if this is a sign of good faith on the part of the Cat Factory, or if time is running out. The door to the room was pushed open, and Lu Qing saw Wang Wei leading in, a man around 30 years old with a smart face. Before Wang Wei could introduce him, the man walked straight towards Lu Qing and said sharply, Hello Lu Qing, I'm the manager of Cat Factory's music department, Zhao Yao. Hello, Manager Zhao, Lu Qing said. The two men took their seats. Wang Wei disguised herself as an assistant and changed a teapot from somewhere to make tea. Lu Qing secretly praised Sister Wei for her excellent work skills. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was time for Zhao Yao to blow off some water and show off his muscles. Lu Qing is a man who knows his business. Jianghu is about to run for its 10th anniversary, and last month the monthly activity number reached 30 million. This is a very scary number. Of all the games in the country, it's at the top 3 level. If we only count in-games, we're number 1. 3 years have now passed since the 4th profile card update, and this 5th profile card update is just in time for the 10th anniversary of Jianghu. It's not too much to say that it's the new year for gamers. Wang Wei, who was listening, nodded her head frequently at this point. It was so. Zhao Yao continued. This time, the theme song has a different meaning than before. That's why the company intends to plan a grand live broadcast, combining the 10th anniversary with the 5th profile card update, at which time the theme song will be released in the form of a live broadcast performance. When he said this, his tone was suddenly serious. The singer who sings the theme song this time will also receive unimaginable traffic, and the factory is paying immense attention to the singer chosen this time. Then why did your company choose me? Lu Qing voiced his question. I chose you, not our company, Zhao Yao said. What does that mean? Lu Qing was confused. Zhao Yao suddenly opened his hand and gestured to 5. There are 5 managers like me in our music department. Each of the 5 of us will find a singer to make the theme song for the 5th profile card. The last 5 songs are going to be campaigned out within Cat Factory as the final theme song to be released on the 10th anniversary. Lu Qing froze. This kind of work competition is not unheard of in the entertainment industry, but it's rare. I didn't realize the Cat Factory engaged in this mode. Of course, we at Cat Factory won't let the singer work for nothing. Even if we don't get selected in the end, we'll still send the singer $1 million for his hard work. Sure enough, it's a Cat Factory with a lot of money. Lu Qing smacked his lips. All the more reason to refuse it yourself. You trust me that much? Lu Qing said to Zhao Yao. The singers of the first 4 profile cards. Cat Factory is looking for seniors of seniors in the music industry. I have faith in your creative ability to not let me down, or I wouldn't have come to you, Zhao Yao said. Why don't you listen to me first about the contents of the 5th information card? When Zhao Yao spoke of the 5th profile card, Wang Wei's eyes lit up. Cat Factory has been doing a good job of keeping their secrets, and not a single bit of information has leaked out about the background of the 5th profile card so far. As a player of Jianghu, she was excited to learn about the background content in advance, not realizing that there were such benefits of working with the boss. The fact that Jianghu has been able to thrive has a lot to do with the fact that the plot content in its profile cards is solidly done. In fact, a sizable portion of the population of Jianghu players are plot stream players. Even if they are not plot stream players, they will still have a general understanding of the content in the profile cards, Zhao Yao explained. At this point, I think Ms. Wang Wei has the right to speak. He had long noticed that Wang Wei was a Jianghu player. Wang Wei couldn't agree more. That's right, the plot of Jianghu is top-notch, and the 5th profile card, the most popular character in the game, will meet his end, Zhao Yao said. What? Wang Wei was surprised. The most popular character in Jianghu is the white-clad swordsman Yi Xiaoji, who is the game's battle ceiling. Although many players had been chased and hacked by this NPC's ass, the players' love for Yi Xiaoji did not diminish in the slightest. Now he's going to meet his end? She perked up her ears. Lu Qing also sat up straight and listened attentively. The basis for what theme song is sung at the end is the content of the plot in the profile card. Zhao Yao slowly spoke at this time. The white-clad swordsman Yi Xiaoji is a character who appeared in the very first profile card, and he has been with the players of Jianghu for 10 years. In the first 4 profile cards, the white-clothed swordsman walks alone between the rivers and lakes, dressed in a white robe, and travels alone between thousands of mountains and rivers. In a chance encounter, fate arranges a tangle for him. It was a moonlit night. The white-clothed swordsman and Liuli met under the moonlight. Ruri is a girl with beautiful features and a gentle, kind personality. She was as lonely as the white-clad swordsman. They found each other in a sea of people. 2 lonely hearts that longed for love were silently attuned to each other at that moment. The white-clad swordsman fell in love with Ruri, and they shared warmth as they strolled through the jungle. Liuli became the only thing that the white-clad swordsman had to worry about. He wanted to return to the mountains with her. In the 5th profile card, there are frequent wars in the jungle. The forces of darkness provoke bloody slaughter. During a fierce battle, the white-clothed swordsman was fatally wounded to protect Liuli, and he relied on his powerful internal energy to seal his meridians. Although he did not die a horrible death, his kung fu was not as good as before. The pursuit of the dark forces hadn't stopped yet, and the white-clothed swordsman hadn't gone back to Liuli in order to keep her from getting involved in this pursuit again. But instead, he had avoided the pursuit. If he had known Liuli before, even if he had lost all his powers, he would have gone back to the dark forces to fight for his life, and would never have gone into hiding to avoid pursuit. However, he couldn't do that now. He couldn't die. He had to live for Ruri, and he looked forward to seeing that day again. He recovered his power while maneuvering around the dark forces. So, many years passed. However, Luri was always on the lookout for that white-clad swordsman. She's not afraid of dying. She's afraid of not being together. After years of hard searching, on a night when the moon was as cool as water, Liuli found her beloved white swordsman. He is under siege by the forces of darkness. At this moment, Liuli could no longer endure the pain of lovesickness. Even if she died, she would hug that figure. This time, The white-clad swordsman once again chose to die with the dark forces in order to protect Lioli, the number one divine sword of the Jianghu. The red training, which had accompanied the white-clad swordsman for his entire life, was broken. After years of separation, Luri hadn't had a chance to say a word to him. The white-robed swordsman was separated from her by the yellow springs, but at the moment she was no longer as sad as she had been in the past, because tonight's moonlight was similar to the one that night when they first met. First seen in the moonlight, reunited in the moonlight. She tightened her grip on the white-clad swordsman's hand, then with a smile on her face, she picked up the broken sword and then stabbed it hard into her heart. We'll be meeting him soon. Ha! Wang Wei stared blankly at Zhao Yao. Wrote the white-clothed swordsman Yi Shaoji to death. Wrote Lioli to death as well. Zhao Yao said to Lu Qing at this time. How's it going? Any inspiration? Yes, Lu Qing said. There is no inspiration and no shut down. Zhao Yao choked. Lu Qing said. It's not just inspiration. I've already figured out which song it is. I accept this commission. Lu Qing stood up and said. Then, happy cooperation. Oh, happy cooperation. Zhao Yao responded and got up to shake Lu Qing's hand. Wang Wei's brain hadn't turned a corner yet. Reached. The theme song for the 5th profile card of Jianghu. A partnership with Cat Factory was reached. In the past 10 years, there have only been 4 singers in total who have accomplished this. And which one of them is not a diva? Today, the owner will also be honored. Such an achievement is not a music award in the entertainment industry, but it is better than a music award. Although she has to compete with other singers to finalize it, she has confidence in her boss. She applauded cheerfully. She then said, Manager Zhao, can I ask who the other 4 singers who did the theme song for this profile card are, besides our boss? Honestly, I don't know. Zhao Yao's expression was serious. How? What's the Cat Factory up to? Lu Qing asked. Why is that? Cat Factory has a specialized music department. And as I just said, within the music department, there are 5 managers, or more aptly group leaders, like myself, until the final theme has been decided upon. The individual group leaders are not allowed to pry into each other's collaborating singers to prevent malicious competition. So that being said, even I don't know which singers the other few will be looking for, and I'll only be able to find out when our music department finally meets and votes on it. Zhao Yao explained. He didn't know, but he had his own guess. Several other people chose to definitely run towards the first-tier Heavenly King level singers to exert themselves, and would never choose a singer like Lu Qing, whose roots were still shallow, as they did. His choice of Lu Qing was well thought out. Firstly, he is the youngest among all the team leaders and has just been promoted to team leader not long ago, so he has no advantage in human resources. Despite the Cat Factory banner, some diva-quality singers don't buy it and won't work with themselves. Secondly, he himself chose Lu Qing out of the many new generation singers because he believed in his talent. Finally, he considered from the point of view of game operation. Jianghu running 10 years, although there is a horrible number of monthly activity, but the proportion of old players is very large. The number of new players into the pit is decreasing year by year. Young people make up a significant portion of Lu Qing's fan base. Although the overall number was small, one bet on it, betting that Lu Qing would definitely grow into a heavenly star, and that eventually Lu Qing's influence would spread to a new group of young people, injecting fresh blood into Jianghu. So, please, Zhao Yao said sincerely to Lu Qing, I believe that the last one standing at the 10th anniversary live streaming ceremony will definitely be you. It was as if he was cheering himself up as well. Instead of relaxing after hearing this, Lu Qing tensed up. Manager Zhou has put himself under pressure. It wasn't that Lu Qing didn't have confidence in the song, but he had a lot of confidence in the song. He was worried about whether he could perform the song perfectly. This song, it's so hard to sing. In his previous life on Earth, even the original singer couldn't replicate the song live. Lu Qing sat on the sofa thinking about how to perform the song. Before Zhao Yao brought the data card, Lu Qing had heard Wang Wei explain the game of Jianghu when a few songs came to his mind. And this song did not put him at the top of the list of alternatives because it was too difficult to sing. But after hearing the story of the White Swordsman and Ruri, he was sure he wanted to perform the song. Boss, why did you look so serious after Manager Zhao left? Did you encounter any difficulties? Wang Wei asked. Lu Qing nodded. Yes, it was hard. The song was hard. Moonlight is hard. One lyric hates a dozen turns. There is a high demand for real and falsetto transitions in breath. He sized it up. Even in the studio, I'm afraid it took many takes to get it perfect. But what the Cat Factory demanded, at the live extravaganza, had to be fully mic'd. During this time, one must practice daily to stay in shape. And there's a set of live vocals to figure out. Lu Qing said, Sister Wei, keep a close eye on the decoration of the recording studio and don't make any mistakes. I'll probably be soaking up the next period of time. Kyoto. Cat Factory Music Department. Conference room. Brother Qian. The meeting is so positive, Zhao Yao said. He drew out his chair and took a seat next to Qian. The music department met today and asked the 5 group leaders to determine the final choice of singers to work with. The company needs to keep track of the progress, and it's not possible to let it go completely. Yo, team leader Zhao is here, Qian spoke up. You don't have to shame me. I've been working under you since I joined the company. You've been calling me Xiao Zhao for 7 or 8 years. I'm really uncomfortable calling me team leader. It's better to call me Xiao Zhao. Zhao Yao said helplessly. The slightly chubby middle-aged man in front of him was called Qian Zhengming, one of the 5 group leaders of the Cat Factory's music department. He knew it was money playing a joke on him. Over the years that he himself had been in the company, Qian had promoted him a lot, including his own promotion to team leader. Qian was also a big help. I just didn't realize that I had just become the leader of this group not long ago, and I started to compete with Qian on it. This time competing with money for the singer's spot in the 10th anniversary gala. It's really both apprehensive and exciting. What's up, team leader Zhao? Which singer has been chosen? Reveal it to brother. Qian Zhengming continued to joke. Zhao Yao hesitated slightly. At today's meeting, each group leader will report individually to the Minister of Music to report their group singers. According to the process, the groups of singers will not be made public until their songs come out and the songs are finally chosen at the selection meeting. But, Zhao Yao trusted Qian Zhengming. It was Qian who lifted me up for so many years. He wouldn't maliciously publicize my Lu Qing. He looked around to make sure there was no second person in the conference room. Then he attached himself to Qian Zhengming's ear and whispered, "It's Lu Qing." Who? Qian Zhengming dug his ears. Lu Qing. Zhao Yao repeated. Qian Zhengming froze. Who is Lu Qing? He hadn't searched for this name in the list of heavenly kings and queens, and first-tier singers in his mind. Then he remembered something and asked suspiciously, "That Lu Qing who's been quite hot lately, the one from the most dazzling national wind?" "Right," Zhao Yao replied. "Nonsense." Qian Zhengming slapped the table. Zhao Yao was taken aback. Qian Zhengming said angrily, "Do you know that this is the first big project that you've had your hands on since you took over as team leader? This time your impression in the eyes of the leaders is especially important. How many people are staring at the position of team leader? But as a result, you just became the team leader and let yourself go. Why are you so irresponsible in choosing a singer this time?" Qian Zhengming was still not relieved and rolled up his sleeves and scolded. "You're out of your mind, aren't you? Choosing a singer must be stable. At least choose a first-tier singer, so that even if they don't excel, they won't make a mistake. Lu Qing may be good, but she can't be compared to a diva no matter what. You haven't gained a foothold as group leader yet. You're too aggressive. Change. Replace Lu Qing." Zhao Yao looked at Qian Zhengming in a daze and forgot to retort. Such brother Qian was too familiar to him, and over the past years, he himself had grown up under such teachings from brother Qian. He knew that Qian was doing him a favor. "My singer is Han Sancher, and I'll talk to old Han afterward and transfer him to you. When you report it later, you tell the minister that the singer you worked with was Han Sancher. As for me, I'll find another one on the spot. Remember, this is your first chance to show your face in front of the leaders. You can't make any mistakes." Qian Zhengming crackled with a flurry of arrangements, then cupped his hand over his brow, contemplating which singer would be better to find temporarily. Zhao Yao was dumbfounded by Qian Zhengming's words, and in a split second, it seemed as if he had turned back into a member of the group under brother Qian's hand. He could sense that Qian was thinking of himself, or else he wouldn't have transferred the Han Sancher he had worked so hard to contact to himself. But, Zhao Yao after a moment of hesitation, he said with difficulty, "Brother Qian, I won't change, just Lu Qing. You. Qian Zhengming pointed at the indisputable Zhao Yao. Angry, you half a day did not say the following. At that moment, people came in one after another from the conference room. Qian Zhengming had no choice but to put away his stance, lest he be discovered. "Old Qian, what are you doing? Your sleeves are rolled up so high. You want to fight with little Zhao, but now that Xiao Zhao isn't a member of your group, Xiao Zhao doesn't have to give in to you. You old man definitely can't beat the youngster." Zhao Yao followed the sound and it was the group leader, Sun Qingyu. Spinning around, he gave a disgusted look. This Sun Qingyu obstructed his own promotion to team leader in every possible way, because there was also his son who was competing with himself for the position of group leader at that time. This is not all. In their own or group members of the period, each group communication work, Sun Qing has relied on the authority of the group leader, to their own more difficult. After his own promotion to team leader, he still shades himself in front of the leader from time to time. Does Zhao Yao have a good feeling about Sun Qing? Now, Sun Qingyu entered the conference room and picked on his relationship with Qian. He didn't bother with Sun Qingyu. Qian Zhengming on the side was not annoyed and shot back. "You're right. As the saying goes, The fist is afraid of the young and strong, and the messy fist kills the teacher. For an old guy like you, Xiao Xiao Bang Bang can send you to ICU with 2 punches. Oof. Sun Qing knew that he couldn't pester him. Not here to fight with you. You'd better spend all your thoughts on finding a singer, lest you lose me too badly when the time comes. He sneered. The singer he found to collaborate with this time was Zhang Xinfeng. One of the most important threads in the background of the 5th profile card is the ending of the white-clad swordsman Yi Shaoji and Liuli. He decided, must write a love song. So, could there be a better fit than Zhang Xinfold? The communication process with Zhang Xinju went smoothly and soon both parties reached an agreement on cooperation. Zhang Xinju said he was also looking forward to the stage of the 10th anniversary live ceremony of Jianghu. He will treat the theme song of this profile card with care. Sun Qingyu was smiling from ear to ear, and when Zhang Xinzhua told him some preliminary musical ideas, he was almost certain that this extravaganza was in his pocket. He looked pityingly at Zhao Yao and Qian Zhangming who were seated across from him. Why don't you two just give up and stop making meaningless efforts? Rambling, Qian Zhangming raised his eyes and looked at Sun Qingyu. Zhao go give this old guy 2 punches to shut him up. Zhao Yao slapped the table with both hands, and with a pop sound, he rose up on the table and ran towards Sun Qingyu with his bladder. Sun Chang have a look at the two play really. Suddenly the body to shrink back. What are you going to do? Still want to really hit people not? I tell you, this is the company. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yao suddenly turned his body back around and sat back in his seat again, exchanging a smile with Qian Zhangming. Sun Changyu then realized that he had been tricked. Humph. Messing with this is useless. It's better to see the real thing on the theme song. Ha ha ha. When it comes to the theme song, I won't let you all get away this time. Before the people arrived, a bright laugh came out. Yo, old Joe, looks like you're happy with the singer you found. Qian Zhangming laughed. Old Joe can't hide anything. A little emotion is written on his face. Sure enough, as soon as old Joe entered the conference room, Qian Zhangming saw him smiling all over his face. That's natural. You all give me a break for this 10th anniversary ceremony. Ha ha ha. Zhou Xian drew a chair and sat down on his butt. Don't talk too much. Suddenly a deep voice came from the doorway and the crowd looked over. It's Minister Dai coming. Minister Dai. Minister Dai. Several people rose to their feet. Minister Dai waved his hand. Sit down, all of you. He then threw his hand back and turned around and said, give me the folder. Only then did the crowd notice Li Yizhou, who was following behind Minister Dai. Silent. After Li Yizhou handed the folder to Minister Dai, he found himself a corner and sat down silently. Minister Dai sat in the first place. At this time he opened the folder and said to the crowd, alright, all 5 team leaders are here. Let's start straight away. I won't ramble on about the importance of this 10th anniversary ceremony anymore. To be able to be a team leader in our music department, I believe that all of you are the ones who can carry a clear conscience. And at this juncture, you have to put all of your heart and soul into your respective theme songs. The crowd nodded in agreement. Today, I will only talk about 3 points of content. Minister Dai stretched out 3 fingers, and his calm voice rang out. The first bullet point of this first point of content. 2.5 hours later. Well, I'm done with my 3 points. Minister Dai closed the folder. Next, each of you group leaders report the singers you've chosen, one by one, while the others go out first. The drowsy Zhou Xian immediately came to life and piled up his face full of folds. Ha ha ha, I'll go first. You guys go out first. When the crowd had retreated to wait outside the door, Zhou first said, Minister, the singer I'm looking for is Zhang Liangying. Her voice, Mamma Mia, absolute, and the general idea of the song has already been finalized. The title is all set. Unmatched. Minister Dai said in surprise. So soon? There is still some time before the feast. Inspiration can't be stopped when it comes. I found Zhang Liangying that morning with my 5th profile card, and by the time I got to the evening, the lyrics and song were basically finished. I've never seen anyone customize a song that can be completed so quickly. I guess it's hard to find a second one in the entertainment industry. Zhou Xian said confidently. Fast is fast, but the quality is absolutely awesome. Zhang Liangying will send over the demo tape tomorrow, and I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Minister Dai nodded. Alright, you go out first. Call the next one. Sun Qing has come in. Minister, the singer I'm looking for is Zhang Xinfold. We had a deep discussion about what's on the profile card and settled on. Alright, Minister Dai interrupted him. I trust Zhang Xinfold. You don't need to elaborate. Just watch the songs directly when the time comes. Go call the next person over. He lowered his head and wrote the names of Zhang Liangying and Zhang Xinju on the white paper and put a check mark after the 2 names. Sun Changyu didn't dare to say more and opened the door to the conference room, calling Zhao Yao to enter. At this time, Qian Zhangming put his arm around Zhao Yao's bladder. It was inconvenient to say more at this time. He stared at Zhao Yao's eyes. Go in there and say your singer is Han Sancher. Got it? Zhao Yao read Qian Zhengming's eyes, but he shook his head. Push open the door to the room and enter the conference room. Minister Dai. Sit down. Who did you pick? Minister Dai looked at Zhao Yao with slight anticipation. This young man is very thoughtful and has outstanding work ability. This is the first big project that he has handled since he was promoted to team leader. He wants to see how Zhao Yao chooses. Lu Qing. Who? Lu Qing. Lu Qing of Heaven and Earth's Dragon Scales. Lu Qing of childhood. It's him. Minister Dai had heard the two songs, but didn't recognize Lu Qing's person. He then sized up Zhao Yao. You do realize that this is the 10th anniversary extravaganza, right? The latter half of the sentence is why such an unknown singer was chosen. Zhao Yao explained. I think that since it's the theme song for a profile card, it ultimately depends on the song, and I believe he can create a good song. Lu Qing's fame is not high, but he manages to burst into flames with every song. So I think Lu Qing deserves my pick. Minister Dai was non-committal, but he gave each team leader full authority, and he would not interfere with Zhao Yao. Okay, call the next one. After Zhao Yao went out, he added Lu Qing's name after Zhang Liangying's and Zhang Xinju's names, but this time he didn't draw the right checkmark. Zhou Huajian, Mao Amin, Ren Xianqi, Lu Wen'o, and then, Lu Qing. Putting Lu Qing together and looking at them was really enough of a violation. Minister Dai shook his head. Xiao Zhao is still too young. When Qian Zhengming saw Zhao Yao come out from inside the conference room, he immediately threw over an inquiring look. Zhao Yao shook his head at Qian Zhengming, signaling that he hadn't done what brother Qian had wanted him to do, and had gone to report Han Sancher, who had still reported Lu Qing. Qian Zhengming pointed at Zhao Yao and didn't know what to say. Ugh. Xiao Zhao had to stubbornly choose Lu Qing. It's fine. Let's take this time as a lesson. It is not a good thing for him. In the position of team leader, Xiao Zhao still lacks exercise. He sighed, then pushed open the door to the conference room. Minister Dai. The singer I chose is Han Sancher, Qian Zhengming reported. Minister Dai nodded imperceptibly. Han Sancher had nothing to say about either his curiosity or his strength. Qian Zhengming's work style is sophisticated and calm, very much to his liking. He then wrote Han Sanchi's name above Zhang Liangying's and drew a checkmark behind it. Next, the door to the room was pushed open. Li Yizhou walked over to Minister Dai and then sat down. Team Leader Li, which singer did you pick to work with you? Zhang Jie, Li Yizhou said. Good. Minister Dai looked at Li Yizhou helplessly. Everyone else hated to say more in front of him to show themselves. He was the only one who didn't like to talk. Always had an expression that didn't show his likes or dislikes. It's okay. Tell everyone outside to disperse. Minister Dai said as he wrote Zhang Jie's name above Han Sanchi's and drew a checkmark. Li Yizhou stood up and was just about to turn around and leave when his afterglow inadvertently glanced at a corner of Minister Dai's record book. Lu Qing? There are candidates for Lu Qing? A rare fluctuation appeared in Li Yizhou's expression. He never considered the older generation of diva singers when he was first looking for a singer to work with. The game needs young power and sound, so he wanted to look in the new generation of singers. After comprehensive consideration, Lu Qing became his first choice. Don't think he's quiet and doesn't talk much, but he's very insightful about music. Otherwise he wouldn't be sitting as the leader of the group. But he searched and searched, sent private messages on Lu Qing's microblog, left him messages, and got no reply. The point was that Lu Qing didn't have any external contacts. Finally he found someone in his circle and contacted He Nian, the director of Born Singer. As a result, He Nian informs him that Lu Qing is not taking the job. So he found Zhang Jie, who lost to Lu Qing in the finals of Born Singer. He hadn't realized that it was during this time that Lu Qing had announced the contact information for Lu Qing's studio to the public, and he had missed it. What are you thinking about? Team Leader Li. Minister Dai noticed that Team Leader Li was walking very slowly, taking more than 10 seconds to walk this way out of the conference room. Oh, didn't think anything of it. Li Yizhou pulled open the door of the conference room and walked out. He swept over the faces of several other team leaders. Who had chosen Lu Qing? Zhou Xian? Or Zhao Yao? Li Yizhou shook his head. Since he had already chosen Zhang Jie, he didn't care about anything else. The next step was to make the theme song the best it could be. Disperse, he said to the other 4 group leaders. Ha ha ha, yo, look at this one. Well, it's stinky and long, just like the singer I chose. She's beautiful and sweet. You guys, who remembers choosing the song? What day was it? Zhou Xian was very excited when he heard that the meeting had been adjourned. He couldn't resist an impromptu big bowl of wide noodles, and he wanted to ask about the deadline for the singer to send up the final song. Brother Zhou, let's not play awkwardly, okay? Next Monday, the regular meeting at 3 p.m., the theme song must come out. Theoretically this is the deadline, Zhao Yao said. What to say about your brother Joe? Xian Jiangming fainted at Zhao Yao, then turned his head. Old Joe, I think this rap of yours is good. It's much better than the one who stepped on the sewing machine in the inside. When the regular meeting is over you'll come on for a bit as well. Sick. Sun Qing had left. Studio. The studio has been completely renovated and the sound and control equipment is fully in place. The accompaniment to Bright Moon was playing in the studio at this time. Lu Qing made some simple adjustments. Start practicing. He didn't record straight away and took a lot of time out of his day to practice during this time. This song has a harder use of technique than any other song on its own. Even after practicing for many days, he still hadn't achieved the feeling he wanted. At this point Lu Qing went through the song in its entirety. Moonlight colors, women's fragrances. Wang Wei was mesmerized. When she first heard her boss sing the song, she tried to find some adjectives to express what she felt when she first heard it. It is reasonable to say that he is also a music major, more or less in this aspect of music appreciation. But he himself was so numb from hearing it that he only came up with, crap. 666. The boss has been practicing for the past few days with no intention of recording. All this and you're still practicing? In her opinion, the song Moonlight perfectly fits the story of the white-clad swordsman and Liuli in the profile card. And the boss is an amazing singer. There's no need to practice over and over again. Is there? Boss? Not yet? Lu Qing, who had just finished singing once, shook his head. Not yet. Wang Wei has never heard the original song and doesn't know the difference in detail here. But Lu Qing knows. After all, the pearl was in front of him, and by comparing them, he was able to realize that there were still some shortcomings in the details. Now the part of the main song Lu Qing could replicate it 100%. The chorus is still a little bit short. If you quantify it, it's 95% of what you can do right now. A little bit short of perfection. The chorus of Moonlight is falsettoed almost the entire time, and there's more than one word. The breath control required is very high. It's not that well practiced. That was why Lu Qing had to practice tirelessly over and over again, with no other shortcuts. It must be done in such a way that it can be sung live and silky smooth as well. Lu Qing took a sip of water and closed himself into the recording studio. Started practicing again. Eyes closed, eyes closed, eyes closed. So a few days passed. Wang Wei stared blankly at the figure in the recording studio. The boss has been eyes closed for a week. She was really afraid that practicing so intensely would make her boss's eyes really close. He's asking too much of himself, isn't he? She'd heard eyes wide shut 1,000 times, and hadn't heard too much variation. No wonder the boss is on fire. Apart from his musical talent, he can't get away with practicing hard. She couldn't be jealous at all of her boss's achievements at such a young age. But it can't be practiced anymore. Boss, tomorrow is Monday, so the song must be handed over to manager Zhao by 3 p.m. tomorrow. Wang Wei said. Oh, that was close. Thanks to Vi's reminder. I would have forgotten. I've been practicing so much these past few days that I haven't even noticed the time passing. The good thing is, now I can handle the song Moonlight perfectly myself. Okay, record the song tomorrow. Send the demo to manager Zhao by 3 o'clock. Cat Factory Music Department. There will be a regular meeting soon. So all group leaders gather in the conference room. And also, send me your group's theme songs now. The team leaders have received instructions from Minister Dai. Zhou first sent the song he had prepared earlier to Minister Dai, then greeted several other group leaders. Ha ha ha, go to the meeting. Finally waiting for this day. Are you ready to surrender your weapons? Look at how proud you are. Old Zhou, now can you tell us which singer you found? Let's open our eyes. Xian Jiangming sent the theme song composed by Han Sancher to Minister Dai, and then said to Zhou Xian, I can't talk about it. You'll know when it's time for grading in a bit. Zhou Xian said. Poof. Sun Qing had disdain. What mystery are you pretending to be? You should be the one to surrender. Li Yizhou stood up and silently walked towards the conference room without taking part in the argument. Zhao Yao wasn't in the mood to spew trash talk at Sun Qingyao at the moment, and he expressionlessly followed Li Yizhou's lead as he headed towards the conference room. At the moment, his heart was not as calm as it appeared, because Lu Qing hasn't sent the theme song over until now. He had been in constant communication with Lu Qing, and knew that Lu Qing was constantly practicing in order to perform the theme song to perfection. But not making the theme song until the last day was too extreme an operation, and if Lu Qing hadn't given himself a precaution, he was really afraid his heart wouldn't be able to take it. When he reached the door of the conference room, Zhao Yao's cell phone buzzed and vibrated. Here we go. Zhao Yao stared at the cell phone interface. Relieved. Lu Qing finally sent over the theme song. Team leader Zhao, everyone else has sent me the theme song. What's yours? Minister Dai's majestic voice came over. Zhao Yao followed Li Yizhou into the conference room, looked up and found that many of the senior leaders, who are usually seen and not seen, were all present today, a total of more than 20 people. They sat on opposite sides of the conference table. In front of each person was a laptop with the same page. A scoring system. Looks like it's going to be a while to score the theme song for the 5 group leaders. When Zhao Yao heard Minister Dai speak, he hurriedly forwarded the audio source that Lu Qing had sent over to Minister Dai. Alright, Minister Dai. Just sent it over. Then he wiped a cold sweat. Good guy. What is the theme song? I have not heard myself. Even the gun has not touched to go to war. Lu Qing plays so exciting. But you can't listen to the song in front of so many company leaders now. We'll only find out in a moment what the quality of Moonlight is. Ha 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 hiccup. Zhou Xian's bright laughter suddenly stopped as he realized that many leaders were staring at him. He hurriedly found a seat. What kind of drugs did these leaders take? They even arrived before our team leader for a meeting. Well, everyone's here. Minister Dai saw the 5 group leaders take their seats. Today's meeting is about one thing. Choosing a song for the 10th anniversary gala. 5 group leaders 5 theme songs. In front of all the leaders is the system used to score the theme songs. The criteria for scoring are based on the fit with the background of the information card, the level of lyricism, the level of singing, and the subjective feeling. The score is a percentage, and the average of the scores from all the leaders is the score of the final theme song. The one with the highest score will be determined as the theme song for this 10th anniversary gala. Here is the first song. Everyone please listen. Zhou San incredulously looked at Minister Dai. This is finished? Usually, when Minister Dai speaks a little content, at least 1 hour. Today's foreplay is also too short, making him very uncomfortable. He was going to use the time of Minister Dai's speech to catch up on his sleep. Following Minister Dai's meetings all year round, he had already practiced one skill, sleeping with his eyes open. The group leaders are not involved in scoring the 5 theme songs this time around. They're just here to observe. But it's clear that sleep won't be an option today. Also, until the final theme song is decided, the name of the group to which the theme song belongs and the names of the 5 singers are not announced. Minister Dai added, let's start listening to the first song, Girl Under the Moon. Qian Zhangming stretched out the index finger of his left hand and scratched his neck, saying in his heart, take off your pants and fart. The singers that the 5 group leaders are looking for are bound to be the kind of singers that are highly recognizable. One listen and you'll hear it. Like this song, Girl Under the Moon, which is sung by his own co-singer, Han Sanchi. Han Sanchi's voice is thick and easily recognizable. The song Girl Under the Moon was sung by him with 100 tender turns. Please rate the leaders. The first song, Girl Under the Moon, was played. Soon the scores were tallied. 94 points. Minister Dai nodded. He knew that the song was organized by Qian Zhangming. Team leader Qian found a singer like Han Sanchi, who played steadily in all aspects, and the level of the songs was definitely top-notch. Sun Qianyu coldly grunted in his heart. He heard Han Sanchi's voice, and the score of 94 points was also very high. But it's not enough. Listen to the second song below. Winning the Snow. Here it comes. Winning the Snow is here. The song was sung by his own collaborator, singer Zhang Xinju. Sun Qingyu had listened to it 800 times in the meantime, and when the intro came out, he immediately distinguished it. Definitely better than Girl Under the Moon. What the song Winning the Snow sings about is the white-clad swordsman in Ruri's eyes. The background in the source material has a lot less of Ruri in it than the white swordsman. The song offers a glazed perspective and is emotionally delicate. Winning the Snow scored 95 points. Sun Qingyu raised the corners of his mouth. He saw the scoring leaders present and smiled with satisfaction. No more than I expected. 95 points. That's the ceiling for tonight. Zhao Yao listened to 2 songs in a row, and at the moment, his face was serious. Both songs fit well with the background plot of the profile card. The tones of the 2 singers are also recognizable. Han Sanxiok and Zhang Xinfold. Not bad for a former member of the music industry. Zhao Yao felt the pressure. At this time there was even a trace of apprehension. The first time confidence was shaken. Lu Qing's song, could it win? Soon after, the third song, Love War, played. It's Chang Jie. His voice was recognizable. The song War of Love focuses more on the fast and furious nature of the Jianghu, and is about the white-clad swordsman's years spent circling the forces of darkness. The song is much more relevant to the context of the entire game of Jianghu. Zhao Yao's eyes flickered at this point. I'm afraid this song won't score lower than the first 2 songs. The song Love War has a final score of 96. Sure enough, it was the same as what Zhao Yao had guessed. Sun Yizhou, who was sitting next to him, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had chosen Zhang Jie correctly. Today, steady. Sun Qingyu sank his face at this point. He's not convinced. He thinks Chang Xinfold's Winning the Snow is better than Love War. These leaders don't know anything about music and screw around. Go ahead and pick. You guys, I'll see what song you end up picking. The fourth song, No Doubt. The song begins to play. Female voice, Zhang Liangying. One of the leaders said it outright. but no one cares about such dramatization. Her dolphin sound was so iconic that everyone in the audience heard it. The song No Doubles is sung with poignancy and sorrow. The whole mood of the song fits the White Swordsman and Luri's tragic ending. 97 points. Minister Dai announced the final score. Sun Qingyu's face was cloudy and uncertain. The appearance of this song Undisputed had brought down his defiance slightly, but he still thought winning Snow was very beatable. Zhao Yao was thoroughly worried at this point, and he rubbed his face with his hands. He wouldn't be at all surprised if the final theme song was set to be this song. No doubt. The fit, the lyrics, the singing, it's all perfectly impeccable. Minister Dai was happy in his heart at this time. Old Xiao was good this time. Uncharted is perfectly adequate for a 10-year anniversary celebration. There's one last song left. Minister Dai glanced at Zhao Yao. The choice of singers for the first 4 group leaders was well thought out. Qian and Sun chose Han Sancher and Zhang Xinju, a choice that can never go wrong. In line with the same idea of choosing singers for the first 4 profile cards, Zhao and Li chose the new generation of singers because they wanted something new and different. He had thought that the final winner would be Han Sancher, but he hadn't expected Zhang Liangying's Wuxuan to surprise him. But Zhao team leader chose Lu Qing. He is not optimistic. Seeking new changes can be understood. Too new to change is likely to be counterproductive. Here's the final theme song. Moonlight. Alright old Zhou. I know the song Unmatched is yours. Tighten up your big grinning mouth. Your face is full of folds when you smile. You could kill a fly. Qian Zhengming lowered his volume and said. Their 5 team leaders sat at the edge of the conference room. And Qian Zhengming couldn't stand to see Zhou Xian's complacent appearance, so he helplessly reminded Zhou Xian. He didn't expect that in the end. It was Zhou who defeated everyone first. Low key, ha 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 ha. Old money, you are very smart to be able to guess that this is my song. Zhou Xian used his hand to press vainly. What's the point of guessing? It's written all over your face. The two of them have been together for a long time. And Qian Zhengming knows exactly what Zhou Xian's temperament is. It's just that this 10th anniversary ceremony is too important, and the company's top management attaches great importance to it. So today's meeting, there are so many leaders. Old Xiao is showing his face in a knot this time. Ha 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 ha. Is it that obvious? Zhou first pressed his hands against the sides of his cheeks, then gouged the top of his upper lip and closed his mouth hard. He was also afraid that he was laughing too loudly. This collaboration with Zhang Liangying has completely exceeded expectations, and the quality of Undisputed can't be beat. He turned his head to see Sun Qing had a depressed expression and became even happier. He patted Sun Qing's shoulder and said, Sorry old son, you chose Zhang Xian Fold's winning Snow, right? It's quite good. Keep up the good work next time. Ha 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 ha. Sun Qing's nose was all twisted in anger, and he was just about to dislike him back. That's when the intro to Moonlight played in the conference room. Once the song is out, the conference room was abuzz with chatter. Ha, this song, this intro, so jaded. Don't talk, listen to the song. 5 minutes later, Moonlight finished playing. The conference room was silent. Zhou Xian stared in fascination at the lyrics to Moonlight on the projection screen. The whole thing was in a completely different state than it had been 5 minutes earlier. He unconsciously curbed his smile. This song is surprisingly. The song Moonlight is a much more appropriate theme song than No Doubt. Zhou Sen gave his judgment at once. It was a roller coaster ride for him from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley. And the leaders in the room sensed something different about the song Moonlight. He turned his head and exchanged glances with Qian Zhengming. Only Qian Zhengming's eyes flickered as he fiercely looked back at Zhao Yao. The song is Lu Qing's. Since Zhao Yao insisted on choosing Lu Qing, Qian Zhengming deliberately went to get to know Lu Qing again, and familiarized himself with Lu Qing's voice. Shou, you really gave me a big scare. Lu Qing, he really can flip. The song Moonlight fit the profile card so well. The singing was so perfect, and the lyrics were so moving that it completely exceeded all of his expectations. When Girl Under the Moon was being written, he was in constant communication with Han Sansiok and the songwriters throughout, and he also gave his own ideas for the song. Needless to say, customizing songs naturally has many limitations, but it's amazing that Lu Qing can do customized songs to this extent. Zhao Yao pressed the right treasure. Moonlight is afraid it's going to win. Qian Zhengming looked at Zhao Yao with somewhat complicated eyes. From the time Zhao Yao entered the company, he had been following him, from the youthfulness of a new graduate to rejecting his own good intentions and firmly choosing Lu Qing. Xiao Zhao has grown up without realizing it. Seems to be getting old. In an instant, Qian Zhengming gave birth to this thought. Sun Qingyu also saw it through Qian Zhengming's movements. He pointed at Zhao Yao in the back row. It's you. This song is yours? He then looked at the title of the song on the curtain and added, Moonlight. Moonlight is from Zhao Yao's group. If Undisputed dissuades him, he thinks Chang Shinfold's winning Snow still has a fighting chance. Then the song Moonlight puts the idea of competing for the theme song this time completely out of the question. Whether it was good or bad, he could tell the difference. If Han Sanchi's Girl Under the Moon and Zhang Jie's Love War are ordinary, then Chang Hsa Unfold's Winning Snow and Chang's No Doubles are excellent. And the song Moonlight is particularly excellent. Particularly appropriate for this profile card, the story of the White Swordsman and Luri. But who sang Moonlight? Why didn't I hear that? It sounded young. There's this guy in the music scene that I've never heard of. Zhao Yao. Who sang Moonlight? Sun Qing asked. Li Yizhou silently said in his heart, it's Lu Qing. He had collected all of Lu Qing's information. So naturally, he was extremely familiar with Lu Qing's voice. Although the singing of this song Moonlight was not what Lu Qing usually used, he was able to hear it. He looked at Zhao Yao with some envy. Zhao Yao, this kid is so lucky. When Li Yizhou saw the news of Lu Qing's studio, Zhao Yao had already gotten there first. He didn't know whether he should rejoice at this time that he had a good eye and also caught Lu Qing at first sight, or should he feel sorry for himself and miss Lu Qing. Whatever. Congratulations, he said to Zhao Yao. When Zhou Xian saw this, how could he not understand that the song Moonlight was from Zhao Yao's group? He didn't hear who sang the song either. The singer utilized a lot of falsetto and transcription techniques, playing them extremely skillfully. As far as he could think of, there were only a few in the Chinese music scene who had the strength to sing like this, but he couldn't match any of them. He also looked back at Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao was still immersed in the song at the moment. Lu Qing's Moonlight wowed him. He got the lyrics at a very early stage. He just didn't expect to end up singing it. As expected, there was no wrong choice. Lu Qing's songwriting ability is just second to none in the Chinese music industry. He thanked himself for firmly believing in Lu Qing. For a moment, one did falter. Well, it's all in the past. He looked up to find the other 14 leaders looking at him. Qian Jiangming and Li Yizhou knew who the singer was. The former had mixed feelings and the latter was envious. Sun Xingyu and Zhou Sam know that the song is by Zhao Yao's group, but they don't know who the singer is. Minister Dai hasn't announced the final scores yet, Zhao Yao said. The other four moved their eyes back to the conference table. In fact, it was clear to the leader of their group of four that there was no suspense anymore. To put it in a more subjective way, Moonlight is the right flavor of song to go with the game of Django. Okay, the scores are in for this last one. Moonlight. Minister Dai looked around the room and finally locked his eyes on Zhao Yao. Didn't realize. What a surprise. It's my own eyes that are blind. He then withdrew his gaze and announced, 99 cents. At this point, the notebooks in front of each leader, as well as the large curtain in the conference room, listed the singer's information. Lu Qing, Moonlight, 99 cents. Zhang Liangying, No Doubles, 97 points. Zhang Jie, Love War, 96 points. Chang Xinfold Winning Snow, 95 points. Han Sanchi, Girl Under the Moon, 94 points. Lu Qing, Han Sanchi, Zhang Xinju, Zhang Jie, and Zhang Liangying all knew each other. But who is Lu Qing? Lu Qing, this singer, is a newly risen singer recently, and has only been around for less than 2 months. It's normal for all of you not to recognize it. Although Lu Qing is young, he is a powerhouse singer, a leader at the conference table said. Was pretty powerful and fucked up his old-timers. I don't think it's a coincidence that Lu Qing was able to kill it. As far as the song Moonlight is concerned, I give it a perfect score for fit, lyrics and singing. This Moonlight is that theme song that Jianghu needs, another leader said. Of course, I love Moonlight too, and I don't think there's any disagreement here. No, the scores are here to stay. The discussion went on for more than 10 minutes. Some leaders closed their computers. That's the end of the selection of songs. Minister Dai, who was so bold as to use a rookie singer like Lu Qing. Someone was interested in this question. It's a rookie group leader in the music department. Minister Dai said. Team leader Zhao Yao. This is Minister Lu from the propaganda department. Come over and say hello. The live broadcast of the 10th anniversary ceremony afterward is Minister Lu's responsibility. You're in charge of docking with him. Zhao Yao immediately stood up and took 2 steps forward. Good day Minister Lu. Good day leaders. Qian Jiangming was sincerely happy for Zhao Yao. The first big project after taking over as team leader was done so well. A good impression is made in the senior leadership of the company, and such a good impression may come into play one day. Sun Qing has a bad taste. Originally this opportunity should be mine. I didn't expect it to be snatched away by this kid Zhao Yao. No, it isn't. Zhao Yao doesn't have much ability. This time Zhao Yao is just a good luck to pick up such a treasure as Lu Qing. Next time, it's not so sure. Minister Lu of the propaganda department saw Zhao Yao and stuck out his thumb. Young people are very bold, daring to think and do. Not bad. Thank you Minister Lu. It's mainly because the song Moonlight is so good, Zhao Yao said. Minister Lu nodded his head, deeply impressed. I have a hunch that the song Moonlight is likely to become an iconic symbol of Jianghu. And with Moonlight, the story of the data card can penetrate deeper into the hearts of the players. At this time a group of leaders in the meeting got up. Well, the rest is the work of your propaganda and music departments. There is nothing for us to do. Withdraw. When someone passes by Zhao Yao, they will also pat Zhao Yao's shoulder. The young man is doing well. Sun Qingyu was jealous and envious on the sidelines. Seeing the crowd disperse, Minister Dai said to the group leaders, communicate with your respective singers after you go back and don't be too blunt about things like losing the artwork competition to Lu Qing. Do you all understand what that means? Qianzhou and the others nodded. Understood. Team leader Zhao, you don't go. You and I and Minister Lu go find the chairman and report about the song. You can still see the chairman? This time, I've let Zhao Yao, the kid, finish showing his face. The always bright and generous Zhou Xian couldn't help but be envious. After Minister Dai's trio walked away, Zhou Xian said, Zhao Yao, this kid is awesome. Humph. Sun Qing had with a heavy snort. It's not Zhao Yao who's powerful, it's Lu Qing who's powerful. Get it right. Right. Li Yizhou, who had always been quiet, unexpectedly made a statement, and it was in support of Sun Qingyu, the sun thief. Xian Zhangming dropped his jaw in shock. Chairman's office. It's Minister Dai and Minister Lu. Ah, and a little brother. The chairman's voice was warm and mellow. Chairman, this is the team leader of our music department, Zhao Yao. The theme music for the 5th profile card is the singer he found. Minister Dai introduced the chairman. Greetings, Chairman, Zhao Yao said excitedly. He didn't think there would be a chance to get acquainted in front of the chairman. The chairman returned the smile. Then said, what's the theme song? I'll send it to you, Minister Dai said. He knew that the chairman was a man who loved music. The stereo in the chairman's office was specially customized, with a total value of tens of millions of dollars. Thinking of his dumbfounded expression when he first heard of its effects, he stared around at Zhao Yao with interest. He was going to see Zhao Yao's shocked little expression for a while. As the song came through the stereo, Zhao Yao looked at Minister Dai with incomparable shock. Why did you put no doubt? I'm the Moonlight. Minister Lu also looked at Minister Dai suspiciously, his eyes inquiring. Old Dai, what are you up to? Minister Dai signaled the two men to settle down less. Only the chairman closed his eyes and became intoxicated. He was enjoying Zhang Liangying's melodious singing. Others may not know, but Minister Dai knows. He followed the chairman of the board at the beginning of the founding of the Cat Factory. The chairman of the board's music appreciation is very high, not in any way weaker than some professional personnel. Even, the chairman of the board wrote the lyrics to the theme song Rouge for the 2nd profile card of Jianghu. Soon the song finished playing. The chairman opened his eyes. Not bad. Zhang Liangying's tone is clear and full, very elastic, and has a wide range, very suitable for this kind of song. The chairman commented, this song can be used as the theme song. Minister Dai did a good job. Zhao Yao looked at Minister Dai somewhat anxiously. Isn't it Moonlight? How do you? Minister Dai said nonchalantly. Chairman, in fact, the song just now is not the theme song we finalized. This one is. With that, he sent Moonlight to the chairman again. Zhao Yao looked at Minister Dai in shock. You play with the chairman like that? The guts are too big. Minister Dai smiled. Minister Lu and team leader Zhao didn't know the chairman's temperament. In fact, the chairman didn't mind such a small joke. Assuming, of course, that you come up with good songs. The chairman smiled and pointed to Minister Dai, then hit the play button. Soon, Lu Qing's singing voice rang out in the chairman's office. Moonlight colors, women's fragrances. Minister Dai nodded in satisfaction as he saw that the chairman had been taken to the song. Soon, the song played out. The chairman didn't make a sound. He was still remembering the details in the song. This jungle flavor is so right. Martial arts and music are his only two passions. Do wuxia games? Like capital without sentiment is not good. Jianghu can go to today's step. It can be said in his chairman of the wuxia dream has a direct relationship. Minister Dai and the three of them were still waiting for the chairman's comments after listening. Who knew that the chairman had played Moonlight again? Lu Qing's song sounded again. The chairman listened to the song for another long time, and there were a lot of details in the song that he was recalling. Listen to the feeling the first time, and the details the second time. The chairman then played Moonlight for the third time. Ha! This, Minister Dai. Minister Lu and Zhao Yao looked at each other. The chairman's move exceeded really beyond their expectations. Is this song so magical that you never tire of hearing it? Who dash? Finally, the chairman listened for the third time, but instead of commenting, he asked, this song, who sang it? I vaguely feel familiar, but I'm not sure. Lu Qing, Minister Dai replied. It's really him. The chairman of the board had a look of determination. Minister Lu, invite Lu Qing over to play. Yes, chairman. The The 10th anniversary live broadcasting ceremony is currently under preparation. Lu Qing singing Moonlight is the main event in this live broadcast, and with some visual effects to be presented, there will be some action sequences arranged for Lu Qing, which will require him to come to rehearsal in advance. Lu Qing's studio. Wang Wei jumped up excitedly. She took her cell phone, arms swinging hard, and jogged all the way to the studio before pulling open the door to it. Boss, good news. Manager Zhao sent over a message, and Cat Factory has confirmed that they'll be using Moonlight as the theme song for the 10th anniversary live ceremony. Ho ho ho! At this moment in the recording room, Lu Qing was still practicing the song vigorously, eyes closed, although he can now sing the studio version of Moonlight perfectly. The environmental conditions for singing live are very complex and completely different from the confined studio environment. Listening to a song in a different environment has a very different effect. Sometimes, for the same song, the original singer will devise two ways of singing at the same time. Increase your live stability as well as match the atmosphere of the scene. So, Lu Qing is developing a version suitable for live performance. Make certain minor changes to the entire song. Don't close it, boss. The theme song of Gangnam Style, eh? Aren't you excited? You're the 5th in 10 years. And this time the difficulty soared and you won over all the competitors. Oh, Lu Qing stopped practicing. Not excited. I just won it all the way. Wang Wei's smile froze. Look at the boss's expression. As if this is a rare occurrence. Don't you know who you won? Section Zhang. A pretty picture of Zhang. Han Sancher. Zhang Xin folded. When Zhao Yao sent over the list of other singers, Wang Wei's scalp went numb. The owner is in competition with these guys. She wasn't sure she'd have that much faith in her boss if she'd been made aware of it ahead of time. After all, these people were so well known. When Zhao Yao sent over the other singers' works, Wang Wei sighed after listening to them. These songs were all one of a kind, and if they were released they would all be chart-dominating level existences. Especially the song No Doubles by Zhang Lianging is just great, but now it's not even being released, at least for the time being. Only after the 10th anniversary live event and the release of Moonlight will the other songs hit the shelves, because that was made clear to every singer when Cat Factory invited production this time around. Only the winner will get the most exposure. Wang Wei looked at the boss with stars in her eyes. As an agent, the owner is the person I'm looking for. The owner just has that kind of power. Lu Qing was stared at a bit by Wang Wei. Sister Wei, is there anything else? Manager Zhao has something for you. He said he wants to communicate with you about the 10th anniversary live broadcast. Lu Qing nodded. Well, it's almost time for the live broadcast. He walked out of the recording studio with Wang Wei. In the office area, Lu Qing picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Zhao Yao. Hey, sounded in good spirits. Hello, Manager Zhao. I'm Lu Qing. Lu Qing, thank you so much. Lu Qing was startled by the exuberant Zhao Yao. That side continued. Sorry, my voice is a bit loud. Too many words of thanks I don't know where to say. When you come to the headquarters, you must give me a chance to treat you to dinner. You're too kind, Manager Zhao, but I was just about to ask you when you're going to the headquarters. Lu Qing said. The live broadcast of the 10th anniversary ceremony was taking place at the Cat Factory headquarters in Kyoto, and Lu Qing had to go over in advance to rehearse. It's like this. The teachers from the planning and publicity departments had a new idea after listening to Moonlight, and they had a new idea after looking at your picture to have you play the white-clad swordsman at the live broadcasting extravaganza. Me, the white-clothed swordsman? Lu Qing was puzzled. The white-clad swordsman has always been a character with a high status in the hearts of players. Handsome and dashing, that's a given. Let me play the white swordsman? He walked to the right-hand side of the office entry door where there was a large wall mirror. Through the mirror, Lu Qing scrutinized himself. He stroked his chin, falsely caressing his contour lines, then nodded in satisfaction. All this time, I've been bored with singing on my own, causing my talent to shine too brightly for others to overlook my face value. Maybe it's time to lay low yourself musically in the future. Yes, white-clothed swordsman. Although you don't take the traffic route, you do look handsome. That's why our side has made a temporary decision to design a set of moves for you, and we hope you can do them during the live broadcast. Therefore, this side would like to invite you to come over for rehearsal in advance, preferably tomorrow in Kyoto. Lu Qing checked the class schedule and instantly looked puzzled. Between now and the 10th anniversary live spectacular, there's one class that you can't take a vacation from. The image of a stereotypical man, Mr. Chu, came to his mind. You can take a leave of absence, but you don't want to pass. You can skip class, then you wait to fail. Lu Qing was a bit hesitant, wavering for a moment. This time, for the 10th anniversary live broadcast ceremony of Jianghu, Lu Qing likewise wanted to present the best effect. Lu Qing, if it was any other singer, we wouldn't even have a design move, but your image really fits the white-clad swordsman. Very stylish. very dashing, very talented, very knowledgeable about music, and most importantly, very handsome, very. Alright, stop it. I'll pack my bags now. Sister Wei, help me book a ticket to Kyoto tonight. Lu Qing hung up the phone. Rather, there is no need to be in such a hurry, Zhao Yao said halfway through his words. Wang Wei looked at Lu Qing dumbfounded. What's this way? She found out that the boss has a passive, which can be triggered by praising the boss for being handsome. Her gaze flickered. Try that, boss. You look so handsome. I have this salary. Up. Lu Qing dialed Mr. Chu's phone after giving Wang Wei a raise. This Mr. Chu is not easy to deal with. Mr. Chu is particularly strict with himself, and he is also very strict with his students. There is little room for accommodation. Phone call connected. Mr. Chu, I'm Lu Qing. Oh, it's Lu Qing. What is it? I want to take a vacation, Lu Qing said bluntly. Vacation? Home? Mr. Chu inquired. No, it's just that there's an event. Lu Qing had just said a few words when he was cut off. Since it's not, then no leave will be given. Lu Qing, I know you're famous, but you have to remember that you're still a student. I don't care what you do outside, as long as you're still in class under my hand. You can't be treated differently from other students. Lu Qing had a headache. Let me tell you, Lu Qing, the next course is very important. It's an important branch within Chinese songs, martial arts songs, in addition to some basic appreciation and music theory learning. Teacher Chu's tone was obviously confident as he lectured Lu Qing. I will be pouring out the insights that I have accumulated over the past 20 years, in the creation of martial arts songs, in the classroom. You, Lu Qing, are very talented in songwriting, but there are countless fields of music, and even the most awesome person cannot be fully proficient. You have to remember that. He got more and more agitated and even said an expletive. I tell you, Lu Qing, martial arts songs in the hearts of the nation. Trying to create a good martial arts song isn't as simple as you do other songs. Understand, Lu Qing? It's impossible to get a vacation. There is no way at all. It does not make sense. Not even words. Mr. Chu has been continuously output for 10 minutes. Lu Qing sighed. It's hopeless. It'll have to do. He picked up his cell phone and found the soundtrack to Moonlight. Click. Forwarding. Choose Mr. Chu. Send. After a set, Lu Qing slapped himself in the face. What a poor tactic. He had just said he was going to curb his damn talent, but in the blink of an eye, he had broken faith. Just as Lu Qing was imagining things, he didn't realize that the other side of the phone had been silent for a few minutes. Just over the phone came vaguely, unclosed, who is the most wild. The volume is very low. That, Mr. Chu? Lu Qing wanted to confirm if Teacher Chu was still there. Leave granted. Kyoto, Cat Factory headquarters. This is Minister Lu from the publicity department of Zhenghu. He's the first person in charge of this 10th anniversary ceremony live broadcast. Zhao Yao introduced Lu Qing. It's true that you are a talented person. Lu Qing, you don't know. Your Moonlight really stunned our company, and the chairman praised you to no end. Minister Lu warmly shook Lu Qing's hand. The chairman had thought to ask for good advice on music after you arrived at the company, but something came up temporarily and he was traveling. He was very sorry, so he asked me to bring you a small gift. Saying that, Minister Lu took out a contract. Lu Qing took the contract suspiciously. A gift from the chairman of the Cat Factory? He scanned the contract. Sales share. Lu Qing muttered. Yes, the sales share. That is, on the day of the 10th anniversary ceremony live broadcast, the sales of the peripheral products of the game of Jianghu, according to the 1% ratio of the sales share. When the first 4 profile cards were updated, each artist at the time ended up with about $2 million in sales share. This time, Minister Lu flipped the contract in front of Lu Qing to page 3. The chairman has raised the percentage to 2%. In other words, on the day of the live broadcast, you will receive a sales share of around $4 million. Zhao Yao looked at Minister Lu incredulously. The chairman was also too partial to Lu Qing. Anyone could tell that the chairman liked Lu Qing very much, without even hiding it. Minister Lu continued, but there will be some fluctuation up and down, according to my estimation. And this time it just so happens that the announcement of the profile card is just in time for the 10th anniversary. I expect your share of the sales to be in the range of 5 million. Of course, the hotter the live stream, the higher the sales will be. Hiss. Lu Qing sucked in a breath of cool air. Such a little gift he loved. The chairman of the Cat Factory. This friend. Lu Qing made sure. It has nothing to do with money or not. Just that I think the chairman of the board of directors is open and can get along. Alright, I finished my task. The specific details of the live broadcast. Lu Qing. You'll communicate with Zhao Yao next. Minister Lu said goodbye to Lu Qing. Lu Qing waved goodbye to the minister very sincerely. Ahem. Zhao Yao pulled Lu Qing's attention back. I'm also a member of the production team for this live broadcast. because you and I are familiar with each other. Minister Dai and Minister Lu arranged for me to receive you, and I'll be by your side at all times during your live broadcast rehearsal. I heard that you guys arranged action scenes for me? Lu Qing asked. Yes, let's go talk in the studio. Zhao Yao guided Lu Qing towards the live rehearsal site. The Cat Factory campus was huge, and it took the two of them a good 20 minutes to navigate through it and get to the studio. Lu Qing saw a hot scene. Ooh, this studio stage is so big. It was much bigger than Lu Qing had imagined. And the whole studio is tech-savvy. Every visible part of the stage is made up of screens. Together, these screens can produce very realistic and dynamic visual effects. There's also a lot of lighting on the stage. Although Lu Qing was not specialized in lighting, he could compare. That's a pretty state-of-the-art studio at the Cat Factory. Zhao Yao's tone was more or less proud. Actually, the main focus here isn't the stage. It's that pile. Lu Qing followed the direction Zhao Yao was pointing in and saw a lot of equipment with a lot of staff debugging busy beside it. The thing they're working on is a live streaming technology, virtual reality, which we're using in this broadcast. Zhao Yao guided Lu Qing to the stage and pointed his hand upwards. Look upwards again. Lu Qing raised his eyes and didn't see anything special except for some trusses and motors. It's a 3D wigwam. It's not very advanced technology, but half of the stage effects depend on it. Zhao Yao then said to one of the staff members, Brother Jiang, you hang the weavers for Lu Qing. After Lu Qing listened to Zhao Yao's explanation, he was greedy for this 3D wyvern. It made him think of an equipment he had seen in an anime in his previous life. Three-dimensional maneuvering device. Ha? What did you say? Zhao Yao was puzzled. Nothing, Lu Qing explained. Zhang then put the wigwam suit on Lu Qing and fastened the 4 wigwam buttons. Controlled through the host program, Lu Qing quickly flew. In this 3D space above the stage, up and down, Lu Qing came and went like the wind. It's really similar. Lu Qing couldn't help but shout. Shinzwa mi say give yo. When Lu Qing came down, slightly embarrassed, too middle-aged, Zhao Yao put his hand on his forehead. Lu Qing still had this side? But he was relieved when he thought about it. Lu Qing was also only 21 years old. Zhao Yao continued. You dress up as a white swordsman, sing Moonlight on stage, and then make a martial arts routine. Look at these screens on the stage. Even with naked eyes, they can show a beautiful 3D effect, combined with the technology of virtual reality. Who in the audience watching the live broadcast shall not say a word about the wildly dominant, dazzling and cool? It should be noted that according to the planning team, when you sing Moonlight, the guide team will simulate your face as a white-clothed swordsman and broadcast it live. Your Moonlight is scheduled at the end, and your identity will be revealed when you've finished singing, which is the moment the entire live broadcast ends. Good. Lu Qing cooperated with all the arrangements. It's not too late. Let's start practicing now. He had just tried to sing the lyrics to Moonlight even as he dangled a wigwam in the air and did his moves. Flawed. The set of live vocals that Lu Qing had worked out wasn't stable enough and needed to be improved upon. On top of that, there are moves made in conjunction with the martial arts instructor. Very challenging. One must put forth 120% effort to practice and not waste time. Definitely bring out the best-looking white swordsman and the most perfect live version of Moonlight during the live performance. Actually, you don't have to worry too much, Jiang said from the sidelines. With the live screen and reality virtualization technology, your martial arts moves will present quite a good stage effect as long as they are at a passable level. Lu Qing's heart was clear. So the next thing you need to make sure of yourself first and foremost is that your singing is stable in the air. Once again, find a hint of the white swordsman. At this point, he already had a comprehensive understanding of the white-clothed swordsman after listening to Wang Wei, a fan of the game Jianghu, chime in. This made Lu Qing think of a character, Simon the Snowblower. Though their fates are different, the handsome are connected. In the next rehearsal, Lu Qing struggled to find that feeling. Holy shit, do you have a feeling? Lu Qing really looks like the white swordsman? Jiang marveled. At that moment, Lu Qing was wearing a white dress, trying to stay dashing in the air. Zhao Yao also marveled. With Lu Qing around, the live broadcast effect is definitely guaranteed now. The official blog of the game Jianghu with 50 million followers. More followers than any game running account. This is because Cat Factory only has one game, Jianghu, and they are very focused on all platforms. The official blog number of Jianghu is updated daily with very high-quality game content, as well as information on activities within the game. Plus the game itself has a particularly high fan stickiness, so their official blog number is different from other games' operating accounts, which are always in a state of high-frequency interaction with players and active fans. This day, the official blog of the game Jianghu has finally released the teaser trailer. I believe everyone has been waiting for a long time. That's right, the long-prepared 5th profile card of the Jianghu game, as well as the 10th anniversary ceremony live event, will be held a day from now. For those of you who haven't booked the live stream yet, click the live stream booking button below and we'll be drawing tons of game props as well as physical prizes on the day of the live stream. Finally, at the risk of getting fired, I'm going to give my friends a spoiler today, and I believe it's something that many of them have been eagerly waiting for. The background storyline of this profile card. The white-clothed swordsman Yishaoji and Liuli will meet their end, and the theme song of this data card has also been finalized. The name is called Moonlight. As for the singer is, the accompanying image is a silhouette of a character. The operators of the game Jianghu often interact with players and are very grounded, which is one of the reasons why their game blog fans are so active. When this tweet was sent out, many players couldn't sit still and immediately discussed it with the highest enthusiasm. 3 years. 3 whole years. Finally, I've updated my profile card again. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years? I've been hoping for the stars and the moon, and I've finally brought you here. Enough about my family, sit and wait for the live broadcast. Wow, the white-clothed swordsman and Liuli finally got results. Are they going to return to the mountains and live a life without shame? So looking forward to it. Stop it upstairs. I have a bad feeling. Look, the theme song this time is called Moonlight. I don't know if you remember. The first encounter between the white-clothed swordsman and Liuli was under the moonlight. According to the screenwriter's pissing match, there's no chance it's a B. Don't be ridiculous. It's just a song title. It doesn't even have lyrics. What can you guess? It's been 3 years since the last profile card update for Journeyman. Many veteran players have been hungry for the new material for a long time. The release of the content on the official blog was like dropping a heavy bomb on calm waters. Discussion of the game Jianghu is at an all-time high. As a national martial arts game, its updates are the equivalent of New Year's Eve for gamers. Soon, this microblogging has more than 1 million retweets, especially the number of retweets, even far more than the number of likes. Older players are running for cover, and others are taking this opportunity to pull new players in. The Hot 100 has multiple entries related to the lake at this point. The discussion of the theme song of Arigato's Moonlight, which is a reserved program for the update of each profile card, has also reached the second position of the Hot Search. Guess who the mystery vocalist for the theme song will be this time? Who is I do not know, but I dare to bet the song is certainly good. If you have to guess who the singer is, I think you can start with the singers from the first 4 theme songs. Jump who to find the singers are Heavenly Kings and Queens level. Zhou Huajian, Mao Amin, Ran Xianqi, Lu Wenode. Is certainly the music industry Heavenly Kings and Queens level characters is. Look at the silhouettes of the characters. You guys look at the hairstyles. A diva shouldn't be possible. It must be a male singer without a doubt. But I thought about it, but I didn't think of any diva with this hairstyle. Do you guys have any thoughts? Can't the other Heavenly King change his hairstyle? Open your mind a little bit. I think it's very likely that it's Lu Tianwang. Suspense always arouses curiosity. Speculation about the identity of the mysterious singer of the theme song for the 5th profile card of the game Jianghu quickly spread to the entire music circle. Singers in the music industry have several recognized distinctions. Appearing at the Spring Festival Gala, digital album sales of 10 million, a solo concert at the Bird's Nest, the theme song for the game Jianghu, of this ho-hum guessing of the singer. Fans of the first disappointed female singers. I hope it's Zhang Xiaohan. She's been on the hot seat ever since the finale of Born Singer last month, and seems to me to be a perfect fit to sing the theme song this time around. Deng Ziki isn't too bad, and she's already proved herself by singing old-fashioned songs, which goes well with the ethos of Jianghu. I thought it was Zhang Liangying, because she suddenly pushed off the notice that she had originally taken, and the gossip said that she was going to fully prepare for a new song. Then everyone guessed if it was the official Jianghu inviting songs with her, but it seems that it's not now. Whether it's the theme song for the Journeyman profile card or the in-game soundtrack, the quality is very high. Some netizens jokingly said that Cat Factory is a music company delayed by the game. It just goes to show that they were very strict with their choice of theme songs. Being able to sing as the theme song of the Jianghu data card must not be a nameless person. The first few profile cards guessed the singer in the event. There were many guesses as to the final singer, especially last time. The 4th information card, the mysterious singer is Lu Aganos, has been equivalent to playing a clear card. More than 80% of the people guessed, but this one is steeply more difficult. Many fans have been denied by the singers themselves when they guess their own singers. At this point, under Lu Qing's microblog, there is also speculation. You guys, is it possible that the mysterious singer who sings the theme song of Jianghu this time is Lu Qing? The more I look at the silhouettes of the characters posted on their official blog, the more I think it looks like Lu Qing. It can't be Lu Qing. I'm also a student at the Lin Chang Conservatory of Music, and I saw him there at the dormitory building a few days ago. Right ha. Lu Qing hasn't graduated yet. The theme song of Jianghu. This is also the scarcest resource in the entertainment industry, right? This is not a matter of having the strength to do it. even if the seniority will take at least 10 years to get Lu Qing's turn. Ooh, poor Lu Qing. Obviously so talented. In a place like the entertainment industry, but also have to continue to wait for the opportunity. Be contented, sisters. Lu Qing is already impressive enough. Having debuted 2.5 months ago, with no capital operation, he's managed to accumulate more than 4 million fans by strength. But don't deify Lu Qing. It only makes sense to me that the singer who sings the theme song Moonlight this time is not Lu Qing. Please follow the stars rationally. Lu Qing's studio. Wang Wei was brushing through Weibo with great interest. Her own boss was the mysterious singer who sang Moonlight, and it was fun to watch others guess. At this point, the studio phone rang. Hello. Wang Wei picked up the phone. Hello, introduce yourself. I'm Bei Jiangyong, the director of I'm a Singer-Songwriter. Hello Director Pei, may I ask what's up? Wang Wei had heard of this director. It's like this. The guest for the 4th installment of I'm a Singer-Songwriter is in a vacant state. Isn't it approaching the 11th National Day soon? So I want to invite Lu Qing to participate in an installment of the program to do a melodic song. Pei Zhangyong's voice came. Wang Wei's gaze moved slightly. Recently the variety show of I Am a Singer-Songwriter was at a high level of popularity, and it could be said that it was the hottest music variety show after Natural Born Singer. But, Wang Wei said, sorry Director Pei, my boss has a live event in the near future and may not have the time to participate in I'm a Singer-Songwriter. Oh, the live event you're talking about is that huge live event tomorrow, right? The only thing that can be called ho-hum is the 10th anniversary live streaming ceremony of the lake. 30 million monthly activity is no joke, especially since the players of Jianghu are so loyal. But Wang Wei didn't say anything back. It was considered a secret until the live broadcast ended tomorrow. Okay, the other side obviously guessed as well. A day is something that can wait, and I'll call back tomorrow after the broadcast. I'm a singer-songwriter. Pei Zhangyong. I told you, Lu Qing can't. Producer Meng Yang blew his beard and eyes out. He had just learned that Pei Zhangyong had already called Lu Qing's studio. He made his position clear yesterday. No inviting Lu Qing to be a guest on I'm a Singer-Songwriter. What's not to like? Lu Qing is handsome, talented, and has strong creative abilities. Don't forget that phone, which made our program a hit, came from Lu Qing's hand. I know. Meng Yang stared at Pei Zhangyong, but that was sung by Deng Ziki. Is the difference in popularity between the two people that a star? So what? Bei Zhangyong shrugged. Ugh. Producer Meng Yang sighed. Old Pei, you are the director. You only consider the content of the program to be good or bad, so there is no excuse for you to want to invite Lu Qing. I also recognize the talent of this young man, Lu Qing, but I'm a producer. He turned the tables. I have to consider not only the content itself, but the heat of the show, and the potential revenue the guests can bring in. Meng Yang crackled, and Pei Zhangyong pulled out his ears indifferently. I know you don't like to hear it. Meng Yang saw this and said, but the situation is like this. What can you do? You know how difficult it was to set up our program in the first place. It was already good enough to pull in sponsors, but the other sponsors also said at the time that they would spend the production funds on the blade of the sword, and that the guests had to be popular ones. The terms are clearly written into the contract, requiring the guest to have a fan base of at least 10 million. How many fans does Lu Qing have? Saying that, Meng Yang took out his cell phone, opened Weibo, and searched for Lu Qing's name. Look, Lu Qing only has over 4 million followers. Meng Yang continued. Now I'm a singer-songwriter is on fire, but without the support of our sponsors, our program wouldn't even have a chance to be produced. We should thank our sponsors for putting the terms of the contract in place. Don't think of playing tricks. That means risk. Bei Zhangyong retorted. Sponsors set the hurdle of 10 million followers, wanting nothing more than heat. If Lu Qing comes as a guest, there's absolutely no lack of heat. Don't you recognize Lu Qing's strength? As long as the program airs with good results, do you think the sponsors will bother with you about things like Lu Qing's fan count not meeting the standard? Old Pei, I'm a Songwriter requires each guest to compose an original song for each installment, and the 5th installment is very special again, a melodic song. Originally, there wasn't much heat for melodic songs and they were difficult to create, so can you guarantee that the songs created by Lu Qing are good? Can guarantee Pei Zhangyong's tone was relaxed. Lu Qing has created a total of 8 songs since his debut, none of which pulls crotch. From a probabilistic point of view, if Lu Qing doesn't deserve to be trusted, then who else can be trusted? And, he thought about the phone call he had with Lu Qing's agent yesterday. Lu Qing is most likely the singer for the theme song of this Jianghu game. Boy, this national game is hot for all to see. The weight of the theme song singer speaks for itself. This time is different. Meng Yang exclaimed. Since it's not easy to do a good job with a melodic song, we have to make sure we don't make any mistakes, and choose a singer with a 10 million fan level. As per the sponsor's request. 10 million fans? Baeyong's eyes shimmered. It's not out of the question to take advantage of the live streaming extravaganza for the 10th anniversary of the lake. In other words, if Lu Qing reaches 10 million followers, you'll agree for Lu Qing to come and be the guest of I'm a Singer-Songwriter? Meng Yang looked at Pei Zhongyang incredulously. Old Pei, what kind of serious illness have you got? You have to hire this Lu Qing. From 4 million to 10 million. The 5th installment is going to start recording in 3 days. What are you fantasizing about? Don't you care? As long as Lu Qing reaches 10 million followers in 3 days, you won't stop me? Pei Yang said. Meng Yang was exasperated and laughed. Yes, within 3 days, Lu Qing's fans reach 10 million. Not only will I not stop you, I'll even eat Shang upside down. Pei Yang glanced at Meng Yang. It won't take 3 days. The 10th anniversary live streaming ceremony of Jianghu will start in an hour. Maybe before tonight, Lu Qing's fans will be 10 million. What? Nothing. I hope you're true to your word. Cat Factory Campus Auditorium. Backstage Lounge. Lu Qing made a final review in his head. The essentials of movement when pulling the sword flower. How to keep stable when flying with a dangling wigwam. And the position of the breath change when singing Moonlight. All sorts of details passed one by one. At this time, it had already been a week since Lu Qing came to the park. In rehearsal, he had been able to navigate the show perfectly. The song Moonlight is by far the most prepared song he's ever done. Now he was looking forward to it. Expect a perfect rendition of Moonlight for this 10th anniversary live event. Studio, under the stage. The seats were filled with Cat Factory employees. Minister Dai, Zhao Yao, Qian Zhangming, Sun Qingyu, Li Yizhou, and Zhou Xian were all listed. A very small number of those spots were split between self-published bloggers who do content for the game of Jianghu, as well as some people in the music scene. At this point, there was some commotion in front of the seats. You're back, Chairman, Minister Dai said in surprise. I finally made it back in a hurry, and I'm exhausted from trying to listen to a live version of Moonlight for once without any regrets. How much does Chairman Lu Qing like this? Or made a special trip back? Minister Dai is sour. Backstage guide room. Minister Lu, the number of people who have booked the live broadcast across the platform has exceeded 20 million. The technician reported. Minister Lu was slightly startled. The data from the 10th anniversary live broadcast extravaganza would be good, which he could guess. But he didn't expect that the data would be this good. In previous years, the maximum number of people who booked the live stream was 15 million, and that number is sure to increase upwards once the official broadcast begins. Breaking a previous record for the number of people online for a live broadcast is almost a done deal. How long before the live broadcast starts? Minister Lu asked. 3 minutes to go, the staff replied. Very good. Keep it up and don't make any mistakes. Minister Lu patted the staff on the shoulder. Yes. The moment. Live streaming techs are doing final signal tuning. Attention all units, the staff member in charge of the live general dispatch said, holding a walkie-talkie. 1 minute to go. 30 seconds to go. Countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The live broadcast is on. Inside the studio, the background of the stage and the screens on the floor suddenly lit up. Playing is the famous scene within the game of Jianghu, Lake and Moon Mountain. At the moment daylight poured in, and the breeze ruffled the branches of the willow tree, which swayed gently in the wind. Suddenly, there was a white-clothed swordsman with a fluttering robe, weaving in and out of the forest like a flying swallow on a horse, with a dashing figure. The picture is fixed. The extremely ancient flute sound floated out. The hostess walked onto the martial arts-flavored main stage wearing a plain cheongsam. Greetings, all Jianghu watchers, and the young warriors and girls in the live broadcast. Welcome to the Jianghu's 5th profile card update in the game's 10th anniversary live broadcast ceremony event. After saying that, the host turned around very enchantingly, and then made a dart-throwing movement. Charmingly, she is a very popular female character in the parody of the game Gangplank, including her costume today, which mimics the characters in the game. The old colorful Cat Factory guys at the scene couldn't help but roar and yell. Blame it on the fact that this cheongsam's fork is too high. Viewers watching the extravaganza event through the livestream went crazy and started playing pop-ups. What a great impersonation by the host. It's so similar. Ugh, I'll go. Never realized that the white-clad swordsman's legs are so white, so long, and so straight. You'd better be talking about the white-clad swordsman, not the cheongsam-wearing hostess. Backstage guide room. Minister Lu exclaimed. This opening is very well done. The angle of entry is great, and the response from the live broadcast is very enthusiastic. At this moment the host has come on stage to finish his speech and enter the first process of the night. Tells the story behind Cat Factory's development of the game Jianghu. Includes the creative journey, interesting behind-the-scenes work, and more. How many people are online in the live room right now? 24.5 million now, the technician said. Yes, Minister Lu waved his arms in exhilaration. This was already higher than the highest number of people online in the live room during the last data card update. The live broadcast arrangement puts the 5th profile card background announcement in the last unit, ending with the singing of Moonlight. The most important one should be left at the end, I guess, so that you can ensure the retention rate in the live room. The number of people in the live room will always be on an upward trend. This time, putting the 10th anniversary extravaganza and the profile card update together has brought out the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Minister Lu put down his heart. Main stage. The course of the campaign has proceeded from 10 years of Cat Factory to 10 years of the jungle. The presenter moved to say, 10 years is a long time to say, and the jungle never breaks up. 10 years is not a short time to say that it can represent one's youth. Just as the emotions of everyone on the air baked into place, the moderator announced the entry into the raffle. I have to say that Cat Factory deserves to be a big game factory, and there's no excuse for being rich. The props in the game are off the table. The physical gift prizes given out alone are worth at least millions of dollars. Apple 38 Pro, Jungwoo beautiful character dolls, the 10th anniversary collector's edition of the game CD-ROM, 3-day trip to the Cat Factory, put a bunch of players in a state of hyperactivity. The pop-ups in the live stream were getting crazy. The Cat Factory is interesting enough. There are prizes you are really pumping. Really take us as friends. Unlike the Goose Factory next door, only know how to cut leaks. Awa. Miss Moderator, whip me. Don't pity me. Get your little whip out and whip me hard. You lowlife. Was that you running for the raffle? Wang Wei was also in the live broadcast at this time. She was frantically sending out pop-ups because the live streaming sweepstakes had something to do with pop-ups, but she didn't draw a single prize until the end of the raffle. Disappointed, she looked at that prize in the souvenir album and shed tears of envy. Only 120 copies of this 10th anniversary album were produced, and 100 copies were taken from the live broadcast, each of which is very precious. There are 28.6 million people online in the live stream at this point. 100/28.6 million. It's only normal if you can't draw. Right. Wang Wei comforted herself with this. Hot off the raffle. The broadcast went on for the second half. At this time the big screen on the stage was playing the famous scenes that appeared in the game in the first 4 data cards in the game of Jungwoo. There are players and there are NPCs. Players guarding the live broadcast also followed the live broadcast, recalling their own and Jungwoo bit by bit. They revisited the game's plot again. Especially the players of the plot stream are very familiar with it. Without realizing it, many of the game characters have been with them for 10 years. Some of the characters in Jungwoo have been attached to players for a long time. These characters are not a string of cold code, but live in the Jungwoo players living in the heart of the character. Quick look, the white-clad swordsman has moved. Crap, so this white-clad swordsman turned out to be a real person? Is it a live one? It's been 2 hours since the live broadcast, and he just stood on the willow branch for so long? Don't say anything else. Handsome is really handsome. In the live broadcast room, many viewers with quick brains reacted at once. The trailer for Jungwoo says that the white swordsman comes to an end in the 5th profile card. At this point the broadcast should be entering its final phase and starting to talk about the 5th data card. The audience in the live room immediately perked up. That's the real kicker. Finally, 3 years, inside a university dormitory, a fellow student slapped the face of his roommate on the top bunk, who was catching up on some sleep from the all-night game of Jungwoo he played yesterday. He was responsible for getting his roommate up. Don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep. Come watch the live stream. It's time for the 5th data card. The roommate on the top bunk sat up with red eyes and said, I'm coming. I'm coming. In a small neighborhood, a middle-aged man quietly came to the living room to open the computer after his wife and children were asleep. Since getting married and having kids, he's had little time for games, but he was still thinking about the Jungwoo in his heart. And at this time, during the live broadcast, the image he saw was exactly the white-clothed swordsman fighting with the dark forces. His heart was pounding. The white-clad swordsman was his all-time favorite character in the game. Lu Qing was meticulously doing his sword movements at the moment, fighting the air, but he's really the only one on stage. And through the flexibility of the 3D wyvern, and the 3D screen with virtual reality technology, what was presented to the eyes of the live audience was the white-clothed swordsman's dashing and uninhibited figure as he battled the forces of darkness in splendid chaos. Not like the live stream pop-ups say though. Instead of standing on a willow branch from the beginning of the broadcast, he was integrated more realistically through live streaming technology. The 3D screen in the main stage at the moment. The scene is the lake in Moon Mountain, the place where the white-clad swordsman and Ruri first met. Moonlight spills over the earth. Years after the white-clothed swordsman and Liuli had parted ways, the two had come here again by coincidence. Luri had spotted the figure, and the white-clothed swordsman was in pursuit at the moment. Lu Qing flew up to the sky and toned the ground. His invisible sword chi waved out. The roiling sword chi looked beautiful and dangerous under the moonlight. The forces of darkness were forced back by him for the time being. Lu Qing slowly landed on the ground. At this moment, accompaniment to Moonlight starts. Whoa shit, the white-clad swordsman is handsome. Such a handsome white-clad swordsman was actually played by a real person. Surprisingly, it didn't ruin the original. That said, what kind of live broadcasting technology is this? The actor of the white-clad swordsman moves so much. Why is the mask on his face still so firmly affixed? Who is this actor? If he's a bit more handsome, he can just act in a real-life movie. I won't object this time. Wait, movie and all that aside, what the hell is a white-clad swordsman pulling a microphone out of his arms? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room brushed past, chanting and shouting for the white-clad swordsman. This performance alone attracted over 1 million new viewers to join the broadcast. The number of people online in the livestream has now come to 35 million. But as the musical accompaniment plays on stage, the microphone appears. Everyone reacted when the song's message hit the live screen. This guy on stage turned out to be a singer. Prior to this, there was a lot of talk about the official announcement of a mystery singer for the lake. The enthusiasm for speculation is very high. Now that more information is being shown on the live stream, people are speculating again. To be able to make so many moves, it seems to be very young from the figure. At least it's not an older generation of heavenly kings. I really don't see who it is exactly. Cat Factory had the presence of mind to hide the names of the lyricists and compilers at this time, so it's hard to believe that this is a song written and composed by the singer himself. Why do I look a bit like Lu Qing gang? It's going to start singing soon, and it's going to be a no-guessing affair. Once you hear it. Huahai City, Duncan's home. In the TV screen, the images of the 10th anniversary live broadcasting ceremony of Jianghu were being shown. Who the hell is this singer? You say? You've asked me 76 times. Don't be asking again. Deng Ziki rolled her eyes. She then picked up the grapes on the coffee table and gagged Zhang Liangying. How do I know who it is? If I knew who it was I would have told you long ago and saved you the torture of asking me over and over again. But Deng Zi's mind did have its own guesses. It just didn't say it out loud. As she looked across the stage, she felt that the white-clad swordsman on the stage resembled Lu Qing, but she wasn't sure. It wasn't until then, when the white-clad swordsman pulled out his microphone, that she was able to determine with a large degree of certainty that this person should be Lu Qing. She looked sympathetically at Zhang Liangying, who was nestled on the sofa, born at the wrong time. The song No Doubles Deng Ziki has heard, even gave some advice of his own on the creative process. The quality of the finished song is very high. I thought it was a sure thing. But in the end, she didn't expect that Undisputed would end up landing as the theme song for Jianghu. So who exactly beat Zhang Liangying? Deng Ziki can't help but be curious. It just so happens that Zhang Liangying was recording a variety show in Huahai and ran to her home in a puff of smoke after the recording. The two of them will have to witness together what kind of saint is able to cut down no doubt. And they will have to enjoy the song Moonlight. A hint of comparison is naturally present. But when Deng Zi it's probable that the mysterious singer who beat Zhang Liangying is Lu Qing. Well, everything makes sense. At this time, Zhang Liangying did not know that Deng Ziki has defected. Reluctantly, she ate a grape, then dug her mouth in, her eyes dead set on the white figure on the screen. The sword is quite cool to juggle, but I don't know how good the singing is. It wasn't that Zhang Liangying didn't believe in the official vision of Jianghu. It was just that she couldn't think of what kind of song it would be for just such a customized song that could be made even more exaggerated than without Shuang. Is it Moonlight? Zhang Liangying said silently. The name of the song was known to her as early as the official trailer for the lake. It was a name that had been on her mind for days. Ziki, after you listen to it in a while, you must analyze it for me from an objective point of view. Where exactly is Moonlight better than Unmatched? Zhang Liangying suddenly said. Yeah, Deng Ziki agreed with her friend. She was already looking forward to hearing the song more than Zhang Liangying. Zhang Liangying stuffed another grape into her mouth and took 2 hard bites of the grape in her mouth while looking at the white figure on the TV screen. But the moment the intro to the song came out, she stopped chewing. Ha! Zhang Liangying revealed a serious look, until the white figure opened her mouth and sang the first line. Moonlight colors, women's fragrance. Zhang Liangying immediately sat up straight. This vocal line is so clear and tense. Her brain stopped making comparisons to No Doubt and took out her instincts as a singer and began to appreciate the song Moonlight. Moonlight colors, women's fragrance. Tears break the sword. How long the love is. How much it hurts. No words to think about. Forget you. Lu Qing finished the first verse of the main song. Not bad. Perfectly played. Intonation and breath are well controlled. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. It's the flavor. It's the flavor of the lake. Cat Factory really didn't let me down. Wow shit, who is this? I've never heard this style before. The Chinese music scene doesn't sing like this. Lu Qing. It's Lu Qing. I can hear it. I grew up listening to Lu Qing songs. I can hear his voice even if he's burned to ashes. The color of the moonlight. The fragrance of the woman. This is the glaze that is being sung. But why is it sung so sadly? It's not like something bad is going to happen, is it? At this point, the screen on the main stage suddenly lit up. In this way, the production team achieved the visual effect of flashback. The scene on the stage also flashes back to the Northwest Desert, from the lake and Moon Mountains. This was a place that the white-clothed swordsman had traveled to during the past few years in order to hide from the dark forces chasing him. Lu Qing continued to perform in tandem with the desert scene, swaying with the wind amidst the roiling sands. Then the scene changes continuously. Bamboo forest. Streamside. Inn. Night river. The white-clad swordsman dodges, pins and hides all the way. He became more and more silent. There was a single expression on his face for a long time. Ever since he parted from Lioli, he had been drifting around this jungle like a lonely soul. Emotions are progressing with the picture. Lu Qing continued to sing. Lonely souls, swinging in the wind. Who goes to think? Infatuated man. This battlefield of red dust. 1,000 armies have who can be king. The world of martial arts is not only about the pain of quick revenge and the brotherhood of life and death. There is not only that irreconcilable conflict between the jungle and the temple. Not only chivalrous. There are even more men and women among the children of the jungle. The Red Earth is also a battlefield. Past the love barrier. Who dares to break through? Looking at the bright moon, my heart is sad. 1,000 hates. A taste of reincarnation. Who's the craziest when his eyes are closed? The impermanence of this world. Doomed to a lifetime of hurt for those who dare to love. Lu Qing brought all the audience into the world of the jungle with his songs. Below the stage, in addition to the staff of the lake, there are also a lot of self-published bloggers. They were tasked with writing the script as fast as possible and then sending it out first thing after the broadcast. But when Lu Qing's Moonlight came out, they stopped their pens in unison. The song, Moonlight, made them listen in awe. What kind of song is this? What should I say about it? A show-off song? No. The song is very, very difficult to pull off. But showmanship is never the end. It's a means to an end. Moreover, the jangly flavor of the song Moonlight is so authentic that they don't know how to sink into it. Oh yeah, we're not here to professionally evaluate songs. It's like waking up from a dream. It's enough for us to know that the song is bull. Then we'll just announce the identity of the mystery singer. Who's singing on stage? Some of the media people recognized Lu Qing. Viewers on the studio floor can't see virtual reality as a live effect, so they were able to see Lu Qing's face. Now just connect the words Lu Qing and Moonlight together, and it's properly 4 words: flow, volume, explosion, explode. Some are excited to write about the news, but some people saw the face but didn't recognize Lu Qing as a person. For a moment there was a rush. There were also people in the live stream who were in a hurry, and by now the number of people in the live stream had soared to 38 million. Some people recognized Lu Qing's voice, but most had never heard of him. The pop-ups had been a mess. Lu Qing is bullish. Moonlight is awesome. Who is Lu Qing? The white-clad swordsman is Lu Qing? Can someone tell me who this mystery singer is? It's so awesome. This singing is absolutely unique in the Chinese music world. Who can tell me who actually sang Moonlight? A backstage lounge at a music variety show. Han Sancher and his manager are watching a live stream of the lake. Mr. Han, did you hear who it was? The agent asked. No. Han Sancher shook his head with a serious face. It sounds like a young singer. I haven't paid much attention to them in the past few years, so the voice is unfamiliar to me. I don't think so. There are only a few powerful singers of the new generation. I can count them on my fingers, but I didn't match any of them. The manager was puzzled. This person's vocals are very mature, and the use of techniques exceeds that of most singers in many music scenes, Han Sancher commented. The manager looked at Han Sancher with slight surprise, but Han Sancher rarely evaluated a singer and gave such a high rating. So this loss wasn't really a bad one? Han Sancher also participated in a contest for entries for the theme song of Jianghu. As an older artist, a former member of the entertainment industry, he has always been more of a featherweight. Since I went down to race with the others this time, I naturally made my best effort. The moment Girl Under the Moon came out, Han Sancher was satisfied, although he hadn't done a theme song for a game before. But singling out this song, he gave it a top 3 ranking among his own songs. Mr. Han, what do you think of this song? The manager suddenly asked. The arrangement of Moonlight is subtle, and I bet that even if you take the song Moonlight out again after the past 20 years, it won't feel outdated, Han Sancher said. He then compared his own songs, and the song Girl Under the Moon is very personal, a style he has always stuck to. But in terms of his own personal style, he basically hasn't made a major breakthrough in decades. And the song Moonlight is clearly exploring the music, as there hasn't been a song like it in Chinese music, and the quest was successful. So one loses. It's not a bad loss. He smiled to himself. After staying in his comfort zone for too long, he would make less and less progress. The song Moonlight was a reminder that if you don't progress, you will be defeated. No exceptions. Han Sancher stared at the figure in the live broadcast, and now he was beginning to expect the singer's identity. In the screen at the moment, Lu Qing's voice was still impeccable. Moonlight colors, women's fragrances, tears break the sword, how long the love is, how much it hurts, no words to think about, forget you, lonely souls, swinging in the wind, who goes to think, infatuated man, this battlefield of red dust, 1,000 armies have who can be king. Lu Qing struggled to control his breath, because he just finished a big fight scene. Start by beginning to sing the main song a second time. The scene in the 3D screen then cuts back to Mount Leketsu, warm and cool as water under the moonlight. Lioli had already noticed the white-clad swordsman and the dark forces in the middle of a fierce battle, but it was too far away to recognize. The Jianghu is in turmoil, so it's better to do more than less. At this moment she should turn around and leave, not get involved in the fight, not even spectate. In the jungle, such fights happen every day, but that white coat is just too similar. It was too much like the figure she had dreamed of countless times. She slowly approached until she confirmed that it was the white-clad swordsman, the one she had once first met with under the moonlight. No longer able to hold back her thoughts, she rushed on regardless. The other side, the dark forces surrounded the white-clothed swordsman like a blizzard, not allowing the white-clothed swordsman a chance to catch his breath. Seeing that the white-clothed swordsman's injuries were getting worse, the dark forces surrounding him suddenly dispersed in all directions, all of them making out neat movements as they were about to take out their killer weapons, ready to deal the white-clad swordsman a fatal blow. In an instant, the crowd of dark forces moved like thunderbolts, all heading towards the white-clothed swordsman's lifeblood. Luri took it all in. She used her life's strength and ran forward with all her might, wanting to lay down her life to block this blow for the white-clothed swordsman. As if he was telepathic, the white-clothed swordsman saw the Lioli he had been thinking about day and night in the middle of the chaos. On one side was the full force of the dark forces, and on the other side was Lioli's life-sacrificing resistance. It goes without saying how to choose. Seriously injured, he couldn't protect both of them at the same time. He placed his sword in front of his chest, and the next thing he was going to perform was a long-lost stance in the Jianghu, but at the cost of burning his life. At this moment, it was as if he was the center of heaven and earth. Sword chi floated around him like a swimming dragon. He wouldn't let Lioli risk her life for him. He would protect her like he did years ago. The white-robed swordsman looked at the silhouette running towards him and revealed a soft gaze. Past the love barrier. Who dares to break through? Looking at the bright moon. My heart is sad. 1,000 hates. A taste of reincarnation. Who's the craziest when his eyes are closed? The impermanence of this world. Doomed to a lifetime of hurt for those who dare to love. A song. Lu Qing was still immersed in the role of the white-clad swordsman. At this moment he slowly lowered the microphone. The right hand pulled a sword flower. The plot screen stops right at the state where the white-clad swordsman's move is about to be made. The camera slowly pushes in closer. The white-clothed swordsman's handsome figure quickly occupied the entire live broadcast screen. Finally, the image focuses on the white-clad swordsman's face. The live technical team removed the mask on Lu Qing's face. The white-clothed swordsman was Lu Qing. The mystery singer is Lu Qing. Suddenly, the live screen went black, and the official Jianghu choked off the live signal. And the 40 million online viewers in the live stream are still stuck in the emotions and drama of the song. This stopped, and the pop-ups in the live stream went wild again. Shit, what's going on? Halfway through the episode is it? What happened to the white-clothed swordsman? Isn't the return of the 10,000 swords move forbidden? Can he survive after using it? Did Lioli block that blow for him or not? Don't you get it, old iron? This is a cat factory trick. Want to know the plot? Go play in the game. Since you're curious, that means they succeeded. Then again, the Cat Factory. This live special effects do good. Perfect. Restore the game in the Lake Moon Mountain scene. The most absolute is this real-life version of the white-clothed swordsman. Simply too handsome. This is the fucking white-clothed swordsman in my mind. The one playing the white-clad swordsman is Lu Qing. At the last second, the white-clad swordsman revealed his true face. That is to say, the mystery singer is also called Lu Qing, right? What's Cat Factory up to? Why don't you let us watch for 2 more seconds? No way, Spicy. I'm poisoned hot. I'm going to go single cycle Moonlight 100 times right now. Anyone with me? I'm still confused. Who is this mystery singer? Is there any hangdit to explain it to me? There will be all sorts of explanatory videos coming out soon, and you'll know who Lu Qing is in no time. And by then the whole internet will be full of Lu Qing. So you'll see you puke. Zhang Jie Studio. Taking off his headphones, Zhang Jie sighed. He paused the Moonlight that the music app was playing. For the first time he was born with the feeling that he was out of his depth. How is it that as soon as you run into Lu Qing, You fold and return. He even doubted himself. Because this time, the official theme song he handed over to the lake was composed by himself. He's not a songwriter who writes his own songs and sings them without much heat. But as a singer, he has stuck to his guns and insisted on writing his own songs. He hadn't given up after all these years, and he felt himself improving a little bit. Until this time, he was approached by the official Jianghu to invite songs. His years of accumulation came out thick and fast this time, and he created the song Love War. He was excited when the song took shape. It was obvious to him that Love War was different from previous songs he had written. It's a song that, in every way, he considers himself to be displaying his songwriting abilities at their peak. When he sent the song to a few of his circle mates for a demo, it was met with great approval. Not the polite complimentary kind, but real objective appreciation. It gave him a boost of confidence. Yet as great as hope is, so great is disappointment. He still couldn't hide his loss when he was told that his song had fallen short of being the theme song for the lake. But at the same time, Li Zhou of Jianghu told him that his Love War was just a little bit behind in terms of score in the final competition. Moreover, although the song Love War won't be released for a while, Cat Factory will use the song in future games, so such a good song won't be buried. This made Zhang Jie feel slightly better. Until today, he heard Moonlight with a learning attitude. Then he got hard again. It was because Lu Qing gave him a feeling that was hard to look up to. For the second time in a row, Lu Qing beat him in both singer and songwriter. At this moment, the numbers jumping on the cell phone screen attracted Zhang Jie's attention. He shifted his eyes to his phone, and the page was still stuck on Wasia Music's new song chart. The string of numbers that caught his attention was the ranking of the song Moonlight. 75th, 36th place, 12th place, 7th place. In just half an hour, Moonlight came to the top 10 of the new songs chart, and the momentum hadn't weakened in the slightest, so it looked like it would rise to number 1 on the new songs chart within 2.5 hours. Zhang Jie watched dumbfounded as Moonlight moved up the rankings. After so many years of being a singer, he had never seen a singer release a song at the end of the month and then buck the trend. He released, Lu Qing is really talented in music composition, so there was no need to compare with Lu Qing. Music, that's art, not for comparison. Phew, so much easier to think about. Twitter. The broadcast ended after a half hour of fermentation. 4 out of the top 10 hot searches were related to Lu Qing. The white-clad swordsman is Lu Qing. The mysterious singer is also Lu Qing. How many turns did Moonlight take? Lu Qing's horrible fan rate. Lu Qing had risen by 3 million followers to 7 million in half an hour's time. At this moment in Lu Qing's microblogging below, a lot of fans who have watched the live broadcast to find over and Lu Qing's old fans are discussing heatedly. What did I say? I told you that the mysterious singer was Lu Qing, and no one believed me yet. I'm an old fan who's been following Lu Qing since the days of Wang Lingjia, and I can smell Lu Qing's flavor even when he's being thwarted. Moonlight is so good. I haven't gotten tired of listening to it in 10 years. To popularize the later, in addition to Moonlight, Lu Qing also sang Wukong, Where Has All the Time Gone, and Childhood. Young China Speaks. Maya Abe, did you sing Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth too? It's such a good song. I love it. Treasure singer Lu Qing. This time, you've completely lost your light. Even I have to hold back when I see you. It was 12 o'clock midnight, but the enthusiasm was still high. Especially for the Jianghu gamers who watched the live broadcast. Staying up all night is a common occurrence for them. Right after the live broadcast, the game of Jianghu officially opened the story background of the 5th information card on the official website. Players are automatically updated when they log into the game. Old Feng is an old player of Jianghu. The first day the game opened, he squatted in front of the computer and played all night. It's been all over the place ever since. He puts in over 12 hours a day into the game and doesn't feel tired at all. He's also made a group of like-minded friends in the game who are equally heavy hitters of Django. These friends join him in the game, dreaming of martial arts and committing middle-aged crimes. Some close friends have even progressed into reality and become great friends. Only later, due to work, the old Feng gradually off the game of the pit, and this group of friends' contact became less. As time progressed, fewer and fewer people spoke in their gaming group. Most of the time it was quiet, except for the occasional bubble in the group to greet each other. Old Feng worked overtime that day, and it was already the middle of the night when he returned home. He hurriedly washed up and prepared to brush up on his friends and go to bed. But when I opened WeChat, I realized I had 999 plus unread messages. I looked at the group. The lake is like a dream. Old Feng wondered what was going on. Everyone was so idle today. He clicked in and climbed the stairs for a while, seeing half of them, when suddenly someone circled him. Old Feng, the 5th data card has been updated. Come and play. Let's go to the Dragon Cliff Wall again. Old Feng will smile. This is the old Lu. Back then, the two have always been convinced that the game called the Dragon Cliff Wall hides the top level of internal energy heart method. So every time the profile card was updated, the two would go looking for it. Every time I went to look for it, I was greeted with jeers from the others. Old Lu, after so many years, you're still in the jungle nah, Old Fong sent over. What kind of words are you saying? People have to be in the jungle all their lives. Old Lu replied to him. I don't mean that, Old Fong said helplessly. Don't say anything else. Hurry up and get on the number. Walk around on the dragon cliff face. If you go late, this strange encounter will become someone else's. Old Lu circled him. Go to. Old Fong looked at the familiar and unfamiliar words and was a bit stunned. How am I supposed to get on if I can't even remember the number? Ha ha. Old Fong, you high and low have to accompany Old Lu to go to a dragon cliff wall. So many years you have to help Old Lu to put this dream round. Another person in the group circled him. Right. You can't leave Old Lu alone. You have to be responsible for him. Oh yeah. Didn't you used to care about the ending of that white-clad swordsman? It's updated this time. Old Fong was instantly a bit impressed, but after thinking about how late it was, I no longer had the energy to pull an all-nighter. He pushed his enthusiasm back down. Forget it, I still have to work tomorrow. Old Fong replied. Where's your martial arts stream? Old Fong. Old Lu replied. Martial arts stream. Going to work and forgetting this dream. Old Vaughn was in a bit of a trance. Here, Old Vaughn, listen to this. Someone sent him a link. Moonlight? Old Fong will open the video with confidence. The video features a clip of Lu Qing disguised as a white-clad swordsman, singing Moonlight during a live broadcast. Old Fong listened to the whole song. The little fire hidden deep inside burned again. Martial arts dreams. I turned out to have always had them. He sat up with a totter. Old Lu. On the number, Long Yavi, Hua Hai City, Deng Zi's home. There was silence in the air. It's been exactly half an hour since the broadcast ended. Deng Ziki and Zhang Liangying once again looked at each other. Zhang Liangying opened her mouth first. Alright Ziki, you don't have to make it difficult. No need for you to comment. If I were the official of Jianghu, I would have also chosen Moonlight as the theme song instead of Undisputed. She then lay back on the couch in resignation. Her movements lazy. Just admit defeat? Deng Ziki pretended to be surprised. What else can it be? It's not our side that's too weak. It's the enemy that's too strong. Zhang Liangying said, not noticing the strangeness in Deng Ziki's tone. She quickly adjusted herself and grabbed a grape from the fruit plate before bringing it to her mouth. The song Moonlight is the best song I've heard in some time. Rated so high? Deng Ziki was really surprised this time. Excluding the visual presentation and looking at the songs individually, the musical arrangement of this song is particularly outstanding. Although the entire structure of the song is very traditional, it doesn't sound boring at all, and I unpredicted the direction of the melody. The emotional intent behind this song was delivered so well by Lu Qing. Zhang Liangying said. Deng Ziki nodded her head in agreement. She and Zhang Liangying were both singers, and both excellent singers, able to hear more in songs than the average person. At the same time, she was more of a creator, and she had seen Lu Qing's terrifying creative ability live. You know Lu Qing? Deng Ziki suddenly reacted. When I listened to the song it just felt familiar, but didn't they take off the mask of the white-clad swordsman at the end? I saw Lu Qing's face. Zhang Liangying said. You ever pay special attention to him? Duncan asked. Is there any need for special attention? Zhang Liangying exclaimed. Last month Lu Qing butchered the new song chart for a month. As an educated professional singer, I make sure to listen to a good amount of songs every day. That's true. Even the most famous singers have to keep improving consistently to be able to do so. And, Zhang Liangying aggravated her tone. You two winded up singing a chorus of the most dazzling national wind and you still want to pretend that I don't know? After saying that, Zhang Liangying narrowed her eyes and squinted at Deng Ziki. Deng Ziki was furious at the look and changed the topic carelessly. We two can sing the song Moonlight in chorus. Chorus of Moonlight? Zhang Liangying touched the tip of her nose with her hand, her eyes rolling. She was surprisingly serious in her thinking. Moonlight colors, women's fragrances, tears break the sword. How long is the love? Zhang Liangying opened her mouth and sang. Passing the love pass. Who dares to break in? Look out for the Ming Moon. Looking at the Ming Moon. Wang Ming Moon cough. Sing if you want. I can't. Zhang Liangying grabbed the pillow on the couch and threw it at Deng Ziki. Duncan threw his hand and tossed the pillow onto the couch. As if I could sing. Lu Qing, you really don't leave any chance for others to cover songs. Kyoto Cat Factory Park. At midnight, the interior of the park is still lit up, and in order to match the 10th anniversary extravaganza event, most of the light at the moment was in a festive red color, like it's New Year's Eve. Today was the day of the 5th profile card update, so tons of staff stayed off and added a sweet night shift. The chairman was no exception, and the lights were on in his office. At the moment he was listening to Minister Lu's report. $40 million. Minister Lu said excitedly, The highest number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 40 million, especially during the final stage when Lu Qing appeared on stage. His performance added over 5 million live viewers to the live broadcast room. Lu Qing deserves a lot of credit for breaking the all-time record for the number of people online on this live broadcast. The chairman nodded his head repeatedly. He also didn't expect that inviting Lu Qing to the 10th anniversary ceremony would achieve such an explosive effect. It's still Moonlight Bull. It's amazing that this song exploded with so much energy. The number of downloads of the new profile cards has also broken the all-time record. Moreover, through the detection of backstage data, the percentage of old players returning after the live broadcast extravaganza has increased significantly. Of course, the new players have increased by an even greater percentage, and the data measured so far shows that the number of active users has reached 4 million within an hour of the opening of the new material. Unsurprisingly, today, the number of daily active users of Jianghu can reach 17 million, and by the end of the month, the number of monthly active users can exceed 38 million. The chairman of the board of directors could not help but get excited. He stood up, fists clenched. 38 million monthly activities. That's 7 million more than the highest monthly activity number in the last 10 years. You're not mistaken? The chairman asked. There's no mistaking it. Minister Lu's cell phone rang again. He glanced at the information sent over by the statistics department. Now, the number of active users has reached 5 million. Perhaps we'll end up with more than 38 million monthly activities. Well. The chairman was in a good mood as he walked from the back of his desk to the meeting place and back again from the meeting area. Minister Lu continued. According to the latest data sent over by the statistics department, it can be roughly estimated that a significant portion of player users came to play Jianghu after hearing Lu Qing's Moonlight. Even now, the online discussion about Moonlight has surpassed that of Jianghu. This time, Lu Qing and us are considered mutual achievements. When the chairman heard this, he nodded and said, "It's good to be able to think that way. Don't think that anyone is taking advantage of anyone. It's still the chairman who has the pattern." Minister Lu said, "There's also the sales dividend for Lu Qing from the live broadcast sales of peripheral products that needs to be reported with you." "What went wrong?" the chairman said. "Oh, it's not a problem. It's just too much," said Minister Lu. The chairman was slightly surprised. What did he mean by too much? This sale split, which he personally signed off on. He increased his share of the sale to 2%, but he estimated it would only be $6 million to hold out. The past few live broadcasts had a 1% sales share. The live broadcasts were not as hot as this one, and the singer was able to get about $2 million. $13 million, Minister Lu said. Ever since Lu Qing took the stage, sales have been skyrocketing, especially the peripheral about the white-clothed swordsman, which is already off the market, with all the inventory gone. It's a good thing that the production department's side had already made a plan in advance and went online in a pre-sale mode, and the players were very enthusiastic about spending money. That's why Lu Qing was able to get so many sales dividends this time. This is good, the chairman said. This is win-win cooperation. We have to firmly fulfill our promise. Tell the finance department not to procrastinate on this matter, and pay the money to Lu Qing's account tomorrow. Yes, Minister Lu responded. Now that we're done with business, where's Lu Qing? I want to meet him and must beg for a signed album of his, the chairman said. Backstage lounge. Lu Qing had just returned the prop suit to the staff. Phew. Lu Qing let out a long breath of relief. These days of training were not easy, especially since some of the specific martial arts moves were challenging. Plus there's a part of singing Moonlight that needs to be done in the air. That was why Lu Qing's training was intense every single day. But the moment the show was done, he felt immensely satisfied. Thank you all. I definitely couldn't have done this show without you guys. Thanks to all the teachers, especially Jiang, who's been honing his moves with me for the past few days, and Manager Zhao from the music department. He's almost become my babysitter these days, Lu Qing said to all the staff. A number of staff members have expressed their politeness. Teacher Lu Qing is the most awesome singer I've ever seen. This Moonlight is simply too perfect. If I say so, in the future, when we update the data card of Jianghu, we don't need to invite other singers. We'll just ask Mr. Lu Qing to sing it again. And a song like Moonlight can be worth 3 data card theme songs. This song Moonlight can give me an intracranial orgasm. I've been working in a cat factory for 8 years and this song Moonlight sounds the most sensational to me. Not to mention, Mr. Lu Qing really looks like a white-robed swordsman. That dashing vigor. It's perfect. If you ask me, why don't we just ask Mr. Lu Qing to endorse Jianghu? Someone go and suggest it to the chairman. Lu Qing was embarrassed for a moment as he listened. What kind of person compliments someone to their face like that? Where? Lu Qing responded modestly while opening his cell phone to record without a trace. Come on, keep boasting. At that moment, Minister Dai of the music department and several group leaders walked over. Zhou Xian took a step forward and slapped Lu Qing's shoulder. Ha ha ha, Lu Qing, you've taken out our other 14 leaders this time. After listening to your live performance of Moonlight, my old Zhou has no temper at all. There are only 2 words. Convinced. Li Yizhou nodded silently. Sun Chang, you could no longer be sour after seeing Lu Qing in person. He and Chang Hsanfold have been keeping in touch. Until a few minutes ago, perhaps Jiang Xinfold had heard Moonlight and sent him a message. There are only 4 words. It's not a bad loss. Sun Chang has a big shock. But, you don't have to say it. However, he strongly agreed with what Zhang Xinju said, simply because Lu Qing's live version of Moonlight is so expressive. Moreover, Lu Qing himself was so young that he had nothing but great admiration in his heart. I'm flattered, Lu Qing said. Minister Dai came forward and said smilingly, Lu Qing, you don't have to be modest. Our chairman can appreciate you a lot. This is not. The chairman would like to invite you to catch up. You see. Yeah, go, Lu Qing said. He found the chairman of the board a few days ago. This person is open, generous, a person to befriend. This way. The 2 of them, Minister Dai and Lu Qing, walked towards the chairman's office. Not long after, the 2 arrived. This is our chairman. And this is Minister Lu from the propaganda department. Minister Dai introduced Lu Qing. Ha ha, Lu Qing, you are really young. After the chairman saw Lu Qing himself, he couldn't help but sigh. I'm not going to hide it from you. When I was as young as you, I was still accomplishing nothing. And you've already made a name for yourself in Huaxia. It's true that young people make heroes. And people are more angry than people. Chairman is too modest. Lu Qing said. I had a dream of music when I was young. But due to my limited talent, I didn't follow that path. I had to run towards my other dream of martial arts. And by mistake, I came up with this company. Martial arts and music are my only 2 hobbies. In fact, I haven't given up on songwriting all these years. And it wasn't that long ago that I wrote a song for the 5th profile card. But it was a quiet one. I also fantasized that I take out my songs if the music department ended up looking for music that didn't work. But after hearing your Moonlight, I straight up had my Tao heart shattered. Ha ha. I've listened to your songs a few more times in the past few days while I had some free time. The more I listen to them, the more flavorful they become. And I can't imagine how you were able to create so many excellent works. From the moment Lu Qing and the 2 of them entered the door, the chairman of the board had pulled Lu Qing to talk endlessly, directly leaving Minister Dai and Minister Lu out in the cold. Minister Dai and Minister Lu looked at each other, both noticing the confusion in the other's eyes. The chairman isn't usually like this. Seeing how Lu Qing has become a chatterbox, people Lu Qing on the side did not even have a place to interrupt. Can you be a little more reserved? We all know you like Lu Qing, so that's pretty much it. At least you are the chairman of the board. Look at you, coming on strong, talking and pulling Lu Qing's little hand up. If you keep this up, old Lu and I won't know if we should stay in this house. Oh yeah, when you release your album, make sure you send me an autographed one. The chairman stood up, finally ending the conversation. Lu Qing smiled and promised, definitely. Minister Dai, where is the small gift for old brother Lu Qing? Where is it? The chairman turned his head and asked. Here it is. I had it delivered. Minister Dai said, pointing to the 2 large boxes filled with items. They're all small products around the game of Jianghu, like some kind of 10th anniversary album, hand figures and the like. Old brother Lu Qing, don't refuse. It's getting late now. Send old brother Lu Qing to rest, the chairman said reluctantly. Lu Qing was also really tired at this time. Saying goodbye to the chairman, he went back to the hotel and fell straight to sleep. After a celebratory dinner the next day, Lu Qing returned to the studio. Back with him were 2 large boxes of small gifts from the chairman. Considering that it was inconvenient for Lu Qing to carry it, the chairman arranged for it to be sent to Lin Chang in advance. However, Lu Qing himself was not a fan of games, so he was not sure about the value of these game products. But not Wang Wei, who was a 5-year veteran of the game Jianghu. She had prepared a big speech to flatter her boss, but the sight of the 2 large boxes of small gifts made his eyes straighten and he circled around and around the boxes. If you like it, it's yours. Lu Qing looked at Wang Wei and said directly, he doesn't play anyway. Wang Wei swallowed her saliva and said with difficulty, let's just forget it. I'll just look at it for a couple of moments. Boss, do you really not know the value of these things? Lu Qing shook his head. He didn't know. This is the 10th anniversary commemorative book of the game. Only 120 copies were released in total, and now a copy has been speculated to $100,000. There's also this, the White Swordsman 10,000 Swords returning to the Trailhand puppet, priced at $18,000 on the official website. This, first edition character decks, out of print, $200,000 a set, priced to sell. This is a 1-to-1 replica of the red training Excalibur from the game, with the official logo, Genuine, 25,000 apiece. Lake and Moon Mountain Microcosm. This organ is the most ingenious. All handmade. It is said that there are only 2 sets in total. There was once someone who offered $1 million for the purchase, but it did not work. If these were to be seen by the players of Jianhu, they would probably have the heart to kill and seize the treasure. You have to be careful. These things are more attractive to them than secondary cute girls. Lu Qing stroked his chin. The chairman really took himself as a friend. Tomato TV. The production team of I'm a Singer-Songwriter. There are only 2 people in the whole office. The air was very quiet. Director Bei Jiangyong was silently swiping his cell phone, and producer Meng Yang on the other side was also silently swiping his cell phone. Suddenly, an abrupt beep sounded in the silent air. It was Meng Yang's cell phone ringing. He was browsing through Wasia Music's new song charts. At this point on the new songs chart, Moonlight killed its way to the number 1 spot with an unrivaled presence. Its sales index is nearly double that of second-place Bubbles. Scary as hell. That's why almost all the singers in the entertainment industry want to sing the theme song of the Jianghu documentary. As a national martial arts game, it comes with a ridiculous amount of traffic. Even though Moonlight was released in late September, it was vaulted to number 1 on the new songs chart in a single day. Gaming geeks are a group that is usually unassuming, but when it comes down to it, they can really make a big splash. It couldn't be helped. This time, Moonlight had caused so much noise that it was impossible for Meng Yang not to pay attention to it. He turned off the page for Wahoo Music. Seeing that the new message was from Bei Jiangyong, Meng Yang looked up at Bei Jiangyong who was sitting across from him. What is it that he can't open his mouth to say? He followed the link Bei Jiangyong sent him and clicked on it. Lu Qing has a bit of a line on the microblogging homepage page. Certification, singer. Concerns, 3. Fans, 10.1 million. The first entry below is a clip from a live performance of Moonlight. What's that supposed to mean? As Meng Yang was puzzled, he snapped back to the flag he had set a few days ago. If Lu Qing breaks 10 million followers in 3 days, he'll. Bei Jiangyong broke the silence. Old Meng it's not for you to really go upside down to eat xiang. You don't have to be upside down when you eat. People see you and think you're a pervert. Meng Yang rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, get lost. Wouldn't normal eating of Shanghai be treated as a perversion? Spinning around, he was inwardly shocked. 3 days to rise to 10 million fans. Lu Qing really did it. It only took 1 day to be exact for Lu Qing to gain 6 million followers. What kind of monster is this? You can't stop me this time. Can you? Who should I choose as the guest of honor for I'm a Singer-Songwriter number 5? Tell me in a loud voice. Of course Bei Jiangyong wouldn't hold down Meng Yang's head to make him admit his mistake, but it was perfectly fine to make some harmless jokes. He looked at Meng Yang with interest, waiting for an answer. Lu Qing, Meng Yang said vaguely. Who is it? Louder. I can't hear you. Bei Jiangyong put his right hand behind his ear in the form of a radio. You're sitting right across from me. How could you not hear it? Why do I have to yell so loud? However, Meng Yang is clear about Lao Pei's intention. It seems that he will not stop until he shouts out Lao Pei. Lu Qing, the guest for the 5th installment must be Lu Qing. I won't agree to invite anyone else. Meng Yang granted him his wish. Bei Jiangyong nodded his head contentedly and leaned his body back against the back of the chair, crossing his legs. Already sent all the information to Lu Qing's agent. Just don't know if Lu Qing will say yes or not. Studio. Lu Qing was resting his eyes at the moment. In fact, he was thinking back on this time with the Cat Factory. Overall, it's a win-win partnership for sure. Listening to Zhao Yao's feedback, the data from the live broadcast extravaganza was quite good, far exceeding the publicity department's original expectations. After the event, there were a lot of old players of Jianghu returning. It also pulls in a fair number of new player users. The Cat Factory that got the benefit of the doubt didn't mince words. Paying yourself is no less important. The promised share of the sales, minus about $3 million in taxes, and the $10 million or so that hit his card, was very efficient. Together with the proceeds from the song rights and savings over this period of time, he now has almost $15 million on his bank card. As you release more and more songs on your own, the royalties can become very substantial. Is it 15 million already? Lu Qing was a bit surreal. He doesn't feel like he's firing on all cylinders yet. It's only been 10 songs. One has to wonder how easy it is to have a life with hang-ups. Immediately, Lu Qing opened his microblog. Because of all the background messages that pop up every time he opens Twitter, he doesn't usually log in, but the account still had to be operated, so he handed it over to Wang Wei. This not only saves time, but is also very efficient. When he searched himself again, the man went straight numb. What's the fan count here? Lu Qing wiped his eyes. No mistake, 10 million. Without realizing it has amassed 10 million followers. It made him once again feel that working with the Cat Factory was the right and unbeatable choice. It was the first business-wise collaboration he had taken on since his studio was founded, and this one went well. That said, the studio's current mode of operation is perfectly viable. It's the same as one envisions. He was able to produce a steady stream of great songs himself, while V picked the best one out of the many collaborations. With the success of this collaboration with Cat Factory, it can be said that Vivian has fulfilled her role perfectly. In terms of both energy and experience, he could not do Vi's job by himself. So, he definitely won't be missing out on V's project bonus. At this point, Wang Wei grouped the two large boxes of treasures onto the studio display shelves. Move very carefully for fear of bumping. The owner doesn't know the value of these things. She does. But it was obvious that the boss didn't seem to be interested in the gaming aspect of the game, which made her feel like she was wasting her time. But luckily I'm here and can come into the studio every day to admire them, or else the bad stuff goes to the boss for nothing. When she finished packing up all the little gifts, she finally had time to debrief with Lu Qing. Boss, there are dozens more requests for cooperation, and after screening them, I think 3 are more suitable, but it's going to be the 11th National Day soon. Are you planning to take a vacation or work? Even though I'm hungover, I'm going to try harder than anyone else. Roll hard. Roll as many as you can. Would this be too cruel? Lu Qing suddenly felt a little perverted, but he enjoyed being on stage, and in his previous life, as a small singer, he didn't have the opportunity to stand on a big stage. Now that he had such a great opportunity in front of him, he cherished it. And with so many classic songs of their own, it's important to spread the word as much as possible. Tired? Not tired at all. It's only been 10 songs. Lu Qing's fighting spirit was high. Academically, there are no more classes scheduled for his class until the 4th of July. He was already in the middle of his vacation and could schedule his time as he pleased. Wang Wei was ashamed to see that her boss was determined to fight for the singing career. Boss has one original song after another that looks simple to the layman. But she knows as a conservatory graduate that every songwriting process is an agonizing one. Even on vacation, the boss hasn't let himself off the hook and is fighting himself. What reason is there to rest yourself? The first one is the end of the movie Extreme Warfare, the work of a big director. The cast has old actors and young fresh meat. There is no shortage of stars. Absolutely a big production. Just bar. This director's reputation is not good. The movie made in the past 2 years is really difficult to say. However, the song he wants urgent. So the cost of the song to give to the top. The industry ceiling level. Wait, that means it's a bad movie, right? Lu Qing asked. It can be understood that way. Wang Wei gave Lu Qing a thumbs up. Say the next one. Lu Qing simply said, you're not short of money, so why not take the good ones and take the end credits of this crappy movie? The second one is a mobile game from Goose Factory that needs a promotional song. Cat Factory's promotion of the Jianghu game was a big success this time, and it couldn't have been done without the theme song Moonlight That You, the boss, made for them. Goose Factory is looking at your ability and wants to copy Cat Factory's path. Is it a game again? Lu Qing thought of a kind of actor who might have remained unknown. Suddenly a certain role in a play caught fire with him, and countless similar roles came his way. For an actor, if the play comes and doesn't take it, there's nothing else to play. The trick is to take the role, and that role label will always follow you, causing your path to become narrower and narrower. It's a dilemma. Lu Qing didn't have to worry though. He wasn't afraid of being labeled in the slightest. If there is a path for theater and a path for music, then his path for music is as wide as the ocean. You can give yourself something fresh and put the game's promo songs aside for a while. Next, Lu Qing said, the third one is an offer from the music variety show I'm a Singer-Songwriter. When this variety show aired in its first installment, the song Bubble that you wrote for Deng Ziki directly burst into flames because of you. Boss, this variety show invites a guest to write a song for each installment, but it's also because there's only one guest per episode, and one song doesn't hold up one episode, so there's actually a reality TV part to this show. The process of the singer's creation will also be followed by cameras, which means that the program will be a complete record of a song from its creation to its final shape. Of course, the program group will circle the theme of the song, and the guests will have to go to some special places according to the program group's requirements. Wang Wei finished the general situation in one breath. Special place? Lu Qing asked. Wang Wei nodded. For example, the 5th episode was recorded in Xizang, a military camp at an altitude of 4,800 meters. The theme that the singer needs to create is also related to this. Although the program group didn't reveal it, it's not hard to guess. It's not the National Day. It is estimated that the singer is trying to create a melodic song. Western Frontier. Lu Qing revealed a keen interest. He is a person who likes to run around and play everywhere. When he was in the Forbidden City for half a month, now that there was another opportunity to travel at public expense, Lu Qing could not let it go. High altitude areas, Lu Qing hadn't been there yet, and military camps, Such mysterious places he hadn't been to either. Therefore, Lu Qing made a decision right away. If you don't go now, when will you? As for the main theme song, maybe it's creatively difficult for others, but for Lu Qing, it was just a great opportunity to get the song out there. It's time to contact the I'm a Singer-Songwriter crew and tell them I'm going to be on the show. Good. Tomato TV. The production team of I'm a Singer-Songwriter. You mean Lu Qing has agreed to participate in our program, right? Pei Zhangyong jumped up in excitement. Yes, our boss said that he will go over to Huahai tomorrow. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Too ready. Everything is ready for Lu Qing. Because of this 5th installment, Bei Zhangyong couldn't find a second person willing to come. The show I'm a Singer-Songwriter. The singers it invites for each episode must be songwriters, which is in line with the original intent of the program. There are already very few singer-songwriters in the circle of superior production, but they also have to shorten the singer-songwriter cycle because of the requirements of the program's production cycle. The singer has to create a song in 7 days. This puts too much pressure on the singers and no singer wants to come to the show. Except for the first installment where Deng Ziki came with a song. The rest of the guests in the second, third and fourth installments had needy less hair after participating in one of the shows. Too much brain cells, too much stress. It pays well, but it's not good money at all. And for the 5th installment, it got even harder. A melodic song is much harder to create and much harder to excel in than a normal pop song. In addition, this program needs to go up to the plateau area which is over 4,000 meters above sea level. Without a good body, it is difficult to go up there to breathe. Not to mention composing songs. Many singers refused Pei Zhangyong on the spot as soon as they heard about going to the western frontier, with no room to return at all. Humph. Give you guys to rub the heat of I am a singer-songwriter. You all don't rub it. Regret later want to come to me. But there is no chance. But only Lu Qing. Pei Zhangyong felt that it was the program group rubbing Lu Qing the wrong way. Now that Lu Qing promised him, Pei Zhangyong directly took off happily in place. Please don't worry, Sister Wei. We definitely don't dare to slack off. Lu Qing is my benefactor. It's not appropriate for Director Pei to call it that. You're a big old man, said Wang Wei. Appropriate. Especially appropriate. You're welcome. Bei Zhangyong hung up the phone and felt that his thoughts were much more clear. Lu Qing came and not only solved all the problems that plagued him, also, the quality of the songs is not a concern at all. Explode and it's over. Pei Zhangyong completely lost sleep, and his spirit directly wilted the next day when he picked up the station for Lu Qing. Director Pei, why don't you go to the car and get some sleep? You give me the pickup sign and I'll wait here. The staff couldn't help but see Bei Zhangyong's panda eyes. No way. I must come in person. I must give Lu Qing the highest level of respect, Pei Zhangyong said seriously. Suddenly, Bei Zhangyong's phone rang. He looked down and it was Lu Qing calling. Hey Director Pei, you put away that pickup sign. Let's keep a low profile. Lu Qing's voice came from the phone. Fine. It's my lack of consideration. Pei Zhangyong hurriedly put away the pickup sign. Lu Qing had a solid experience of what it was like to have 10 million fans when he got on the bus from Linchang. He was surrounded by 3 layers of people and almost missed the high-speed train. He didn't want to experience that again when he got off the bus. And luckily he had a sharp eye on the brightly lit pickup sign. So I called ahead and asked Bei Zhangyong to put it away. Now he has a degree of awareness of his own fame. Well, pretty fierce. Lu Qing and Pei Zhangyong's group arrived at Tomato TV's building without any problems. Producer Meng Yang has been waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw Lu Qing coming down from the car, he went up and shook Lu Qing's hand. Mr. Lu Qing, I've heard a lot about you. Your arrival has really brought honor to our production team. Lu Qing saw the other party's age. You're welcome, just call me Lu Qing. On the side of Pei Zhangyong Heartslander. Not the old man you stopped me to invite Lu Qing time. However, he still introduced Lu Qing. This is the producer of I'm a Singer-Songwriter. Meng Yang. Hello, Mr. Meng, Lu Qing said. Ha ha ha, let's talk while we walk. Meng Yang and Pei Zhangyong walked ahead to lead the way for Lu Qing. Our I'm a Singer-Songwriter program has only one guest per episode, and there will be a lot of reality show footage, so when we arrive at the recording venue on the 3rd floor in a while, we'll already start recording, Pei Zhangyong explained. Lu Qing nodded. It says it's a recording venue, but it's really a room for interviews. It's not big, only about 20 square feet. This is because each episode of the program is recorded live in a different location, some in the forests of Jiangnan and some in the streets of Kyoto. Lu Qing, on the other hand, was at the military camp on the plateau. He saw the camera breathing lights come on in this room and knew it was in the shot. Here, Director Bei Zhangyong will have a brief interview with him to release the creative mission of this installment. Lu Qing, this edition of I'm a Singer-Songwriter goes to a very special place. It's in the western border plateau region, which is over 4,000 000 meters above sea level. And your mission location is also very special. The army camp. Your mission is even more special. You have to eat with the soldiers there, to feel the life of the soldiers and then compose a song for them. Lu Qing had actually known about this task in advance. After all, going up to the plateau area was risky. Any program group inviting artists to the plateau must be informed in advance, and it was impossible to issue the task on an impromptu basis. However, he went along with Bei Jiangyong and said in slight surprise, "Oh, so this is the hardest challenge to accomplish in the history of music variety shows. Lu Qing, do you accept?" Bei Jiangyong asked with a straight face. "I wouldn't have come if I didn't accept. That said, Director Pei's acting is not bad. Instead of directing you can switch to acting." "Accept," Lu Qing said. "Good. Then let's go." The pilot was recorded and didn't take 10 minutes. It was faster than Lu Qing could have expected. "Mr. Lu Qing, tomorrow we leave for the western border, and the next content will be followed by the camera throughout, including the process of your creation. Except for going to the toilet and sleeping, the camera teacher and you are inseparable." Lu Qing nodded. These Bei Jiangyong had already informed him in advance. During the third installment, the singer got into trouble with the show's crew when she refused to film the creative process on the grounds that it was private. But the creative process of the singers on this crew is a big part of what makes this show a hit. Audiences love to pry into the secrets of celebrities. And what's the point of not letting the creative process be filmed? So Bei Jiangyong emphasized again. But Lu Qing didn't care. "Shoot. I'll lose if I can get a single useful shot." Next, Lu Qing was given a place to stay, which was in a hotel near the TV station. Early the next morning, the crowd traveled by plane to the western frontier. There were 4 people in the same group. Lu Qing, Bei Jiangyong, camera boy, temporary assistant. 5 hours later, the group arrived in our city. The moment they landed on the ground, Lu Qing's few people clearly felt their breathing become difficult. At this point the altitude had reached 4,000 meters. "Oxygen," one of the team shouted. Lu Qing then saw that the temporary assistant's body was a bit sheepish and fell to the side. Lu Qing was quick on her feet and held him up, easing his body down. Then the airport staff was hastily called in. "Altitude sickness. Get the oxygen." The crew put the production team's temporary assistant on oxygen. Things are slowly getting better. Lu Qing's head was also dizzy at this time. He had just held up his assistant's body, and the violent movements had left him a little short of oxygen as well. Fellow traveler Bei Jiangyong is not much better. He is squatting aside, hand on the seat to dry heave. The camera boy was no big deal, but he was breathing heavily. "A few people looked at me and I looked at you." "Got it. Don't go anywhere. Get your chi straightened out first." So a few people sat in a row and inhaled oxygen together. An hour later, Lu Qing, Bei Jiangyong and the camera boy sit together and think about life. The assistant has been taken to the hospital. One person was lost before it even started. Several people discussed. First let the assistant in the hospital to recuperate, and after recovery, set off on their own to return to Huahai City. It's still a 4-hour drive to our destination, the border garrison. So let's rest a bit more and make it there before it gets dark. Bei Jiangyong saw that the other two had no other abnormalities except for breathing difficulties. It gets dark late here, so there's no need to rush, Lu Qing reminded. His breathing was noticeably rapid. It's hard to even breathe. How can you sing? This time Lu Qing really realized what it was like to sing to death. Bei Jiangyong looked like he saw what Lu Qing was thinking. In these 3 days, you will experience 3 days in the border camp with the soldiers to find inspiration, and the songs will be produced when we return to Huahai. Lu Qing guessed 2 more times, and he was tempted to say right now, if he was just looking for inspiration, he wouldn't have come here in person. I have a ton of songs about military themes. Green flowers in the army, when the day really comes, when your hair brushes my steel gun, camel bell, say nothing. If you can't, you can also get Deng Ziki to do a green whirlwind. However, Lu Qing quickly shook off this unsupportable thought. Come all the way. You can't just slink back without doing anything. The show still goes on. Moreover, Lu Qing could feel that after the adjustment, he had slowly adapted to the oxygen content of the altitude of 4,000 and did not have that feeling of breathlessness when he first landed. Alright, I have no problem with that. What about you guys? Lu Qing turned his head to Bei Jiangyong. Bei Jiangyong took a deep breath. I'm fine with that. Let's buy some more oxygen tanks in a moment. Just in case. Lu Qing nodded. Good. He took 2 more breaths and turned to camera guy. What about you, camera boy? Lu Qing and Bei Jiangyong finally turned their attention to the camera boy. Then the two realized that the camera boy was filming the two with a video camera. Even took a big jump to get over the bar. What do you turn on? Bei Jiangyong asked. I got everything you guys said on tape, the camera boy said mid-sentence. Well, when Lu Qing and Bei Jiangyong were gasping for air, The camera guy had already started working. Looks like he's adapted. Lu Qing gave the camera boy a thumbs up. Afterwards, Lu Qing and the others bought oxygen tanks and hitchhiked to the border camp. Achoo! They Zhang Yong shivered and rubbed his nose vigorously. Lu Qing also wrapped his body's punching bag. Although it was not yet October, the temperature in the plateau region was already very low, and the climate in the highlands is variable, and it's just raining at the moment. The daylight was gone from the sky, and suddenly a cold wind blew. The cold, bone-chilling kind. Even though Lu Qing and the others had prepared cotton clothes, they were still frozen a bit silly, and now the body temperature was afraid to be close to 0 degrees. Lu Qing saw the gate of the border guard camp in front of him, and 2 sentries were meticulously standing guard on duty. He rubbed his somewhat frozen red hands together. This is the place. I think. It's here. Pei Zhangyang stepped forward. Wait for me to talk to the guards. A moment. An officer with 2 bars and 3 stars on his collar badge walked out. Hello, it's Director Pei, isn't it? Hello, Commissar Li. It's me. Pei Zhangyang hurriedly greeted Political Commissar Li, and then introduced. This is singer Lu Qing. He is the one who came to experience the life of the border guard camp this time. And this is the photography little brother. There are 3 of us in total. Political Commissar Li looked to be in his early to mid-50s. His creased face was full of smiles at the moment as he nodded his head in greeting to Lu Qing. Come on, don't stand out there. It's cold out there, but before we go in, we need to check on all of you. He then turned his head to the sentry inside the post and said, Registered director pays several people. Pei Zhangyang said, I should. Lu Qing's few people were frozen enough, but the procedures that should be followed could not be omitted. After everything was checked, Commissar Li reached out and pointed to the camera boy's lens gear. Before you go, my people need to go through all the footage, and some of the images that are classified need to be cut. We get it. Pei Zhangyang said. Ha ha ha, no need to be nervous. Political Commissar Li laughed. There are some rules that need to be set up front so as not to cause misunderstandings. Our officers and soldiers are very cute and good to get along with. Lu Qing and Pei Zhangyang nodded their heads in a chicken-pecking manner. Aha. Instead, all I wanted to do was find a room to get warm. It was so cold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Suddenly, earth-shattering shouts resounded throughout the camp. Lu Qing's few people were taken aback. Oh, this is the warriors starting their physical training. In a few moments we'll go to the barracks and we'll pass by the training grounds, so you'll be able to see it then. Commissar Li led the trio all the way across the arterial road. In about 3 minutes, after turning the corner, Lu Qing finally saw a hot scene. Hundreds of fighters are training. The humble playground was filled with teams running in circles. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One sound is louder than the other. The momentum takes over. Mom, yeah. Lu Qing sucked in 2 sharp gulps of air. I was gasping for breath after a few steps and they were actually running. I felt cold in my cotton shirt. And I'm surprised they were just in combat fatigues. Political Commissar Li saw Lu Qing stopping to watch and said with a smile, as a qualified border guard, a strong body is indispensable. Come into the barracks. You are not used to the weather over here. Don't freeze. Lu Qing and a few others followed Political Commissar Li into the barracks. Here, this is hot water. Political Commissar Li took out a warm water bottle and poured hot water for several people. Thanks. Director Pei. When you contacted me the other day and said that you wanted to come to our camp to do an interview and that you wanted to do a song for us, I thought you were a liar. I didn't expect to get the attention of a director like you in a shithole like ours. Commissar Li said, if you hadn't called over again and again to explain your intentions, I would have called the police. Lu Qing. A few people laughed. You a political commissar of the border guard regiment. Which liar dares to cheat you? It's this Lu Qing, isn't it? Who's going to experience life in our border guard regiment? Instructor Li got to the point. Yes, Lu Qing. He is going to experience 3 days of military life with the squad and platoon, and then compose a song for you guys, which will be broadcast by Tomato TV's I Am a Singer-Songwriter program at that time. And if there is a condition here, it can be shown to the soldiers in the battalion. Pei Zhangyang said. Just in time. We just got internet access here last month. When the show comes out, I'll organize the whole regiment to watch it together. Political Commissar Li patted Lu Qing's shoulder. I would like to thank you in advance, and at the same time look forward to what kind of song you can write for our entire regiment. Up the pressure now. Lu Qing's face was serious. Looks like I'll have to pick a song carefully. But before that, I had to eat with the soldiers and experience military life. He took 2 breaths. This is no small challenge, but speaking up for the military as a group, Lu Qing was happy to do so. Don't worry, Political Commissar Li. Lu Qing's body warmed up slightly and agreed. Yes. Political Commissar Li called over the guards. Go get Lu Hao from the third company. Yes. Not long after, Lu Hao came. It was a slightly baby-faced private. It looked a little younger than Lu Qing's age, but there was already a plateau of red on his face. This is the result of chronic oxygen deprivation, strong ultraviolet radiation and low temperatures in people who have lived in highland areas for a long time. Lu Hao, this is Lu Qing. You take him back. He'll be eating, living and training with you for the next few days, and I've already spoken to your company commander about everything else. Political Commissar Li turned to Lu Qing and said, this is the training uniform. Change into it and follow Lu Hao. You'll be following him for the next few days. Good, Lu Qing said. Lu Qing followed Lu Hao to the third company barracks. Well, I was a soldier in the 5th squad of the 2nd platoon of the 3rd company. So you're a soldier in the 5th squad now. 2. Lu Hao led Lu Qing up to the 2nd floor, opened the door to Class 5's room, pointed to the top bunk of one of the beds and said, this is your bunk. You'll sleep here tonight. You can clean up now. After saying that, Lu Hao stood still. It's a quiet man. Lu Qing judged it. He then changed into his training uniform without the lapel pin, but the act of changing clothes wasted a lot of his energy. He took 2 more breaths. At this time, Bei Jiangyong led the camera boy over. The two had also changed into their training clothes. Achoo! Bei Jiangyong sneezed as he entered. You've caught a cold, Director Pei, Lu Qing asked. After a day of shared suffering, the two of them became quite familiar with each other. A little. Bei Jiangyong blew his nose twice. Fighting with illness is admirable. Lu Qing gave Bei Jiangyong a thumbs up. Bei Jiangyong was silent for a moment. It's not me who deserves admiration. It's these soldiers. Tell you why we're here. Lu Qing looked at Bei Jiangyong's serious appearance and listened attentively. Tonight you'll rest here for the night. And tomorrow you'll go with little brother Lu Hao to the final destination of this trip. Outpost 5318. Bei Jiangyong said. As the name suggests, it's 318 meters above sea level, making it one of the highest garrisons in the army. Lu Qing nodded thoughtfully. China's frontier posts. The theme of the trip has largely been decided. He looked at Bei Jiangyong and waited for him to continue. Post 5318 is in the northern foothills of the Himalayas, where the snow-capped mountains are rolling in, deserted and green for ages. The border camp where Lu Qing was currently located was 4,000 meters above sea level, and the climate here had already caused Lu Qing and the others to suffer, not to mention outposts at altitudes up to 1,300 meters higher than here. On the plateau, the climatic conditions become harsher with every point of elevation. It's alpine and oxygen deprived, with only 35% of the oxygen content of the mainland, and the average annual temperature is below -10 degrees Celsius, and there is a cold, hard wind that blows all year round, and it never stops in all seasons. Bei Jiangyong's face was grim. The hills there are often flooded with clouds, and it is called the forbidden zone of life. It is this honorable group of soldiers who are stationed in the restricted area. Bei Jiangyong raised his hand and pointed at Lu Hao, who was standing aside, and said, look at him. He's actually not even 20 years old. Lu Qing also turned his head and seriously scrutinized Lu Hao's appearance. His face was dark, his skin rough, and 2 patches of plateau red visible to the naked eye hung on his face. Some of the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were clearly visible, and his lips were slightly purple. If it wasn't for the juvenile look on his body, it would be hard to tell from his face that this was a child of only 19 years old. Most of the soldiers on the plateau are like this. Prolonged lack of oxygen and ultraviolet rays lead to warriors have with their age seriously does not match the appearance of plateau red, plateau purple, nail depression. These are common symptoms. There are a lot of warriors' ventricular hypertrophy, blurred vision, perennial insomnia. Bei Jiangyong threw his voice. These officers and soldiers are proud of the high altitude, proud of hard dedication. They pay the unimaginable hardships of ordinary people in exchange for the stability of the motherland. Lu Qing looked at Lu Hao at this time and stood in awe. Lu Hao was a bit embarrassed by what was said and scratched his head in embarrassment. Political Commissar Li said that it is only natural for soldiers to stand guard. There's a big family before there's a small family. First there's a country before there's a family. I think it's very right. Lu Qing stared at the young man in front of him, a shimmer in his eyes. He was shocked by Lu Hao's taken-for-granted tone. He could detect that Lu Hao really felt this way in his heart. The camera boy faithfully recorded the scene. Bei Jiangyong silently saluted Lu Hao in his heart. He turned to Lu Qing and asked, Lu Qing, guess how old Political Commissar Li is? Lu Qing carefully recalled Commissar Li's appearance. Standing there, doing nothing, Political Commissar Li would give the impression of a little old man at first glance. Not too tall, lots of creases on his face. He was wearing a training cap, but you could see that the hair at his temples was thinning. Without the camouflage uniform, Lu Qing would have guessed 52 years old, but combined with Bei Jiangyong's words, the officers and soldiers here would appear older than their peers. Lu Qing said, Political Commissar Li I would guess is around 47 years old. 42. Pei Zhangyong explained. Ultraviolet rays are the culprit of aging. The ultraviolet rays here are very poisonous. No matter how much protection you do, you can't hide from it. You can see that the officers and soldiers here are all aging a lot more than normal. It's unavoidable. Lu Qing turned his head to look at Pei Zhangyong. It was inconceivable that Political Commissar Li was even 2 years younger than the director in front of him. The youth given by the officers and men here is visible to the naked eye. Really needy. Lu Qing couldn't find words to describe his state of mind for a while. My second uncle died last year, Pei Zhangyong suddenly said. Lu Qing looked at him doubtfully, not knowing why Director Pei suddenly said this. Pei Zhangyong didn't let everyone wait too long. My second uncle, 20 years ago, also stood guard at 5318, and he used to be a member here. After Lu Hao heard this, he couldn't help but tighten his body, and his already standard body became more and more bored. The old squad leader, though 20 years ago, he wasn't even born, but he felt an unexplained affinity for the old squad leader, whom he had never met. Post 5318. It's the toughest outpost. It is more than 1,000 meters higher than the altitude of the border camp, and many soldiers in the camp apply to stand guard there every year. Go for the bitterest of bitterness. Go and practice the strongest of wills. Go and guard the borders of the motherland. And this year, among the many applications, after layers of selection, Lu Hao was selected to become one of the officers and soldiers who went to hold post 5318. It was a supreme honor for him, and this old squad leader from 20 years ago filled him with respect. Similarly, my second uncle fell victim to the long-term oxygen-deprived environment, and his eyes have been blurry ever since he was discharged from the army. By the time he was on his way out, his eyes were almost blind, Pei Zhangyong said while showing a reminiscent look. I asked my second uncle, have you ever regretted your days in 5318? Second uncle said categorically no regrets, and he told me a lot of stories about 5138. It wasn't until last year, when my second uncle left, that I scoured the internet and found no media coverage of the stories of the officers and soldiers here. So at that moment, I told myself I wanted to do something for the border camp here. 45318. Pei Zhangyong looked at Lu Qing. I contacted Political Commissar Li, who in turn asked his superiors to allow us to do a program here. This is a rare opportunity. So Lu Qing, please, use your singing voice to tell the story here. To others, Lu Qing felt Pei Zhangyong's instructions and expectations. For the first time, he felt an obligation as a singer to tell the story of the place. Even without Pei Zhangyong's request, he would have done his best. It's not just about doing a good show. It is also to let all people know that there is such a group of lovely people in the distant border of the motherland. Don't worry, there was an extra layer of solemnity in Lu Qing's tone. Achoo! Pei Zhangyong sneezed heavily. Director Pei remembered to take his medicine. Lu Qing reminded. Will do. After I take my medicine today, tomorrow we will go to 5318 together, said Pei Zhangyong. In the end, Pei Zhangyong left Lu Qing a piece of letter paper filled with words. You can look at it later. Pei Zhangyong left. He had another place to stay. Lu Qing then followed Lu Hao through dinner and organized the things he would bring to post 5318 tomorrow. Before going to bed, he opened the piece of stationery. Invitation to war. Honorable Company Party Branch. Enlisting in the army is a day I've been waiting for. I am a soldier who has been enlisted for almost 2 years. I ask for battle. To the post at elevation 5318. I ask for war. To the front line of the front line, where there are no boundary markers, to stand with my body as a boundary marker for my country. Ready at any time to resist and crush the incoming enemy. If that day does come, I'll be able to bleed on the battlefield. Comrades, please spread my blood on the national border. Please also send my petition back home. Dear Mom and Dad, I'm not being uncontroversial. I'm just thinking of you from time to time. My son knows the meaning of the ground beneath my feet, which I guard with my life. For the sake of all the lights, for the sake of family reunion, for the sake of the peace of the motherland, I use my body to guard this national flag. I have long been ready to sacrifice everything, and my name may go unrecognized. Forgive me, Dad, Mom. My son salutes you from the top of a snowy mountain. Inviter, Lu Hao. Lu Qing was moved by this. This is a somewhat mousy-looking 19-year-old with a raging heart. This is a soldier with a straight spine. Day 2. Pei Zhangyong lies. There's nothing serious. Take oxygen and medicine. Rest for 2 days. But post 5318, it's impossible for him to go up. The military doctor in the camp confirmed Pei Zhangyong's diagnosis. Pei Zhangyong has not yet adapted to the lack of oxygen in the border camp, and caught a cold. At this point he had to open his mouth wide for oxygen because his nose was stuffy. Ho ha 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 ha. It felt like it was about to hang. Lu Qing held Pei Zhangyang's hand heavily with one hand, patted the back of Pei Zhangyang's hand with the other, and said in a sad tone, "Director Pei, you can rest assured that you're going to sleep, and I'll definitely fulfill the mission you've entrusted to me." Pei Zhangyang could no longer go to post 5318, so the original task of interviewing the post's officers and soldiers fell to Lu Qing. But how the words sound a little twisted. "I just have a cold, but Lu Qing seems to be sending me away. Go go go. Don't hesitate," Pei Zhangyang said weakly. 2 of the 4 members of the party were down before they reached their final destination, and neither the assistant nor himself was in a position to continue working. One could only hope for Lu Qing. Then Pei Zhangyang heart. He can rest, but the border guards on the plateau, not only to fight with their own bodies, but also to fight with people, with the harsh natural conditions. The admiration is overwhelming. Lu Qing and the camera boy stopped stopping and turned their heads to board the car. The car with the same is to write a letter of invitation to post 5,318 duty officers and soldiers, a total of 5 people. Lu Hao is also among them. Lu Qing looked at the unsociable teenager and wondered what was going through his mind at the moment, whether it was anticipation or apprehension. What kind of post awaited him? It was still light at this time, and the time was 5 o'clock in the morning. Although he had gotten up early, Lu Qing had absolutely no intention of catching up on some sleep in the car. It's too bumpy. After a stretch of very poor road conditions, the vehicle finally began to move smoothly. By this time the sky was already cloudy. Lu Qing looked through the car window full of eyes. Nothing but desolation. Still desolation. No green at all. The sky is blowing a gale, rolling up the road surface of the sand and gravel, hitting the body of the car, crackling sound. The howling and roaring wind didn't break, and at times it even managed to shake the car slightly. Around here, winds of magnitude 7 or 8, that's a common occurrence. The driver instructed Lu Qing not to be afraid. It had been traveling for more than 2 hours, and the surrounding scenery had not changed at all. Lu Qing felt that the passage of time had slowed down. He couldn't feel the car moving forward except for the rising altitude that made Lu Qing's breathing a little sharper. There was no life around it at all. True to its name, the Forbidden Zone of Life is correctly named. After an unknown time again, a tall yellow sentry house came into view at a distance, which lifted the spirits of the crowd. Finally, post 5,318. Lu Qing took 2 hard breaths. Rising more than 1,000 meters in altitude in a short period of time made it difficult for him to adapt. When the car stopped, he opened the door. A fierce, strong wind struck, snatching the car door out of Lu Qing's hands as he dislodged it. "It's so windy." However, before Lu Qing could finish lamenting, cold wind poured into his clothes, causing him to shiver. The temperature here is much cooler than in the border camps down below. Even though Lu Qing had changed into a military coat, he still couldn't resist the chill. Immediately afterward his breath caught in his throat. It was as if a gale had come through and drained some more of the oxygen content from Lu Qing's surroundings. With great difficulty, he got out of the car and closed the door. Lu Qing ascended the sentry tower along with Lu Hao and the others. The camera boy at this point opened his lens and started shooting. After a brief handover, 5 officers and men from the border battalion officially became part of post 5318. But there was a little mishap in the middle of it all. Lu Hao suddenly fainted after bracing himself for the handover ceremony. Wu Chen, the post's top officer, has experienced this situation many times. Squad leader Li, bring the oxygen concentrator over and unbutton Lu Hao's training suit. After some emergency treatment, Lu Hao slowly woke up. Rest first, we'll talk about the rest tomorrow, Wu Chen said. By the time everything had settled down, it was dark. Lu Qing began his interview mission after acclimatizing to the current altitude. This was the time Wu Chen had arranged for Lu Qing. At this moment, Lu Qing, Wu Chen and a few squad leaders from the outpost were gathered inside the observation post on the 2nd floor. Lu Qing first interviews Wu Chen. I came to post 5318 for 5 years. I was very eager to come to the western border, but after I came here, I realized the gap between ideal and reality. I didn't think it would be so bitter. 5 years ago, there was no water and no electricity here. When I came here 5 years ago, there was no water and no electricity, and the water was still pulled over by water trucks, which was often insufficient. In winter, I would just get some snow and melt it when I used it. Wu Chen's words gave Lu Qing a sense of truth. Soldiers are also flesh and blood, and have a deep understanding of suffering. Only when he was a soldier, these sufferings had to be taken to the stomach. Instructor Wu, is this hair of yours due to altitude sickness? Wu Chen's hair was so thin that only a few stubs could be seen from a distance. Lu Cheng knew why, but it was his responsibility to give the viewers a full picture of post 5318 and the officers and soldiers here. Because being in the plateau for a long time will have a great impact on your body, and losing your hair is just one of them, Wu Chen explained. Lu Qing swept past a few of the other squad leaders, many of whom had sparse heads, all in their 20s. It shouldn't be like this. This is due to one of the symptoms of hypoxia at altitude. Look at squad leader Li. He's worse than mine. He's been here longer than I have, Wu Chen said. Lu Qing turned his head and asked, Squad leader Li, how many years have you been in the western frontier? This is the 11th year. I started losing my hair from the 2nd year. I used many medicines, but nothing worked. Li Banji let out a bitter smile. Lu Qing also noticed that the officers and men at post 5318 were much more cyanotic on their lips and hands. Many of the soldiers had chapped hands and dented nails like those of an old man. This is the effect of 5,000 meters of altitude. When do you think it's hardest at an altitude of over 5,000 meters? Lu Qing started the next question. When? Thought Liebman. At night. Can't sleep? Lu Qing still thought about the lack of oxygen in the plateau. Yeah, can't sleep at night. Can't you sleep now? Yes. It's all about falling asleep at 2 or 3 in the morning, while on oxygen. Has this situation been going on for more than a decade? Lu Qing was shocked. Right. Squad leader Li simply said the word right, but Lu Qing felt that the word had 1,000 pounds. This is what soldiers are like. Many people know that post 5318 is bitter, but the brothers of the border regiment have been fighting for several years in a row to come here. Wu Chen said, actually, the most unbearable thing here is loneliness and boredom. For 365 days, it's all the same here. Lu Qing looked out through the observation window of the post, and the desolate scene of the day was gone, replaced by a dark silence. When the observation room quieted down, Lu Qing felt it. The soldiers at the post need to repeat this boredom day after day. It is the loneliness and isolation that is the hardest thing to endure in a border post. Then how do you guys resist this loneliness and boredom? Lu Qing asked. Resistance? There's no need to resist. Every lonely and boring night here means peace in the homeland. The sun was high in the sky and the dark silence subsided. The post on the plateau was back to a desolate landscape where there was not a single green blade of grass. The cold, hard winds of eternity were blowing again in the desolate silence. Da-dash. The shrill whistle penetrated the entire barracks of post 5318. Assemble. Wu Chen gave the order to gather. Lu Qing put on his training uniform and lined up with the soldiers in the post. At this point, a dozen officers and men were heavily armed. Satchel, water bottle, cartridge belt, weapon, helmet, walkie-talkie, and portable oxygen equipment. Medical toolbox is complete. Before departing, Wu Chen conducted a mobilization ceremony. Comrades, according to the patrol plan arrangement, today we organize and implement armed patrols. Brothers of 5,318. At our feet is the front line. Behind us is the motherland. The lights of 10,000 families. There is no way for us to retreat. Even if we at post 5318 are down to our last man, we must guard our motherland's borderline. Never lose an inch of mountains and rivers in our hands. Can everyone do it? Lu Qing stood in the queue and listened to his heart stir. Face the flag. All the officers roared. I'd rather die 10 steps forward than live half a step back. With me at the border, the motherland can rest assured. Salute. All of them looked solemn and raised their right arms in unison, moving in a neat and tidy manner. Depart. With the wind howling, the patrols on the plateau set off. Lu Qing wrapped the cotton coat around his body and followed the group. The first area we patrolled today was Area 1. The route takes us from the post, up the glacier, and ends at the observation position on the ridge, where the elevation is 6,050 meters. The wind was so loud that Wu Chen loudly explained to Lu Qing, over 6,000 meters. Lu Qing's heart jumped, traveling from over 5,000 meters above sea level to 6,000 meters above sea level. Even with a light load, it's the equivalent of carrying more than 50 pounds on the plains. Lu Qing was not carrying any equipment at this time, and the camera boy only had one lens. Less than half an hour after the patrol set off, Lu Qing and the camera boy were already out of breath. But the officers and men on patrol at the post carry at least 30 pounds each. Every step is a great test of physical function and willpower. At this point, the patrol reaches a jumble of rocks. Everywhere there were jagged, strange rocks, irregularly sprawled across the direction in which the party was proceeding. Lu Qing followed the team all the way. Most of them were rugged and difficult to walk. There was no route to speak of. Be careful. There is a rockfall area ahead. Watch your head, Wu Chen said. Lu Qing adjusted his breathing and raised his eyes. The road is flanked by towering cliffs, from which debris slides down as the wind erodes them over the years. The jumble of rocks here is especially prone to loosening and slipping if you're not careful. So watch your head while you step on your feet. Let's pass quickly. Lu Qing followed at the back of the group. Watch out. Lu Qing shouted. He saw the center of the group, the debris above it suddenly falling and looking to hit the warrior's body. Luckily, the warrior was agile enough to avoid the vitals and only smashed his leg. Wu Chen glanced back and said, Keep moving. Let's get past this pile of rocks first. The crowd traversed in silence, their attention highly focused. There were 2 more rockfalls in between, but neither caused any damage. Half an hour later, the party finally made it through the jumble of rocks. All the fighters breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Chen for the injured warrior to check the injury. Okay, just thigh bruising apiece. This patrol to go back to recuperate for a few days. Do not participate in the patrol mission for the time being. While the team was taking a break from resting, Wu Chen explained to Lu Qing, this section of the road is a mess of rocks and mud on the surface, while underneath is a thick glacier, which we have just been walking on. If we don't concentrate, it's easy to slip and fall down this rocky steep slope, but not all patrol routes are as difficult as this. Lu Qing was on oxygen at the moment and nodded silently. Patrolling for over 2 hours, he was about to run out of energy as the altitude rose a little. Ahead is the glacier's ice crevasse. If you can't hold on, I'll have 2 warriors send you down the mountain. Wu Chen said to Lu Qing. No, I can. Lu Qing refused. Mountaineering patrol is more of a battle with your own will, and he has a mission to restore as much as possible the working lives of the officers and men of Post 5318, and he will not back down from a fight without becoming a liability. The procession continued on its way. Both sides of the route have been covered with snow and ice, which remains here all year round. The gusty wind whipped up particles to hit his face, and Lu Qing felt like pins and needles. At this time he was placed in the front row of the procession, and when he looked back, the officers and soldiers in the procession looked as usual. The brothers are used to this weather. Wu Chen said to Lu Qing, there's one last slope ahead before we reach the destination of Area 1. Crossing the glacier, Lu Qing reached the foot of the slope with the group. He tilted his head to look upward. This is too steep. How many degrees is this slope? Lu Qing asked. It's about 70 degrees, but it's a relatively well-traveled section of Area 1 because the ground here is solid. Like a lot of the slopes in Area 2 are loose rocks and it's more gradual and harder to get up on your hands and knees than it is here. Region 2? Look over there. Wu Chen pointed his finger in a direction. At this time, Lu Qing and the others had already reached the end of Area 1. The observation position at an elevation of 6,050. The view from here is excellent. Lu Qing followed the direction Wu Chen had pointed and saw another hill, which, as far as the eye could see, was even higher than here. That's the end of today's patrol. The observation point location in Area 2. It's about a 4-hour climb down from here, Wu Chen said. Lu Qing was greatly shocked and did not expect the intensity of a one-day patrol mission to be so high. What is the point of us patrolling this pass? Wu Chen said without thinking. As long as it's our motherland's place. As long as it's the borderline. Even if it's hard to walk. Even if it doesn't feel like it has any significance. We have to go to this place. We have to swear our sovereignty here. Having been there, it means something. By this time, the soldiers at the post had finished their tour of Area 1. Wu Tatsu took out a flag from his satchel. Soldiers stretched the 4 corners of the flag, and the 5-star red flag flew on the borderline of the motherland. The gusty winds are even more bitter on the pass, which is 6,000 meters above sea level. All the soldiers gathered around the flag. Raise the red flag high in your hand. September 25, 2023. I, Post 5318 Patrol Detachment, have observed the alert and there is nothing out of the ordinary. Where I stand is China. 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 At this moment, an unparalleled sense of pride rose in Lu Qing's heart. He understands the saying, to be there is to mean something. By the time the patrol returned to the post, it was mid-afternoon. Lu Qing once again saw the 5-star red flag fluttering above the yellow sentry building, and realized how many officers and soldiers had silently paid behind it. Day 2. After a brief flag-raising ceremony, the patrol set off once again. A lot of people wouldn't know. In the remote western frontier region, at an altitude of 5,318 meters above sea level, there is such a post. There is a group of officers and soldiers in the post who endure desolation and sand, loneliness and boredom every day to guard the peace of the motherland. There is such a team of patrols, who cross the rocks and glaciers and bring the 5-star red flag to every inch of the motherland. In the more than 60 years that Post 5318 has been in existence, not a single point of the motherland's mountains and rivers has been lost in their hands. There were many warriors in the team that Lu Qing could not name. At this moment, not too many people know their names either. But, the motherland will not forget. At this moment, Lu Qing knew that he could do something for them. This song is a gift to them. 3 days passed in a flash. It was Lu Qing's last night at Post 5318. He offered to spend time in the sentry house. At the moment he held his shimmering night vision goggles and swept across the silent land, his eyes crossing over the distant snow-capped mountains. And then he saw it, and it was still lonely. Soon, due to lack of oxygen combined with high concentration, he had to stop. The soldier on duty took the night vision goggles from him and continued to observe them meticulously. This is a 16-year veteran of post 5318, squad leader Shen. 2 more months and he'll be out of the army. Lu Qing didn't see a hint of slackness in Captain Shen's body. 16 years is one day. As long as I stand here for a day, I will guard the post for a day, squad leader Shen said to Lu Qing in casual conversation. Lu Qing was able to see all the symptoms of the plateau scene on Shen Banchang. Thinning the top of the head, purple and black cheeks, sunken nails, rough skin, but class leader Shen had no complaints. The conditions at the outpost are so good now that you wouldn't even think of it in the old days. Oh yeah, just a minute. Squad leader Shen brought over a letter to Lu Qing. This is a letter sent by the first veteran of post 5318. Many years ago. Lu Qing picked up the letter and read it. Squad leader Shen explained from the sidelines. On an afternoon in August 1962, my predecessors, dressed in green uniforms and carrying red flags, came here in the midst of a blizzard, which at the time was sparsely populated and was a veritable no-go zone for life. With 2 iron pots and 3 tents, post 5318 was, in the beginning, built. When Lu Qing read the letter from the veteran, he was speechless for a long time. He then reinforced the voice in his mind. Make sure you sing well. Spread the story of this place. The next day, Lu Qing left. Before leaving, he solemnly gave a military salute to the 5-starred red flag above the yellow post building of 5318, and to all the officers and soldiers of post 5318. This is respect from the bottom of my heart. Post 5318 is back to its usual calm. I heard from political commissar Li that Lu Qing seems to be a star. Squad leader Shen, there are still 2 months left before you're discharged from the army, so you'll know by then, but I can hear. Now the stars are very delicate. I did not expect him that naive and we walked through all the patrols. I don't know what Li political commissar arranged Lu Qing over. We didn't dare to ask. You know what Lu Hao? Reporting to squad leader Li. It seems like they came over to sing and perform for us. I don't know anything else. He didn't sing either. You see how hard it is for him to breathe. And you let him sing? Be a man. Old Li. The sun rises as usual. It was as if Lu Qing hadn't been here. And a cold wind blew across the desolate plateau, blowing away the footprints he had left behind. Assemble. At post 5318, Wu Chen's whistle sounded again. Once the team is assembled, patrol, depart. Wu Chen resoundingly gave the order. Lu Qing returned to the border camp. The sudden drop in altitude of more than 1,000 meters allowed him to breathe like never before. The air is surprisingly thick at 4,000 meters above sea level. Pei Zhangyong had just recovered from his cold, and with a breath that barely escaped his lips, he denounced to Lu Qing, "Is that human language?" He looked at Lu Qing carefully. "How about it? What have you gained from this trip? Do the songs have a brow? It's been made, but, according to the program's arrangement, at this moment, he should have returned to Tomato TV in Huahai with Bei Zhangyong and the camera boy. Make the song in 3 days. This is the thinking behind the constant return." But Lu Qing suddenly had a new idea for a song when he returned. How about, let all the officers and soldiers of the border regiment sing this song, "The Motherland Will Not Forget," in chorus. They used their youthful blood to guard the western border, protecting the peace and stability of the motherland's borders for decades. Yet they have remained silent. This time, let this group of lovely officers and soldiers be the protagonist. The main characters should have been them. And it's a song that lends itself particularly well to a chorus. The flavor of their singing is certainly something else. But what? Pei Zhangyong queried. I've already booked the airfare, and there's not much time left. We have to make the song before the 11th day, excluding post-production. And the time we're on the road. Only 3 days are left for you. We'll record here and not go back to Huahai. Lu Qing said. Record it here. How can I record it here? Where in the campground can you record? Pei Zhangyong suddenly realized. Oh, are you talking about going to our city to record? There is indeed a recording studio there. Although the conditions are a bit worse than the stations, but it should be manageable. But do you have any special reasons? Each installment of I'm a Singer-Songwriter has a short production cycle. That's why most singer-songwriters produce uncomplicated productions. And our city studios are adequate. Just record it at the camp. Not go to our city. Pei Zhangyong was shocked. Not going to our city? Do not go to the recording studio in our city. What about the song accompaniment? There is only one guitar in the whole camp. And how to record? I'll figure out the accompaniment. It looks like we're going to have to trouble Mr. Lu again. As for the recording, no need for a professional recording studio. I won't sing this song. My idea is to have the officers and soldiers of the camp sing it. A bigger studio couldn't hold thousands of officers and men. Pei Zhangyong couldn't turn the corner for a moment. Let the officers and soldiers sing. You don't sing. Wait, you wait. He ran through his thoughts. Our program is called I'm a Singer-Songwriter, which means that the singer not only has to write the song, but also has to sing it. That's right. But this is a special occasion, and the song, sung by the officers and men of the border regiment, will definitely exceed your expectations. Lu Qing explained. In his previous life on Earth, Lu Qing had seen thousands of people sing the song in chorus, and that shocking feeling was something he had never forgotten to this day. But ultimately the program's use of which form is still up to Bai Jiangyong, the director. If the program doesn't agree with his idea, he'll have to call it quits. Bai Jiangyong frowned. What Lu Qing had said was beyond what he alone could decide. He was certain that if he spoke to the producer, Meng Yang, about it, it would cause him to object strongly. But Bai Jiangyong wants to listen to Lu Qing's song before making a decision. Since Lu Qing said that, he must have his reasons. He believed in Lu Qing's creative ability, and the fact that the program team was able to reach a partnership with Lu Qing this time was also based on his trust in him. What kind of song is it that makes you so insistent? Bai Jiangyong asked. The motherland will not forget. Lu Qing immediately found a pen and paper and wrote the lyrics. He then sang, but after all, he was on a plateau, and Lu Qing's air change was not smooth. Despite this, Bai Jiangyong was still shocked. He thought of Uncle too. Bai Jiangyong pondered slightly. What's outside the song? Leave it to me. The rest, it's up to you. Yes. Lu Qing nodded solemnly. Hey, old Meng, there's something I need to talk to you about. Bai Jiangyong dialed Meng Yang's phone. What's the emergency? According to the time, you guys are about to board the plane. Meng Yang replied. Well, it's like this. Lu Qing's song is already made. Bai Jiangyong spoke up. It's a good thing that the song was made in 3 days. You know, in our past programs, many singers were still changing the melody until the backing tracks were out. Yes, I've listened to the songs, and from the melody to the lyrics, it's mind-blowing. But Lu Qing made a request. Bai Jiangyong said, Hey, I take it as something that you've made up your own mind about. You don't need to discuss such trivial matters in the program with me. After all, you're much more professional than me in making programs. Since you said Lu Qing's song is good, then you decide. Old Pai, I'm not that unreasonable person. I didn't let you invite Lu Qing before because there were terms and conditions there. By the way, what time will you guys arrive in Huahai? We're not going back to Huahai, Bai Jiangyong said. What do you mean? Is the plane late? Meng Yang wondered. Bai Jiangyong straightened up and said, Since you've asked me to decide for myself, I've decided that the subsequent production of this issue will be completed in the western border, and we won't return to Huahai until the recording is complete. And Lu Qing's small request is that he won't be singing this installment. The songs he wrote will be performed by all the officers and soldiers of the border battalion. No, Meng Yang firmly refused. He finally understood why Bai Jiangyong had made this call to him. He would never agree to such a way that goes against the regular operation of the show, and apparently Bai Jiangyong realizes this. I'm a singer-songwriter. I'll just go and find someone to buy the song. I'm still looking for you. Lu Qing, for fuck's sake. This Lu Qing, how can he always make some kind of trouble? Old Pai, everything else is negotiable. Not this. Meng Yang also made his attitude clear. The moment something like the tone of the program changes, that's likely to be an avalanche. The risk is too great. I don't agree. Even if Lu Qing sings shit, it's still up to him to sing. If he doesn't sing well, he'll get a scolding at most. If you don't sing, it's a different story. Can you not understand this kind of thing? Don't be in a hurry. I've sent you the song Lu Qing wrote and the score. You should read it first. It's really a rare and good song. Bai Jiangyong said. You know I don't know the score, so what do I have to look at? This is non-negotiable. Don't get any wrong ideas. Meng Yang said without a good breath. It's okay if you don't get it. You can experience the shock just by reading the lyrics. The phone stayed connected. 2 minutes later. Well, you can tell from the lyrics that it's a good song. Lu Qing still has something. Meng Yang recognized. The words are good, and the tune is also good. This time you know why Lu Qing said that this song is more suitable for the collective chorus of officers and soldiers. It's true that it's more suited to a group chorus, especially a group like the military. However, even if Lu Qing sings it himself, it's still equally capable of impressing people. So, this matter is not negotiable. Old Pai, I understand your pursuit of higher artistic expression, but only if the show can continue to survive. How many twists and turns it took to get this show off the ground? You know very well, Old Pai. A successful attempt like this might make the show better, but it would never be a qualitative leap. In case we fail, we have much more to lose than to gain. Why take the risk? Old Meng. Bai Jiangyong's voice was a bit hoarse. This time, I'm going to be capricious. If the data and word of mouth for this episode broadcast out is bad, I'm stepping down as director. After that, he stopped making a sound, waiting for a response from the other side of the phone. Old Pai. You. Meng Yang just wanted to refute Bai Jiangyong, and yet it still didn't go down. There was silence on both sides of the phone. A full 5 minutes passed. Meng Yang squeezed out a few words. I really owe you. After saying that, he hung up the phone decisively. Lao Pei, this is only a few days to stay with Lu Qing ah. You have been brought down. When compelled by Lu Qing, can't you think about how easy it was for both of us to run around for this program in the first place? But you said that. What can I say? I can't blame you for that. Meng Yang had an evil fire in his heart at the moment and had nowhere to vent it. In the end it had to be directed at someone. He gritted his teeth. Lu Qing, you're the one who can toss and turn the most. Old Pei, you too. Stay away from Lu Qing from now on. But if you agree with Pei Zhangyang, it is equivalent to getting into Lu Qing's thief ship and letting him break the rules of the program. Now he could only pray that the audience wouldn't be turned off by it. Pei Zhangyang exhaled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was really afraid that Meng Yang wouldn't agree with him, but it's good that things worked out well. I've taken care of this side, the rest is up to you. Lu Qing. Pei Zhangyang showed an expectant gaze. He wasn't exactly acting recklessly. Based on his judgment of the song alone, the song Motherland Will Not Forget is definitely of top-notch caliber. And just in time for the special 11th National Day holiday, there's a good chance it will spread. And finally there is a bit of his personal selfishness. When he went back to visit his second uncle, he hoped to play this song sung by his comrade in arms to him. Tell Uncle 2 that the motherland will not forget that you once dedicated your youth to the frontier. The other side. After Lu Qing bid farewell to Pei Zhangyang, he first thought for a while. There are many versions of the song, The Motherland Will Never Forget, from a previous life. Lu Qing liked both Han Hong's version and Huang Lu's version, but since there was a chorus, he chose to accompany the latter song. This accompaniment is more oriented towards symphonic compositions. It's wide open and atmospheric. It is able to perfectly match the kind of grandeur of the collective chorus. Since this was the case, Lu Qing did not hesitate to dial Lu Wukong's number. Mr. Lu is the one who plays symphony orchestra professionally. Hey, Mr. Lu. Ha ha ha, Lu Qing you kid, can stop for a while, the whole September only see you out of a moonlight ah, this is a new song? Hey, Mr. Lu, your guess is really right. Nonsense, which time you look for me is not for a new song. I also don't know how your kid can write songs like a sow giving birth. There's no bottleneck at all. This is a long story. See what you mean. You are sort of right. After snorting with Mr. Lu for a while longer, Lu Qing said, Mr. Lu, the lyrics and score have already been sent to you. Okay, I'll snuggle first. The motherland will not forget? Lu Qing, it's an honor to accompany such a song. Thank you. After speaking with Lu Guopeng, Lu Qing came to Political Commissar Li's office. Political Commissar Li, I came. Here. Lu Qing's words were just halfway through. It's to say goodbye, isn't it? Political Commissar Li interrupted Lu Qing with a wave of his hand. Your director has spoken to me. He has already booked the airfare. And when you come back from post 5318, you will be moving back to Huahai. He stood up and received a cup of water for Lu Qing, not giving Lu Qing a chance to speak. Although your director Pei contacted me in advance before he came here. It wasn't until you guys actually arrived at the camp that I really believed that there would be a media outlet to report on this kind of off-the-beaten-track borderland misery like ours. It really took me by surprise. It seems that Commissar Li treats the program as an interview media. I'm a singer-songwriter is a music variety show that takes more heat than most media outlets. By the time the 5th installment airs, Post 5318 will surely have been reposted out by a large number of media outlets and gained a bunch of attention. However, Lu Qing did not explain this to Political Commissar Li. It could be seen that as a soldier, Political Commissar Li was not too interested in entertainment stars and such content. Director Pei told me that you went to Post 5318 to find inspiration, that you would make a song for the brothers of 5318, and I never thought that one day, someone would write a song for us. Lu Qing interjected at this time. It is my honor to write a song for the officers and soldiers of 5318. The days I spent at Post 5318 gave me deep feelings. And I was touched by their sincerity. I think when other people know the story of Post 5318, they will all have the same thought as me, to be proud of the fact that there is such a lovely group of soldiers on the border of our motherland. I'm proud of them too, Commissar Li said. This time Lu Qing didn't know how to answer. Guide Li continued. I'm not just proud of my brothers at Post 5318, I'm proud of all of our brothers at the border camp. With that, he pulled open a drawer and took a key out of it. He walked over to a cabinet and unlocked 2 doors with a key. Lu Qing saw that there were stacks and stacks of letterheads arranged very neatly in the cabinet. Political Commissar Li took out a stack from it and pulled one out of it and handed it to Lu Qing. Look, this is an invitation to war. Lu Qing looked carefully at the content on it. Consistent with the thrust of the petition he saw from Lu Hao, the soldier is applying to go to Post 5318 to perform the duty of standing guard. These are also war invitations. Political Commissar Li whisked the stack of invitations in his hand over one by one. This is from Wang Yaming of the 10th Company, a 10-year veteran. 3rd Company Peng Jiafeng's, although he's a 2nd stage sergeant, his temper has always been quite foul. 2 days ago, he even came up to me and made a scene. Why did he let Lu Hao, a new recruit, go to 5318 and not let him go either? This is from Meng Chaoxing of Company 5. He's been fighting the application for 4 years in a row, and it hasn't gone through. This bloody letter is from Guoqi of the 8th Company, who heard their company commander say that 5318 was the most bitter and difficult, and had to make a scene to go to 5318. These are all letters of invitation, each of which I have saved. Look, Political Commissar Li pointed to the stacks of letter paper in the cabinet. Almost every soldier in the border regiments has written letters of invitation, and they all desire to go to the most bitter, most exhausting place to exercise themselves. Lu Qing looked at the stacks of invitations to war, as if he saw the vivid faces of the warriors. One can imagine that the soldiers in the border camps share the same dedication as the soldiers in 5318. He was in a stirring mood for a long time. There's no other point in talking to you about this. It's just to say thank you for my soldiers, including the officers and men of the border battalion in 5318, for remembering us. Political Commissar Li saluted. No, it's us who should thank you. You should be remembered. Lu Qing stood at attention and returned the military salute. All I can do is sing a song for you. No, now it's time for you to sing a song for yourselves. Singing for yourself? Commissar Li wondered. Lu Qing told Political Commissar Li about the idea of the entire battalion singing "The Motherland Will Not Forget." Good. Political Commissar Li agreed painfully. I thought you were here to say goodbye, but I didn't realize you were here to send a song. I'll call the company commanders of each company over right now and have them learn from you, and spend all the rest of their time practicing their songs, except for training duty. Soon, the company commanders of each company brought their men over to learn songs with Lu Qing. There are very few troops who know music theory. Learning songs is very traditional. Lu Qing sings one line and others learn it. After spending the afternoon learning the song, the person learning the song was able to sing the entire song smoothly. These soldiers who learned the songs then went back and taught the songs to soldiers in their own companies. Lu Qing also brought over the one and only guitar in the entire battalion, and he recorded the songs himself and distributed them to the companies. Next, Lu Qing strung out company by company, took the details of each company's song learning and corrected them. After the officers and soldiers of each company had mastered the melody, Lu Qing dragged everyone to the camp's playground for an ensemble practice. This step is the hardest. With a group of thousands, it takes some honing to get the songs neatly sung. Lu Qing didn't go through the whole harmony, duet flowery thing. For one thing, there wasn't enough time, and for another, it wasn't needed. It's a song that is powerful enough to rock with just thousands of people vocalizing at the same time. When a team of 1,000 people have practiced together for a day, Lu Guopang and Pei Zhanyong came together to deliver good news. Lu Qing, the song accompaniment is ready. If there's a chance, the two of us can do a symphony performance together at the theater. The big speakers have been rented from R. There are 4 of them, and they're being set up on the playground right now for the chorus shoot tomorrow. Everything is ready. Day 2. All officers and men are assembled at the border camp. Look to the right. Look forward. At ease. Attention. The 10th Company commander is responsible for organizing the entire regiment in formation. One by one, the commands went out, and the ranks moved distinctly. Soon the procession formed a 4-square square. Lu Qing stood on the command platform. He saw clearly. The queue was neat and tidy. OCD looked at it and said yes. At the same time, he marveled once more at the power of the soldier to act in a clear-cut manner. The 10th Company commander ran in the direction of the command deck at this point, standing at attention and saluting. Reporting to the political commissar, all officers and men of the border regiment are assembled. 278 should be here. 253 are actually here. Please instruct. Begin. Commissar Li returned the salute. Yes. The 10th Company commander ran back to the front of the square. Straddle. Snap. All the officers and soldiers in the border regiment's square stood with their hands behind their backs and their feet straddling each other. Their movements dry and neat. There was not a murmur, but it was as if there were an army of 1,000. The scene was spectacular. The martial spirit of the Border Guard Corps, which had long been cultivated in a hostile environment, was at this moment manifesting itself to the fullest. Lu Qing stood on the command platform, facing this division of the plateau. He saw these soldiers standing upright between heaven and earth, and was struck with a sense of grandeur. At this point, the intro plays. Lu Qing raised his hands high. He had a command assignment. He and this unknown border guard group, together with the completion of the Motherland Will Not Forget, The song is in 2/4 time and does not have complex overdubs, so it is not complicated to conduct. Lu Qing only needed a few simple hand gestures. The strings in the intro are played with a grandiose momentum, surging with a stirring power. Immersive. Lu Qing raised his arms high in the air and swung them forward. The soldiers' low, powerful songs quickly filled the playground. In a sea of people, which one am I? In the rushing waves, which one am I? In the army that conquered the unknown, then the silent dedication is mine. In a long line of glorious endeavors, that which runs forever is me. The moment the song came out, the corners of Lu Qing's eyes moistened. The song is that infectious. Individuals in the military ranks will always be silent, but when their flesh and blood come together, they form a torrent of steel. This torrent is the first and last line of defense for the motherland. They hold fast to every inch of land in front of the high mountain posts in the snowy region, and they raise the dazzling red flag day after day in the lonely wilderness. Their songs convey to the sky their deep love for the motherland. Their songs soothe the cold winds that blew on the plateau for 10,000 years. The cold wind blew past them and seemed to be tamed, becoming gentle and powerful. It rolled up the red flag fluttering on the playground, then echoed among the magnificent mountains and rivers, and finally ascended to the post on the plateau, bringing the song of the moment to the skies above 5318. Their songs are heart-stopping and powerful. Their bodies were erect and their eyes were firm. They're indestructible. They guarded the solemn oath under the red flag with their lives. They are enthusiastic. They dedicate. They're loyal. They are the heroes of their time. But there's no audience. No need for you to know me. No desire for you to know me. I melt into the rivers of the motherland. The mountains know me. The rivers know me. The motherland will not forget me. The chorus of thousands of people was very majestic. The sound they made cut through the sky and went straight to the clouds. But their bravado is not to kill the sun, moon and stars. Rather, no need for you to know me. There's no audience. I don't care. The motherland will not forget. Sufficient. No matter how many times he heard it, Lu Qing was always touched by the song. It's a song that everyone who has stood up for and given to their country can find resonance in. Suddenly, Lu Qing remembered someone. This man is the owner of a letter. This letter, a veteran's letter. On his last night at post 5318, squad leader Qing showed him a letter. It was a letter sent by Yuan Anchang, the first veteran of post 5318, describing life at the beginning of the post. It is also windy and snowy there, with year-round ice, thin air and harsh conditions. We lived in tents, slept in bunk beds, ate pinched food, and drank frozen water. The plateau reaction is very severe. In 5 years, we haven't had fresh vegetables or fruit once, haven't seen a single movie, haven't had a single shower. Because it was so cold, many people's legs were purple, swollen and disabled. Some even had to saw off their frozen legs. Lu Qing was touched hard. He couldn't imagine what post 5318 was really like more than 60 years ago. Under such harsh conditions of existence, the predecessors of the post have relied on the belief that man will prevail, with loneliness as a wine, with the wind and sand as a companion, fighting with the high altitude and lack of oxygen, competing with the cold weather and the frozen ground. Spade by spade, pickaxe by pickaxe, the outpost was established in this barren and desolate land. What Lu Qing saw was a red heart, and now, more than 60 years later, he saw this one red heart pass down. Yuan Anchang, the first squad leader of the post, Bei Zhangyong's second uncle, whose eyesight is blurred due to the lack of oxygen in the plateau, the face of the battalion compared to the age of 10 years older than the political commissar Li. After 16 years of service, there is still not a hint of slackness in the Shin squad leader. Spending 11 years at the post, squad leader Li, who couldn't sleep until 2 a.m. every day. Wu Chen, the post instructor who suffers from hair loss but remains steadfast, enlisted in the army only 1 year, not good at talking to the new recruits Lu Hao. There were also the stacks of invitations to war in Commissar Li's cabinet, behind which was a red heart of brothers from one border regiment to another. Who doesn't know the bitterness there? Who doesn't understand the loneliness there? They don't have an audience. They don't perform. They were determined to submit their petition. They're soldiers. In a sea of people, which one am I? In the rushing waves, which one am I? In the army that conquered the unknown, then the silent dedication is mine. In a long line of glorious endeavors, that which runs forever is me. No need for you to sing my praises. No desire for you to repay me. I melt the light melting into the constellation of the motherland. The mountains know me. The rivers know me. The motherland will not forget me. The motherland will not forget me, won't forget me. On the playground, the red flag fluttered in the wind. Thousands of officers and soldiers stood at attention. They wore their uniforms, their red cap badges gleaming. Their songs roared out as if they were mountains and seas, and their songs contained endless power and passion. The majesty covered heaven and earth. Their claims are small. They don't need to be glorified. They don't need to be rewarded. Their sentiments are big, guarding one side of the motherland, firm and impassioned, magnificent and heroic. Once again, their song crossed the sky. It drifted into the post at an elevation of 5,318, enclosing 22,000 kilometers of the motherland's border. It fell on the 9.6 million square kilometers of land, embellishing the magnificent mountains and rivers of the great land of God. The song has been to every city building, protecting the cozy ears and the lights of 10,000 homes. New parents can gently manipulate the daughter's little feet. I've been to every quiet village, stroked the stream that runs in front of it, and the lounge chairs under the old acacia tree in the courtyard where you can cool off in the summer. They guard it all the years, but they don't ask for anything in return. Lu Qing clenched his fists and retracted his arms, ending his command. This time he didn't sing, but the rewards were far more moving than any previous performance. Thousands of soldiers singing "The Motherland Will Not Forget" together will never experience that kind of shock if they haven't felt it live and in person. From the very beginning of the chorus, Lu Qing was shocked and his scalp went numb, all the way to the end. His sweaty hair stood on end and his goosebumps never went down. Although it was expected to work well, I didn't think it would work this well. It seems that the decision, this time, was immensely correct. It was much more fun to have all the officers and men as the main characters in this episode than to have him sing it himself. Lu Qing could clearly see the uplifted expressions on the faces of the officers and soldiers as far as the eye could see. The group is excited. They may be clumsy with words, but this song touches their hearts, so they sing with immense sincerity. The song ends with a rousing coda. The entire playground fell silent for a moment. Attention! The 10th Company commander gave the order to form up. More than 1,000 officers and soldiers in the square formation did not make a single clamor and meticulously executed the formation commands. Look to the right. Look forward. The 10th Company commander stood at the front of the formation and turned to run toward the command deck, which the political commissar had already ascended. Reporting to the political commissar. Formation is complete. Please instruct. The 10th Company commander's voice was resounding. The companies bring it back. Yes. The political commissar thought of a lot of words. Inspiring, harsh, praising, but in the end, he did not say a word. All of his summary words are slightly pale and redundant compared to the song. So he chose not to say anything. He saw the warriors still reeling from the emotions in the song, feeling the afterglow it brought, and he realized that it was all in the song. The fact that the motherland will not forget is the best tribute to them. A song like this is a lesson in ideology and politics at its best. They completed a stunning chorus. There were no flowers or applause, and then they retired. Apart from some warriors who stayed in place to clean up. At the moment, only 4 people were left in the playground. Lu Qing, Pei Zhangyong, Camera Boy and Political Commissar Li. Lu Qing took a deep breath. No dishonor to the mission. Pop. Political Commissar Li suddenly saluted Lu Qing. Political Commissar Li, what are you? Lu Qing stopped himself and returned the salute. Thank you, Comrade Lu Qing. Thank you for what you have done for my warriors. Thank you for your song. Thank you for coming to this poor countryside. You have brought the best gift for the plateau warriors here. Political Commissar Li was sincere. It should be me thanking you. Thanking you for being stationed at the border of our country. I think I will always remember this place. Remember Post 5318. Remember the invitations to war. Remember the lovely border guards here. What I have done is insignificant. Lu Qing likewise spoke from the heart. These few days were short, but they were enough for him to remember for the rest of his life. Thank you too, Director Pei. Political Commissar Li turned to Pei Zhangyong and said, thank you for your program's coverage. I also have a small request. Can you send me a copy of the video of the chorus portion just now? I'd like to give it to the brothers on Post 5318. Of course. It won't take much. We'll do it even if you don't say so. Pei Zhangyong turned his head to the camera boy and said, after you check the material for Political Commissar Li in a while, make a copy of it by the way and leave it behind. Good. The camera boy followed Commissar Li out. Lu Qing. Pei Zhangyong clasped his arms with both hands, then fluttered his big arms with his hands. It's too shocking. Look. I have goosebumps. A chorus of 1,000 people. How did you come up with this? Until now, I didn't feel that your idea was really awesome. It came to me naturally. Lu Qing said. You can't say you've seen a video of 1,000 people singing together. That wouldn't explain it. Most importantly, of course, is that the song is so well written. Did you really come up with it during those days at the outpost? What exactly did you experience there at the outpost? Bei Zhangyong said excitedly. His original plan was to accompany Lu Qing to Post 5318. He came for an interview. and Lu Qing followed the officers and soldiers of the post to eat and live together. But due to a cold, he didn't end up making it to the post and had to let Lu Qing take on the interview. It had become a regret for him, and he would have loved to go up to the post and see the place where his second uncle had once lived. I don't know if they'll have the chance to go back again. They'll be departing back to Huahai tonight. The production team needed to finish post-production before the 11th National Day and everyone was waiting for their camera footage. The outpost? Lu Qing recalled his life in the past few days. You get up every morning, eat, raise the flag, and then train or go on duty. Lunch break, then training or duty, eat dinner, sleep or be on duty, take breaks to read a book or do laundry. It doesn't seem that hard. No. Lu Qing shook his head. 3 days is not hard. The hard part is 3 years, 10 years. The officers and soldiers in the outpost are a group of ordinary people who become ordinary and great when they put on the uniform, Lu Qing said. Post 5318. That's. Wu Chen stood on the sentry building and saw the vehicles from the border camp coming from afar. The supplies were delivered yesterday. How come the camp's vehicles are coming over again today? A few moments later, the vehicle arrived. Wu Chen went downstairs to greet him. Instructor Wu, this is for you. The battalion driver pulled out a flash drive from his pocket. This is what Political Commissar Li ordered, to hand it over to you. Wu Chen took the flash drive and looked at it front and back. We just delivered the supplies yesterday, and we made a special trip today to deliver this. What's in here? And Political Commissar Li didn't call to let us know. Also dropped off some household items that the brothers at the post need, and the contents of the flash drive is a song, so you'll know it when you hear it. The driver of the camp was in attendance during the 1,000-man chorus, and he probably knew what was in it. Honestly, his heart still swells when he sings the song now. That uplifting emotion couldn't help but flow when talking to Wu Chen. Oh yeah, watch it with the Post brothers. The whole thing is pretty mysterious still. After Wu Chen sent off the camp's driver, when the patrol returned, he summoned all the officers and men in the post. What's up, instructor? Today's patrols have been reported. Ha ha ha, Lu, how this kid is lucky. His first patrol today and everything went quite well. What? It's supposed to be sending out supplies. I saw the camp vehicles come by in the afternoon. It's not duty time and everyone is relatively relaxed. None of them. I'll take a matza and sit down. I'll show you all something. Wu Chen rubbed his slightly red eyes. He then took out his flash drive. Squad leader Li, turn on the projector. Wu Chen cast the video on the flash drive onto the curtain. The warriors sat around the bottom. Ooh, what's the big event over at the camp? It's the whole regiment assembling. Is this a chorus? I don't think I've heard this song before. Ha, isn't that Lu Qing? What's he doing standing on the podium? Didn't he go back to Huahai? The warriors sat around and discussed it. But soon, they just shut up and focused on the song. Which I am in a sea of people. Which I am in the rushing waves. The mountains know me. The rivers know me. The motherland will not forget me. The song played out. No one's talking. Squad leader Shen suddenly buried his head deeply as he covered his face with both hands. Seeing this, Wu Chen didn't bother. Everyone else experienced the silence without disturbing it. No one bothered to voluntarily turn on the lights. In the dimly lit lounge, only the light from the projector was projected. Emotions passed through this environment. Squad leader Li stroked his thinning hair and exhaled heavily as he tilted his head to prevent teardrops from slipping from his eyes. If there is anyone who understands the mood of Class Captain Shen at this moment the most, it's probably him, Benny Li. He has served on the post for 11 years and has spent the longest time on the post, with the exception of squad leader Shen. After 10 years or so, he has become attached to every blade of grass and tree here. There's not much grass here though, and squad leader Shen served for 16 years. From the age of 18 to 34, he left the best phase of his life behind. Shen Banji rubbed his cheeks hard. Ho! He bellowed with force. Lure! Go close the window. The wind and sand are blowing in. Wu Chen glanced at Class President Shen. Before the crowd arrived, Wu Chen had heard it alone, and he couldn't help but wipe away his tears. This song is so strong. Even the last time I broke my leg on patrol, not a single tear was shed. But when I heard this song, I really didn't have any control over it. Good thing, though, that it wasn't seen by the brothers at the post. But Lu Hao, as a new recruit, came to the post not more than a few days ago, and he could no longer control his tears. He cried and said, Squad leader Shen, the window has always been closed. Huahai City, Tomato TV. Lu Qing and Pei Zhangyong. Several people arrived in the TV station early in the morning. The camera guy was the first to send the footage he had in hand to the post-production team. Lu Chang and Pei Zhangyong are making up a shot. Alright, after this set of footage is shot, all the work is done. We're just waiting for the program to be edited out today. and it will be broadcast tomorrow on October 1st exactly. Pei Zhangyang's tightly knit brows finally loosened. There were twists and turns in the road, but the end result was good, and it's the good kind. He's looking forward to the reaction when the 5th installment airs. It was one of the most thrilling yet moving installments since he became the director of I'm a Singer-Songwriter. It can even be said that in his own directing career, the production of this episode was one of his most memorable days. But on the contrary, during this period of time, he hadn't put in much effort, and it was all Lu Qing who was busy alone. The song was written by Lu Qing. It was also Lu Qing who entered the squad to experience life. It was Lu Qing who completed the interview. Shame on him. He felt a loss for Lu Qing when he was paid $4 million to hire him. However, Lu Qing, a person with a very contractual spirit, and that agent of his studio after determining the remuneration. Until the end of the program, Lu Qing did not say to him, have to add money. After all, Lu Qing had done a lot of work beyond his obligations this time. Bei Zhangyang has seen a lot of artists who are full of interest. Those that can do their job. That's all considered good. A little extra work will either add money or be waived. Alright Director Pei. The rest has nothing to do with me. I'll go back to Lincheng first. Lu Qing said. This trip to the highlands also felt like a worthwhile trip to him. Overall in a good mood. The spiritual rewards far outweigh the physical exhaustion. I still have to cut out a couple clips from the trailer and send it out today during the day. Then I still have to stay up late at night to cut the clips. So I don't have much time. Why don't you go tomorrow? And after the program airs tomorrow, we'll go to a celebration dinner together. Bei Zhangyang retained. No need Director Pei. You are also quite busy. Have that time for you to rest more? After catching a cold on the plateau your body has been very weak, and you didn't get much rest when you came back. The mountain is high and the water is long. We'll have the chance to work together again in the future. Lu Qing said. Good. Then I won't be polite to you. I'll ask the driver to send you to the train station. Pei Zhangyang's eyes showed sincerity. Indeed, as Lu Qing had said, what he wanted most right now was to get rest. But before that, he had to go to the producer, Meng Yang, straight to the 3rd floor. He came to Meng Yang's office. Old Meng, Lu Qing is here. Why don't you see a side of hospitality? At least say hello to people. Before the program recording Lu Qing came to our TV station. Aren't you quite enthusiastic? Pei Zhangyang was not happy. I have told you, in the plateau these days, I have a cold. I can't move while lying in bed. All the work is done by the person Lu Qing alone. He's had a hard time these days. Meng Yang glanced at Pei Zhangyang. So what? It's not enough for you to be accompanied by a big director. How big of a card is Lu Qing? How many more people have to entertain him? Ugh. Pei Zhangyang sighed. Old Meng, I know why you don't like Lu Qing. You think he broke the rules of the program, but I explained to you. Lu Qing didn't break it. If you have to count it up, it's me, the director, who broke the rules. People are suggesting the chorus, and he said that he obeys the show's schedule, that he won't mess around if I don't agree, and that he won't be disgruntled about it, and that he'll still do his best to finish the episode. I just thought he was right after he heard his advice. So the fact that it ended up being a group chorus was my decision. And if you blame it on me. Meng Yang's fire rubbed off. It's fine if you don't say it. But I can't suppress the fire once you say it. I've said it all before. You said how not easy it is to do this program. Alas. Forget it. Don't say it. Then he pointed at Pei Zhangyang. You've only been out with Lu Qing for a few days and you've been brought down by him. Work less with Lu Qing in the future. I was forced by you this time. Then I'll step down. I've had a good time listening to the songs this time anyway. Bei Zhangyang spoke in a relaxed tone. Old Pei, don't you look like you're dying in the morning? I'm really angry looking at you. Meng Yang hummed heavily. Pei Zhangyang suddenly squarely said, you don't greet even if it's not a big problem. It is estimated that the people Lu Qing also don't care, but I'm serious with you. Song chorus this kind of thing. There is a loss. Not Lu Qing want to play recklessly. You have not even heard the song until now. Just deny. A moment to cut the film. You take a look. You will change your mind after listening. I don't care how well the songs are sung, and I'm not interested in watching them. I only care about the data. As long as the data doesn't drop too aggressively this time, and the audience's word of mouth doesn't roll over, this time the matter will be turned over. And I don't want to bring it up again. Meng Yang said expressionlessly. So what if the data explodes and word of mouth bucks the trend? Pei Zhangyang looked askance at Meng Yang. Ha! I'll eat Shang upside down. Meng Yang sneered. Hiss. Why does it sound so familiar? Twitter. I'm a Singer-Songwriter has released an official trailer for the new installment. Oh, the latest installment's guest is Lu Qing. Joyful. Double Chef was ecstatic. Look everyone. It's Lu Qing. I told you that Lu Qing was especially suitable for the program I'm a Singer-Songwriter. And it turns out that he's actually been invited on. The program group moved fast enough. What? Is Lu Qing coming out with another new song? I haven't looped my Moonlight enough. Looking forward to 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 looking forward to. What's wrong with this trailer? Every time before, it's all fancy. How come it's so plain this time? Is it because I, Lu Qing, don't have enough curiosity? Lu Qing's hot streak during the 10th anniversary live streaming ceremony of Jianghu has not yet subsided. This trailer for I'm a Singer-Songwriter quickly shot to the top of the charts. The media outlets of various marketing numbers reposted it in a big way. Lu Qing had disappeared since the end of the live broadcast extravaganza, and no one knew where he had gone. Caught this time, it could kind of rub off on him. It's so hard. Meng Yang looked at the word hot search and tapped his head. Fear of what will come. He had instructed the editing department to cut the trailer for the 5th installment of the show to be plain and unassuming, without highlights. That way there will be less expectation from those who see it, and by the time the show airs, there will be fewer people watching, less heat, and less criticism. When the editing department brought the finalized trailer to Meng Yang, he praised it profusely. Nice and cloudy. Doesn't convey the theme at all. The 3+ minute trailer didn't have a single bit of useful information. He hadn't heard the songs and didn't know what to expect when he saw the trailer. That's the effect to have. But he never expected that Lu Qing's name alone would vault this trash trailer into the hot seat. After all the calculations, I didn't realize that the bug was on Lu Qing again. Let's leave it to God. What else? Finally, October 1st at 8 p.m., the 5th installment of I'm a Singer-Songwriter is online. The show has harvested a large number of loyal fans since its first broadcast hit the airwaves. Even on the first day of the national holiday, there are still many viewers keeping time waiting for the update. Chu Weining is a diehard fan of the show, period. She is also a B-side clip-oriented uploader. Since powdering her nose on the variety show I'm a Singer-Songwriter, Chu Weining has played to her strengths. When the first installment of I'm a Singer-Songwriter aired, she edited together Deng Ziqi's bubbles and her past appearances, which was surprisingly well received. That one video reached over 3 million views and made her gain 20,000 fans. Since then, she's produced videos that, in addition to rubbing off on hot events, mashups of songs created by guests on each episode of I'm a Singer-Songwriter have become a regular part of her updated series. While the guest songs in installments 2, 3, and 4 weren't as hot, they all had between 800 and 1.2 million plays overall. It's very good traffic. It's October 1st. According to the plan, she should seize the hotspot of the 11th National Day and update a video. In previous years, this time of year, she had already sent out videos of such staples, but this year she's gripped her hair bald and still hasn't had a single thought. She didn't want to do one of those forced sensationalized videos. Chu Weining sat at her desk fuming, both eyes dull. On the computer desktop were more than 70 web pages she had opened, and hundreds of video clips she had watched, none of which met her expectations. She scratched and rubbed her hair. Shaking her head like crazy. Chu Weining was going crazy from the torture. The video won't be updated again and the hotspot will pass. What the hell? The pendulum swings. Chu Weining instantly ordered herself a midnight snack. Duck food, barbecue, crayfish, fries, milk tea. Turn on the latest episode of I'm a Singer-Songwriter. Trying doesn't always work, but giving up is sure to be comfortable. She ate happily as she watched with great interest. Every now and then, he muttered to himself or let out an exclamation of surprise. The guest of honor for this installment is Lu Qing, and I have to say that this program group knows how to find people. Let my sister see what questions the program group gave Lu Qing. Going to the Western Frontier Plateau? As an upvoter, chasing hotspots is a skill, or muscle memory, if you will. Twitter hot search sweeps every day. You can't even think of not recognizing Lu Qing. Lu Qing is a regular on the hot search list, especially since Lu Qing's fame is growing and every new song must be on the hot search. When he first started out, he was still on the first wave of fame through Born Singer and the Wang Lingjia quarrel. Now he's producing traffic on his own heat alone. That said, it's only been less than 3 months since Lu Qing debuted, Chu Weining muttered to herself. At this moment, the scene shifted and Lu Qing and the others arrived in her city. This assistant is so miserable. Just off the plane and he's got altitude sickness. All sent to the hospital. So serious. Is this plateau reaction so terrible? Chu Weining wondered. But she didn't go to Baidu. Since working full-time as an upvoter, which amounted to almost zero socialization, she had developed a habit of talking to herself, which she didn't see as a big problem on her own. These two unlucky ones. The director and Lu Qing are shown out of frame, not knowing where to go from here. And the editing keeps this in. Oh, so it's to the army, It's just the 11th filming of this subject. The program team is very good at it. But how to go so far to the western border? If you want to shoot the troops, there is one near my house. How dangerous it is to go to the plateau. Look at that assistant. He didn't do anything before he laid down. In case Lu Qing also lies down, won't this installment of your program go down the drain? Chu Weiniang wiped out the duck fork at this point, took a sip of lemonade, and began to deal with the crayfish with full force. Ooh, Lu Qing didn't lie down, but the director did first. You guys are playing with Lu Qing so much, letting him direct his own show. That said, how much money does the program pay Lu Qing for one episode? Wow, this place is too barren. 5,318 meters above sea level. I'm definitely not going to make it there. I know it's not fun just by looking at Lu Qing's gasping face. She shivered a mouthful of crawfish, removed the head, peeled off the shell, and took the meat into her mouth with a satisfied nod. That was until she saw Lu Qing's interview with Wu Chan and the officers and soldiers at the post. She gradually stopped moving her hands, focus entirely on the screen. It's so bitter here, too, and my god, it's amazing how harmful the lack of oxygen can be. Ha, someone's been here for 16 years? How's that endured? It's too easy to patrol. Ah, watch out. Stone. Ah, I'm hit. Keep patrolling when your legs are bruised? Chu Weiniang couldn't help but exclaim. Her heart slowly clenched. The officers and men at the border post are just too bitter. That is, until she saw the officers and soldiers of the post shouting angrily from a snowy mountain pass, 6,000 meters above sea level, holding up the national flag. Where I stand is China. 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 She was blown away. The resonance carried in the blood of the nation hit her at once. She stopped talking. She watched as squad leader Shin was meticulously on duty, watching a warrior's petition fill the cabinet, looking at the posted letter from the first veteran of Post 5318, Yuan Ansheng, and the songs of the warriors. The mountains know me. The rivers know me. My country will not forget me. Chu Weiniang completely couldn't hold it together. The mist in her eyes filled her eyes, and hot tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. The emotions in the song were so strong that it took her a full 10 minutes to disengage. She wanted to get a piece of paper to wipe her face wet with tears. It was at this moment that she noticed. His own hands had been up in the air for nearly an hour. Both hands were covered in grease from eating crawfish. But they ended up getting caught up in the program halfway through and got into it. The motherland will not forget. Chu Weiniang was suddenly stunned. Isn't this song the material I've been struggling to find? She nearly jumped up and down with excitement, her thoughts pouring out like a fountain of inspiration. With this song, I could make 100 videos. She hurriedly cleared the table of her late-night snack, turned on the computer, past military parades, special forces training, the rushing Yellow River, practical exercises, the return of the remains of volunteer martyrs. It took just under an hour for the clip to be cut. Click to play. In a sea of people, which one am I? Chu Weiniang was once again in tears. She exhaled. First time I've ever been moved to tears by my own cut. I should say it's not my ideas that are good. It's the images that are good. It's the songs that are good. She opens the back end of the B-site and clicks upload. I had given up, but I didn't expect to see the light at the end of the tunnel. As a self-publisher, her long-accumulated internet sensibilities told her, this video is going to blow up. At a minimum, it could reach 5 million plays, which is more than all of her video plays. She's sure of it. On this night, self-published bloggers like Chu Weiniang discovered the song The Motherland Will Not Forget. Overnight, the song spread to every corner of the internet. The motherland will not forget. It can celebrate the unsung heroes of our country in all walks of life. In the 11th national day of this special day, this song burst into flames is not at all surprising. It ignited all the silent dedication of people, the fire in their hearts. The major video platforms on the internet are also going crazy with the video mashups of the song. The content of the video is no longer limited. On the B site, in addition to the video posted by Chu Weiniang, another video glorifying researchers is also at the top of the list. This video has Motherland Will Not Forget playing in the background, and then lists the biographies of each of the scientists. Chen Jingrun, Xian Shuessen, Deng Jiaxian, Hua Luogang, Li Siguang, Xian Weichang, Zhou Peiyuan, Zhu Kojian, Gui Yanghui, Gu Fangzhou, Yuan Longping. They have made indelible contributions in the long history of the glorious career of the motherland. Their names should be remembered. Many of them were not on the radar of the common man in their day. It was not made public until years after his death. There are many more that don't even have their names left. This video has likewise touched many netizens. There is also such a highly liked video on a short video platform, singing the praises of the laborers who have devoted their youth to the infrastructure of our country. Some of them are building hydroelectric power plants deep in the mountains of the southwest. There are people who walk on the cables of high-voltage electricity at a height of dozens of meters all year round to ensure the transportation of electricity. Others have dug a tunnel for 3 years. While all the people of the country are proud of their country's name as the infrastructure devil, all of this has not come as a matter of course. Videos like this became the top stream in the internet. Inside a small neighborhood, a middle-aged woman covered her face and wept at this point. She swiped on videos like this. She heard the song. She couldn't help but cry. Her son is a narcotics cop who is now on a covert mission along the southwest border. Every time her son goes out, it grips her heart and keeps it on the ground. At the moment, she stood up and walked to the bedroom, picking up the picture that was sitting on the bed. It's a color photo, and that's her husband. Her husband was also a narcotics officer, only he had died. Ha ha, wife, in case I'm going to be sacrificed, if you guys miss me, just keep a color photo. Black and white will get in the way. Besides, I'm perpetually mosaicked when I'm on camera, so I want to look good. And for this colorful picture, you've got to pick the best looking one for me. She just whacked him twice. What nonsense. The man has passed away. Now his son carries on his legacy. She went from worrying about one person, to worrying about 2 people, to worrying about 1 person. She was destined to spend her life in worry. She sees her son on TV, perpetually mosaic like his father, but she knew it was her son, although that name is just a pseudonym. She didn't understand. She complained, until she heard this song. She gets it. Someone has to do something like that. It's just, why? My tears, I can't stop them. Institute of Aerospace Medical Engineering. It's in the work hall. There were 2 people sitting facing each other. It's an exclusive CCTV interview. The host opened his mouth and said, "We are now familiar with manned spaceflight, and the names that come to mind are Yang Liwei, Nya Haisheng, and so on, as well as the names of 2 female astronauts. But when it comes to your name, not many people may know it. Do you feel shortchanged?" Sitting across from the host, Weifan Huang cuts to the chase. No loss. She is the female instructor behind the astronauts. China's astronaut corps has traveled to space again and returned safely. From one person for 1 day to many people for many days. From in-cabin experiments to skywalks. From short-term stays to medium-term residencies. It has successively made breakthroughs in mastering key technologies such as round-trip, space exit and rendezvous and docking. From a space void to a space power, the silent efforts of several generations are indispensable. Over the past 30 years, she has lifted 11 astronauts to fly successfully in the sky 7 times, and she is truly a female astronaut instructor. Human spaceflight is a major strategic project of a country, which is particularly meaningful to the state and the nation. I myself am very lucky to be able to participate in this project. We all know about Gagarin, the world's first man in space, but none of us know who trained Gagarin, so for the sake of China's aerospace and aviation, we are destined to be that unsung hero. Huang Weifan said, "Host, there's a recent song. I don't know if you've heard it, called The Motherland Will Not Forget. Huang Weifan nodded her head affirmatively. I've heard it, and I especially like this song. Why? Because I feel that this song, which is a true reflection of me for so many years, a true journey of the heart, is particularly resonant. No one will ever know me, but," she choked back a sob. Tears fell uncontrollably. She has devoted more than 3 decades of her life to the space industry. How many 30 years can a person have? She tried to continue, but still choked on her words. She held an apologetic smile. Sorry. The moderator saw this and said, "So what was it like when you first saw the success of the first 3 astronauts to get into the space station?" Huang Weifan wiped away her tears and let out a long breath. "How much power do you have here for the astronauts to have the opportunity to complete the flight to the space station?" the moderator asked. Huang Weifan said, "It won't be measured like that. That's the heart and soul of our researchers. So the astronauts are flying with our heart and soul, and our blessings as well as our dreams." Videos like this have resonated with countless netizens, military personnel, scientific researchers, manual laborers, narcotics police, or those who give quietly. Wu Weiyun, my lover, anti-narcotics armed police, died on the southwest border. Xiang Lu, my classmate, worked his last day shift at the railroad, and said he had no regrets in life. Su Tong, my brother, became a disabled soldier on the western border. Shu Ye, a staff member of the railroad deep in the mountains, disappeared into the mountains. You all, over there, are you all right? The 30 martyrs who died in the Liangshan fire. The motherland will not forget you. The people will not forget you. Calling 81192, 81,192. Airspace cleared. Please return. It's time to go home after being away for so long. May the forefathers of the volunteer army return to their homeland and their souls to the world. Your names are unknown, and your deeds will live forever. The motherland will not forget and salutes all the unsung heroes. It's been a week since I'm a Rapper number 5 aired. Good reviews all around. It even sparked a buzz across the internet. This 4th of July holiday was filled with the song, The Motherland Will Not Forget. It's even gotten a lot of nods from the official media. In particular, the CCTV video interview with aerospace instructor Huang Weifan received widespread attention. Let people know about the hero behind the scenes. In recent years, China's space industry has made great progress. Aerospace-related stories have entered the public eye, especially since the introduction of the Chinese space station. It has ignited a sense of national pride. This November, CCTV connected the 3 astronauts on mission in the space station for a full webcast. At the end of the live broadcast, the 3 astronauts chorus a song, Motherland Will Not Forget, directly to the whole network. A big surprise. I don't know if I didn't watch the live broadcast. The Shenzhou spacecraft has been programmed to number 16. Wow. You don't say. You really don't say. These 3 astronauts sing really quite well. Ha ha ha. Floating in the sky didn't delay you guys from surfing. This song has only been out for a few days. You guys all practiced. I was really touched to hear several astronauts singing this song in the space station. And, for those of you watching the live broadcast, don't forget to check out CCTV's interview with astronaut instructor Huang Weifan. The other side. The Komsomol Central also had a live broadcast on the morning of the last day of the National Day. It was still dawn when the members of the Flag Guard were ready for the flag-raising ceremony. The members of the National Flag Guard sang The Motherland Will Not Forget with a resounding stride. In a sea of people, which one am I? In the long river of glorious endeavors, that which is always rushing is me. When the queue passes through the Forbidden City doorway at this moment, the low and thick reverb, let the listener's heart pounding, my people are numb from listening, echoes from all directions, as if the pioneers were singing in chorus with them. The older I get, the more I think, what a handsome uniform. Ugh, my nose gets sore when I hear this song. Tomato TV. The production team of I'm a Singer-Songwriter. Meng Yang looked at the broadcast data of the 5th installment in a daze. The airplay was 5 times that of the first installment, 6 times that of the second, 5.5 times that of the third, and 7 times that of the fourth. There are over 8 million comments. The number of likes exceeded 10 million. Major self-published media retweets. The major official media forwarded it. Even the song got into the flag-raising ceremony and went to the space station. He didn't see a single comment that was critical. All of them were complimentary. No one is saying that the way the chorus ruined the show. Turns out, one's worries, all redundant. The Golden Father just called and had a contract brought over directly. As long as Meng Yang is the producer of the variety show, all of them are sponsored with the highest amount of title fee. Meng Lao Di you really have guts, daring Lu Qing to play like this. I'm really convinced now. When you asked me to sponsor this program, I made up my mind to ignore you, but then you tried to persuade me and I had no choice but to agree to it. I didn't expect the first phase of the program to be an instant hit, and now that the 5th phase has been aired, there are no variety shows in the country at the same time that can arm wrestle with you. The Golden Father obviously knows that the variety show I Am a Singer-Songwriter is not up to Bai Jiangyong, the director. In the end, all the decisions to shoot the board are made by Meng Yang, the producer. Turning to Meng Yang, he began to commercially blow each other up. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It's not as serious as manager Zhang said. Meng Yang smiled awkwardly. The 2 programs with the best numbers, the 1st and the 5th, both had something to do with Lu Qing. Although Lu Qing didn't sing either of these 2 songs, they were both composed by him. And it's not an exaggeration to say that the 5th installment was even planned by Lu Qing. He, Meng Yang, also contributed in the midst of it, but the force in the opposite direction. He doesn't seem to have done anything good except obstruct. Now that he heard the Golden Father praise his boldness, he was embarrassed to death. Hey, don't be modest, old brother Meng. I've been in contact with people in the entertainment industry for years, and there aren't really many producers in the country who are as daring as you are. I'm not blowing it out of proportion. Okay, let's make a deal this time. When you're done filming I'm a Singer-Songwriter, the next program will still be title sponsored by me. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Well said, Meng Yang responded awkwardly. Phew, Kagome hung up the phone, and the more his Golden Father complimented him, the more uncomfortable he became. Meng Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That would have been a good thing. No more running around and begging grandparents for the next show. But he's holding it in his heart. Lu Qing. Meng Yang had a complicated look on his face. Clang. The door to the office room was pushed open. Old Meng, quick, hurry up and give me a whole glass of water to drink. Pei Zhangyong sat on his butt on the sofa. Old Meng wanted to ignore him, but when he thought about the broadcast data of the 5th installment, and how much he had blocked the 5th installment during the filming process, he silently received a glass of water and put it on the table in front of Pei Zhangyong. Bai Jiangyong took a sip and dried it. Hey, old Meng, look at your face, not quite right. What's wrong? Let someone cook? Pei Zhangyang spoke the buzzwords of 20 years ago. No matter, Meng Yang said. How's it going? How's the data for the 5th installment? Bei Zhangyang got to the point. Well, nice. Oh, Pei Zhangyang clearly remembers Meng Yang's flag. The 5th installment of the data if it is very good, but Meng Yang is going to be upside down in each shang. But he didn't continue on that topic. There's a point in the 6th installment that might need a small change. Singer, listen to you. There's no need to talk to me about this kind of small matter of the specific recording of the program. You, the director, surely know more than I do. I'll listen to you on all counts. Meng Yang interrupted him. It was the singer who wanted to put. There's no need to tell me. It's all on you. Meng Yang interrupted again. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Pei Zhangyang's mouth. That's good. From the first phase of the program, Meng Yang has been too much interference in the specific shooting matters. Pei Zhangyang a few times to raise the suggestion. Were Meng Yang denied, but the final facts have proved that Pei Zhangyang is right, especially the ones involving Lu Qing. Meng Yang's flag set up a shocking sound, and finally all miserable reality hit the face. But Pei Zhangyang didn't mention the flag thing again. This time, because of Lu Qing, he has already won hemp. It's not necessary to say it to make a fool out of Meng Yang. Anyway, he has already gotten what he wanted, and in the future, Meng Yang won't interfere with his shooting. Meng Yang turned his head to look at Pei Zhangyang. Okay, old Pei is polite enough. Didn't whip me in the face with Lu Qing. Pro City Conservatory of Music. The National Day holiday is over. Lu Qing had been paying attention to the direction of public opinion on the internet for the past few days. The officers and men of Post 5318 received public attention. Everyone knows about this post on the snowy plateau. He nodded with satisfaction when he saw that the focus of the discussion was on unsung heroes in various fields, rather than on him as an entertainment star. That's what he wanted. By choosing to have a collective chorus of officers and men this time, they are deliberately minimizing their presence. And he also suggested with Pei Zhangyang, when the program group editing, in addition to some necessary shots need to be their own appearance, try to cut some of the post officers and soldiers live and work in the picture. Even so, with the level of out-of-the-boxness of the motherland will not forget, it still allowed Lu Qing to rise 8 million followers. He now has close to 20 million followers on Twitter. It's not too much to say a top stream. Nowadays, Lu Qing was only considered to have one foot in the entertainment industry, while the other foot was still placed in the school. It's not time to get all fired up yet. First make up for Mr. Chu's class. From going to give the Cat Factory to participate in the live broadcasting extravaganza, there has been no class with Mr. Chu. Lu Qing was ready to go to Mr. Chu. It's happening right now. Wang Wei called him. Boss, come to the studio. Someone from the State Council is calling for you. In that case, Mr. Chu can only apologize. I'm taking another vacation. Lu Qing's headache rose, although he had had one successful experience of taking a vacation, but this time it could not be said. I think in Mr. Chu's eyes, he took leave one after another. Should be considered inch into the foot. He still stiffly dialed Mr. Chu's phone. Hey, Mr. Chu, leave granted. There was a busy tone on the phone as it hung up. I haven't said anything yet. Lu Qing had to put away his cell phone and head to the studio. As soon as he arrived at the studio, he saw Wang Wei's pair of reddened eyes. Ooh, boss, it's so good to cry. She sniffled twice. This latest song of yours is so touching. I cry when I hear it. I've been crying for 2 days. What should I do? Just don't listen. Lu Qing replied helplessly. Wang Wei was caught off guard by her boss's reply. I don't know what sounds wrong, but it makes so much sense. Lu Qing waited for Wang Wei to gather her tears. You said the State Council is looking for me? Well, the Department of Commerce of the State Department. Wang Wei nodded. What's going on? It's the International Ceramics Expo. This expo is a commercial event co-sponsored by the State Council's Ministry of Commerce, as well as the JX provincial government and others. Be specific. Lu Qing had not been exposed to this expo before. He didn't know much about ceramics. Uppercase China is China. Lowercase China is porcelain. And China is the capital of porcelain. Speaking of ceramics, but also have to mention a place, JD Town. Since the Han and Tang dynasties that is known for producing ceramics, porcelain capital reputation. This fair has attracted a total of 134 exhibitors from more than 100 countries and regions around the world. So it is a business exhibition of an international nature. The scale of this year's event is very vast. This is not. The organizers want to take advantage of this exposition to further expand the influence of Chinese porcelain. The whole process of the exhibition will be broadcast live. Global synchronous live. Wang Wei stretched out her hands. You know, songs are an important carrier for spreading culture. And the organizers need a song as the theme song for the opening ceremony of the exhibition. Since it's a big deal, They're inviting songs from many sides this time, and they specifically called to say they hope you can give it some serious consideration. The model, if you will, is similar to the last time you collaborated for Journeyman, only slightly different. Your creative process this time needs to be done in Porcelain City. After all, no singer has ever written a song about porcelain before, and the subject is still too niche. This time, not only did it limit the theme, but it also explicitly requested that a Chinese-style song be made, which is unprecedentedly difficult to create. The organizer's idea is very simple: to be able to pick up the field certainly can inspire more. Lu Qing's expression was a bit subtle. Seeing this, Wang Wei thought that the boss was not interested in the business expo, and she hurriedly explained, although this is an officially organized exhibition, the feeling given by the previous exhibitions is not the kind that is very rigid. It is the kind that is very meta and lively. Also, this is a big live broadcast, definitely bigger than the one on the lake. So this is an opportunity. Lu Qing thought darkly. I've taken the vacation anyway, so I might as well check it out. Of course, that wasn't the main factor in his decision to go to the show. What he was thinking was that this was a great opportunity to showcase Chinese style on the world stage. As someone once said, it's the wall flow that's the grippiest. Moreover, he had already made a mental note in his mind, and which song to choose was already calling out to him. But also go to the show and listen to what else the organizers want for the songs. Unsurprisingly, the odds are that this is the song. Vi, book me a ticket. Porcelain, here I come. Porcelain JD Town. After Lu Qing landed, he quickly met the staff of the exhibition. He arranged Lu Qing to a hotel near the exhibition. Comrade Lu Qing, if there's anything you need help with, please contact me and I'll take care of it for you. Good. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, may I ask if you have a moment now? Our director would like to see you alone. There is time, but your director is Director Yang of the Bureau of Development of the Department of Commerce of the State Council. He is the top person in charge of this show. Ooh, such a big official. Come on, take me to see Director Yang. Lu Qing hadn't expended too much energy on the road, so he didn't need to rest either. He followed the staff directly to the third floor of the exhibition. Inside a temporary office. Dang it, the staff knocked on the door. Come in, a voice came from inside. The staff member made a gesture of invitation. Lu Qing pushed the door open. Ha ha ha, it's Lu Qing, right? Come on, have a seat. Director Yang piled on the smiles. Director Yang was very kind, without that strong sense of oppression, just like a usual elder. Lu Qing actually hadn't figured out why Director Yang met with him until now. Still, he greeted first. Director Yang, how are you? Guess you're still kinda wondering why I've come to you. Director Yang explained. Before I came, Minister Li of the Ministry of Culture instructed me that I must meet you in person. As you know, this exhibition is not just a simple commercial exhibition, but at the same time it has also taken on part of the task of cultural dissemination. You may think that China is the capital of porcelain and famous overseas, but actually, the development of Chinese porcelain overseas over the years is not as smooth as everyone thinks. I've heard for a long time that you're extremely musically talented, so I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. Director Yang, please. Lu Qing straightened his body. However, Director Yang did not say straight. He started another sentence. When it comes to ceramics, people all over the world will think of China. China's meaning in addition to China. The other meaning is ceramics. It can be said that China is synonymous with ceramics. He stared at Lu Qing with a burning gaze. I'm afraid you think so too. Lu Qing froze. Wasn't it? It is assumed that every teacher who teaches this word tells where it comes from. And, as learned in textbooks in other subjects, it's always been that way. Chinese porcelain is famous overseas. That's how he's never perceived it, even if he hadn't known much about the field before. But it was clear that there was something in Director Young's words. Lu Qing nodded and said, I do think so. Aha, Chief Young said. You thought right. Lu Qing looked at Director Yang in confusion. What it means? How does that make me answer? Director Yang laughed. In fact, you are not wrong to think so. Our country's market share of daily use porcelain still ranks first in the world. In areas such as Europa and Eagle Jam, even Starbucks mugs, Tweedledum's mugs, all these big brands use our daily porcelain. Even the tail end of our China can make it to the shelves of the biggest supermarket chains in the coconut countries. It's this kind of cup. Director Yang picked up the porcelain cup he was drinking from on his desk and showed it to Lu Qing. Porcelain body with grip. Very common cup for drinking. He continued. This kind of cup can be bought for more than 40 renminbi dollars when it goes into their stores, but it costs less than $2 when it goes out from us. So that's the most embarrassing thing about our porcelain at the moment. Most of the time, we're just being brand movers. In other words, in the field of daily use porcelain, our porcelain relies on volume to win. As a relatively not very technical type of ceramics, daily porcelain does not have a lot of technology or artistry to compare it to. At the high end of the market in Europe and the United States, the island's fine porcelain still grabs nearly half of the market. However, daily use porcelain is only a branch of the many porcelain, other to building porcelain, special porcelain, art porcelain, electric porcelain, and then take special porcelain for example. Although it does not seem difficult, but this precision domestic is currently cannot do. Europa Eagle Sauce Island countries. These countries have mastered the technology has finished far more than our country. They take the technology, order to the domestic porcelain enterprises to do OEM, most of the money, are they earned. Lu Qing probably understood what Director Yang meant, high-tech all in others. Most of the domestic enterprises in the downstream of the industrial chain, do the most tired work, get the least money. In fact, this phenomenon is also not only seen in the field of porcelain. In many industries, there is such a predicament. To make a breakthrough, you have to invest more in R&D. However, in the porcelain this traditional strengths, there is also such a situation, which makes Lu Qing very surprised. Director Yang, continuing back to daily use porcelain, China's daily use porcelain has not yet gotten rid of the concept of pots and pans for the time being. We will always be doing tableware, while in foreign countries, porcelain has long been treated as art, tapping into its added value. Lu Qing, you to guess. The world's 7 top ceramic brands. Our country can account for how many? How many? Lu Qing frowned in thought. If he had listened to Commissioner Young before, he might have guessed that 3 of the 7 were conservative. After all, JD Town has been firing porcelain since the Eastern Jin dynasty, more than 600 years ago. In the heyday of the Song and Yuan dynasties, the official kiln porcelain far from the shock of overseas, known as the Millennium Porcelain Capital. This cultural context breeds how bad could it be? But listening to Director Yang, it seems that the development of modern porcelain is not as optimistic as expected. Lu Qing asked tentatively, a family? Director Yang shook his head. The answer is none of them. The 7 are Royal Copenhagen of the Fairytale Kingdom, Heron of Mazar, Wedgwood of the Corrupted Kingdom, Meissen of the Hanseatic Kingdom, Berto of the Gallic Chicken, Elegant Porcelain Puppets of the Matador Legion, and Narumi of the Island Kingdom. In the field of luxury porcelain, one of our brands does not exist. The island began by copying our porcelain, and in the early 17th century, produced its own porcelain, which developed very rapidly in just over 400 years. Nowadays, in the high-end porcelain market, it has already occupied a place, and Chinese porcelain, which we are so proud of, has a largely negligible share of the high-end international market, and there are many examples similar to porcelain. Lu Qing looked at Director Yang and listened attentively. These were things that he didn't have a chance to learn about in normal times. Hearing Director Yang personally give him a lecture today has opened his eyes. On another note, soy sauce, as we all know, was invented in China, probably more than 3,000 years ago during the Zhou dynasty. After 755 AD, the technology of brewing soy sauce in China was spread to the island countries. They gradually developed soy sauce into a culture, and now the island's soy sauce has instead become the representative of Oriental soy sauce. Currently the island's Kikkoman holds about 50% of the global soy sauce market, and foreign supermarkets put together soy sauce from the 2 countries, but the price difference is nearly 10 times. Alas, Director Yang sighed. It's all handed down from the old ancestors. Lu Qing also deeply regretted it. Our modern porcelain industry is like most industries. More quantity, more brands, but less fine porcelain. The island started by imitating our porcelain. But now, our porcelain enterprises are imitating the island and other countries. This has to be considered sad. In the early years, there was a street interview in which foreigners were randomly asked to think of 3 things about China, and porcelain was the most frequently mentioned answer. But, Director Young's words changed. Porcelain is again different from the rest of the industry. An objective fact, made in China is getting better and better, but most of it has yet to get rid of the image of cheap factories and Shanghai. But Chinese porcelain still has a chance. Chinese porcelain can be considered one of the few globally recognized Chinese products, but also one of the few Chinese products that can take the high-end route. As early as 600 years ago, blue and white porcelain has conquered the world. In recent years, Chinese porcelain has also been constantly revolutionizing and learning various new techniques to innovate, integrate and change. This time, there are a lot of innovative exhibits of blue and white porcelain, trying to rebloom the former glory in this Porcelain International Exchange event. Director Yang stared at Lu Qing and said, using a Chinese-style song to enhance the international influence of Chinese porcelain during the opening ceremony of the exhibition is a temporary idea of mine, but I think it is very feasible. So Lu Qing, I invited you here because I want to talk to you. This is not only a business exhibition, but also a stage to display culture. Can you help me accomplish it? Lu Qing sensed the sincerity in Director Yang's words. That Director Yang really wanted to make Chinese porcelain better. Fortunately, Lu Qing could contribute. He nodded solemnly. It is incumbent. After bidding farewell to Director Yang, it was still early, so instead of returning to the hotel, Lu Qing went to the exhibition site. Lu Qing entered the exhibition hall after showing his work permit. The exhibition hall site is full of technology. The whole exhibition hall is divided into 4 major areas: porcelain area, equipment area, trading area, opening area. The largest area is the China section. Lu Qing went straight to the porcelain area after picking up points in the opening area. The porcelain area is divided into thousands of cubicles for the exhibitors at the show. Half of them are domestic companies and the other half are foreign porcelain companies. At this point, there is still a week to go before the opening of the exhibition, but part of the enterprise has already put the exhibitors' porcelain ready. Ah! Lu Qing! Lu Qing was startled by a shriek. He stopped in his tracks and looked back. A young girl looked agitated and excited as she stomped her little steps in place. Holy shit! It's really Lu Qing! The girl said in surprise, covering her mouth in disbelief. Hello! Lu Qing understood. This was running into a fan. Ah! Oh! Hello! My mother? Lu Qing, how could you? Oh! I'm an employee of a local porcelain business in JD Town, responsible for placing the exhibits. I'm a fan of yours. The female fan was incoherent. Haha, hello, what's your name? Lu Qing didn't have much experience with this whole fan thing, but he knew that sincerity definitely wouldn't go wrong. Call me Xiao Lu, the female fan said excitedly. Everyone in our company calls me that. Can I take a picture with you later? Lu Qing said. That's fine. He simply went into Xiao Lu's exhibit compartment. Hey, this porcelain vase is different from others. He saw that the color and patterns of the porcelain placed on Xiao Lu's booth were very different. You mean the color of the porcelain vase? Xiao Lu covered her mouth and laughed. As soon as he talked about expertise, Lu immediately confident, this is azure. This is the color of the roux kiln, and the color of porcelain is our company this important innovation. Celadon blue color of Celadon porcelain. This is one of the products that are strongly promoted in this exhibition. The blue and white porcelain green material of the Yuan dynasty originated from the Sumo Li Qing of the Middle East. This ore is low in manganese and high in iron. The finished porcelain was fired in a darker color. Now you see, it's almost that color. Xiao Lu pointed to a cubicle diagonally across the street and said to Lu Qing. As Lu Qing looked over, the blue with black in it did have a sense of depth to it. Lu continued, to the Ming and Qing dynasties, Sumo Li Qing mine is cut off after doing the blue and white porcelain gradually replaced with domestic green material. This green material commonly known as soil green, high iron and low cobalt. Cobalt material fired blue porcelain blue became elegant, plain show up. You can now see most of the blue and white porcelain is this color. And Celadon porcelain has also created Celadon 5 color and peacock green glazes and other derivatives. You see, Xiao Lu pointed out another booth for Lu Qing. Lu Qing saw a surprisingly colorful porcelain. Red, yellow, blue and green are concentrated in a bottle. Lu Qing nodded his head repeatedly. Good man. He's gained insight again. What about our azure blue Celadon, which is a color borrowed from the roux kilns? The roux kiln uses agate in the glaze, and the glaze is azure, pinkish green, sky blue and other colors. In order to melt the roux kiln's azure color into the blue and white porcelain, this can take our enterprise 3 years of time but I can't say the specific details. And until now, even with the convenience of modern industry, the success rate of firing has not been high, and it is still under development. Xiao Lu suddenly realized that he had a lot to say and hurriedly cut off the conversation. After seeing Lu Qing, she got a little forgetful and rattled off a bunch of boring knowledge, but she swore that she didn't mean to show off. She was just excited to see a star and didn't hold back from saying it. She then carefully glanced at Lu Qing. He won't annoy me, right? He won't stop taking pictures with me, will he? Lu Qing, on the other hand, had an odd expression on his face. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you. This lyric was explained by Fong specifically for this purpose in his previous life. Inspired by a poem, after the rain, the clouds break. This color is for the future. Thus the lyrics. However, the sky green is the color of the roux kiln. But he made the song as pop music, about a popular culture. Look at the meaning. But the roux kiln is very rare. Only 60 pieces of heirloom. The song is called Roux Kiln is not popular enough. But this lyric in the first line of the chorus, he couldn't give it up. That's why I kept the lyrics even after I decided on the title of the song Celadon. Lu Qing looked at the azure-colored porcelain vase in front of him, pondering. Now it seems, the bug doesn't exist, and a windfall. In fact, as pop music goes, little flaws like that don't matter at all. As usual, The previous life Celadon was widely spread both at home and abroad. Lu Qing returned to the hotel after taking a picture with Xiao Lu. Since he had already decided on the song, Lu Qing no longer hesitated. He reached out to Lu Guoping and threw the song's lyric sheet directly at him. Give it to you in 2 days. Well, Mr. Lu is always so reliable. What comes next is simple. Lu Qing only had to wait to participate in the next day's song selection. At this point, the internet is buzzing with discussion. According to reliable news, the much-anticipated International Ceramics Expo urgently called for exhibition promotional songs a few days ago, and as of now, a large number of top domestic composers have already traveled to the JD Town exhibition, and top producers such as Shen Yiming, Ding Chang, and Deng Xinpei have already moved on. There's also an unreliable piece of news that Lu Qing is said to be among the temporary invitees. What? Lu Qing is in it too? Now any news that is related to Lu Qing is bound to be on the hot search, as Lu Qing's every new song must become a hit. But he never consumed his reputation and did not take any endorsement ads. The man has always kept a low profile on variety shows, so he has saved up a good amount of roadkill. I read the information about this porcelain exhibition. It's not simple. Surprisingly, it's state-sponsored, and it seems to be getting a lot of attention abroad. How can you start preparing a promo song for such an important event? Why did you do it so long ago? Who knows? I don't know what to think. Originally I was ready to start spraying, but I saw Lu Qing's name. Then I'm relieved. Creating this thing, looking for Lu Qing counts as finding the right person. Upstairs, don't be too confident. Look at who's competing with Lu Qing. Which composer hasn't made more than 100 golden songs? It doesn't have to be Lu Qing. Okay. Lu Qing also saw the discussion on the internet, only it was a bit different than what he expected. He had expected to be competing with some songwriter for his work. I didn't realize it was with a bunch of gold standard songwriters. Shen Yiming, one of the top composers in the industry, debuted with his first song, Summer Night Sky, with the then rising star Zhang Tian, which won the Best Composer of the Year award that year. In the following 2 decades, it has maintained a close working relationship with Zhang Tian, whose hit songs for each album were all handled by Shen Yiming. And the word of mouth has always been good. Until recent years, Zhang Tian in the singing world in a semi-retired state. Shen Yiming and other singers after the cooperation frequently have gold songs burst. The strength of all can be seen. Ding Chang, one of the 3 major entertainment companies in the industry, is the top female composer signed by Sky Harvest Entertainment. She has composed no less than 100 golden songs by her hand, so Sky Harvest Entertainment has given her the top treatment. As long as Ding Chang was still with Sky Harvest Entertainment, even if he didn't write a single song, Sky Harvest Entertainment would pay him more than $10 million a year. During her time at Sky Harvest Entertainment, there was really a 3-year creative window, and she didn't make a single song. Sky Harvest Entertainment is also not ambiguous. The salary is paid as usual, and not once rushed. 3 years later, her songwriting was also in full swing, writing more than 60 tunes in a year, each one a hit, recognized as one of the top songwriters in the industry. Lu Qing and successively understand the composer with his competition. These materials on the internet has been enthusiastic netizens to organize a good. After all, netizens are like to get together. Works of competition, this kind of thing, they can be too much like to see. The reason I know this is because I have a meeting with these songwriters tomorrow, and being a junior, I would look rude if I couldn't name them then. But Lu Qing didn't think much about the rest. His song was already set anyway, just waiting for Mr. Lu's accompaniment to be sent over. The rest doesn't require much thought on its own. Day 2. Backstage of the exhibition hall, temporary conference room. Lu Qing followed the staff's guidance and pushed the door in. Around the conference table at this point, a dozen or so songwriters and lyricists were already seated around the table. Most of them are in their 40s and 50s, and 2 of the composers are in their 60s, and are even more titanic figures in the composing world. None of the generalizations. Seeing Lu Qing enter, they stopped their hands in unison. Ha ha ha, it's Lu Qing. He's really handsome. Come, sit here. An enthusiastic woman in her 40s waved at Lu Qing. Hello Mr. Ding Chang. I've heard of your great name a long time ago, and I really like the songs you've written. Lu Qing walked over. Ding Chun laughed. Even more big names can't be compared to you. Now the most discussed person in the composing circle is you, and all of our limelight has been overshadowed by you. Don't you flatter me. This time I came here to learn from all the seniors. Lu Qing said. Sister Ding, don't tease Lu Qing. He just arrived in his but hasn't even sat down yet. A man in his 40s with long hair and braids said. Lu Qing said. Hello, Mr. Shen. Shen Yiming stroked his braid and nodded his head in greeting to Lu Qing. Ding Chen was not happy at this time. Who is your sister? Don't call me sister. Call me old. Lu Qing calling me sister is more like it. Shen Yiming looked aggrieved. Sister Ding, you can't be like this. I'm just a year younger than you. Why are you treating Lu Qing differently? Because Lu Qing is handsome, Ding Chang said. I didn't expect Xiao Ding to be a face controller. Deng Peixing glanced at Lu Chang, then patted Shen Yiming on the back. Alright little Shun. We didn't lose unfairly. Shen Yiming had a black line on his head. Was this considered comforting? Ha 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 ha. The world where only Shin gets hurt is reached. Old Shun. Didn't you just say that Lu Qing was more talented than you even when you were younger and that you couldn't compare to him? Was that a polite remark? Someone added. Shen Yiming said. Old Lu. I said you've produced so few ballad songs in the past 2 years. So it turns out that you've been studying thick black science in the past 2 years. What I said is true. Look at our circle. Besides Lu Qing, I'm the youngest, and for that matter, I'm still more than 20 years older than Lu Qing. Lu Qing is sitting at the same table with all the top composers at this age. There's a lot to be said for the younger generation. The crowd nodded in agreement. That's right. The more I listen to the song Childhood, the more uncomplicated it becomes. I like Moonlight a little bit more. I haven't heard a martial arts style in years. Moonlight that was enhanced by Lu Qing's vocals. If you ask me, my favorite tune is still The Most Dazzling National Wind. Lu Qing was a bit confused. Is this a competition for works? Or is it my commendation meeting? He didn't realize that these long-established songwriters were so lively. Don't say it again. Teachers, I'll drift away if I say it again. Compared to you teachers, I still have a lot to learn. Lu Qing got acquainted with everyone. During the chat, a few more well-known songwriters and lyricists came in. The creators invited to the show arrived in droves. 23 in all. At this point, a middle-aged man with a small 8-pointed beard and a thin face entered the conference room. Yo, isn't this Director Nye? Why are you here to join in the fun? Deng Peixing apparently knew this man. Nye Chang made a bitter face. You think I want to? Both of the programs in my hand have been put on hold for the time being, and I've been sent by the higher-ups to straighten out the show's opening ceremony. He stood at the conference table and scanned the room. Hello to all the top composers in the industry. To introduce myself, I am Nye Chang, the general director of this porcelain opening ceremony. Some may recognize me, some may not, but that doesn't matter. The crowd laughed in unison. Director Nye is joking. Who doesn't recognize Director Nye's great name? The best director among showbiz singers and the most knowledgeable about music among directors. Nye Chang's musical talent is extremely strong. Although he is not from a music class, his music level kills most of the singers in the entertainment industry. Being a director himself and obsessed with the directing industry, he did not choose to specialize in music, but he's in the music business and the directing business. He said to the crowd, I won't say much more. First of all, I thank you all for coming. Everyone here is a top songwriter and lyricist in the country, representing the highest level in the industry. This is a special and urgent task. You need to create songs about porcelain within 2 days, but this subject is so niche that many people can't get to know more about it. To inspire your creativity, I've brought in a few porcelain experts, and you can ask them questions at any time. The requirement of the song is that it is related to porcelain and Chinese-style music, which is required to be easy to understand, and at the same time it undertakes the task of spreading abroad. It's a tight schedule, removing the time for recording and choreography, and the songs have to be out in 2 days. I have prepared a lot of empty rooms on this floor of the exhibition hall, and those who need independent creative space can find it themselves. The exhibition hall on the first floor has a lot of porcelain objects. You can also go shopping. By the way, the temporary recording studio is upstairs, where recording equipment and instruments are available. Any other requests, just mention them, and we'll definitely fulfill what we can satisfy everyone. As long as you all come up with a good song within 2 days. Gentlemen, please begin. Ha, that's a start? It's too much of a rush. 2. A lot of people are not ready in their minds, but thinking about the time, it does come down to crunch time. Deng Peixing drew his laptop directly from his backpack and went straight to work. First gathering information on the internet. He gets into the swing of things quickly, and he's usually not particular about the environment in which he creates. On the other side, Shen Yiming picked up the blue and white porcelain and scrutinized it, which was also brought by director Nye Chang, and then he began to ask the porcelain expert next to him for advice. Someone else silently got up and went next door to find an empty room. He needed very quiet to create. Some people run upstairs to the recording studio to get their instruments for inspiration. Soon the crowd was in the groove. Ding Cheng took out a notepad and pen from his bag, then took out a large headset and connected it to his cell phone's Bluetooth, ready to play a few songs to find a state. Suddenly she turned her head to look at Lu Qing. Don't you even need a pen and paper? No. Thank you, Sister Ding, Lu Qing said. Ding Cheng didn't understand. You're sitting here dry and the song comes out? She had summoned Lu Qing by her side and actually wanted to see what Lu Qing's usual creative state was like. As a fellow songwriter, She was actually very interested in Lu Qing's process of creating songs. Seeing that Ding Cheng kept staring at him, Lu Qing had no choice but to say, "Me, I guess. I just get inspired and swish the song and it pops out." Lu Qing was waiting for Lu Guoping's accompaniment. As soon as the backing vocals are in place, he can just record the song. The creative process? It doesn't exist. But he couldn't sit straight for 2 days. So while all the creators were busy in a frenzy, Lu Qing went out for 2 days. Director Nia Chang didn't stop him when he saw this. Everyone has a different way of finding inspiration. He's seen weird ones, like having to be on the toilet to find inspiration. But he hadn't seen one that didn't move with a single stroke like Lu Qing. As he watched the time pass by, Lu Qing couldn't tell that he was in a hurry at all. And some have even finished 2 songs already. I say, Mr. Shana, the speed of your songwriting is too fast. The last song just said no. It's only been a few hours. Your second song is ready. Nia Chang said. Hey, Director Nia, I'm a fast shooter. Shen Yiming squeezed his eyebrows. Ahem. No need to go into detail. Nia Chang took the score and sight-sang it. And he had the skills of an accomplished singer. Not bad. He glanced at Shen Yiming, having made 2 songs in 2 days. And both of them were above par. Not bad for one of the top songwriters in the country. I was just in too much of a hurry to work on the tune and polish it. To take this tune as the opening song would be short of the mark. Shen Yiming returned to the conference room with the tunes and began a new round of compositions. I say, Shaoshan, you're also too fast. 2 songs are done. I'm not even open here. You're putting me under a lot of pressure. That's right. You a moment a slip. I look more anxious. I have hair gripped bald also thought of 2 good ideas. You are good. Right 2 songs. Shen Yiming, however, said seriously, I'm not hiding anything from you all. In fact, a year ago, I had the idea of creating a similar song, and the information was also collected, but I just never put pen to paper to write it. Now that I saw the blue and white porcelain on the scene, plus the explanation of several porcelain masters, my inspiration exploded. I actually thought that both of these songs were good, but when I took them over to Director Nia, they were both rejected. It seems that Director Nia has very high standards. At this point, another songwriter returned to the conference room. How's it going, Mr. Lee? Shen Yiming asked. Composer Lee shook his head. No, it was returned. Although the time is short, the quality requirements are not low. There were 5 or 6 people who went to find Director Nia before me, and they were all sent back. I've asked. The words don't work. The songs don't work. The Chinese style is not the right flavor. Is too difficult. The crowd scratched their heads again. Seriously, if this wasn't a task sent down from above, I wouldn't take it if it killed me. It's too hard a job. Alas, I don't even have a comprehensive understanding of blue and white porcelain, so I really can't create anything in this state. If I really follow Director Nia's standards, I don't think anyone will be able to create anything in the end. You can't say that 24 of the country's top songwriters and not one of them can act? Deng Peixin listened to the discussion of his peers, then glanced around from side to side. All of them hadn't rested well in the past 2 days, and many of them had bloodshot eyes and depressed mental states. All tortured enough by this song, it seemed to him that there was a good chance that the end result would be to pick one out of the short ones by force. Ding, what about you? You've made more than 60 chart-topping songs in a year, and none of them have low rankings, so if there's any hope for any of us here, it can only be you, Deng Peixin said to Ding Chang. Once Ding Chang was in a creative state, he was very oblivious and totally oblivious, and was particularly slow to notice what was going on around him. Phew, the song is finally done. Ding Chang let out a long breath. Mr. Deng, what are you saying to me? She vaguely sensed that someone was talking to her. Deng Peixin cried and laughed. It's been an hour. What kind of brain circuit is this? What? Is this your song done? Aha. Ding Chang nodded. How does it feel? Deng Peixin asked. I feel pretty good. Come on, let's all take a look, Ding Chang said. The people in the conference room came behind Ding Chang. She showed the songbook to the crowd and hummed it. Her voice was average, but adequate for display purposes only. During this time, 2 more creators who had been returned joined in. But Ding, you can this. It's much better than what I wrote. Created in 2 days, I reckon. Oh no, I'm sure Tiny Song is the best one yet. Well, it's better than mine. Shen Yiming also gave Ding Chang a thumbs up. Ding Chang, who has been recognized by many peers, is 3 times more confident. Then I can go find Director Nia. Ding Chang got up. Go ahead. You're carrying the face of all our creators, Deng Peixin joked. Because as of now, most of them have been returned once. More than 20 songs have been returned by Director Nia, and those that didn't turn in, probably couldn't make it. 10 minutes later, Ding Chang returned to the conference room. All eyes were on her. Well, passed yet. Ding Chang hung his head and said, No, Director Nye said the tune is still almost flavorful. GG, all gone. Deng Peixin was like announcing a death sentence. Hey, not necessarily. Oh, there's another person you guys forgot? Xin Yiming said. Who? Lu Qing. Xin Yiming said. Oh yeah, and him. Come on, I haven't seen him in the past 2 days. There's still the last hour before the deadline. Even if Lu Qing is on a rocket, he won't be able to write a song in time. At this point, one person was returned with another retraction and heard people talking about Lu Qing. No, I just saw Lu Qing come back from outside and went to the studio to record a song. Lu Qing immediately came to the temporary recording studio after receiving the accompaniment for Green Porcelain. The conditions here are not as good as a professional studio recording sound quality, but it's no problem at all to record a demo. By the time the opening ceremony rolled around, he was singing live and didn't need a studio version of too high a quality. He hadn't been wandering around for the past few days, but had actually been figuring out how the songs would be sung and sung. So the recording process was a snap, with simple denoising, balancing and other processing, and the song took shape. For the past 2 days, the recording studio had been busy with lyricists here, and now that it was nearing delivery, only Lu Qing himself was left. In fact, thanks to Lu Qing's strong vocals, the sample sound of the finished song can already reach the standard of online. He went to Director Nye Chang's office with the just-produced Cyanide. Director Nye has been reviewing the script. I don't know if Green Porcelain will satisfy Director Nye. Lu Qing knocked on the office door. There was a squeak, but it was Nye Chang's temporary female assistant who opened the door. Director Nye isn't here? Lu Qing was surprised. The delivery time is over. Director Nye just went out, the female assistant said. Lu Qing looked at the time. It is now 4:30 p.m., half an hour before the agreed delivery time. It shouldn't. There were less than 3 days to produce the accompaniment for Qinghua Porcelain, and Lu Qing deliberately left himself less time and gave more time to Mr. Lu Guopeng in order to make the accompaniment achieve the desired effect. Luckily, Mr. Lu's professionalism was top-notch, and the accompaniment to Blue and White Porcelain was produced to look almost exactly the same as it did in his previous life, with only minor differences in details. Lu Qing finished recording the song the first time he got the backing track. All of this was within Lu Qing's plan. Where did Director Nye go? Lu Qing asked. He didn't say. I think he went to the conference room, probably to finalize the final opening song, but the way I look at him, it seems like the songs that were turned in over the past 2 days didn't satisfy him, the female assistant said. Okay, thank you. Lu Qing went straight to the conference room. Conference room. Nye Chang sat at the head of the conference table. At the moment he was in low spirits. His hair was disheveled like a chicken coop, and his eyes were red, bloodshot, and bearded like a savage who hadn't shaved in a long time. Combined with his already thin face, he looked like a sick man. He took a sip of water to ease his nerves, which had been tense with anxiety for 2 days. Nye Chang hadn't had a full night's sleep since receiving this opening ceremony assignment. Every day I think about how to do it right. There was already a time crunch, and Director Young added the opening song on an ad hoc basis, adding insult to injury. All he could do was shrink his time off and keep talking to his songwriting teachers about what was going on with the songs, but the results still didn't meet his expectations. Alas, it's impossible for any top songs to appear in 2 days. Nye Chang sighed in his heart, but the songs that were turned in were above par. Songs by the likes of Ding Chang, Xin Yiming and Deng Peixin are also unbeatable. You can choose from the songs of these three, but I'm leaning more towards Ding Chang's song Waxia Xiang Ripple. Play it during the meeting. So many top songwriters here. Use Waxia Xiang Tian as a base and see if you can get some sparks to make the song better. Thanks to me summoning all this talent here. Otherwise the opening song would have surely been pulled down. And now I've done the best I could. Alright, everyone's here. Let's get started. Nye Chang spoke. More than 24 songwriters sat on either side of the conference table, all with haggard faces, not having been subjected to the songs for the past 2 days. It's not all together yet. Director Nye, Ding Chang reminded. There's still one Lu Qing missing, but the others are all together. Nye Chang looked over and the seat next to Ding Chang was empty. Lu Qing. It's the young man. Nye Chang instantly recalled that Lu Qing still stood out in a crowd of middle-aged and old people. Moreover, Lu Qing's reputation in the circle had not been low in recent times, and Nye Chang could always hear people in the circle mentioning it. However, due to being so busy, he hadn't listened to a single one of Lu Qing's songs, so he wasn't too keen on Lu Qing either. The gold medal songwriters at the conference table were all invited under the guise of the expo. Only Lu Qing was stuffed from above, but he didn't have any prejudice against Lu Qing because of this. It was just that in the past 2 days, every composer or lyricist came to talk to him at least 3 times or more, and some of them would even talk for an hour. Lu Qing didn't even look for him once. By the deadline, Lu Qing hadn't turned in his manuscript either. He couldn't figure out if Lu Qing didn't take the song seriously or some other reason. For example, Lu Qing wasn't quite as creative as he'd heard. This time around, 4 of the 20 or so creators didn't deliver either. But he at least knew that the 4 had been racking their brains to create something. They just really weren't inspired. Lu Qing's words, "Let's not wait for Lu Qing. Let's just get started. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for your creativity over the past 2 days, which has been the biggest support for me. I thank you all a million times over. I've been involved in more than a few of your songs over the past few days, and if you believe in my musical tastes, I'm here to say one thing from the bottom of my heart, they're all good songs. There are also 4 teachers who didn't end up with songs, because the creative environment was too humble this time, interrupting several teachers' creative thoughts, which was my negligence. Once again, thank you to all the teachers." Nye Chang stood up and bowed to everyone present. Ha ha ha, Director Nye is dripping with water. Although it's urgent this time, the song I composed does have some flaws. It's not that satisfying. I think Shin Yeming's song is actually pretty good. At least it's better than mine, someone said. Let's be honest. I've basically read everyone's songs, and the one by Ding Chang, I think it's the most compatible in every aspect, another composer said. Let's not be polite, Director Nye. To put it bluntly, we're all working hard for the opening ceremony song. In my opinion, let's go with Xiao Ding's song, Deng Peixin said. Sister Ding's song is better than mine. I agree, Xin Yiming said. Yeah, the theme of this song is too difficult, but it's a good thing that Ding Chang made a song. Otherwise you'd say where do we put the face of the 20 or so of us, and we're all top songwriters, so we wouldn't be a laughing stock when we say it. The crowd laughed. Nye Chang followed suit and laughed. Okay, then let's play Ding Chang's song once, so everyone can listen to it. It's a song he took the time to record a demo of. Originally, he wanted to find Lu Qing. After all, Lu Qing was a professional singer, but after turning around twice and not finding Lu Qing's people, he could only go on his own. Of course, the final singer isn't him, and there's someone else to pick. Everyone can give their opinions. I have no problem with that at all. Ding Chang said, many creators have a mental cleanliness fetish, not allowing others to dictate the creation of their works. But obviously Ding Chang does not have such a cleanliness fetish. The crowd dropped their hearts. The song played away in the conference room. Blue Lines, Millennium Porcelain, The Charm of Stone Green. Soon, the song was played. The crowd has spoken out. I think the middle interlude would be better with an arrow and lute. Wouldn't it be better to change the lyrics of the first line of the chorus from time to years? The melodic motif in the first line of the opening could be changed a bit more. Ding Chang nodded her head frequently. Many people's opinions made sense to her. Good lord, it was the first time she had encountered more than 20 people doing a song, but because the time of creation was so short, the details of the song Chinese Auspicious Stripes itself were missing, and the crowd's improvement plan did make the song better. Nye Chang let out a huge sigh of relief. In that case, the unveiling song for the opening ceremony of this expo is finalized. At that moment, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Sure enough, it's all here, the visitor said softly. Lu Qing, what took you so long? The crowd was discussing intensely, and they had almost forgotten about this number. Didn't we say we'd meet at 5? But I didn't expect everyone to start early. I just went to Director Nye's office to hand in my script and the assistant said that Director Nye was here. Lu Qing explained. Nye Chang frowned. Submission? He looked around the room, where the crowd had almost settled on the song after discussion. You this time. Good lord. Lu Qing quickly filled everyone's ears. I thought you had done something in the past 2 days. Ding Chang suddenly said. Said Nye Chang, then play it again. Even though he had some dislike for Lu Qing, he would not reject him. Lu Qing still didn't know what had happened. After handing the flash drive to Nye Chang, he came and sat down next to Ding Chang. Nye Chang bristled, inserted the USB flash drive into the computer, and clicked play. Let's see what Lu Qing, a god, can hold back after playing for 2 days? Ding Chang whispered. Thought you weren't coming. How can I? Since we took on this mission, we have to finish it seriously. Lu Qing said. I don't see where you're serious, but I do see you playing quite seriously. Ding Chang looked askance at Lu Qing. This is just picking the wind. Sister Ding, Lu Qing defended himself. Alas, just 2 days where there is no work to pick up the wind. But the big guy's worried. Time is too short. Especially Nye Director. These 2 days hair have to lose 3 pounds. Just now you were not there. Nye Guide led the discussion of the song. Just missing you. Ding Chang explained the previous meeting for Lu Qing. Oh, come on. At this point, the intro to the song came through the speakers. A strong Chinese flavor comes to mind. The crowd was instantly drawn to the intro. One looked serious. Just 3 minutes ago, the crowd had already identified Ding Chang's Chinese Auspicious Stripes as the opening song in their minds. I didn't expect Lu Qing, who had been quiet and had a very low presence for the past 2 days, to suddenly kill out. That intro. There's something about that song. No, this isn't a demo. The accompaniment of this song is too well done. Is this something Lu Qing made in 2 days? Impossible. Lu Qing hasn't even touched a musical instrument in the past 2 days. Some of the crowd marveled, while others began to whisper. The key is that the flavor of the song is so right. The intro's 20 seconds or so are devoted to the big element of Chinese style through the many Chinese-inspired instruments. At this moment, Lu Qing's voice came out. The vegetal embryo outlines the cyanotype, and the brushwork is thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies as you first made up. Ren sandalwood through the window. The heart of the matter is clear to me. The pen on rice paper is halfway to this point on hold. The crowd was wide-eyed. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Crap. This camera sense. This sense of image. Deng Peixin's level of lyricism is much higher than his level of composing, and he can clearly feel the movement trajectory of the camera images. A porcelain vase embryo into the eyes. The camera pushed close, only to see it above a brush outlined in blue and white. Brush strokes from thick to light. The line of sight changes so that the camera to see the upper side of the paintings. Is a peony pattern? See this pattern? I think of the first time I saw you when you look like. The camera pulls away again. And as I see the sandalwood misting through the paper window, I finally realize what I'm thinking about in the moment. What's pulling my thoughts away? For this reason, I had to stop writing. The image returns to reality. And on the rice paper, the work is only halfway finished. Deng Peixin felt his scalp tingle. These 4 lines of lyrics. One false once thing, one real I prospect. This combination of false and real penmanship. This sense of rhythm in the lyrics. By a celadon vase leading to a story. This ancient flavor. Absolute. Even if he only heard those 4 lines. He concluded, the unveiling song for the show's opening ceremony was set. He looked over to Ding Chang and found her listening to the song with rapt attention. A glazed rendering of a lady's figure. The rhyme is privatized. And you smiled sweetly, like a bud. A wisp of your beauty drifts away, going where I can't go. The song is put here and everyone realizes the horror of the song. All of us here are top songwriters. Appreciation levels are all over the line. In particular, they agonized over the same creative theme for 2 days. Shen Yiming looked at Lu Qing incredulously. How did he come up with that writing style? He knows more about celadon than any other songwriter. A lot of information he had gathered in advance. But there has not been any good ideas, specifically to marvel at the beauty of celadon. Too monotonous. Right easily become let a person have a sense of distance. The first song he's done in the last 2 days is about that. Rhetoric is beautiful and gives the impression that it is to be seen from afar. It's not at all commonplace. Most of the ordinary people who would go to specialize in the appreciation of celadon. So his first song was returned by Nye Chang, and this song by Lu Qing. It's not empty at all, because he's telling a story. Lu Qing used a lot of personal pronouns, instantly substituting people in. The celadon is just an introduction, and the image is beautiful, while the story underneath is thought-provoking. But the theme of the song is the blue and white porcelain. Lu Qing absolutely cannot just let it show one side and then no longer mention. Shen Yiming stared at Lu Qing while listening to the song attentively. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, cooking smoke rises millions of miles across the river. Scribe Chinese script on the bottom of the bottle, imitating the drift of the previous dynasty. Consider me ambushed for meeting you. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, the moon was salvaged and fainted away the ending. Like heirloom celadon, beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. From Shen Yiming heard the first line of the chorus. His brain boom, such as a thunderbolt, not because the lyrics are very hot, but because the expressive power of the lyrics is too strong, so much so that he didn't concentrate on the later tunes. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, Shen Yiming murmured softly, repeating the lyrics all the time. He remembered what he had gathered. Celestial blue blazes are difficult to fire. Wait until it rains to fire. Temperature and humidity are missing, so one must wait. Wait with one's life for that moment when it rains. And then only when the temperature is just right can one burn the most beautiful azure color. This symbolizes love, not knowing when she will appear in front of you and having to wait with your life. But there must be a moment like this when you just happen to be there and she just happens to come. When will I make such absolutely beautiful lyrics? I wonder if I can wait with my life. Shen Yiming was impressed. He listened to the second verse of the song obsessively, until the whole song is played. The conference room was silent. Everyone was still savoring the afterglow of the song. Ding Chang's squinted eyes suddenly opened as she grabbed Lu Qing's arm. Just now, I said that you weren't serious, and now I take it back. But, aren't you a bit too serious? Lu Qing, why didn't you get this song out earlier if you had it? It caused everyone to be tortured for 2 days. The first moment actually feels that Huaxia Shangtian is not bad. Change it according to everyone's ideas, and even hit the list. Now, the song Huaxia Xiangtian won't be coming out again. Celadon is amazing. The people attending the meeting finally woke up and their eyes changed as they looked at Lu Qing. This song is the best Chinese style I've heard so far, said a songwriter dedicated to the study of Chinese style songs. Celadon. This is the opening song of my heart. The latter is a good thing. Not polite this time. Afterward, everyone looked at Nia Chang in unison. Director Nia, what do you think? Nia Chang's thoughts returned to reality when he heard the crowd calling him. He was mesmerized by the song. Since he took over the opening of the show, he has been frantically cramming his knowledge of porcelain, because there is no statement without understanding. The more I learn, the more I realize the rarity of Lu Qing's song Qinghua Porcelain. Amazing. Impeccable in every way. That's the perfect song to fit the opening of the show. It's a real stepping stone. At this moment, Nia Chang's cell phone vibrated. He picked up his cell phone and prepared to hang up, but I didn't want it to be the alarm clock I had ordered for 1700 hours. With the message, meeting time, determined the opening song. Meeting time. No wonder Lu Qing was late. No, it wasn't Lu Qing who was late, but he himself was early. Nia Chang whirled around and realized the negligence in his attitude towards Lu Qing. The stress of the past few days had kept his nerves on edge and he didn't care about that detail. Not taking Lu Qing seriously, he now suffered from arrogance himself. Everyone here should have heard their own less than concerned attitude towards Lu Qing, the young man. At first, he only saw Lu Qing shaking his head and not putting his heart into creating a song. As time gradually passed and all the songs created by everyone failed to meet the criteria for the show's opening song, he became annoyed with himself and became prejudiced against Lu Qing. However, it was an indisputable fact that Lu Qing must have put in a lot of effort for a song like Qinghua Porcelain to be completed in 2 days. He was fighting day and night. He's actually very hardworking. In the past 2 days, Lu Qing appeared to be lounging around, but in fact, his mind was endlessly brainstorming. Even when Lu Qing went back to sleep, he was studying the songs. Hiss. Nia Chang was secretly alerted that Lu Qing had taught himself a solid lesson. Never underestimate anyone at any time. It's a lesson for myself. Now the congregation is asking me what my opinion is. In fact, I'm not just being asked my opinion on the song, but with the caliber of Celadon, there's no doubt that it will definitely serve as the promotional song for this show. Moreover, before the start of this meeting, Ding Cheng had reminded that Lu Qing had not yet taken his place, but he himself had started the meeting directly. What they really want to see now is my attitude towards Lu Qing. He looked at Lu Qing. First of all, I would like to say sorry to Lu Qing. I have been under a lot of pressure these past few days, so I hope that you will bear with me if there is anything that is not well thought out. Lu Qing looked at Nia Chang in surprise, but he didn't say anything. I only saw Nia Chang continue. There's no doubt that this song Celadon Porcelain meets the requirements for the unveiling song of this exhibition from all angles. Lu Qing is truly a very talented young man. Amazing. With that he applauded for Lu Qing. The crowd joined in. More than talented. It's simply radiant. It's as if I can see Lu Qing's entire being glowing. Ding Chang was the first to jump out and exaggerated. I don't even dare to think about what heights Lu Qing can actually reach in the future. Grabbing Lu Qing when he's not a heavenly king right now and taking pictures as a souvenir will definitely be worth money in the future. Someone joked. Little Shun. This time, not only did you lose your face value to Lu Qing, you also lost in songwriting, not to mention the fact that they are still singers. So I don't blame you for Sister Ding looking at Lu Qing. Tang Peixing joked about Xin Yeming. Where is all this going? Xin Yeming's expression was suddenly serious. But then again, did you guys notice that this song Celadon is done in pentatonic scale? Hearing Xin Yeming's words, some people nodded slightly as they too noticed the detail. Someone else came to a realization. No wonder. I said how the flavor of Chinese style is so pure. Lu Qing at this time there is no surprise. Are the industry's top songwriters? Found this point is not strange. Do not find that is strange. The so-called pentatonic scale is an ancient meter, in which the 5 tones are in the order of their phases, starting with the gong tone and ending with the feather tone. In the following order: gong, shang, horn, levitation, feather. A total of 5 tones. In my previous life on Earth, there were many songs that were songs written using only these 5 tones. Born like a summer flower, the sea of change, those flowers, the crowd was actually discussing it at the moment. If you think back carefully, the first 4 lines of the main song, each with a central repeating note, lend themselves to flat storytelling. By the time the chorus has a strong sense of scale jumping. In terms of the arrangement of melodic tones, there is a strong contrast between the main chorus and the chorus, and there is a focus on the main chorus, and the main chorus gives way to the chorus, which stands out more, Xin Yeming said. The crowd picked up the lyrics and compared them to each other, and sure enough, The lyrics and the melody work seamlessly together. The melody told a story, and the lyrics told a story. The melody tells a story, and the lyrics tell a story. The melody puts on the mood, and the lyrics put on the mood. Wonderful. These lyrics. Is it really possible to come up with them in 2 days? Lu Qing, your usual accumulation is too scary. The vocals aren't much to speak of either. Among the singers I've worked with, you're at least in the top 3. Lu Qing, just quite suddenly, a good serious meeting, turned into a commendation meeting. The crowd discussed it for a while longer. Ding Cheng suddenly hugged the blue and white porcelain vase on the conference table, and it was still the one with the only azure pattern. Just as the crowd was wondering, come Lu Qing, sign for sis. Ding Cheng brought the porcelain vase to Lu Qing, then copied a marker from somewhere. Nice guy. Waiting here. The price of this signed Celadon vase is sure to go up when Celadon goes on sale. Sister Ding is so smart. Why didn't I think of that? Shen Yeming watched grudgingly as Lu Qing signed Ding Cheng's name for him. Anyway, the mission is done. Why don't we have dinner together in the evening? Someone proposed. Yeah, it just so happens that we haven't gotten together with each other in a long time. Agreed. Nie Chang revealed a bitter smile. This side of the song is finalized. The biggest piece of mind lifted. One must immediately go and report to Director Yang. This time, the exhibition is unprecedented. The opening ceremony, more than 5,000 companies, more than 100 countries and regions of the media are invited to come. Celadon is a great song, but it also requires careful stage preparation. One has to get as many details right as possible so that the song spreads and spreads fame for Celadon. As much as he would like to befriend these top songwriters and lyricists in the industry, but time didn't allow for that, and there were a bunch of things waiting for him to take care of. He had to apologize and say, I have things to do tonight. I can't go. It's fine. It doesn't matter if you come or not. It's fine if Lu Qing comes. Nie Chang. Day 2. A host of songwriters have left. They are no longer needed here. After 2 days, although they said that they were not selected in the end, Lu Qing's song Chenghua Porcelain convinced them, and it can't be said to be completely unproductive, as all of them obtained Lu Qing's signature on a blue and white porcelain vase. Sit back and wait for appreciation. Outside the hotel, in a van in a public parking lot, a man holding binoculars stared in disbelief as he tapped his partner sitting in the passenger seat. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. It's coming out. They're coming out. The man on the passenger side immediately sat up and reflexively picked up the DSLR camera in his hand and aimed it at the hotel entrance. Yes, the two of them are doggies. They were here to keep an eye on Lu Qing. There was no way around it. Lu Qing just had traffic now. Any news about Lu Qing can be on the hot search. Of course, it's even better if it's scandalous gossip that goes straight to the top of the Hot 100. Shen Yiming came out from the hotel, the lyricist of the Heavenly King's royalty. Is this the theme song of the expo has been finalized? A person said. How should I know? Just keep staring. The other man replied. Deng Peixin is out. Ding Chang is out too. Ooh, what's the situation? Are they all eliminated? They're all out. 20 or so in all. The man in the main driver's seat peeked over his body and reached out to take a piece of letterhead from the back seat in his hand. Then one by one, he corresponded with the top songwriters in the biz who had just walked out of the hotel. There's only Lu Qing left who hasn't come out. The two looked at each other. That is to say, in the end it was Lu Qing who won this artwork competition? That should do it. So hurry up and edit it and send that message to your partner media. Although it's not much breaking news, but it's also a gain. It's still no problem to go on a hot search. Who let Lu Qing have traffic? Soon, major gold medal songwriters have folded. And Lu Qing has spoken out. Everyone here is garbage. An article with a catchy subtitle hits the hot seat. Snapped quickly. I clicked in when I saw Lu Qing, but I ended up with my pants down and you're showing me this? Title party. Reported. I knew it was a fake. Lu Qing wouldn't say something like that. That said, I do think it's true that Lu Qing won the theme song for the final expo entry contest. Aren't there so many gold medal lyricists who can fight? There's no Lu Qing who's a 1-2 punch. Don't give Lu Qing a black eye upstairs. Aren't people curious about Lu Qing's songs? I'm a fan of Lu Qing's songs, and I'm here to listen to Lu Qing sing. I'm a fan of Lu Qing's songs, and I'm here to listen to him. I'm going to make a wild guess, but Lu Qing's song is definitely related to the theme of this expo, which is about history and culture, and it's most likely to be Chinese. It would be good to reveal the title of the song in advance. Celadon? In Director Yang's hand was the lyrics book that Nie Chang had handed him. Nie Chang nodded. Yes, it was finally decided to use Lu Qing's song as the show's unveiling song. When it wasn't you who invited Lu Qing to come, it's really hard to say this time. Director Yang laughed. It wasn't me either. It was Minister Li who recommended Lu Qing to me. Come on, let's hear it. In the end, is this song as magical as you say? Okay, Nie Chang pulled out a small Bluetooth stereo from his bag and placed it on Director Yang's desk. He then hit the play button on his phone. The intro, which has a very Chinese flavor, caught the eye of Director Yang. Immediately afterward, Lu Qing's song came out. The vegetal embryo outlines the cyanotype, and the brushwork is thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies as you first made up. Director Yang closed his eyes and leaned his body back in his boss chair. He teetered, his right foot swirling to the rhythm of the song. Lu Qing's song continued, like heirloom celadone, beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. End of song coda. Director Yang smacked his lips in disbelief. Great song. Good words. Good song. He has a busy work schedule during the week and has little free time to spend on recreation. It's probably been a decade or so since I've actively listened to a song myself. Although I'm not specialized enough in music myself, it's a good song from the listener's point of view. Minister Li's recommendation was indeed correct. Lu Qing is two-timing. Director Yang sighed. What did you say? Nie Chang didn't hear what Director Yang said. Nothing. Good job, Director Nie. It only took 2 days to get the unveiling song done. Director Yang praised. Nie Chang's face is embarrassed. The person is found by you, Director Yang, and the song is written by someone else. Lu Qing, I am just a messenger. I'm redundant. Why doesn't Director Yang directly assign Lu Qing to compose the music for the opening ceremony so that he doesn't have to go through all the trouble of inviting so many songwriters and producers from within the circle? Hair's been falling out for the past 2 days. Director Yang glanced at the lyrics on the book again and returned it to Nie Chang. How's the overall preparation for the opening ceremony going? There are still 3 days to go before it opens. Basically ready. Now is actively preparing the song Qinghua porcelain promo, mainly to publicize the Qinghua porcelain bottle. In the opening ceremony when Lu Qing sang, the background will play it. The material is already made, and the comrades are working overtime. Nie Chang reported on the work of the opening ceremony. Director Yang was the highest person in charge of the entire show, and until the end of the show's opening ceremony, Nie Chang had to report to him. Well, this exhibition is of extraordinary significance. In the past few years, the upper side has been supporting the development of the modern ceramic industry, helping to build a domestic high-end porcelain brand. After several years of technical accumulation, domestic porcelain enterprises have ushered in a concentrated outburst this year. And at this exhibition, these enterprises have taken out dozens of new technical craft porcelains in one breath, especially the category of blue and white porcelain, which occupies a large part of the innovation. I hope I can use this exhibition to make them shine, I guess, and to make Chinese porcelain get rid of the label of daily use and cheap. Director Yang sent Nie Chang away after lamenting. He took out a report from the drawer, which was about the turnover of high-end porcelain from various companies in the International Ceramics Expositions in previous years. During the fair, companies from all over the world come together. With seller businesses, there are naturally many buyer businesses. The committee in charge of the show counts the turnover of each company. This turnover is ranked by business. The top 7 sales each year are rounded out by the 7 top porcelain companies, with a breakaway lead of 8th place and beyond. First place turnover, $530 million. Second place turnover, $510 million. Third place turnover, $490 million. 7th place turnover, $420 million. The 8th place turnover, $80 million, is also an island company. The best Chinese company, on the other hand, came in 19th place, with a turnover, $30 million. Hopefully, this time around, we'll have a nice turnaround with Celadon as a start. Last year, your Qinghui company's sales at the exhibition only amounted to $30 million, which only ranked 19th among all the domestic and foreign porcelain companies. Although this turnover has broken through your company's sales record in previous year's exhibitions and ranked first in the country, it's still far from enough. Director Yang sat at the head of the conference room. The participants were the bosses of the top 10 ceramic enterprises in China. Commissioner Young decided to add a meeting on an ad hoc basis after hearing Cymbeline yesterday. Now less than 3 days before the start of the exhibition, all the teams of domestic and foreign exhibitors have all arrived in JD Town, and the domestic enterprises have even set up their own exhibition halls early. After receiving the invitation to the meeting, the bosses of these 10 enterprises immediately came. What Director Yang said is true. Our Qinghui company still needs to make more efforts, and strive to make another breakthrough in this year's exhibition, narrowing the gap with foreign ceramic enterprises little by little. A man stood up and said, he's the boss of Qinghui company, Gu Qinghui. No need to be nervous, not criticizing you. Director Yang waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down. The state provides financial and policy support to your company. Naturally, it is hoped that the domestic porcelain can make achievements, but the technology needs to be accumulated, and to reach the mature use requires a lot of experiments. It can't be rushed. Gu Qinghui said gratefully, "Thank you for the understanding of Director Yang. Technological innovation is indeed not easy. The domestic porcelain enterprises have been looking for a breakthrough. I believe that everyone here is one of the practitioners." All the veterans nodded their heads. Their respective businesses had been tackling related aspects of the subject. After 3 years of exploration, we at Qinghui have also finally gotten some results. As you all know, in addition to maintaining our basic plate in the field of daily use porcelain in these years, we have been delving into technology in the field of artistic ceramics, looking for inspiration from the Chinese cultural aspect. Dozens of new high-end art porcelains have been innovated, with the category of celadon being the most popular. As long as the publicity is proper, I am confident that our Qinghui's new blue and white porcelain at this exhibition will compete with the high-end art porcelain from abroad. All of the old bosses agreed with Gu Qinghui's words. Technology, this thing is all thick and thin. Their various companies have also revolutionized the porcelain production process. This year's exhibition, all have their own new high-end art porcelain to participate in the debut. It's just that for the past many years, the mainstream perception in the international market has been that only those 7 top porcelain companies represent high-end in art. These 7 top companies have been in the modern porcelain business for a long time. Domestic new porcelain listings still need to slowly accumulate to make a name for themselves, which is a long process. Our Linjiang company also made innovations in the category of blue and white porcelain. With the publicity of this exhibition, the turnover should be compared to last year will have a substantial increase, in our company's internal projections for this year's turnover can reach roughly 50 million, twice as much as last year. Someone said, "Well, the domestic main do celadon porcelain, counting our small corner company, a total of 3. This time our company launched new products, half of the new products around the celadon porcelain category. Our projected turnover is also in the 50 million or so, and the Linjiang company is about the same. Product quality through technological breakthroughs can catch up, but brand awareness is not overnight to hit the ground running. The road has to be taken one step at a time. So many companies go out of their way to attend the show every year in the hope of expanding the visibility of their own brands." Director Yang laughed. "The purpose of summoning everyone here this time, besides listening to your delivery, I still want to invite you to listen to a song." "Listen to the song?" Gu Qinghui levied a stop. "What kind of operation is this, Commissioner Young? What is the deep meaning of calling all our business leaders here to listen to the song?" The others looked at me and I looked at you, and they all began to ponder Director Yang's intention in speaking in such a manner. Since Director Yang said so, there must be his reasoning. Don't think too much, everyone, just simply listening to a song. Director Yang handed the flash drive to his assistant. "Play the song." The assistant inserted the flash drive into the computer as the crowd watched. Gu Qinghui paid attention to Director Yang's movements with his afterglow. Just see Director Yang's body relax. Back to lean back solid. Hands crossed, arms resting on the armrests of the chair. Look at the posture, is really enjoying listening to the song time. At this point, the song had already been played, and Gu Qinghui no longer thought much about it, applying his mind to listening to the song. And some of them were still pondering why Director Yang's intention was, and their attention was not focused on the song, so that they didn't even hear what was being sung in the first few lines. But when the crowd got into the melody of the song, they were immediately hooked. Taking a closer look at the lyrics, I probably figured out Director Yang's intention, so they concentrated on the song. "The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, the moon is salvaged and faints away." The ending. The song played out quickly. Instead, the crowd sank into the song. All of them have been immersed in the porcelain industry for many years, and many of them even have porcelain families in their families, and they can appreciate the kind of beauty in the song that describes the celadon ware, even if they don't know any specialized music knowledge. But it's such a good song that it definitely can't be unknown in the China scene. The original singer of the song must have been hired by one of them as a spokesperson long ago, yet none of them know the song now. Then there's only one possibility. It's a new song, and it definitely has something to do with this show. Your guesses are good. What you're hearing is the theme song for the opening ceremony of this exhibition. "Manhwa porcelain," Director Yang said. The bosses of the 3 companies that mainly specialized in the celadon category, their eyes instantly lit up. Using celadon as the unveiling song will definitely have an impact on your own sales. All companies attending the show will hear the song. The quality of the song is a masterpiece, and there will definitely be foreign companies interested in it. Then it will certainly have a very positive impact on the celadon product. Anticipation arose in all 3 veterans. The bosses of Linjiang and Little Horn companies thought of each other at the same time. The song celadon would work best if it were at the opening of the show. I'm afraid sales at this year's show will go up a whole lot more. According to the original projections, the turnover of the exhibition of the Self Company can reach 50 million, which is already a huge breakthrough. Now with the added bonus of the song, it's not likely to go up to 80 million, and with 80 million turnover, it can already be ranked 8th in the ranking of exhibitors last year. A top 7 finish is something they didn't dare think about, but being able to fight for the 8th spot was an absolute surprise. I didn't expect director Yang to give them a gift today. The two hurriedly pressed their excitement. Can't expect too much. Whether it can add to the sales of the product also depends on whether the spread of the Song Chenghua porcelain is enough to impress the companies that come to the exhibition. After finishing the meeting, Gu Qinghui returned to the pavilion. He stops at the cubicle with the Qinghui porcelain logo, which is the display counter of his company. The booths and display cases are at the moment filled with dozens of innovative lapidary wares. Only at this point most of it is covered up, and only when the show starts will it all be made public. Mr. Gu, you're here, Xiao Lu said. She was in charge of the Qinghui company's booth at the expo. Lu Qing would definitely recognize her if she were here. Just 2 days ago, when Lu Qing was strolling through the exhibition hall, she ran into Xiao Lu, who introduced a lot of knowledge about porcelain to Lu Qing, who benefited a lot. Well, come and take a look. Gu Qinghui opened a display case and took out a blue and white porcelain pot from inside. This porcelain jug is one of Qinghui's main products for this exhibition. Inspired by a modern craft jade device, the Chinese Tangji pattern thin fiber jade jug. Playing with the porcelain pot, Gu Qinghui remembered some past events. His family is a porcelain family in JD Town, counting 200 years upwards. Blue and white porcelain in the international porcelain world at that time, but also in the absolute dominant position. By his generation, modern blue and white porcelain had lost its former glory. From a very young age, he was taught to reproduce the beauty of modern high-end blue and white porcelain, and to a greater extent, he was burdened with the mission of promoting the culture of blue and white porcelain. Under the influence, he has been interested in the culture of blue and white porcelain since childhood, and has been committed to the innovation and development of blue and white porcelain for so many years. The dozens of pieces of porcelain in front of him are the fruits of his years of accumulation. But technological innovation is not enough, it must be integrated with business. So he has been keen to participate in the size of the porcelain exposition. On the one hand, you can promote the high-end blue and white porcelain artwork, and on the other hand, the exhibition can bring real orders, which is not a small amount of income. This year's show is the largest he has attended. Based on the scale, he expects Qinghui to turn over around $60 million at the show this year. But after hearing Chinghua porcelain at the conference, Gu Qinghui changed his mind. According to director Young, the song has been officially recognized as the opening song. Perhaps I'll have to repredict now. 100 million, Gu Qinghui said softly. Ha? What did you say, Mr. Gu? Xiao Lu didn't hear. Gu Qinghui revealed a smile, obviously in a good mood. I mean, the trade volume of this exhibition will reach $100 million. When the company met last month, didn't they say that the projected amount was at 60 million? How did it suddenly become 100 million? Xiao Lu was puzzled. This is my latest prediction because I listened to a song called Celadon. You'll know it in a couple days, Gu Qinghui said mysteriously. Xiao Lu's head spun. Gu was called to a meeting by director Yang today, she knows. After attending the meeting and hearing the song, Gu changed his mind. Combined with the hot searches on the internet in the past 2 days, Xiao Lu got the answer. Lu Qing will sing this song called Qinghua Porcelain at the opening ceremony. Xiao Lu clapped his hands together. Gu Qinghui was surprised and said, "How do you know?" Director Yang said that it was indeed sung by a star named Lu Qing. I guessed. Xiao Lu heatedly smiled. When Lu Qing came to our exhibition room 2 days ago, I wondered how Lu Qing could come here. Then I saw the online hot search and the news you revealed to Mr. Gu. So I guessed. However, Gu Qinghui found the flashy point in Xiao Lu's words. Lu Qing came to our booth? Yeah, Xiao Lu nodded. It dawned on Gu Qinghui that when he was listening to the song, he felt that it went well with their company's products, and he didn't realize that Lu Qing had come here for inspiration. Look, this is a picture of Lu Qing and I together. Xiao Lu took out his cell phone. Gu Qinghui looked over. Pretty cool. With these looks plus this song, Lu Qing was very suitable to be Qinghui's spokesperson. Directly pulling the endorsement fee to the top was also equivalent to a wave of advertisements. After the opening ceremony, make sure to go for Lu Qing. The other side of the exhibit hall, one of the 7 major porcelain brands, the Rotting Wedgwood Porcelain Company booth. As the head of our company at this exhibition, Evans was at the moment directing his assistants to organize the porcelain exhibited. When all the exhibits were set up, Evans nodded in satisfaction. Take a break, he greeted his assistant and sat down. Boss, what will be our company's turnover in this year's exhibition? The assistant found a seat and started chatting. Last year's show, our company's turnover was 530 million, ranking first among all exhibitors. This year won't be a surprise either. According to the prediction of the company's marketing department, it will exceed 600 million turnover this year and will still rank first. Evans shrugged. As one of the top 7 porcelain brands, Wedgwood has been ranked first in turnover at international shows for 3 consecutive years. There's nothing to be surprised about. But this year within the porcelain industry are rumored that Chinese porcelain companies will collectively explode this year. They made a lot of innovative porcelain products, especially in the category of blue and white porcelain, the assistant said. Evans, modern Chinese blue and white porcelain, not worth the price of admission. If you want to appreciate the true art of Celadon porcelain, I recommend a trip to our Take Britain Museum, which has a collection of over 23,000 Chinese treasures. In the showroom of the Belt English Museum, you can admire Chinese blue and white porcelain through the ages, and that glaze is really fascinating. Many people know that Yuan blue and white is rare, but there are a whole 14 pieces in the Belt English Museum. Evans recalls the details of his visit to the Museum of Bringing Britain to admire the Celadon. His face mesmerized. A blue and white floral dish from the Yuan dynasty. This dish has a rich hair color, blue with purple. The tire color is glistening white. The dish is beautifully painted with blue and white twining branches of baoxiong flower decoration. A large Yuan dynasty blue and white glazed and glazed red veneered floral jar with a straight mouth, short neck, sloping shoulders, bulging belly, and a rounded foot. The body is thin at the top and thick at the bottom, and the texture of the tire is fine. The blue and white colors are strong and the glaze is slightly darker. Not only are they ornamental, they are also very historical and very memorable. The assistant nodded. Modern Chinese blue and white porcelain has fallen out of favor, and it's not a simple matter to turn it around. Evans, very true. Modern blue and white porcelain and antique heritage blue and white porcelain are two different things. According to the development of modern Chinese blue and white porcelain, even if there is really a breakthrough in the product, if you want to spread the word, it won't be accomplished in a few years, unless a miracle happens. He took out his cell phone and pulled up the sales data from last year's show. Look, last year, China's best company was only ranked 19th, with a turnover of only $30 million, which is not enough for the club. And we, Wedgwood, are number 1. Even among the 7 top China companies in the world. So what have you got to worry about? We just have to wait quietly and then go and enjoy the opening ceremony of the show. The Chinese do the opening ceremony of large events at the top level of the world. All you have to do is learn to enjoy it. In the eyes of many people are looking forward to, the International Ceramics Expo finally ushered in the opening day. Temporary backstage guide room in the exhibition hall. Nia Chang is still dispatching on-site personnel and equipment in a tense and orderly manner. The next opening ceremony is globally simulcast, and all the signals will be distributed out in this room to the national media. The domestic live line is reconfirmed one last time. There are no problems, Nia Chang asked. Confirmed. It can withstand up to 40 million people watching online at the same time, the technician said. Nia Chang nodded, but his heart was unsettled. Although this International Ceramics Expo is only a commercial exhibition, but through CCTV and other official media reports to push the flow, gained a high degree of heat. So he predicted that 8 million people would watch the live stream. And in fact, that's about the same number of people who booked the stream. But 2 days before the opening, it was suddenly revealed on the internet that Qing sang the opening song of the show, and the heat immediately doubled as a result. The number of people who booked the live stream went from 8 million to 15 million in one day. Nia Chang wiped his cold sweat. He didn't expect Qing's heat to be as terrifying as it was. Luckily this was exposed and he was able to increase the number of servers in advance. Otherwise it would be an accident if the servers were overrun during the live broadcast. At the moment the entire area on the first floor of the pavilion was designated as the opening area. On the stage, there was a screen with a huge area, full of technology. Under the stage, there were thousands of people sitting in companies from various countries that had come to exhibit. Director Yang and all the leaders of the organizers were present. Sitting in the first row at the bottom, Qing exclaimed behind the scenes, "The size of this crowd has almost caught up with a small concert." The first act of the opening ceremony was Qing's performance of porcelain. On the big screen on the stage, a countdown was going on and the opening ceremony was about to begin. Qing took a deep breath. He had kept up his regular practice for the past few days, and now he was in good shape. As the countdown ended, all the lights on the first floor of the entire pavilion went out, and the entire opening area was darkened. The glass around the pavilion also automatically adjusts the light intake, so that at this time people on the scene can only see the light from the big screen on the stage. Suddenly, the big screen changed from a black screen to a white background, and a beautifully crafted Celadon vase appeared in the big screen. Accompanying this, a music full of Chinese flavor plays. In the big screen, 3 big words that floated like clouds of smoke were slowly reflected: Celadon. Qing held the microphone and walked from behind the curtain to the front stage. Guideposts. How many people are on the live feed? Nia Chang looked to the technical stats. 18.1 million people. The number of people in the livestream has been rising since Lu Qing took the stage. The staff replied. Nye Chang nodded in satisfaction. One thing he had to admit was that a significant portion of this traffic was brought on by Lu Qing himself. You can see it in the pop-ups on the air as well. It's really Lu Qing coming out. I can't imagine that one day I'll be watching a porcelain show. Go Lu Qing. Lu Qing endeavors to be open for business. Sister will always support you. Ah, this intro is killing me. Chinese style will always be my favorite. And the name of the song Changhua Porcelain is awesome. Lu Qing is handsome again today. Oh, the way he walks is very handsome. The closed eyes are also very handsome. This action of raising the microphone is even more handsome. Nye Chang was staggered. Lu Qing was really just a newcomer who had been on the scene for over 2 months? He swore he hadn't bought any traffic at all for this broadcast. The online viewers in the live room are actual real people. He looked at Lu Qing on the stage through the guide screen. Lu Qing raised the microphone and sang. The vegetal embryo outlines the cyanotype, and the brushwork is thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies as you first made up. At this moment a porcelain plain embryo appeared in the large screen behind Lu Qing, matching the progress of the song with a demonstration. The animation was made exactly to the mood of the song, taking into account the large number of foreigners in the scene and the spread of the song. Nye Chang found an animation production company to work overtime to get it out. Along with the images, the songs are easier to understand. Director Young nodded uncontrollably from the stage. Lu Qing's live performance was nothing to write home about, and the live version he heard today was even better than the studio version he heard the other day. He swept over behind him and saw that everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen, listening to the song with rapt attention, afraid to miss a detail. That's good. This opening can basically be declared a success. The content of the opening ceremony is not much. Under his instructions, Nye Chang cut out a lot of leadership speeches. The biggest attraction of the entire opening ceremony was this unveiling song. Celadon perfectly realizes his vision of cultural dissemination accomplished in an activity of a commercial nature. Lu Qing can handle a big job. If there was a scene of a similar grand event in the future, Lu Qing would definitely be the first to own it. Director Yang's eyes were filled with a very strong sense of appreciation when he looked at Lu Qing. The song's beautiful interlude is over. Lu Qing started the second verse of the main song. Koi carp, white in color and green in flower, leap to the bottom of the bowl. While copying the song drop, I was thinking of you. You're hidden in kiln fires. 1,000 years of secrets. Extremely delicate, as if an embroidery needle had fallen to the ground. Gu Qinghui and the bosses of Linjiang and Little Horn sat together. The latter two laughed their asses off. If the two of them had a hint of worry before the opening ceremony, it must have been the fear that Lu Qing would be ineffective when he sang live today. Many singers usually pre-recorded tracks in such big occasions, and there were not many who sang directly for real like Lu Qing. Now there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Lu Qing's vocals are very solid. The two each made up their minds that after the opening ceremony, they would definitely try to get Lu Qing to be the spokesperson. Gu Qinghui looked back at the many heads of foreign companies, and when he saw the way they listened to the song seriously, Gu Qinghui surprisingly, the corners of his eyes were actually a little moist. Now, thousands of companies are learning about the culture of Celadon, and maybe this time, because of this song, something will really happen that he didn't dare to think about before. Xiao Lu, who was sitting on the sidelines, had her mouth wide open, and she hadn't closed it since Lu Qing started singing. She knew from Gu Qinghui that Lu Qing had composed a theme song for the show, but the moment she heard it, she still froze. It was because there were several knowledge points in the song that she had taught Lu Qing. She didn't expect Lu Qing to be able to fit into his song so quickly. Also, the song is so good. Xiao Lu looked at Lu Qing with starry eyes, his eyes almost melting. Outside the curtain, the banana causes a sudden rain, and the door ring causes the copper green, and I passed through that southern town to mess with you. In splashed ink landscape painting, you are hidden from the inky depths. It's in the third row of seats downstage. Evans and his assistant were scheduled to watch the opening ceremony here. His eyes were closed at the moment and he was shaking his head, drawn in by the very oriental flavor of the song. Boss, it's not good, the assistant whispered from the sidelines. Evans didn't even open his eyes. Be quiet. You should be enjoying the music at the moment, not bothering me. Remember, enjoy the music. The assistant hesitated, but said, Boss, the situation is really bad. Take a look in the fifth row to the back right. Evans was impatient. Was it so hard to listen to a song properly? What wonderful oriental music. But his assistant wasn't the fussing type, and despite his impatience, he did as his assistant said and looked to the right rear. John, this is a big customer for them at Wedgwood. They give them about 100 million orders every year during the show. And at the moment, his big client, John, had a curious look on his face. He knew John well enough that he could tell by the subtle expressions that John was getting interested in the Celadon being played on the screen on stage. Looking around again, he realized that several of his familiar clients had shown a keen interest in Celadon. That's not good. Evans wasn't in the mood for another song. It is important to capture these repeat customers immediately after the opening ceremony. Qing, who was on the stage, was also entering the end at the moment. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, cooking smoke rises millions of miles across the river. Scribe Chinese script on the bottom of the bottle, imitating the drift of the previous dynasty. Consider me ambushed for meeting you. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, the moon was salvaged and fainted away the ending. Like heirloom Celadon, beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. The song is over. The stage erupted in applause. They were all immersed inside the poetic mood of the East created by Qing. The town of JD is located in the south of the river, and many foreign exhibitors can easily associate the beauty they have seen over the past few days through their songs. Jiangnan Town, smoky sky, landscape painting, Celadon. The image left a deep impression on their minds. Many people have become interested in lapidary as a result. The number of people in the live broadcast room at this time had soared to 22 million. Compared to foreigners, Chinese people have a deeper appreciation for the kind of oriental emotions in the songs. It's so good to hear crying. Qing really didn't let me down. It's been a long time since I've heard such a pure Chinese style. Very well, Qing, you won. You managed to make me land interested in something like blue and white porcelain. I never thought that one day I would be curious about this kind of pots and pans. Ha ha ha. Qing is awesome. Broken voice. Another divine song added. Let me see which unlucky person has collided with Qing's new song again. Oh, so it's our poor Hua Hua. 3 seconds of silence. As Blue Flower Porcelain was sung, the number of people in the broadcast room began to fall off. Many people had come for Qing, and after Qing finished singing, they left satisfied. But there were many who became interested in cycads who stayed on the air. The entire opening ceremony lasted an hour. There were 13 million viewers left on the air until the finish. This was still beyond Nia Chang's expectations, and it was much better than expected. Once again, he recognized the appeal of Qing, the new generation. The successful completion of the opening mission this time was largely thanks to Qing's blessing. The next 3 days of the show would have little to do with him. It was all about trading among the various exhibitors. I don't know how this song, Qinghua Porcelain, can bring a plus to the Chinese porcelain business. As soon as the opening ceremony was over, Evans found his old client. Dear John, we meet again, and I have missed you very much since we parted last year. Same here, Evans. John greeted Evans with a hug. After a brief greeting, Evans extended an invitation. Would you like to come over and see our new products at Wedgwood today? We have updated a total of 8 collections this year. Please follow me. Evans led John to their booth. Go make a cup of tea. He turned to his assistant. The assistant took out a tea set from the display cabinet behind him and made tea. Every time he comes to China, Evans prepares tea, and in some cases even talks to his native Chinese clients about superficial tea ceremonies to facilitate the negotiation of business orders. His big client, John, also enjoys the Chinese tea culture. Evans, always a good tea at your place, John Pin said as he sipped his tea. Ha ha, it's being able to drink good tea here in China. I always feel that the dragon while I buy in Belt England isn't as good as the one here in China. Evans spread his hands. When the two men had finished their small talk, the assistant pulled out Wedgwood's new china for this year to show John. John played with it and asked, well, your craftsmanship is superb, and this year's new porcelain is exquisite. What series is this? It's the Romantic Gardens collection. Inspired by the quiet yards of Gallic chicken border villages, Evans kept introducing John to the new China products, but after half a dozen questions John had no intention of placing an order. In previous years, he would have already put in an order for $100 million. Evans asked, what's the matter, John? Is our product not good enough this year? Oh no, you misunderstand me, Evans. Your company in Wedgwood has always been known for its exquisite products and this year's is no exception. But this year's I've become interested in a new product, so I'm going to have to take another look at it, John said. Evans had already guessed, but he was still reluctant, and he forced a smile. Oh, which product is it? Celadon. John pronounced the 3 kanji in a standardized way. That song made me curious about it. It's been a long time since I felt that way. Sorry, Evans. I've got a bit more shopping to do at the show. Of course, it's your freedom. Evans grimaced as he sent John away, gritting his teeth. Cymbeline. The assistant saw Evans in this state and couldn't help but think of what Evans had told him, to enjoy the music. The other side of the exhibition hall, Xinghui's booth. Xiaolu just got some time to rest for a while and take a sip of water. From the end of the opening ceremony to now, about 2 hours of time, Xiaolu has been receiving customers. Did not stop at all. The results are bountiful. She has signed 7 orders totaling $30 million. In just 2 hours, it has already exceeded the cumulative trading volume of Qing for 3 days in last year's exhibition. Xiao Lu shivered with excitement. At the same time, she also knew that it was the song Changhua Porcelain that had impressed the customers present. Otherwise it would never have happened. At this rate, there's a good chance that this year's turnover will exceed $200 million. At the thought of this figure, Xiao Lu shocked himself. I'm still too drifting. I dare to think about bicycles after I have bread. Stop. Xiao Lu warned himself to stop his unwarranted reverie. Hello, is this one also a celadone? A voice interrupted Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu raised his eyes and looked at a foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Client. She hurriedly put down the water cup in her hand and stepped forward. Yes, this is also celadone. It's our company's innovative product. It hasn't appeared on the market yet. It has really pretty colors. It has a special pattern. Thanks. Hearing her own brand being complimented, Lu was heartily pleased. Oh, you can call me John. I'd like to learn more about lapidary. Can you tell me about it? John said. Of course, it's an honor. Speaking fluent English, Xiao Lu took out the porcelain on display while explaining it to John. John's eyes kept flashing. This is good. This is good too. After a full half hour, Xiao Lu spoke with a dry mouth. Still intent on playing with the china in his hands, John said, let's sign the contract. Going to place an order. It was not in vain that I explained for half an hour. If you don't place your order, I'll think you've been sent here by your friends to interfere. Xiao Lu was secretly happy inside. Let's start with a $100 million order this year. John's eyes were still on the porcelain in front of him. But, Xiao Lu, who was drinking water, sprayed out a mouthful and almost choked. How much? $100 million. What? Your factory doesn't have that much capacity. Oh, don't get me wrong. You just need to deliver the goods in 3 months. John looked to Xiao Lu. No, not that. Able. Production can. Xiao Lu was a bit incoherent. She's never seen an order this big. The companies that are able to participate in the show are verified, so you don't have to worry about scam companies. Xiao Lu still can't believe he signed such a big order after he and John reached a partnership. The world is crazy. 130 million in one morning. I'm afraid even the top 7 brands can't do that. Hey. Xiao Lu sat there giggling. She then pinched herself, the pain focusing her. The old bugaboo is back. Still 3 days to go before the results. I can't open the champagne at halftime. After calming down, Xiao Lu called Gu Qinghui. The opening ceremony ended. Gu was called away by Director Yang. Mr. Gu, the morning's transactions are out. Xiao Lu suppressed his excitement. Oh, how many? There was a gulp over there. Guess. Xiao Lu let loose a handful of words. Well, I guess 25 million. Gu Qinghui pondered for a while and said cooperatively. Nope, underguessed. Guess again. $30 million? Gu Qinghui was a bit surprised. Guess again. $50 million? Gu Qinghui's hand shook a little. Use your imagination. $100 million? Gu Qinghui screamed, breaking his voice. Less. Wait for me at the booth. I'll be there now. Gu Qinghui hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Gu Qinghui arrived at the booth. But it was 2 people who arrived together, and the other was Chief Young. Xiao Lu negotiated another $10 million order in the half hour he waited. How much is it exactly? Tell me directly. Gu Qinghui struggled to make his tone seem calm. 140 million. Xiao Lu stopped selling and took out all the order contracts. Gu Qinghui took 3 consecutive deep breaths, then exchanged glances with Director Yang. Both read in each other's eyes, Cymbeline. With vigor. After the opening ceremony, Changhua Porcelain once again occupied the hot search high ground. Long time no see Chinese style. Lu Qing really didn't disappoint. Celadone. Several phrases are in the first, second, and 7th positions of the hot search. Lu Qing's fan base surpassed the 20 million mark in one fell swoop. Qing my baby, now you reach this height makes me very pleased. You are my step-by-step to watch grow up. The vicissitudes of the world nah. What? Lu Qing debut only more than 2 months that's alright. Lu Qing, can you put out more songs? If you can write songs, write more songs. It's best to put out 10 songs a month. When you save up enough songs to grab a concert, I hope you won't be ungrateful. Lu Qing has me in his heart. He still knows to send tweets to perfume me when he comes out with a new song. Dead beat. Changhua Porcelain has reached number 4 on the Huaxia Music New Songs chart. Number 3 is Watching You. Sisters, work harder. I'll blow his ass up today. Not only Lu Qing's microblog, but the song Changhua Porcelain is now being discussed everywhere on the entire internet. Many official media took this opportunity to choose Changhua Porcelain as the BGM and popularized the history and culture of Changhua Porcelain, especially many domestic museums. With the help of this east wind, the family's collection of blue and white porcelain have come out. made a display. Every major mainstream platform in the country has received a baptism in Celadon. Lu Qing don't sing. Now I can hear porcelain of blue flowers everywhere I go. I'll buy it. Can't I just buy it? Oh yeah, Lu Qing sang this song for that porcelain expo. Right. Don't they specialize in selling blue and white porcelain? To give the upstairs a little bit of science, this international expo is only for businesses, not open to individuals. If you want to know more about Celadon, you can take a trip to JD Town, and it will definitely make your trip worthwhile. Soon, because of the explosion of Qinghua porcelain, the content of this ceramic exposition by the people's widespread attention, as more and more information is disclosed, netizens are in disbelief when they learn that high-end Chinese porcelain has been competing at a disadvantage in the international market in recent years. What? Shouldn't my great China's lapidary be crushed? Moreover, how come I haven't heard of these 7 brands? It's amazing that our Chinese companies can't do anything about these 7 companies. Is it surprising that the top 7 brands trade so much higher than everyone else at the annual show? Chinese Celadon is only ranked 19th? Families. Again for your information, it's not Celadon ranked 19th. It's a Chinese company ranked 19th. And this company's main product is Celadon. There are netizens at the show, taking this opportunity to respond positively to the doubts of the netizens. To eat melon, netizens live live. The Platoon 19 you are talking about is last year's Young Yellow calendar, and this year's show can be a stormy one. The battle is very fierce. A netizen named Porcelain Craftsman said, Porcelain Craftsman has gained a large number of fans. Netizens have said, he said about the porcelain industry words are very professional. We do not understand, so we mix with him. It needs to be made clear, though, that it's not us who are miserable. It's the big 7. In previous years, the turnover of the 7 major brands was in the range of $400 to $500 million, and now that the exhibition is nearing its end, their turnover is only $300 to $400 million, which is down instead of up. As expected, their turnover this time should be $500 to $600 million. The heads of each of the 7 major brands are sad, and you don't know that I come to the show year after year, and I have access to them every year. They lost their spirited smiles this year. Where did the smiles go? That's right, transferred to our faces. This year our Qinghui porcelain broke the sales record of the exhibition. The total turnover reached $1.08 billion, exactly double that of Wedgwood, the first place winner of last year's show. Second place went to Narumi of the Big 7, trading at just $410 million, and Wedgwood landed in 8th place, trading at $300 million. Please call for Green Blow Porcelain. The netizens cheered at once, and everyone loved to see this kind of adversity overturning drama. Qinghui Porcelain Bull. Qinghui Porcelain 666. Congratulations to Qinghui for reaching the 7-kill achievement. It's over if it's cool. However, some netizens soon retorted, where did you get your data? Is what you say credible? Don't attract traffic here with fake data. Who do you think you are? The porcelain craftsman replied, I'm Gu Qinghui. Shit, he is really Gu Qinghui. Everyone look at his microblogging certification. I went to check Baidu again. Gu Qinghui is the old president of Qinghui Porcelain. No problem. Bad. The flow was played by him to understand. Just now I was shouting 666 to Qinghui like a fool. Ha 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 ha. Damn. I can't believe he got loaded. But I like it. Exhibition hall. Conference room. Gu Qinghui smiled and took back his cell phone, and made fun with the netizens again, and also advertised Qinghui's company in the process. This wave is not a loss. Since that day after being shocked by Xiaolu's 140 million, he seems to have opened up the 2 veins, playing with the internet traffic without a teacher, taking advantage of the east wind of Qinghua porcelain. Their Qinghui company's Qinghua porcelain products had gained a lot of attention, and all of these people could potentially be converted into their users in the future. This exhibition has completely come to a close. Director Yang spoke. He looked around. The JX provincial government as well as the relevant personnel from the JD Town government, the chairman of the Porcelain Industry Association, and the bosses of the top 10 domestic porcelain enterprises were all present. Let me summarize everyone's accomplishments at this show. Please look at the curtain. First place, Qinghui Porcelain, $1.08 billion. Second place, Narumi, $410 million. 8th place, Wedgwood, $310 million. 9th place, Linjiang, $270 million. 10th place, Little Horn, $260 million. Congratulations everyone. Director Yang led the applause. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened up. The boss of Linjiang Company gave Gu Qinghui a thumbs up. You don't know the resentment in the eyes of that head of Wedgwood, Evans, when he finally looked at you. His face was burnt green. I should do it. Gu Qinghui was not modest. He did not have a favorable opinion of Evans. a man who had much to say in derogation of the modern Chinese art of celadone, and who always used the celadone in the gallery of the Belt English Museum as a talking point, which was detestable. This time it counts as an out. Thank you all for your contributions in the field of porcelain, for the development of China's porcelain to dedicate themselves to drilling and innovating. Thank you all. Director Yang was delighted. However, I think I should thank one more person, although he is not here today. The crowd shouted out a name in unison at this moment. Lu Qing! Lu Qing! Lu Qing! Chinese porcelain enterprises in this exhibition were a great success. All of them could not be separated from the support of blue and white porcelain. Without Lu Qing, I am afraid that Chinese porcelain enterprises would have to wait for a few years before they could make a name for themselves as they do today. Director Yang, I have a suggestion. Since we are thanking Lu Qing, I think we should give something practical. The boss of Linjiang Company raised his hand to speak. Oh, Director Yang was puzzled. Let's do it this way. I'll ask Lu Qing to be the spokesperson for our Linjiang Company, and the endorsement fee and all to the highest, $20 million a year. Do you think this is practical, Director Yang? Before Director Yang could speak, the veteran president of Little Horn said, Director Yang, I'm a more practical person. I can come in more practical. Little Horn is willing to pay $30 million to hire Lu Qing as a spokesperson. Gu Qinghui took over. Two old brothers. It's obvious that the biggest beneficiary of this exhibition is our Qinghui company. So it's better to let us do things like thanking Lu Qing. We can't let the two old brothers break the bank. Ahem. The abacus beads are about to hit me in the face. Director Yang laughed. You also do not argue. Spokesman, this has long been a spectrum. But this time Lu Qing is not to the enterprise endorsement. He is for the Chinese porcelain endorsement. Don't you see that the leaders of the JX provincial government and the JD town government have all come over, just to discuss this? The three of them, Gu Qinghui, immediately looked regretful. Gentlemen, now is a good opportunity for Chinese high-end porcelain to return to the international market, so don't be limited in your vision, Director Yang reminded. The crowd looked at Director Yang. The song Celadone is not only hot at home, it's also hot abroad. This time, the International Ceramics Expo was simulcast overseas. Celadone has also attracted widespread attention overseas. The video on YouTube has surpassed 20 million views and continues to grow. It's a pure Chinese style music. It makes me appreciate the Chinese style. I love the melody of this song. It sounds so wonderful. I have lost count of how many times I have heard it. Can someone tell me where I can download this song? Unbelievable. This song is like a work of art. But honestly, I didn't understand 70% of the lyrics to this song. It's so deep. Can someone please explain it to me? What should I do when my Chinese friends tell me that I can't appreciate the beauty of the lyrics at all without knowing the Chinese language? Do you really want me to learn Chinese? I've tried to learn it several times and eventually forgot it. Chinese is just too hard. But I really love this song so much. The name of the song is great. Celadone porcelain is a historical artifact of China. And as an islander learning about China, I started with Celadone porcelain, recognizing Chinese porcelain and then learning about Chinese culture and Chinese art. The messages from netizens from different countries all expressed their love for Celadone. At this point, people are coming and going at Twisted Crossing in Eagle Jam. These people include a significant number of overseas Chinese. They had just finished their day's work and were ready to go home. Tian Kai stepped out of a building and followed the crowd to the crossroads. On the big screen at the crossroads, the song Changhua Porcelain was suddenly played, and its music video content was the clip of Changhua Porcelain shown at the opening ceremony of the exhibition. Lu Qing's voice came out. The vegetal embryo outlines the cyanotype, and the brushwork is thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies as you first installed. Tan Kai jolted to a halt and looked up to watch. This song, it's a Chinese song, and it's a Chinese song with a Chinese flavor. He turned his head to look around and realized that most of the pedestrians had stopped and were just listening to the song. Every now and then you can hear a couple of foreigners commenting there. Wow, aim zing, what kind of song is this? The melody is so nice. You didn't go online these 2 days? This song is pretty hot. It's a Chinese song called Qinghua Porcelain and it's really good. Tian Kai was surprisingly a little teary-eyed for a moment when he heard such a conversation. He'd been in Eagle Jam for 5 years now, and while it was claimed to be the land of the free, it was really only after he arrived at Twisted that he realized it wasn't as free as he'd thought. He is often subjected to unwarranted cultural discrimination in his day-to-day life, and it stifles him to the core. Now an authentic Chinese-style song that amazes all the foreigners. This made Tian Kai develop a strong sense of identity from the bottom of his heart. It's Hallyu that's the grippiest. Homesickness spread in his heart, and at this moment, he had a strong urge, go home now, back to the motherland. It is moments like these that are most difficult for overseas travelers to endure. How could he have imagined that a sudden Chinese song would inspire such intense homesickness? What's the name of this song? Tian Kai huffed a slightly sore nose and looked carefully in the big screen image. Cymbeline? I'm going to recommend it to my friends in a hurry. Lu Qing Studio. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. Boss, look. Wang Wei stood up with her cell phone. Lu Qing took the cell phone. A video is playing above. Guzhang? Lu Qing saw a white girl dressed in a Chinese dress, sitting on a busy commercial street, stroking a Guzhang. Her companion, also a white girl, stood by, holding a microphone, and looked as if she was going to sing with one person playing the piano and one person singing. The white girl stroked the koto and its beautiful tones came out. It's Cymbeline. This was something Lu Qing hadn't expected. Vegetarian embryo outline cyanotype. Aha! The words are so well spoken and the voice is so gentle and nice that it's hard to imagine this coming from a foreigner's mouth. Passers-by on the road stop and listen, and the images and sounds combine in a beautiful way. At this point the camera pans out. Not far from them, a few older white women turned on their stereos and danced their bodies to the music. Stomp, stomp stomp stomp, 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 stomp. The pale ends of the earth are my love. Full volume. The Guzhang singing group on the other side of the room could barely sing. Ran sandalwood incense through the window. The heart of the matter I know. This side of the square dance group, what kind of ballad is the most ah? On the other side, the sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, this way, it's most comfortable to walk and sing along the way. On the other side, consider me ambushed for meeting you. This way, stay. Lu Qing. There had never been a moment when Lu Qing felt so noisy. Ha ha ha, too funny. Wang Wei couldn't stop laughing on the side. Then again boss, porcelain and the most dazzling ethnic wind have gone international. When are you going to go international? Lu Qing had pondered this question long ago. It's a must to bring the Hualu Chinese style to the international level. Just not the results he expected so soon. But it's still a little early to talk about going international. That's only a couple songs. At least until he's released enough songs in the country to be completely established before he goes for it. This time, through the exhibition, not only did Qinghua porcelain explode in China, but also spread widely overseas. Sort of a surprise. Next, he just needs to publish songs 3 steps at a time. Boss, isn't it time to think about where you're going to work next? Wang Wei handed the tablet to Lu Qing. On the screen, 5 separate files were displayed. Variety, games, movies. None of the 5 file types are repeated. Lu Qing looked on, frowning slightly. It shouldn't. In other words, how about Wang Wei sifting through the remaining 3 for him to make a choice? Today these 5. He raised his eyes to Wang Wei. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Wang Wei did not have the slightest intention to explain. Instead, she even yawned on purpose. Boss, frowned Wang Wei slightly, her face slightly tired. You see, I've been working all the time lately, and I haven't even had a break. Wang Wei said, ending abruptly. So it is. Lu Qing raised his eyebrows. He said how it was 5 files today. Then take a vacation. Lu Qing put the tablet in his hand aside. Good. Wang Wei was about to cheer. But the next second, Lu Qing said, just as well I need to relax and unwind. Why don't you join us? Hanging out with the boss? Wang Wei blushed. Why? No. Lu Qing's questioning words drifted over, and Wang Wei said in a hurry. No. No. Yes. Very much so. Wang Wei smiled awkwardly. Watching Lu Qing pick up the tablet again, she silently sighed in her heart. Taking a vacation together. Lu Qing wasn't just talking about it. That afternoon, he immediately booked his plane ticket. The next day, Lu Qing, dressed in a casual suit and with a suitcase in hand, stood in the lobby of the airfield waiting for Wang Wei's arrival. What's taking so long? Seeing that there were still 10 minutes before the time of checking the tickets, this Wang Wei did not even see the shadow. Boss, I'm coming. Just as Lu Qing wanted to call over, Wang Wei's voice came. Following the voice, he saw Wang Wei wearing a light-colored long dress was pulling a suitcase and hurriedly running. Hoo, gasped Wang Wei, standing in front of Lu Qing and apologizing. Sorry boss, I overslept a bit today. It's okay. The words came out, and the broadcast came on. Lu Qing and Wang Wei looked at each other and pulled their suitcases together towards the ticket checkpoint. The airplane wasn't as crowded as the high-speed train, but Lu Qing still broke the bank and booked a first-class cabin. Sir, let me help you. When the stewardess saw that Lu Qing was going to put the luggage away herself, she rushed forward and said, It's okay, I got it. Lu Qing said, lifting the suitcase with one hand. The voice. The stewardess froze and took a closer look at Lu Qing. Before she could open her mouth to ask, Lu Qing had already sat down in his seat. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? The stewardess was puzzled for a moment. This was, after all, a first-class guest, and staying longer would, I'm afraid, disturb the guests. Then you get some rest and just press this button if you need anything. With those words, the The stewardess turned to leave. Boss, after Celadon went online yesterday, the response was very good. Wang Wei sat on the side and took the tablet out as she spoke. Look, in less than a day alone, this broadcast volume is already ranked in the top 3. Lu Qing took the tablet and the moment he saw the data he raised an eyebrow. Just wait a little longer. You should be able to make it to number 1. Wang Wei was excited. It's something that's expected. Lu Qing smiled faintly and handed the tablet back to Wang Wei. Well, today is about relaxing and putting things outside of work on hold. But when I came here this morning, the director of another variety show invited you to sing for them, Wang Wei said. Lu Qing, on the other hand, just silently took out his cell phone and leaned back. The hitman is also taking a break. With those words, he put on his headphones and closed his eyes. Okay. Wang Wei looked at his appearance, so she didn't say anything else. Sis, did you listen to Celadon? The stewardess who had just been there said to the head commercial officer with an agitated face. Listened. The commercial director smiled and nodded. This song is just too explosive. I heard that the song hasn't even gone online yet, and it's already spread abroad. So guess who I just met? Who? The stewardess queried. Is it hard to believe it's the same singer who sang Celadon? It's not out of the question. But with her luck, meeting a real person shouldn't be a possibility. The stewardess thought and replied. I just met a handsome guy who sounds like this guy who sings Celadon. The stewardess froze, clearly not convinced. Lu Qing's voice is so marked. How can someone's voice sound so much like his? You've heard wrong. Also, the stewardess scratched her head. Stop chatting and get to work, the stewardess said. Lu Qing slept for a few hours, and when he woke up, the plane was already in the air. While looking towards the outside of the plane, he could still see the brightly lit night. Boss, you're awake. Wang Wei's voice came. He faintly hummed and turned his head to look. Yesterday's papers? Show them to me. Think about it. The plane hasn't landed yet. He's still a punching bag. Lu Qing extended his hand. Boss, it's better to wait for me to sift through it, Wang Wei said. And Lu Qing shook his head. It's fine. Show me. Helplessly, Wang Wei still handed over the tablet. Seeing the 5 files again, Lu Qing clicked on the first file for the variety program. This variety show is a variety show that focuses on outdoor adventures. Wang Wei raised her eyes to look at the document that Lu Qing had clicked on and explained. The director of this variety show has not been in the industry for long, but because of the gimmick, he has been doing very well lately, and has gradually gained a reputation in the film and television industry. The lineup of guests is also very good. For this new variety show, the director gave a very high fee for the song, naming you, saying that no matter how much money, as long as you come, he can add money. Money is not a problem in the slightest. Wealthy? Lu Qing listened and raised his eyebrows. Yes, this little director has a great family backing, and his family is basically all in this business, so naturally he's not short of people or gold. Wang Wei nodded. The young master's coming. Lu Qing laughed in his heart. But, I'm just afraid that more money is being paid and the demands are more tricky and demanding. Lu Qing shook his head and opened the second file. This is anime? Wang Wei raised her eyes and replied. Yes, this one is an anime movie. This is a foreign production of the anime movie. The anime itself has a high popularity. The director is also an old director. He has been a few years. Just this one movie. He has personally called me. I heard that after listening to the fan recording of your live singing on the network, he heard, and found it very impressive. He wants you to help him sing a song for the movie's opening and closing credits. And the price, also very inexpensive. It's tempting, but, Lu Qing looked at the country. Forget it. He's a patriot. Those who don't even love their own country. What reason should he have to agree to their invitation? Documentary? Lu Qing clicked on the next one and froze as he looked at the introduction on it. Wang Wei's chin lifted inside when she saw the document Lu Qing had clicked on. Boss, this documentary is the one that gives the least amount of money in these 5, but it records the hard life of the children in the countryside, and encourages everyone to donate a piece of their love to help the poor children in the countryside. I looked at them and saw that they were really too pitiful, so I kept it. Less than 10,000. Lu Qing looked at the payoff. It's really low. But, how can he charge for such a documentary? He didn't continue to read the 2 files in the back, directly locking the tablet screen and handing it to Wang Wei. Just the documentary, Lu Qing said, leaning back. Contact them when you get off the plane. We don't charge. Wang Wei froze and looked at Lu Qing. Boss, this money. Before the words were finished, Lu Qing had already closed his eyes. She sighed helplessly. Can't say a thing. Who asked Lu Qing to be the boss while she was just a humble laborer? Say yes to relaxing and not talking about work. The result? You just dumped a mission on me? She seriously doubted that Lu Qing was a workaholic. Wang Wei puffed her cheeks and turned her head away. Lu Qing didn't know how long he had slept again, and the moment he woke up hungry, his first reaction was to press the push button. Within a few moments, the stewardess herself arrived. "Hello?" Before the stewardess could finish her words, the moment she met Lu Qing's eyes, she covered her mouth in surprise. You're Lu Qing, who exactly checked the tickets." Even Lu Qing knew that on the airplane. She realized at once that the one her colleague had said looked like lapis lazuli was real. And it's still the rightful owner. She looked at Lu Qing and her heartbeat sped up. Lu Qing put his finger up in front of his lips, signaling her to keep her voice down. "I'm a little hungry. Can you bring me a meal?" Fine. The stewardess nodded quickly and turned away quickly, and as she went to get her meal, she encountered the stewardess again. "Sis?" The stewardess looked at the stewardess's out-of-place appearance and spoke out in confusion. "It's really Lu Qing." The stewardess excitedly patted her on the shoulder. "You heard right. The gentleman you saw is the one who sang Qinghua porcelain himself." Leaving such a sentence, the stewardess stuffed the pen and paper into her pocket before quickly leaving with the food. The stewardess who was standing in place was dumbfounded. Really that singer from Celadon? She was too surprised to speak for a long time. "I didn't realize that the person in the headset had appeared in front of me the second before." "Mr. Lu, your meal," the stewardess said. "Thanks." Lu Qing politely thanked her and took the rice in her hand. Click. He was opening his lunchbox. When I looked up, I saw that the stewardess hadn't left yet. The two looked at each other and the stewardess asked in an embarrassed whisper, "So, can I get an autograph from you?" Lu Qing was slightly stunned, but agreed. The stewardess was delighted and hurriedly brought out both paper and pen. Within a few swishes, Lu Qing signed his name before going up. "Here." He handed the pen and paper back. The stewardess received it with a look of excitement in her eyes. After thanking her repeatedly, she said, "Celadon really sounds good. We all love it. Plus, go for it." The words fell out of her mouth and she turned to leave. And after the stewardess left, Wang Wei said with a smile, "Boss, you have a lot of fans." Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled helplessly. A few hours later, the plane slowly fell, and when it came to a standstill, Lu Qing stood up from his position, moved his suitcase down, and was about to walk out when he saw the stewardess lady from the very beginning walking towards him. The stewardess lady kept her head down and clutched the paper in her hand. Seeing that her ears were red, Lu Qing immediately understood. He smiled and stretched out his hand. "You want an autograph, right? Give it to me." The young lady's heart rejoiced in surprise as she raised her eyes and nodded, handing out the paper. The stewardess had just returned with Lu Qing's signature, making her really envious. She was the first one to discover Lu Qing, although she just felt like it. But how could she be happy without a signature? Lu Qing signed and handed it back to her. Looking at the signature on her hand, she was really excited and took out her cell phone to take a picture. "Boss, where are we staying next?" Wang Wei asked as she walked. Lu Qing, on the other hand, said indifferently, "Don't worry, I've already arranged it." As the words left his mouth, he stopped a car. An hour later, Wang Wei looked at the scenery in front of her and was dumbfounded. Towering peaks. The front of the B&B is still a clean blue river, and when you look close, you can actually still see small fish in the river. "Are you two booked?" a voice came, and when Wang Wei looked over, Lu Qing was already chatting with the man. How could she not have imagined that this place could be so beautiful, marveling at it so much that she couldn't help herself? Even Lu Qing called out to her a few times, but he didn't hear her. It was until Lu Qing walked over and patted her shoulder. "Come on, go back and look at the room." "Oh, good." Wang Wei nodded. 301. "This is for this gentleman." The man from earlier held two keys in his hands and handed them to each of the two men. "This is 302, and it's the ladies." The key is a bit chic, with an overall floral style build, and the room number on the top is still specially engraved on it. As I walked up the stairs, I could see other tenants chatting over coffee downstairs. In the fast-paced life of a developed society, a slow life like this one seems to have become a relaxant for everyone. The moment he stepped into the place, Lu Qing instantly felt in a happy mood. "Boss, this place is just beautiful." Wang Wei came over and couldn't help but share it anyway. "This is the one I picked out of a million," Lu Qing said with a smile. Before the two separated, Lu Qing urged, "While you're relaxing, don't forget to inform the documentary side." After returning to her room, Wang Wei put the bags in her hand one by one. She called the director of the documentary at the first time. "Ms. Wang, are you telling the truth? Lu Qing has really promised us to sing us a tune for the documentary?" Having only just relayed Lu Qing's words to the director of the documentary, the director of the documentary was already excited. It's already a miracle that Lu Qing came, and he doesn't want money? No matter how Fang Zhenghuan thought about it, he felt that this was a dream. "Ms. Wang, I think that this money should still be given." Fang Zhenghuan hesitated for a while, but still said, I understand that Mr. Lu is really hot right now, and this money is nothing for you guys, but this money, if I don't accept it, I can't live with my conscience a little bit, so just consider it as a little bit of my heart. Director Fong, I still have to talk to my boss about this matter. I can't decide. Wang Wei didn't agree and excused herself. Okay, then I'll trouble you to talk about it. Fong Zhenghuan didn't continue to make things difficult for her, but instead chatted with her about the time of the recording. During the conversation, Wang Wei realized that Fong Zhenghuan was planning to have Lu Qing appear in the movie together. The reason why he hadn't made it clear earlier was because he didn't think Lu Qing would agree at all. After all, several singers as well as stars had turned him down before because of money. Therefore, he didn't hold much hope in Lu Qing. The matter of appearing in the movie, I still need to discuss it with my boss. Wang Wei looked a little headachy and pinched between her eyebrows. Where would the price be the same for this appearance or not? Thanks. Fong Zhenghuan didn't say much and hung up the phone after thanking him. As soon as the call ended, Wang Wei called Lu Qing. In the meantime, inside 301, Lu Qing was sitting in front of his laptop, snapping away at the lyrics on it. Jingle bells. The moment his cell phone rang, he picked it up and turned on the amplification. What's wrong? Lu Qing didn't look at his cell phone, but stared at the computer screen. Boss, I've already contacted the documentary side. Wang Wei's voice came out. It's fine if you've contacted them. Why did you make a special call? Lu Qing said. What's changed? The first thing is that the director of the documentary said he must pay you. It's a good thing, but I'm sticking with no. Lu Qing replied indifferently. Okay, Wang Wei answered. And the second thing? Those who could make Wang Wei specially call over. Presumably, except for the first thing that was good. The things after that would not be good to any extent. Lu Qing's hand movements stopped as he thought about it. This second thing is that the director of the documentary didn't make it clear at first that it was required for you to appear in the movie. Wang Wei said, somewhat exasperated. How can the price of this appearance be the same as the price of singing alone? Hearing this, Lu Qing sighed in relief. Small problem. Just say yes, he said faintly. Thought it was something big. At the very least, it would have to be something that would make him invest in the documentary in turn. For that little thing, he had nothing to hesitate about. But boss, Wang Wei still wanted to refuse, but after thinking about her own boss's nature, she agreed. Okay, I'll reply to that. As the words fell out, Lu Qing faintly hummed, and the other party hung up. Not all documentaries can make Lu Qing so generous, but after all, this is to help the children in the poor area. This collection of money, his heart is a little too much. After Wang Wei told Fong Zhenghuan what Lu Qing meant, Fong Zhenghuan expressed his gratitude and wanted to thank Lu Qing in person. When Lu Qing learned about this, he just smiled lightly. The shooting and recording was scheduled for 3 days later, and before the day of the shooting arrived, both of them did not bring up work matters again, putting their minds on relaxing their bodies and minds. Although neither of them had mentioned it, Lu Qing had already inquired about Fong Zhenghuan's contact information from Wang Wei. Every day when he returned to his room, Lu Qing would communicate his ideas with Fong Zhenghuan, so much so that it would be easier for him to write the song out. 3 days passed quickly, and Lu Qing did not choose to go back, but instead came directly to the location where the documentary was filmed. The two of them took a vehicle to the mountains, where the roads were so worn that by the time they got out of the car the mud was all over the 4 tires of the car. The master looked at the 4 tires covered in dirt and frowned. If it wasn't for your expensive list, I wouldn't really want to come to this place. Muttering, the master got into his car and drove off. Give Director Fong a call, Lu Qing said to Wang Wei as he looked around. Okay boss. Wang Wei answered and turned to look for a signal to start calling. Lu Qing looked down at the ground. His shoes had also gotten quite muddy, although the surrounding area was full of large mountains. In the early morning, a thick white mist would fill the area around each of them, as if the clouds in the sky were floating between these large mountains. Boss, Director Fong said he's on his way. Wang Wei came over after making a phone call. Good, Lu Qing simply answered and turned to crouch aside. Not a moment later, a tricycle was slowly traveling this way. Mr. Lu, Miss Wang. The man driving the tricycle waved and shouted towards the two men. Boss, this is Director Fong. Wang Wei looked at the visitor and thoughtfully reminded Lu Qingdao. Lu Qing faintly hummed and stood up. The tricycle stopped in front of the two, and Fong Zhenghuan hurriedly got off and extended his hand. Two of you. It's good to see you. He shook hands with Lu Qing, Wang Wei respectively, and then apologized. I'm really sorry. This is the only car we have. There's still a stretch of road ahead. It's just too muddy, so you two just bear with me. It's okay, let's go. Lu Qing didn't mind, but took the initiative to sit on the tricycle. Seeing this, Wang Wei also hurriedly followed and sat up. When the car started, the next section of the road was indeed very muddy as Fong Zhenghuan said. but it was also very bumpy. Wang Wei had a death grip on the car, her body swaying along with it. She looked to Lu Qing. Though Lu Qing also had a death grip on the car just like her, but the face of his own boss is just too calm, isn't it? The boss deserves to be the boss. It's a must-have skill to not be shocked by things. Half an hour later, the car finally arrived at the edge of the village. When the people in the village saw the arrival of the strangers, they all cast their eyes towards Lu Qing and the two of them. At a glance, the village was full of people, but they all resided in the thinnest of places. There wasn't even a single obese person. So I guess the economic situation in the village had to be really bad. The village isn't big. Walk up for that half an hour and you'll be able to walk through the entire village. Fang Zhenghuan drove the car while introducing. I'll first take you guys to see the school. The school is the location we're focusing on for this shoot. The school was less than 10 minutes away from the entrance of the village. Fang Zhenghuan drove the car, and in the time between a few conversations, he arrived at the entrance of the school. At a glance, the word school at the main entrance was carved from a simple wooden board and placed at the entrance, and the front door of the school was no different from the front door of a normal house except that it was bigger. So sketchy. Wang Wei looked at it, couldn't help it, and said it directly. Fang Zhenghuan also heard what she said and said with a faint smile, I've been living in the village for a while, and the village doesn't have a lot of money, and the food is more vegetarian, and there are very few times when you can eat meat, and it's almost like this only once a month. Only once? Wang Wei was a bit shocked. They now need to replenish their meat every day, not to mention the small children in the village, who are even more in need of nutrition at this age. Once a month is too little. It's not even close to keeping up with the nutrition or anything. Go ahead and go inside. Lu Qing got out of the car and said to the two. Fang Zhenghuan led the way in front, and just a few steps into the doorway, he could hear the sound of reading aloud from inside. You're early. It's just about their morning reading time. Fang Zhenghuan turned his head and smiled as he explained. Lu Qing hummed and moved forward to look in through the window. A small classroom, actually accommodated about 50 people. The children were very thin, with wooden tables and chairs. Some tables and chairs are good, some tables and chairs, even all ready to be broken. But despite this, the children studied very hard. What you see on TV is completely different from what you see with your own eyes, and what you feel in your heart. Lu Qing turned his head and inquired about Fang Zhenghuan. How did you come up with the idea of making a documentary about this village? When I see children who don't have enough to eat, I already think about it. Fang Zhang replied with a cheerful smile. Hearing his reply, Lu Qing smiled. Where should we stay for the next few days? Follow me, Fang Zhenghuan said. The two of them, Lu Qing and Wang Wei, looked at each other and pulled their suitcases forward to follow. In no time, Fang Zhenghuan brought the two of them to the front of two rooms within the school. This is a dormitory for school teachers, and the conditions here aren't very good, so you'll just have to make do with what you've got for now, Fang Zhenghuan said, an apology on his face. Lu Qing laughed. It's fine if I can sleep. When Lu Qing was about to pull his suitcase and walk in, Fang Zhenghuan pulled him back. Director Fang? Lu Qing looked at him in confusion. What's wrong, Mr. Lu? After this documentary is over, you still have to accept the payment I gave you for it, Fang Zhenghuan said. Having a character as hot as Lu Qing follow him to sleep in such a shabby place, asking people to sing on camera, and not paying them. Thinking about this, Fang Zhenghuan couldn't get past the conscience in his heart. Yeah. Hearing this, Fang Zhenghuan's eyes lit up. Good. That's good. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Qing added, but this money doesn't have to go to me. Just donate it directly to these kids. With that, he turned his eyes in the direction of the classroom. It's hard to let such young children learn in such a difficult environment. Thank you, Mr. Lu, Fang Zhenghuan said excitedly. You're welcome. Lu Qing laughed. Then I'll go rest first. He hadn't had much rest since he got off the plane. It was really a bit sleepy. Okay, get some rest then. Fang Zhenghuan nodded. Lu Qing turned around and went back inside the dormitory. Looking at the unfamiliar iron bed, he didn't dislike it, but calmly put his things away. In these few hours with Fang Zhenghuan, Lu Qing had met, for the first time, such a polite director. No other staff members were seen during this process either. Lu Qing had already begun to wonder if the three of them would be the only ones filming the documentary, counting the actors. If that's the case, he's responsible for singing and appearances. Wang Wei has no work schedule, so the rest, all of it, is done by Fang Zhenghuan alone? This guy's not easy, Lu Qing sked and praised. And then, after tidying up, he sat down and began to write the lyrics. The song, titled Sunny Day. After the storm, it's sunny. This song, both in terms of lyrics and mood, he felt was very suitable for this documentary. A few hours later, Lu Qing sent the written song to Fang Zhenghuan. What do you think of this song? Mr. Fong? The message went out and was quickly answered. I don't know much about the song side of things, but looking at the lyrics, I can already imagine what kind of effect I can get out of it. With that, Fong Zhenghuan sent a thumbs up emoji. Lu Qing smiled faintly. Then I'll sing it for you tomorrow. Good. Looking at the last reply, Lu Qing typed and deleted in the chat box, still not asking how many staff members there were. Day 2. Knock knock. Lu Qing had just sat up from his bed, and before he could get out of bed, there was a knock on the door. He rubbed his eyes and opened the door to his room. Wang Wei's face came into view. This early? As soon as the words left her mouth, she only saw Wang Wei look around for a moment and hurriedly walked into the room and closed the door. What's wrong? Lu Qing asked suspiciously. Boss, I just realized that the entire crew, it was just the 3 of us. Wang Wei frowned and apologized with a little. It's all my fault. I didn't know clearly in advance. How could I have made such a mistake? She pinched between her eyebrows in remorse. Before Lu Qing could say anything, she said again, but it's okay, boss, it's not too late for us to leave. We haven't even started shooting yet. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled faintly. No need. The crew of 3, he had expected. No need? Wang Wei looked helpless. Boss, it's tempting to call the boss stupid, but nah, it's the boss. So I guess I'll lose my paycheck if I do. Boss, we'd better go, Wang Wei said. In this case, you first go and find out from Fong Zhenghuan who will be in charge of filming and who will be in charge of editing. Lu Qing said calmly, don't fall back, you're becoming the one editing. As the words fell, Wang Wei's face stiffened. She hummed and silently turned to walk out of the room. Half an hour later, Wang Wei once again returned to the room. Boss, ask around. It's Director Fong's friend doing the filming. Pretty good. At least it wasn't done by Fong Zhenghuan alone. Otherwise, he had to really admire the guy. One person doing the work of all of them would be half dead or exhausted. Lu Qing thought, taking the book in his hand and heading out. Boss, where are you going? We'd better go, Wang Wei said. Not only is there no money, but the environment is bad and there is no intact crew. The idea of this shoot was a good one, but it was definitely a tough process. Boss, Wang Wei caught up. If this documentary was hard to complete, would you still continue? Hearing this, Lu Qing turned his head and said indifferently, I'm not in it for the money this time. Wang Wei looked stunned and understood. Boss, I understand. Then, Lu Qing hummed and was about to continue walking forward when he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards the two's position. Director Fong? His eyes lit up and he greeted him with a smile. I was just about to go look for you. Fong Zhenghuan walked over and exchanged a glance with Wang Wei, somewhat slightly embarrassed. Just now when Wang Wei came to ask him, he already felt that something wasn't quite right. After all, he was hired to make the documentary, and he hadn't properly explained before that he was the only person on the crew at the moment. This was undoubtedly an irresponsible behavior for both Lu Qing and Wang Wei. It was normal to feel that Wang Wei had a problem with him now. Director Fong. Wang Wei also said hello. Fong Zhenghuan bit his lip slightly and nodded slightly at the two men. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. I didn't make myself clear earlier. If you want to leave now, I won't have any problem with it. As the words fell, Lu Qing laughed. No need to apologize. I wasn't thinking of leaving either, Lu Qing said, seeing the slight surprise in Fong Zhenghuan's eyes. He continued, at the very beginning, I didn't come for the money either. As long as you can make the documentary, I don't care about anything else. What's the point of getting so hung up on the charity thing? Besides, accomplishing more of this kind of thing helps these kids. For one thing, and for another, it helps you. And don't call me any Mr. Lu, just call me Lu Qing, Lu Qing said, then took out his prepared book and came out. I was planning to go to you to show you how this song is. Hearing these words, Fong Zhenghuan's expression gradually relaxed. He looked to Wang Wei who was on the side. Wang Wei, on the other hand, sighed helplessly and echoed Lu Qing's words. Yes, Director Fong, we will follow you all the way through this documentary. After hearing Wang Wei say the same, Fong Zhenghuan was obviously much more relieved. He replied with a smile. That's great, that's great. Thank you guys so much. With that, he turned to Lu Qing. Lu Qing, let me hear your song. Good. Lu Qing responded and followed Fong Zhenghuan to a classroom. The moment they entered the classroom, the children in the classroom looked over. Kids, let's see. Is this brother handsome? Founder laughed merrily. Cool. The children answered in unison. Lu Qing looked at them and smiled bashfully. The children's skin was not considered very good, and there was not much flesh on their faces. They were all thin and small, and looked very heartbreaking. He walked up to one of his little brothers and asked with a smile, so is it how handsome brother is? Or how handsome Fong is? The little brother listened with a look of embarrassment on his face. Lu Qing, on the other hand, laughed and reached out his hand to touch his head. Brother is just saying. Of course both brothers are handsome, right? Hearing this, my little brother nodded his head. Snap. Behind him, Fong Zhenghwan clapped his hands and said to the class, in 10 minutes, this brother will sing a song for everyone. Oh. As the words fell, Fong Zhenghwan looked towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing met his eyes and instantly understood what he meant. Under the cheers of the children, Lu Qing echoed Fong Zhenghwan and said, yes, I'll sing for you all later, so don't mind if your brother doesn't sing well. No way, the children answered in unison. After the two of them walked out of the classroom, Fong Zhenghwan said, I'll have my friend come later. He's specialized in photography and is expected to arrive in 5 minutes. I'm going to shoot bloopers so it looks more real. There's nothing wrong with Fong Zhenghwan's idea. Instead of the others listening to Lu Qing singing it all over again themselves, it would be better to have the kids listen to it while filming the kids' reactions. When the time comes for the documentary to be sent out, this footage will add to the effect of the documentary. 5 minutes later. Old Juan, I'm late. The two were chatting when a voice came, and when they turned their heads to look, they saw a man wearing eyes carrying a large camera machine in his hands, running over out of breath. Hoo, the man gasped and apologized. I'm really sorry I woke up late today. It's fine, Fong Zhenghwan laughed. Introducing you. This is my friend Fan Xing. He specializes in photography. This is Lu Qing, the star invited this time. Hello. Fan Xing smiled and extended his hand towards Lu Qing. Hello, Lu Qing extended his hand in greeting. I thought we were going to start. I'm ready, let's go. Fan Xing looked at the time and lifted the machine on his hand and said, looking at him, the two looked at each other and smiled as they walked to class. Jingle bells. At this time, the bell for the end of class rang, but the children in the classroom didn't move, but obediently sat in the classroom and waited for Fong Zhenghwan several people to appear. The very moment the trio appeared, the children's eyes lit up. Hello brother, everyone spoke in unison. Alright, everyone, you've waited long enough, now let this brother sing you a song, Fong Zhenghwan said, giving a look to Fan Xing who was at the side. Fan Xing nodded and took the camera to find a good spot to set it up, and after setting one up, he set up an extra one on another spot, and Lu Qing was standing on the podium at the moment, waiting for Fan Xing to get ready to start after setting up his camera. Brother Juan, I'm all set, please hold down the inside for me later, I'm going to go out to the outside to shoot exteriors. After Fan Xing finished speaking, he walked out. When I saw him again, it was outside the classroom window. After Lu Qing saw Fong Zhenghwan, who was standing at the back of the classroom, give him an okay gesture. He raised his smile and said to the children, kids, what about the following? The song I brought you is called Sunny Day. This time, Lu Qing was singing cleanly without any accompaniment. But despite this, Lu Qing's play was as good as ever. The little yellow flower of stories, floating since the year I was born, childhood swinging, swing with the memory all the way to the present. Singing, he watched the children's reactions as he did so. It's a great song for their age group, and I'm sure when they grow up and hear it again, the memories will come flooding back to them. Lu Qing turned toward and waved his arms, and the kids looked at him and waved their arms along with him. Salasi lasso, blow the intro and look to the sky. I think of petals, trying to fall. Fan Xing, who was standing outside the window, looked at the effect presented in the camera, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up. The blooper reel, it's just great. And the song, what's going on? That's great. At this moment, he really wanted to speak directly to Lu Qing directly about his evaluation of his singing. As for the classroom, Lu Qing watched the children's cooperation. The smile on his face grew whiter and whiter, and he was in better and better shape. But in favor of the rain gradually, big enough for me to see that you don't see it. How long will it be before I'm by your side? Wait until the day it clears up, and maybe I'll be a little better. As he sang, even the thoughts of Fong Zhenghwan, who was listening to the song, were brought back to his student days. His eyes reddened slightly as he recalled his student days. Realizing his outburst, he hastily wiped the tears away again. Listening to the song Lu Qing was singing gradually reaching its end, he hurriedly straightened himself up so that Lu Qing and the others wouldn't see that something was wrong with him. Once upon a time, there was a man who loved you for a long time, but in favor of the rain gradually blows the distance away. It's so hard to love another day, but the end of the story. You still seem to have said bye-bye. After the last lyrics were sung, Lu Qing smiled bashfully and said to the children, kids, I'm done singing, raise your hands if you think your brother sang well. As the words fell, the hands of nearly 60 students in the class went up. Outside the window, Fan Xing couldn't help but watch the interaction between Lu Qing and the children, and couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. This Lu Qing, there's something about him. That way, There is interaction in the bloopers. It gives the bloopers simply an added dimension to watch. Then, he filmed Lu Qing chatting and interacting with the children for a little longer. It was only after a few minutes of filming that he was moving the camera back into the teaching room. With that, he gave an okay gesture to Fang Zhenghuan. After Fang Zhenghuan pressed down both cameras, he was about to walk towards Lu Qing when Fan Xing directly stopped him. You're a singer. You found a good one. And you've still got a bit of talent as an actor. However, after Fan Xing said this, Fang Zhenghuan looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. Fan Xing touched his face, puzzled. What's wrong? Did I get something on my face? I clearly remembered when I left the house today that I washed my face clean. Hearing this, Fang Zhenghuan was even more helpless. He and Fan Xing knew each other already from their high school days. Just now, while listening to the song sung by Lu Qing, his thoughts ripped back to that moment, reminding him of the time when he had done good things with Fan Xing during his high school days. He was still a little touched. But now, seeing Fan Xing in this silly and foolish manner, he was actually a little skeptical. Why would he be in the same youth as someone like that? Although he thought so, the Fan Xing that Fang Zhenghuan knew from the time he first met him in high school had already been tinkering with technology about photography. Until now, Fan Xing has never given up photography. Instead, his photography skills are at a fever pitch. Fang Zhenghuan knew that there had been nearly 100 film and television companies that had come to invite Fan Xing to work as a photographer, but they had been distanced by Fan Xing. By the time he huffed and puffed and went to ask, what this guy Fan Xing said was actually, what movie and TV company? Why do you want to work in a movie and TV company? You're the director, eh? You don't force me to stay. Instead you're still attached to them to let me work in their company? The moment he heard this, Fang Zhenghuan was angry and moved. The angry one is Fan Xing, this kid's dead brain, touched by the fact that even though he had no money, Fan Xing had followed him and had not left. Thinking about it, Fang Zhenghuan's eyes turned a little red. Eat Jack, what's wrong with you? As soon as Fan Xing saw it, he made a disgusted expression. No, you thought of something? The moment he met Fan Xing's expression, Fang Zhenghuan's emotional swish disappeared. This guy, what a bummer. Don't bother, don't get in my way to find Lu Qing. As the words fell, Fang Zhenghuan bypassed Fan Xing and walked directly towards Lu Qing who was standing at the podium. Wait for me, I'm going to find him too. Fan Xing shouted and bumbled behind Fang Zhenghuan. When Fang Zhenghuan came to Lu Qing's front first, he said directly, Lu Qing, you just sang really well, he said with stars in his eyes. This is not a commercial blow-by-blow. This is a heartfelt, most honest assessment. And when Fan Xing behind him heard this, he immediately chimed in. I feel the same way. The way you sang was just too good. I was just listening outside and was moved. Lu Qing smiled helplessly as he listened to these two. You guys are being overly kind. I've only just sung it clean. If it was accompanied instead, wouldn't you guys be unable to stop crying when you hear it? As the words fell, the three of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, Fan Xing immediately said, why don't we take a look at the footage we just saw? Could be. Fang Zhenghuan responded. He was also looking forward to seeing how the children sounded just now when they heard Lu Qing sing. I was just so busy listening to myself that I didn't even pay much attention. However, Lu Qing said, that's fine, but can I watch it at night? I still want to play with the kids for a while. With that, he set his sights on the children. None of the kids here looked like the kids he'd seen earlier. These kids in front of me are so well behaved. So well behaved. It hurts. As soon as he had such a feeling, it made Lu Qing even more certain that for this documentary, he not only wanted to film it to the best, but also to inspire everyone to help these children and these poor people. Let these poor families, too, dress warmly, eat well and sleep well. Fan Xing and Fang Zhenghuan both looked at each other when they heard Lu Qing's words. Immediately afterward, Fang Zhenghuan said, sure, then we'll watch it tonight. Now let's do some games with these kids. As the words fell, Fang Zhengqing clapped his hands and walked to the podium. Children, everyone's food should still be ready at home. And this brother who just sang to you wants to play a game with you. Would you like to do that? The words were answered by the children at the same time. Yes. Listening to the children's tender voices, Lu Qing stood aside, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up. Then let's go to the playground together now and play games with Brother Lu. After Fang Zhenghuan finished speaking, the children stood up excitedly and all trotted towards the outside. And just as Lu Qing was about to walk away as well, a little girl walked up to him, embarrassed. Brother, can I hold your hand and go to the playground? Looking at the little girl in front of him, Lu Qing smiled. Of course, brother, you're beautiful. The little girl pulled Lu Qing's hand and smiled. Hearing the word pretty, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile and reached out his hand to touch her head. Remember, pretty describes a girl. If you compliment a boy, you have to say handsome. As the words fell, the little girl smiled and nodded. Brother, I understand. Saying that, she pursed her lips and said now, brother, you're so handsome. Put. Lu Qing met her eyes and smiled helplessly. Come on, everyone can be out there. After saying that, he picked up the little girl with one hand and walked towards the playground with big strides. The school isn't exactly big, but it is filled with children of all ages, from kindergarten to elementary school, and all of these children attend the same school. Whenever it's time for recess, people often have no place to move around. At this time of year, the teachers organize some of the children to go out for activities outside the school. Despite the limited conditions, the children are eager to go to school. Every second of their time at school is cherished. Lu Qing watched as everyone stood in a row in a well-behaved manner, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. How can such a well-behaved child have no books to read? As he was thinking, he saw that Fan Xing had already set up the camera. Playtime with the kids was not something he could afford to miss. This might be good fodder. Fang Zhen laughed and stood in front of the children and said to them, there's no need to be so formal today. Let's play eagle catch chicken today. How about it? At the words, the children cheered and jumped up and down. Eagles catching chicks. It's been a long time since I've played. Is Brother Lu the eagle? Or is Brother Fang the eagle? I want Brother Lu to be the hen to protect us. Don't. It's better for Brother Fang to be the hen. No. I want Brother Fang. Brother Lu. Seeing the children bickering, Lu Qing and Fang Zhenghuan looked at each other and smiled. Then, Fang Zhenghuan opened his mouth. Alright everyone, no need to argue. Brother Lu and I will take turns to be this eagle and hen. Is that alright? The children nodded when they heard this. Come on, rock paper scissors between the two of us. Fang Zhenghuan turned to Lu Qing. Yeah. Lu Qing smiled and answered. Scissors, rock paper scissors. The two men spoke in unison. And when Fang Zhenghuan won the game first, he jumped up with a woohoo. Lu Qing smiled bashfully, then let you be the eagle first. I'll protect the children. After saying that, he hurriedly stood in front of the children, who had smiles on their faces and were lined up in a row. And the child at the forefront was the girl who had pulled Lu Qing's hand at the very beginning. Brother, the little girl whispered behind him. Lu Qing turned his head and winked at her, laughing. Hide, oh brother, protect you. Aha! The little girl nodded heavily. Okay, I'll get you. Fang Zhenghuan watched everyone get ready and held out his hand thievishly, jogging towards the tail of the group. All at once, a joyful laughter came from the schoolyard. Time passed quickly and the colors in the air slowly darkened. When everyone was tired of playing, the children's parents, one after the other, picked up their children and took them home. The only one was the little girl who had pulled Lu Qing at the very beginning, who stood at the entrance of the school with her head down and carrying a tattered little school bag, not knowing what she was thinking. No one's come to take you home yet? Lu Qing looked at her and walked up to ask. The next moment the girl raised her eyes up. He froze slightly when he saw tears in her eyes. What's going on? Before he could say anything, a hand tapped him on the shoulder. He turned his head over and it was Fang Zhenghuan. Only Fang Zhenghuan glanced at the girl, then cocked his head again and walked towards the side. Lu Qing naturally understood what he meant and followed him. This girl, her family went out and didn't come back for a couple of years. What's going on we don't know. Fang Zhenghuan opened the door. Left the kid behind? Lu Qing frowned slightly. And who usually raises this child? School, Fang Zhenghuan said. She all lives in the school. Usually she is not very talkative. Only today she saw you and took the initiative to pull your hand. Hearing this, Lu Qing raised his eyebrows. Thinking for a moment, Lu Qing said, since the child is acquainted with me, let her stay at my place for a while. Fang Zhenghuan was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Qing to come up with this idea. Sure, no problem. Lu Qing faintly hummed, and when he was about to turn around and leave to find the little girl, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Director Fang, so you haven't been living here for a while, but you're from this village yourself, right? The words fell, and looking at the dismay on Fang Zhenghuan's face, he knew he was right. Yes, Fang Zhenghuan admitted, I'm from the village, and when I said earlier that I had only lived there for a while, I was afraid people don't believe there's money to pay the fees, do they? Lu Qing said, the village has been so run down and poor that the director from here, there's nothing iconic about it for one thing, and it's not well known. I'm afraid that the actors or singers who agreed to film here are having a hard time believing that this director can afford to pay their appearance fees. Fang Zhenghuan looked at Lu Qing and could only smile bitterly. There's no way to help these children. It can only be done. Lu Qing stepped forward and gently patted Fang Zhenghuan's shoulder. I'll do what I can. When Lu Qing retraced his steps to the school entrance, he realized that the little girl was missing. He frowned slightly and was about to enter the school to look for it when Fang Zhenghuan followed him. What's wrong? The little girl is gone. Lu Qing frowned. I think it's back to bed. Fang Zhenghuan said, walking towards the school's dormitory. Knock knock. He knocked on the door of the room. Not a moment later, a teacher came out from inside. Huan, what's wrong? Is Yo-Yo back in bed yet? Fong Zhenghuan asked. Yao Yao. The female teacher was puzzled for a split second and shook her head. No, I haven't even seen her today. Hearing this, Lu Qing and Fong Zhenghuan exchanged glances. Something's wrong. Brother Huan. Yao Yao. This child has been living with me for some time now, but she's either not familiar with me, or if she's just acting like she's in love with me. Why don't you just let this child live with another teacher? Brother Huan. Before the female teacher could finish her sentence, Fong Zhenghuan and Lu Qing had already turned around and trotted out of the school. It's a big night, though the village is small, but a little girl. It would be terrible if something happened to her on the road. Lu Qing and Fong Zhenghuan, each holding a flashlight, walked on the muddy road, looking around for the little girl. Her name is Yo-Yo? Lu Qing suddenly spoke. Yes, her surname is Lin. Her name is Lin Yao, Fong Zhenghuan said. Her parents, even I haven't met them. When I first found out, she was already in school. This way. Lu Qing frowned slightly. Even Fong Zhenghuan didn't know. It wasn't easy to find Lin Yao's parents. It's even possible to say yes. Not at all. Yo-Yo? As he was thinking about it, suddenly Zhang Huan made a startled sound. Lu Qing hurriedly followed his line of sight and actually saw a girl whose figure was extremely similar to Lin Yao's in the dark environment. Go! Lu Qing said, already running towards the figure's location. Brother Lu? Lu Qing was relieved when he heard a familiar voice as he approached. Before Lu Qing could say anything, Fong Zhenghuan hugged Lin Yao first. You child, where have you been? We've been worried sick about you. At this moment, Fong Zhenghuan was like the father of a child. However, just as he touched Lin Yao struggled to break free from his arms and hid behind Lu Qing. Brother Lu, can I go back with you? She gently tugged on the tail of Lu Qing's coat and whispered. Hearing this, he looked at Fong Zhenghuan, and then he turned around and picked up Lin Yao. Lin Yao was very skinny. Her weight was too thin compared to a normal girl of her age, and it didn't take the slightest bit of effort to hold her. Yes, then tonight you'll sleep with Brother Lu. Okay, Lu Qing said with a smile. Lin Yao lightly bit her lips and nodded her head repeatedly. Immediately after, he said to Fong Zhenghuan, then Director Fong, just let Yao Yao sleep here with me tonight. Fong Zhenghuan didn't refuse. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Along the way, Lu Qing carried Lin Yao back, and every now and then Lu Qing and Lin Yao chatted. During the chat, he realized that Lin Yao's words were different from what they were at the beginning. Instead, when talking to her, there seemed to be fewer words. Didn't have the same kind of enthusiasm that had come to him to talk to him voluntarily. He observed Lin Yao's expression, trying to discover something. But in the end, I didn't see anything. After bringing Lin Yao back to his room, he first took out the food he had prepared earlier for the outing from within his suitcase. Eat this? Lu Qing shook the chips in his hand and asked Lin Yao, and Lin Yao looked at the potato chips in his hand and wondered. Brother Lu, what is this? With that, she walked over and took the chips from Lu Qing's hand, looking them up and down. Here are the chips. I'll open them for you, Lu Qing said, helping her open the chips and ate one himself before handing it back to Lin Yao. Lin Yao looked at the chips, and with a half-hearted look, she put a chip into her mouth. Click! The chips made a sound when he ate them in, and Lin Yao cocked her head curiously. After eating one, her eyes lit up and she followed it up with a second chip. Piece after piece, Lu Qing smiled helplessly. Well, you eat less. You haven't eaten yet. Hearing this, Lin Yao sighed, mumbled and continued eating. It took a few more slices before she put the chips down with a look of resignation. Lu Qing walked over with a self-heated meal. He carefully opened it for Lin Yao and said, it's a little hot, so be careful what you eat. The moment she smelled the aroma of the rice, Lin Yao felt her mouth watering. She carefully blew on the rice and ate it one small spoonful at a time. A self-heating meal that she kept eating slowly, afraid that after this one, she wouldn't get a second chance to eat something so delicious. After the meal, Lu Qing handed her the chips again. Eat? She took the chips and said thank you before continuing to eat. Looking at Lin Yao's appearance, Lu Qing asked, have you met your mom and dad? Hearing this, Lin Yao's hand paused slightly, only to see her bite her lip and shake her head. No. With that, her bite on the chips became stronger. Lu Qing, on the other hand, raised his hand to touch her head and comforted her. It's okay, Yao Yao has to learn to rely on herself. If she keeps thinking about others, she will only harm herself. As the words fell, Lin Yao looked at Lu Qing with a surprised face. Brother Lu, you're the first to say those words to me. Lu Qing smiled faintly. Is that so? Lin Yao continued. I know that my parents don't want me anymore, but all my teachers and classmates have told me is that my mom and dad just went out to work. I remember being sick all the time growing up, and my mom and dad would fight every time, until I don't know when they disappeared. Saying that, Lin Yao's eyes slightly moistened. Lu Qing, on the other hand, would gently touch her head and comfort her. Don't want to. Let's go to bed. Lin Yao hummed and followed Lu Qing. There were 2 beds in the room, and he let Lin Yao sleep in one bed while he himself slept in the other. By the time he woke up the next day, he had only just woken up and had already seen that Lin Yao wasn't in bed. He thought that Lin Yao had run away again, but only just sat up when he saw Lin Yao walking in with food. Brother Lu, breakfast. With that, she placed a bowl of thin porridge on the center table. Looking at the thin porridge on the table, Lu Qing helplessly touched her head. You're too good. As the words fell, Lin Yao smiled, and then she said, I'll go to school first then. After saying that, before Lu Qing could reply, she trotted out with her own school bag on her back. Buzz. The message popped up on his cell phone before the porridge was finished. Picking up his cell phone, it was a message from Fang Zhenghuan. Wake up, let's discuss how the documentary should be filmed. By the way, was Yao Yao still peaceful last night? When the other teachers were with her, they all said that the kid didn't sleep in the middle of the night. Looking at the 2 messages, Lu Qing replied over. Wake up, I'll go over after eating the porridge. Yo-Yo slept quite well last night, and was kind of peaceful following me. After sending it out, he soon received a reply from Fang Zhenghuan. It's good to be at peace. I'm afraid she'll give you trouble. Looking at the message, he didn't choose to reply, but finished the porridge in a hurry. The documentary thing at hand is the right thing to do. When they arrived at the room, both Fan Xing and Fang Zhenghuan were already waiting in the room. Lu Qing, you're here. Fang Zhenghuan took the information in his hand and greeted him. You sit. Lu Qing hummed and sat across from the 2. The room was small, basically just enough room for 4 people and a blackboard. Let me tell you what I think, Fan Xing said, getting up with difficulty, picking up the chalk on the side and rustling it on the blackboard. In no time at all, Fan Xing had depicted all of his ideas on the blackboard in the form of drawings. Look, I'm going to start with this and then. Fan Xing spoke his insights, and Lu Qing and Fang Zhenghuan both listened attentively. It was only after nearly half an hour of speaking that Fan Xing ended his words. What do you think? Fan Xing said, looking at the 2 men. Your idea is good and all, but an idea is always an idea, and it will be difficult to shoot afterward. Fang Zhenghuan said as he pinched between his eyebrows. Lu Qing nodded and agreed. Director Fang is right. There's no denying that Van Hin's idea is a good one. If it were a fully resourced crew, it would have been able to film his idea perfectly. But right now the crew is just a few people with limited ability to film it. I would suggest that it would be better to change the cumbersome part or eliminate it, Lu Qing said. After listening to the 2 men, Fan Xing pondered for a moment, turned his head and looked at the record he had drawn again, and finally said, okay, I'll change it then. When he finished, he picked up a chalk brush and erased parts of it. This guy, Fan Xing, seems to have some talent in him. How could such a person have been restricted to follow Fang Zhenghuan? He guessed that these 2 must love each other more than gold. Lu Qing turned the water-based pen in his hand and looked around at Fang Zhenghuan and Fan Xing for a while. As he watched the 2 men actively discussing it, he didn't ask the query. In the blink of an eye, the discussion had gone on for up to a few hours, and by the time the final results came out, Lu Qing and the 3 of them were already so tired that their stomachs were rumbling. Okay, let's go ahead and eat. Fang Zhenghuan looked at the tired appearance of the 2 men and took the initiative to propose. Upon hearing the word dinner, both of their eyes lit up. The 2 of them nodded their heads repeatedly, and by the time the 2 of them followed Fang Zhenghuan, it was just about time for the children to be released from school. As soon as Lin Yao saw Lu Qing, she hurriedly jogged towards his position. Brother Lu. Lin Yao ran over and glanced at Fang Zhenghuan on the side, followed by hiding behind Lu Qing. It just so happened that if school was over, he could also take Lin Yao to dinner with him on the way. Come on, let's go eat together. As the words fell, Lu Qing took Lin Yao's hand. By the time a few people arrived at the eating place, what was placed on the tabletop was still thin porridge. This is all that can be eaten at its best, Fang Zhenghuan said. When the food improves, you must come back and eat again. Good, Lu Qing answered. After a meal, the guys parted ways and agreed to start the official shoot in the morning. Brother Lu. In the middle of the night, Lu Qing was falling asleep when he heard Lin Yao calling him in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Lin Yao had already sat up. Lu Qing got up and turned on the light and asked, "What's the matter? Can't you sleep?" Lin Yao just sat on the bed and looked at Lu Qing and nodded faintly. "I'm a little sleepy." With that, she touched her stomach. Listening to the sound of Lin Yao's stomach growling, Lu Qing smiled helplessly. Turns out it was too hungry to sleep. Lu Qing got out of bed and took a small packet of snacks out of the suitcase and handed it to Lin Yao. Eat this to fill your stomach a little so you can sleep. Hearing this, Lin Yao hummed and took the small snack and ate it. When she just ate it in her mouth, Lin Yao's eyes instantly lit up. Brother Lu, this is a little better than that potato chip from before. Lu Qing laughed. It's delicious, but you should still eat it sparingly. It's just a snack after all. Lin Yao listened and mumbled as she ate. After coaxing Lin Yao to sleep, Lu Qing also hurriedly laid down to sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Qing got up early, and when he saw that Lin Yao was still sleeping, he wanted to go up and cover her with a thin blanket. Before the quilt was covered, he realized that Lin Yao's face was a bit flushed. That doesn't seem right. He frowned slightly and placed the back of his hand on Lin Yao's forehead. At this touch, he immediately felt bad. The boy, he's got a fever. He hurriedly picked up Lin Yao, and the moment he walked out of the door with Lin Yao in his arms, he happened to bump into Fan Xing, who came to look for him. Lu Qing? What's going on here? Fan Xing froze slightly and asked in confusion. Lin Yao has a fever. Do you have a doctor here? Lu Qing said. Yao Yao is sick. I'll go and talk to Brother Huan, Fan Xing said nervously. As he turned around and was about to leave, he remembered something and pointed a direction to Lu Qing. Go in that direction. You can see a small pharmacy. The doctor inside should be there. Lu Qing didn't have time to think too much. Hugged Lin Yao and hurriedly jogged in the direction that Fan Xing knew. In no time, Lu Qing carried Lin Yao to the small pharmacy that Fan Xing had mentioned. As soon as he entered, he bumped into a man in a white coat who was removing the white coat from his body. Doctor, this child has a fever. Help! Lu Qing hugged Lin Yao and hurriedly walked in. The doctor's face didn't change when he saw Lu Qing. Instead he went forward and probed his hand to feel the temperature of Lin Yao's forehead. There's a fever, but the temperature isn't too high, the doctor said, stepping aside to pick up the medicine, but hesitated for some reason and picked it up towards the other side. Take this back. Take it for a few days, and you'll be fine. After saying that, before Lu Qing could reply, he extended his hand. 25. Lu Qing looked at the medicine in his hand and frowned slightly. Temperature not measured and not a fever reducer? The doctor didn't seem to expect to be questioned, and he revealed a hint of displeasure and impatience. I've told you, it's not a high fever. Just take this and go back and eat it. Fever-reducing medicine costs a lot of money, so hurry up and take it and go. While urging, the doctor did not forget to ask Lu Qing for money. Lu Qing, however, didn't just give the money and take the medicine and leave. He looked around and finally placed his eyes on the temperature needle on the desktop to the side. Hey, what are you doing? I'm getting off work. He didn't listen to the doctor's words and carried Lin Yao to a side seat and set her down. Then he flung the temperature needle and gently called Lin Yao's name. Yo-yo? Only after shouting several times did Lin Yao wake up in a daze. Brother Lu? Seeing Lin Yao waking up, Lu Qing hurriedly said, You have a fever. Let's take your temperature. Saying that, he carefully placed the temperature needle under Lin Yao's armpit and told her, Clamp hard for a while, then let go later. Oh. Lin Yao hummed, and although she clamped down hard on the temperature needle, her face still had a look of leaping to sleep. Brother Lu, I feel so dizzy. I want to sleep. She narrowed her eyes slightly and mumbled something under her breath. Lu Qing reached out and touched her head, saying in a warm voice, Yao Yao is fine. Brother Lu is chatting with you, okay? Good. Lin Yao pulled out a smile and nodded. And aside, the man looked at the two very impatiently with his hands around his chest. You guys get out. Listen to me, it's right. Am I the doctor or are you the doctor? He spoke, but Lu Qing was ignoring what he said. The man was a bit speechless, and when he wanted to go up and tear the people away, suddenly two figures came in from outside. You guys, I'm off duty and I'm not seeing a doctor right now. Just after shouting, Fan Xing came to him with an aggressive face. You fake doctor, cut the crap. After being chastised, the man bit his lip and said, Fake doctor, I'm not the only one who can see patients here. Who's a doctor if I'm not? Hearing his mumbled words, Fan Xing was instantly offended. You're still a doctor? But just to covet a little money here. You're a fucking doctor. He reached out and grabbed the man by the collar. You think I want to come to a poor place like yours? The man snorted. Just as Fan Xing wanted to say something else, Fang Jinghuan's voice came. Fan Xing, stop arguing. When he heard this, Fan Xing turned his head over just in time to see Lu Qing bring out the temperature needle. Well, Fan Xing rushed forward and asked. Lu Qing looked at the temperature and said faintly, It's burning higher. With that, he got up and asked the man, Where's the fever reducer? When the man heard this, he was reluctant to answer, but the moment he met the eyes of Shang Zhenghuan and Fan Xing, he pulled the corners of his mouth and took out a box of fever-reducing pills from a small cupboard on the side. Here, Lu Qing took it as soon as he could and hurriedly looked for water to feed Lin Yao to drink. As for Fang Zhenghuan, Looking at Lin Yao's frowning appearance, he followed suit. It was only after a few full hours at the pharmacy that Lin Yao woke up slightly. When Lin Yao woke up, the man had long since disappeared, leaving only 3 people in the store. Brother Lu, she cried out softly. Seeing Lin Yao wake up, Lu Qing smiled faintly. Awake, how do you feel? It feels much better, Lin Yao replied. Lu Qing got up and stretched, then said, that's good. I'm going to shoot a documentary with my 2 older brothers later, so I'll have one of my sisters accompany you, okay? Only Lin Yao slightly beamed, but still answered. Only after Wang Wei came did the 3 of them leave. Before Fang Zhenghuan left, he still glanced back uneasily, and Lu Qing noticed and reached out to pat his shoulder. It's okay, Yao Yao will get better with a good rest. Let's finish the day's shooting schedule. Good, Fang Zhenghuan responded. As soon as the trio returned to the school, they began their filming duties for the day. The filming phase of the documentary was divided into 3 days, with the first day's tasks lined up to be lighter, but they were all the most important parts. The cameras were held by Fang Zhenghuan and Fan Xing, while Lu Qing followed the script that had been discussed step by step. There were no problems with the filming, but when the 3 gathered to watch it, it was to realize that the children were all looking a little stiff. It's like, the kids are almost as nervous as the robots. It's better to do a little mental preparation with the kids first. Fang Zhenghuan looked at the screen and said. The 2 men chimed in. By the time Lu Qing re-entered the classroom, he had a video camera in his hand and smiled at the children. Boys, come on then yeah. The kids heard it and gave the yay sign in rapid succession. Lu Qing filmed the clip, then sat down next to the children and waved at everyone. Come on, everyone. Hearing this, the children curiously got up and came to Lu Qing's side. Look everyone, this is a video camera. It's something that can record and film everyone's movements. Oh, Lu Qing patiently explained while playing out the clip that had just been filmed. The children looked at themselves in the picture and felt marvelous. After watching it once, some of the children asked Lu Qing to watch it a second time. Gradually, the children are slowly all able to accept themselves on camera. Lu Qing filmed down a few times and looked at the relaxed look on their faces. Smiling at the 2 of them, Fang Zhenghuan and Fan Xing, who were standing in the doorway. The process became very smooth when they rehearsed once more, and the 3 of them smiled with satisfaction at the final result of the shot. Well, hard work, that's all for today, Fang Zhenghuan said. Fan Xing stretched. Finally, I can go back and get some rest. With that, he began to pack up his things. Instead, Lu Qing and Fang Zhenghuan exchanged a glance, and Fang Zhenghuan said, You're going to see Lin Yao? Lu Qing nodded. Let's go together. The 2 of them said goodbye and walked towards the pharmacy together. When Fan Xing was finally left alone to react, the 2 had already walked away. These 2 really don't call me at all, he mumbled as he rubbed his head. Pharmacy. Wang Wei looked at Lin Yao, who had fallen asleep, and took out her cell phone, and was posting the recent video of Lu Qing playing with the kids on her neck. When she raised her eyes to see Lu Qing and Fang Zhenghuan walking in. You're here. She put her phone away and got up. Lu Qing saw Lin Yao fall asleep and put his index finger in front of his mouth. Keep your voice down. Wang Wei listened, nodded, and whispered, fast asleep, and the boy's fever was gone by the time his temperature was taken. Hearing this, Lu Chenghengden and walked over with Fang Zhenghuan. The moment Lu Qing wanted to reach out his hand to pick up Lin Yao, Fang Zhenghuan, who was on the side, subconsciously reached out his hand as well. The 2 of them exchanged glances, and Fang Zhenghuan managed to withdraw his hand somewhat awkwardly. You hold it. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled. Director Fang's reaction. It's very wrong, Lu Qing thought, but still reached out to pick up Lin Yao. After bringing Lin Yao back to his room, he thoughtfully covered Lin Yao's quilt before walking out of the room. Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll let you know first, Lu Qing said to Fang Zhenghuan who was standing outside the door. Good, Fang Zhenghuan nodded. Thanks, you're welcome, Lu Qing faintly said. After watching Fang Zhenghuan leave, he turned around and returned to his room. Lu Qing didn't rush to rest, but instead came to the table and took out his cell phone and swiped it for a while. Clicking on the scarf, Lu Qing saw the scarf that Wang Wei had posted not long ago, and this scarf, the heat rises very quickly. Not a moment later there is already an heir to enter the top 10 of the hot search. If the heat goes up, it will draw more attention from the public. By the time the donation initiative is launched, I believe this village will be greatly improved and some of the old problems that exist can be solved. When the scarf was first seen, most of everyone's comments were in favor of Lu Qing. Lu Qing is so bullish. I said why hasn't there been any movement in this period of time? It turns out that he's gone to help the poverty-stricken area. So in that case, does that mean there will be one final piece out and then a new song will be online? New song, new song. When is the new song coming out? It's been a long time since the last new song passed. How come there's no new song out yet? Lu Qing can actually go to a place like this. Does it really not bother him at all? If it were me in such conditions, I guess it would be hard for me to live for less than a day. And it's really bitter that these children can still live for so long. Seeing this group of kids like this makes me want to help this group of kids. Looking at the words in the comments section, the corner of Lu Qing's mouth curled up slightly. At this rate, by the time the documentary comes out, the heat on the bib happens to be a certain amount, so that the public will be more likely to learn about the documentary, and then it will be easier to go forward with the donation. With that in mind, he put his cell phone down and turned around to lie down on the bed to rest. Early the next morning, before leaving the house, Lu Qing specially took a look at Lin Yao's condition first before he went out to continue today's shooting. The classroom scene was used for this segment of today's shoot. The main content is to film Lu Qing and children's interaction. The post-shooting footage, coupled with the song sung by Lu Qing, is just perfect. Fan Xing, who was standing outside the classroom window, looked at Lu Qing, who was telling stories to the children on the podium inside the classroom, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It was a very right choice to invite Lu Qing over this time. After nearly a few hours of filming, the three gathered together to check out the resulting footage, and looking at the children's very natural looks, a pleased smile appeared on all three faces. If we keep going at this pace, I believe that next, we'll finish a certain amount of work ahead of schedule, Fan Xing said as he fumbled with the camera in his hand. Listening to Fan Xing's words, Lu Qing nodded his head and said, "That's true, but I'm afraid that something will go wrong during the period." As the words fell, the three pondered for a moment, and after the silence, they looked at each other and smiled. "Don't worry, if there's really something wrong, then it's just a matter of fixing it," Fang Zhenghuan said, and Fan Xing echoed, "Yeah, anything that can be fixed isn't a thing." After that, the three of them laughed. Evening. When Lu Qing returned to his room, he saw Lin Yao sitting on the bed with a textbook in her hand, memorizing. As soon as he walked in, Lin Yao's eyes looked over. "Brother Lu, you're back." Seeing her greeting, Lu Qing touched his head and said, "Am I disturbing you?" Hearing this, Lin Yao shook her head repeatedly. "No, I also happen to be taking a break for a while." Lu Qing laughed. "You work really hard. I didn't even work this hard when I was your age." As the words fell, only Lin Yao sighed. "Brother Lu, our kids here, if they don't try to study hard and well, they just won't have a job." "Work?" Lu Qing was a bit surprised. Lin Yao was still young, but in the mold of a few grades of elementary school, but the words that came out of her mouth were generally not similar to those of an adult. It's heartbreaking to see a kid at this age thinking about his future job. Thinking that, he smiled faintly and reached out his hand to touch Lin Yao's head. "It's okay, it's right to study hard now, but what about work? You can think about that later. If there is so much pressure at this stage, what about when you grow up? Won't the pressure when you grow up be crushing?" Lin Yao slightly lowered her head and faintly hummed, "Brother Lu, I want to eat chips." When Lu Qing looked down towards Lin Yao, her hand was nervously gripping the book in her hand. Lu Qing smiled and then agreed. After walking aside, he opened the suitcase in his room and took out a new bag of potato chips and handed it to Lin Yao. "You can have chips, but don't eat too many. You're not sick yet." "Good." Lin Yao nodded obediently, looking at the chips in her hand, and hurriedly gave the book aside. Immediately afterward, her eyes lit up as she opened the chips and ate them. It's like a child eating candy for the first time. Surprised, cherished, and careful, Lu Qing just looked at her quietly, his heart aching a little. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and asked, "And what will you do if, in the future, Mom and Dad still don't come back?" The movement of Lin Yao's hand lurched, and her mouth slowly bit down on the chips. "Ka!" She raised her eyes towards Lu Qing. "Brother Lu, what you don't know is that Brother Feng, in fact, is my mother's brother." Lu Chang was slightly flabbergasted. "Is he really your mom's brother?" Lin Yao nodded. Lu Qing pinched between his eyebrows with some headaches. This director, he's really hiding a lot of things from himself, but if they are all related, then why? He looked towards Lin Yao in confusion. "Does he know where your mom went?" Lin Yao's eyes gradually reddened and she didn't say anything, but she had already told the answer. Lu Qing sighed. "Fine, you go ahead and eat. I'm going to check my phone for a bit." As the words fell, Lu Qing walked over to a side seat and sat down. When he took out his cell phone, he was initially thinking of swiping his scarf, but after turning his eyes to think about Lin Yao's matter, he cut from the scarf back to chatting with Fang Zhenghuan. "Director Feng, it seems like you're hiding a lot of things from me." The message was sent out. Lu Qing's heart seemed to feel a lot more comfortable, and only then did he feel relieved to go brush his scarf. Opening his scarf, he didn't hang around, but went to post a scarf using his private account. "After a few days, I experienced the difficulty of life in the mountains. The children here study very hard. Even if they are sick, They have to fight for time to study. At their age, they should not think about things in the work life, but the environment of life around them, but they have to think about the next, how to live. Then he included a couple pictures. Randomly, he sent the scarf out. After sending it out, Fang Zhenghuan's message came back just in time. Injustice, how did I lie to you? Could it be that you deliberately set me up for the sake of wanting to rest tomorrow? Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled helplessly. He pinched between his eyebrows and replied, less pretending. Yao Yao has told me that you are obviously her mother's brother. Do you recognize it or not? The message was sent, and the chat screen kept other party is typing constantly visible. It could be seen that Fang Zhenghuan was a bit flustered at this moment. And now, he was even more verified of a fact. It seemed that Fang Zhenghuan's relationship with Lin Yao was something he didn't want outsiders to learn about. But as it happened, Lu Qing knew. After waiting for almost 5 minutes, Fang Zhenghuan was the one who sent a reply. You know? Looking at this, Lu Qing replied, got it. Immediately afterward, he asked, why? When you're obviously Yo-Yo's relative, don't you let everyone know? Sent it out. And this time Fang Zhenghuan replied quickly, this is a long story, so I'll leave it at that for now. But will you keep this a secret for me? Why? Lu Qing didn't hesitate and directly threw a question over. Please, I was going to be the one to send it to a better home for Yao Yao. A better home? Lu Qing looked at this and subconsciously looked at Lin Yao, who was happily eating potato chips. Obviously there are relatives, but they have to be treated as orphans. He pinched between his eyebrows. Can't you raise her? I can only say that I have the heart but not the ability to do so. It's hard for me to support myself, and if I bring her along again, I'm afraid I'll only be making things difficult for her, and for myself as well. Lu Qing didn't say anything, but replied with a pertinent remark. The next thing he learned was that he had been talking to Fang Zhenghuan for almost an hour before he learned. Lin Yao's parents, a year ago, had both died. The reason both left was because of a car accident, but by the time the news got back to Fang Zhenghuan here, it was already a few months later. The first time he heard the news, he had planned to bring Lin Yao to see it, but he looked at Lin Yao, who was just too young. A child of this age. If she knew that not only had her parents left her behind since she was a child, but now they had also passed away, how sad she must be. Immediately, he decided to find a good family for Lin Yao. However, he was also concerned that he was Lin Yao's relative, fearing that when the time came that some people were interested in adopting cared about this matter. So he decided that the two of them would just be strangers in the eyes of outsiders. It was only after Lu Qing had finished understanding all of this that he was able to understand. Every one of them, the tourists from the outside, could have been Lin Yao's adopters. He sighed and turned to look at Lin Yao. The chips that were given to Lin Yao had already finished eating them a long time ago. At the moment, she was reading a book. Lu Qing sat in front of Lin Yao and asked, Yo-Yo, why did you choose me? This question caused Lin Yao to freeze a bit. In the next second, her eyes reddened and she bit her lip. Brother Lu, I didn't do it on purpose. I look at my friends and I just want a home too. Hearing this, Lu Qing stepped forward and hugged Lin Yao. Lin Yao bit her lips and couldn't help it, so she cried in Lu Qing's arms. It was only after crying for a while that Lin Yao was able to let go of Lu Qing. Brother Lu, I'm sorry. Lu Qing, on the other hand, smiled and touched her head. It's fine. No need to be sorry. Looking at Lin Yao in front of him, he was a little soft. If it's for adoption, why can't he adopt? Thinking so, he said to Lin Yao, Yao Yao, are you willing to go back with Brother Lu? As the words fell, only Lin Yao revealed a very surprised look, followed by dismay. But soon, she reacted and nodded her head repeatedly. Brother Lu, I do. After saying that, she once again screamed and hugged Lu Qing tightly. Cough. Lu Qing gently patted her back. I'll talk to Fang Zhenghuan tomorrow, and when I'm done filming the documentary, I'll take you back with me. Aha! Lin Yao nodded. After falling asleep, Lu Qing realized that tonight, Lin Yao's face was full of smiles and a happy look. Lin Yao is a nice kid, well-behaved and understanding. Nothing can go wrong with a child like that being kept around. Last day of shooting. What? Wang Wei was shocked. You said you were going to adopt the boy? The first time she learned that Lu Qing was going to adopt Lin Yao, Wang Wei was very excited. Right now being on the cusp of a traffic storm. You say it's an adopted child. The people around you believe it. But what about the internet? Will the internet believe it? Everyone couldn't wait for Lu Qing to have blackmail. So how could those paparazzi let go of such an opportunity? Wang Wei thought and pinched between her eyebrows. Boss, I'm not disagreeing, but on the netizens' side, I guess it's hard to convince them. But once Lu Qing made a decision, it was hard to change it. The body is not afraid of the shadow. I have not done anything. I am not even in love. How can this child be mine? After saying that, the moment Wang Wei was about to open her mouth, Lu Qing took the first step and said, "Alright, that's it," Lu Qing said. "Trust me." Seeing that her own boss had said so, Wang Wei couldn't refuse any longer. She could only nod her head. "By the way, boss, you posted that on your scarf last night and now it's on the hot seat." Wang Wei remembered things and said. His eyes lit up at the news. At this stage of online traffic, it's pretty fast. It took less than a day to go straight to Hot Topic. The accompanying earlier scarf I posted is now on the hot seat, Wang Wei added. "Well, that's good news then." Lu Qing laughed. "Lu Qing, coming to shoot." The two of them were chatting when suddenly came Fan Xing's voice. Turning his head to look, he saw Fan Xing waving towards him. "Coming," Lu Qing responded. After speaking with Wang Wei, he rushed towards Fan Xing's side. "Today is the last day of shooting, so get done early and finish early. So slow today. It's hard to be lazy," Fan Xing said as he carried the camera in his hand. "Nope," Lu Qing was about to continue, but the next second he saw Fang Zhenghuan talking to Lin Yao. He perfunctorily said a few words to Fan Xing before walking quickly towards those two people's location. "Director Fang, it's time to start shooting," he walked over and said directly, and when Fang Zhenghuan saw him coming, he didn't hide it and said with a smile, "I heard you're adopting Yo-Yo." Lu Qing was slightly flabbergasted and looked at Lin Yao. At this time, Lin Yao no longer had the feeling that she had deliberately avoided Fang Zhenghuan earlier, and now the two of them were in a state of getting along that was normal. "Yes," Lu Qing answered, "I'm going to take Yao Yao with me." Hearing this, Fang Zhenghuan's happiness was directly written on his face. "That's just great." As the words fell, he seemed to be a little sad again, turning his head to look at Lin Yao and touching her head. "Follow brother Lu's words, and you must listen well." "Well, I'll listen well," Lin Yao answered. Lu Qing also chimed in. "It's fine. This matter, you don't have to worry too much. Yao Yao is an obedient child." Hearing these words, Fang Zhenghuan looked at Lin Yao with a face of relief. "Hey, what are you guys doing? Why are you all slacking off on the last day?" Not far away, Fan Xing looked at a few people for a while and shouted, "Really, I'm the only one who works hard, and if I don't get a raise, it's just not fair." Fan Xing muttered, "Hurry up. If you don't come, there won't be enough time later." Fan Xing urged again. It was only when the words fell that the two people not far away moved. "Let's go. Go ahead and shoot." Fang Zhenghuan stroked Lin Yao's head and said to Lu Qing. The two let Lin Yao leave before they were back over here to officially start filming. Today's shoot would have been a wrap, and the content of the task wasn't really very tough, but rather easier. Within a few hours, the final shots had already been filmed, and Fan Xing looked at the last few clips, and without saying a word, he turned his head and headed towards a room. "Hey, where is he going?" Lu Qing looked at Fan Xing's back as he left and said, "It's only just finished. I still want to celebrate with you guys." As the words fell, Fang Zhenghuan said, "He, has already run off to edit. Don't worry. He's a person whose ability in this area is absolutely first class. Already went to editing? That's a lot of speed. That's a lot of speed. I was thinking that I would finish filming today, and if I wanted to edit, I would wait until tomorrow. This guy is just too aggressive as well." Thinking about it, Lu Qing replied with a smile. "Okay, then let's all have a meal or something together during the evening." Fang Zhenghuan thought for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. "Okay, I'll go ahead and help him then." Lu Qing hummed, and Fang Zhenghuan was heading towards where Fan Xing had gone earlier. "Let me help you." Fang Zhenghuan walked in and spoke to Fan Xing while taking the seat next to him. Fan Xing glanced at him lightly and asked, "Yao Yao let him adopt her?" Yeah. Fang Zhenghuan replied somewhat absent-mindedly. "You're happy about this matter of her being adopted, aren't you?" Fan Xing said. "After all, from beginning to end, you were not attached to this child, and after this child was adopted, it rather gave you less pressure." As the words fell, Fang Zhenghuan beside him was visibly stunned. The look on his face gradually darkened as he said faintly, "It's a liability, but there's still a little blood in it." When he finished, he was silent for a moment, then followed up, "It's a good thing. His sister's daughter, said to have been entrusted to him on her deathbed, but in reality he was not fond of small children. So, his sister's daughter, as obedient as she may be, he wants to clear the air with the child so that the child can be put up for adoption sooner rather than later. Instead of me holding people back from a good life ahead, I'd rather have her adopted sooner." Fang Zhenghuan said as he manipulated the contents on the computer. "You are really incompetent as an uncle." After listening to Fang Zhenghuan's words, in the end, Fan Xing came to a final conclusion. "Fortunately, Yao Yao is not following you. If she were to follow you, I'm afraid that she would have to suffer." At these words, Fang Zhenghuan did not reply. Loss or no loss he didn't know. After all, it was now adopted out. Cut the crap. Hurry up and get the job done. Then let's go out for a meal together tonight. Hearing this, Fan Xing muttered helplessly. I really don't know. You look like this. The documentary was suggested by me or by you. After mumbling, he buried his head and continued working. And in the evening, when the two of them finally finished the last of their work, just as they walked out the door, Lu Qing's face was suddenly reflected in their eyes. Lu Qing? Fang Zhenghuan was slightly flabbergasted. What brings you over? Looking at the two of them, Lu Qing said, you guys are busy too late. I'm afraid that if I don't come again, I might not be able to see you until midnight. As the words fell, the two men in front of them looked at each other and smiled. Soon, the three of them were sitting at the same table, and on the table were all the goodies that Lu Qing had brought. In these few days down here, the hardest one is not us. It's Lu Qing, Fang Zhenghuan said, smiling at Lu Qing. This environment is tough for you. You brought all this stuff yourself. Lu Qing listened and laughed. Minor problem. Nothing much. Immediately afterward, the founder laughed. Lu Qing looked at the wine in his hand. He hadn't even drank much and he already looked drunk. He hesitated for a moment, and after glancing at Fan Xing, he still took advantage of Fang Zhenghuan's drunkenness to ask, why don't you raise Yo-Yo yourself? She's so understanding. The moment these words were asked, both of the men in front of them froze. But at this moment, Fang Zhenghuan, who was already drunk, his brain was a one-track mind, and when he heard the question, he answered directly. Lin Yao? He snorted as he read the name. Even if Lin Yao is no matter how obedient she is, I don't like small children. Small children are troublesome. Moreover, my financial ability, in itself, is only enough for me to live alone. If I bring along another Lin Yao, wouldn't my life be a mess? As he spoke, he didn't stop the words coming out of his mouth, despite how Fan Xing beside Fang Zhenghuan pushed him. Now it's good. Lu Qing, you're here. You've adopted her. It's good. Heavenly good. After hearing Fan Xing's words, Lu Qing had no expression on his face. You are her uncle. Being an uncle means not being responsible at all. Uncle? Fang Zheng words laughed. Sister is not so good to me. Since I was young, my family starved me. Even when there was a third child, the family almost all cast on that child. I was not cared for at all. So it is. It's the third child, for goodness sake. The facts of village births, that is, as much as one doesn't want to admit it, it is what it is. Looking at Fang Zhenghuan's appearance, Lu Qing did not continue to ask. At this moment, after learning of Fang Zhenghuan's meaning, all he wanted was for Lin Yao to follow him properly and live a good life. He would give the love and care that Fang Zhenghuan had not given earlier. Such a small child. Lu Qing really couldn't bear it. Lu Qing. When Fan Xing saw Lu Qing's appearance, he wanted to ask something. However, when he opened his mouth to call Lu Qing's name, Lu Qing raised her eyes to look at him with a smile. Don't worry, I'll adopt Lin Yao. It's Fang Zhenghuan. You'll have to drag him back by yourself later. Hearing this, Fan Xing didn't say anything else but nodded his head. When he was almost finished eating, Lu Qing remembered a doubt in his mind and asked, why did Fang Zhenghuan hate kids and come to the school for a documentary? When this question was asked, it caused Fan Xing, who was about to assist Fang Zhenghuan, to freeze. This guy, he's pretty smart. He managed to smile and finally replied, that's a question I can answer. Fan Xing said, actually, the idea of the documentary has to be, it's my idea, and it's also my idea to do the filming at the school. And sometimes, the thing itself, it's not what you see and what you hear. Hearing Fan Xing's answer, Lu Qing was not surprised, as if it was expected. Day 2, when Fang Zhenghuan woke up, Fan Xing told him all about last night's events. When he heard that, he just sighed and didn't say anything else, until the time when a few people said goodbye. Lu Qing held Lin Yao's hand in his hand as he whispered to Lin Yao, aren't you going to say goodbye to your uncle? Lin Yao shook her head decisively. It was only when Lu Qing's few people left on their way out, no longer accompanied by Fang Zhenghuan and Fan Xing, that Lin Yao was the one who said, Brother Lu, I actually know that my uncle doesn't like me. The kid. Lu Qing was slightly flabbergasted. He smiled and stroked towards Lin Yao's head, comforting him. It's okay, the past is the past. Now, it's me you're following. As the words fell, he could see with his naked eyes that Lin Yao's expression relaxed. Along the way, Lu Qing and Wang Wei talked and laughed with Lin Yao, in order to soothe her mood. When she got on the airplane, Lin Yao wiggled her feet and looked out the window at the sky with a curious expression. This is your first time on an airplane, Lu Qing said. Aha, Lin Yao looked back. This is the first time. I still know from books that there are airplanes. Airplanes are so beautiful. Hearing her words, Lu Qing smiled faintly. It's fine. When there's a chance in the future, Brother Lu will show you around more. As the words fell, Lin Yao had a happy face. During the airplane ride, Lin Yao kept staring curiously out of the window at times, and and at other times ate and slept when she got sleepy from watching. But Lin Yao didn't sleep very well, and only slept a little before waking up to look out the window again. All the way until the plane landed, Lin Yao had a tightly stared look on her face, watching the plane steadily fall to the ground. "Let's go. Get off the plane," Lu Qing said. Lin Yao hummed before she was fondly getting up from her position. Walking out of the airport, Lin Yao's clothes and Lu Qing Wangwei's clothes are like two sides. The village is poor. Lin Yao's clothes are very simple. If he didn't understand it, from a distance, Lin Yao's appearance was as if she was a little beggar. On the contrary, Lin Yao did not take this matter to heart. "Brother Lu, are we going home now?" Lu Qing reached out his hand, touched her head, and said, "Let's not go home now. Let's go buy you clothes first." Upon hearing the word clothes, Lin Yao's eyes instantly lit up. "Go." After saying that, Lu Qing took her hand and walked forward superbly. Meanwhile, what the trio didn't know was that in a hidden place, there were several paparazzi with cameras in their hands clicking away in the direction of the trio, until the trio got into the car. The few paparazzi didn't give up, but got into their own cars and quickly followed Lu Qing's trio's car. Now there's big fire news. Inside the car, a paparazzo looked at the successful photo shoot with a smile on his face. "It's more than just a big fire. Did you just see that? That child Lu Qing is pulling in his hand is just as affectionate as his own child," another paparazzo said. Moreover, the way the three of them stood together, they simply looked like a family. The two men spoke, heatedly discussing together. The doggy driving the car listened to the words discussed by several people while driving, and finally followed Lu Qing's car all the way to a shopping mall. "Go, go, go, they're going into the mall. Let's keep up." As soon as the car was parked, the driving doggy immediately prodded. Right after Lu Qing's trio entered the mall, several paparazzi inside the car quickly got out of the car, cameras in hand in unison, carefully following not far behind Lu Qing's trio. They went into the costume store? Doggy frowned slightly as he looked at the store they had entered. If they go in, they go in. It's hard to see how they can escape through the window of a clothing store. The other doggy leaned against the wall behind him and laughed. "Fair enough, we'll just wait here." Doggy nodded. As for Lu Qing's side, he brought Lin Yao over here to the area suitable for her. "Yao Yao, take a look. Is there anything you like? If you have a favorite you can take it down and we'll change into it." Lin Yao looked at the beautiful clothes in front of her that she had never seen before, although she liked them very much, but she was afraid of dirtying these new clothes, so she didn't even dare to move a bit. Just when Lu Qing thought that the child didn't like these clothes, Wang Wei came forward and personally picked out a dress for Lin Yao before leading her into the dressing room. "It's okay, just change." Only after supervising, Wang Wei was walking back to Lu Qing's side. Lu Qing looked at her and asked suspiciously, "Didn't Yao Yao not like it? Why are you still forcing people?" Hearing the word forced, Wang Wei was almost exasperated. She said helplessly, she didn't dislike it. Her eyes glowed when she saw the clothes. How could she not like them? Then how did she? Lu Qing was puzzled. She has only just come out of the village. Seeing these clothes is naturally like and worried. It will be bad if she gets dirty later. That's what she thinks in her heart. It was only after listening to Wang Wei's meal of explanation that Lu Qing was suddenly awakened, and he said to Wang Wei with a smile, "It's the girls who know best." As the words fell, Wang Wei smiled. Just at this moment when the two of them finished chatting, Lin Yao had already changed her clothes and walked out from the dressing room. "Sister, brother, does it look good?" Lin Yao, wearing a skirt on her body, bit her lip and asked the two cautiously. Lu Qing looked at her and nodded with a smile. Good looking, although Lin Yao's skin was a bit dark. These were all from the sun, and if she did a good job of sun protection and whatnot later on, she would be able to whiten back up. And Lin Yao still looked too skinny, and when she wore her clothes, they all looked a little too big for these clothes. That's an issue that still needs to be remedied more for this kid later on. Thinking of this, Lu Qing said, "Your brother Lu has money, so go get a few more favorite clothes to try. Don't be afraid." Hearing this, Lin Yao hesitated for a while before she was nodding her head. Lu Qing was pleased when he saw her take the clothes off the rack with her own hands. When Lin Yao walked into the locker room again, Wang Wei suddenly whispered, "Boss, there's something I have to say." Lu Qing looked at her. "Then you say it." "Just now, on the way here, I always had the feeling that the car behind me at the time, it was Doggy." Upon hearing the word Doggy, Lu Qing frowned slightly, then smiled again. "Are all these paparazzi so idle? I'm not a star. Instead of chasing after stars, these people come over to catch me on camera? Boss, you don't know. You can be much more explosive than a star." Wang Wei laughed. "After all, when you did something, you can't say you've forgotten. Back in the day?" The corner of Lu Qing's mouth curled up. "How could I forget? It's fine. It might not really be a paparazzo yet," Lu Qing said, raising her eyes in the direction of the dressing room. What's important now is to accompany Yao Yao to finish her shopping. As the words fell, Lin Yao changed into a casual outfit and pulled back the curtain to walk out from the dressing room. This is a nice set. As soon as Lu Qing saw her, he immediately gave her compliments. Children should be encouraged and praised appropriately. Lin Yao, who came out from the village, had a kind of lack of self-confidence in her bones, and in order to make this child confident, she still had to be praised and encouraged more. Kids, it's all about confidence. Lin Yao was embarrassed by Lu Qing's praise, while Wang Wei was watching from the side. She couldn't help but smile at Lu Qing's appearance. The owner is still very attentive. There aren't many boys with a fine mind, but was she feeling wrong if the ones following behind weren't doggies? Thinking that, she subconsciously looked behind her. Looking outside the store, she only saw people coming and going shopping at the mall, passing by the store entrance every now and then, and nothing else out of the ordinary that she didn't see. Could it really be that his senses were wrong? Wang Wei scratched his head, a little puzzled, and turned his head back. Meanwhile, the paparazzi hiding in the shadows outside cautiously poked their heads out, and after seeing that Wang Wei had already turned her head back, they breathed a sigh of relief. One of the paparazzi asked, "Wasn't that the one beside Lu Qing just now? Did she know we were following them? How can that be? We're hiding so well. I guess we just want to see the outside." "Don't be too sensitive," another doggy said. The rest of the paparazzi then chimed in. "Yeah, how could she have known we were following? She didn't even see us." "Yeah, don't you worry about it. There's no way she could have known we existed." "That's it. It's better to wait quietly for them to come out and then keep following." After continuously changing no less than 10 sets of clothes, Lin Yao was so tired that she sat down on a side chair. "Brother Lu, I'm exhausted." She smiled and raised her eyes to Lu Qing. For the first time, or the first time ever, she was able to get a chance to change her clothes until she was tired. Earlier, there was no chance of that at all. Lu Qing touched her head and laughed. "Tired? Then we'll buy clothes up to here today, and we'll look elsewhere." "Buy you something else?" Lin Yao nodded. "Good." Lu Qing turned around, took her cell phone and went to pay for these clothes. "Please take your time, sir," the waiter said to him as he handed him the packed clothes. After taking Lin Yao out of the clothing store, the paparazzi hiding in the shadows immediately took out their cameras to click and shoot. Wang Wei's heart fluttered and she subconsciously looked in a certain direction. And the direction she was looking was exactly where the doggies were. As soon as they saw Wang Wei looking over, the paparazzi immediately put their poked-out heads back. They leaned against the wall, not daring to breathe. They waited until after the meeting, and when they probed out again, Lu Qing's few people had already walked away. "Go, follow it," the leader said in greeting, and the doggies behind him immediately followed. Lu Qing led Lin Yao to the daily necessities store, and when he went in, he led Lin Yao and took toothbrushes and towels and other daily necessities type of things. The entire process was all about Lu Qing holding it while Lin Yao was looking at the price. "Brother Lu, this is so expensive. Brother Lu, it's better not to have this. Brother Lu, I don't think I can use this." Every time she heard such words, Lu Qing would smile and say to her, "It's okay." When it was time to check out, Lin Yao looked at the final price, a total of $1,500. She was a little nervous. When? She had never seen such a high price. Lu Qing, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and swiped the QR code sharply. "Let's go. Get some more snacks and we can go back," Lu Qing said. Hearing the word snack, Lin Yao's eyes lit up and the first thing that came to mind was the potato chips that Lu Qing had given to eat earlier. When a few people bought out from the snack store, Lin Yao's first words were, "Brother Lu, I didn't expect the chips to be so expensive." "It's fine. It's all minor," Lu Qing said with a smile. Lin Yao, on the other hand, was holding the potato chips in her arms with a careful face. When Lu Qing and the others returned home, the paparazzi who followed them did not continue to follow them any further, but instead began to gather together and look at the results of their respective shoots. "Take these back and you'll be able to deliver, and then it'll be another good price." The doggies chuckled. He had only just arrived home, and before he had time to settle Lin Yao, Fong Zhonghuan's phone call came over. "Hello?" Lu Qing opened his mouth. "Lu Qing, that documentary has been edited and sent to you. Take a look at it. If you think it's okay too, we'll release it." "Good," Lu Qing answered and then hung up the phone. Turning her head, Wang Wei was chatting with Lin Yao. He walked over and led Lin Yao to familiarize herself with the bad conditions of the house, and led Lin Yao to put away all the things she had bought. After settling Lin Yao down, Lu Qing came to sit across from Wang Wei. Wang Wei handed over the tablet in her hand and said, "See, I told you we had paparazzi behind us, didn't I?" Taking a look at the tablet, Lu Qing saw that on the scarf, things about Lu Qing himself had already made it to the top 3 of the hot search list. And this headline, even more outrageous. Explosion. Lu Qing and his illegitimate daughter are shopping at the mall. Lu Chang and daughter. Which one is mom really? Lu Qing smiled helplessly. These media outlets, they have a knack for picking up headlines, Lu Qing said, moving down a bit to the comments section. Netflix? Looking at the pile of question marks, Lu Qing almost laughed out loud. It's so outrageous. I don't think anyone will believe it. As he was talking, unexpectedly Lu Qing still saw a comment that some netizens believed. What? Lu Qing actually has a child. How come we didn't know about this? Sure enough, everyone on the powder collapses the room. Even Lu Qing is no exception. Lu Qing just collapsed the house? I just have one question. Who is the child's mom? Introduce? No way. Right now Lu Qing's popularity is all pretty high, and with such a sudden incident, Lu Qing won't be able to stay hot for long. Didn't you say that Lu Qing was going to the poverty-stricken area to help out? How come he went and picked up a daughter back? Looking at these comments, Lu Qing wanted to cry. These netizens really believe it. Then, he handed the tablet back to Wang Wei, followed by taking out his own cell phone, precisely to see the video that Fang Zhenghuan had sent over. The video clicked on, and the accompaniment of Sunny Day sung by Lu Qing burst into life. The little yellow flower of stories, floating since the year I was born, childhood swinging, swing with the memory all the way to the present. As Lu Qing sang, a clip of the shooting appeared smoothly on the screen. Whether it's the way it's filmed, the way it's edited, or the special effects of the switching shots, in every aspect of this, it has to be said that Fan Xing has done a very good job, especially in the close-ups of the children. Fan Xing gives the camera a great ability to emphasize that sense of rusticity on the faces of the village children. The documentary was also only a few minutes long, and the moment Lu Qing's song was finished, the documentary officially ended. And finally at the end of the end is a group photo of the kids all together. This group photo shows smiling children with youthful faces. This was a photo that Lu Qing had not seen. The first time I saw it was on this documentary. After reading it, he immediately gave Fang Zhenghuan a message back. I read through it and there's nothing wrong with it. It's ready to be sent out. After the message was sent, Fang Zhenghuan quickly replied, okay, since there's no problem, I'll open the donations now, as well as the release of the documentary, and I'll have to trouble you to go online and forward it for us when the time comes. Don't worry, when you send it out, just date me and I'll go ahead and retweet it for you guys. Lu Qing sent it out. After Fang Zhenghuan returned an expression, Lu Qing did not continue to reply over. Soon, Lu Qing had only been chatting with Wang Wei for a while when Fang Zhenghuan's side had already managed to send out the documentary. After seeing this scarf, Lu Qing immediately retweeted it. The children in the village are all very lovely. I have actually seen the situation in the village. The children and the villagers in the village are living a very difficult life. I hope that everyone can lend a helping hand to these children to give them some support. Just do your best. Immediately afterward, he included a link. Taking advantage of the paparazzi's heat, Lu Qing's just sent scarf quickly gained traffic. These paparazzi are still helping him out. The corner of Lu Qing's mouth curled up slightly, and under this comments section, support. I have supported. Getting our support? You explain what the hell is going on with that kid first? That's it. Forget about that kid. I've already watched the documentary and Lu Qing sang really awesome. I've gone one step ahead of you and donated $10,000. I've already donated 1,000. Even though I'm still a student, I donated 100. The comments section is really hard to read. Why are they all asking about that child Lu Qing? Shouldn't what they should be paying attention to now be this donation thing? The documentary has been watched. The song has been listened to. Donations have been made. And just one more question. When is this song going to be online? Looking at the comments, Lu Qing didn't rush to explain, but put his cell phone aside. Boss, don't we explain? Wang Wei looked at Lu Qing's movements and asked suspiciously. Lu Qing, on the other hand, smiled and said, there's no rush to explain. The heat is still just right now. Isn't it just right to take advantage of these media outlets to go and publicize more about the documentary? After listening to Lu Qing's words, Wang Wei looked as if she had awakened. It's my brain that's stuck today, and I was thinking that if you didn't explain, I'd explain. Lu Qing smiled blandly. No need. Then, Lu Qing asked, the next trip, what's in it? Wang Wei listened and picked up the tablet aside to open the folder. The closest ones are up here. Receiving the tablet, Lu Qing saw many familiar-looking ones. The familiar ones were all seen earlier on the plane, while there were two new ones, a movie and a TV show. It's all a bit more flaky these days, Lu Qing muttered. Wang Wei chimed in. It seems like it's peak season lately. There will be quite a lot of movies and TV shows and stuff. As the words fell, Lu Qing looked at it for a moment and made a direct choice. Let's make this movie then. Make an appointment with the director of the movie. He's not a bad subject for a school teacher's day. Saying that, Lu Qing glanced at the calendar. It's no wonder that there are movies with this type of theme. but it turns out that in a week it's Teacher's Day. Odds are the movie will be in theaters by then. Okay boss. Wang Wei nodded, got up with the tablet and went to contact the movie director. About 10 minutes later, Wang Wei walked back. Boss, it's already been negotiated. The only thing is that he's in a hurry for this movie. The director over there said that he can give you a few days to write the lyrics, but it has to be as soon as possible because it takes time to listen to the song, and it takes time to blend it in when the time comes, Wang Wei said in a serious manner. In addition, the director over there said that this movie will be released on Teacher's Day, which is 1 week later. Listening to Wang Wei's words, all of this was almost within Lu Qing's expectations. It's okay, it's all acceptable, Lu Qing said. Also, the director's side says he wants you to come over and see the movie, Wang Wei added. Hearing this, Lu Qing raised his eyebrows. Tomorrow then. Wang Wei nodded her head and immediately took out her cell phone to send a message to the movie director. After the talk, Wang Wei left the house. When evening came, Lu Qing cooked and made dinner. After knocking on the door of Lin Yao's room, he found that there was no door opened. He immediately opened the door and went in. He saw Lin Yao sleeping on the bed. Turned out to be sleeping. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He went forward and carefully patted Lin Yao's shoulder, warmly saying, Yao Yao, Yao Yao, get up and eat, said Lin Yao before she woke up in a daze. Brother Lu. After coming to her senses, she immediately got up and said in embarrassment, I'm sorry Brother Lu, I'm just too sleepy. And Lu Qing said, it's okay. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yao's stomach let out a gurgling sound. Lu Qing smiled faintly and said, let's go. I've already prepared the meal. Let's go eat. After saying that, Lin Yao hummed and followed Lu Qing out. When she didn't see Wang Wei, she asked, Brother Lu, where is Sister Wang Wei? She's already home, Lu Qing said as he loaded Lin Yao's rice. Oh, Lin Yao opened her eyes and nodded silently. I had thought that Sister Wang Wei was staying with Brother Lu. Turns out it wasn't what she thought. Thinking so, Lin Yao sat down in her seat, looking at the rare white rice in front of her and subconsciously gulping. Then she looked back to the fragrant dish and licked her dry lips. How's that? Smells good, doesn't it? Lu Qing asked. He's not exactly a chef, but he's not bad at all. Lin Yao mumbled. Fragrant. Fragrant, then eat more, Lu Qing said and gave Lin Yao a piece of meat to put in her bowl. As he watched Lin Yao eat the fragrant meat one bite at a time, Lu Qing had a pampered look on his face. After dinner, Lu Qing took Lin Yao to bed. Only after Lin Yao had gone to bed did he go back to his room. The next day came quickly, and when Lu Qing's biological clock woke up on time, Lin Yao in the next room also happened to walk out of her room. Looking at Lin Yao, the sleepy and confused Lu Qing froze. Brother Lu? Lin Yao looked at him with a skewed head in confusion. It was only then that he was reacting to the fact that he had already adopted Lin Yao. Suddenly there were more little girls in the house, and for a moment Lu Qing hadn't reacted. But going to the movies today, hesitating, in the end, he chose to bring Lin Yao with him. The time was set for 10 o'clock, and the place, a movie theater. Wang Wei had explained to Lu Qing on the way here that this movie theater was a private movie theater, and the owner was the director of this movie, named Lin Qiu, and everyone called this director as Master Qiu. As to why it is called Master Qiu, Wang Wei gave the answer. It's awesome. This answer left Lu Qing confused, but the moment he saw Lin Qiu himself, he instantly understood. Lin Qiu, a man with a fierce-looking face, was, at a glance, a very strict director. But, while talking to Lin Qiu showed a feeling of amiability. Xiao Lu, you guys pick a seat. Lin Qiu laughed, and with a roll of his eyes, he placed his sight on Lin Yao on the side. Hey, this is the illegitimate daughter you said on the internet, right? Hearing the words illegitimate daughter, Lin Yao raised her eyes to Lu Qing in doubt. Brother Lu, what is an illegitimate daughter? Yao Yao, what about the meaning of illegitimate daughter? You will understand when you grow up. There is no need to know so much now, Lu Qing hurriedly explained. Turning his head he explained to Lin Qiu. Master Qiu, Lin Yao is adopted by me. Whether the words on the internet are trustworthy or not, this I think you know better than me. As the words fell, Lin Qiu burst out laughing. You boys are funny. With that, he urged. Alright, you guys find a seat. The movie's about to start. Good, Lu Qing responded. After pulling Lin Yao's hand to find the best viewing position, he sat down and quietly waited for the movie to start. The movie begins with a cut to the teacher holding chalk and writing on the blackboard. The entire movie is 2 hours long, and the overall story is about an older homeroom teacher in high school welcoming his last class of students, which starts as freshmen and carries over to seniors. In the first year of high school, the class gave the homeroom teacher the nickname Bald Old Class. The origin of this nickname is precisely because this homeroom teacher's head, there is not any bit of hair. But everyone wonders why the homeroom teacher's hair is gone. They speculated that the classroom teacher learned to lose her hair because she studied too hard. But the truth, it's not. In my senior year of high school, the homeroom teacher changed her previous kindness and was very strict and caring to the students in the class. Even when a classmate went to skip class at a critical time, the first thing he did after finding the person was not to scold the classmate, but to care for him first, and after enlightening him, only then was to bring him back to the class to reprimand him. In the eyes of other students, the homeroom teacher was very mean, but only that student knew that the homeroom teacher did not scold him. The classroom teacher does this to the rest of the class instead. This homeroom teacher in the movie, even though he was older, was the first to step in and help any of the students in his class when they were in trouble. Even when a classmate's family was in trouble, he would offer to take out his savings to help this classmate's family, in order to do nothing more than to make the class, in the last period of high school, prepare for the college entrance examination with peace of mind. At the end of the movie, 80% of the students brought by this homeroom teacher lived up to the homeroom teacher's expectations and got into a first class, while the remaining students, none of whom were left behind, all got into a second class. And the reason the classroom teacher has no hair comes at the end of the movie. After watching an entire movie, Qing shimmered with tears. Everyone has student days, and in everyone's life there is always a bright light on the path, and this light is everyone's life coach. Watch the movie as these students return to their alma mater after getting into college. Nothing has changed at my alma mater, but the only thing missing is the classroom teacher. The bald guy who was there in the beginning was a different being in their hearts. Watch and weep. Lin Qiu walked over at an unknown time, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up as he looked at the tears glistening in Qing's eyes. He handed Qing a tissue and said, "For this movie, it's enough to have just one song, the final ending song, preferably something sensational. This is the time of year when which kids are going to college and facing Teacher's Day, and I'm confident that when this movie goes out, I'm confident that it's going to get results. So please." Saying that, Lin Qiu stretched out his hand. "Don't worry," Qing responded and also reached out his hand to shake Lin Qiu's. On the way back, "Brother Lu, do you think I'll meet a good teacher like in the movie in the future?" Lin Yao took Qing's hand and asked in a low voice. "Yao will meet. Even if the one you meet is not a teacher, there will definitely be someone who will leave an important footprint in your youth." Qing squatted in front of Lin Yao, stroked her head and said, "What about now? Don't think so much first." "Good," Lin Yao answered. After dinner, Qing called Wang Wei. "Boss?" Wang Wei's voice came. "It's already so late. Is something wrong? I want to ask you for something." Qing said. "Is there a salary?" Wang Wei asked very truthfully, but as the words fell, she immediately said, "Boss, you name it, I'll do my best to help you get it." Hearing those words at the very beginning, Qing still couldn't help but smile. "There is a salary," Qing said. "I want you to help Yao choose a better school." Lin Yao definitely had to go to school. She couldn't keep following her around. Not only did it delay Lin Yao's studies, it was also inappropriate to keep bringing it with him all the time. Right now, he had to write lyrics and make a song again, and it was not possible for the school to be late. Right now, he could only let Wang Wei help. "School?" Wang Wei said, immediately thinking of Lin Yao. She didn't have much hesitation and directly agreed. "Okay boss, you can leave this matter to me. I will choose the best and most suitable school for Lin Yao in these few days." Receiving this response, Qing was instantly relieved. "Then I'm counting on you." "You're welcome boss," Wang Wei said. They didn't talk for long before hanging up. After the phone hung up, Qing immediately sat down in front of the computer and began to write down the lyrics and the tune. Today, while watching this movie, he was actually inspired. So when it comes to writing, he thinks fast. 2 days later, "Yes, I've finished it, and it's ready for you to hear today." At this moment, Qing was talking to Lin Qiu. Within the past 2 days, Lin Qiu had asked for Qing's contact information directly from Wang Wei in order to get a direct update on the song's progress, and Qing had agreed. Lin Qiu was pleasantly surprised when he learned that Lin Qiu had already finished. 5 o'clock this afternoon then? Lin Qiu said. "I'll be waiting for you at that private theater from last time, which happens to have a recording studio." "A recording studio in a private theater?" Qing froze. But think about it. Since Lin Qiu can afford to open this private theater, it's not surprising that having a recording studio in a private theater is like setting up a room in your own home for the purpose. At 5 in the afternoon, after Lin Qiu settled Lin Yao at home, he came to the entrance of the private theater. Just as he was about to enter, a young man stopped him in his tracks. "Hello?" Qing looked at him suspiciously. "You're Qing?" The other party seemed to be very unfriendly. Qing nodded and faintly responded. "Yes, I am Qing. May I ask what is your business?" When the words fell, only the other party snorted and said, I thought the person Master Chiu found to sing the end credits this time was so powerful, but it's just an Edison. I haven't even seen you sing live, so I don't know if it's true or not. That's not for you to know. It's for me to know that I sing well. A sentence that instantly made the other party's face go straight to black. The other party pulled the corner of his mouth and gave Lu Qing a disdainful look before walking around him and walking away. That's a strange one. Looking at the man's back as he left, Lu Qing had a puzzled look on his face. Lu Qing looked at the time and hurriedly walked in. When he entered, he saw that Lin Xiu was already waiting for him. I'm sorry, Master Autumn. Something just came up and delayed my stay. Lu Qing apologized. Instead, Lin Xiu said bluntly, you met Zhang Nan, didn't you? You Nam? Lu Qing was puzzled. You don't know this kid? Lin Xiu was a bit surprised. Looking at Lu Qing's confused look, he smiled and explained. This kid is a new generation singer. The investor of the movie this time likes him a lot. Originally the end credits investor was giving it to him, but when I contacted him, this kid said he wasn't available. Saying that, Lin Xiu laughed. When given the chance he said he didn't have time. And now that I've booked you, he's come around and said he's going to sing the end credits for me. So it is. Lu Qing heard and understood. Now he understood why the man had been so resentful of him at the door, as if he wanted to kill him. Thinking about it, Lu Qing smiled helplessly. You can still laugh. Lin Xiu looked at him and shook his head. If I don't laugh, do I still have to give him this opportunity? Hearing Lu Qing's words, Lin Xiu laughed, patted Lu Qing's shoulder and said, you're funny, but actually, he doesn't sing as well as you do, and I've compared the two of you, and you're better. Getting the director's approval is more important than getting anything. Lu Qing laughed. Overrated. I'm still overstating it. It's you who's too modest. No. The two had walked to the studio during their conversation. The moment he entered, Lu Qing was a bit surprised. Inside the studio, the equipment has everything, there is no one is missing, and all of these equipment are also famous brands. In terms of effect, is very excellent. Master Chiu is really rich. If you're so rich, why don't you invest in yourself? Thinking, he didn't ask. Sing. Master Chiu sat in his position with his arms around his chest and raised his chin to indicate Lu Qing. Lu Qing hummed and went to sit down in front of the microphone. Master Chiu looked at Lu Qing inside, picked up the headphones and put them in his ears. Then after making a gesture to Lu Qing inside, Lu Qing nodded his head. The first time, Lu Qing was singing clean. Lin Xiu listened, pleasantly surprised. His eyes lit up and he gave Lu Qing a thumbs up before he finished singing. This singing credit, this lyrics, he didn't pick the wrong guy. The clean singing is already so good. If you add backing vocals, could it be that Lin Xiu really sings a song and catches fire? Brother, I went to see Master Chiu, but Master Chiu said he'd already booked the guy, so I can't sing. Zhang Nan was on his way back, so he made a phone call. How? Listening to the words on the opposite side of the phone, Zhang Nan continued. Why wouldn't it be? When I came out, I even happened to meet that person. Do you know who it was that set it down? It's that Lu Qing. This guy is just an Edison. How can he sing the end credits of a movie? But I've heard a few of this guy's songs, and they still sound pretty good. Said the opposite. Not bad? Zhang Nan snorted. Brother, you can't trust things on the internet too much. If you believe all of them, there are just too many that can fool you. Like this? A puzzled voice came from across the room. Yes, Zhang Nan said. I really can't talk to Master Chiu. Brother, you're the investor. What you say? Master Chiu must be listening. You have to step in for me. The investor hesitated after hearing Zhang Nan's words. Brother, it's true that I had something before and was delayed, but I've got time now. Even if the movie goes live in a few days, I can still write the song. Zhang Nan said anxiously, and the investor said, tell you what, you write the song first, and then we'll get together and find Master Autumn. The best way to convince someone is to prove it with strength. Listening to the investor's words, Zhang Nan was powerless to refute them and had no choice but to agree. In the meantime, Lin Xiu was satisfied after listening to Lu Qing's song. It's great. You can come over once more tomorrow and we'll officially record the songs, and if it goes well, we'll be done in a day. Okay, Master Chiu, Lu Qing responded. Before Lu Qing left, Lin Xiu patted him on the shoulder and said, you're a good kid. You developed well. You'll definitely achieve a lot in the future. Thank you, Master Autumn. Lu Qing thanked. After leaving, on the way, he received a call from Wang Wei. Boss, the school you asked me to find earlier, I've found it now. You found it? So fast. Lu Qing raised his eyebrows. Okay, when I get back, I have a few minutes on the way. Talk to you at home. When he finished, he hung up.